In the village of Kenoha, at the venue of the Chunin exams, a sweet voice tinged with shyness called out, "Chiharu, stop practicing." Uchiha Chiharu, who was a short distance away, repeatedly drew and sheathed his sword. His ears twitching slightly at the sound, he smiled and nodded at Noara Rin. His vacant gaze, however, drifted elsewhere, revealing his identity as a blind man. Chiharu continued his repetitive motions. Draw the sword, then sheath it. 9955. 9956. That time was running short. He urged himself to move faster. The speed of his movements quickened, and, in his unseeing eyes, a strange glimmer of determination flickered as an ordinary person who had inadvertently crossed over into the world of Naruto. Chiharu found himself in the Uchiha clan. Perhaps due to his unfortunate luck, he was blind by birth, forever unable to awaken the Sharingan. That it was a jest, being blind already. Did it mean he would evolve into a Pikachu? The Uchiha Sharingan, the more it was used, the worse the vision became, was being born blind a sign of having reached the pinnacle of the Sharingan. All this time, Chiharu had consoled himself with such thoughts. However, he soon discovered that he could not learn ninjutsu at all. He was truly a failure. Relying solely on his sword-drawing practice to hone his taijutsu, he managed to become a genin. If it weren't for his fear of pain, he would have already jumped off a cliff to restart his life. Don't mind him, Rinshin. The exam is about to start. You should take the time to rest. Get away, Obito. You're blocking my view of Chiharu. Noara Rin impatiently shifted her position, continuing to watch Chiharu. The professional sycophant, Obito, made his appearance, attempting to impress Rin with his antics. When he noticed her indifference, he shot a venomous glare at Chiharu. A talentless blind man who can't use the Sharingan is destined not to become a Chunin. I really don't understand why you pay him so much attention. Rinshin, Obito, unwilling to accept this, was a genius of the Uchiha clan himself and would soon awaken his Sharingan. Why did Rin not favor him and instead focus on that blind man? That guy was merely somewhat handsome. Obito glared at Chiharu's face, which seemed to have been sculpted by an artist, his fury boiling over. Truly, he was a man devoid of any merits. Damn it, I will create a world without Uchiha Chiharu. The Chunin exams followed a predictable pattern. After the first written test, the second phase, a practical combat session, was about to commence. Yet, Uchiha Chiharu remained occupied with his wooden sword, repeatedly sheathing and drawing it. Do not question how the blind man is taking the exam, he simply passed. The male genin participating in the Chunin exams looked at him, as if he were a fool. Did I ask this guy insane? Even at this point, he's cramming. Of course, the one speaking out were the male ninjas, while the female ninjas had a different attitude. Wow, he's so handsome, exclaimed a kunoichi from another village, her eyes sparkling with admiration, lost in her own world of infinite Tsukuyami. It's no surprise. The Uchiha clan has many handsome men, a kunoichi from the village scoffed. If it weren't for the sound of her salivating, perhaps someone might have believed her. Ah, I'm so angry. Obito could no longer contain himself. His tiny universe was about to explode. Hey, you guys, can you really bear to watch the girl you like being fawned over by that blind man? Obito said to the other equally furious boys that of course not. But this is Kenoha. We can't just beat him up. The boys nodded in agreement, but they knew their own limitations. Idiot. Obito's mind whirled, and an idea struck him. He gathered the angry young male ninjas in a corner and pretended to unveil his plan. The second phase, the Forest of Death, is about to begin. Let's team up and take that guy down. Once we have enough heaven and earth scrolls, we can split them among ourselves. What do you say? Indeed, jealousy twisted minds, and Obito's brain was only functional in moments of rivalry. All right, driven by mutual interests, the young male ninjas reached a consensus, including the usually lone Kakashi, that if it means passing easily, I'm all for it. Kakashi said, leaning against a tree, arms crossed, speaking softly that Kakashi, only wish to grow stronger. As for love and romance, that's utter nonsense. Jeriah, I hope you feel the same after experiencing my Ica paradise. 9998. 9999. 10,000. Upon reaching the milestone of 10,000 sword draws, Chiharu finally exhaled, halting his motions. Congratulations. You have completed today's task. Draw the sword 10,000 times. You have earned 1 point of chakra. Congratulations. You have completed the milestone task of drawing the sword 10,000 times daily for 1 year. You have received your first milestone gift package. At last, it was accomplished. This system, named Infinite Repetition, had taken root in Chiharu's mind a year ago. Its method of rewarding was indeed fitting of its name. Merely repeating an action sufficed. Drawing the sword 10,000 times a day for 10 days yielded 1 point of chakra. Drawing the sword 10,000 times a day for a year granted a milestone gift package. Next would be 1,000 days, 10,000 days that, in other words, since activating the system, he had received over 30 permanent points of chakra from it. As the rewards were quantified by the system, Chiharu could not ascertain how much 1 point of chakra truly represented if he had to compare it to a ninja. Kakashi currently had about 10 points of chakra. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had 50 points, and the third Hokage had 80 points. Thus, Chiharu's chakra amount exceeded Kakashi's by more than threefold. Open to reward. Chiharu declared without hesitation he had awaited this moment. Whether he could pass the Chunin exams depended on the potency of this gift package. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the hero, Gale Sword Halal skills of Tauros, Wind Wall, 2 heavens as one, dreamlike synergy. Chiharu felt a surge of joy. The skills of Tauros were undeniably magnificent. After drawing the sword for a year, it was all worth it. Chapter 2. Women only affect my sword drawing speed. The second phase of the Chunin exam was about to commence. Qianlu leaned on his wooden sword, supported by his teammates as they ventured into the forest of death. At this rate, we may find it exceedingly difficult to pass the exam. One disgruntled supporting ninja remarked. The pace at which Uchiha Qianlu advanced was painfully slow. With every step, he had to strike the ground twice with his wooden sword. It was inconceivable for them to reach the center of the forest of death, and should they encounter adversaries vying for the heaven and earth scrolls along the way, they would surely meet their demise. Why don't you all go ahead? I'll catch up shortly, Qianlu suggested. Having mastered Zuko's wind sword technique, the currents of air surrounding him had become akin to his eyes. In essence, he had developed a mental image of the environment around him. Even if he were to abandon his wooden sword and dash through the forest of death, his speed would surpass theirs. Though he possessed considerable strength, he saw no reason to decline their assistance. That is out of the question. You are but a blind man. Without help, you would be utterly lost. One of his companions insisted. If I wouldn't help even a blind person, how could I dare to call myself a ninja? Another unknown subordinate ninja chimed in. Their faces were filled with righteous indignation, yet they referred to him as a blind man. Are you being polite? Should I thank you? Qianlu retorted. Thus, without rejecting their well-meaning support, he leaned on his wooden sword and ambled forward, his mind continuously familiarizing itself with Zuko's skills. At that moment, in the depths of the forest of death, a group of male ninjas led by Obito awaited silently. Do you truly believe that using such a feeble excuse as a pressing need would go unnoticed by the girls? Obito questioned uneasily. Didn't you say the same to Rin? Kakashi interjected. My lifelong rival, Kakashi. Obito exclaimed as he prepared to leap at Kakashi for a duel, but just then, a signal was received. Enough. Prepare to freeze your hands. I'm going to take him down. Obito shouted, leaping from the underbrush. Qianlu, having reached the middle section of the forest, suddenly heard voices carried by the wind, with Obito's low howls ringing particularly loud. There is an attack, Qianlu exclaimed. Who is there? Who's coming? The two lesser ninjas immediately lost their composure, yet they had no doubt about Qianlu's words. After all, blind individuals often possessed exceptional hearing, and their inability to perceive did not imply that Qianlu was similarly unaware. Indeed, as expected of a blind man, his hearing is remarkable. Qianlu, now cornered by Obito and his band of ninjas, was addressed in a tone reminiscent of a cliché antagonist from earlier narratives. This manner of speech seldom led to survival beyond 3 episodes. Qianlu remained serene while his companions panicked. Just moments ago, the first supporting ninja, who had fervently vowed to help Qianlu pass the exam, now wore a distressed expression. What should we do, Qianlu? Should we surrender the heaven and earth scroll and forfeit? Perhaps we should abandon Qianlu. Obito must be here for him. The second ninja suggested. Qianlu, you, take care of yourself. Goodness. What happened to your fervent declarations of camaraderie? Where are your solemn vows? Qianlu thought, wishing he could sever ties with these traitorous allies. In any case, please spare us. If it's solely Qianlu's fault, let him bear the consequences alone. The two bowed deeply, pleading. Very well. As long as you obediently hand over the heaven and earth scroll, I shall let you go. Obito declared with a smirk. His intention was merely to give Qianlu a beating, Yet the number of allies gathered was overwhelming. Everyone's primary goal was to pass the Chunin exam, and thus they needed to seize the scroll at all costs. Obito, filled with bravado, fixed his gaze upon Qianlu, eagerly awaiting this day for far too long. Qianlu merely scoffed and closed his eyes, for even with them open, all he could see was darkness. He slightly unsheathed his wooden sword. Simultaneously, Obito began forming hand seals, ready to unleash the great fireball technique, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. How dare you raise a hand against Qianliu-kun? You know he is blind. Rin was the first to arrive, her expression one of distress, standing protectively in front of Qianlu. He is already unable to see. Why must you harm him? The girls resolutely defended Qianlu, surrounding him protectively. Shouldn't those boys be your allies? Qianlu thought, confusion clouding his mind. Yet, he could somewhat understand why girls in his past life would forsake their kin for the sake of their idols. Alas, his striking appearance was the cause. Step aside. I am blind. I have no precision when wielding my sword, Qianlu sighed, startling everyone around him. Slowly, he emerged from the wall of girls, observing the test takers whose eyes were bloodshot. Women only affect my sword drawing speed. Chapter 3. Old Silver Coin invites me for tea? No thanks. Initially, I had intended to bring you all along, but alas. With that, Qianlu unsheathed his sword. A blinding flash of white light flickered and vanished, sending a shiver down one's spine. Qianlu made a deliberate motion to retract his sword, and the wooden blade shimmered with swirling winds. From a distance, Obito, standing opposite, could see a distinct sword mark on his goggles. With a crisp crack, they split in two and fell to the ground. Along with them, Obito's trousers also dropped. Yahiko, Kakashi. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. How impressive. It turned out that the seemingly delicate Qianlu had grown so powerful. Obito, my cartoon underwear. Everyone saw it. I don't want to live anymore. Wah. Everyone was present, making it a perfect opportunity to settle things together. As Qianlu's words faded, he swung his wooden sword, the tip coalescing into a tornado-like gust that swept across a 10-meter radius. In an instant, everyone was lifted into the air, amidst the cacophony of screams. Dozens of white phantom lines appeared in Qianlu's mind, connecting him to the ninjas being blown away. Two heavens, one flow. In the blink of an eye, Qianlu vanished and then transformed into countless flickering shadows in the sky, each flicker unleashing a tempestuous sword energy. The ninjas, suspended by this concentrated chakra, found themselves unable to descend. Each individual was acutely aware of how many times they had been slashed by the sword energy, but when they finally landed, they had turned into nothing more than salted fish, utterly incapable of flailing. Qianlu gracefully descended, then approached the dazed Obito, prodding at his colorful shorts with the wooden sword. Remarkably, the heaven and earth scroll had been stuffed into those shorts. To avoid getting mixed up in this mess, Qianlu casually took a random item from one of his vanquished opponents. Subsequently, he secured the wooden sword at his waist and dragged the disoriented extras towards the heart of the forest of death. This kid, in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Possessing a crystal ball that could scrutinize every corner of Kenoha, he had developed a penchant for peeping, from elderly women in their 80s to 14-year-old girls. Ahem. In any case, he was quite the voyeur. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a remarkable scene alongside Minato Namikaze and Danzo Shimura, a handsome young man, eyes shut and wielding a wooden sword, had single-handedly taken on over 20 genin, swiftly dispatching them. Minato, do you know this child? The third Hokage's gaze was filled with eagerness. Though this boy, dressed in Uchiha attire, could not activate a Sharingan, his swordsmanship was astonishing. He could even wield his technique to create such a large-scale wind-release ninjutsu. Judging by his combat prowess, he was at least a jonin. This child is Uchiha Qianlu, due to his congenital blindness. He has always been at the bottom of the ninja school. Minato scratched his head, explaining. His previous performances were rather unremarkable, had it not been for his decent taijutsu. He might not even have qualified as a genin. Minato was an honest man, prone to speaking the truth. And what is his relationship with the others? At that moment, Danzo, lurking nearby, interjected. After gathering sufficient intelligence, this old silver coin had formulated a plan. Due to his somewhat peculiar behavior, the children in his class, including some from the Uchiha clan, did not particularly like him. The honest Minato continued to relay information before he was interrupted. Ahem. Minato, why don't you take a break? You've worked hard these past few days. Sarutobi hurriedly cut him off, ushering the two out. The third Hokage thought to himself, if this continues, that old silver coin, Danzo, will try to poach him. No, I must act before he does and brainwash. I mean, influence him with the will of fire. Danzo smiled dismissively at the Third Hokage's actions and promptly followed Minato out of the Hokage's office. Root's intelligence team. Immediately investigate the background of Uchiha Qianlu and all aspects of his life. Deadline. 1 hour. Danzo commanded. Social interactions are truly troublesome. After the exam concluded, Qianlu finally managed to escape a flock of admirers and left the Chunin exam venue, due to a significant number of injured ninja students. The third round of the Chunin exam elimination matches was temporarily cancelled. Qianlu only wished to return to the Uchiha clan and promptly commenced the next round of repetitive tasks, perhaps due to the completion of a milestone task. The system issued a new quest: run 10 kilometers daily, perform 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups for 7 consecutive days, and the body strength panel would be activated, allowing him to grow stronger through exercise. However, this method of gaining strength somehow reminded him of that bald man in a cloak. Bang! The sound of an explosion startled Qianlu slightly. 2 ninjas wearing animal face masks appeared. Beneath the battle-scarred masks were unfriendly gazes. They stood silently before him, blocking his path. Root ninjas. Qianlu's brow knitted in concern. Uchiha Qianlu, Lord Danzo requests your presence at Root for tea. I hope you do not misinterpret our intentions. Tea? Not going. Damn it. What does that old silver coin want with me? I have no time for tea. I must become stronger. This was the true sentiment of Qianlu's heart. If you refuse, we may need to take some less gentle measures. The Umbu's voice turned grave, followed by a series of smoke explosions. 7 or 8 Umbu members suddenly appeared from all directions, surrounding Qianlu. These Root ninjas seemed to burst forth from the smoke like characters from a gunfight game. Oh, I see. Qianlu, expressionless, calmly drew his wooden sword. Face the gale. Chapter 4. I apologize. I am blind, and you startled me. Moments later, a member of the Root organization, battered and bruised, stumbled before Shimura Danzo, who was sipping tea. Were you not sent to capture Uchiha Chikyu? Why have you returned? The old man took a sip of tea, his demeanor unperturbed. These youngsters seem inexperienced. Perhaps they should be released during the next Shinobi World War for some practical training, Danzo thought to himself with a sigh. That fellow, Uchiha Chikyu, has slain 8 members of our Root organization. Pfft. Danzo spat out the hot tea in surprise, dousing the man in a scalding wave of liquid. Now, that little brat Chikyu is unexpectedly powerful. Moreover, he is quite ruthless. Very well, send another 20 men. We must capture him. Danzo's eyes sparkled with determination. However, the injured Root member hesitated. But what? The Third Hokage has already dispatched Minato to bring him to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, you are stealing my prey. A furious voice echoed from the Root base. Before long, Danzo stormed into the Hokage's office, flanked by 2 Root members. At that moment, Chikyu was dutifully listening to the teachings of the Third Hokage. I understand that your blindness makes you anxious about the world around you. However, acting out of turn is unacceptable. I intend to assign you to the Umbu to atone for your actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke sternly, though his aged eyes twinkled with amusement. It was quite satisfying to see Danzo's underlings wounded by this boy, although Danzo's long-standing arrogance was largely due to Hiruzen's indulgence. It did not mean he held no resentment toward Danzo. This incident not only curtailed Danzo's arrogance, but also netted a talented young individual. A worthy exchange indeed. Yes, Hokage-sama. You are right, but I'm still young. Perhaps I shall join the Umbu in a couple of years. Chikyu adeptly parried the old fox's words. Joining the Umbu was out of the question. He would never do that. Engaging in missions daily would leave him no time to grow stronger. Chikyu firmly believed that strength was the true path to righteousness. Uchiha Chikyu. Danzo's thunderous voice rang out from the doorway, causing everyone in the office to turn. The ears of the blind are particularly sensitive, and Chikyu found himself irritated by the outburst. He drew his sword and unleashed a flash of light. Swish. The sound of tearing bandages filled the air as Danzo's right arm was sliced open, revealing a small patch of pale skin and a blood-red watch, Sharingan. Good heavens. Danzo was taken aback, hastily covering the wound with his left hand, his aged heart racing. I hope I was not seen. I apologize. I am blind. So loud noises tend to frighten me. Uchiha Chikyu bowed respectfully towards the window, turning his back to Danzo. The earnest Minato quietly nudged him back. For now, I shall forgive you. Danzo intended to express his anger but quickly reined in his emotions. One must not frighten talented individuals. Hey, Danzo. You have such peculiar habits, wearing your watch beneath your bandages. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, speaking with feigned indifference. Now, do enlighten me as to why you have come here? He did not cast a glance at Danzo's flushed face, but directly posed the question. Even a fool knows that he has come to demand an explanation and perhaps to steal a talent. I have come here to seek accountability. Uchiha Chikyu. Why did you injure my subordinates? Danzo disregarded Sarutobi's sarcasm and focused on Chikyu. I apologize. I am blind, and your subordinates frightened me. They sought me out and deliberately created explosive noises that nearly damaged my ears. Minato also witnessed this, did he not? Indeed, they deliberately intimidated a blind child. It was utterly excessive. The honest Minato nodded vigorously, filled with righteous indignation. They even threatened to harm Chikyu. I heard it with my own ears. Minato had indeed seen it all, having been covertly assigned to protect Chikyu by the Third Hokage prior to the root member's arrival. Sarutobi had anticipated that Danzo would act first and was fully aware that conflict was imminent. The Third Hokage was well-versed in seizing opportunities. Danzo, Minato. Could you refrain from speaking? It is clear that your men instigated this situation. Minato, known for his honesty, was recognized by all as incapable of deceit. Danzo. What more can you say? Sarutobi's countenance radiated smug satisfaction. Danzo seethed with anger, striking his cane against the ground. Humph. I refuse to believe that Minato, one of your subordinates, would lie. Today, I shall take this boy for questioning, come what may. Clang. The sound of unsheathing blades echoed as two kunai landed at the feet of the root ninjas, inscribed with the word sword of patience. Is the Yellow Flash of Kenoha preparing to act? Though not yet renowned in the shinobi world, the Yellow Flash held considerable prestige in Kenoha. The root ninjas were instantly terrified. This seemingly simpleton exuded an unexpectedly reassuring presence. A subtle smile crept across Chikyu's lips. I apologize, Danzo-sama, as a blind man. I must be cautious. Forced into a corner, one must rise in defiance. Though he said this, his tone lacked any semblance of remorse. Danzo, however, was not angered. He merely took a deep breath, choosing not to pursue the matter further. This time, it was my oversight for not informing them of your unique circumstances. So I shall not pursue your actions. I admire your strength and talent, Chikyu-kun. Should you wish to serve under me in the future, you are welcome to come by for tea. Recently, my laboratory has made significant breakthroughs in the study of ocular implants, he chuckled. With that, Danzo turned to leave. A faint, knowing smirk gracing his lips. Sarutobi had failed to persuade Chikyu. In truth, he had overheard Chikyu's refusal before entering. This boy was certainly not one to be easily swayed by the so-called will of fire. A blind man, often bullied and looked down upon by children. How could he not yearn for light? Once he bites the bait, he will undoubtedly belong to me, Danzo. I shall have Uchiha Chikyu. Chapter 5. The Chunin Exam's Third Stage. Re-encountering Obito upon returning, diligent training was imperative. The Chunin exams commence in 10 days. I anticipate a remarkable display from you. With those parting words, Danzo and his cohort departed, and the Third Hokage instructed Minato to escort Sunlu back to the Uchiha district. Awaiting him was Uchiha Itachi. Senlianizan. Itachi chirped. Hearing Itachi's voice, Sunlu clasped his delicate hand and accompanied him into the courtyard. At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi was merely a fledgling within the ninja academy. A younger cousin to Sunlu, Itachi's cherished companion, Shisui, was but a freshly graduated genin. These two youths were nurtured under the tutelage of their elder cousin, Uchiha Sunlu, fostering a profound bond among the trio. Hearing Itachi's voice and feeling the warmth emanating from the small hand clasped in his, Sunlu felt a pang of sorrow. The trials and tribulations that awaited these two were beyond the comprehension of most. Senlianizan, is something amiss? Itachi inquired softly. Not at all. I was merely conjuring images of how adorable our Itachi and Shisui are as young lads. Sunlu responded with a gentle smile, causing the youthful Itachi to blush crimson. Itachi suddenly realized he might be a brother complex. At least, to alter their tragic fate, I must become sufficiently powerful. Senliu's resolve solidified. I must attain the level of a bald-headed Cape Crusader before I can presume to influence the ninja world's course. 10 kilometers around the courtyard. 100 push-ups. 100 sit-ups. Continue drawing the sword 10,000 times. 7 days later. Congratulations. You have activated the One Punch. Super physical strength panel. Since I've already let it slip, there's no point in concealing it. Sunlu muttered, lamenting the system's lack of originality and blatant plagiarism. The system remained silent. Open system panel. Forsaking further contemplation, Sunlu was eager to examine this super physical strength panel. A cerulean screen materialized in his mindscape, its radiant glow illuminating his consciousness. Strength, 17 defense, 15 speed, 15 spirit, 19 agility, reaction 19 overall physical strength, 17, not your average weakling. Note, consistent, rigorous training will augment all facets of physical strength. Unconstrained by human limitations, Senryu's heart quickened with joy. It was indeed the Saitama training regimen. He wondered if his lustrous locks would also succumb, leaving him with a gleaming scalp. As the panel had only been activated today, Senryu had not yet experienced any physical augmentation. The values displayed represented his baseline physical strength, merely quantified by the system. The Chunin exam's third stage is in 3 days. I must intensify my sword practice and training. 3 days elapsed, and the Chunin exam arena teemed with anticipation. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, the examinees filed into the arena. Senryu, as usual, brought up the rear, leaning on his wooden sword, maintaining a low profile. Even so, a contingent of young ladies in the Kenoha stands shrieked his name. Ah, Senryu-kun, you're so handsome. Senryu-kun, I want to bear your children. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi's nickname is Monkey. Sensing the animosity emanating from numerous male ninja contestants, Senryu smiled faintly. Being the object of envy was not without its merits. In the Forest of Death examination 10 days prior, the genin who advanced were Kakashi, Obito, and Rin's team, Might Guy's team, and Asuma and Kurenai's team. Additionally, Ebisu, Yamashiro Aoba, and others were fortunate enough to survive the elimination. There were also some lesser-known foreign ninja. Obito's successful passage through the elimination round was anticipated, as Kakashi's prodigious talent made acquiring 2 scrolls a simple task. Just you wait until I get my hands on you. Obito hissed, passing Senryu, straining every sinew to sound menacing. After the previous humiliation, he had abandoned his usual carefree demeanor, dedicating himself to arduous training for 10 days. This period of self-improvement had restored much of his confidence, though it was still insufficient to face Senryu. That kid is merely accustomed to uttering empty threats. The first match, Uchiha Senryu versus Uchiha Obito. The proctor announced abruptly. What? No way. The threat just uttered by Uchiha Obito was instantly terrified. What are the odds that I would be matched against that monster, with less than a 10% probability? I was just spouting bravado. Surely fate wouldn't be so cruel. At that moment, Obito yearned to vanish into a hole. His goggles had been shattered during the second Chunin exam. He now wore his genin forehead protector. However, he was not foolish enough to believe that Senryu lacked the ability to bisect his head, protector and all. Wah, I want to forfeit. Obito, why are my eyes always filled with tears? Go, Obito. Believe in yourself. Rin approached, offering encouragement. Rin-chan, yes, I'll do my best. Obito responded, his eyes gleaming with renewed resolve as he glared at Senryu before moving to one side of the arena. Senryu was escorted by the proctor to the opposite side. Uchiha Senryu, I will defeat you and prove myself before Rin-chan. Obito declared, glancing at Noera Rin, who rewarded him with a sweet smile. Indeed, I am the one Rin-chan truly cares about. Noera Rin, to witness Senryu-kun's swordsmanship, I can only ask for your understanding, Obito. Kakashi, a moment of silence for the tool. Obito, the rules of the exam were clear, no outside assistance, and no killing. Begin the battle. With the command given, the duel commenced. Obito swallowed nervously, edging cautiously towards the arena's periphery. His initial burst of courage had quickly dissipated. As a weakling, he was well aware of his limitations. In contrast, Senryu remained steadfast. He paid Obito no heed, instead focusing on his panel values. Strength, 17 defense, 15 speed, 15 spirit, 19 agility, 19 overall physical strength, 17 an elite jonin specializing in ninjutsu possesses a physical strength of approximately 8 points. Yudo's current physical strength was double that of an elite jonin. At this stage, only Might Guy, who specializes in taijutsu, possessed greater physical strength. More importantly, his physical strength would increase by approximately 4 points daily, without limit. In a year, even 10 Might Guys would be no match for him. Chapter 6. This is Youth. Competitor, please do not shy away. The examiner, unable to contain himself any longer, remarked upon observing Daitu's timid demeanor. Are you truly afraid of a blind man yet wish to be a nin? I cannot defeat him. Daitu finally admitted, surrendering to his fears. How disgraceful for the Uchiha clan. Afraid of a blind man. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of jeers and curses, clamoring for refunds. Daitu retorted, if you're so capable, then you take on this monster. Memories of the terror he felt under Uchiha Chiryu's control sent shivers down his spine. Chiryu, unfazed by the noise, smiled. In an instant, he launched himself like a cheetah toward Daitu's voice. He opted not to use his wind blade technique, as it could easily split someone in two. fists and feet would allow for more restraint without risking fatality. With a thunderous impact, the arena trembled slightly. In the next moment, spectators witnessed Chiryu kicking Dai-Tu out of the bounds of the arena as though he were a mere sack of rice. Silence ensued, broken only by the sound of collective swallowing. That blind man is incredibly fierce. Wait, is he truly blind? How does he strike with such precision? The once vocal crowd now fell silent, eyes wide with shock. The shame of the Uchiha. We forgive you. This is youth. This is youth. An elder with a watermelon hairstyle murmured, tears spilling from his eyes, soaking his olive green bodysuit. I might Guy must fight such a worthy opponent. Hey, Guy. Kakashi approached him. His tone casual yet his gaze fixed intently on the arena. How does his taijutsu compare to yours? Quite formidable, likely on par with my own. Guy wiped away his tears, excitement brimming in his voice. But I believe that if I unleash my signature move representing youth, I shall surely prevail. May the heavens bless me to face him in the next round, Guy exclaimed, looking skyward. Kakashi's lips twitched. If you do encounter him, may fortune smile upon you. The second match commenced, Kakashi versus Yamashiro Aoi. The medical team was summoned to carry the unconscious Dai-Tu away. Kakashi, unable to share Chiryu's information with Guy, was compelled to step into the arena. The young ninjas of Kenoha displayed commendable prowess, and no further matches exhibited the stark disparity of strength seen between Chiryu and Dai-Tuesday, though it was an elimination round. The matches were filled with remarkable moments that elicited cheers from the audience. Amidst the excitement, only Chiryu remained in the shadows, diligently exercising push-ups, sit-ups. He had already completed his customary 10 kilometers that morning. Realizing he was short on time for the remaining tasks, he hurried to the arena. This is youth, my friend. Halfway through, a bright-eyed guy approached, his expression one of recognition, giving a thumbs up. Chiryu, you are more diligent and understand youth better than I. You are indeed a great rival. Feeling guilty for watching the matches instead of training, Guy's spirit burned with determination. Indeed, youth never fades. Chiryu smiled at him, resuming his push-ups. 100 proper push-ups were required to count. Guy, understanding the moment, walked solemnly towards the arena. Kakashi emerged victorious, and it was soon Guy's turn. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of combat echoed. Returning to the audience, Guy felt invigorated, immediately beginning his own push-ups. It was evident his opponent was in a state of disarray, as the disparity in skill between competitors was pronounced, ensuring the match would not last long. Soon, only 12 competitors remained, all hailing from Kenoha: Kakashi, Guy, Noara Rin, Asuma, and others. This generation of youth is impressive, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, puffing on his pipe, his eyes gleaming with pride. Humph, you old fool, how proud you are. Kazekage grumbled, unable to counter Hiruzen's delight. With a grin, Hiruzen stood to announce, next, we will commence the final round of our Chunin exams. Children, showcase your strength and the will of fire. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. The remaining young competitors, aside from Uchiha Chiryu, displayed fervor in their eyes. The matchups were soon displayed on the screen. Guy versus Nara Shikaku, followed by Kakashi versus Waihai Kurenai, and Noara Rin against Uzumaki Hinata. Finally, Uchiha Chiryu against Sarutobi Asuma, the third Hokage's son. Chiryu knew well the rebellious nature of Asuma at this stage. If he weren't rebellious, he wouldn't have become one of the 12 guardians of the land. The first match swiftly commenced, featuring Guy against a childhood rival. The sounds of intense combat filled the arena. While the battle was exhilarating, it held no significance for Chiryu, who, as a blind man, was destined to miss many joys that others experienced. Oh, how I wish to see the landscapes of Kenoha. This lament was perhaps Chiryu's greatest regret over the past decade. The thought of his blindness stirred a bittersweet sensation within him, and he recalled Danzo's previous words, the ocular prosthesis. At this moment, Orochimaru, bolstered by Danzo's support, had begun his experiments in human anatomy. The ocular prosthesis might indeed exist. Chapter 7. Who said I only practice taijutsu? The final showdown officially commenced, urging all spectators to remain seated lest they miss the thrilling spectacle. The first match featured Might Guy facing off against the enigmatic Hoshigaki Kisame. Guy emerged victorious without a hint of doubt, to prevent any accusations of padding my word count. As the ultimate purpose of this last battle was not to determine a champion, but rather to assess the comprehensive qualities of the ninjas, Uchiha Chiryu remained indifferent, choosing instead to rest in solitude within a corner. The climactic confrontation saw Uchiha Chiryu going up against Sarutobi Asuma. Upon hearing his name, Chiryu slowly entered the arena, leaning on his wooden sword. At last, the moment had arrived. Opposite him stood Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, now in his teenage years, still grappling with a rebellious face. Not bad with taijutsu. Asuma wore a relaxed expression. Being the son of the ninjutsu professor and the third Hokage, he often received insincere praise. Coupled with a smooth path of growth, his confidence soared. During the second exam, Obito had invited him to join forces against Chiryu, but he had declined. The proud son of the third Hokage felt no need to form alliances. A rebellious youth untouched by the harshness of society, Chiryu remarked incisively. You. Asuma's face flushed with anger. The sting of those words cut deep. You think you can just bribe that useless Uchiha Obito to secure your spot in the final exhibition match? He shifted his indignation into a loud proclamation, ensuring all could hear. After all, Obito knew he couldn't possibly qualify for Chunin. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you merely offered him a little favor. And he would comply with your charade, right? I've known all along that you cheated. Such audacity. I said he was a blind man. How could he be so formidable? It's not that I harbor prejudice against the blind, but his cheating is far too blatant. The male spectators who had previously harbored grievances against Chiryu's look seized upon this moment, unleashing a torrent of verbal assaults against him. Pretty boy. Dare you use your looks to seduce my girlfriend, wife? The numerous female admirers of Chiryu found themselves at a loss for words, unable to defend him. You're talking nonsense. Among the audience, Obito, wrapped in bandages, struggled to articulate but seethed with righteous fury. No matter how inept he may be as a proud Uchiha, he would never aid another in cheating. Yet the audience was easily swayed. As soon as Asuma spoke, they began to hurl accusations at Chiryu. After all, it was the son of the third Hokage, Asuma. How could the son of the third Hokage lie, even if it had no relevance? Ninja disgrace, leave the competition stage. Get out. The chorus of insults caused Chiryu to frown. After so many years, he had long since learned to disregard rumors. But these people were simply too loud. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood up, forcibly suppressing the audience's emotions. Whether there was cheating or not, let the battle commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please trust the ninjas of Kenoha. With that, he cast a glance at his son, who was basking in his own self-satisfaction. And a flicker of displeasure crossed his aged eyes. This boy will not grow without experiencing the trials of society. Aha. It seems the third Hokage is eager to see his young master deliver a beating to the cheater. Indeed, any discerning eye could see it. That blind man deserves a thrashing. Well, young Master Asuma is a genuine genius. Isn't it a bit too much to bully a blind man who only knows how to cheat? The third Hokage's words were once again misconstrued as they assumed the old man was simply seeking an opportunity for his son to showcase his prowess. Can we begin? Chiryu smirked, casting a glance at the self-satisfied Asuma before turning to the examiners. Oh, the match begins. The examiner finally reacted. Go for it, young Master Asuma. Eliminate him in a heartbeat. Young Master Asuma, you are the best. Amidst the clamor, the match officially commenced. Had it been in the past, even if Chiryu's strength now was formidable, battling in such a raucous environment would have inevitably led to defeat. For a blind man, hearing is paramount, as it serves as a crucial means of perceiving the world around him. Asuma, the insufferable brat, appeared as affable as his father on the surface. Yet beneath lay a heart of arrogance. He deliberately crafted this environment to create an advantage for himself. What a pity. You remain unaware that I possess the windsword technique. Once I defeat you, Yuye Kurenai will surely return to admire me. Asuma suddenly declared. Chiryu, so this brat is also infatuated with love? What has happened to the people of Kenoha, becoming so jealous at such a young age? To uphold the image of the third Hokage's son, I must not lower my status like those commoners. I must defeat you in a dignified manner, ensuring Kurenai admires me even more. Asuma whispered to Chiryu, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Enough already. With that villainous expression, how long can you survive? Chiryu scoffed inwardly. Asuma initiated the attack, aiming to replicate Chiryu's previous strategy of swiftly ending the fight for dramatic effect. Chakra Blade. He produced a pair of chakra daggers that could be grasped by 4 fingers, a faint wind chakra swirling at the blade's tips. Asuma possessed the rare wind chakra, which, when combined with specific ninja tools, amplified its sharpness, rendering it particularly lethal in close combat. Coupled with his own proficiency in taijutsu, he excelled in melee encounters. This combination posed a dire threat to any unarmed taijutsu ninja. No wonder he was so confident. After all, Chiryu had demonstrated commendable taijutsu skills during his first appearance. This brat believes he has countered Chiryu's greatest reliance. Without further ado, Asuma charged in, seizing the moment amid the clamorous crowd, executing a swift maneuver as he aimed the chakra blade at Chikyu's neck. Asuma, splendid! The crowd erupted in cheers. The third Hokage's pupils narrowed. But to their astonishment, Chikyu wore a smile, taking a small step back to evade the sharp blade, its tip narrowly grazing his neck. How is this possible? That blind man. Asuma's expression shifted dramatically. Then, Chikyu raised a leg, executing a lightning-fast kick that sent Asuma hurtling toward the edge of the arena, nearly eliminating him. Wow! The entire audience gasped in shock. Asuma, his face flushed, quickly regained his footing. Fire-style ash pile burn. A cloud of ash erupted from his mouth, enveloping the area where Chikyu stood. Look, it's young Master Asuma's most powerful ninjutsu. Such a terrifying technique, that blind man is finished. The male spectators, having experienced a dip in morale upon witnessing Asuma's struggle, suddenly rallied, launching into a new round of fervent support. Asuma, seeing the ash completely shroud the arena, gritted his teeth and ignited the spark of fire in his molars. The flames rapidly spread, culminating in an explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rumbled on for an extended period before gradually subsiding, yet the thick smoke lingered. I've won. Asuma rejoiced. The intense heat generated by the ash explosion capable of incinerating a person. Moments later, a gust of wind swept through, reversing the ash cloud and blowing it back toward Asuma. You surely don't believe that I only practice taijutsu, do you? Chapter 8. Promotion to Special Jonin. As the smoke dissipated, Qianlu stood calmly in place, his garment perfectly unruffled. A powerful gust of wind swirled around him, creating a barrier that shielded him from all debris and explosions, an impenetrable wall of wind. Two brilliant arcs of sword light flashed, severing Asuma's forehead protector and sending his chakra blade flying. A swift strike followed, and yet another fierce gust lifted the defenseless Asuma into the air. The audience stood in stunned silence as they witnessed a figure darting through the air, tormenting Asuma as if slicing fruit, until he gracefully descended, sheathing his sword. Asuma lay unconscious, his clothing in tatters. The crowd once again fell into a prolonged silence, an eerie stillness. Was such a level of ninjutsu truly something a mere Chunin could achieve? The Kazekage, seated high above, murmured to himself, his gaze glinting with murderous intent. Although Sunagakure and Konoha appeared to be allies, the underlying competition was fierce. He had brought his ninjas to participate in the Chunin exams, not for the reasons they outwardly claimed. These youths, so young yet terrifyingly talented. A plan must be devised to eliminate two of them, especially Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Qianlu, both of whom were poised to ascend to Jonin status in a remarkably short time. A 10-year-old Jonin, what an astounding concept. In 5 or 6 years, they could replace the third Hokage on the battlefield. At that point, a storm of bloodshed would engulf the ninja world. With Kenoha's current yellow flash, the balance of power had already been disrupted. No more geniuses like him must arise. Asuma lost? Asuma, how could he lose so miserably? After a prolonged moment of shock, the crowd finally grasped that the match had reached its conclusion. The male spectators fell silent, while the female audience erupted into wild cheers. Qianlu is amazing. Qianlu forever. Uchiha Qianlu paid no mind to the raucous crowd, slowly departing the arena while leaning on his wooden sword, finding their noise tiresome. The Chunin exams were proving to be a distraction from his quest for strength. The third Hokage soon rose, calmly declaring Qianlu the victor. He subtly conveyed his prior knowledge of Qianlu's immense strength, followed by a remark aimed at chastising his inept son. Finally, he announced that only Qianlu and Kakashi had successfully promoted to Chunin in this exam. The audience suddenly understood, nodding in realization, their hearts chilled. How could Uchiha Qianlu be so powerful yet remain so humble? Simultaneously, all the men breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that their wives and girlfriends were safe from the likes of such a genius. Just a fleeting infatuation, after all. Asuma, the son of the newly awakened Hokage, spat blood upon hearing the news. Silver coin old man, you have betrayed me. After this battle, the fame of Uchiha as a prodigy spread throughout Kenoha overnight. Such is the power of public opinion. At 3 a.m, in a small courtyard belonging to Qianlu's branch of the Uchiha clan, having just completed 1,000 sword draws, Qianlu shed his sweat-soaked shirt, revealing a sculpted physique, with his strength and speed having multiplied several times. His sword-drawing speed had also increased dramatically. In 1 hour, he could draw his sword 3,600 times, once per second. Opening his system panel, he noted, Strength, 21. Defense, 19. Speed, 19. Spirit, 24. Agility, 24. Overall body strength. 21. If he completed today's physical training task, he could grow even stronger. Wiping his sweat, Qianlu prepared to continue his training. He always awaited the midnight refresh of tasks, relishing the exhilarating feeling of growth through effort. Nothing could replace the joy of such progress. Suddenly, a faint sound reached Qianlu's ears, reminiscent of a heavy object resting upon the tiles, yet not fully pressing down. Someone was there. He could ascertain they were not from Kenoha, as the villagers knew the consequences of intruding upon his clan's territory. Stop hiding. If you wish to make a move, come at me directly, Qianlu stated without lifting his gaze. How perceptive you are, indeed. A boy clad in a tight green outfit, his hair resembling a large watermelon, leapt down from the eaves. It was Might Guy. Qianlu wondered. Why is it this guy? Friend. From now on, we shall be eternal friends. I feel the fervor of youth emanating from you, Might Guy exclaimed, flashing a bright smile through his tears of joy. Ding! An inexplicable sound effect rang out as one of Might Guy's teeth gleamed. Friend, let us train together. I have brought you a gift, Might Guy declared, producing an oddly shaped, dark green bodysuit from behind and tossing it to Qianlu. This outfit wicks sweat and dissipates heat, perfect for expressing the vigor of youth. I don't want it, thank you, Qianlu firmly rejected. Although he held a certain fondness for the pure-hearted and selfless watermelon-haired boy, it did not imply he appreciated his appearance. Why? This is proof of youth, Might Guy exclaimed, astonished that anyone would refuse such a precious gift. Truly, you are unique, Qianlu. I have high hopes for you. You're the one who stands out. Just leave now. It would not be good if the other clan members saw you. Qianlu turned away, not returning Might Guy's outfit. He knew that refusing it would likely cause the watermelon-haired boy to cling to him. Fine, don't go, Qianlu sighed, pulling Might Guy closer. Suddenly, dozens of kunai flew through the air, overwhelming them. Qianlu barely raised an eyelid, casually waving his wooden sword to create another wind wall. The sounds of intense collisions echoed as all the kunai were deflected. Such quick reflexes and formidable ninjutsu. From the rooftops, several ninja figures gradually revealed themselves, their expressions filled with shock. They had been lying in ambush for so long, yet still, they were discovered. Was this boy's hearing akin to radar? Who are you? Have you come drawn by Qianlu's youthful spirit? Might Guy inquired. No, we are here to kill him, Qianlu replied nonchalantly. Already discerning the identity of the intruders, ninja from Sunagakure. Flash strike. Instant slash. Qianlu maneuvered seamlessly among the shadows. Blood splattering as several bodies fell from the rooftops in the blink of an eye. Your numbers are few. Why provoke trouble? Qianlu remarked with a smile, his eyes brimming with mockery. Is he truly just a somewhat formidable Chunin? The remaining ninjas were filled with dread. Chapter 9. The coup of the third generation. The next day, at the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaka sat in a position of authority, quietly listening. Below him, Chiryu knelt as he recounted events, including the circumstances of the previous night and the Chunin exam. Beside him were the young prodigy Uchiha Itachi and Shisui, who had just returned from the Umbu. Although we cannot find physical evidence on the shinobi tools, judging by the puppetry used by those individuals, I suspect they are from Sunagakure, Chiryu stated. It was his first encounter with the head of the Uchiha clan, and he perceived him as a comparatively gentle man, which was confirmed in their meeting. I intended to capture one alive, but that fool Might Guy accidentally kicked him to death, Shisui remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Moreover, I heard that there were signs of a search at the Hitaki household. Fortunately, Kakashi was out training last night, so he escaped unscathed. This is all first-hand information. Chiryu continued. Chiryu, you have performed admirably. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Fugaku offered a seemingly trivial compliment, yet his eyes sparkled with surprise and satisfaction. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its talents, but it was rare for someone like Yuye to excel so spectacularly in the Chunin exam and garner such widespread admiration. Yesterday, Uchiha Makoto, Fugaku's wife, went to the market and overheard the vendor exclaim, "The Uchiha family has produced a once-in-a-century genius, a talent recognized by the Third Hokage." Fugaku was elated. Since the rebellion of the first clan leader, Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan's reputation in the village had been in decline. Although many talented individuals emerged from the Uchiha, they remained confined to roles within the Kenoha Guard or Umbu, with none ascending to the political arena. Chiryu's popularity, particularly among the influential women, indicated that he might have a chance to contend for the position of Hokage in the future, or at the very least, pave a path for the Uchiha clan. As for the current situation, Fugaku chose not to elaborate. He pondered how the Third Hokage would address the ongoing crisis. With the Wind Shadow secretly dispatching operatives to eliminate the new generation of Kenoha, the village was on the brink of engaging in the shinobi world's turmoil. If Kenoha were to fall out with Sunagakure now, the consequences in war could be dire. Yet, the Wind Shadow's strategy of undermining Kenoha's young elites was indeed insidious. The youth will undoubtedly rebel against this, even someone as seemingly upright as Chiryu. Who could tolerate such an attempted murder? Fugaku mused. How many did you kill last night? Fugaku inquired. 15, not a single one left alive. Shisui replied on Chiryu's behalf. Excellent. Fugaku thought to himself, though he masked his delight. The discord between Sunagakure and Kenoha had existed for a long time, fueled by grievances such as Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, having killed Chiyo's son. Hatred, after all, festers with time. Thus, despite the facade of peace between Kenoha and Sunagakure, the undercurrents of animosity ran deep. However, the two nations maintained a semblance of tranquility on the surface. Should we make this matter public? It's a conundrum, Fugaku reflected. Chiryu, share your thoughts, he urged, eager to hear the young man's perspective. I was ambushed in my own home. Killing was a matter of self-defense. As for subsequent actions, we can handle them according to village regulations, Chiryu articulated clearly, intending to place the burden of resolution squarely on the shoulders of the Third Hokage, seeking justice through him. We are all from Kenoha. The Hokage will surely advocate for us. Chiryu continued, if he refuses, I shall extract compensation from that old man in the name of emotional distress. A smile graced his face. Then let us take our evidence to the Hokage's office. Fugaku decisively proclaimed, taking note of Chiryu's quick wit. In truth, it mattered little whether they went or not, Chiryu mused. The Third Wind Shadow was likely already dead on his journey back. In the original narrative, the Third Wind Shadow went missing during this time, and apart from visiting Kenoha, Chiryu could think of no other reason for his absence. Thus, the likelihood of the old coin's demise was exceedingly high. At the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in his crystal ball, chuckling to himself. How splendid. Oh dear, this is quite improper. At my age, I ought not to indulge in such sights. Third Hokage. Fugaku suddenly burst into the office, followed closely by Shisui, Kakashi, and Chiryu, who was being led by Might Guy. Goodness. Danger. Sarutobi exclaimed, hastily concealing the crystal ball. Lord Hokage, what were those dazzling things you were just observing? Fugaku inquired, his curiosity piqued. As long as one did not frequently utilize the Manjiki Sharingan to the point of blindness, a normal Sharingan wielder's vision was generally superior to that of an ordinary person. Ahem. I was just admiring the cherry blossoms. Lord Hokage, I have urgent matters to report. Please seek justice for my clan. Fugaku wasted no time, recounting the events of the previous night to Sarutobi. Understood, the old Hokage murmured, falling into silence. It was evident that Fugaku's unexpected arrival posed a significant dilemma for him. Kenoha was preparing to deploy forces to seize territory from neighboring nations. At such a critical juncture, could he afford a conflict with Sunagakure? Engaging in battle would surely invite betrayal. Even the smallest of nations would not be overlooked, and the Daimyo would not forego this opportunity for infiltration. Thus sending troops to war was inevitable. Since involvement in battle was required, ensuring the safety of the rear was paramount, making Sunagakure a nation to avoid provoking. Uchiha Fugaku. This young man is truly intent on creating trouble for me. Very well, I understand. I will immediately dispatch someone to communicate with them, Sarutobi replied, his demeanor unchanged as he took a puff of his pipe. Old coin. Fugaku nearly choked on his own frustration. The old man was adept at muddling through situations. Chiryu. Onward. I knew the Hokage would surely advocate for us, Chiryu stated with a grin. This morning at the market, I told everyone that the Hokage would ensure an apology from Sunagakure within 3 days. Surely, he would not let us down, right, Lord Hokage? Indeed. We even mentioned showcasing Sunagakure's apology at the market in 3 days. Kakashi chimed in earnestly. This lad, his audacity knows no bounds. Does he know how this will reflect on his father in the Pure Land? Sarutobi thought, suddenly feeling a tickle in his throat. Goodness. The matter is already being broadcasted at the market. Fugaku, this young man is truly a master at putting me in a bind. Chapter 10. This is youth in a perplexing predicament. The Third Hokage ultimately resorted to extracting a substantial sum from his personal treasury to send someone to Sunagakure for local specialties. In truth, Senryu held little regard for such trivialities. He merely sought an opportunity to discern whether the subordinates dispatched by the Third could return with some uplifting news from the Sand Village. 10 days later, good news indeed arrived. While drenched in sweat in the courtyard, Senryu was unexpectedly summoned by the clan leader. "You've come." "Indeed, I have," Senryu replied with a calm demeanor. Within the clan leader's residence, Fugaku wore a beaming smile, clearly bearing favorable tidings. Senryu bowed respectfully and then found a place to sit. As the air in the room swirled, the mountain of gifts piled in his mind whirled like a tempest. "Before you lies a treasure trove of gifts. You've struck it rich," Fugaku emphasized. The gifts sent from Sunagakure were not purchased by the Hokage. The implication was clear. The Hokage had compelled Sunagakure to offer reparations. "Oh, it appears there has been quite a stir in Sunagakure," Senryu remarked, raising an eyebrow as if casually commenting. "This young man is remarkably astute. I merely venture to guess." Esteemed clan leader, Senryu asserted, maintaining a composed facade. Yet, even if it were mere conjecture, it was unlikely to be baseless. "Such words are best kept from anyone but myself, understood?" Fugaku advised, his tone carrying weight beyond mere caution. "It is because I trust the clan leader." Fugaku waved his hand, interrupting Senryu's flattery, though internally he reveled in joy. The sensation of being praised by a prodigy was exhilarating. "Ah, young man, for that very statement. I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall treat you as my own son. I had even contemplated having a second child, but alas. By the way, there is another matter." The two spoke in unison, startling Fugaku. "What is it?" he inquired first. "The matter I wish to address is precisely what you intend to discuss regarding my participation in the foreign war." Fugaku pondered. Does this lad possess mind-reading abilities? How could I not know your intentions? Senryu scoffed inwardly, recognizing Fugaku's desire for him to emulate the Yellow Flash. Achieving great feats on the battlefield to bolster his reputation for the future Hokage position. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to steer the conversation toward Kenoha's imminent involvement in the war. "What are your thoughts?" Fugaku set aside his pride, eager to hear Senryu's analysis. This discourse revealed to him that Senryu's abilities were on par with his own. "First, I require a month of solitude for introspection, free from any disturbances. Second, I wish to join the team of the Yellow Flash, specifically Kakashi's squad." Fugaku nodded in agreement, refraining from asking why, as such inquiries would only make him appear foolish. "Excellent. A month's time will suffice for me to evolve into a formidable being." Upon returning to his own courtyard, Senryu mused. His current physical statistics were strength, 61, defense, 59, speed, 59, spirit, 64, agility, 64, and overall physical strength, 61. This equated to 8 times that of an ordinary Jonin, more than double that of Might Guy without the 8 gates. With another month, his comprehensive physical attributes would likely double again. By that time, relying solely on brute strength, Senryu could contend with any Jonin. "Well then, let the training commence," he proclaimed, grasping his wooden sword. "Hey, Senryu-kun, I'm back again." A figure with a small watermelon head clambered onto the eaves, its smooth surface reflecting sunlight like a mirror. Senryu thought, what does this kid want now? "Senryu-kun, allow me to train alongside you, and together we shall sweat through our youth." Might Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his eyes glistening with emotion. "I refuse. Who would want to sweat with a watermelon-headed fellow clad in a feculent green bodysuit?" System task issued. Train with Might Guy for 1 month to earn a low side effect version of the 8 gates. 8 gates. All right, my friend. Let us sweat through our youthful days together. Senryu raised his thumb, his true feelings spilling forth. "With you by my side, my youth is free of regrets, my friend." Guy's eyes brimmed with tears. Ahem. Suddenly, a white-haired figure appeared atop the Uchiha's wall. "I wish to train with you both." He had been lured here by Might Guy. System task issued. Train with Kakashi Hitaki for 1 month to earn a no-caste version of Raikiri. Senryu sighed. "Well, let us invite Obito and Rin too. I willingly embrace the pain of rewards raining down upon me." Thus, with his heart overflowing with tears and extremely unwilling, Senryu braved the unspoken agony, embarking on a month-long journey of training alongside 2 persistent companions. Chapter 11. Karabi, are you polite? A month later, the battlefield of the Wind Country was laden with sand. The group had concluded their training in the village and joined the Ninja World War. To recruit Chiho, the Third Hokage consented to allow him to serve under Minato, forming a 5-man team. "Be careful, Obito, you lack experience." Minato, perspiring and troubled, admonished Obito. who was proving to be a constant source of worry. I must be the first to charge and to activate my Sharingan. Obito replied with fervor. Poor boy. If only he knew his eyes would awaken just before death. Would he become despondent? Chiho quietly accepted Rin's assistance, a privilege he could not refuse as a blind man. For this reason, Obito had shown signs of awakening his eyes prematurely. Their mission was to ambush one of the supply teams from the hidden Cloud Village. Following the death of the third Hokage, the aggressive Cloud Village instigated conflict, seeking to gain advantage from the Sand Village or suppress their deployment to the battlefield of small nations. As a contractual ally, Kenoha Village naturally dispatched reinforcements. Given that it was a surprise attack and Chiho faced mobility challenges, Minato rationally suggested, let us have Chiho maintain watch from the rear. In his eyes, Chiho was merely a hindered Chunin, even with considerable talent, still in the process of growth. Thus, defending the rear was most suitable. All right, Rin, you will accompany Chiho, Minato instructed. Rin leapt with joy. Yay. As for Kakashi and Obito, let us go set fire to the supplies. Obito protested. No, I want to stay back. You don't have a choice, replied Minato. Thus, Obito walked away, turning back every few steps, tears of frustration in his eyes. Chiho, it's just the two of us now. Rin's heart raced with excitement. This was a rare opportunity for solitude, free from interruptions to express her feelings towards Chiho. In a surprise attack, remaining in the rear was akin to lying back and winning. Most of the time, it was safe unless the enemy anticipated an ambush. As a ninja, one must always be vigilant. Chiho lazily remarked, I only wish to grow stronger. Leave your harem fantasies behind. You're right, Chiho. I'll go set traps nearby. Rin, feeling slighted, departed, thinking how cold Chiho was. But what did that matter? He was handsome, and a starry-eyed girl never gives up. Brave Rin faced her challenges with courage. Just as Chiho thought he could finally enjoy some peace and rest, Rin suddenly called out, Chiho, don't call me that. Chiho frowned but rose to head towards Rin. Observing from the rear wasn't about sitting openly on the desert plains. They needed to hide behind an unseen cover. They concealed themselves atop a rocky hill, where they could easily see the situation below. Someone's coming. Rin whispered, a large group is approaching. Assessing their skin tones, Chiho confirmed. They are from the land of lightning. 13 in total. In the desert of the wind country, apart from sand and rocky hills, there was only the howling wind. This, for Chiho, was an advantage. Every gust of wind was like his eyes. However, these eyes only provided a gray-white image, making it difficult to discern skin color. You stay hidden, I'll take them out, he stated nonchalantly, shocking Rin. But there are 13 of them. Just go, trust me, he replied, and Rin, blushing, glanced at Chiho before fleeing. As a medical ninja, she should avoid battle, and she would recklessly insist on fighting alongside him. She could only hope those men would respect the disabled and not harm Chiho. Chiho descended from the rocky hill, standing alone in anticipation. He opened his data panel. Strength, 181. Defense, 179. Speed, 179. Spirit, 184. Agility, 184. Overall body strength, 181. Such physical prowess was nearing that of Might Guy in his prime, roughly equivalent to dozens of times that of an average male. A punch could deliver several tons of force, a kick even more. The greater his strength, the more he appreciated Guy's might. This man, through sheer effort, had achieved such heights. It was this very strength that allowed him to break the bones of a 6-pads-level opponent after opening the 8 gates, which enhances physical abilities by hundreds of times. Now, if I were to open a low-side effect version of the 8 gates and combine it with wind blade techniques, Chiho mused with a smile. After a month of training with Guy, Chiho not only earned system rewards but also absorbed some of the brilliant resolve from Guy's teachings. Hey, Nanny? Kenoha. You idiot. The hidden cloud ninja approached, and Chiho recognized the familiar speech pattern. Damn it, it's Karabi. It dawned on him that this rhymester was indeed Karabi. The ninjas from the hidden cloud were perplexed. Was the yellow flash of Kenoha supposed to be active near the supply routes? Why then was only a blind man standing here? Hey, blind kid, have you seen a man with golden pineapple hair? A man who is nearly as handsome as me? Karabi inquired. The hidden cloud ninjas replied, we don't know this guy. Karabi-sama, a blind man wouldn't know. Only a fool like Karabi would ask such a question to a blind person. But Chiho's response left them even more baffled. I've seen him, Chiho smiled. I also know he's the yellow flash of Kenoha. Haha, I told you. Kenoha's here. Karabi laughed heartily. The hidden cloud ninjas fell silent, realizing they had followed the wrong leader. If a blind man knew precise information about the yellow flash, what did that imply? It indicated that this blind man was from Kenoha. Karabi, you need to take action. This guy is a bait sent by Kenoha. They urged in unison. Fantastic. Please take me to him. We have a score to settle. You'll have to defeat me first. Chiho unsheathed his wooden sword. Seeing this, Karabi frowned. So you're a subordinate of the Yellow Flash. The Hidden Cloud Ninja exclaimed. Thank heavens, you finally realized it. Karabi, you can go. I 1T bully the weak. Despite his simplistic mind, Karabi possessed his own principles. For him, harming a defenseless person was beneath the dignity of a strong warrior. Clang. The glint of the sword flashed, and Karabi's pants fell to the ground. The two stood 5 meters apart. Quit dawdling. Chiho sheathed his sword, his expression one of disdain. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud were drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 12. The Yellow Flash? Gurgle. Did you just see how he made his move? A cloud ninja quietly inquired of the person beside him. No, I have no idea. I just saw a flash of white light. And Captain Karabi's pants fell off. In merely a few fleeting seconds, the cloud ninjas began to feel a wave of trepidation. That last move was clearly just a demonstration. Anyone with discernment could tell that if the opponent truly intended to kill, it would not have ended with just Captain Karabi's trousers on the ground. This young lad, who appeared to be no older than a mere teenager, was exceedingly powerful. Could it be that he was the blonde-haired Yellow Flash of Kenoha? After all, this group had only heard tales of the Yellow Flash, and even Captain Karabi had not encountered Minato during this period. The characteristics described by their superiors were as follows: a young man with golden hair, remarkably handsome, and incredibly swift. This young fellow before them was indeed strikingly handsome, even more so than Captain Karabi. No, in comparison, Captain Karabi seemed almost comical. Of course, such thoughts were not to be uttered aloud by them as subordinates. Handsome, fast, and youthful. If all three traits aligned, could this young man be the dyed-haired Yellow Flash of Kenoha, regardless of whether he was or not? These dozen ninjas were utterly terrified. This guy was too formidable, too frightening. Oh dear, it seems I have underestimated you, Kono Yalu. Captain Karabi's expression darkened instantly as he picked up his pants from the ground. His body began to tremble, dance, fly like a vibrant butterfly. In the next moment, he dashed towards Chihei, moving with astonishing speed as 7 sharp blades whirled around him. These blades then accurately targeted his joints, clinging to his body. The almost imperceptible technique danced through the air, with the 7 needle-like blades relentlessly stabbing at Chihei. Erasure CHR. Captain Karabi's signature taijutsu. In the original narrative, Karabi had employed this extraordinary technique when confronted by Sasuke and his team, and it was nothing short of terrifying. Although Karabi's current skill might not be fully honed, his youthful vigor compensated for any deficiencies. We have underestimated Captain Karabi. Observing Chihei deftly evade the onslaught, the Cloud Ninjas felt a slight sense of relief. They had almost forgotten that Karabi was also a genius of the cloud. Bang! A tremendous noise suddenly erupted from the front, and Captain Karabi was sent flying like a sack of potatoes, hurtling several meters away. Chihei, on the other hand, slowly retracted his leg. What the hell? The Cloud Ninjas, who had just begun to relax, were now wide-eyed in shock. Captain Karabi was kicked away. Are we not running? Meanwhile, high above, watching the battle in secret, Noara Rin's delicate face flushed with a hint of crimson. Chihei-kun, so powerful, so handsome. Although this was a war between nations, I can offer you an opportunity. Those who refuse to yield may step forward, and those who wish to leave may do so now. Chihei declared proudly. The reputation of Kenoha is undeniable. Chihei was neither a subservient follower like the first Hokage, Hashirama, nor was he akin to the third, who was a crafty old fox. He offered a chance for honest surrender. Those who resist shall be eliminated. Politically, he leaned more towards the second Hokage, or perhaps Uchiha Madara. However, both were known for their extreme measures and penchant for conquest. Chihei was more interested in personal growth. I concede. We shall retreat now. The Cloud Ninjas were utterly bewildered, having witnessed this man kick Captain Karabi away with their own eyes. Impossible. Bakayalu, Kono Yalu. Karabi struggled to rise from the distance, his eyes filled with determination. He was ignited with fighting spirit. Everyone, clear the way. The 12 ninjas immediately understood and retreated to the sides, not daring to attract fire between the two. They were, at best, unqualified to partake in such a high-level battle. Karabi did not waste words. The next moment, deep crimson chakra began to emanate from his body, enveloping him in an instant. The tailed beast cloak mode. As the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, Karabi was finally prepared to unleash his full potential. Raijin's heat blade. Wrapped in chakra, Karabi transformed into a frenzied beast. Chihei could sense that this man was losing his rationality. Chie furrowed his brow. It appeared that Karabi had yet to fully synchronize with the Eight Tails, GY. Bathed in electric light and deep crimson chakra, Karabi charged at Chie like a glowing monster. Akin to a small automobile. Shunshin slash? Chie executed a shunshin to appear behind him, then swung his sword. The seemingly resilient chakra cloak tore apart. It did not merely split, but rather, it unzipped entirely like a zipper on clothing. Before Karabi could react, Chie unleashed another shunshin slash, following it up with a flash slash. Zuko's combo technique. Shunshin slash followed by flash slash creates a circular sword strike. 2 consecutive flash slashes produced an additional hurricane of sword intent. The fierce sword aura carved a brilliant ring as he danced, the tempest swirling like a tornado, lifting Karabi high into the air. Nitanichiri. Shadows flickered in the air as sword energy repeatedly pierced through, reducing Karabi's chakra cloak to mere powder. Captain Karabi. The Cloud Ninjas were left in a state of shock. They all understood the monumental significance Karabi held for the Raikage and the Cloud Village. Yet, they could only stand by, watching as he was effortlessly dispatched. After a long pause, puff, Karabi plummeted into the sand like a lifeless fish, unconscious. Meanwhile, Chihei stood proudly above, calm and composed, exuding an aura of an otherworldly sage. So strong, so terrifying. A swordsman. You may leave now. Take Karabi with you. He is not a villain. On the contrary, he is a person who bravely faces the injustices of life and embraces others. Chihei found no compelling reason to take his life. Besides, if he were to kill this man, the super brother complex of A would surely lead to a direct declaration of war against Kenoha. That would mean another battle, and battles would hinder his pursuit of strength. The constant march and training were exhausting. Chihei was utterly fatigued, leaving him with only fleeting moments to refine his skills. Furthermore, as long as Karabi was nearby, I would not be far behind. That soon-to-be 4th Raikage held his brother in high regard. If Chihei were correct, it would likely arrive shortly. So, who leaked the information? Contemplating this, Chihei fell into deep thought. Ordinarily, such sensitive information could only be disclosed by someone within Kenoha. However, what did that have to do with him? Chihei shrugged indifferently. He merely wished to grow stronger. Kenoha's fate was of no concern to him, as long as his Uchiha clan was not eradicated. Chapter 13. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. After the retreat from Yunin village, Qianlu leaned on his wooden sword and ascended to a higher vantage point. Let us head straight to Minato. They might be in danger. All right, I'll guide you there immediately. Lin nodded repeatedly, accustomed to Qianlu's direct address of Minato. The two hurriedly made their way to the battlefield ahead. The strategy of the AB brothers likely involved encircling the Kenoha assault team, aiming for a decisive annihilation. Such a tactic was indeed typical of the foolish brothers. The scene shifted to a steep canyon, where supply carts progressed along a narrow path flanked by towering cliffs. A young man with golden, pineapple-like hair lay in ambush above, waiting for them to traverse a designated point. Several kunai were already embedded in the ground, as they had been waiting for over half a day. As soon as the supply cart passed, Minato would utilize his shunshin to eliminate several mid-ranked ninjas. Once the escorting ninjas fell, they could set fire to the supplies at will. Stay here and do not move. Once their leader makes a move, throw the kunai I've prepared. According to reliable intelligence, the supply convoy contained 7 Chunin and 1 Jonin. If they could eliminate several Chunin before the Jonin reacted, victory would be theirs. For Minato, taking out a few Chunin was a trivial task. Eventually, they would only face a single Jonin, making it manageable for their trio. The sound of wheels grinding against stones grew closer, causing Kakashi and Obito to swallow nervously. This was their first time on the battlefield, and feeling fear due to insufficient strength was only natural. Finally, the carts approached the vicinity of the kunai. Move. Shunshin. In the next moment, Minato vanished, leaving only his military backpack behind. The first target, the golden-haired youth, flickered within the convoy, and a Chunin fell from a cart. Minato was fierce. How powerful. Obito was left in awe. Before the two could fully react, Minato executed several more shunshin, swiftly dispatching several Chunin. He then returned using the kunai. Their leading Jonin had appeared. A robust figure wearing a straw hat threw away a kunai and glanced over towards Minato. Minato's ambush had failed against him. Throw a few kunai at him. Let us test his capabilities. That man could already counter shunshin attacks with his sheer physical speed, certainly not a mere Jonin. With a clatter, the kunai fell like rain, and Minato disappeared from sight once more. The next moment, he reappeared behind the burly man. Take this. Rasengan plus a backstab. This strike is nearly lethal. The sounds of their confrontation resounded, but the outcome was Minato's defeat. His body collided heavily with the rock wall. A gruesome wound gaping on his chest, flickering with residual electricity. The burly man removed his straw hat, revealing his dark face. It was the son of the Third Hokage. Minato's heart sank. He had been outmaneuvered all along. Such underhanded tactics were despicable. Filled with anger, Minato immediately activated his Shunshin to return to the canyon's summit, pulling the two younger ninjas to flee. Run. You cannot defeat him. The son of the Third Hokage. To call him the strongest in the land of lightning is no exaggeration. That previous attack, Thunderclap, had severely injured Minato, a fragile assassin. In his wounded state, he could not guarantee he could outrun a heavily armored warrior against a nearly defeated fragile assassin. In short, it could be summarized. You may defeat me many times, but I only need to defeat you once. Flee. Minato shouted desperately, but his two companions were still in shock. Do not escape. Your rear has already fallen. My brother, Karabi, is on his way. A boasted triumphantly, grateful for the intelligence relayed by a certain Kenoha ninja. With the demise of Minato's team, 3 geniuses would perish. This operation was destined to be profitable. Hearing this, Minato's heart sank. Had Qianlu and the others met their demise? The 3 glanced in unison, spotting a figure rapidly approaching from a distance. Speeding towards them. This is it. We are truly done for. The hearts of Minato's team plummeted into despair. Their hopes extinguished. Ha. His laughter echoed throughout the canyon. He had already heard the approaching sounds from above. His brother was indeed swift. The 8 gates of Uchiha open. Clang. A blinding flash of sword light cut through the canyon, its tip aimed directly at The straw hat in his hand was sliced in half from several meters away. Qianlu's flowing hair danced in the air above the canyon, as he slowly withdrew his wooden sword, resembling a gallant hero surveying the world. The momentum from activating the 8 gates of Uchiha transformed him into a fearsome beast. Although he towered nearly 2 meters tall, he appeared diminutive before Qianlu. Laugh? Your brother is already finished, Qianlu remarked coolly. In a bid to save others. Qianlu had cast aside his concealed strength, racing through the desert with fervor. As for Lin, never mind her. She was unlikely to be lost. Compete? You are not competing, so where did my Aduda go? A's eyes were filled with disbelief. This man. He had not heard of him, nor had he seen him before. Yet, he was immensely powerful. A turn to glance at the remaining half of his straw hat, suddenly frozen in shock. Equally astounded were Minato's team. Obito's eyes nearly popped out. Uchiha Qianlu, with a single sword strike, cleaved that man's hat in two. Kakashi's expression mirrored disbelief. After training with Qianlu for so long, all he had witnessed were meaningless sword practices and sit-ups. In terms of exercise intensity, it barely compared to 1/5 of Might Guy's training regimen. Logically, such minimal exertion should yield negligible advancement for a taijutsu practitioner. Yet, the aura Qianlu exhibited now surpassed even that of Guy at the 8th gate by several folds. Crucially, he had indeed activated the 8 gates of Uchiha. Qianlu had inquired about the training methods for the 8 gates, and Guy had provided a simple explanation, but that was merely a brief conversation. Have you learned it just like that? Kakashi nearly spat blood. Was mastering the 8 gates truly so effortless? Equally bewildered was Minato. Shinryu-kun, weren't you blind? Why are you running faster than Obito? Obito retorted, what does that have to do with me? Moreover, shouldn't the focus be on why he is so powerful, rather than why he can run so fast? Chapter 14. Uchiha Chikyu vs. AI. Minato felt as though he was encountering Uchiha Chikyu for the first time. Was he truly not ensnared by the enemy's genjutsu? How else could he witness such an extraordinary display from Chikyu? Bewildered, he shook his head. Surely, being struck by AI earlier hadn't caused any damage. Minato was aware of the 8 gates, having attempted to challenge it himself, for it indeed sounded formidable. Yet, he had never mastered it. His physical prowess simply fell short. As a fragile assassin, he could no longer harbor any delusions of standing firm against such might. Yet here was Chikyu, who had managed to learn it. He had effortlessly opened the rest gate. Minato felt as though he might bleed internally. Comparing oneself to others could be truly exasperating. AI, gripping the shattered straw hat, was on high alert. What have you done to my Odo? AI immediately discerned that the individual before him was blind. He could not believe that Odo was in peril. So what if that previous strike was formidable? It was merely a forced enhancement. There was no way he could kill my Odo. If you do not speak the truth, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With this, AI unleashed his muscles, his aura surging with intensity. Thunderous dance of Chidori. Seeing that Uchiha Chikyu remained silent, AI could no longer contain himself and charged forward. The fierce lightning crackled, and AI appeared as a razor-sharp blade, surging toward Uchiha Chikyu. An upgraded version of the thunderous dance, a martial technique surpassing its predecessor, confronted Uchiha Chikyu's 8 gates. Kakashi's gaze shifted. His strikes had grown even more potent. Uchiha Chikyu was about to face a greater peril. Minato nodded. The thunderous dance was already formidable, and he dared not engage in direct confrontation, let alone the upgraded thunderous dance. AI's physical strength was nearly on par with the tailed beast. This could not continue. If this persisted, Chikyu would suffer. Minato wished to warn Uchiha Chikyu to evade, but he was taken aback by Chikyu's actions. Uchiha Chikyu did not dodge. He charged head-on. No words were necessary. It was time for action. Uchiha Chikyu's heart was brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. In Kenoha, aside from Guy, no one could rival him in martial prowess. After numerous enhancements, Guy was no longer his equal. Today, encountering the son of the Third Hokage, AI, was a novel challenge for Uchiha Chikyu. Boom. The clash of fists resounded. It was a confrontation between two martial masters. Uchiha Chikyu, having activated the 8 gates, resembled a fearsome beast, while AI danced like lightning. Their battle a dazzling display of chaos, dust swirling as fragments of stone erupted sporadically. Thunder bomb. Heavy flow burst. AI relentlessly intensified his strikes, employing every usable part of his body, elbows, ankles, every possible weapon at his disposal. This battle had transcended a mere ambush for AI. It had become a fight for his life. He could not afford to lose here. Alas, his opponent was Uchiha Chikyu. The swirling dust obscured Minato and his 2 disciples' vision, yet it could not conceal their fervent hearts. Minato pondered grimly. Was that individual truly that powerful? Would it not end in? Obito also recognized Uchiha Chikyu's current strength, his heart swelling with resentment. Why was this guy so handsome and powerful now? He was merely a blind man who couldn't even activate the Sharingan. Oh, how he wished his own Sharingan would awaken. He too desired to overpower Uchiha Chikyu, intimidate AI, and return to Kenoha in glory, then ascend to the pinnacle of life and marry the goddess Rin. Fortunately, Minato was unaware of Obito's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have patted his student's head and told him to get some rest, for dreams held everything. Kakashi, on the other hand, glanced at Obito before quietly shifting his gaze. Observing Obito's daydreams was less productive than focusing on Uchiha Chikyu. This was Kakashi's first direct experience of Uchiha Chikyu's might. In previous encounters, whether against Obito or Asuma, Uchiha Chikyu had swiftly resolved the conflicts, as though it were a mere display of his capabilities. But only today did Kakashi realize, no, this was not the entirety of Uchiha Chikyu's strength. He had never unleashed his full potential in Kenoha. Those opponents were simply unworthy. Uchiha Chikyu had effortlessly dealt with them all without breaking a sweat. Beside him, Minato had regained his composure, gradually retreating with his 2 disciples. The astonishment Chikyu had instilled in him was overwhelming. Gazing at the battlefield he could not intervene in. A bitter smile crept onto Minato's face. Such a level of combat was not something one could witness casually. You two should learn well. Casting a glance at Kakashi and Obito, who were rendered speechless, Minato addressed them, pointing at the 2 combatants before him. Kakashi nodded, his eyes wide open, transfixed. In truth, Uchiha Chikyu and AI's speed had reached a point where Kakashi could no longer perceive them with the naked eye, yet he could not bear to look away. They were simply too powerful. Was this what strength entailed? If only he could. Kakashi's heart burned with intensity. He too yearned for an undeniable power. Bang! The sounds grew increasingly intense until one figure was suddenly sent flying. Boom! You have lost. As the dust settled, Minato, Kakashi, and Obito beheld Uchiha Chikyu standing at the center. The 8 gates had closed, and Chikyu's aura was no longer as fearsome as it had begun. Yet his impeccably arranged attire silenced them all momentarily. Obito gaped, stammering for a long while before finally whispering, This guy isn't blind, is he? How did he accomplish this? Did he awaken some sort of X-ray vision? This is beyond comprehension. Obito was utterly perplexed. Uchiha Chikyu, devoid of the Sharingan, could not see anything. How could he possibly be so powerful? This was the essence of true genius. Minato reflected deeply, having always been regarded as a genius, as was Kakashi. Yet, upon witnessing Uchiha Chikyu, who had activated the 8 gates, Minato grasped the true meaning of genius. Compared to Uchiha Chikyu, they were nothing. If you two could achieve even half of Chikyu's level in the future, I would have no regrets in this life. Minato observed AI, who lay grievously injured on the ground, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Chikyu, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Minato's expression was grave. Obito's eyes brimmed with tears. To possess even half of this guy's strength? Was Minato truly jesting? Yet, Obito could not muster any words of denial. Who would wish to admit that they were weaker than this blind man? Chapter 15. The defeat of AI. Do not mention the shock experienced by Watergate, Kakashi, and even Obito at this outcome. Even the defeated AI was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? How could he lose? You wretch. AI wished to accuse Uchiha Chikyu of employing despicable tactics, but upon seeing Uchiha Chikyu standing there, he recalled the ferocious aura he had exhibited during their clash. Unstoppable. It was almost inhuman. Even when the tailed beast, a Dudu, transformed, it lacked such savagery. When did Kenoha produce such a humanoid-tailed beast? AI spat a mouthful of blood and, closing his eyes, shouted loudly, "If you wish to kill me, then do it." The fact of his defeat was undeniable. No matter how much AI tried to deny it, he had lost. He had succumbed to someone younger and blind, no less. Nearby, Watergate frowned at the scene. Obito, however, quickly regained his composure and shouted at Uchiha Chikyu, "That guy just tried to kill us. We must eliminate him." The fear from the near-death experience lingered, and Obito's first instinct was to eradicate the threat. Uchiha Chikyu remained silent. Killing AI? What purpose would that serve? It would neither grant strength nor spare Kenoha from significant trouble. It was merely a waste of time. The goal was to instill fear in the opponent, rendering them unable to retaliate. Uchiha Chikyu paid no heed to Obito's frantic cries. Obito's face turned crimson with anger. This blind fool. He wanted to unleash a torrent of curses, but recalling Uchiha Chikyu's remarkable achievements, he hesitated. Well, if it came to it, he could always handle it himself. If he could not defeat Uchiha Chikyu, surely he could best one of his defeated subordinates. Obito's inflated vanity and confidence made him forget how brutally AI had just beaten him, clenching a kunai. He had barely approached AI when he was sent flying with a resounding slap. AI rolled his eyes dismissively. He could accept losing to Uchiha Chikyu, as the latter was genuinely formidable. But who did this guy think he was to boast before him? Obito was sent sprawling to the ground, face down, rear up. What an embarrassment! He lay there, not wanting to rise. His face was flushed, and he dared not glance at Watergate and Kakashi, let alone imagine what expression Uchiha Chikyu bore. Surely, it was one of mockery. The humiliation did not end there. Rin arrived shortly thereafter. However, she could not see Obito lying on the ground. Instead, she rushed anxiously to Uchiha Chikyu's side. "Chikyu-kun, are you alright?" Rin fretted, circling around him. "Oh dear, Chikyu-kun. You're injured." Without hesitation, she pulled out a medical kit and began to attend to him. Watergate and Kakashi exchanged puzzled glances, while the bewildered AI, still recovering from his defeat, thought, how could Uchiha Chikyu be injured? I couldn't even inflict any harm on that kid. It was a complete one-sided beating. How dare this girl claim he was hurt? Before Watergate and Kakashi could respond, Uchiha Chikyu heard Rin continue, "You've scraped such a large patch of skin on your arm. And Watergate-sensei still let you fight." Obito, unable to resist the allure of his goddess, lifted his head and caught sight of the serious wound Rin had pointed out. What the hell? This was deemed serious? Indeed, it was quite severe. If he didn't bandage it, Uchiha Chikyu would surely heal on his own soon. That scoundrel. My goddess. Obito was a mess, tears streaming down his face. "It's just a minor issue. I scraped it on some rubble. You should go check on Watergate-sensei and Obito." Reluctantly, Rin released Uchiha Chikyu's arm. Her curiosity piqued about Watergate and Obito. Watergate-sensei was injured while protecting everyone. What happened to Obito? Rin casually inquired. To her surprise, Watergate began to cough, feigning ignorance, while Kakashi maintained his cool demeanor, opting for silence. There was no way around it. It was too embarrassing. Considering Uchiha Chikyu and then looking at Obito, it was mortifying. The exchange between Uchiha Chikyu and Rin only spurred Obito further. Damn it. He yearned for the comfort of his goddess, yet could not disclose the reason for his injury, as he too felt humiliated. Fortunately, at that moment, the Cloud Village team, carrying Kurabi, arrived. Lord AI, Captain Kurabi. The Cloud Village members, eyes vacant, gazed at the defeated AI, who lay on the ground, bloodied and weak, utterly confounded. What transpired here? What has occurred? That was the son of the Third Hokage, the mightiest Lord AI. How could he be injured? The expressions of the Cloud Village members morphed into those of disbelief. No. This cannot be real. There is no way someone from Kenoha could have bested Lord AI. And then they laid eyes on Uchiha Chikyu, whom they had only just seen moments before. Uchiha Chikyu greeted them with a wave. "What a coincidence to see you all again," he remarked with a smile. He genuinely found the encounter amusing. However, his words fell upon the ears of the Cloud Village members like the whispers of a demon. Wah! This great demon has just defeated Captain Karabi, and now extends his venomous hands toward Lord Ai. Watergate-sensei, it's time for us to return to the camp, Uchiha Chikyu suddenly suggested. As the Cloud Village members trembled in fear, dreading that he might unleash his power upon them all. Huh? Watergate quickly transitioned the topic as he glanced toward the supply cart. If we burn these, our mission will be complete. Then please proceed, Sensei, Uchiha Chikyu said nonchalantly. Ai remained still. He had accepted his defeat, yet this person chose not to kill him. Ai understood that he could not protect these supplies. He was forced to watch as the golden flash attached explosive tags to all the supply carts in mere moments. Then, boom, a dazzling inferno erupted. The supplies of the Cloud Village were incinerated completely. Ai's heart brimmed with humiliation. Yet neither Ai nor the Cloud Village dared to intervene. The mere sight of Uchiha Chikyu standing there filled them with dread. It was a fear rooted in overwhelming power. They were no match for Uchiha Chikyu. Confrontation would only lead to their demise. Let us hurry back. Watergate, having completed his task, glanced at the Cloud Village members, unwilling to linger. Just because Uchiha Chikyu triumphed over Ai did not mean they could do the same. Watergate retained that self-awareness. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chikyu's thoughts had drifted elsewhere. Just a moment ago, the system had issued a new quest. Drink. Random rewards of chakra. The more one drinks, the stronger one becomes. Chapter 16. Does drinking make one stronger? What on earth is this? If it weren't for the presence of Team Minato, Uchiha Chiharu would have been cursing the system. Drink? At such a time? Isn't this deliberately leading him to make a mistake? Ninjas have strict prohibitions. They must abstain from alcohol during missions to avoid errors. Yet, the system has assigned him such a task? However, upon reading the additional note, the prospect of gaining strength through drinking was undeniably enticing. It truly sounded alluring. Aside from the minor transgression, it seemed rather simple. Uchiha Chiharu continued to excel day after day, yet he still hadn't reached the next milestone. Unlike enhancing physical attributes, his chakra had remained stagnant. Although Uchiha Chiharu frequently employed swordsmanship and taijutsu, it did not imply that he dismissed the value of chakra. Ninjutsu remained immensely useful. Now that there was finally a stable method to enhance his chakra, Uchiha Chiharu had to give it a try. At this moment, the system continued to chatter in Uchiha Chiharu's mind. If one were to enter a drunken state during battle, they could grasp a series of extraordinary techniques like the drunken sword immortal. Very well. Uchiha Chiharu made up his mind. It was merely drinking. He could do it. Clutching his wooden sword, a determined smile graced Uchiha Chiharu's face. Noera Rin had been observing Uchiha Chiharu and immediately noticed the change in his expression. Covering her face as she fell into a state of infatuation. Chiharu-kun looks so earnest and handsome. Rin, I'm also incredibly handsome. Stop staring at that. That blind guy. Obito grumbled. When it came to Uchiha Chiharu, Obito felt a tinge of fear and no longer dared to be as brazen as before. Yet, witnessing the goddess fawn over Uchiha Chiharu made him irate once more. Fluctuating between fear and anger, Obito found himself caught in a peculiar cycle. Observing this bizarre trio, Kakashi debated internally for a long while but ultimately chose silence. Forget it. He would find an opportunity to inquire about how Uchiha Chiharu had become so strong after returning. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chiharu's astonishing feats on the battlefield swiftly reached the desks of the Third Hokage and Danzo. In the shadows, Danzo read the report and let out a sinister chuckle. Uchiha Chiharu should join my route. He is perfectly suited for it. TSK. Why didn't I eliminate those two from the Cloud Village? If I had, I could have captured him directly for interrogation. Once he enters my route, there would be no escape. After perusing the report, Danzo felt somewhat unsatisfied. It was just a hair's breadth away. Both Killer B and A had exceptionally unique identities. Should they perish on the battlefield, relations between Kenoha and the Cloud Village would deteriorate even further. At that point, he could pressure Sarutobi. Danzo chuckled darkly. However, Uchiha Chiharu's strength surpassed Danzo's expectations. Yet, Danzo was unconcerned. The stronger this boy became, the better. It was imperative for him to take the initiative. If this continued, that boy might just escape. Contemplating his rivalry with Sarutobi, who had been vying for the boy, Danzo sneered. He instructed someone to notify Orochimaru to prepare for command at the front lines. In the shadows, a root member swiftly executed the command. After completing his daily routine of peering into the crystal ball, the Third Hokage wiped his mouth. Sigh, back to work. The hot springs were far more appealing. Shaking his head in resignation, he opened the task report on his desk. Upon seeing Uchiha Chiharu's report, the Third Hokage's eyes lit up. Excellent. I knew Uchiha Chiharu was no ordinary individual. He punched Killer Bee and kicked A. Look at this. Is this something an average person can achieve? While feeling proud, the third Hokage also began to feel a headache coming on. This achievement was simply too dazzling. That old coot Danzo must have received this news as well. It would be even more challenging to protect Uchiha Chiharu now. He needed to find a way to have Uchiha Chiharu join the Yumbu. That would be the safest course. One Uchiha. Suddenly, the third Hokage had a thought and took a deep drag from his cigarette. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Chiharu, the hearts of the villagers of Kenoha were in turmoil. Even if he were aware, Uchiha Chiharu would remain indifferent, perhaps displaying a disdainful expression. His current goal was to grow stronger. Upon returning to the camp, Uchiha Chiharu dove into the logistics area. He successfully located a considerable amount of alcohol. It was all potent liquor, likely intended for treating wounds. High-concentration liquor could serve as a disinfectant when necessary. However, for now, it all belonged to Uchiha Chiharu. Let me have a taste. As Uchiha Chiharu opened a bottle, a fiery aroma wafted up, yet he hesitated not for a moment. Drink. Down the hatch. The burning sensation seared his throat. However, exhilarating. Wiping his mouth, Uchiha Chiharu bore a satisfied expression. The fiery sensation spread through his mouth and stomach. But more importantly, it was an unparalleled thrill. Alongside the burning sensation, Uchiha Chiharu felt as though his power was gradually increasing. Yet, he clearly understood that this was no illusion, it was real. Due to only consuming a small amount, the enhancement was incredibly slow. He needed to drink more. Without further hesitation, Uchiha Chiharu began to drink deeply. As he consumed more, he could still hear the system's voice ringing in his ears. Congratulations. You have gained 0. 1 points of chakra. Congratulations. You have gained 0. 2 points of chakra. Congratulations. You have gained 0. 4 points of chakra. The cheerful chimes continued to echo. Each increment of chakra was modest. Yet as Uchiha Chiharu drank more, the amounts began to increase. Just as Uchiha Chiharu became immersed in his drinking, a cacophony erupted outside. Lord Orochimaru? What brings you here? Minato inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight of Orochimaru. This was the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside his teacher Jeriah and Tsunade of the Sinja clan. Why would he be dispatched here? Orochimaru, with his long hair and purple eyeshadow, did not respond to Minato's question. Instead, he scanned the group before abruptly asking, where is Uchiha Chiharu? Why is he not here? Chiharu-kun is tired. Minato's words trailed off as Orochimaru pushed him aside and took matters into his own hands. Lifting the flap of Uchiha Chiharu's tent, he discovered a drunken figure with a flushed face. Hick! Uchiha Chiharu let out a loud belch. Chapter 17. The warned Orochimaru Uchiha Chihiro had indulged a bit too much, yet he was acutely aware that he was not intoxicated. As he could still discern the identity of the person standing outside his door, Orochimaru. His voice maintained a semblance of clarity, but the onlookers outside, observing the scattered bottles and Chihiro's incessant drinking, found themselves at a loss for words. How does one even address this? Minato sighed, exasperated, covering his forehead. How had Chihiro suddenly transformed into a drunken state when he had previously been so reliable on the battlefield? What explanation could suffice? Minato's head throbbed with the dilemma. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Chihiro with keen interest. He had hastily extracted him from the laboratory, all for the sake of Uchiha Danzo. Dressed in the Uchiha clan's black garb, with a wooden sword at his side that appeared devoid of lethal intent, Chihiro was undeniably handsome, yet his eyes lacked any glimmer of vitality. He was blind. It was ironic that someone from the Uchiha clan, renowned for their sight, was blind. Orochimaru pondered, questioning what made this individual so special that Danzo held him in such high regard. Uchiha, I believe you are aware that alcohol is prohibited in combat situations, Orochimaru declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Chihiro without any pretense of courtesy. Those who err. Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of cunning delight. Realizing this was precisely Danzo's intention, to deliver Chihiro back to the roots, thereby fulfilling his own agenda. Obito, standing nearby, clenched his fist in excitement. Haha. I knew this blind Uchiha would eventually make a mistake. What does strength matter when faced with elite shinobi far superior to him? Chihiro will only bow his head in defeat. He relished the thought of Chihiro suffering a severe setback. Kakashi furrowed his brow in disapproval. How could Chihiro have made such an error? Having trained alongside him, Kakashi knew Chihiro's dedication to rigorous training. He was certainly not a man prone to drunkenness. Lord Orochimaru, Chihiro must have been affected by the battlefield today, leading him to drink excessively. Minato interjected in Chihiro's defense. It was imperative that Chihiro not be sent back. His strength could turn the tide of this war. An error is an error. Obito retorted, brimming with righteous indignation. How can you shield him? Minato fell silent, his brow furrowed. Chihiro had indeed erred, and the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Yahiko swiftly dashed to Chihiro's side, concerned that he might falter from overindulgence. Glaring fiercely at Obito, Yahiko rebuked, How can you say such things? Turning to Orochimaru, she added, Lord Orochimaru. Chihiro is not on a mission. He merely had a little drink and has not delayed any matters. Yahiko's impassioned defense only further fueled Obito's ire. Why did she still protect him at such a time? It was infuriating. Finally catching Chihiro in a mistake, he was determined that Chihiro must face consequences. He could not allow him to continue basking in arrogance. With a fierce expression, Obito clashed with Yahiko. Orochimaru, arms crossed, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Yet, he remained unconcerned about Uchiha Chihiro. A blind Uchiha held little value. Since Danzo desired him, arranging for Danzo to take him would suffice. There were no active missions. But the battlefield was always a potential site for unexpected assignments. Do you think he is fit for duty in this condition? I have reasonable grounds to suspect he is a spy. Chihiro, overhearing, rolled his eyes internally. Another insufferable silver-tongued individual like Danzo. I can, he suddenly declared, drawing everyone's attention. The other Kenoha shinobi outside paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, their expressions filled with contempt for Chihiro. In his current inebriated state, what audacity did he possess to act so boldly before Lord Orochimaru? Just a blind man. As they jeered, Chihiro's previous remarkable feats in the Chunin exams were lost on them. They saw only a blind man and mocked him. Yahiko's face flushed with anger, while Obito reveled in the situation. Yes, indeed. What did it matter that he could not defeat Chihiro? Drinking on the battlefield was undoubtedly Chihiro's fault. Orochimaru did not intervene as the mockery continued. He looked at Chihiro and questioned, Your argument lacks conviction. After all, who can ascertain whether a drunken man speaks truth or folly? Yahiko, step aside. Chihiro pushed Yahiko away and grasped the wooden sword. The expressions of Minato and Kakashi shifted dramatically, and Obito fell silent, suddenly wary. Before Orochimaru could fully register the change, Chihiro swung his sword. With a swift motion, a sharp gust of energy grazed Orochimaru's ear. A strand of hair fell to the ground, accompanied by a chorus of pained cries from those who had previously taunted Chihiro. They bore various cuts, not fatal, but certainly inflicted upon the most sensitive areas of their bodies. Orochimaru's demeanor transformed, his slitted eyes fixated on Uchiha Chihiro. Strong. Remarkably strong. How could this Uchiha possess such prowess? He was blind, yet the sword energy had passed so precisely close to him. Orochimaru was certain this was no mere coincidence. Chihiro had deliberately demonstrated his capability, sending a clear message. Are you suggesting I am drunk? If I truly were. A mere miscalculation could have resulted in not just a severed lock of hair, but perhaps the very loss of my head. Lord Orochimaru, what do you think? Chihiro said, taking another swig, reveling in the surge of chakra flowing through him. This sensation is simply exquisite. Chapter 18. Orochimaru's compromise. The unexpected strength was truly astonishing. Orochimaru fell into a prolonged silence before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. At this moment, his gaze towards Uchiha Chikuri had completely transformed. Orochimaru finally understood why that old fool Danzo was so fixated on this young man named Uchiha Chikuri. Such formidable power, was it not enough to provoke envy? His heart swelled with excitement. How could this Uchiha Chikuri, a blind member of his clan, possess such prowess? Could it be that one could attain such strength without relying on their bloodline? The thought of dissecting him in his laboratory sent shivers of exhilaration through Orochimaru. If only he could harness such immense power for himself. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt an uncontrollable thrill coursing through him. This was indeed a remarkable specimen. Lord Orochimaru, you need not gaze at me with such a ravenous look. It's giving me goosebumps, Chikuri thought, sensing the intense hunger in Orochimaru's eyes despite his blindness. As for Orochimaru's intentions, Chikuri could easily surmise them. What else could a scientific madman want but to dissect every mysterious entity visible to the naked eye? He refused to be a mere guinea pig. Moreover, it remained to be seen if Orochimaru had the capability to do so. With that, Uchiha Chikuri resumed his drinking, determined to grow even stronger, both in physical prowess and chakra reserves. He had to become more formidable. Orochimaru silently chuckled. This is becoming increasingly interesting. I did not make a mistake in coming here. Orochimaru had agreed to command the front lines because Danzo had promised him the corpses left on the battlefield for research purposes. However, upon encountering Uchiha Chikuri, he sensed a different kind of challenge. This was the most meaningful experimental subject he could hope for. Uchiha Chikuri's instincts were remarkably sharp. He hardly resembled a blind man. Orochimaru began to doubt whether Chikuri was truly blind or if there were other possibilities. Unfortunately, he could discern no other options with the naked eye. With these thoughts, Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly piercing as he observed Uchiha Chikuri, who stood his ground against one of the legendary three ninjas. Watergate felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his spine as he watched Chikuri face Orochimaru without flinching. Chikuri's strength was indeed formidable, yet still fell short compared to Orochimaru. The legendary three ninjas were the elite of Kenoha, not to be underestimated. However, witnessing Chikuri effortlessly unleash his sword, Ora widened Watergate's eyes in astonishment. He distinctly heard himself swallow hard. Just how powerful was Uchiha Chikuri? Even in the presence of Lord Orochimaru, Chikuri's aura remained unyielding. This transcended mere genius. This was a prodigy, a singular talent. It seemed that Chikuri's intentions were beyond Watergate's comprehension. The once boisterous crowd from Kenoha now fell silent, nursing their wounds while watching the standoff between Uchiha Chikuri and Orochimaru. The two stood in stark contrast. One was blind, and the other bore an enigmatic smile. Even without words, it felt as if they were facing an army. The tension was palpable. In all, Noera Rin could hardly contain her admiration for Uchiha Chikuri. He truly was extraordinary. She believed wholeheartedly that there was nothing beyond his capabilities. Noera Rin had become a mindless admirer, convinced that Uchiha Chikuri could obliterate the world if he so wished. Obito, watching from the sidelines, felt his heart ache with envy. How could this man, despite his mistakes, face no repercussions while his own goddess revered him even more? Rin, look at me. I'm handsome too. Obito silently lamented. But Rin remained oblivious to his yearning gaze, lost in her admiration for Uchiha Chikuri. The moment she noticed Chikuri's drink had run dry, she eagerly offered him another bottle. Thank you, Chikuri casually replied, causing Rin to squeal with delight, nearly fainting from exhilaration. Chikuri had thanked her. Her life felt complete, devoid of regrets. Orochimaru's brows twitched as he glanced at the young girl beside him. Yet, Rin was entirely oblivious to Orochimaru's presence, still enraptured by Chikuri's gratitude. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chikuri continued to drink heartily, ignoring everyone around him. Did anyone exist? He was unaware that what he needed to grow stronger was merely the air. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Chikuri dismissed all those around him. Orochimaru could only shake his head at Chikuri's carefree attitude. The atmosphere grew awkward, and it was Orochimaru who finally relented. For a specimen he had set his sights on, he could afford a modicum of patience. Very well. Uchiha Chikuri's strength is indeed impressive. The Uchiha clan is more formidable than I had anticipated. While on break for missions, I shall allow you to indulge in drink. However, should your revelry hinder our progress, I will promptly confine you back to Kenoha. Orochimaru sighed, adopting an air of resignation towards the Uchiha clan's prodigy. Many began to view Uchiha Chikuri with newfound respect. After all, this blind man was still an Uchiha. He had powerful backing, unlike the rest, mere common ninjas or clans of lesser repute. Yet, as Orochimaru stepped back, Uchiha Chikuri found himself subtly ostracized, as did Obito, who shared the Uchiha lineage. Realizing this, Obito erupted in frustration. Why is this happening? That blind fool Chikuri made a mistake while drinking. Why am I being blamed? His grievances went unheard, leaving him in despair. Woe is me. Uchiha Chikuri acts recklessly, while I bear the burden. Even if buried beneath the earth, Obito felt compelled to voice his frustrations. Uchiha Chikuri must pay. As Kakashi passed by, he delivered the final blow. I had almost forgotten you two are an Uchiha. Honestly, having eyes or being blind makes no difference. The invisible dagger pierced Obito's heart. Uchiha Obito, down for the count. Chapter 19. Inebriated and empowered Uchiha Chihiro paid no heed to Orochimaru's words, nor did he care for the disdain of others. Compared to the pursuit of strength, their opinions were inconsequential. With the permission of Orochimaru, Uchiha Chihiro indulged himself further, procuring superior wine from a nearby village. Yet, the flavor of the alcohol was insufficiently potent. It failed to intoxicate him. I wonder about the myriad techniques of the wine sword immortal, he mused, continuing to drink until he was utterly inebriated. Kakashi could no longer restrain himself and felt compelled to advise Uchiha Chihiro. This was the front lines, not some leisurely locale. In the village, one could act freely. but vigilance was paramount on the battlefield. Such recklessness could cost one their life. However, as Kakashi approached Uchiha Chihiro's dwelling, he beheld the latter staggering with the sword still in hand, unwavering in his practice. Each stroke was resolute, emanating an even greater presence than usual. Kakashi could only stare in astonishment. Is this truly possible? Noticing Kakashi's presence, Uchiha Chihiro glanced at him but dismissed him, resolutely continuing his training. The repetition of 1,000 sword swings, push-ups, and sit-ups had become second nature, etched into his very muscles. Even inebriated, he would not falter in his regimen. This was an essential phase on his path to strength. After observing for a while, Kakashi quickly realized he could not afford to languish any longer. Witnessing Uchiha Chihiro's tenacity sparked an epiphany within him. The true waste of time was not Uchiha Chihiro, but himself. Even amidst warfare, one must never relent in their training. Inspired by Uchiha Chihiro, Kakashi resolved to return and hone his own skills. Upon completing his foundational training for the day, Uchiha Chihiro leaned on his wooden sword and assessed his basic attributes. Opening his data panel, he noted, Strength 201, Defense 197, Speed 200, Spirit 201, Agility 203. Overall physical strength 201. Remarkably, in just a few days, his overall physical prowess had ascended to a new echelon. With such strength, Uchiha Chihiro was akin to a half-tailed beast. After reviewing his physical strength, he also checked his chakra reserves, which had increased from just over 30 points to 48. While 30 points categorized one as an ordinary Jonin, 48 points elevated him to elite Jonin status, just 2 points shy of being on par with Minato. The next time Orochimaru spoke derisively, he would be rendered a mere caricature. As Uchiha Chihiro reveled in his growing power, a sense of confidence surged within him. The legendary Sannin were indeed formidable, yet given enough time, he would surpass them. He drank heartily, and as his chakra gradually increased, he uncovered a new realization. Transitioning from Jonin to elite Jonin required merely 20 points of chakra, yet to ascend further demanded a far greater amount. 5 days were scarcely sufficient. On the front lines, missions could arise at any moment. He had to seize the opportunity to drink. Meanwhile, Kurabi and A, escorted back to Kumogakure, lay in bed facing the Third Hokage's inquiries. How could you both fail when you struck together? Kurabi is still the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. How could the golden flash of Kenoha be so formidable? The Hokage's already dark complexion deepened with fury. One was his meticulously nurtured son, and the other was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Both were trump cards of the village. Their surprise assault on Kenoha had been a sudden decision, and it was inconceivable that anyone could have foreseen it. What had initially seemed a simple task had ended in their joint defeat. How could the Hokage accept this? Not that golden pineapple-headed old man from Kenoha. It was a remarkably skilled blind child. Kurabi interjected animatedly. The Hokage's anger surged. What nonsense! How could a blind person defeat both of you and leave you gravely injured? The Hokage roared with disbelief. This was utterly impossible. On the battlefield, the only notable adversary was that yellow flash. Listen, I told you, it was a remarkably skilled blind boy. Pay attention. Kurabi's peculiar speech pattern caused the Hokage's brow to twitch rhythmically. Had Kurabi not been the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, the Hokage would have cast him aside long ago. Believe it or not, A interjected calmly, his credibility surpassing that of the usually unreliable Kurabi. With A's assertion, the Hokage could no longer deceive himself. Instantly, his expression darkened. Elaborate on what transpired. After A's detailed recounting, supplemented by Kurabi's occasional rapping, the Hokage grasped the full extent of the events on the battlefield. Kenoha. Such geniuses always emerge from Kenoha. The Hokage grappled with disbelief, yet was compelled to accept the truth. A blind boy had truly defeated the strongest cards of Kumogakure. Unless the Hokage intervened personally, there was little chance of success. Once I recover, I wish to face him again. The Eight Tails expressed a desire for another confrontation. Adding, listen closely. Kurabi, oblivious to the Hokage's stormy demeanor, excitedly proclaimed, this is the first time the Eight Tails has expressed a wish to fight someone. I must honor that promise. Silence. The Hokage angrily struck Kurabi on the head. Kurabi merely shrugged, unconcerned by the Hokage's expression. This matter requires careful deliberation. We shall refrain from engaging in the conflict between Kenoha and Iwagakure for now, but we can allow others to intervene. With both Kurabi and A injured, the Hokage had no choice but to temporarily retract his plans. For now, the focus would shift to Suna. As for Kenoha, a blind adversary, is it? Let our direct forces investigate thoroughly to discern the identity of this formidable foe. Congratulations. You have entered a state of intoxication. You have mastered all skills of the immortal, wine sword immortal, swordsmanship, myriad sword technique, immortal wind body technique, drunken immortal moonwalk, wine god curse. Note, skills may be utilized while intoxicated. Even in his inebriated state, Uchiha Senra couldn't help but exclaim about the system and its skills. Despite being drunk, he acknowledged its usefulness. Upon preparing to depart, Noera Rin arrived, her countenance etched with anxiety. Senra-kun, Orochimaru-sama has assigned us a new mission. Bounty Minato. Rin hastened to find Senru upon receiving the task, mindful of Orochimaru's prior threats. She was determined to safeguard Senru, ensuring no harm befell him. What mission? Senru inquired. His voice tinged with intoxication, yet his mind remained receptive. It's an escort mission. We must deliver vital intelligence to the front lines. Rin explained. Rin, furrowing her brow, cast a worried glance at Senru. She suspected Orochimaru was deliberately targeting him, displaying a lack of magnanimity. Senru, unperturbed, gathered his belongings and proceeded to rendezvous with Team Minato, with Rin trailing closely behind. Kakashi and Obito were already present, the latter animatedly circling Minato. Obito, eager to prove himself, saw this mission as a heaven-sent opportunity to make his name resonate across the battlefield. He secretly hoped for Senru's demise, envisioning his drunken, blind state leading to his downfall. Minato, upon noticing Senru's intoxicated state, felt a pang of concern. He questioned Senru's ability to perform under such circumstances. Kakashi, arms crossed, remained silent, observing Senru's subtle improvements in strength. As Minato hesitated, Orochimaru emerged, emphasizing the mission's urgency and the dire consequences of delay. Minato, burdened by the responsibility, reluctantly accepted. Leading the team, a tipsy Senru, a protective Rin, an impassive Kakashi, and an indignant Obito, toward their destination. Obito, vying for Rin's attention, belittled Senru's condition. Rin, however, remained focused on Senru, ignoring Obito's antics. Minato, overwhelmed by his student's antics, felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, Senru interjected, Minato-sensei, we must hasten our pace. I sense something amiss. A feeling? Minato inquired, concerned. Senru elaborated, questioning the rationale behind assigning such a mission to their inexperienced team, suggesting a possible ulterior motive beyond mere retribution. Understanding dawned on Minato, and he urged the team to accelerate, showcasing his renowned yellow flash speed. Obito struggled to keep up, while Senru, seemingly unfazed, maintained pace with Minato. Even while imbibing alcohol, Minato, surprised by Senru's speed, felt a surge of competitiveness. He accelerated further, determined to retain his title as the Leaf's fastest man, inadvertently leaving his students struggling in his wake. Chapter 21. Uchiha Chikuru, is it difficult? Just a light sprinkle. The faster Minato moved, the quicker Uchiha Chikuru followed, seemingly without any limits. Ultimately, it was Minato who halted first. No, I can't go on. My chakra is depleting too rapidly. Minato waved his hand, even while rushing. His chakra was being consumed in large quantities. Though not as extreme as the Flying Thunder God technique, it was still substantial. At this moment, Minato glanced at the side, observing Uchiha Chikuru. Chikuru appeared utterly unfazed, sipping his drink with great satisfaction. Chikuru, how on earth do you manage it? Minato pondered in confusion. Uchiha Chikuru's speed was astonishing. Moreover, it seemed he expended hardly any chakra. While others might struggle to comprehend, Minato understood all too well. After all, he was the fastest man in Kenoha. It's quite simple, really, Uchiha Chikuru nonchalantly remarked after burping from his drink. Is it difficult? This is exceedingly easy. As long as he drinks, his chakra becomes boundless. When he drinks excessively, Uchiha Chikuru even feels as though he could take flight. Such is his prowess. During their conversation, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin finally caught up. Their expressions far from pleasant. Each was drenched in sweat, wearing frowns of despair. Obito even collapsed to the ground. Minato, you're too fast. I'm dying. Obito shouted in distress. Minato and that blind man are not human. I can hardly muster any chakra. Sob. Obito wept internally. It was quite the ordeal. He was merely a genin. His Sharingan was still dormant. Minato was being utterly excessive. Such weakness. Uchiha Chikuru couldn't help but voice his thoughts. It was not intended as mockery. He genuinely felt that way. However, Obito, already furious, jumped up, his finger trembling as he pointed at Uchiha Chikuru. You. Obito fumed. Speechless, his face flushed with anger. He wished to retort, yet found himself utterly incapable. Impossible. He, Uchiha Obito, would one day possess the Sharingan. How infuriating. Just a blind man. Once he awakened his Sharingan, he would show him. After a moment of self-reassurance, Obito turned his head, silently conceding. Kakashi, gasping for breath beside him, felt the weight of his inadequacy. Whenever Kakashi believed he had exerted sufficient effort, Uchiha Chikuru would demonstrate that it was still insufficient. Today, only Uchiha Chikuru could keep pace with Minato. The three of them were merely burdens. Kakashi could not accept being a liability. Yet, Uchiha Chikuru was simply too formidable. His strength was unparalleled, devoid of any weaknesses. He could easily overpower the hidden Cloud Village and keep up with the Yellow Flash's speed. Was this person truly his peer? Kakashi began to question himself. Only Rin, though exhausted, felt invigorated upon seeing Uchiha Chikuru. "Chikuru, you're truly amazing," Rin exclaimed, jogging up to Uchiha Chikuru, her gaze sparkling with admiration. "Chikuru is incredible. To think he could keep pace with Minato and leave us behind." Sitting beside Uchiha Chikuru, Rin felt elated, almost as if she could soar. It was only then that Minato noticed his three students. "My apologies, I inadvertently forgot about you." Minato sheepishly scratched his fluffy head. It couldn't be helped. Chikuru had ignited his competitive spirit, and in the heat of the moment, he had overlooked his students. "However, you are indeed lacking in training. If you concentrate your chakra at your feet, your speed will significantly improve." Minato coughed twice, attempting to speak seriously to distract his students from the earlier events. Kakashi rolled his eyes in disbelief. Is this something an ordinary genin can accomplish? Even a Chunin would struggle. To think Minato could be so unreliable. At last, he saw through Minato's true nature. Aside from him, Kakashi, there was not a single reliable member in this team. The future unprincipled teacher revealed a trustworthy smile. Suddenly burdened by responsibility, Kakashi felt the weight of his duties, his future appearing bleak. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. This time, Minato refrained from glancing at Uchiha Chikuru's speed to avoid becoming overly competitive again. To divert his attention, he began to recount the current situation at the front lines to his students. All 5 great nations are engaged in conflict. Our primary adversaries are the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Sand Village. However, following our previous encounter, the Hidden Cloud Village is unlikely to act against Kenoha in the immediate future. Thus, our greatest threat lies with the Hidden Sand Village. Although Uchiha Chikuru remained focused on his drink, he listened attentively, shaking his head inwardly. This is not so straightforward. Given the opportunity, who would want to take a bite out of Kenoha? Consider the other nations. The Hidden Sand Village is composed entirely of deserts. The Hidden Cloud Village is surrounded by mountains. The Hidden Stone Village is filled with rocks. The Hidden Mist Village is dominated by the sea. And then there's Kenoha, with its fertile land. Who wouldn't be tempted? The enemies are currently only the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Sand Villages because those are the only 2 nations actively engaging us. Yet it does not imply that others are not interested. Ultimately, it boils down to the Third Hokage not being strong enough. When the first and second Hokage were alive, who dared to challenge Kenoha? Captain Mei Murakami is in charge of the frontline operations as an elite jounin with abundant combat experience. "We can feel assured with him in command," Minato stated. "Rest assured. Once we deliver the intelligence, we will surely send those rascals running for cover," Obito declared, raising his fist triumphantly. What they were doing was saving Kenoha. Obito became enraptured by the thought. Indeed, without me, Obito, things would be dire." Minato shook his head, neither affirming nor denying Obito's words. Lord Orochimaru specifically tasked them with escorting the intelligence, indicating its significance for the front line. Suddenly, Minato's expression shifted. "Everyone, halt." Minato's tone grew serious. Kakashi and Rin immediately ceased their movements. Obito, still lost in his delightful fantasies, nearly stumbled forward, his face almost meeting the ground. "Chikuru, what are you doing?" Kakashi exclaimed as he rushed forward to cover Obito's mouth, despite Obito's futile struggles. Uchiha Chikuru also stopped, looking ahead. Someone is approaching. Chapter 22, Uchiha Chihiro, Foolishness. "I can fly. I'm a rock ninja." Upon observing the attire of the approaching figures, Minato immediately deduced their identity. "Over 100 of them? This is troublesome." Minato's expression darkened. "Minato, what shall we do?" Lin's voice trembled. There were simply too many adversaries. How could the Hidden Stone Village suddenly dispatch so many ninjas to ambush them? Minato was equally perplexed. "There must be an issue at the front lines," Uchiha Chihiro asserted. In an instant, Minato grasped Chihiro's implication. "First, we must deal with them. Ensure your safety." Living up to his title as the Yellow Flash, Minato charged forward. Swift as a flash, the enemy could scarcely perceive his movements, let alone injure him. The rock ninjas wasted no time in engaging him directly. Each strike aimed to be lethal. They exchanged injuries for injuries. Chihiro-kun, Minato won't be harmed, right? Lin anxiously gazed at the battlefield, striving to refrain from complicating matters. With her average chakra reserves, she primarily served in a medical capacity within the squad. With so many opponents, she felt utterly helpless. In her despair, Lin's thoughts immediately turned to Uchiha Chihiro. Chihiro-kun can surely handle this, having witnessed Chihiro's might time and again. He was akin to a deity in Lin's eyes. Lin, watch me. I can help. Obito had freed himself from Kakashi's grasp, eager to leap into action. This was an excellent opportunity to impress the goddess with his valor. Then she would fall deeply in love with him. Kakashi harshly struck Obito on the head, causing a large bump to form. Baka. Kakashi, you bastard. What are you doing? Obito crouched down, clutching his head and glaring defiantly at Kakashi. If you go now, you'll only create more chaos. Can't you see how perilous Minato's situation is? Kakashi was blunt, his concerns stemming from the evident danger at hand. Minato's kunai fell like raindrops, each instant leading to a potential assassination. However, the sheer number of rock ninjas was overwhelming. The moment Minato appeared, a dozen of them swarmed around him, attacking recklessly. Despite Minato's incredible speed, he sustained several injuries. Blood seeped through his ninja attire. After several encounters, Minato appeared increasingly fatigued. The situation was growing dire. Form of formation: Earth style, light and heavy rock technique. Remaining forces, numbering around 70 to 80, suddenly struck peculiar poses, performing hand seals in unison. They collectively ascended into the air. Obito's eyes nearly popped out. What in the world was this? Kakashi widened his eyes in shock. Minato, this is bad. Minato's remaining advantage vanished in an instant. Without the ability to fly, he could only passively endure the onslaught. The leader of the rock ninjas, Lus, the son of the third Hokage, observed the once dominant yellow flash of Kenoha now at a disadvantage, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. Just as planned, this ambush was meticulously prepared to eliminate the Kenoha shinobi. Just then, a drunken voice rang out from behind. Lus instinctively turned to look. A flash of a sword illuminated the air. With a swish, blood splattered everywhere. A dozen adversaries collapsed to the ground. Minato glanced up. It was Chihiro. Uchiha Chihiro stood atop a wooden sword, his eyes glazed over, seemingly devoid of consciousness. Inebriated, he appeared to be rambling. Haha. Foolishness. Did you never expect I could also fly? Soaring on his sword, Uchiha Chihiro felt an exhilarating rush. This was the sensation. Completely intoxicated, he no longer concealed anything. Laughing heartily, Lus recognized the assailant. A mere boy, clearly one of Kenoha's Yellow Flash's students. Upon closer inspection, he was blind. Fear not. He is just drunk. His earlier sneak attack was merely a stroke of luck. Everyone, attack. Kill him. The rock ninjas, initially flustered, quickly regained their composure. Yes, the captain is right. He is just a blind boy. And a drunken one at that. Unarmed, he stands no chance against us. Chihiro-kun, be careful. Minato shouted from below. Although Chihiro could indeed fly, he was weaponless and intoxicated. The situation was precarious. 10,000 sword technique. Uchiha Chihiro, holding a wine jar, suddenly spread his arms wide, shouting loudly. A blinding white light enveloped the area. Countless sword beams descended. Swish, swish, swish. All the rock ninjas plummeted to the ground. In the air, only Uchiha Chihiro remained. Who else? Uchiha Chihiro tilted his head back, taking a large swig, and bellowed. Who else? At that moment, Uchiha Chihiro's heart was brimming with unrestrained vigor. It felt absolutely exhilarating. The surviving ninjas from the hidden stone village fell silent, too intimidated to utter a word. Damn it. The hidden cloud village is infuriating. Lus inwardly cursed. Though not dead, he was severely injured, barely holding on to consciousness. Lus continued to silently berate his allies from the hidden cloud village. How could Kenoha possess such a formidable being? Even their meticulously prepared earth style, light and heavy rock technique had proven ineffective. The most humiliating part was that the boy was blind. A drunken fool. Minato was left speechless in shock. What was it that Uchiha Chihiro could not accomplish? Initially anticipating a bloody battle, Chihiro effortlessly resolved the conflict. And now he was merely drinking. All Minato could do was lie back and shout praises, feeling utterly useless. Perhaps he should embrace the role of a supportive bystander. Kakashi stared blankly at the sky, his mind in a daze. What had just transpired? What did he just witness? Was he ensnared in an enemy's genjutsu? Otherwise, How could he have seen Uchiha Chihiro soar into the air and swiftly dispatch 70 to 80 foes? How could this be possible, judging by their abilities? Those opponents were at least CH Nin, with several being J Nin. Uchiha Chihiro dispatched them all with ease. Was alcohol truly capable of such effects? Kakashi found himself questioning life, doubting his own abilities. Obito, too, could only rest his chin on his hand, speechless. That blind boy had become even stronger. This world was utterly irrational. Damn it, this is so unfair. Why does he have everything while I haven't even awakened my Sharingan yet? Obito sank into despair once more. Only Lin seemed to find this all perfectly normal. Chihiro-kun is amazing. Chihiro-kun for the win. There's nothing that Chihiro-kun cannot achieve. Lin fervently cheered for Uchiha Chihiro. He was simply too impressive. Chapter 23. The Water Gate. As Uchiha Qianlu finished the final drop of his drink, he gradually regained consciousness. To his bewilderment, he realized he was in the sky. Having shaken off his intoxication, he dispelled the sword flight technique mere seconds later. Damn it! Uchiha Qianlu cursed the system inwardly. This system is utterly unreliable. Without wasting a moment, he descended swiftly to the ground. Fortunately, everything was well. Yet, Uchiha Qianlu felt a pang of regret. The sensation of flying was simply exhilarating. However, it was a pity that he could not soar while sober. How unfortunate. Is there any way to harness the skills of the drunken sword immortal without becoming inebriated? Uchiha Qianlu pondered. Please continue drinking to unlock the next stage of rewards. Uchiha Qianlu silently retrieved another bottle of liquor. Fine. The system remains unchanged in its demands. Drink more. One day, he would achieve it. Noera Rin rushed to Uchiha Qianlu's side. Qianlu-kun, are you all right? She circled him anxiously, only to be pushed away by Uchiha Qianlu. Women are a distraction to his training. He wanted to drink, to draw his sword, to go bald. A slip of the tongue. Kenoha's water gate approached. Thanks to you, we made it through. I never expected the rock shinobi would ambush us here. Watergate said, casting a frustrated glance at the sprawled forms of the rock shinobi. They were utterly despicable. Watergate thought. He had nearly met his end, only to be saved by Qianlu-kun. That earth release, light-heavy rock technique was truly insidious. So many from Awagakure had mastered it. Watergate furrowed his brow. This situation was dire. Watergate, Qianlu-kun can fly. He is even more formidable than them. They're nothing. Noera Rin proudly declared, standing beside Uchiha Qianlu. With such a powerful ally, what was there to fear? One foe down, two foes down. Qianlu-kun is invincible. Rin shouted hoarsely. Indeed, with Qianlu-kun, we have little to fear. However, we must head to the front lines immediately. As for these foes, Watergate glanced at the fallen rock shinobi. Leave a few to return with news and eliminate the rest. Watergate was no saint. If others sought to kill him, he would not hold back. Extracting information from these individuals, he did not trust a word they would utter. They needed to hasten their pace. Ultimately, Huangtu revealed his true identity, barely managing to survive. They could not allow the situation to worsen. Uchiha Qianlu was indifferent to Watergate's decisions. Regardless, as long as it did not impede his growth, Uchiha Qianlu did not mind. Watergate urgently wished to accelerate their pace. But his three students could barely keep up with Uchiha Qianlu. Frustration etched itself upon Watergate's face. Why did his students suddenly seem so incompetent? This was a hindrance at such a critical moment. Even half of Qianlu-kun's abilities would suffice. At least they could match his speed. In that moment, Watergate forgot that he was a student of the legendary Sannin Jeriah, an elite jonin. Not just anyone could compare. Watergate's perspective had been elevated tremendously by Uchiha Qianlu's repeated displays of prowess. This cannot continue. Qianlu-kun, I entrust you with an important task. Alone. You must make your way to the front lines at the swiftest speed. Watergate suddenly turned to Uchiha Qianlu, his tone serious. Tell me, can you do it? Leave it to me. Uchiha Qianlu nodded confidently. Kakashi remained silent. Obito wished to taunt but refrained, fearing Uchiha Qianlu's retaliation. Qianlu-kun, I will go with you. Noera Rin began but retreated, realizing, I won't hold you back. Qianlu-kun, good luck. Understood. Uchiha Qianlu recognized the gravity of the situation. While he was generally indifferent to most matters, he would save as many as he could. In the next instant, Uchiha Qianlu vanished from Watergate's sight, leaving Watergate gaping in astonishment. I actually lost? Qianlu-kun is truly the fastest man in Kenoha? Damn it. Watergate shed tears of frustration. It turned out Qianlu-kun had not even unleashed his true power before. This speed, it was unparalleled. At the forefront of the Kenoha battlefield, Captain Matsuin shouted, We can't hold on much longer. Captain Matsuen, will reinforcements truly arrive? The relentless assault of the Iwagakure forces was overwhelming. Their numbers were too great. Our ranks are dwindling. The cries for help echoed. And Matsuen Yuye watched his fallen comrades with red-rimmed eyes. Everyone, hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. He wiped his face fiercely. They had to endure. The Eastern Dead brought far too many soldiers. They outnumbered Kenoha tenfold. The Iwagakure army was a force of sheer dominance. Each soldier fought with reckless abandon. Despite Yuye's attempts to break through, countless lives were lost. Now, only 13 remained in Kenoha. Defending the last stronghold, Matsuen Yuye wiped the blood from his face. I will distract the Eastern Dead. You all take the chance to retreat. Captain. All eyes were red. Captain Matsuen intended to draw all the enemies away. Would the village truly send help? As despair settled over the group, Matsuen Yuye declared, there will be. You must believe in the village. Dry your tears. And face the Iwagakure army once more. They had to seize every opportunity to survive. Faced with the overwhelming Iwagakure forces, despair began to creep into their hearts. In the presence of such an army, they felt utterly helpless. The dead lay scattered, and the living were far from unscathed. Captain Matsuen, exhausted, Yuye could not evade the earth release's spikes, bracing for impact when suddenly a glint of cold light flashed. Crash! The earth release shattered into fragments. Yuye instinctively rubbed his eyes. He was alive. He had survived. Ha! I'm alive. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Matsuen Yuye laughed towards the heavens, only to break into a fit of coughs. Wait, who are you? Gazing at the unfamiliar figure, Matsuen Yuye was puzzled. This person is blind? He is still drinking. There's no hope. I shall await my fate. Farewell. Chapter 24, The Terrifying Illusion on the Battlefield at the Forefront of Kenoha. One side was overwhelmed by the imposing army of Iwagakure, resembling a dark cloud descending upon the land. From the aerial view, all that could be seen was a vast black ocean, teeming with the throngs of soldiers below. A dozen or so from Kenoha were directly engulfed by this sea. Delightful. Uchiha Chiryu appeared as if inebriated. Though his face bore no crimson hue, his already vacant eyes seemed even more dazed, and his steps swayed unsteadily. It was evident to any observer. He was inebriated. Mikura Yegawa was engulfed by despair. Oh heavens, what a disaster. After finally being granted a glimmer of hope, we are met with such a character. What use is this? Is he merely here to court death? The Iwagakure ninja, Shiryu, burst into laughter. Mikura Yegawa. Is this the ninja from your Kenoha? Pathetic. Yet, he cast a few wary glances at Uchiha Chiryu, setting aside the other matters. The mere fact that Uchiha Chiryu could soar into the sky sparked a degree of caution within him. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It rivals the effects of the earth release. Weighty rock technique? Capture him alive. We must interrogate him thoroughly. If possible, we must acquire this ninjutsu for ourselves. For the sake of this boy's usefulness, let us spare his life. Shiryu mused with a smirk, his expression immediately perceived by Uchiha Chiryu. Despite his intoxication, Chiryu's senses remained sharp. This individual is no good. He must be dealt with first. To capture Uchiha Chiryu alive, the Iwagakure forces began to ascend into the air. They did not regard Uchiha Chiryu as a significant threat, so only a few hundred took flight. Shiryu believed this was sufficient to handle the situation. The others from Kenoha were left dumbfounded. Captain Mikura, is this the reinforcements? You must be jesting? Even if he is blind. How can he be drinking on the battlefield? One of them muttered, recognizing the individual. Isn't that Uchiha Chiryu? Upon realizing Uchiha Chiryu's identity, their despair deepened. An Uchiha, indeed formidable. Yet, a Uchiha unable to awaken the Sharingan. What good is he? Worthless. Mikura Yegawa swallowed hard, feeling a surge of blood rise in his throat. If he could arrive so swiftly, there must be something remarkable about him. I cannot underestimate him. No. Mikura Yegawa found it hard to believe his own words. The heavens would doom me. Wiping his tears, he rose, exhaling deeply. Perhaps it is better to rely on oneself. Reinforcements? He saw none. As for whether that boy lived or died, it was left to fate. In a mere few minutes, Mikura Yegawa's heart oscillated between hope and despair, finally settling into a semblance of calm. He gazed at the Iwagakure forces led by Shiryu. His expression tinged with a sense of tragic resolve. Today Mikura Yegawa, would sacrifice himself for Kenoha. Oh, Uchiha Chiryu, with a drunken hiccup, squinted at the crowd before him. They are so considerate. I shall not hold back. With sudden vigor, Uchiha Chiryu assumed a stance as if to draw a sword. The seemingly inebriated figure was instantly suffused with a sharp, fierce aura. A blinding light flashed. An aura of murderous intent enveloped half the sky. Shirjin felt his legs tremble involuntarily. His eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The blinding radiance rendered Shirjin unable to discern the situation above. It was too dazzling, akin to the sun. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, only to hear the sound of bodies thudding to the ground. Panic-stricken cries erupted from the Iwagakure forces below. Something has gone terribly wrong. Shirjin swiftly processed the scene before him. Once he grasped the reality, Shirjin's mouth hung open in disbelief. In the sky, only Uchiha Chikyu remained. All others had been struck down. It was as if he were proclaiming to Shirjin, "This sky is my domain. Those who dare to trespass shall meet their end." The severely injured Iwagakure ninjas appeared as lifeless as corpses in Shirjin's eyes. Swallowing hard, Makura Yegawa finally regained his voice. "Did I just witness that correctly? The ones falling were Iwagakure ninjas, not that blind fool." Makura Yegawa, upon saying this, closed his mouth. If becoming blind could bestow such strength, he would immediately gouge out his own eyes. "Captain, I believe we have collectively fallen under an illusion." "Yes. Wasn't it said that the Uchiha excel at Jinjutsu?" Makura Yegawa and his team instinctively formed the hand signs to dispel the illusion. Yet, upon opening their eyes, the scene remained unchanged. Makura Yegawa's voice was faint. Perhaps this is a three-tomo, or even a more potent variant. He found his teammates' conjecture plausible. How could this possibly be real? It defies all reason. If this is not an illusion, then what is it? Yes, let us try once more. Having never witnessed Uchiha Chikyu in action, Makura Yegawa and his companions were left in a state of shock, their senses dulled. Shirjin could hardly believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This blind fool must have employed some underhanded means. This time, he would not close his eyes. "Charge. Advance," he commanded. "He is but one man. We have an army of thousands. What is there to fear?" With a wave of his hand, Shirjin summoned an army of 3,000. They would crush him utterly, only leaving him a breath to speak, even if it meant breaking his limbs. Shirjin was determined to make this boy pay the price. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chikyu unabashedly consumed the liquor stored within his scroll, taking deep gulps, just as he was becoming drunkenly oblivious to his own consciousness. The voice of the system resonated in his ears. "Congratulations. The chakra acquired through drinking has reached 88 points, unlocking the ability to use all skills of the sake, sword sage, while sober. Continuous drinking is required. Cessation will disable the abilities." The system's voice penetrated his mind, embedding itself deep within Uchiha Chikyu's consciousness. Instantly, he became alert. Remarkable. The chakra he amassed through drinking is considerable, and there's an unexpected boon. Just based on his chakra reserves, Uchiha Chikyu had reached the level of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Gazing at the vast army before him, Uchiha Chikyu felt no trepidation. Prepare for the storm. This is my stage alone." Observing the unfazed and boisterously laughing Uchiha Chikyu, Shirjin's expression turned to one of disdain. "I see this blind fool is utterly flabbergasted. He poses no threat. Charge forth." Chapter 25. Uchiha Chikuru. "I alone will challenge you all." Uchiha Chikuru cast a glance at the formidable army of rock shinobi charging toward him, a nonchalant expression gracing his features. "Is this all?" he mused. 2 days, one flow. 10,000 swords technique. With a swift command, Uchiha Chikuru's figure seemed to fragment into countless replicas. Simultaneously, an array of sword lights erupted, each one striking true upon the airborne rock shinobi. The sound of their falls echoed like dumplings dropping into boiling water. The remaining rock shinobi soldiers frantically dodged, for failure to do so would result in injuries not from battle, but from being crushed by their own comrades. The scene of 3,000 warriors falling was nothing short of dramatic. Just imagining it brought a hearty laugh from Uchiha Chikuru. How delightful. Alas, I shall not witness it myself. Perched high above, the face of the Eastern Death was flushed with a mix of red and white. What on earth? Is this fellow even human? How could an ordinary person achieve such feats? An overwhelming sense of dread began to swell within him. This blind man was incredibly powerful. Yet, could sheer numbers truly turn the tide? Inner turmoil raged within Eastern Death as two figures, a devil and an angel, battled in his mind. "No, I cannot afford to lose," he gritted through clenched teeth. The stakes of this battle were high, with so many at his command. Defeat would be a blow to his pride. Meanwhile, the Leaf Village warriors stood in wide-eyed astonishment, as if caught in a dream. "Captain Matsuin, this seems far from an illusion. Illusion? Nonsense. Illusions adhere to basic logic. Aside from genjutsu of the highest order, normal illusions rely on fundamental understanding. Is this even grounded in reality? It has completely transcended reason. However, Matsuen Yekawa's conviction only grew stronger. He believed in the authenticity of the spectacle before him. Incredible. Who is this godly figure? Why have I never heard his name before? With wide eyes, Matsuen Yekawa meticulously observed Uchiha Chikuru, vowing to etch this image into his memory. This is the deity of the battlefield. As he gazed, tears began to flow down his cheeks. We have truly survived. Hearing his words, the others from the Leaf Village succumbed to their emotions, weeping in relief. Indeed, we are alive. How astonishing. The sensation of survival was exhilarating. Pointing at Uchiha Chikuru, Matsuen Yekawa proclaimed, "Everyone, behold this Uchiha. We owe him our lives. Were it not for his timely intervention, we may have perished." Indeed, the crowd echoed in unison. From this day forth, Uchiha shall be like our own parent. We shall honor him as we would our own family. Ahem. Uchiha Chikuru, possessing remarkable hearing, caught wind of their fervent declarations and chuckled. Well, thank you. I am but a youth, not deserving of such heavy reverence. Determined, Eastern Death resolved. I still have a chance. This blind man clearly has never seen battle. He lacks the courage to kill. I have the numbers. His thoughts darkened with resolve. If I must trade injury for injury, or life for life, I will ensure he is subdued. If I fail, returning to Rock Hidden Village would be futile. Realizing the majority of his shinobi were of mediocre skill, Eastern Death clung to his sole advantage, the heavy rock technique. He had anticipated this move to shine on the battlefield, yet he now faced this extraordinary anomaly, a blind man radiating an aura of awe and intimidation. No matter how formidable he is, he remains but one man. Those earlier strikes appeared effortless, yet they must have drained his chakra significantly. Therefore, I am not without hope. Moreover, Eastern Death recognized that among this throng, he was the strongest. This time, I shall not underestimate him. I will personally eliminate this foe. He disregarded Matsuen Yekawa and the others entirely. What were they to him? Once he dealt with the blind man, the rest would be easy. All rise. Though the remaining rock shinobi trembled, they could not defy Eastern Death's command. Fearful whispers circulated among them. With our numbers, victory is assured. Indeed, an Eastern Death is here. Yet, doubt lingered. But that man appears incredibly formidable. Bah, do not let despair seep in. He is merely a brash youth who fears to kill. How powerful could he possibly be? Uchiha Chikuru sensed the entirety of the rock shinobi army now aloft. It seems Rock Hidden Village possesses a certain intrigue. A calm smile graced his visage. Sipping from his cup, he was unconcerned with intoxication. Each sip merely augmented his chakra. Shall I attempt a new sword technique? He pondered aloud. With so many adversaries, it was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. Uchiha Chikuru appeared eager, while Matsuen Yekawa and the others watched anxiously. This is perilous. The numbers from Rock Hidden Village are overwhelming. If only they were fewer, just a little less. Matsuen Yekawa clenched his fists tightly. If only there were fewer, Uchiha Chikuru could handle them effortlessly. But now, it is truly uncertain. On one side stood an army of thousands, while on the other, Uchiha Chikuru stood alone, reminiscent of a Manus attempting to block a chariot. A certain defeat loomed. Eastern Death, reveling in the atmosphere, burst into laughter. Blind man, if you surrender now, I shall spare your life. He taunted Uchiha Chikuru, grasping a sword in his right hand. Uchiha Chikuru flipped his left, stowing away his wine bottle to draw forth another blade. His presence surged, an aura climbing to its peak. Surrender? Instead, I propose this. If you all yield immediately, I shall grant you a chance to live. As his voice echoed, Uchiha Chikuru's aura reached its zenith. The wind swirling in his wake. The entire world seemed to rally in his honor. Chapter 26, Killing? I never hold back the powerful aura emanating from Uchiha Chikyu caused Matsuen Yejuin and his companions to tremble in fear. Facing Uchiha Chikyu, the East man was rendered speechless. For a fleeting moment, he felt he was no longer looking at a mere human, but a tailed beast, an anthropomorphic tailed beast. Gritting his teeth, the East man incessantly chanted in his heart, "This is humanity. He is just a blind man. There is only one person above." It seemed that only through such affirmations could he find solace in his words. Taking a deep breath, the East man abruptly opened his eyes. Charge. He dared not delay any further, fearing that procrastination would rob him of the courage to strike. Grasping his weapon, he charged forward, followed by the throngs of rock ninjas in a chaotic rush. Here they come. Soko and Jinstan executed a spectacular combination attack. Two heavenly streams. Swordsmanship. Uchiha Chikyu moved like lightning, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Not killing. What a jest. To take my mercy for granted? Such a thing is not easily granted. Uchiha Chikyu, averse to trouble, preferred to minimize unnecessary harm, wishing for a peaceful resolution. However, if one dares to disregard my goodwill, then do not blame others for being ungracious. This time, Uchiha Chikyu showed no mercy. Each strike painted a gruesome tableau of carnage. Meitsuin Yejuin and his companions had long since retreated to a safe distance. Watching the battle unfold from above, Meitsuin Yejuin swallowed hard. This is truly no ordinary battlefield. As blood fell like rain, he found himself at a loss for words. Too cruel. To ask Uchiha Chikyu to refrain from killing? How could that be possible? Meitsuin Yejuin wished fervently for Uchiha Chikyu to annihilate them all. Had he not arrived in time, it would have been their demise. Yet Meitsuin Yejuin was also troubled, knowing that Kenoha and Sunagakure would ultimately have to negotiate. So many lives lost. But what of it? They brought this upon themselves. Such is the nature of the battlefield. Others chimed in, affirming, this is nothing. It is as it should be. Witnessing Uchiha Chikyu's slaughter was exhilarating. How many brothers had perished at their hands? Kill. The more, the better. The Eastman finally felt a surge of fear. Damn, this is not human. Earth release. He attempted to form hand seals, only to realize, I bought a watch last year. Where would I find earth release in the sky? It was impossible to wield such techniques in midair. However, no other ninjutsu could withstand the blades in Uchiha Chikyu's hands. Wielding dual blades, Uchiha Chikyu resembled a deity of death. God blocks, kill God. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. The Eastman sought to flee, but Uchiha Chikyu would not grant him that opportunity. Spare me. Please, spare me. I can provide crucial information. There are others planning to ambush Kenoha. Before the Eastman could finish, he fell to the ground, eyes wide open, staring at the azure sky. He couldn't help but wonder, am I still alive? The next moment, he felt a delayed sensation of pain. Oh, a knife had pierced his heart. Am I dead? His consciousness slowly faded, leaving him with unblinking eyes. Uchiha Chikyu finally sheathed his blades, wrinkling his nose at the faint stench of blood. There were too many of them. Killing them all would be quite a hassle. In the end, Uchiha Chikyu did not finish off every last one. It was unavoidable. There were simply too many. More exhausting than slaughtering chickens. The surviving rock ninjas dared not cast a lingering glance at Uchiha Chikyu. They fled for their lives. Survival was paramount, even if they became rogue ninjas in the future. They were determined to live. Meitsuin Yejuin felt a sense of growth, numb to the horror, able to face it with a blank expression. The chasm between man and man is indeed greater than that between man and dog. Meitsuin Yejuin stated sincerely, receiving nods of agreement from all his comrades. Indeed, they were not of the same species as Uchiha Chikyu. Just look at Uchiha Chikyu. Even in the face of a myriad of foes, he remained unscathed. To this moment, his entire being was still immaculate. Not a single drop of blood stained his attire. Is this still a human? No. As Meitsuin Yejuin beheld the dissipating threat, he suddenly recalled the Eastman's final words. Uchiha-kun, is there danger at the rear of Kenoha as well? You must hurry back. Meitsuin Yejuin halted mid-sentence. No. Uchiha Chikyu must be fatigued after such a fierce battle. They could not rely solely on him. They too must return. Uchiha Chikyu found a clean spot to land. Do not worry. They should encounter Sensei Minato first. Uchiha Chikyu remarked, suddenly furrowing his brow. Why does that sound somewhat familiar? Isn't that someone's life and death ordeal? Uchiha Chikyu stroked his chin. I will head back immediately. You all handle the aftermath. For the time being. The Sunagakure will surely not dare to return. Uchiha Chikyu spoke with conviction and turned to leave. By the way, I need to find somewhere along the way to replenish my drink. I've had quite a bit, and it's running low. On the other side, Minato was still on the move with his 3 students. Noera Rin anxiously expressed, I wonder how Chikyu-kun is faring, if something happens at the front lines. All the while, Noera Rin pushed herself to travel at 3 times her usual pace. Though exhausted, for Chikyu-kun, she could endure. The lovesick girl Rin would do anything for her brother. TCH. That guy. It would be better if he were dead. Obito darkly mused to himself. Perhaps then he could seize the opportunity with the goddess, achieving both love and career success. Relying on the power of dreams, Obito managed to keep up until now. Kakashi scoffed at Obito and Rin's comments. Uchiha Chikyu in trouble? Impossible. Uchiha Chikyu is too powerful to encounter any peril. Minato grimaced. What intel did Lord Orochimaru send us? If something truly happens at the front lines, our message will be of no use. Kakashi suddenly interjected. Minato hesitated, agreeing with Kakashi's assessment. In this urgent situation, I will read the intel first and then incinerate it. This is a method to prevent information leakage in critical moments. After reading the intel, Minato's expression turned grave. Orochimaru. Iwagakure and Kumogakure have formed an alliance. Iwagakure has mobilized an army of 10,000, poised to ambush Kenoha's front lines at any moment. Minato's eyes blazed with intensity. Chikyukuin. Had he seen this intel earlier, he would never have allowed Chikyukuin to advance alone. Time was of the essence. Minato felt darkness closing in around him. Chapter 27. The premature mourning of Minato. What has happened to Minato? Is there danger lurking for Chihiro? In an instant, Noara Rin sensed something amiss and pressed for answers. Minato glanced at his 3 students, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth. They were en route to the front lines, and once they arrived, they would inevitably learn the grim intelligence. Thus, Minato chose to speak candidly. Rin's eyes widened in alarm. Minato, Chihiro will be fine, right? Her urgent need for reassurance was palpable. If Uchiha Chihiro ventured alone to assist, facing an overwhelming army, what difference would it make from courting death? Yet Minato remained silent. I cannot provide you with certainty. The timing is unpredictable. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps the troops will arrive at Iwagakure just in time to retreat. Conversely, if misfortune befalls us, the frontline forces may already have been decimated. Obito, taken aback, was soon unable to contain his exhilaration. What? That blind fool might actually perish? Splendid. Ha! The goddess shall be mine alone. He cast a glance at Rin, only to find tears welling in her eyes. Chihiro is definitely safe. He is incredibly strong. Rin exclaimed, wiping her tears while resolutely declaring, do not mourn prematurely. We need to accelerate our pace immediately. Kakashi interjected, Uchiha Chihiro is formidable. He's also our comrade. I sincerely hope he survives. Kakashi was right. They needed to press onward. Minato steeled himself. The situation may not be as dire as it appeared. There was still hope. He urged his 3 students to hasten their pace. Initially, he contemplated leaving them behind to catch up gradually, but unease gripped him. What if something befell them in his absence? Rin perceived Minato's hesitation and promptly urged, Teacher, do not worry about us. Go assist Chihiro. The front line needs you now. Her sincerity was evident, and her reasoning was sound, not only for Chihiro's sake, but for the sake of Kenoha's front lines as well. Moved by Rin's words, Minato resolved. You 3 must exercise caution. I shall proceed ahead. Neither Minato nor Chihiro could afford to falter. Minato's speed was astonishing. Watching him vanish into the distance, Obito remarked, Chihiro is even faster. Rin, determined to assert her belief, countered, even when compared to our teacher, Chihiro is unrivaled. Kakashi, rolling his eyes, mused, he probably won't take your words as a compliment. What is there to argue about? Is it truly worth celebrating? With that energy, they should focus on their journey. After half a day of relentless travel, Kakashi felt an unusual aura. Something is amiss. Obito, Rin, take cover, he shouted, swiftly moving aside. The training he had undergone with Uchiha Chihiro was not in vain. Though he could not reach Chihiro's level, he consistently pushed his training to the limit. In that critical moment, it bore fruit. Kakashi narrowly evaded an ambush from Iwagakure's ninjas. Obito and Rin were still processing the situation when they heard maniacal laughter in the air. The little brats from Kenoha. How amusing. The gaze of the leech fell upon Kakashi, discerning that the other 2 were of lesser strength but recognizing Kakashi as a formidable opponent. Let us finish this quickly. We must regroup with Captain T-Shur and Captain Shuma. Unbeknownst to him, those 2 had long since met their demise. Leech, you're pathetic. You can't even handle a few kids, mocked his companions, Daishur and Takari, who displayed an air of nonchalance. They are just 3 little brats. We are J-nin. This will be a breeze. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grave. The situation was dire indeed. Scene shift. Minato finally arrived at the frontline battlefield. Greeted by the gruesome sight of bloodshed that rendered him speechless, his eyes brimmed with sorrow. Have I arrived too late? I am so sorry, Chihiro. Tears cascaded down his face as he wept inconsolably. Minato? Hesitantly approaching was Mei, who was busy tending to the battlefield. He could scarcely believe that the man weeping as if mourning a mother could be the legendary yellow flash of Kenoha, Minato Namikaze. Minato's sobs caught in his throat. Huh? Mei? After blinking away his tears, realization struck him. If Mei was alive, then surely Chihiro was safe. How embarrassing. In an instant, Mei found himself before Minato once more. The dazzling golden hair and confident smile illuminating the gloom. This was the Minato he recognized. As for the distraught Minato he had just witnessed. Cough, cough. The shock today has been overwhelming. I must have imagined it. Minato, Uchiha was truly remarkable today. Thank goodness he arrived. Otherwise, I would have been collecting corpses. The next moment, Mei began to lavish praise upon Chihiro. Uchiha Chihiro is excellent. Uchiha Chihiro is extraordinary. Uchiha Chihiro is simply superb. Minato listened, dumbfounded. Had he heard correctly? Chihiro single-handedly faced thousands? It was beyond belief. His expression morphed into one of serene acceptance, overwhelmed by the astonishing news. Wait, are you implying that Chihiro received word of the IWA Nin's planning to ambush the rear and has already returned? Minato struggled to process the information, his brow furrowing. But I didn't encounter Uchiha Chihiro along the way. Could it be that we missed each other? Meanwhile, Uchiha Chihiro, satisfied, filled every scroll on his person with liquor. This should last me a month. Is the journey more important? Not a problem. Obito can manage. Chapter 28. The Watergate team in despair. Thus, it was said. Uchiha Chiharu hastened on his journey without delay. However, on the other side, Kakashi and Obito found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Damn it. Those three are all Jonin. We can't win. Obito exclaimed, wiping the dust from his face with a scowl. After a tough skirmish, Kakashi had sustained a minor injury, though it was not severe. The trio took refuge in a narrow crevice, where Noara Rin hurriedly bandaged Kakashi's wound. Kakashi's expression was grim. At this rate, we have no chance of victory. He stated coolly. The wind swept through, carrying the metallic scent of blood, mostly his own, with Obito not faring much better. From their previous encounter, Kakashi had gleaned some information about their adversaries, Megan, Daisher, and Hwagwang, Jonin from Awagakure. It seemed likely that reinforcements would soon arrive. The situation was dire. If only Uchiha Chiharu were here. How I wish he were. Rin suddenly lamented, her head bowed, appearing dejected. Kakashi sighed in relief, terrified that Rin had discerned his thoughts. Being with Chiharu instilled a profound sense of safety within him. Rin managed to tend to her companion's wounds, yet her spirits remained low. Obito, feeling particularly indignant, declared, Rin, I can protect you too. I swear by the Uchiha name. His frustration boiled over. I need to activate my Sharingan. I will show those Awagakure ninjas what I'm made of. And then, Kakashi will be my subordinate. Rin will surely fall for me. Obito was lost in a delightful daydream. Wipe that drool off. They'll be looking for us soon. Kakashi rolled his eyes in disdain. For now, they were safe, but what should they do next? Hiding here was not a viable solution. So you're hiding here. Megan's voice echoed ominously. The three immediately set aside their thoughts. Run. Hurry and run. Kakashi, let us combine our efforts. Obito gritted his teeth. This time, he was determined to awaken his Sharingan. He would become the savior of them all. Kakashi did not mock Obito's naive aspirations. They needed to fight with all they had. Meanwhile, Minato was racing back, his mind in turmoil. What a blunder. He should have left a marker on his students. Yet, Chiharu was truly remarkable. Minato could already envision the uproar that would ensue in Kenoha once this news reached them. But what of it? This was what Chiharu deserved. Should he inform the teachers? Orochimaru. From this mission, Minato sensed something amiss. However, he felt he had no right to interfere in the upper echelons of Kenoha's affairs. He could only find a way to aid Uchiha Chiharu and seek out someone capable of standing against Orochimaru. Kakashi. Obito shouted loudly. Kakashi's left, I was injured. Kakashi was their strongest asset. If anything happened to him, it would spell disaster. I'm fine. Kakashi retorted, filled with frustration. He felt too weak. He was not as powerful as Uchiha Chiharu, struggling against just these few opponents. Chiharu had faced the Third Hokage's son and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki with ease. This was his shortcoming. Having witnessed Uchiha Chiharu's strength time and again, Kakashi desperately wished to keep pace with him. Yet, he remained far behind, covering his eye, which no longer saw clearly. Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Uchiha Chiharu was indeed the strongest. At that moment, Kakashi finally understood that kind of strength. Uchiha Chiharu was the man he could never hope to surpass, despite his lifelong efforts. Why are they pursuing us? Obito pondered, perplexed. This doesn't make sense. We Haven Tea provoked the ninjas from Awagakure. Kakashi saw no reason to question their motives. What they did not know was that this was indeed Uchiha Chiharu's doing. That old fox, the Third Hokage. After suffering defeat, he dared not attack Kenoha directly but stealthily sent word to Awagakure. Hey brother, have you heard? Kenoha has produced another young genius. The Third Hokage extolled Uchiha Chiharu, claiming he was a force to be reckoned with, one who could rival the first Hokage given a few years. The third Hokage, though skeptical, took heed and ordered all ninjas to eliminate the younger generation of Kenoha, declaring it better to mistakenly kill than to let any escape. Thus, Obito and Kakashi found themselves caught in the crossfire. Rin has been captured. Upon hearing this news, Obito finally snapped. Kakashi, I'm going to save Rin, he boldly declared, ready to become the hero who rescues the damsel in distress. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I, Obito, am the strongest. Now that I've awakened my Sharingan, I can finally reach the pinnacle of my life. From this moment on, Uchiha Chiharu means nothing, Obito thought, only to find himself in a tragic twist of fate. Obito, you can't die, Rin cried out in despair, as she saw half of Obito's body crushed beneath the rocks. Rin, Obito was moved by her concern. The goddess finally noticed him. Even if it was because he was on the brink of death, he truly did not wish to die. Tears streamed from his remaining eye. You were never as powerful as Chiharu. Why do you insist on bearing this burden alone? Rin's words shattered him further. He was dying. Yet why did she have to invoke that wretched name? Life was so unfair. He felt he could not endure any longer. But he had one last wish. And that was for Uchiha Chiharu. Rin, give my eye to Kakashi. Kakashi, live on with my wish. Defeat that Uchiha Chiharu. Before Obito could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Chiharu, Rin exclaimed in delight. Uchiha Chiharu appeared, holding 3 corpses, which he unceremoniously tossed before Obito and Kakashi. You're dying? Do you have any last wishes? To kill these enemies, perhaps? Allow me to assist you. No need for thanks. Witnessing their demise will surely bring you some peace. Uchiha Chiharu said with a nonchalant wave, as if dismissing the matter entirely. Chapter 29. Obito, I cannot die in peace, so this is how it is. Chien-Ryokuin. Your kindness knows no bounds. No error, Rin exclaimed, her expression one of sudden realization. Kakashi nodded heavily beside her. Indeed, Obito met his demise because of these individuals, and he must witness their deaths before he can finally close his eyes. Uchiha Qianlu is truly formidable. The 3 of them had been overwhelmed, pursued like beaten dogs. It was only through Obito's desperate awakening of the Sharingan that Rin was barely rescued. Yet, Obito remained grievously wounded, half of his body trapped beneath the rubble. However, such an adversary was hardly worthy of mention in the hands of Uchiha Qianlu. Obito sacrificed himself for Rin, embodying the essence of camaraderie. Uchiha Qianlu traveled great distances to rescue them, also out of a sense of companionship. At that moment, Kakashi finally understood. He made a promise to Obito. Obito, rest assured, I shall protect our comrades with your eyes from now on. Neither Uchiha Qianlu nor Noara Rin shall meet the same fate as you. I will safeguard them with your vision. With these words, Obito could find solace, or so he thought. Upon hearing Kakashi's declaration, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to voice a response. Kakashi, you wretched soul. Uchiha Qianlu chimed in supportively. Kakashi speaks the truth. Chien-Ryokuin, you have fulfilled Obito's final wish, making you his benefactor. And thus, mine as well. I shall repay this kindness to you. Obito, I will not let you down. Uchiha Obito could not die in peace. He refused to acknowledge that Uchiha Qianlu was his benefactor. He owed him nothing. Uchiha Qianlu, you scoundrel. He regretted granting Kakashi his Sharingan. But Obito had no control over the situation. Kakashi had evolved into Nyoko Lu Kakashi. From this moment on, he was no longer the same. Obito could not swallow that indignation even in death. Even buried beneath the earth, he wished to utter his rotting defiance. Uchiha Qianlu scoundrel. Finally, Minato arrived, albeit belatedly. What he found was Rin and Kakashi, now endowed with the Sharingan. Minato fell silent. The presence of the Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes signified a grave truth: Obito had perished. Minato was engulfed in sorrow. It was all my fault. Like a lamenting figure, he repeated this phrase. It was all his fault. He should never have left the 3 students alone. Had he not done so, this tragedy would not have unfolded. If only he... Minato, this is not your fault. Rin choked out. Although her affection lay with Uchiha Qianlu, witnessing her companion's demise before her eyes filled her heart with profound grief. Even if that person was Obito. Yet, in Obito's final moments, Chien-Ryokuin had avenged him. I believe Obito must have departed with peace of mind. Cursing from beneath the earth. Obito screamed. No, not at all. He wished for Uchiha Qianlu to come down and keep him company. Let us take Obito's body away. Before Minato could finish his sentence, a sudden, violent explosion erupted nearby. It was likely a trap set by the rock shinobi. In an instant, Minato deduced the situation. Only Uchiha Shinlu glanced in that direction. A fleeting moment ago, he sensed an unusual chakra flicker past. If he guessed correctly, it must be the Black Zetsu acting in the shadows. Obito's body had likely been taken to Madara. Regrettably, he could not confront Madara this time. Uchiha Shinlu assessed his chakra reserves, slightly surpassing those of Minato before him. Yet, he was still far from the level of a Kage, let alone capable of contending with Madara. In terms of combat strength, they were not on the same tier for now. Drinking, Uchiha Shinryu's heart brimmed with lofty ambitions. However, he possessed a system. As long as he persevered, one day he would be able to overpower Madara. It was no mere dream. Completing their mission, the diminished team of Minato returned to their base. Minato, filled with indignation, sought out Orochimaru to hold him accountable, assigning such a perilous task to a novice team. Even if Orochimaru was one of the legendary three, Minato had to confront him. Rin circled around Uchiha Shinlu throughout the journey. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Shinlu and followed suit. Not for any other reason, but to express his gratitude. All right then. Kakashi also wished to see how Uchiha Shinlu had grown so powerful. He intended to learn from him. Having shed his burdens, Kakashi transformed from a cool guy into a loyal follower. Meanwhile, Orochimaru perused the mission reports from his subordinates, his golden serpent eyes gleaming with madness. How fascinating. Haha, this is truly delightful. Uchiha, destined to possess the mightiest ocular prowess, yet born blind. Logically, he should be either a waste or not exceptionally powerful. An Uchiha without the Sharingan is akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs. Yet, all of this failed to apply to Uchiha Shinlu. Uchiha Shinlu forged a path uniquely his own, one that no one could replicate. To slay tens of thousands with a single stroke? What a jest. Orochimaru could hardly believe the information laid before him. However, the source of this intelligence was none other than his most trusted subordinate. His confidence would never lie. This indicated that the information was indeed credible. Orochimaru mused silently. Uchiha Shinryu's power is terrifying. If only Danzo were to see this report. One could only imagine the expression he would wear. The information was withheld by Orochimaru, not yet returned to Kenoha. He pondered whether there might be an opportunity to claim Uchiha Shinlu for himself. Securing Uchiha Shinlu could make a clash with Danzo worthwhile. There was so much about Uchiha Shinlu that warranted investigation. Orochimaru was loath to let him go. Handing him over to Danzo would be a waste. Never mind, it cannot be concealed any longer. It must be returned. Uchiha Shinlu should experience the darkness of Kenoha. Thus, Orochimaru would have the chance to infiltrate. At that time, he could simply whisk Uchiha Shinlu away. Orochimaru's schemes echoed in his mind, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Uchiha Shinryu-kun, it is time for you to experience another facet of Kenoha. Chapter 30. Renowned reputation. The remarkable feat of Uchiha Chiharu against the IWA shinobi army not only ignited a fervor in Kenoha, but also sent shockwaves through Iwagakure and Kumogakure. The third Raikage, upon perusing the intelligence in his hands, smashed the desk beneath him into splinters. It was already the third desk he had destroyed. His salary was being squandered on replacing furniture. A grim-faced AI made a sardonic remark, observing the repetitive nature of this scene over the past few days. Damn, old man. The money for the desks doesn't just fall from the sky. Killer B. He interjected. One should not be so temperamental. Matters can be resolved through discussion. Killer B, standing nearby, appeared on the verge of breaking into song. The third Raikage's forehead pulsed with veins, exasperated by the two. Is this the next generation of Kumogakure? Such degeneration. Look at the youth of Kenoha, and then look at these two. His heart brimmed with grief and tears. He yearned for a talent like Uchiha Chiharu. Even half of such brilliance would suffice. Clearing his throat, he stated, Ahem, this is the latest battlefield report. Take a look. He handed the intelligence to AI and Killer B, who quickly scanned its contents. Impossible. AI exclaimed vehemently. This must be an exaggeration. Uchiha Chiharu single-handedly slaying thousands from Iwagakure? What nonsense. Such a scenario could never transpire. While Uchiha Chiharu is indeed formidable, this level of accomplishment is surely embellished. Killer B, on the other hand, was visibly excited. Indeed, he is the worthy opponent I have chosen. Truly powerful. Eight Tails, let us merge and face him together. It shall be an unforgettable battle. He clenched his fists, reveling in the thought of combat. Being bested by Uchiha Chiharu did not anger Killer B. Rather, it thrilled him. He sensed that this Uchiha would become his greatest rival, and their spirits resonated with mutual admiration. Observing Killer B's exuberance, AI sighed, this one's hopeless. Next, Ah, AI, you still underestimate this individual. The third Raikage spoke gravely. He was reluctant to acknowledge the report's implications. If the information was accurate, was there even a need to continue the conflict with Kenoha? Surrendering might be the wisest option. Such overwhelming combat prowess could rival the tailed beasts. Yet, the third Raikage understood that this Uchiha could not possibly be a Jinchuriki. Thus, Uchiha Chihiro was indeed formidable. The very thought of such a powerful adversary filled him with despair. The authenticity of this intelligence was at least 90% certain, even if there weren't thousands. Surely there were hundreds. As AI processed the third Raikage's words, his expression grew serious. Uchiha Chihiro. A blind Uchiha. To possess such strength. AI had encountered the Uchiha clan before. Many resided on the battlefield. However, most were either 1 tomo or 2 tomo. And only those with 3 tomo could alter the course of battle. The majority of Uchiha were adept at copying techniques, but their physical prowess was inherently limited. Recognizing these two weaknesses, AI confidently asserted that he could best most Uchiha. Yet then he faced Uchiha Chihiro, and in that moment, he finally understood Obito's mindset. Uchiha Chihiro, a Uchiha who disregards the code of combat. You are my son, the future Raikage. Never underestimate any enemy. The third Raikage admonished AI. Uchiha Chihiro must not be taken lightly. After imparting this wisdom, he exhaled deeply. This time, we have ensnared a Wagakure, but it is of little concern. After all, we are all adversaries. Trusting the enemy? The Wagakure deserves it. The third Raikage reveled in his scheming, feeling quite pleased with himself for outmaneuvering the third Suchikage. Next, we shall refrain from striking Kenoha and focus on a Wagakure. The third Raikage set his sights firmly on the goal. AI nodded in agreement. For now, it is best to avoid that Uchiha and observe. Meanwhile, Killer Bee continued to protest. No, I want to face him. Let me go. He shouted his peculiar catchphrase. Only to be dragged away by AI. What? What did Killer Bee just say? I didn't catch a word. The poor Killer Bee was disregarded entirely. Scene transition. The mood of the third Suchikage, Inoki, was decidedly grim. Gazing out at the towering mountains, he turned to his son, who lay on a hospital bed. This was the hospital of a Wagakure, filled to capacity with patients, each a casualty of the failed ambush on Kenoha. What on earth happened? Inoki, drawing upon his extensive experience, suppressed his fury as he questioned the bedridden Kuratsuchi. Facing his father, who was shorter and slightly hunched, Kuratsuchi spoke with regret. That person is incredibly powerful. He can even fly. His swordsmanship is extraordinary. Recalling the scene, Kuratsuchi's pupils widened in terror. The sensation of being utterly helpless, his life held in someone else's hands, was unbearable. Yet, that individual was undeniably strong. Despite being merely a child of around 10, Kuratsuchi felt the pressure radiating from him was equal to that of his father. The Suchikage, equally formidable, equally dignified, equally despair-inducing. After exhaling a long breath, Kuratsuchi resolved not to dwell on it further. Otherwise, he would succumb to trembling once more. Inoki listened intently, his brow furrowing. A child? What is his name? Uncertain, but I believe he is an Uchiha? Uchiha Chihiro, perhaps? Kuratsuchi strained to remember. Settling on that name. Impossible. The Uchiha do not possess such techniques. Inoki stated with conviction. I have encountered Uchiha before. Even Uchiha Madara himself. Now that was a true paragon of strength. Most Uchiha wield fire-release chakra. How could they possibly fly? The Doton, IWA Shuriken technique is the culmination of my years of research. Could he have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Inoki speculated. Familiar with the intricacies of the Uchiha's ocular abilities. Beyond the standard 3 tomo, there exists a unique Manjiki. It is said that each Manjiki possesses distinct powers. Perhaps this is the unique ability of that Uchiha Sharingan. Kuratsuchi immediately shook his head. No, he cannot be. He is a blind man. It is impossible for him to awaken the Sharingan. Chapter 31. Tactical Flanking. Not engaging Kenoha, this is impossible. A similar scene unfolds once more, driven by the same person. Inoki, the Suchikage, cannot fathom it. Uchiha? Blind. How could he possibly engage in combat? His vast army was defeated by a mere blind man? Absolutely inconceivable. Father. I am not lying. There is no need to, Huangtu replies, his heart heavy with sorrow. He deeply understands the thoughts of his father, the Suchikage. They attacked Kenoha and lost. To add insult to injury, they were defeated by a blind man. How humiliating. Their disgrace is known throughout the 4 great nations. Yet, this is the undeniable truth. That blind man possesses extraordinary prowess. Huangtu is left profoundly impressed. The one known as Uchiha Chikyu is formidable, truly unstoppable. Anoki paces the room, his hands clasped behind his back, his mind consumed by the fact that Uchiha Chikyu is blind. Could it be that blindness bestows some unique advantage? Impossible. It defies logic. Anoki mutters frantically, on the brink of madness from the illogical nature of Uchiha Chikyu's strength. How can one even consider continuing this fight? No, no, no. They cannot concede defeat so easily. What does it matter if he is blind? Can he rival the likes of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? I have survived encounters with both. Surely I can handle this young upstart. Amidst his frantic self-reassurance, Anoki finally calms down. After Huangtu's repeated accounts and witnessing the hospital filled with severely injured ninjas, Anoki reluctantly acknowledges Uchiha Chikyu's strength. Strong. Incredibly strong. However, they are not devoid of prospects. Iwagakure still has its own talents. That young lad named Deidara? Though he is young, he holds great potential. In a few years, he could very well become a force akin to Uchiha Chikyu. Anoki's self-soothing abilities are remarkable. But speaking of which, that rascal from Kumogakure. Anoki's expression darkens suddenly. That scoundrel, the third Hokage. He must have known that Uchiha Chikyu was not to be trifled with, and yet he sent him to face the storm. If not for Uchiha Chikyu's mercy, he would have lost his only son. Curse him. If I cannot strike Kenoha, then I shall not be deterred from Kumogakure. With a grand gesture, Anoki declares their next target, Kumogakure. For this war, he has long been fully prepared. There is no shortage of manpower. They have ample forces at their disposal. Originally, Anoki intended for an all-out battle, but now, focus fire on Kumogakure. No more idle chatter. Let us engage. Huangtu raises his hands in support. Let's take down Kumogakure. Let that scoundrel, the third Hokage, face the consequences. Huangtu channels all his animosity towards the third Hokage. As for the true instigator, never mind. He dares not act against him. Uchiha Chikyu remains unaware that, due to his actions, a conflict is brewing between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The place where Uchiha Chikyu resides is bustling with excitement. Haha, Chikyu-kun, I've come to see you. Mato guy, clad in a skin-tight green jumpsuit and sporting a gleaming watermelon hairstyle, exclaims joyfully as he claps Uchiha Chikyu on the shoulder. You are truly remarkable, my brother. I too wish to learn from you and pour forth the sweat of youth. Mato guy gazes at Uchiha Chikyu with fervent admiration, flashing a wide grin. You've heard already? Uchiha Chikyu inquires, intrigued by how swiftly news of his exploits has spread. He wonders if Orochimaru is involved in this dissemination. Uchiha Chikyu briefly entertains a conspiracy theory before dismissing it. It is of little consequence. The Third Hokage and Danzo are currently at an impasse, and no resolution is forthcoming. His primary focus remains on becoming stronger. Indeed, as soon as I arrived, I heard people discussing your feats. Truly impressive. Chikyu-kun, I too wish to emulate you. Mato guy exclaims, giving a thumbs up. Uchiha Chikyu cannot see it, but Kakashi nearby finds it painfully ostentatious. At this moment, Kakashi harbors deep envy towards Uchiha Chikyu. The thought of having to interact with this watermelon-headed individual for an extended period makes Kakashi wish to pluck out his own eyes. The agony is unbearable. You are Uchiha Chikyu? Just a blind man. I fail to grasp what makes you so extraordinary. Is it all mere exaggeration? A mocking voice interrupts. Oh right. You are also an Uchiha. This must be part of their scheme to forge a genius in the midst of war. At that moment, a dissonant voice emerges from the side, dripping with sarcasm. Before Uchiha Chikyu can respond, Kakashi turns to see a figure clad in round sunglasses, looking rather shifty. Hibi, Chikyu-kun is not like that. Mato guy retorts, visibly angered. No one can defame my good friend. Kakashi chimes in with a mocking tone. If you cannot achieve it yourself, refrain from speaking. No one considers you mute. Hibi nearly faints from indignation. Why must everyone defend that Uchiha? What does he possess that surpasses a blind man? He merely has a slightly better background, is a tad stronger, and perhaps somewhat more handsome. Damn, he is leagues more handsome. Hibi's mind races with frustration. How can such a person exist in this world? Born into privilege and possessing striking good looks. Woe is me. Life is so unfair. Hibi laments inwardly. Thus, it must be that he is merely a blind man. His strength must be mediocre. Only then can Hibi feel somewhat at ease. You support him? Have you seen him in action? It's all hearsay. Hibi continues to rant, unafraid of his own bluster. Kakashi, oblivious to the veracity of Uchiha Chikyu's prowess, feels his patience waning. What nonsense! Kakashi muses, believing that after Sarutobi Asuma's disgrace during the Chunin exams, no one in Kenoha would dare underestimate Uchiha Chikyu. Yet, here stands a person who does just that. Seeing Uchiha Chikyu remain silent only fuels Hybe's arrogance. I'm right, aren't I? A blind man is still a blind man. How strong can he possibly be? The next generation of Kenoha belongs to us. Hybe prattles on. Uchiha Chikyu furrows his brow. So noisy. Suddenly, he extends his hand. Hybe's eyes widen in surprise. What is this person planning? Then, Uchiha Chikyu stands there as if he has not moved at all. Hybe quickly resumes his previous demeanor. Haha, I knew it. The next moment, Hybe's clothing is reduced to tatters. Chapter 32. The Uchiha clan begins to act. Words lingered unspoken, trapped in their throats. Nearby, Noira Rin instinctively let out a scream. Ah, pervert. Rin immediately covered her eyes with her hands. Ebisu's face flushed crimson with anger, and he hastily covered his sensitive areas. However, while he could shield the upper part, he could not conceal the lower. Clad in nothing but his underwear, Ebisu was on the brink of madness. It wasn't me, he instinctively protested. He was not a pervert. It was undoubtedly Uchiha Chikyu's doing. What have you done? Ebisu glared ferociously at Uchiha Chikyu through his sunglasses. Huh? What does this have to do with Chikyu-kun? Mike Guy scratched his head in confusion. Chikyu-kun clearly did nothing. Kakashi shot a glance at Guy. What a simpleton. The truth was, Uchiha Chikyu had drawn his sword with such swiftness that they could barely comprehend the motion, leading them to believe he had done nothing at all. Yet, this was just as well. Ebisu had instigated the trouble. Kakashi chose to side with Uchiha Chikyu. Isn't it your own poor attire? Instead of hurling insults here, you might as well hurry back and change. Kakashi chimed in. Ebisu nearly fainted from rage. Shameless. Despicable. Infuriating. Too abhorrent. As he raged internally, he also acutely realized the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Chikyu. A semblance of rationality returned to Ebisu. His current predicament was undoubtedly the result of Uchiha Chikyu's actions. Yet, he had barely registered it. What a terrifying speed. What if Uchiha Chikyu had merely intended to teach him a lesson? Would he still be alive now? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ebisu's legs began to weaken. However, he could not bear to lose face. He could only leave behind a feeble threat. Why you wait for me? I will not let you off. With that, Ebisu dashed out without looking back. He could not remain there any longer. Otherwise, he would not know how he might perish. Outside, a cacophony of screams echoed. Pervert. Freak. Someone's running naked. The various exclamations prompted laughter from the few inside the room. All right, leave him be. Let us continue our training. After finishing his laughter, Uchiha Chikyu immediately regained his composure. Ebisu's predicament made Uchiha Chikyu acutely aware that the number of individuals questioning him would only grow. What then should be done? Of course, just as today, fiercely striking back with strength. Only in this way could they truly comprehend what it meant to be powerful. Good brother, you are absolutely right. We must not waste time. We should work hard to sweat through our youth. Mike Guy enthusiastically supported. To Guy, Uchiha Chikyu could only indulge him. What else could he do? He could not fathom the thought process of such a person, nor did he wish to. The group resumed their vigorous training, drenched in sweat. 2 days later, Uchiha Chikyu's achievements finally returned to Kenoha, resting on the desks of the village's higher-ups, including Uchiha Fugaku. Upon reading it, Uchiha Fugaku overturned his cup. Father? Itachi, seated opposite Fugaku, glanced curiously at him. Normally composed, what had caused his father to react so? Ahem. Under his son's inquisitive gaze, Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of embarrassment before quickly regaining his usual demeanor. It's news about Chikyu. Chikyunizan. Itachi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Recognizing his son's admiration for Uchiha Chikyu, Fugaku felt a mix of happiness and jealousy. His son idolized Uchiha Chikyu rather than his own father. No, I shan't dwell on this. If my son learns of Chikyu's glorious deeds on the battlefield, what place do I have left as his father? Yet, Itachi's eager gaze made it difficult for Fugaku to resist. I can't take it anymore. My son is simply too adorable. Haha, clan leader. You two have received news of Chikyu's exploits on the battlefield, right? 1 against 10,000. It's simply astounding. Shisui entered with a loud voice, revealing the very news Fugaku wished to keep hidden. Pushing the door open, he found Uchiha Fugaku wearing a grim expression and Uchiha Itachi looking like a starry-eyed fan. Chikyunizan is so remarkable, Itachi exclaimed in astonishment. 1 against 10,000. Just imagine how many that is. Hearing Itachi's words, Shisui instinctively overlooked the clan leader's dark expression. Regardless of the reason for Fugaku's displeasure, it certainly wasn't because of them. Confidence. JPG. He was here to deliver good news. Uchiha Chikyu's accomplishments were a tremendous boost for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was merely a tad jealous. After shooting a few glares at Shisui, he too could not suppress a smile. Indeed, this is truly wonderful. Uchiha Fugaku burst into laughter. What did the Uchiha clan lack most? A good reputation. What could be better than what Uchiha Chiryu was currently achieving? Nothing. The stronger Uchiha Chiryu became, the more lives he saved, and the better the Uchiha clan's reputation would grow. However, Uchiha Fugaku soon composed himself. Nonetheless, matters at the front lines are not so simple. We believe Chiryu can achieve this, but many others doubt he can. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, exhaling a sigh. Shisui nodded, understanding Fugaku's sentiment. People are like that. This achievement is simply too remarkable, almost beyond human capability. So, would ordinary villagers believe it? They would not. At this moment, it is our turn to step up. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was filled with determination. No one shall erase Uchiha Chiryu's achievements. Uchiha Chiryu's glory is also the glory of the Uchiha clan. Chunin is so incredible. How could he possibly fail? Itachi interjected, pouting in disagreement. Chunin is the strongest. Listening to Itachi's childish remarks, Fugaku chuckled. Yes, he must let everyone know this. Even if Uchiha Chiryu were blind, he would still be formidable. Outside the Kenoha bathhouse, the third Hokage happened to stroll by. Before the third Hokage could sneak a glance, he was struck in the face by a wooden tub. There's a pervert. Huh, have I been discovered so soon? The third Hokage was filled with confusion. Then, he witnessed his unreliable white-haired apprentice bolting out in a panic. Oh, old man, long time no see. Still going strong. Jeriah greeted the third Hokage boisterously. And then, he too was mistaken for a pervert. Chapter 33, The Third Hokage, the genius, the master, and disciple found themselves pursued by the young women of the bathhouse. Barely managing to escape, looking disheveled, Jeriah chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. Haha, old man, you haven't changed a bit after all these years. They settled into a small izakaya, where they drank and chatted in their cozy booth. You too. You finally returned and caused a ruckus. If it weren't for me today, I wonder how you would have ended up. The third Hokage selectively disregarded his own reasons for venturing into the women's bathhouse, admonishing Jeriah with a serious expression. However, Jeriah, ever carefree, shrugged it off. I was merely gathering material. I aspire to be a renowned author. Rest assured, I shall send you a copy. Jeriah winked at the third Hokage, proclaiming, a true man understands. The third Hokage coughed, feigning ignorance. Ahem, I know nothing. Just don't forget, he added quietly, quickly reverting to his serious demeanor. I know you well, you would take any chance to slack off. Now, tell me, what brings you back at this time? After joking, the third Hokage returned to business. He knew Jeriah well enough not to expect him to involve himself in village matters. What sins have I committed? None of you remain in the village. Is it not merely to have you become Hokage? The third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe, thumping the table with the stem. Tsunade and Jeriah, are we truly considering passing the position to Orochimaru or Danzo? Absolutely not. He dismissed the notion outright, insisting on finding a reliable successor. Jeriah, grinning, revealed, is it not for that troublesome apprentice of mine? That yellow flash, always causing me grief. Jeriah expressed his disdain, prompting the third Hokage to roll his eyes. Just boast if you wish. That kid, Minato, possesses remarkable potential. The third Hokage momentarily paused in thought. In terms of prowess, Uchiha Chiryu might indeed surpass him. Jeriah continued, Minato contacted me immediately regarding Uchiha Chiryu. With a curious gaze, he turned to the third Hokage. Old man, is that Uchiha brat truly as formidable as they say? Jeriah was aware of Uchiha Chiryu's reputation primarily through hearsay and sought his master's insight before determining his next steps. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. That child is a genius. Most of what you've heard is indeed true. Jeriah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, this is quite remarkable. I heard whispers of a single individual battling against thousands and emerging victorious. How astonishing is that? Jeriah's face reflected skepticism. The third Hokage rolled his eyes. A rebellious disciple. You doubt your teacher's words? Ask Minato. He wouldn't deceive you. He affirmed. Uchiha Chiryu is that impressive, even drawing the attention of Danzo. If not for him, Danzo would have already taken drastic measures. The third Hokage firmly resolved not to allow Danzo's ambitions to materialize. The previous candidates could be set aside, but Uchiha Chiryu was different. He must be integrated into the Umbu. The third Hokage felt confident that Uchiha Chiryu would place greater trust in the Umbu than in Danzo's faction. Thus, his aim was to deny Danzo any opportunity. Observing the third Hokage's spirited demeanor while discussing Uchiha Chikyu, Jeriah realized that the boy was indeed extraordinary. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I heard he's blind. While I bear no prejudice against the blind, doesn't that present a significant disadvantage compared to others? The third Hokage sneered at Jeriah's remark. Do you understand what a genius truly is? Once you encounter Uchiha Chikyu, you'll realize that the so-called geniuses you've encountered before pale in comparison. What defines a true genius is embodied in Uchiha Chikyu. His conviction was unwavering. This only deepened Jeriah's curiosity. In truth, Minato seeks my assistance to safeguard his student. I hear Orochimaru has set his sights on him. Jeriah clicked his tongue, initially believing Minato to be exaggerating. Orochimaru was often enigmatic, but targeting a mere child seemed excessive. Yet, witnessing the third Hokage's fervent praise made him reconsider. Minato had also depicted Uchiha Chikyu as extraordinary in his letter, describing feats of might that seemed almost mythical. If these claims held any truth, then it was entirely plausible that Orochimaru had indeed become interested. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage reflected. You three are my students, yet you know. Shaking his head, he was vaguely aware of Orochimaru's deeds. What could he do? As long as Orochimaru did not cross his bottom line, the third Hokage would feign ignorance, quietly excluding Orochimaru from the list of potential Hokage candidates. Orochimaru was unsuitable. You should also take a look. Decide for yourselves what you wish to pursue. You are all grown now. I cannot control your choices. Jeriah patted the third Hokage on the shoulder before taking off. Old man, remember to settle the bill. I'll be on my way. The third Hokage was left dumbfounded, staring at the table laden with empty bottles and dishes, his hands trembling. So much. My savings. He lamented, unable to protect his hard-earned money. Meanwhile, Jeriah stealthily made his way to the front lines. Yes, I am merely here to gather material. Other matters do not concern me, he asserted. Nodding as he traversed the entire camp, he ultimately located the quarters of the rumored Uchiha Chikyu. 1, 2, 3, 4? Why are there 4 youngsters? This complicates matters. Upon recognizing the faces, Jeriah fell silent. Damn it, why is that child so handsome? What use is a pretty face without strength? He grumbled indignantly. No, today Jeriah the lecherous sage, must teach him a lesson about the harshness of the world. Chapter 34. Jeriah bound hand and foot as a renowned perverted sage and one of the legendary Sannin. Jeriah found it utterly effortless to deal with a mere child. As for the rumors surrounding Uchiha Chikyu, seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving. This kid seemed rather unimpressive. Being blind was one thing, but the fact that he was drinking on the front lines showed a blatant disregard for the ninja code. Today he must be taught a lesson. With eager anticipation, Jeriah began to formulate his plan. Concealing the fluctuations of his chakra to the utmost, Jeriah stealthily initiated his approach. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the moment he would deliver a severe reprimand before the boy's companions, imparting the harsh reality of the battlefield to this Uchiha. Perhaps he would even garner the admiration of a new disciple. How delightful! However, unbeknownst to Jeriah, Uchiha Chikyu had already sensed his presence the moment Jeriah began to spy on him. Through quiet murmurs, he recognized Jeriah immediately. How amusing! Uchiha Chikyu would not be lenient simply because Jeriah was Minato's mentor. If Jeriah intended to ambush him, he could not expect mercy in return. Without a flicker of change in his breath or expression, Uchiha Chikyu continued to drink while drawing his sword. Nearby, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Rin were engaged in special training. Chikyu-kun, I can't go on much longer, Rin gasped, her physical stamina proving to be the weakest among them. Uchiha Chikyu replied coolly, keep going. Even a girl must strive. Besides, Rin has the potential to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. A strong body is essential. Might Guy clenched his fists in encouragement. Young lady, let your youthful sweat flow. Do not allow yourself to falter. Despite her exhaustion, Rin gritted her teeth, inspired by Uchiha Chikyu's unwavering resolve to continue. She could not allow herself to lag behind. The incident with Obito was a lesson learned. Once more, Yahara Rin stood tall. This scene caused Jeriah, who was still in hiding, to shake his head in disbelief. TSK, this boy deserves to be single. What use is good looks if he cannot show consideration for the girls? Jeriah's expression twisted with jealousy. Why did this Uchiha attract such admiration from a girl? And what about him? All he had was a brutish gorilla. A shiver ran down Jeriah's spine. No, he could not dwell on that. He needed to act immediately. Just as Jeriah revealed his presence, before he could utter a single boastful word, Uchiha Chikyu suddenly appeared before him with blinding speed. He surpassed even Minato's flying thunder god technique. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, unable to retaliate in time. With a swift strike of the sword's hilt, Uchiha Chiryu delivered a heavy blow to Jiraiya's neck, causing him to lose consciousness before he could utter a single word. Kakashi and Rin blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Kakashi and Rin exchanged bewildered glances. How did an extra person suddenly appear in the blink of an eye, and then disappear just as quickly? Yet Kakashi quickly pieced it together. Is this person here to ambush us? Secure him immediately, due to Jiraiya's unreliability and sudden attack. Kakashi failed to recognize his true identity. As for the vague sense of familiarity, it was possible they had encountered him on the battlefield before. If that were the case, this individual was not to be underestimated. Kakashi's mind raced through various torturous scenarios. He needed to extract information from this intruder. Rin nodded fervently. It was indeed perilous. Luckily, Chiyukuin had detected the threat in time. Only Might Guy scratched his head, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events, cheerfully exclaiming, "Your speed is incredible, truly worthy of being my brother. I must learn from you. Let us ignite our youthful passions." Kakashi and Rin ignored him entirely. Forget it. There's no common language between humans and gorillas. Just tie him up and send him to Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Chiryu stroked his chin, a mischievous glint in his eye. Cough. Cough. It's only natural to capture someone who attempted to ambush me and send them to Lord Orochimaru for proper handling. There is nothing wrong with that. Following Uchiha Chiryu's instructions, Kakashi deftly secured Jeriah with an impeccable tortoiseshell binding. However, once Jeriah regained consciousness, he found himself unable to escape the ropes. Much to his embarrassment, especially as he faced his old classmate, Orochimaru. What a disgrace. Orochimaru, you heartless fiend. You just sit there and laugh at my misfortune. Jeriah lamented. His dignity shattered. Orochimaru couldn't help but applaud Jiraiya's predicament. You are quite remarkable, Orochimaru remarked, gazing at Jiraiya's utterly disheveled state, momentarily at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Upon witnessing Jeriah bound like a tortoise, Orochimaru instinctively wondered if Uchiha Chiryu had come to stage a coup. After all, Jeriah was one of the legendary Sannin. So was he. Did Uchiha Chiryu intend to imply that he was next in line? For the first time, a chill ran down Orochimaru's spine. If that were the case, he would flee immediately. He could not bear the shame of being ousted. Fortunately, Uchiha Chiryu's words dispelled Orochimaru's fears. Lord Orochimaru, this man intended to ambush me and I incapacitated him. I leave him in your capable hands, hoping for a satisfactory resolution under your guidance. Uchiha Chiryu concluded with an exceptionally sincere smile, causing Orochimaru's eyelids to twitch. Was Uchiha Chiryu genuinely oblivious to Jiraiya's identity? Watching Uchiha Chiryu depart, Orochimaru felt a headache coming on. He had indeed taken on a hot potato. Uchiha Chiryu had delivered a bound figure whose identity was unrecognizable to others. Yet the fact remained that Uchiha Chiryu had been ambushed. If a satisfactory resolution could not be reached, it would directly undermine Orochimaru's standing on the front lines. Orochimaru's expression darkened. He was indifferent to such status. However, he would never allow himself to be forced down by others. Damn you, Jeriah. Orochimaru cursed under his breath, unable to contain his frustration. How humiliating to be defeated by a mere 10-year-old Uchiha. Chapter 35. The Watergate. So you are such a lecherous immortal. It's all that old man's fault. Jeriah began to frantically shift the blame. The first to bear the brunt was the third Hokage. The old man told me that Uchiha Chihiro was a genius. How could this be a genius? Clearly, I have already reached the level of a monster. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jeriah could not keep pace with Uchiha Chihiro's speed. What terrifying power is this? However, I was also somewhat careless. Jeriah reassured himself. Although he had lost, it was not as if he had underestimated Uchiha Chihiro at first. A Uchiha in his early teens and still blind. To Jeriah, how strong could he possibly be? After all, it was merely a comparison with his peers. As a seasoned veteran who had consumed more salt than Uchiha Chihiro had rice, he was naturally unafraid. Yet, unexpectedly, he had hit a wall. Orochimaru, having listened to Jeriah, interjected with a cold laugh, regarding him with disdain. You truly have brought shame upon us, Sannin. You should be grateful that Tsunade is not here. At the mention of Tsunade's name, Jiraiya's expression twisted in an instant. That violent gorilla. Her physique is top-notch. And her face is beautiful, but her temperament is truly hard to describe. If Tsunade saw him in this state, she would undoubtedly deliver a punch that would bury him in the ground, forcing him to calm down. Although Jeriah had explained the situation, Orochimaru's expression remained grim. Today's incident made Orochimaru realize that Uchiha Chihiro's strength had surpassed his imagination. Controlling Uchiha Chihiro would be no easy task, whether or not Jeriah had underestimated him. Uchiha Chihiro had taken advantage of Jeriah's moment of inattention and had decisively defeated him. This indicated that Uchiha Chihiro had already attained a power that could almost rival theirs. And this was without Uchiha Chihiro activating his Sharingan. If Uchiha Chihiro were not blind, but a fully capable Uchiha. For the first time, Orochimaru felt a twinge of regret. A perfect experimental subject, so flawed. That little brat Minato as well. How could he not clarify things with me? Jeriah continued to mutter, lamenting the immense blow to his pride from losing to Uchiha Chihiro. How humiliating. Such embarrassment in front of old classmates. Yet, Uchiha Chihiro remained there, looking innocent. Retract your little thoughts. The mess you made this time, you will clean up yourself. Orochimaru did not inquire about Jeriah's purpose for coming. He had already surmised it. However, after today's incident, Jeriah would surely have no face to remain here. Things would be much easier now. Orochimaru was not yet prepared to fall out with Jeriah, nor did he intend to obtain those excellent materials in his presence. I still wish to have a go at that kid. He utilized pure sword techniques without infusing chakra, yet was able to unleash such tremendous power. Jeriah found it baffling. Instead of pondering here, you might as well consider what to say when your student arrives. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. Jeriah is quite the troublesome fellow. Nevertheless, this trouble was one Orochimaru could not manage. Orochimaru was too indifferent to intervene, as it was Jeriah's own mess. Just bring in that Minato guy. He was called here by Minato himself, that old, lecherous immortal. Upon learning of Jeriah's arrival, Minato was extremely excited. He rushed over, only to witness a scene that made him want to poke his own eyes out. So, the teacher had such peculiar tastes. Truly, he is the lecherous immortal, the esteemed teacher. Minato could hardly bring himself to call him that. Jeriah immediately struck a pose. Minato, help me quickly. I swear I am not a pervert. Boo-hoo. Those little brats hold such grudges. Orochimaru too. He actually helped an outsider instead of his own, not even willing to lend a rope. Silently closing the door, Minato wished to pretend he had seen nothing and leave. Ultimately, he took a deep breath. What else could he do? The one who pleaded with him was himself. He had to accept it. Your student is really something. Do you not understand the meaning of respecting your teacher? Jeriah incessantly muttered, making Minato's ears nearly develop calluses. I never imagined you were such a teacher. Suddenly, Minato interrupted Jeriah's ramblings with a question. Jiraiya-sensei, do you not think there is something off about Lord Orochimaru? Jeriah fell silent for a long while before finally nodding. Indeed. From the moment he first laid eyes on Orochimaru, he had vaguely sensed something amiss. Your concerns are not without merit. After witnessing firsthand just how powerful Uchiha Chihiro truly is, Jeriah acknowledged Minato's worries. Such a formidable Uchiha. How could he not stir up a storm in Kenoha? I still remember the expression on his face when he attacked me. Jeriah stroked his chin and suddenly spoke. Though his eyes could see nothing, Jeriah felt an eerie sensation, as if he were the target being locked onto. Uchiha Chihiro struck with such speed that he had no power to retaliate. To accomplish all of this perfectly, Uchiha Chihiro must possess an extraordinarily powerful chakra. Even if it does not surpass his own, it cannot be far off. Such a prodigy, how am I to instruct him? This teacher truly cannot handle it. You would do better to seek Tsunade. Jiraiya-sensei, Chihiro-kun is an Uchiha. Minato shook his head. If possible, would he not wish to invite Tsunade home? After all, she is the last princess of the Senju clan. Should Lady Tsunade be willing to step in, resolving this matter would be much easier. But that identity naturally presents its own challenges. Enough. Do not play the victim in front of me. That kid is beyond my teaching capabilities. I feel quite ashamed for my previous sneak attack on him. I will speak to Tsunade on your behalf. As Jeriah spoke, he reflected inwardly. Truly, I am the best teacher in the world. I have even taken on such troublesome matters. In truth, what was Jeriah thinking? Damn it. That Uchiha brat. Just wait until I find someone even more formidable to deal with you. You dare to strike against me? Do you also dare to strike against Tsunade? If you dare to swing a bat, the entire Kenoha will descend upon you. Jiraiya's mind was racing with calculations, and a benevolent smile graced his face. Chapter 36. Uchiha Chiho. So soft. This simply won't do. Jiraiya's smile, which had bloomed on his face, quickly wilted. Tsunade was nowhere to be found. Ever since Kato Dan's demise, Tsunade had developed a fear of blood, rendering her incapable of standing on the battlefield. Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly pained. Could it be that I am truly powerless against this young lad? I refuse to believe it. Jeriah's spirit soared with renewed determination. After all, he was Jeriah, one of the legendary Sannin, on par with Orochimaru. Orochimaru was presently in charge of the front lines in Kenoha, and Jeriah was no less. Minato, unaware of Jeriah's thoughts, continued to persuade him. Teacher, all you need to do is stay here. Chihu's strength exceeds what an ordinary person can teach. He is the kind of genius who needs to develop on his own. Just give him enough time, and he will ascend to unparalleled heights. Unbeknownst to Minato, his words pierced Jeriah's heart like daggers. So this was Minato's true intention in bringing him here, to serve as a shield? In Minato's eyes, Jeriah was no longer qualified to teach that brat? Bah! Jeriah glared fiercely at his audacious disciple. I shall remain. I must see for myself whether that Uchiha is as formidable as you claim. With that, Jeriah stormed off. Minato, unperturbed, chuckled while scratching his head, muttering with concern, Teacher, please do not provoke Chiho. If you get into trouble, I won't be able to help. Jeriah, still within earshot, cursed his ungrateful disciple silently. Determined to expel Minato from his tutelage. Was there truly such a disloyal student in existence? Uchiha Chiho drained the last bottle of liquor from his stock and smacked his lips. Not bad. He opened his panel and glanced at his stats. Strength, 250. Defense, 250. Speed, 251. Spirit, 252. Agility, 253. Overall physical strength, 252. Chakra amount, 122. Both his physical strength and chakra had seen a significant increase. However, those numbers hovering around 250 were rather unimpressive. I shall step out briefly, but I will return swiftly. Uchiha Chiho stroked his chin, preparing for the next phase. Determined to persist. Yet, being stationed at the front lines of Kenoha made procuring alcohol rather troublesome. Each time, he had to stockpile a considerable amount of liquor in his scrolls. After all, trying to buy alcohol on the battlefield was no trivial matter. It often took him half a day to reach a bustling town to make his purchases. The smaller towns had nothing to offer. Nara-Rin wanted to accompany Uchiha Chiho, but she simply could not match his speed and was left stamping her foot in frustration, even with her ability to fly on a sword. It took her 4 to 5 hours to reach the nearest bustling town. If he didn't buy a sufficient quantity of liquor to justify such a lengthy journey, it would be a waste. Weighing his bulging wallet, Uchiha Chiho passed by a casino, and a sudden idea struck him. Why not try my luck? Perhaps I could earn some extra money and buy even more liquor. Uchiha Chiho felt a twinge of excitement. His hearing was exceptional, particularly attuned to the sounds of dice. Just as he stood at the casino's entrance, torn between entering or not, a brazen voice rang out behind him. Get lost, you brat. The audacious woman was none other than Tsunade, who had chanced upon the casino while contemplating a game. Seeing a young boy hesitating at the entrance, she decided to mock him. You're quite young to be dabbling in gambling. What a poor choice. Tsunade had long forgotten that she herself had begun gambling at the tender age of 2 or 3. What right did she have to lecture others? To her surprise, she found herself at a disadvantage. This was a first. Tsunade's fury reached its peak. Uchiha Chiho was no pushover either. Sensing her chakra, he deftly evaded her attack. Tsunade's expression turned grave. This boy was not only a ninja, but a formidable one at that. Was he tracking her? Aware of her sensitive status, Tsunade knew Kenoha had been searching for her, and other villages were also trying to uncover her whereabouts. However, she had managed to evade them all. Brat, which village are you from? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Uchiha Chiho. To her surprise, he was rather handsome. If only he were a few years older. Tsunade wiped her mouth, shaking her head. Bah, she was merely appreciating his looks. Furthermore, this boy had just taken advantage of her. Clearly, he was no good. This. Annie, I believe it was you who initiated the provocation, and you attacked me first, correct? Uchiha Chiho was not one to shy away from a retort. Couldn't he tell that this woman appeared to be in her 30s? A sweet word like sister wouldn't have been out of place. Yet, after being provoked and attacked first, she now bore animosity towards him. Uchiha Chiho was no pushover either. Huh, auntie. Tsunade was indeed furious. At just over 30, she prided herself on her youthful beauty, and this boy dared to call her auntie. Women are sensitive about their looks, especially Tsunade, who had developed the Een seal to retain her youth. You must be blind, brat. Can't you see I'm beautiful? Today, she would assume the role of his elder and teach him a harsh lesson. Tsunade cracked her knuckles ominously. Today, she would ensure this boy cried for his mother. Chapter 37. The casino's plump lamb do not engage in fights at the entrance of the casino. The casino owner, hearing the commotion outside, hurriedly rushed out. Jingyin, clutching a small piglet, finally made her way to Tsunade's side. Tsunade-sama, facing the casino owner who blocked her path and seeing Jingin's anxious expression, Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. Today, you're lucky. I must be too kind-hearted to let such a petty rogue take advantage of me. Reflecting on her years of self-cultivation, Tsunade felt a twinge of pride, only to hear Jingin's voice again. How dare you bully a blind person here? Unlike Tsunade, who was fuming, Jingin immediately recognized that the boy opposite them was indeed blind, his vacant gaze revealing his inability to see. It was utterly despicable for Tsunade to harass someone so vulnerable. Upon Jingin's revelation, Tsunade realized that the boy might genuinely be blind. After all, she was an exceptional medical ninja. With this new understanding, her anger dissipated like air escaping a punctured balloon. So, wasn't he being malicious? Did I mistakenly judge him? Tsunade's expression shifted to one of reluctant embarrassment. I thought he was here for me. A flush crept across her cheeks, realizing she had overestimated her own significance. Auntie, when you spoke to me earlier, that wasn't your true intention, was it? Uchiha Chiharu was not someone easily pacified. Of course not. How could he let someone push him around? Uchiha Chiharu would never refrain from fighting back. Tsunade wished she could charge at him and deliver a thorough thrashing. Why is this little brat so troublesome? I've already apologized. What more does he want? Tsunade bore no shame in her refusal to acknowledge her own words, having completely forgotten her earlier statements. Apologize? What had she said? She had no recollection. Let us settle this in the casino. Uchiha Chiharu declared with unwavering resolve. This was an excellent opportunity. Indeed, he recognized Tsunade's identity. But what did that matter? It was merely a coincidence that he bumped into her, and certainly unintentional. Tsunade continued to provoke him. Uchiha Chiharu was not one to back down, having encountered the renowned plump lamb of the casino. How could he not take advantage of this chance to profit handsomely? After all, Tsunade was destined to lose, and he might as well ride the wave. Uchiha Chiharu thought without a hint of shame. Hearing their exchange, the casino owner was grinning from ear to ear. Please, step inside, esteemed guests. Such spirited patrons are a delight. The more they feud, the more likely they are to lose it all. Huh? You little brat, you think you can gamble against me? Do you know that I've been rolling dice since I was 2 years old? Prepare for a naked run, Tsunade proclaimed, her confidence resonating loudly. Jingin, witnessing this, was nearly in tears. Tsunade-sama, tone it down. Can't you see how the casino owner is staring at us? And with that notorious reputation, Tsunade had accumulated a mountain of debts. Had it not been for her strength and fame, she would have been expelled from the casino long ago. Yet Tsunade remained blissfully unaware, storming into the casino with indignant fervor. Earlier, she had shown some restraint at the entrance, but upon hearing the rattling of dice inside, her rationality vanished. Big win, Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Uchiha Chiharu felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. This Tsunade-sama truly seems unreliable. He decided to focus on his goal of earning money, disregarding her identity entirely. He pulled out all his small change and confidently placed it against Tsunade's bets. Small? Am I going to lose? What a joke. Who doesn't he know Tsunade loses 10 out of 10 bets? No matter what she bets, if I bet against her, I'm guaranteed to win. No need for trickery. Sure enough, Tsunade was swept into the thrill of gambling, completely oblivious to Uchiha Chiharu's presence. By the time she found herself stripped of every last coin and owing the casino a staggering 100,000, she watched as Uchiha Chiharu walked away with a large chest full of winnings. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and fury consumed her. Impossible. That brat must be cheating, Tsunade shouted, her anger boiling over as she pointed accusingly at Uchiha Chiharu. I practically promised to run naked, and he clearly isn't skilled enough to win so much. As if to add insult to injury, Uchiha Chiharu leisurely strolled past her, cradling the box of money. Thanks to you, Auntie. Following your lead was a windfall. Tsunade's fury erupted, and she could almost hear the sound of blood rushing from her head. Tsunade-sama, don't faint. Wake up. Jingin's desperate voice echoed as Uchiha Chiharu left the casino without a backward glance. Help Tsunade? What a fanciful notion. She was the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Meanwhile, the casino's thugs, who had pursued Uchiha Chiharu, quickly lost sight of him. The casino owner was left seething, his heart bleeding at the thought of the large sum of money Uchiha Chiharu had taken. He turned his wrathful gaze back to Tsunade, still sprawled on the ground. Keep this woman here. She must be in cahoots with that boy. Unbeknownst to her, Tsunade had once again borne the brunt of Uchiha Chiharu's mischief. Uchiha Chiharu, having exchanged all his winnings for drinks, filled his scrolls to the brim and returned home with a sense of satisfaction. Upon entering his dwelling, he was taken aback by the cacophony. Is there a barbecue party happening on my turf? Confused, he soon recognized several familiar voices. Chiharu-kun, Uchiha-kun, you're back. Yawahara-rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Yuzuki Yugao? What were these two doing on the front lines of Kenoha? Before Uchiha Chiharu could inquire, Kurenai and Yugao, flushed with excitement, rushed to his side, chattering animatedly. We were sent to the battlefield, and we chose to come here. Yes, we heard Chiharu-kun was here. Chapter 38. Asuma's awakening. Kakashi clasped his hands together, unable to maneuver past the group of girls. He could only stand at a moderate distance from Uchiha Chiharu. Speaking in a calm tone, the front lines have always been under pressure. Initially, there were concerns about youth and insufficient strength. However, your achievements have dispelled those doubts. To put it plainly, Uchiha Chiharu has instilled fear in the hearts of the Iwagakure, regardless of what other villages believe. They will certainly refrain from attacking Kenoha for the time being. Consequently, Kenoha has dispatched others to the front lines as well. They might as well put on a show. When necessary, they could still play a significant role. Who knows, perhaps another prodigy akin to Uchiha Chiharu might emerge from their ranks. In a moment of clarity, Uchiha Chiharu felt an urge to curse. Nonsense. The people from Kenoha must have lost their minds. Yet, regardless of Uchiha Chiharu's thoughts, the situation was already set in motion. There was nothing to be done. Yugao and Yuzuki were quite pleased. They were finally able to see Chiharu-kun again. Uchiha Chiharu's handsome appearance had garnered him immense popularity among the girls. Even Yugao and Yuzuki held a certain affection for him. The prospect of getting close to Uchiha Chiharu filled both girls with delight. While Yugao and Yuzuki reveled in their happiness, the boys in their group were far less enthusiastic, particularly Asuma Sarutobi and Kizashi Yagyu, who had accompanied them. My ideal goddess is off to see another man what to do? I'm anxious. Asuma was even more distressed, unable to forget the humiliation of being soundly defeated by Uchiha Chiharu last time. Damn it. Watching Uchiha Chiharu over there guzzling down drinks while Yugao swirled around him with a smile he had never seen before made Asuma's eyes burn with resentment. Asuma, do you want to teach that kid a lesson? Hibiki immediately noticed Asuma's hostile gaze directed at Uchiha Chiharu and stealthily approached him, eager to incite trouble. He had not forgotten the embarrassment Uchiha Chiharu had inflicted upon him last time and had long sought revenge. However, Hibiki was no match for Uchiha Chiharu. His teammate, Noera-rin, remained uninvolved in such matters. Hibiki could only nurse his grudges in silence. Until now, with Asuma Sarutobi's arrival, Hibiki's spirits were lifted. Others may fear Uchiha Chiharu, but Asuma Sarutobi was different. He was the son of the Third Hokage. If Asuma wanted to teach Uchiha Chiharu a lesson, it would be as easy as pie. Hibiki, oblivious to the events that transpired during the Chunin exams, gazed at Asuma with eager anticipation while constantly flattering him. Lord Asuma, you are the son of the Third Hokage, trained by esteemed masters since childhood. That guy relies solely on his prestigious lineage, but you are no less than him. Shut up. Asuma shot a menacing glare at Hibiki, who had opened an unwanted topic. Did he not wish to deliver a beating to Uchiha Chiharu? Of course he did. He had been thinking about it ever since he lost face during the Chunin exams. Chiharu-kun has taken down two enemies. Both were Jonin. The son of the Third Hokage couldn't match him. Uchiha Chiharu is truly formidable. The accolades were endless. The Third Hokage was unbothered by the thought that Asuma might become despondent from hearing such praise. In fact, he relished the opportunity to use Uchiha Chiharu's exploits to further suppress Asuma. Otherwise, the boy's ego would soar to the heavens. As the Third Hokage had anticipated, Asuma was repeatedly struck down by these comparisons. No way. How could I be inferior to a blind Uchiha? Yet, no matter how hard Asuma tried, Uchiha Chiharu's accomplishments continued to surpass previous feats, especially with the latest achievement, which was nothing short of astonishing. Even Asuma was left in awe upon hearing it. 1 against 1,000. Is that guy truly human? Asuma thought to himself. He had no doubts. Just recalling their last encounter during the Chunin exams made it clear that Uchiha Chiharu possessed genuine strength. Grinding his teeth, Asuma glanced at the lecherous Hibiki, then at Uchiha Chiharu, who was surrounded by several girls, still feeling disheartened. Get lost. Even if I want to defeat him, I must do so with honor. Asuma turned his back on Hibiki. Though he had nearly succumbed to Hibiki's persuasion moments ago, he remembered his identity as the son of the Third Hokage. Despite his disdain for his father, he could not tarnish that legacy. Hibiki, begrudgingly watching Asuma, realized this was his only chance for redemption. However, Asuma refused to acknowledge him further, leaving Hibiki to depart in frustration, plotting anew. Meanwhile, Yugao and Yuki watched as Uchiha Chiharu drank as if it were water. Their expressions filled with worry. Chiharu-kun, is it really okay to drink like that? Yes, Chiharu-kun. You should exercise moderation. It would be terrible if it harmed your health. Both girls gazed at Uchiha Chiharu with concern. Uchiha Chiharu waved them off. Noera Rin approached, linking her arms with the two girls, smiling brightly. Don't worry. Chiharu-kun has excellent drinking capacity. No matter how much he drinks, he won't get drunk. Rin spoke with pride. Compared to others, she understood Chiharu-kun better. Yugao and Yuki nodded, firmly embedding Uchiha Chiharu's preferences in their hearts. So that's how it is. Asuma, unable to resist the pull, rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Is there really a need to worry about Uchiha Chiharu? A person who can face enemies on the battlefield while intoxicated is not human. Hey, fight me. Asuma's tone was stiff. Uchiha Chiharu recognized the voice immediately. It was Asuma Sarutobi. Haven't you already lost to me? Uchiha Chiharu calmly stated this fact. Even though Asuma knew he couldn't win, a flicker of anger ignited within him. This guy? It's infuriating. Fight me again. I want to know where I truly stand. Chapter 39. An opportunity delivered to one's door. Uchiha Chiryu felt a sense of exasperation. How could there still be individuals who sought out hardship? Why was it so difficult? All he desired was to enhance himself. He found the notions of combat and violence to be utterly unappealing. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. A new task had been issued. Uchiha Chiryu glanced at the notification. What on earth? Subdue 10 subordinates by virtue of strength? Task progress, 110. Wait, who is that one? When did I ever subdue a subordinate through strength? I was completely unaware of this. With curiosity, Uchiha Chiryu focused his mind to access the detail. Hatake Kakashi. Huh? Uchiha Chiryu was utterly bewildered. When did this occur? However, the system would not deceive him. But what benefits would come from subduing others? Uchiha Chiryu pondered within. Subduing subordinates. It seemed quite troublesome. If the rewards were lackluster, then he would. With each subordinate subdued, your training effectiveness will increase by 10%. You have already subdued one subordinate. Today's training effectiveness is enhanced by 10%. A radiant smile broke across Uchiha Chiryu's face. 10%. If I managed to subdue 10, that would amount to 100%. The effectiveness of my training would double each day. It was simply exhilarating. Invest a modicum of effort and reap double the rewards. Uchiha Chiryu was resolute not to let this opportunity slip away. Just moments ago, he had found Sarutobi Asuma bothersome. Now, he wished for 2 more challengers to appear. Let the storm rage on. He could withstand it. All right, I accept your challenge. Uchiha Chiryu declared straightforwardly. Sarutobi Asuma's eyes lit up. Great, let us commence at once. Asuma was eager. Even if he could not defeat Uchiha Chiryu, he would ensure that Uchiha Chiryu understood that he was not an easy target. Asuma harbored a strong determination. Meanwhile, the 3 girls nearby watched Uchiha Chiryu with concern. Chiryu-kun, are you really all right? Asuma, why are you stirring up trouble? Don't you know Chiryu-kun wants to train? Chiryu-kun, please don't push yourself too hard. The girls encircled Uchiha Chiryu protectively, with Red even openly chastising Asuma. Asuma felt a pang of sorrow. Humph. He merely huffed in response. This time, he was determined to engage Uchiha Chiryu in a reciprocal exchange. He wanted Red to witness his true prowess. They found a spacious clearing, gathering the attention of all the other young ninjas in Kenoha. Kakashi glanced at Ebisu and Narashikamaru, remaining silent. Other familiar faces, like the likes of Mizuki and Kurenai, also joined the crowd. All of Kenoha's young ninjas had come to witness the spectacle. They were all intensely curious about Uchiha Chiryu's strength and eager to discern whether the rumors were substantiated or mere bluster. Even Jeriah and Orochimaru were covertly observing from the shadows. This was an opportunity to witness Uchiha Chiryu in action, and it was not to be missed. Although the opponent appeared unremarkable, they could analyze Uchiha Chiryu's techniques. Jeriah, filled with determination, muttered to himself, "This time, I must discern how this kid executes his moves. I seek to clear the slate." As he gazed at Uchiha Chiryu, Sarutobi Asuma felt immense pressure. He had not forgotten how he had lost to Uchiha Chiryu previously. He had assumed that Uchiha Chiryu's strength lay solely in taijutsu, but to his surprise, Uchiha Chiryu's ninjutsu was equally remarkable, perhaps even superior. After returning home, Asuma had tirelessly trained to perfect his ultimate techniques. Finally, Asuma experienced a breakthrough. This was the confidence that emboldened him to challenge Uchiha Chiryu. Drawing his chakra blade, Asuma's aura shifted dramatically. Wind release, Chakra mode. With a powerful shout, Asuma was enveloped in a faint blue chakra energy. His speed surged significantly. He excelled in speed. Asuma's objective now was to unleash his speed to the fullest. Nearby, Jeriah shook his head, lamenting. Does this could not realize? That Uchiha speed surpasses even the yellow flash. Minato Namikaze? How many in Kenoha could boast of matching the speed of the yellow flash? If one could not, they should refrain from comparing themselves to Uchiha Chiryu. What a disgrace. Wind release. Wind dust technique. Immediately, Asuma conjured a gust of wind. Everyone's vision was obscured. Jeriah shook his head again, exasperated. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Had he forgotten that Uchiha Chiryu was blind? Jeriah slammed his thigh in frustration, wishing he had not placed such high hopes on Asuma. Had Sarutobi Asuma genuinely forgotten? No. The swirling dust and smoke would not obstruct Uchiha Chiryu's vision. However, the sounds of colliding dust and stones would undoubtedly hinder Uchiha Chiryu's hearing. Just a fleeting moment of opportunity. That was all Asuma needed. Before a triumphant smile could surface on Asuma's face, Uchiha Chiryu swiftly drew a wooden sword. Too slow. Full of flaws. If I genuinely engaged, a single strike would suffice to end you. Uchiha Chiryu's voice remained calm, as though stating an undeniable fact. He had accurately analyzed each of Asuma's offensive weaknesses and struck precisely at every point he had identified. Asuma's movements quickened with every exchange. Wind release, Emerald Gale. Fang of the Wolf. Regardless of whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu, Asuma threw everything he had into the fray. Despite Uchiha Chiryu's overwhelming prowess, Asuma stubbornly persevered. No, he absolutely refused to concede easily. Yet, Asuma simultaneously grasped the meaning of true domination. Each of Uchiha Chiryu's words corresponded precisely with Asuma's next action. He could even predict the techniques Asuma intended to employ. Asuma felt like a marionette, manipulated at the whim of Uchiha Chiryu, toyed with at will. Sweat poured down his face, his vision gradually blurring. He had lost track of how long he had been fighting. Ultimately, he felt the last remnants of his chakra drain completely. His body softened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chiryu remained unscathed, exuding an air of freshness as if he had merely engaged in a light warm-up, never having fought earnestly. Chiryu-kun. The girls rushed forward, surrounding Uchiha Chiryu in a flurry of concern. Asuma, lying on the ground, finally succumbed to despair and closed his eyes. He understood at last. He would never be able to match Uchiha Chiryu's pace in this lifetime. Chapter 40. The Leaf Ninja eager for a beating. The few male ninjas were not as impulsive as the girls. However, after witnessing the battle, they fell silent. Asuma's strength? Everyone pondered deeply. Indeed, if any of them were to replace Uchiha Chihiro, they could not possibly match his ease in combat. Anyone who faced Asuma's combination of attacks would suffer greatly. Yet, Uchiha Chihiro not only remained unscathed, but also utterly dominated Asuma. With no formidable ninjutsu or taijutsu, armed only with the most ordinary wooden sword, he effortlessly overwhelmed Asuma throughout the entire match. Such prowess left no room for doubt. How could they question his strength? Pathetic indeed. Ebisu trembled all over. Even the son of the third Hokage could not best that blind man. Did he still have any chances left in his own calculations? Ebisu dared not speak, wishing he could shrink into nothingness, praying Uchiha Chihiro would overlook his existence entirely. Truly remarkable. If only I could possess such strength. Shikamaru, chewing on his stick, was deeply moved, reflecting on the situation. He recognized Uchiha Chihiro's reputation was well-deserved. Regardless of its truth, he resolved not to provoke him. Yet, witnessing Uchiha Chihiro's power firsthand ignited a yearning within him. A man must aspire to be like Uchiha Chihiro. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. So this is how it could be? Kakashi felt a surge of desire to spar with Uchiha Chihiro. Only by clashing with the strong could one truly identify their own weaknesses. Chihiro-kun, let us engage in battle. Kakashi called out. Chihiro-kun, I wish to join. Came the echo from Might Guy. Their gazes clashed instantaneously, neither willing to back down. No way. He must seize this opportunity. Asuma lay bewildered on the ground. Could he truly never reach Uchiha Chihiro's level in this lifetime? Was it worth continuing? Asuma began to question his very existence, even contemplating abandoning his path as a ninja. Before he could conclude his thoughts, Kakashi and Might Guy erupted into a heated argument, both eager to duel with Uchiha Chihiro. Asuma was left utterly perplexed. What? I sense something amiss with the two of you. I seek a fight, and you both willingly follow suit? Is there no end to the embarrassment? Having rested for a while, Asuma gradually regained his strength. Struggling to sit up, He observed Kakashi, who had seized the initiative, now engaged with Uchiha Chihiro. Uchiha Chihiro merely shook his head in amusement. Truly, these individuals were lining up to provide him with experience. Uchiha Chihiro calculated in his mind. Kakashi was already a subordinate he had tamed. Asuma would soon follow. If he could ensnare Might Guy as well, he would gain a significant advantage. His heart raced at the thought. There were still many others present. Individuals like Nara Shikamaru and Moonlight Gale could also serve as valuable experience. It should be noted that Uchiha Chihiro had not even exerted his full strength. If he truly unleashed his power, a single strike would suffice to eliminate everyone present. Only the legendary 3 ninjas could match him blow for blow. As for the Leaf's lower-level ninjas, Uchiha Chihiro had long since dismissed them. In this confrontation, Kakashi found himself in a most difficult position. Ultimately, even his Sharingan was employed in an attempt to replicate Uchiha Chihiro's swordsmanship. However, Kakashi quickly realized this was futile. Uchiha Chihiro's techniques appeared deceptively simple. After attempting to copy them, Kakashi discovered they were anything but. His efforts resulted in strained muscles and disjointed movements. Each of Uchiha Chihiro's strikes engaged every muscle in his body. He possessed perfect control over his form, elevating the most basic techniques to an extraordinary level. What seemed to be rudimentary slashes and thrusts in Uchiha Chihiro's hands came alive. These were all the fruits of his diligent practice, not mere techniques to be replicated in an instant. Your swordsmanship is commendable. There is no need to mimic mine. Continue practicing according to your own style, Uchiha Chihiro advised Kakashi, quickly dispatching him aside. Time was of the essence. Next, Might Guy cared little for appearances and was oblivious to the humiliation the two had just faced. He rushed forward with enthusiasm, observing Might Guy's taijutsu being thoroughly overwhelmed. The onlookers shook their heads. Yet, a new realization began to dawn upon them, especially Asuma, who had been the first to engage. So, he was guiding me? Asuma finally comprehended. He had initially thought Uchiha Chihiro's remarks about his weaknesses were insults, but now it was clear. Uchiha Chihiro was indeed offering guidance. Only through relentless combat could one uncover their own shortcomings. Asuma's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been overly sensitive. Uchiha Chihiro was clearly a good person, provoked by him, and yet still striving to help him identify his flaws. Oh, how moving. Chihiro-kun truly deserved to embody the will of fire. Even his elder could not compare. In an instant, Asuma found himself completely won over by Uchiha Chihiro. Chihiro-kun is eternal. He vowed never to misunderstand Uchiha Chihiro again, tears streaming down his face. Asuma believed he had seen through Uchiha Chihiro's stern exterior to the soft heart within. Silently, he bestowed upon Uchiha Chihiro card after card of commendation. Uchiha Chihiro, are you being polite? As they observed the clash between Uchiha Chihiro and Might Guy, the hearts of the others began to stir with excitement. After all, it was not just one person who had been humiliated. If they too were to suffer embarrassment, what of it? The benefits of sparring with Uchiha Chihiro were simply too great. No longer able to restrain themselves, they too decided to join in. Chapter 41. The betrayal of Obito. Jeriah observed with astonishment, marveling at how the opportunity had been so conveniently presented for others to strike. After expressing his thoughts, he turned his gaze toward Uchiha Chiryu. This young man was indeed formidable. Orochimaru, what say you? Jeriah had long since noticed Orochimaru's presence and sauntered over, nudging his shoulder. Orochimaru's eyes remained fixated on Uchiha Chiryu, offering no response to Jeriah's inquiry. Unfazed by the silence, Jeriah continued, remarking on the undeniable prowess of this Uchiha, truly extraordinary. Reflecting on his own youth, Jeriah wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, once again acutely aware of the disparity in their abilities. He had emerged from an era of genuine warfare, yet he found himself overshadowed by this Uchiha. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. This individual was a prodigy, akin to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. If he were to mature, he could undoubtedly alter the course of an era. Jeriah's gaze fell upon Uchiha Chinyu's eyes, only to lament that they were obscured. Unbeknownst to Jeriah, Uchiha Chiryu was blissfully engaged in fulfilling his mission, reveling in the task at hand. While he perceived his adversaries as remarkably feeble, the rewards for completing the task were exceedingly generous. Chinyu's spirits remained high, having accomplished 50% of his objective. Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, and even the reticent Yugao all found themselves under Chinyu's influence. Meanwhile, in a dark and damp cave, an elderly man and a young one lay and sat, respectively. You brought me here to revive me, intending to exploit me? Before the other could respond, Obito began to analyze the situation with his keen intellect. No one would resurrect him without ulterior motives. The frail, silver-haired Uchiha Madara was taken aback by the forthrightness of his junior, erupting into laughter. Yes, I wish to annihilate Kenoha. However, as Madara prepared to expound upon his ambitions, intending to persuade Obito with his words, he was caught off guard when Obito's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, promptly agreeing. All right, I will join you in destroying Kenoha. Madara, taken aback, nearly choked on his words. You didn't even give me a chance to speak. Yet, he persevered, recounting his legendary battles with Hashirama, ultimately concluding that only the Eye of the Moon plan could bring true peace to the world. They were, in fact, saving the world. Madara spread his arms in grandiosity, but Obito, lying on the ground, paid him no heed. His thoughts were consumed by Uchiha Chiryu. He must survive. He sought to obliterate the world, including Uchiha Chiryu. He would return all the humiliation he had endured at Chinyu's hands. Obito vowed to make Chiryu understand that he, Obito, was the true powerhouse. Uchiha Chiryu, I will make you pay. He bellowed in fury. Madara's attention finally shifted to this junior. Uchiha Chiryu? Your comrade? Madara squinted, recalling his previous observations of Obito's team. Was there another Uchiha? Could it be a dashing lad reminiscent of Madara's own youth? Uchiha Chiryu, regrettably, was blind. Otherwise, his strength would indeed be formidable, a better fit for Madara's plans. Madara nodded in acknowledgement. He had noted Chinyu's exceptional swordsmanship, though it paled in comparison to his own and Hashirama's. Nevertheless, in this era, he was certainly a strong contender. The realization that Chiryu was an Uchiha further deepened Madara's sense of loss. Had Chiryu possessed the Sharingan, he would have undoubtedly chosen him over Obito. Entrusting his plans to Uchiha Chiryu would have increased the likelihood of success significantly. Lying on the ground, Obito, still recovering from his injuries, coughed up blood mixed with his own insides. Uchiha Chiryu. That name echoed everywhere. Wherever he went, everyone regarded Chiryu as superior. Obito could not accept this. Though he had previously fallen short, things would be different now. Madara dismissed Obito's resentful glare. What was this young man, after all? Merely a pawn in his quest for the Eye of the Moon. Madara waved his hand dismissively. If Obito lacked ambition and obsession, he would have to intervene more directly. However, given the current circumstances, matters were simplified. Madara promptly revised his strategy. I, Uchiha Madara, am the strongest of the Uchiha. I can teach you how to grow stronger. You will possess a more powerful Sharingan. In due time, Uchiha Chiryu will be no match for you. Obito was deeply entranced by Madara's words. Yes, he would become stronger. Then he would return to Kenoha and trample Uchiha Chiryu beneath his feet, all before the eyes of the goddess. Despite the pain coursing through his body, the mere thought of this scenario filled Obito with newfound vigor. He would endure any suffering to achieve this goal. He was determined to utterly defeat Uchiha Chiryu and demonstrate who the true Uchiha was. Defeat Uchiha Chiryu. When the heart of the goddess. Observing the daydreaming Obito, Madara shook his head in disappointment. The quality of Uchiha's younger generation had truly declined. He even needed to deploy his persuasive skills. This young man had willingly aligned himself with him. It was undoubtedly Kenoha's fault. The rot ran deep. Thus, Madara happily found a scapegoat and prepared to move forward with his plans. What goddess? On the path to vengeance, everyone remained a solitary figure. Hand in hand. None shall depart first. Chapter 42. The unyielding Uchiha Chiharu. Uchiha Madara sat in his wheelchair, inhaling the dampness that permeated the air, his mind racing with thoughts. The current situation was untenable. How could there be no one attacking Kenoha? Just a bunch of inept fools. Kenoha could not be allowed to remain idle. Uchiha Madara seethed with indignation. Even Kenoha would not easily extricate itself from this war. It appeared that Mist Village would have to be mobilized. Narrowing his eyes, Uchiha Madara spoke with an expression of cold resolve. For all these years, his inactivity did not imply he was idle. At least now. Mist Village was entirely under his control. He had not intended to act so soon, yet this incompetent fool had left him no choice. Glancing at Uchiha Obito, who lay there squirming like a caterpillar, Madara's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Thoughts of Uchiha Chiharu crossed his mind, comparing him to the current disappointment. Madara felt a pang of disappointment. However, considering the usefulness of Obito's Sharingan, Madara swallowed his frustration. After all, he was merely a pawn in his grand scheme. As long as Obito could achieve his ultimate goal. As for his lack of intellect, Madara could tolerate that. Oblivious to his ancestors' disdain, Obito was filled with excitement. This was his opportunity. This was the first challenge on his path to resurgence. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Obito cried out in pain, yet he continued to train. Even during his time in Kenoha, he had never worked this hard. This was entirely due to Uchiha Chiharu igniting his latent potential. He was driven by the desire to prove himself. Reflecting on how Uchiha Chiharu had bested him, Obito longed to rush back to Kenoha, and that guy Kakashi. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chiharu was unaware that Obito was secretly plotting his revenge. However, Chiharu had his own concerns. When did his residence become a gathering place for these people? It was bustling all day long, not a moment of peace. Indeed, from dawn each day, 3 girls arrived without fail. Following them were other Konoha ninjas Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, Noara Rin, and Tsukikage, each more eager than the last. Uchiha Chiharu wished fervently for their absence. It was far too noisy. This was not a training ground. Even if they provided him with assistance, what did it matter? They had already done so, and they were of no further use. Uchiha Chiharu was utterly ruthless. Used and discarded. To him, none of these individuals held more value than a mere ebisu. My best buddy, let us train hard and embrace our youth, exclaimed a spirited Might Guy. Chiharu-kun, play a match with me, called out Asuma, who, having lost once, was now more determined than ever. Let us compete in swordsmanship. Kakashi chimed in, having resumed his sword training. Noara Rin and Tsukikage could not squeeze in, left only to watch enviously from the sidelines. Rin was furious. What is Kakashi doing? I can't even approach Chiharu-kun. Red sighed softly, observing the eager gazes of the boys and curling her lip in disdain. Those who obstruct my path to Chiharu-kun are utterly detestable. Just use a genjutsu to send them away. Red muttered, her expression darkening. Tsukikage overheard Red's musing and glanced at her. Was this the girl his older brother Asuma had once liked? Did Asuma know just how fierce Noara Rin could be? Meanwhile, Uzumaki Yuya, having heard Red, nodded in agreement. I think it's a great idea. Red, go for it. I'll assist you from the sidelines. Yuya eagerly chimed in. With Rin joining the fray, the 3 girls reached a consensus, their eyes glinting ominously as they turned to the 3 boys. Genjutsu, Nariku's sight. Red quickly formed the necessary seals. Although the technique was still somewhat challenging for her, with the combined support of Yuya and Rin, she finally managed to execute it. The effect was immediate. Kakashi, Asuma, and Might Guy collapsed to the ground. Only Uchiha Chiharu stood there, untouched. Tsukikage shivered at the sight and began to cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. The girls immediately shot him glares. Tsukikage tightly sealed his lips, refusing to look at them. He knew nothing. He saw nothing. He was merely an innocent bystander. Tears of despair streamed down his face internally. So this was how Konoha's girls behaved. The image of Uzumaki Yuya, once a goddess in Tsukikage's eyes, shattered completely. He resolved never to fall in love again. He would pay a fortune for eyes that had seen nothing. Or perhaps he could simply be like Chiharu-kun, blind to all. Tsukikage dared not move or approach. He simply watched as the 3 girls excitedly rushed to Uchiha Chiharu, even kicking the fallen Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma away. Chiharu-kun, you're amazing. You weren't affected by my Nariku's sight at all, Red exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed at Uchiha Chiharu, her tone brimming with awe. She believed Nariku's sight was the highest level genjutsu she could currently use. Just moments ago, she had not even been able to control its range. The individuals standing over there, including Uchiha Chiharu, had all been targets of her technique. Yet, there was no sign of him being affected whatsoever. Red was genuinely curious about how Chiharu had achieved this. Your strength is still insufficient to influence me, Uchiha Chiharu replied calmly. Moreover, I had no intention of retaliating. Otherwise, when faced with an opponent far superior to you, you would suffer severe backlash. Red nodded vigorously. Realizing Chiharu's wisdom, she would be more cautious in the future. She would never repeat such a mistake. Uchiha Chiharu waved his hand, returning to his swordplay and drinking. As for why he had pointed out Red's mistake earlier, it was because she had helped him deal with those bothersome individuals. Finally, he would have some time to continue his training. As for the fallen trio, their lack of strength was not his concern. Once they awoke, he would assign them additional lessons to prevent their excess energy from going to waste. Uchiha Chiharu thought devilishly. Chapter 43, Jeriah. This is undoubtedly a mutated Uchiha. As expected, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma, upon regaining consciousness, exhibited undeniable indignation. Asuma, in particular, completely forgot that Kurenai was once his secret crush. This is a sneak attack. If you have the guts, come at me directly. I won't fall for it again. Asuma shouted wildly from the sidelines. Losing to Uchiha Chihiro was one thing. But how could he possibly be outmatched by a woman? His pride was wounded. His face flushed with anger. Asuma was relentless. Kurenai, not one to back down, stood defiantly with her hands on her hips, trading barbs with Asuma. We are enemies. Enemies don't give you a heads up before using genjutsu. If you're weak, then keep your mouth shut. The female ninjas of Kenoha are not to be trifled with. In support of Kurenai, Yuzuki Yugao and Noera Rin rallied beside her. Asuma found himself retreating under the verbal onslaught. The ever-observant moonlight breeze wiped his sweat in quiet resignation. Truly, it was remarkable. Asuma, do you remember that she is your goddess? Moonlight breeze shook his head. Let it go. Asuma has long lost its chance. This is just a more definitive end to what was already inevitable. For Asuma, it made little difference. As a good brother. Moonlight breeze slyly jabbed Asuma twice more with his words. Truly a good brother, stabbing him in the back. Might guy, ever cheerful, laughed heartily. Haha, it's my weakness. My good brother remains unscathed. I must enhance my training in genjutsu. Might guy chuckled with abandon. His keen perception recalled that before he fell, Uchiha Chihiro had been completely unfazed. Kakashi silently nodded in agreement. To quibble over genjutsu with those girls was utterly embarrassing. Kakashi understood it even more clearly than Might guy. At that moment, Uchiha Chihiro continued to drink and wield her sword, showing no signs of being affected by Kurenai's Narafall technique. What did this signify? It illustrated the vast chasm between their abilities. He lacked even the strength to resist. Yet, the genjutsu posed no threat to Uchiha Chihiro. Kurenai was not mistaken. It was indeed his inadequacy. Kakashi's Sharingan glimmered to life. Touching the eye that belonged to Obito, Kakashi murmured to himself, Obito, like me, you wish to grow stronger, don't you? Only then can we stand beside Uchiha Chihiro and not be cast aside. Only in this way can we repay the kindness he has shown us. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Obito, completely disconnected from his thoughts, would have retorted, thanks, but no thanks. Fortunately, Obito could not hear Kakashi's musings. Otherwise, even lying on the ground immobile, he would have coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jeriah had been covertly observing Uchiha Chihiro for several days. Ultimately compelled to acknowledge that this Uchiha was indeed an anomaly. Having encountered many Uchihas, Jeriah was well aware of their strengths and weaknesses. The Uchiha clan's greatest asset was their ocular techniques, particularly the Sharingan. An Uchiha with an activated Sharingan was wholly different from one without. The distinctions between 1-tomo, 2-tomo, and 3-tomo Sharingan were worlds apart. Similarly, although Uchihas possessed the Sharingan, their chakra reserves were typically limited. Yet Uchiha Chihiro shattered this convention entirely. The Sharingan? Non-existent. Born blind. Destined never to awaken the Sharingan. Limited chakra? What a jest. During Uchiha Chihiro's battle, Jeriah could faintly perceive that beneath her seemingly frail exterior lay a reservoir of chakra that rivaled his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Moreover, her chakra was remarkably pure, comparable to that of a tailed beast. Were it not for the knowledge that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was Uzumaki Kushina, Jeriah would have suspected that Uchiha Chihiro harbored a tailed beast within her as well. How else could one explain her formidable chakra? This girl also possessed an astonishingly good rapport. Aren't Uchihas typically a band of unruly individuals? This was the most perplexing aspect for Jeriah. What was the Uchiha reputation? Notoriously aloof and reclusive, the clan was famously difficult to approach. Yet, when observing Uchiha Chihiro amidst a throng of charming young ladies and the next generation of Kenoha, where was the slightest trace of aloofness or isolation? This trend was troubling. Jeriah stroked his chin pensively. Could it be that the Uchiha clan was orchestrating this fade? Orochimaru, what is your take on this? Jeriah turned to Orochimaru, who was engrossed in reviewing documents. Orochimaru merely rolled his eyes at him. Why ponder so much? Does it concern you? Orochimaru sneered. Uchiha Chihiro, truly a tough nut to crack. Since arriving on the front lines, Orochimaru had been filled with curiosity about Uchiha Chihiro, repeatedly probing her capabilities. Yet, Uchiha Chihiro had decisively rebuffed Orochimaru's advances. Initially, Orochimaru believed that the tale of alone against 1,000 would astonish the Third Hokage and Danzo once it reached Kenoha. The emergence of a genius was undoubtedly a boon. However, if this genius exceeded expectations, he would no longer be under the control of Danzo and the Third Hokage. They would undoubtedly move in the shadows. Who would have thought that until now, there had been not a whisper of action? To assert that the Uchiha clan was not involved would be utterly unbelievable for Orochimaru. Thus, he promptly ceased all endeavors. Although Uchiha Chihiro was impressive, she was not someone Orochimaru could currently handle. Each time he encountered Uchiha Chihiro, Orochimaru adopted a mindset of out of sight, out of mind. Here lay an excellent experimental subject, yet one he could not touch. It was infuriating. Jeriah incessantly droned on about Uchiha Chihiro's exploits, only adding fuel to the fire. Are you just sitting around idle? Then go investigate the situation in the Mist Village for me. Without hesitation, Orochimaru tossed a scroll to Jeriah. Jeriah caught it effortlessly. After a glance, his expression turned grave. The Mist Village was secretly plotting against them? Were they out of their minds? Jiraiya's brow furrowed slightly. Uchiha Chihiro's renown had yet to fade on the battlefield. What audacity did the Mist Village possess to strike at Kenoha? I've dispatched the mission. I'll have others accompany you to investigate. There is something amiss here, Orochimaru remarked with a knowing smirk. The Mist Village dared to act at such a time. He was eager to uncover what the Mist Village was relying upon. Chapter 44. Encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Thus, we embarked on our mission. Brother, do remember me? Might Guy, with tears streaming down his face, clung to Uchiha Chihiro's leg, revealing his dazzling white teeth. Uchiha Chihiro wiped the sweat from his brow. Let us hurry. We mustn't delay. Woe is me. My dear brother, I shall surely think of you. Ultimately, Might Guy was pulled away by his 2 companions. This fellow is truly embarrassing. Nara Shikamaru covered his forehead. It's merely a mission. Is such dramatics necessary? This is a testament to the shared youth of my dear brother and me. Might Guy, being dragged by Nara Shikamaru and Ebisu, still managed to give a thumbs up to Uchiha Chihiro. Even as they moved further away, Uchiha Chihiro could still hear his exuberant cries of youth. Truly terrifying. Uchiha Chihiro shook his head. Might Guy was indeed quite the eccentric. However, what missions are currently at hand? Uchiha Chihiro furrowed his brow. There are hardly any villages daring to provoke Kenoha now. Iwagakure and Kumogakure have both suffered greatly. Sunagakure has yet to resolve its internal issues. Embroiled in constant strife while simultaneously under assault from Kumogakure and Iwagakure. That leaves only Kirigakure. It is said that the Mist Village has launched a surprise attack on our frontline supplies. Fortunately, the losses were minimal, yet both sides have already engaged in combat. Kakashi remarked, unconsciously furrowing his brow. Since Uchiha Chihiro dealt with the 10,000-strong army of Iwagakure nearly a month ago, Kenoha has not faced any disturbances. After all, no one dares to gamble with their comrades' lives to test the veracity of Uchiha Chihiro's reputation. But Kirigakure is different. The people of the Mist Village are utterly deranged. Uchiha Chihiro paused mid-swing. Why does this sound somewhat familiar? Never mind. Let us not dwell on it. Back to training. It's been ages since the system issued a mission. How I long for it. Fortunately, Uchiha Chihiro currently enjoys a 50% boost in his daily training. Thus, he chose to disregard the system's silence for the time being. Meanwhile, the Might Guy trio was engaged in their mission. Nara Shikamaru lazily chewed on his senbon, appearing rather lethargic. Might Guy, on the other hand, was exuberantly shouting about youth throughout their journey. Only Ebisu remained withdrawn, fearful that a ninja from the Mist Village might leap out at any moment. Trembling with anxiety, Ebisu couldn't help but grumble. Why did Lord Orochimaru assign us this mission? Wouldn't it have been better to send Uchiha Chihiro instead? Everyone knows Uchiha Chihiro is formidable. Entrusting the task to him would surely pose no problem. Ebisu, stationed at the front lines recently, was perpetually on edge. His greatest fear was that Uchiha Chihiro would suddenly seek him out for trouble. Ebisu had forgotten his initial provocation towards Uchiha Chihiro. Even though Uchiha Chihiro had yet to take action against him, Ebisu lived in a state of suspicion and dread, constantly on edge. Distrustful. Uchiha Chihiro is powerful. Let him handle it. Why must we mere genin bear such dangers? Lost in thought, Ebisu's gaze filled with resentment. He did not wish to perish. He wanted to live. Nara Shikamaru glanced at Ebisu and then coolly remarked, because there is only one Uchiha Chihiro, it is impossible to rely solely on him for everything. Otherwise, why would we ninjas exist? To simply eat and do nothing? Nara Shikamaru's words were rather unceremonious, leaving no room for face-saving. Ebisu was left speechless, his face burning crimson, muttering incoherently. Might Guy, oblivious to their verbal sparring, continued to laugh heartily. Chihiro-kun is incredibly strong. That is why I must strive to catch up to him. Might Guy clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shimmering with determination. Nara Shikamaru was taken aback by Might Guy's fervor. It appears this fellow possesses such grand aspirations. It seems I underestimated him. I cannot fall behind Chihiro-kun. I must keep pace with him. We are good brothers. However, Might Guy's next statement shattered Nara Shikamaru's earlier excitement. Forget it. I shan't argue with a fool. The trio encountered several ninjas from Kirigakure along the way. After a grueling battle, they managed to survive. Just as they intended to bring the captured ninjas back for interrogation, they unexpectedly chose to commit suicide by poison. Nara Shikamaru, despite his usual calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. These individuals were far too decisive. It seemed they had already planned their course of action in the event of capture. Is this the nature of ninjas from Kirigakure? The thought alone was rather terrifying. To so casually abandon one's own life. After hastily tending to his wounds, Nara Shikamaru's expression grew grave. We must be more cautious from now on. Having encountered these individuals, we are certain to face more ninjas from Kirigakure ahead. Nara Shikamaru stated with unwavering certainty. Might Guy and Ebisu, though confused, nodded in agreement. How painful. Ebisu had also sustained significant injuries. None among the three fared much better. The ninjas from Kirigakure were exceptionally troublesome. Even the most ordinary genin fought with reckless abandon. They exchanged injuries for injuries. Lives for injuries. There was nothing they wouldn't do. The three continued their journey with utmost caution. However, the scent of blood attracted the attention of sharks. 3 little brats? Could it be the legendary 10,000 Slayer? A burly man with a bandaged head spoke gruffly, his eyes roving over Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, and Ebisu. One useless brat, pointing at Ebisu. Another useless brat, pointing at Nara Shikamaru. And this one is slightly stronger, finally pointing at Might Guy. Is this the caliber of ninja Kenoha sends forth? He concluded disdainfully. Fuguoni, be silent. Said a bloody figure, shouldering an enormous blade. Nara Shikamaru's mind raced, focusing on the massive sword behind the man. Recalling the name he had just uttered, Fuguoni? Could it be the legendary Suigetsu Fuguoni? That blade is the decapitation blade. They are among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Nara Shikamaru's pupils dilated. The leader. Pabanages instantly noticed that Nara Shikamaru had tensed up. With a sinister grin, he spoke, "It seems you recognize us." Haha. That is simply splendid. We are the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chapter 45. Peculiar rumors. Although he had long suspected it, when he heard their admission, Orochimaru could not help but gasp in shock. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Each of the 7 were elite members of the Mist Village, each wielding a blade suited to their unique ninjutsu. Legend has it that together, they could annihilate an entire nation overnight. Directly under the leadership of the Mizukage, they undertake only the most formidable of missions. Orochimaru murmured. Recounting the fabled reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a tale long circulated among the 5 great nations. Though their appearances remained a mystery, their origins from the Mist Village, coupled with the imposing swords at their backs, made their identities all too apparent. Kiba Shirzong chuckled lightly. Indeed, we initially assumed that Kenoha would dispatch that Uchiha, prompting all of us brothers to assemble. His tone was casual, dismissing the presence of Orochimaru and his companions. What could 3 mere youths possibly do to evade them? Regardless of their attempts to stall, the outcome remained inevitable. Death awaited them. Kiba Shirzong had no qualms about taunting those on the verge of demise. Curse it. I yearned to witness the legendary Uchiha, to see if he truly possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. How could he possibly slay so many? The disgruntled Nuri Shimbachi lamented, his peculiar little mustache twitching in frustration. Just a bunch of kids. Unlike Kiba Shirzong, Nuri Shimbachi was not so easygoing. With the awaited party still absent, he was eager to unleash a massacre. Suddenly, a palpable aura of death enveloped the air. Orochimaru and his companions tensed, beads of sweat cascading down their brows. Movement was rendered impossible. The 7 ninja swordsmen regarded Might Guy with disdain, while Orochimaru and Ebisu were equally scrutinized. Guy yearned to charge forward, but was restrained by Orochimaru. We must not act rashly. These adversaries are beyond our capabilities. Orochimaru's heart brimmed with despair. They were indeed formidable, extremely so. Yet, surrendering to fate was not my style. Even if it cost me everything, I shall fight with all my might. Might Guy clenched his fists tightly, trembling with resolve. The chakra emanating from these warriors felt almost tangible, thickening around them with an oppressive, murderous intent. Guy stood on the brink of collapse, yet he could not falter. He must not yield before the enemy. Compared to the aura of Senryu, these individuals were insignificant. Kiba Shirzong noticed that their murderous intent had less effect on Might Guy than anticipated and became intrigued. It seems you all are more interesting than I had imagined. A thrilling encounter awaits. With that, Kiba Shirzong revealed a maniacal grin. What? Suspecting a confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen? Minato's expression darkened as he absorbed the latest news. This is utterly outrageous. Lord Orochimaru is being utterly irresponsible. These 3 are merely children. Minato's anger surged, fueled by concern for Might Guy, Orochimaru, and Ebisu. If Lord Orochimaru had received word of this, why allow these 3 to venture forth? Are they being sent to their doom? The 7 ninja swordsmen, are they foes that Might Guy and his companions can contend with? Minato confronted Orochimaru, his fury palpable. Orochimaru, however, dismissed Minato's concerns with indifference. I am unaware. I merely know that Mist Village will dispatch shinobi. His tone was devoid of guilt. What did it matter to him? He was but an innocent serpent. Minato sighed. Who could have predicted they would face the 7 ninja swordsmen, the strongest squad of the Mist Village? They truly spare no expense. Yet, it is too late to lament. Upon realizing that this news had spread throughout the camp, Orochimaru's face twisted into a cunning smile. It is only natural that such a situation arises, given Senryu's burgeoning reputation across the battlefield. Orochimaru spoke nonchalantly, but before long, his words reached the ears of those with ulterior motives. Whispers began to circulate throughout the encampment. Did you hear? It's all because of that Uchiha. He stands alone. What difference does it make how powerful he is? In the end, we are the ones who must face the danger. The likelihood of encountering peril has increased. Such sentiments echoed throughout. By the time Minato grasped the situation, the majority of the front lines echoed these thoughts. Even if Uchiha Senryu is formidable, he remains but one man. Ultimately, it is up to these ordinary shinobi. Yet, due to Uchiha Senryu's prowess, other villages have no choice but to send their elite forces. So, is it all Uchiha Senryu's fault? Such absurd reasoning left Minato feeling as if he might burst from frustration. As for Uchiha Senryu himself, he had caught wind of these rumors. Amusing indeed. Is it all due to my overwhelming strength? How delightful to hear. Unperturbed, Uchiha Senryu found humor in it. Compliments on my might? I graciously accept. Such was Uchiha Senryu's outlook. As for Might Guy and his companions, they were indeed a troublesome matter. However, upon gaining insight into Might Guy's circumstances, Uchiha Senryu remarked, "The strongest among them is undoubtedly Might Guy. Yet, even he has yet to reach the level of invincibility when the 8 gates are opened. The Kai Emperor does not emerge without due cause. Without him, what would become of these 3? Uchiha Senryu felt a twinge of curiosity. Just as he swallowed a sip of his drink, a new task from the system arrived. Rescue Might Guy's squad and save Might Guy, altering the course of his death. Reward, the complete, unscathed version of the 8 gates of opening. Uchiha Senryu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the reward. Previously, he had received a weakened version of the 8 gates, already formidable in its own right. But this, the complete, unscathed version of the 8 gates. I must secure this. It is only Might Die, after all. As long as I am here, not even death itself shall claim him. Uchiha Senryu declared with unwavering determination. This reward is mine alone. Just as Minato prepared to console Uchiha Senryu, urging him not to dwell on it, he witnessed Uchiha Senryu dart away with a whoosh. I'm off to save Might Guy and the others. In an instant, Uchiha Senryu vanished from sight, leaving Minato standing in place, tears of emotion streaming down his face. Oh, I knew it. Senryu is truly a kind-hearted child. Chapter 46. A critical moment. Shuemin was resolute in his belief that Qianliu was a good child. Those vile individuals who spoke ill of him from behind were utterly despicable. He must do something for Qianliu. He could not allow them to continuously tarnish Qianliu's image. With clenched fists, Shuemin vowed to fight for Qianliu's honor. As long as he was present, no one could besmirch Qianliu. In an instant, Shuemin was filled with fighting spirit. If Orochimaru and Jeriah were to learn of Shuemin's thoughts, they would surely be left in a state of bewilderment. Uchiha Qianliu, a good person? Shuemin, have you misunderstood something? That rascal is certainly not merely a good soul. However, Jeriah and Orochimaru were unaware of Shuemin's intentions. By the time they realized, Shuemin had successfully transformed Uchiha Qianliu into a pristine white lotus. Whiter than ever, Jeriah and Orochimaru exchanged expressions of disbelief. The 7 ninja swordsmen toyed with Might Guy and Shiranui Gunma, as if they were mere children. In the face of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they had no chance to retaliate. Heibe was in tears, frantically dodging for his life. I don't want to die. Wah. I can't move. Heibe wailed, barely managing to survive at the critical moment. Wori Shinpachi observed with delight, as if he had found a fascinating toy. How amusing. Haha. Just like little mice. A bloodthirsty gleam sparkled in Wori Shinpachi's eyes. But can you still run now? With a fierce swing of his great sword, danger loomed. Might Guy immediately sensed the peril. He lunged toward Heibe. The sharp blade narrowly grazed the tops of their heads. As they watched strands of hair fall to the ground, Heibe collapsed, his legs giving way completely. He had nearly met his end. Wah, I'm done for. I truly want to go home. Heibe was on the verge of breaking down. Since arriving on the battlefield, not a single good thing had happened. Offending Uchiha Qianliu now meant paying with his life. Hold on. We still have a chance. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed at Heibe. They would surely survive. Shiranui Gunma also assisted his two companions. Endure. As long as we can delay long enough, there's still hope. News will soon reach Kenoha. If the reinforcements are reliable, we can survive. Inwardly, Shiranui Gunma held on to a glimmer of hope. If only Uchiha Chien-Lu would arrive. I'm here. Shiranui Gunma and Might Guy suddenly looked up. Before them stood a man clad in a tight green suit, sporting a center-parted hairstyle and a pair of small mustaches. Otusan. Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Shiranui Gunma's expression shifted from excitement to seriousness. Finally, someone had come to rescue them. This was indeed fortunate. But the problem was, this person was Might Guy. Who was Might Guy? Besides being Might Guy's father, he was also renowned in Kenoha as a perpetual genin. Yes, at 35, Might Guy had remained a genin. Lacking ninjutsu and only proficient in taijutsu, he had long been the subject of ridicule. Shiranui Gunma inhaled deeply. It seemed this would still be a fierce battle. The green-haired Kurosai Raya glanced at Might Guy and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a peculiar hairstyle. And what taste in that green suit. Is this your reinforcements? You seem equally weak. Might Guy bore no signs of ninjutsu, his chakra seemingly non-existent. Though he maintained his physical training, to the eyes of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he remained an easy target. Mocking Might Guy, his expression remained unchanged. Guy, watch closely. This is my legacy as your father. Might Guy bellowed. Burn, my little universe. For the younger generation of Kenoha to survive. To ensure my son lives. Even if it means burning myself, I will. Huh? Might Guy was suddenly perplexed. What was happening? Where was his 8 gates? The opposing 7 ninja swordsmen, thinking that Might Guy was about to unleash a powerful move, grew serious and prepared to act. Only to see Might Guy spinning in place. What is this strange maneuver? After some time, when Might Guy continued to spin in place, the expressions of the 7 ninja swordsmen turned vexed. Damn, this guy is toying with us. Tongusei shouted angrily. In their eyes, Might Guy was merely playing with them. Kiba Shizu's expression also soured. He had initially been intimidated by Might Guy's aura. He had genuinely thought this green-haired man would unleash a formidable technique. Who could have guessed that he was merely jesting? The 7 ninja swordsmen were not to be trifled with. Kiba Shizu, incensed, took the lead, giving the order, charge. It'll be too late to regret it. Only 4 of them. Let us see who is faster. It's over. The speed of the 7 ninja swordsmen was astonishing. Shiranui Gunma barely had time to react, watching helplessly as the deadly blade rushed toward him. Clang. A figure suddenly blocked Shiranui Gunma's path. Qianliu-kun. His eyes lit up with hope. Wah. At the last moment, reliable reinforcements have finally arrived. Chapter 47, Uchiha Chikyu vs. The 7 ninja swordsmen indeed. The one who has arrived is Uchiha Chikyu. In fact, Uchiha Chikyu had been present for a while. Just moments ago, Might Guy attempted to utilize the 8 gates, but was intercepted by Uchiha Chikyu. Although Uchiha Chikyu was eager to witness the original version of the 8 gates, how could he allow Might Guy the opportunity to open them? The 8 gates, after all, are fundamentally a means of burning one's life force to unleash all latent potential. Might Guy, even at the cost of his own life, is determined to save his son and pass on his convictions. For someone as single-minded as Might Guy, Uchiha Chikyu couldn't help but express admiration. Yet, one must also say it is truly an ill-conceived notion. There are myriad ways to prove oneself, not solely through death. You are Uchiha Chikyu. I know that you are a close brother to Kai. Might Guy, known for his carefree demeanor, was just lamenting his inability to use the 8 gates, and now he is able to share laughter with Uchiha Chikyu. That lad is indeed fortunate to have a friend like you. Such nostalgia it brings. Listening to the resonant voice of an enhanced Might Guy echoing in his ears, Uchiha Chikyu felt a slight headache. No, this is far too brainwashing. Is this what you call inherited youth? Do you think this is your Sunagakure? Should I offer you a space to converse at ease? Kiba Shirzong had already entered chat mode, completely disregarding Uchiha Chikyu and Might Guy, which ignited a simmering rage within him. Do they truly believe that the 7 ninja swordsmen are mere pushovers? Their massive blades were eager to taste fresh blood. As Kiba Shirzong beheld the sudden appearance of this individual, he was engulfed in a fervor for battle. So, you are the legendary Uchiha Chikyu? Yet, you do not possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Kiba Shirzong scrutinized Uchiha Chikyu with a particularly discerning gaze, observing what appeared to be an ordinary boy of perhaps 10 years. He was rather handsome, but what use is that on the battlefield? The arena of war speaks solely the language of strength. Yet, Kiba Shirzong did not dare underestimate Uchiha Chikyu. Merely seeing him caused every cell in Kiba Shirzong's body to scream danger. His chakra began to surge uncontrollably. But this fellow had done nothing at all. He merely held a long sword, intercepting his decapitating blade. At this thought, Kiba Shirzong's gaze sharpened. It appears the title of Thousand-Man Slayer is not without merit. Kiba Shirzong genuinely acknowledged Uchiha Chikyu's strength. Just the ease with which he could block his decapitating blade indicated that Uchiha Chikyu was no ordinary individual. Brother, he is just a blind man. What is there to fear? Such a reputation is merely the fabrication of Sunagakure. The watermelon mountain pufferfish, nearby, shouted loudly, due to his larger physique. His speed lagged behind his companions, preventing him from seizing a chance against the opponent. Now, upon seeing Uchiha Chikyu, the pufferfish was eager to charge in. To eliminate this fellow. Then the world would know that the 7 ninja swordsmen are the strongest. This kid, barely out of his infancy, is nothing. Silence. Kiba Shirzong shot a fierce glance at the pufferfish. What use is a person who himself feels danger? Kiba Shirzong thought with pride. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, he, wielding the decapitating blade, is the strongest. Thus, only he has the right to duel Uchiha Chikyu. Upon hearing their incessant bickering, Uchiha Chikyu merely smiled faintly. Why not all come at once? It would be convenient for me. Just so, after today, the 7 ninja swordsmen can be completely erased from history. Uchiha Chikyu spoke the most arrogant words in the most nonchalant tone. Even Kiba Shirzong was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. Little boy, do you know what you are saying? We, the 7 ninja swordsmen, are not the trash of a Wagakure. Kiba Shirzong revealed a grin laced with bloodlust. The army of 10,000 from a Wagakure? Kiba Shirzong held them in utter contempt. They were mere waste amassed by numbers. If the 7 ninja swordsmen were to encounter them, it would pose no challenge whatsoever. Uchiha Chikyu had no intention of retracting his words. You heard me correctly, come at me together. Uchiha Chikyu reiterated, his face displaying impatience. Or do you dare not respond? If the 7 ninja swordsmen do not retaliate against Uchiha Chikyu's provocation, they are no longer the fearsome swordsmen, but rather timid tortoises. Very well. I have never encountered someone so eager to court death. Kiba Shirzong gritted his teeth as he spoke. Those who dare to provoke the 7 ninja swordsmen must meet their demise. In an instant, all 7, brandishing their uniquely shaped blades, surged toward Uchiha Chikyu. Mike Ayun to join the fray but was at a loss for how to engage. Nara Shikamaru, watching from the sidelines, was beside himself. 7 against 1. Unfair. Mike Guy emitted meaningless sounds of excitement, his eyes glued to Uchiha Chikyu. It is simply too exhilarating. He wished to partake in this. Only Ibis sat limply, his legs resembling noodles as he slumped to the ground. Gazing at the approaching 7 ninja swordsmen, Ibis's lips trembled. He doesn't care for his life? There is no way he can win. Those individuals are maniacs. Ibis shouted loudly. It seemed that only by voicing his innermost fears could he release the pent-up dread within. He is certain to perish. Finally, Nara Shikamaru turned his attention to Ibis. Be quiet. If you are cowardly and weak, do not presume others share your plight. For the first time, Nara Shikamaru realized how detestable Ibis truly was. Under the intimidation from Nara Shikamaru, Ibis finally fell silent. However, his gaze toward Uchiha Chikyu remained unchanged. He is bound to die. Ibis held on to this dark thought. No one could survive under the combined assault of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Chikyu's demise was inevitable. The 7 ninja swordsmen shared this belief as well. They swung their blades in unison, preparing to relish the sight of Uchiha Chikyu's death. Uchiha Chikyu drew another long sword. Dual wielding. Flashing steel slash. Prepare to face the gale. Uchiha Chikyu blocked all incoming attacks. Now, it is my turn. Chapter 48. The demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen were taken aback. Impossible. Biwaja's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the effortlessly composed Uchiha Chikyu before him. Never had anyone survive their combined assault. Yet this blind man had done the unthinkable. A sense of foreboding washed over Biwaja's. Hold nothing back, he bellowed. He sensed he was facing the most formidable opponent of his life. If they did not unleash their full strength at this moment, their demise was inevitable. But it was too late. As Biwaja shouted, Uchiha Chikyu surged forward. Kisame Hashigaki had once believed his speed to be unrivaled, even against Kenoha's yellow flash. He felt he had a fighting chance. But today, Kisame realized what true speed entailed. A flash darted past him, leaving no time to react. By the time he regained consciousness, he was already sprawled on the ground. How could this be? He could not even utter a complete thought before losing consciousness, his eyes wide open. Kisame Hashigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was dead. Nearby, Suigetsu Hozuki felt every hair on his body stand on end. What kind of phantom-like speed was this? He had never witnessed such a display. There was no time to react. Looking back, he saw only a crimson mark on Kisame's neck, blood failing to escape as his carotid artery was severed. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Biwa just felt true fear for the first time. A demon. Uchiha Chikyu did not halt his advance. All the chakra in his body coalesced into the twin blades in his hands. With swift precision, he dispatched 2 more Kisame Hashigaki and Hsuki Suigetsu. Though they were prepared, their overwhelming might left no room for retaliation. Without pain, they fell to the ground. Only 4 of the 7 remained. This transpired in but a fleeting moment. The remaining were Biwajas, Suigetsu Hozuki, Wakishinta, and Kirak Reiga. If they had previously harbored hope of putting up a fight, now only one thought lingered in their minds: escape. The faster they ran, the better. That was the sole path to survival. Then, beside them, Inoshika had the privilege of witnessing a peculiar scene. The once fearsome 7 ninja swordsmen, after a mere brief skirmish with Uchiha Chikyu, had lost 3 members. The remaining 4 seemed devoid of any fighting spirit. Each ran faster than the last, dragging their comrades down with them. I am the leader. Bah, who is more noble? Everyone desires to live. You all can perish. I am done. Is this it? Is this truly the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen? Inoshika felt the facade shatter before his eyes. From that moment on, he could never regard the title of the 7 ninja swordsmen with the same reverence. Surely, whenever he heard the name, he would recall this scene. In the face of death, the 7 ninja swordsmen were merely ordinary men. Uchiha Chikyu overheard the plastic camaraderie among them and smiled faintly. What was there to contend for? Wouldn't it be better for all to remain together? It is not a matter of being born on the same day, but rather, dying on the same day. That way, even in death, they could still be brothers. Uchiha Chikyu spoke with genuine sincerity. Biwa just nearly erupted in curses. Damn it, if I were not outmatched, I would make you kneel and call me father. Hibiki stood frozen, trembling lips unable to form words. Was this the true power of Uchiha Chikyu? Was this the chasm between them? He felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Uchiha Chikyu for sparing his life. At this moment, Hibiki's mind raced with that thought. The last time he had arrogantly confronted Uchiha Chikyu, he had only been humiliated, and he had thought that was an insult. Now, witnessing the downfall of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he felt immense relief. Thank goodness he was an ally of Uchiha Chikyu. But these men were truly wretched. Biwa Juz remained oblivious to the fact that a weakling he disregarded was sympathizing with him. I must survive. That thought consumed him. Clutching this resolve, Biwa Juz's speed surged. He was nearly flying. However, Uchiha Chikyu's speed was no less formidable. Without sparing a moment's mercy, Uchiha Chikyu leapt into the air, blades in hand. These men possessed decent skills. In the clash of swords, there was a certain flavor. Yet, Uchiha Chikyu was still unsatisfied. After all, the swords wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen each bore unique capabilities. It could not be called true swordsmanship. 2 radiant arcs flashed by. One surged directly towards Biwa Juz. Realizing he could not evade it, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. No matter what, he must survive. With that thought, Biwa Juz hastily pulled Suigetsu Hozuki close. Boss. Suigetsu Hozuki cried in disbelief, thrashing wildly but unable to break free. Biwa Juz, as the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, wielding the infamous decapitating blade, was indeed stronger than the others. He used Suigetsu Hozuki's body to shield himself from Uchiha Chikyu's strike. At last, Biwa Juz evaded disaster. But Suigetsu Hozuki was not so fortunate. He became yet another victim beneath the sword. Uchiha Chikyu did not witness this scene, but from their conversation, he deduced the unfolding situation. He couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed that no matter the time, scoundrels existed. How utterly vexing. Uchiha Chikyu muttered to himself. Seeing Uchiha Chikyu remain still, Biwa Juz fled even more frantically. This was his chance. He needed to escape. Observing Biwa Juz's retreating figure, Inoshika began to stomp in exasperation. Despicable coward. He must not escape. Uchiha Chikyu remained unmoving. It was necessary to leave one to return with news. But one should suffice, yes? Without needing further input, Uchiha Chikyu made his decision. Indeed, one should be left to report back to the Mist Village. As for the other, let him remain as well. Swish. A massive arc of blade light sliced through the air, chasing the stars and the moon. It surged towards Biwa Juz's back. Thud. Blood gushed forth. Chapter 49. Acknowledging one's parentage as Pai Pashur Zhang's body collapsed onto the ground, he remained perplexed. Whose legs were those, ceaselessly racing before him? What had become of his upper body? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he struggled to touch his lower half. It was a void. Ha ha. Pai Pashur Zhang yearned to laugh uproariously, yet ultimately succumbed to despair, his breath extinguished. The legs fell to the ground, as if aware that their master had perished completely, compared to the swift demise of others, who had met their end with a swift blade to the throat. Pai Pashirzong's fate was undeniably more tragic. He had been cleaved in twain. Haibishu gasped in shock, promptly covering his mouth with both hands. No, no, no. He had seen nothing. What a splendid feat. Inazuma Gungjin offered a thumbs up to Uchiha Chiryu, commending the treatment of such a treacherous individual who had abandoned his comrades. Might Guy, undeterred by Uchiha Chiryu's ferocity, found himself admiring him even more. What a remarkable brother. Might Guy's gaze sparkled with admiration for Uchiha Chiryu. Might Dai, standing nearby, wiped away tears. Woo-woo. I have been a most incompetent father. If only Kai could have a father like you. Might Dai's words were astonishing. Inazuma Gungjin erupted into a fit of coughs. Incredible. Even Uchiha Chiryu was taken aback by Might Dai's declaration. What? Are you truly going to acknowledge him as your father right here? This was beyond absurd. Might Guy accepted the brotherhood, but Might Dai was even bolder, prepared to acknowledge parentage. However, Uchiha Chiryu, being Uchiha Chiryu, quickly regained his composure. No offense, but let us not get carried away with calling me father. I truly do not wish to have a son with such a poor sense of aesthetics. A green jumpsuit and a watermelon-shaped haircut are simply too garish. Even if Uchiha Chiryu could not see, he did not wish for such an embarrassing offspring. What a pity. Might Dai did not perceive any fault in Uchiha Chiryu's words and engaged him earnestly. Observing Inazuma Gungjin, flushed and dazed, he wondered if he had indeed aged. Unable to keep pace with Uchiha Chiryu and Might Dai's banner. What was happening? Might Guy stood there, grinning foolishly, scratching his head incessantly. Meanwhile, Haibishu remained seated, unable to muster the strength to rise. Inazuma Gungjin, melancholic, bit down on his saban, mimicking the act of smoking. How lonely is this world? Haibishu gazed at his two rather eccentric companions, too fearful to utter a word, silently weeping within. He was mistaken. He had truly erred. He should never have set foot on this battlefield. Had he not come, he would not have drawn the ire of Uchiha Chiryu. If he had not provoked Uchiha Chiryu, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Fortunately, Uchiha Chiryu found Might Dai exceedingly bothersome. With a few deft maneuvers, he extricated himself from Dai's clutches and waved his hand, signaling everyone to return. As for the corpses, they would be taken back as well, having completely fled the battlefield. Yuye could scarcely believe he had actually escaped. The harbinger of death had not pursued him? I am truly alive, overcome with joy. Yuye wept tears of elation. What is joy? This is genuine bliss. He finally understood the value of life. Once, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had been a formidable force, yet now he stood alone, the sole survivor. All others had perished. His elder brother had even personally sent the watermelon-headed Kamehameha to his doom. With eyes closed, he could only envision Uchiha Chiryu's calm demeanor. A chill ran down his spine, and he abruptly opened his eyes. No more reminiscing. That man is a demon. On the battlefield, no one could defeat him. Yuye's former confidence and arrogance had been utterly shattered beneath Uchiha Chiryu's twin blades. Returning to the hidden mist. But what could be done? They had embarked on this mission. Yet the task remained unfulfilled, and all had perished. Yuye suddenly found himself in a predicament. Gritting his teeth, he resolved. He must return. This matter must be reported to the Hidden Mist Village. He absolutely must not provoke Uchiha Chiryu any further. Uchiha Chiryu received the reward for this mission, the complete version of the 8 gates of opening without injury. Quite satisfactory. He nodded slightly, content with the outcome of this endeavor. Inazuma Gungjin also deemed the mission worthwhile. Upon Uchiha Chiryu's return with Inazuma Gungjin, Might Guy, Might Dai, and Haibishu, the entire Kenoha front was left in astonishment, for they bore with them 6 corpses. Not ordinary corpses. Just look at their faces, and the massive swords strapped to their backs. This is indeed the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Orochimaru and Jeriah were equally astounded by this news. Both rushed out to witness the spectacle. Kakashi and his companions could no longer remain idle. The 7 ninja swordsmen? A name heard only in whispers and legends. Yet, who would have thought this day would come, allowing them to behold it with their own eyes? And in death, no less. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen were no match for Kenoha. Kakashi scrutinized the corpses, noting a single, distinct wound upon each, instantly deducing that they had all fallen to Uchiha Chiryu's hand. And with a single stroke, a swift execution. What did this imply? It indicated that these individuals had not even been afforded a chance to resist. They were utterly trampled by Uchiha and Lu. Such a feat required immense power. Kakashi could scarcely fathom it. He touched his Sharingan, glancing at the blade in his hand, and made a judgment. If he utilized Obito's Sharingan and gave his all, perhaps he could manage to seriously wound one among them. However, achieving Uchiha Chienryo's ease was utterly impossible. Moreover, the 7 ninja swordsmen numbered 7. They would never allow a comrade to perish without intervening. Thus, the challenge had become all the greater. This realization dawned not only on Kakashi, but on others in Kenoha as well. The 7 ninja swordsmen? What is that? It sounds quite formidable. Before anyone could express skepticism, Noara Rin suddenly inquired. Inazuma Gung Jin faltered. It seemed rather normal for someone not to know about the 7 ninja swordsmen. Noara Rin, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, continued smiling. But regardless of who they are, as long as Chienryo takes action, it shall undoubtedly pose no issue. Chienryo is the strongest. Chapter 50. A resounding display of strength. Noara Rin proclaimed with unwavering conviction. It is indeed true. There is nothing that Chiryu cannot achieve. What of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Did they not all meet their demise at his hands? Their lifeless bodies lie before us, an irrefutable testament. The people of Kenoha have not forgotten how they once mocked Uchiha Chiryu not long ago. Now, Uchiha Chiryu is delivering a resounding slap to their faces with the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Yet a simmering resentment brewed within them. Having just uttered a disparaging remark about Chiryu, they were instantly met with a harsh reminder. Damn, my face hurts. But wait, there are only 6 of them. One managed to escape. How impressive can that be? Someone in the crowd suddenly remarked. It was then that the realization struck everyone. Indeed, were there not supposed to be 7? Where was the 7th? Yet, even as they pondered whether Uchiha Chiryu was truly formidable, the sight of the 6 corpses silenced their doubts. Even if one had fled, Chiryu's prowess remained beyond question. For if no one escaped, how could others be led to believe that he had slain the remaining 6? To avoid doubts about the authenticity of the event, Chiryu had ensured that one would not escape. Uchiha Chiryu heard the dissenting words and responded with remarkable calmness. This left the Kenoha residents even more speechless. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a hint of triumph evident in his demeanor. Serves them right. Chiryu had chosen to remain silent. Yet he had not been oblivious to the doubts cast upon him by many, including those from within Kenoha. Kakashi had nearly confronted them, but Chiryu had intervened, preventing him from acting rashly. Foolish individuals would never accept the evident truth. They would merely continue to deceive themselves. Engaging in debate with such people was beneath Chiryu. Instead, he opted to wield undeniable facts to deliver a resounding blow to their egos, leaving them no choice but to concede the truth through the pain of their own hubris. Uchiha Chiryu had achieved just that. Kurenai and Uzuki Yugao were more aware than Noara Rin. Upon witnessing the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the 2 young women were flushed with excitement. Chiryu is simply extraordinary. Everything they wished to express had already been articulated by Noara Rin. The 2 could only gaze at Uchiha Chiryu with adoration, their fists clenched tightly in a classic display of fangirl enthusiasm. Chiryu is truly magnificent. Yes, the 2 exclaimed, nodding fervently, oblivious to the discontented expressions of those around them. Jeriah, observing the scene, couldn't help but marvel at the phenomenal feat accomplished by Uchiha Chiryu. After all, this was the 7 ninja swordsmen. While most had merely heard tales of their legend, Jeriah had personally encountered them in battle. How formidable were the 7 ninja swordsmen? One must examine the very essence of the Hidden Mist Village. It bore another name, the Village of Blood Mist. The very title exuded a sense of sanguinary horror. Indeed, the current state of the Hidden Mist Village reflected this truth. The selection of ninjas there differed from that of other villages. It was rooted in genuine combat. All students were confined within the Ninja Academy, forced to turn on one another until only the last survivor emerged as a ninja of the Hidden Mist. The 7 ninja swordsmen were the elite forged from this sea of bloodshed. Jeriah himself had suffered considerable setbacks in his encounters with them, ultimately relying on the assistance of the Toad Sage to escape. Now, 6 of these formidable figures had fallen to Uchiha Chiryu's might. Was that not strength enough? Jeriah's heart was tumultuous, yet his expression remained composed. He resolved to maintain an adult's demeanor, but the more he thought about it, the harder it became to conceal his astonishment. Up until now, he had not uttered a single word, for he found himself at a loss for what to say. Uchiha Chiryu's power had repeatedly exceeded Jeriah's wildest imaginings. Chiryu was no mere fledgling. He was akin to a fierce beast. Beyond pride, Jeriah was gripped by a sense of unease. Orochimaru merely cast a fleeting glance at the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen before closing his eyes. What more could he possibly say? Uchiha Chikyu's rate of growth was astonishing. Orochimaru was certain that while Chikyu was powerful, he had not yet reached this level when Orochimaru first arrived on the battlefield. How much time had passed? The current circumstances were well beyond Orochimaru's control. He had to admit that Uchiha Chikyu had never been within his grasp. What vexed Orochimaru most was his realization that when he first arrived on the battlefield, it had been the perfect opportunity to assert control over Uchiha Chikyu. Yet, he had missed that chance. Chikyu's growth was akin to that of a rocket. He had lost any further opportunity. Orochimaru felt as though his spirit had been extinguished, no longer wishing to even glance at Uchiha Chikyu. His heart ached. It felt suffocating. While others were captivated by the sight of the 7 ninja swordsmen's corpses, Uchiha Chikyu had grown impatient. You all may continue to gawk. I shall take my leave to rest. Rest, however, was not truly an option. Yet, Uchiha Chikyu was not inclined to play the part of a spectacle for others. Very well, Chikyu-kun, you may return. We shall handle matters from here. The tardy Minato appeared, protective as a mother hen, forbidding anyone from approaching Uchiha Chikyu. Having just fought the 7 ninja swordsmen, Chikyu was surely fatigued. He deserved a proper rest without any disturbances. Minato's heart brimmed with unyielding pride. Countless eyes were fixed upon Uchiha Chikyu, yearning for him to linger a while longer. Yet, with a wave of his sleeve, Chikyu departed without leaving a trace. As they watched Uchiha Chikyu vanish completely, Minato's expression hardened. He surveyed the reluctant onlookers and solemnly declared, Chikyu-kun's prowess is now evident. From this day forth, I wish to hear no more disparaging remarks about him. He is a hero and your benefactor. Were it not for Chikyu-kun, many of you would have perished here. Minato's words compelled the majority to lower their heads. It was the truth. Yet, it was precisely this truth that made them acutely aware of their own inadequacies. I have said all that needs to be said. Reflect upon it. Minato urged as he led Jeriah away. Why take Jeriah with him? Because he needed to discuss matters with his mentor. Chikyu-kun was simply too dazzling. Chapter 51. The actions of 2 old schemers. The atmosphere was fraught with urgency. Jiraiya-sensei, the perverted sage, you must lend your assistance this time. Minato's expression was grave as he regarded Jeriah. The growth of Chikyu Uchiha has been astonishing. Neither the Third Hokage nor Danzo will let this go lightly. As a member of the Hokage lineage, Minato was acutely aware of the intricate dynamics within the village's upper echelons. The Third Hokage and Danzo had previously shown restraint, but the formidable prowess displayed by Uchiha Chikyu now compelled them to act. His recent triumph, decimating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and returning with 6 of their corpses, was irrefutable evidence of his strength. Faced with such overwhelming power, everyone desired to claim Uchiha Chikyu for themselves. For Jeriah, this situation was equally troubling. Chikyu's rapid development is quite concerning. If only I could persuade Tsunade. There might still be hope. However, I dare not approach her. She would undoubtedly pummel me into the ground for even considering enlisting her help for an Uchiha. Jeriah was in a quandary, recognizing that Uchiha Chikyu's successful growth would ultimately be beneficial for Kenoha. The struggle for power between the Third Hokage and Danzo had never ceased. Let me ponder this further. Jeriah cradled his head in thought. Alas, my hair is at risk of falling out. Meanwhile, Kenoha was indeed in a state of chaos, just as Jeriah and Minato had predicted. Splutter, the Third Hokage, who had been sipping tea, suddenly spewed it out upon receiving news from the Umbu. An Umbu member, kneeling before him, discreetly wiped the spray of tea from his face, casting a resentful glance at the Hokage. Lord Third, could you please maintain some hygiene? Yet the Third Hokage was too engrossed in the shocking news to heed the Umbu's grievances. He nearly shook the Umbu member by the collar, exclaiming, Is this true? Are you certain? You're not jesting? His 3 rhetorical questions conveyed his astonishment and incredulity. These were elite warriors who had fought their way out of the blood mist, notorious for their brutality and responsible for the annihilation of countless small nations. Even the Third Hokage had heard of their fearsome reputation. To think they were all vanquished by Uchiha Chikyu? Oh, but one had escaped, reportedly. Chikyu had let him go to ensure that the world knew who had truly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen. Listen to that audacious claim. Observe that nonchalant demeanor. It was more humiliating than annihilating them all. Yet, the survivor dared not confront Uchiha Chikyu upon returning to Kirigakure. It was said he slinked back with his tail between his legs, unwilling to face Chikyu again. The Third Hokage could barely contain himself, nearly rolling his eyes in disbelief. Such an achievement was even more astounding than defeating an army of thousands from Iwagakure. After all, The veracity of that tale remained uncertain. Whether it was hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands depended on one's perspective. However, the significance of vanquishing the 7 ninja swordsmen was entirely different. Their infamous reputation had long since permeated the 5 great nations, and every ninja knew their prowess. Uchiha Chikyu had effortlessly eradicated them and returned with 6 corpses, conclusive evidence of his might. Now, no one could doubt Uchiha Chikyu's strength and honor. This cannot stand. We must recall Uchiha Chikyu. The third Hokage, ever the cunning fox, immediately contemplated bringing Chikyu back and placing him within the Umbu. The sooner, the better. He could not afford to give Danzo any opportunity to act. Yet, he quickly realized that summoning Chikyu back was not feasible at this moment. The front line was embroiled in fierce conflict. The prolonged tranquility in Kenoha was largely due to Uchiha Chikyu's formidable reputation, which deterred other villages from making a move. If Chikyu were recalled, the situation on the battlefield would undoubtedly shift. The third Hokage could not take that risk. However, this dilemma did not stymie him for long. Soon, a clever idea struck him, and his weathered face broke into a grin. Tapping his pipe against the table, he turned to the Umbu member before him. Send Uchiha Shisui to the front lines as well. We'll claim he is there to assist Uchiha Chikyu. After all, they are family. He chuckled to himself. Since we cannot place Chikyu in the Umbu right now, we shall send Umbu members to be near him instead. They can subtly influence his thoughts from time to time. Moreover, with Shisui being family, the effectiveness will be even greater. The third Hokage acted swiftly. Simultaneously, Danzo received news with equal speed. After perusing the latest reports from the front, his expression darkened significantly. Orochimaru, that useless fool. Not a single ounce of utility. Danzo scolded Orochimaru vehemently. He has been gone for over a month without achieving anything. He hasn't even managed to create any trouble for Uchiha Chikyu to draw him into route. And now, Chikyu has garnered such monumental credit. On the surface, Danzo's reasons for action were dwindling. Useless. Utterly useless. Casting another glance at Uchiha Chikyu's achievements, Danzo's heart raced with trepidation. Such formidable power, rivaling that of a tailed beast, must be firmly grasped within his control. Only then could Uchiha Chikyu's strength be managed. Uncontrollable power must be eradicated. Dispatch a message to summon him back under the pretense of questioning his abnormal strength. Danzo's mind twisted, concocting a nefarious scheme. No matter the consequences, I shall first assign him a crime. The Umbu member lowered his head, nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens. Lord Danzo, your reasoning is clouded. At a time like this, assigning such a blame to Uchiha Chikyu is implausible. Moreover, the third Hokage has already dispatched Uchiha Shisui to oversee him, signifying the Hokage's trust in Chikyu. Danzo's expression darkened further. That monkey. He has grown old and lost his wits. Chapter 52. The Millennia Fox plays with strange tales. Danzo was incensed, his ire causing him to stamp his feet. The sudden maneuver by the third Hokage rendered Danzo's earlier rhetoric obsolete. The Hokage had made his stance clear. What significance did a Hokage advisor hold? Danzo was furious, wishing to unleash his frustrations upon someone. So what if it was the Hokage? Danzo felt the sting of envy. Yet, regardless of Danzo's fury, the third Hokage had dispatched his personnel, leaving him powerless. No, Uchiha Shisui, that young lad is part of the Umbu, right? Danzo calmed himself. And through a moment of analysis, he immediately grasped the third Hokage's intentions. They were all cunning foxes, playing their games. It was evident what that monkey was scheming. He merely aimed to preemptively sway Uchiha Chiharu. Danzo refused to believe that he could not handle a mere teenager. What if he possessed formidable prowess? In the end, victory would be his. Summon Yakushi no Nai to meet me. After a brief contemplation, Danzo uttered a name. The Root's young subordinate was taken aback. He swiftly exited. Danzo narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk adorning his face. If you send Uchiha, I shall counter with someone adept in intelligence and espionage. Let us see who is more formidable. Uchiha Shisui received the mission, his excitement palpable. He could hardly contain himself, yearning to soar directly to the battlefield. Finally, he would witness how Uchiha Chiharu engaged in combat. However, he was soon summoned by Fugaku. Upon entering, he found Itachi gazing at him with eager eyes. I want to go too. Itachi pouted, his voice barely above a whisper. He felt an intense jealousy towards Shisui. He longed to fight alongside his beloved elder brother, Chiharu. Yet, upon glancing at his own scrawny arms and legs, Itachi hesitated. If he were to go, he would only hinder Chiharu. For the first time, Itachi yearned to grow up swiftly, to become stronger, because only then could he stand side by side with his cherished Chiharu. Fugaku coughed lightly. Though Itachi's voice was small, the ears of a ninja were exceptionally keen. He heard it instantly. Shisui also noticed Itachi's resentful expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. Instead of comforting Itachi, he continued to tease him. How does it feel to envy me? Seeing Itachi nod vigorously, Shisui added, just keep dreaming. You won't be going with me. Shisui, you villain. Itachi glared at him, spitting in protest. Fugaku hurriedly intervened, scolding the two children for their childishness. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of jealousy himself. The Uchiha clan had finally produced a genius, one with such immense strength. Who would he wish to witness the emergence of this miracle firsthand? Were he not the clan leader? Fugaku would have rushed to the battlefield himself. How could Shisui flaunt his prowess here? Shisui, the third Hokage has dispatched you to the front lines. You must comprehend his intentions. Fugaku swiftly steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. You know what to do. Maintain a balance on both sides. Reflect on the current standing of the Uchiha clan within Kenoha, then observe Uchiha Chihiro's rising fame. Fugaku's thoughts began to wander. If only the Uchiha clan could produce a Hokage. But such thoughts were premature. Uchiha Chihiro was still too young. However, the Uchiha clan could extend their full support to him. Rest assured, clan leader, I understand. Shisui proclaimed, thumping his chest with confidence. He was well aware of his course of action. Fugaku, satisfied by Shisui's earnest demeanor, nodded approvingly. Unbeknownst to him, Shisui's thoughts diverged entirely from his own. What should he do once on the battlefield? Obviously, he would pretend to know nothing. What manner of person was Uchiha Chihiro? Did he need to voice his opinions? Whatever Chihiro wished to pursue, he would support wholeheartedly. Shisui, having long since become an ardent admirer of Uchiha Chihiro's achievements, declared his allegiance between Kenoha and Uchiha Chihiro. He chose Chihiro. Chihiro's decisions were undoubtedly correct. Fugaku remained oblivious to yet another Uchiha straying from the path, allowing Shisui to depart with confidence. Meanwhile, Yakushi no Nai set out on her mission bestowed by Danzo. Unlike Shisui's carefree admiration, no Nai's emotions were exceedingly complex. As a wandering priestess, she excelled in medical ninjutsu. Her current assignment was framed under the guise of ensuring frontline casualties were minimized. In truth, she had been specifically assigned by Danzo as a spy. Her task was to gather information on Uchiha Chihiro. Ideally, she would uncover his preferences, enemies, and any potential leverage. And then, she must do everything within her power to ensure he became part of Root. Yakushi no Nai, do you grasp my intentions? Should you fail, your orphanage. Danzo's chilling voice reverberated in no Nai's ears. Reluctant to investigate a mere teenager, she ultimately acquiesced to the task. Before departing, no Nai habitually reviewed the intelligence on Uchiha Chihiro. Upon doing so, her expression transformed dramatically. Heavens! Did you hear that? Danzo, you old dog. Look at what the intel states. Elite Jonin. Fighting against the Hidden Stone Village single-handedly. In combat against the 7 ninja swordsmen, 6 dead, 1 injured. What the heck? Is this truly a human being? Is this really just a teenager? I heard that Uchiha Chihiro is blind. Are these accomplishments truly legitimate? If everything in the reports holds true, I must seriously question whether Danzo is merely sending me to my demise. Faced with such a ruthless individual, could I truly return alive? Not to mention, capturing Uchiha Chihiro's weakness seems utterly impossible. Even no Nai, with her typically calm demeanor, struggled to suppress her growing frustration. Ultimately, she managed to calm herself. Taking a deep breath and muttering, let us see. Perhaps the intel is inaccurate? With a sliver of hope in her heart, she finally encountered Uchiha Chihiro in person. What? No. This Uchiha Chihiro is nothing like described in the reports. This perpetually inebriated individual could truly partake in battle? No Nai found herself questioning the reality before her. Yet, why did everyone else appear so unfazed? Was it truly her that was out of touch? No Nai concluded that she simply could not comprehend this world any longer. Chapter 53. The Self-Strategy of Medic Ninja Yano-yu. Uchiha Shisui arrived slightly later than Yano-yu. Upon his arrival, he made a beeline for Uchiha Chikyu. Given that both were from the Uchiha clan, it was hardly surprising. Watching this unfold, Yano-yu could not help but internally curse Danzo with fervor. Look at the choices made by the third Hokage. They're practically family, without the need for pretense. They're undeniably allies. And here she was. Even with the title of a medical ninja, once others realized she was sent by Danzo, their expressions turned to feigned indifference. It was obvious. Few in Kenoha were oblivious to Danzo's schemes. Fortunately, Uchiha Chikyu did not direct any harsh words towards her, igniting a flicker of hope within Yano-yu. Perhaps Uchiha Chikyu was merely strong in combat and completely apathetic to political intricacies? However, the sudden appearance of Minato and Jeriah shattered Yano-U's fleeting fantasy. Just look at these individuals. Uchiha Shisui, the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, and the lecherous sage Jeriah. All were aligned with the Third Hokage. At this rate, even if Uchiha Chikyu was not affiliated with the Third Hokage, he would inevitably become one of them. Yano-Yu felt utterly overwhelmed. In desperation, her gaze shifted to Orochimaru. Yes, wasn't he Danzo's partner? Perhaps yet. Yano-Yu soon realized that Orochimaru was entirely unconcerned. The phrase fishing in troubled waters epitomized Orochimaru's demeanor. What was his daily routine? This corpse is intriguing. Oh, this one too. Let us take them all back for experimentation. Uchiha Chikyu? He was of no consequence to Orochimaru. Indeed, Orochimaru had become utterly indifferent. He held no illusions about Uchiha Chikyu. At least, now was not the opportune moment for him to engage with Chikyu. Orochimaru prudently retreated. After all, this was a battlefield, and there were plenty of corpses to choose from. His focus need not be solely on Uchiha Chikyu. Moreover, Orochimaru had yet to embark on his path of body-swapping madness. However, even if he did take an interest in Uchiha Chikyu's body, attempting to entice him, Orochimaru could dream on. At that moment, Yano-Yu finally comprehended the essence of fighting alone. The typically cheerful and compassionate Yano-Yu felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her glasses at Danzo's face, and then loudly declare, "I'm done with this. If you want to capture Uchiha Chikyu's weaknesses, you do it yourself, regardless of whether Uchiha Chikyu is dependable or not." Yano-Yu felt that everyone on this battlefield was unreliable. Looking around, there wasn't a single sane individual. Each one either praised Uchiha Chikyu or acted like a coward. Pointing, this referred to the likes of Kakashi and the timid Ebisu, who dared not confront Uchiha Chikyu. Yano-Yu took a deep breath. She felt utterly beleaguered. This wretched Kenoha was unbearable. Uchiha Chikyu remained blissfully unaware of Yano-Yu's despair. He was merely curious about what schemes that old fox Danzo had in store for him. Although he had not completely severed ties with Danzo, he certainly was far from doing so. Uchiha Chikyu was well aware of his own actions. Was he ostentatious? Quite so. Regarding the rumors surrounding him, perhaps they would raise doubts in other villages. Yet, Danzo and the Third Hokage, seasoned as they were, would harbor no such uncertainties. They would only recognize that their power had exceeded what they could control, upon realizing that a direct approach was futile. The Third Hokage promptly opted for a policy of appeasement. However, Danzo was a different enigma, one that Uchiha Chikyu found perplexing. Yano-Yu was someone Uchiha Chikyu knew little about, but it was of little concern. Gods block gods, Buddhas block Buddhas. No one shall impede my path to strength. Uchiha Chikyu thought confidently. He resumed drinking. Meanwhile, Yano-Yu discerned that forcibly approaching Uchiha Chikyu was unwise. She decisively opted for a different approach. First, she would integrate into the group, then gradually gather information about Uchiha Chikyu. Yano-Yu quickly made her decision. Although her appearance was unremarkable, her temperament was exceptionally gentle. Such a demeanor was rare on the battlefield. With her intentions clear, she soon mingled seamlessly with others. She then smoothly expressed her desire to examine the bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The others from Kenoha did not question her request. After all, everyone was deeply curious about the demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was perfectly natural for a newcomer to wish to see them. At last, Yano-Yu laid eyes on the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Gazing upon the faces she had seen more than once on wanted posters, she confirmed their identities. It was true. The 7 ninja swordsmen were indeed dead. Upon inspecting the wounds, she noted that all 5 had only a single line of blood on their necks. Their carotid arteries cleanly severed. Their expressions appeared remarkably serene, devoid of any signs of resistance. Yano-Yu recalled the wooden sword wielded by Uchiha Chikyu. Could it be? That was the weapon that killed the 7 ninja swordsmen? Though reluctant to accept it, the evidence was irrefutable. The facts stood before her. In all of Kenoha, there was no one else who wielded a sword like Uchiha Chikyu. Most utilized simple kunai and shuriken, while those with a modicum of skill resorted to regular blades. To wield a sword and deliver a swift death was solely Uchiha Chikyu's domain. The last corpse was the most tragic, cleaved into at the waist. Yano-Yu recognized him as the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zuki. His decapitating blade was astoundingly formidable. Yet, he too fell victim to Uchiha Chikyu's sword. Yano-Yu felt utterly defeated. Uchiha Chikyu had transformed into a being akin to a demon in her mind. What? Drinking on the battlefield? That was trivial. Yano-Yu discerned Uchiha Chikyu's might from the minutiae, completely losing her confidence in contending with him. She had come to be a spy, not to seek her demise. To extract information from someone capable of crushing her with a mere finger? What a joke. It was far wiser to bide her time. Instead of contemplating how to deal with Uchiha Chikyo, she ought to consider how to deceive that old dog Danzo upon her return. Death? She was done with that. Yuye retreated with a keen sense of self-awareness. Indeed, she was afraid. If all else failed, she would sell out that old dog Danzo. At worst, she could cling to Uchiha Chikyu's coattails. Chapter 54. A new task. A new challenge. In the following days, Uchiha Chihiro noticed a burning gaze upon him whenever he stepped outside. Who could it be? Uchiha Chihiro was remarkably perceptive to the stares of others. There was no malice, yet it felt rather peculiar. Before Chihiro could investigate, Noera Rin had already identified the source of the gaze. That woman was utterly strange. She seemed to fixate on Chihiro all day long. Her intentions were surely questionable. Rin dared not voice her grievances to Uchiha Chihiro, but she began to complain to Yuzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai. The two girls nodded in agreement. Yes. I've noticed it too. The three girls cast resentful glances at the distant Yakushina Noyu. Chihiro-kun belongs to them. Upon glancing at Yakushina Noyu's mature figure, their resentment deepened. They too wished to grow up quickly. Then they could. Hee. With their hands on their cheeks, the three girls fell into their own fantasies. Nearby, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Infatuated fools. Can't they see that woman has ulterior motives? From the conversation among Rin and the others, Uchiha Chihiro finally understood the identity of the woman. He nonchalantly clicked his tongue. It's not a big deal. It's just the trivial matters regarding the Third Hokage and Danzo. Why are there so many issues in Kenoha? Chihiro expressed his impatience. He was currently suffering from a headache. The system had finally issued him a new task. But just look at the description of this task. Swing a sword against the sea 10,000 times daily for half a month. The reward was a weakened version of the sword technique Heavenly Flight and the sword flying rainbow. As a blind man, Uchiha Chihiro found his eyes gleaming at the mention of rewards. Heavenly Flight. Yiguching. What man has he fantasized about it? One sword coming from the west, Heavenly Flight. How dashing. Uchiha Chihiro was determined to claim this reward. However, why was it a weakened version? This left Uchiha Chihiro quite dissatisfied. Is a weakened Heavenly Flight still considered Heavenly Flight? Due to its overwhelming power, the complete version is prone to causing world-breaking bugs. The system hastily amended its statement. Ahem, you currently lack the ability to wield your full strength. Once you possess the requisite power, you can continue to unlock the complete version. It sounded a bit more formal, didn't it? Uchiha Chihiro rolled his eyes at the system in his mind. It would have been better to say outright that the complete version is a devastating weapon. Hence, it is locked. Forget it. It sounds impressive enough. A weakened version is still a weakened version, and receiving a divine sword is quite commendable. The flying rainbow. It too was Yi Guqing's weapon. Uchiha Chihiro's sword was merely an ordinary one. He had never been particularly concerned about it, as long as it was functional. A true swordsman is not bound by their weapon. Yet, possessing a more formidable and useful weapon would certainly not be turned down. Examining the system's description of the flying rainbow. Note, this sword is forged from elite overseas cold iron, capable of cutting hair and severing flesh. 3 feet and 3 inches long, weighing 6 pounds and 4 ounces. It was clearly an extraordinary weapon. Uchiha Chihiro's heart stirred with excitement. He soon felt the urge to curse. Swinging the sword against the sea 10,000 times was no simple feat. Uchiha Chihiro already had a daily task of swinging his sword 10,000 times. Yet the system had the audacity to demand he swing it against the sea 10,000 times. And it must be sustained for half a month. Where in the plains of Kenoha was there a sea? A trip to the land of water? Having just defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen. What excuse could he possibly use to justify such a visit? Uchiha Chihiro stroked his chin, pondering. What excuse could he concoct? How a month is neither long nor short. He certainly could not sneak away. That would merely hand over incriminating evidence to the Third Hokage and Danzo, those 2 old foxes. A legitimate reason must be devised. Or perhaps, he could claim he was going to eliminate the last one, to ensure the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen could reunite in the afterlife. Uchiha Chihiro clapped his hands, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Not bad. He thought it feasible. What was that fellow's name? Black Chisel. White Fang. Black Chisel Raiga. Are you being polite? Whatever. It's just an excuse. Without further ado, Uchiha Chihiro approached Minato and expressed his desire to travel to the Hidden Mist Village. Minato furrowed his brow, looking at Uchiha Chihiro with concern. If he wanted to run away, so be it. There was no need. At this moment, Chihiro's safety was of utmost importance. As for the one remaining member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Minato truly did not regard him as a threat. Uchiha Chihiro declared with righteous conviction, "No, it was I who let him escape, so I have the obligation to eliminate him to prevent future troubles." Minato's eyes brimmed with tears. He just knew it. Chihiro-kun is a good child. Look at this resolve. Chihiro-kun, you can rest assured and go. No matter what other issues arise, I will assist you in resolving them. In that moment, Minato was filled with fervor. Uchiha Chihiro was utterly bewildered. What had stimulated Minato? He had no inkling of what Minato was imagining. Nevertheless, Minato's attitude was advantageous for Uchiha Chihiro. Not to dwell too much on the details, the news of Uchiha Chihiro's journey to the hidden mist village was known to few. Uchiha Shisui was among them. "How could I allow you to go alone? I will accompany you," Shisui said, filled with concern. Currently, Uchiha Chihiro was a coveted target. Everyone wished to take a bite. The Third Hokage and Danzo were still locked in their power struggle, without a clear victor. Yet, if anything were to happen to Uchiha Chihiro, Kenoha could not bear such a loss. "I can manage on my own. The more people there are, the harder it is to hide. It could easily become a hindrance." Uchiha Chihiro waved his hand, insisting that he required no company. He wasn't even going on a legitimate mission. It was imperative to complete the system task, even if it took 10 to 15 days. Black Chisel Raiga? He could simply claim he dealt with him later. Uchiha Chihiro thought, the more individuals involved, the more likely things would spiral out of control. This was not good. Uchiha Chihiro had no desire to be embroiled in trouble. No one could stop him from growing stronger. Uchiha Chihiro was resolute, and Shisui had no recourse but to reluctantly concede. As he departed from the front lines of Kenoha, Uchiha Chihiro did so quietly, ensuring no one else was aware. The next morning, Yakushi Nanoyu noticed Uchiha Chihiro was missing. Where could he be? Yakushi Nanoyu displayed a look of utter disbelief. "Oh no, something terrible has happened. The target has vanished." Meanwhile, Uchiha Chihiro was already nearing the borders of the Land of Water. Chapter 55. The death of the third generation Raikage. Upon entering the Land of Water, the salty sea breeze greeted Uchiha Chihiro. Taking a deep breath, he felt an inexplicable sense of expansiveness. It seemed that stepping outside, regardless of the occasion, was essential. Uchiha Chihiro mused thoughtfully. Having truly arrived in the Land of Water and inhaling the scent of the ocean, he suddenly grasped the significance of the system's mission. Remaining stagnant in one place would never lead to true strength. As a formidable warrior, one must not only possess exceptional physical prowess and sufficient chakra but also cultivate a broad mind and expansive vision. Uchiha Chihiro began to contemplate whether he could linger longer in the Land of Water, perhaps reaping unexpected gains. Meanwhile, Black Ho Raiga returned to the hidden mist village. The fourth Mizukage, Kurama Yagura, a man with a youthful visage yet of an age that could have a granddaughter, coldly addressed his subordinate. "Is this the result you brought back?" Observing the now diminished 7 ninja swordsmen, Kurama Yagura's tone was frigid. "Useless." Black Ho Raiga bowed his head, too ashamed to utter a word of rebuttal. If the 7 ninja swordsmen were deemed useless, who else in the hidden mist village could surpass them? Yet, in the face of Uchiha Chihiro, they were indeed ineffectual. 7 of them combined could not contend with a mere teenager. Even if he were an Uchiha, he was still blind. Kurama Yagura's thoughts were tumultuous. Was Uchiha Chihiro truly that powerful? What a joke. He couldn't even be bothered to spare Black Ho Raiga another glance. Although Kurama Yagura refrained from attacking him, he had completely disregarded him. Black Ho Raiga felt humiliated, yet surviving was the best outcome he could hope for. The fourth Mizukage continued to peruse the intelligence regarding Uchiha Chihiro, his brow gradually furrowing. The exaggeration in the reports was astonishing. The term genius was one Kurama Yagura had encountered often. Any ninja who could survive in the hidden mist village was either a genius or a ruthless killer. He believed he had done nothing wrong. Such was the cruelty of the ninja world. Only through blood could sufficiently formidable ninjas be nurtured. However, Uchiha Chihiro appeared to be quite suitable for their hidden mist village. The desire to challenge him stirred within Kurama Yagura. He yearned to engage with someone stronger. Unbeknownst to Kurama Yagura, Uchiha Chihiro had silently infiltrated the territory of the hidden mist village. Meanwhile, the hidden stone village and the hidden cloud village were embroiled in fierce combat. Aware that they could not contend with Kenoha, the hidden stone village, under the leadership of Inoki, directed all their firepower towards the hidden cloud village. Upon learning this, the third Raikage was incensed. "You old fool. Scoundrel." The third Raikage was notably younger than the third Tsuchikage. He understood well that Inoki was a cunning old fox. Anyone who had survived since the era of the powerful Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had become astute. This included the Third Hokage and Danzo, all of whom were crafty. Winning was all that mattered. He cared not for the means. Inoki took pride in his shamelessness. Why waste words? We fight. Unbeknownst to Inoki, his battlefield extended beyond the Hidden Cloud Village. After years of planning, the Hidden Stone Village finally seized this opportunity. Now that the battle had commenced, it had to be fought to the bitter end. Due to Uchiha Chiryu's sudden rise, the Hidden Stone Village had to temporarily relinquish their ambitions against Kenoha, shifting their focus to the equally matchless Suna Village. Although it was a barren land, it was better than nothing. You coward. You only target the weak. The Third Hokage lamented the newly acquired intelligence on Uchiha Chiryu, feeling a wave of emotions. Such a genius. Why could he not have been born in the Hidden Cloud Village? Why did talent always seem to arise from Kenoha? The heavens were unjust. The Third Hokage howled to the sky. Yet he gritted his teeth and resolved to continue the battle. Hearing the Third Hokage's words, Inoki almost rolled his eyes in disbelief. Humph, you dark-skinned fool. I haven't settled the score with you yet. If it weren't for your instigation, would so many in the Hidden Stone Village have perished? The thought of the nearly 10,000 troops lost to Uchiha Chiryu made Inoki's heart bleed. Though he had prepared many for this battle, each was a fighter. Losing even one was a loss for him. Because of this dark-skinned fool's instigation, he had lost thousands. Of course, one must choose the soft fruit to squeeze. Inoki dared not provoke Uchiha Chiryu again. Who knew how many more would perish? Now that he recognized Uchiha Chiryu as a harbinger of death, he would avoid him. All his hatred was directed towards the Third Hokage. This time, they would not rest until one of them was vanquished. The Third Hokage scoffed. Did he truly believe he was a soft target? This time, Inoki would suffer a significant defeat. The Third Hokage was enraged. He could not believe that what a mere teenager could accomplish, he, the illustrious Third Hokage, could not, as he prepared to confront the throngs of enemies. Radiating thunder from his very being, Inoki also smirked, retreating to the back of his forces. This time, he was well prepared, even if it required a sea of warriors. He would exhaust the Third Hokage here. Regardless of how many lives it took, achieving this goal was worth it. Facing the onslaught of tens of thousands, the Third Hokage realized how challenging it was to escape while slaughtering them all. Uchiha Chiryu was not merely talented. He was an unparalleled prodigy. In the entire ninja world over hundreds of years, perhaps only one such genius existed. Even if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were alive, Uchiha Chiryu would still be a formidable opponent. With a maniacal release of chakra, the Third Hokage slaughtered every enemy within sight. Should the opportunity arise, he yearned to personally challenge Uchiha Chiryu. Alas, the chance eluded him. Boom. The Third Hokage unleashed all his chakra, igniting the battlefield with explosive tags. He had not been defeated. Neither would Inoki emerge victorious. Chapter 56. A Sword Comes from the West. An immortal from beyond the heavens, Uchiha Chiharu remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had precipitated an early conflict between the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village, resulting in mutual destruction. He boldly ventured into the territory of the Land of Water without any disguise. After all, the only person who recognized him was the formidable Leia of the Black Hoe. Anyone who uttered his name would meet their demise. A thought that brought him a sense of calm. He chose a modest abode near the seaside, where he resided temporarily. Each day, he diligently ran to the shore, brandishing his sword against the sea 1,000 times. Although Uchiha Chiharu could not perceive the vast ocean before him, he could smell the briny scent of the sea and hear the whispers of the ocean breeze. Unbeknownst to him, he discovered that his swordsmanship had seemingly ascended to a new level. What could be the reason for this? He pondered, somewhat perplexed. It was a transformation of the mind, an elusive state that could not be sought after. The system confirmed this, leaving Uchiha Chiharu astounded. So it was indeed possible to enhance one's abilities without undertaking missions. He began to contemplate other places he might explore to elevate his state of mind. Yet, the system offered a harsh reminder. It was merely a matter of chance, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. The more one sought, the less likely one was to find it. With this revelation, Uchiha Chiharu decided to abandon his musings, convincing himself that perhaps fortune favored him this time. Having wielded his sword by the sea for 13 days, he anticipated claiming the reward of the immortal from beyond the heavens in just 2 more days. His heart raced with excitement, eager for the imminent reward. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Chiharu, a figure passed through the Land of Water. The incompetence of the Mist Village was evident. They could not even handle minor tasks. Uchiha Madara had initially orchestrated a plan to let the 7 ninja swordsmen launch an assault on Kenoha, followed by sending operatives to disrupt Minato Namikaze. When Minato's 2 students were left vulnerable, he intended to abduct one of them, particularly the girl. As the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Madara understood precisely how to incite an Uchiha, enabling them to grasp the essence of hatred swiftly, thus awakening their Mangekyou Sharingan. Obito, though determined, was largely fueled by his resentment towards Uchiha Chiharu, with a fraction of his resolve stemming from his unattainable desire for Rin Noara. Such is the nature of unrequited love, an obsessive pursuit of the unattainable. Madara held a low opinion of this younger generation. Nevertheless, he resolved to intervene personally, believing that his presence would eliminate any possibility of failure. As he traversed the land of water, he was taken aback to see a familiar figure, the Uchiha who could not see. What brought him to this land? Stopping in his tracks, Madara observed secretly. Could it be that he had discerned something amiss in the Mist Village? This seemed improbable. Madara had unwavering confidence in his abilities, believing that, aside from Hashirama, no one could match his prowess. Furthermore, Uchiha Chiharu, being blind, was fated never to possess the pride of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan, and thus could not unveil the truth of the Mist Village. Madara's suspicions grew. Surely, Uchiha Chiharu must have other motives for coming to the Mist Village. Yet, he felt no urgency. Few in Kenoha could stand against him. He decided to let Obito remain in his predicament for the time being. This was an opportunity for him to witness just how formidable Uchiha Chiharu truly was. Within moments, Madara resolved to observe Uchiha Chiharu closely. To his astonishment, he found that the young Uchiha was merely here for leisure, with no pressing tasks at hand. Chiharu's daily routine was strikingly simple: running, sit-ups, push-ups, and wielding his sword against the sea, while devoting the remainder of his time to drinking. After 2 days of watching, the monotony was maddening. Was this truly enough training to achieve such prowess? Madara nearly choked on his disbelief. How could someone become legendary with such minimal effort? Just as he prepared to leave in frustration, he witnessed a scene that stunned him. 9,998, 9,999, 1,000. On the 15th day, facing the ocean, Uchiha Chiharu unleashed his final strike. The weakened version of the immortal from beyond the heavens was now released, and the sword Feihong was bestowed upon him. With a flick of his wrist, Chiharu brandished the newly acquired Feihong sword and executed a swift move, the immortal from beyond the heavens. In that instant, the sky was illuminated, the sword's light racing like a shooting star, brilliant and swift. The diagonal arc of light cleaved through the towering waves, roaring fiercely. Even the tumultuous ocean could not withstand the icy chill of the immortal from beyond the heavens. The waves shattered into countless droplets, dissipating what could have been a catastrophic natural disaster. The sole witness to this spectacle was Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Chiharu could only hear the roar of the waves, but he remained unfazed, knowing he had succeeded. Indeed, the immortal from beyond the heavens was extraordinary. Coupled with the Feihong, the power exceeded his wildest imagination. Madara, hidden in the shadows, widened his eyes in astonishment. Such formidable strength. It was breathtaking. A warrior of this caliber deserved a contest. Madara's blood surged with excitement. Chapter 57. Uchiha Madara's peculiar preferences. Uchiha Madara's breath grew heavy, revealing his battle intent. Upon realizing this, he was momentarily taken aback, only to reassure himself that the Uchiha brat could not possibly discern his presence. After all, he was Uchiha Madara. Just as he finished comforting himself, Uchiha Chikyu furrowed his brows. Someone was watching. Come out. Uchiha Chikyu felt a pang of frustration for failing to notice that someone was secretly observing him. This was utterly unacceptable. It appeared that his strength was inadequate. Otherwise, such an embarrassing situation would not have occurred. As Uchiha Chikyu lamented, Uchiha Madara was equally astonished. How could this be? A joke, surely. He was the unrivaled sovereign of the warring states, with only Senju Hashirama capable of matching his rhythm in battle. Today, however, he found himself caught off guard. Madara's aged visage trembled with indignation. Was he to lose face? No way. Just as he had ignited his battle spirit, it was extinguished by the embarrassment of being discovered. Even if someone had seen him, they could never pinpoint his location. Uchiha Madara thought, with unwavering conviction. His trace had been revealed due to age, failing to control his body. Nevertheless, with years of experience and the abilities of Black Zetsu by his side, he was confident he would not be discovered. Once a person harbors such thoughts, they are destined for a rude awakening. Uchiha Chikyu remained oblivious to the identity of the one lurking in the shadows, but he discerned that they were certainly no virtuous individual. How revolting. A perverse individual indeed. Uchiha Chikyu's sharp tongue lashed out without reservation. Was it harsh? That was precisely the effect he desired. The one who had managed to remain hidden until now was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Uchiha Chikyu held a firm belief in his own strength, estimating that his recent strike had left the observer shaken, thus revealing their slip. The celestial prowess he displayed was indeed remarkable. Uchiha Chikyu mused. Glancing at his data panel, strength, 394, defense, 390, speed, 399, spirit, 394, agility, 399, overall physical strength, 396, chakra amount, 266. His training had yielded a 1.5 times enhancement, propelling his stats to new heights. His physical prowess and chakra reserves had nearly reached the pinnacle of humanity. It was worth noting that even the third Hokage's chakra did not exceed 100 points. What caliber of expert could this individual possibly be? True masters possess a sense of pride. Uchiha Chikyu refused to believe that Madara would remain unresponsive to his provocations. Uchiha Madara, seething with indignation, yearned to leap forth. The younger generation of the Uchiha clan had grown increasingly arrogant. As their ancestor, he must teach them a lesson. With his sharp tongue, Uchiha Madara appeared before Uchiha Chikyu, seated in his wheelchair. Observing Chikyu's appearance, Madara could not help but compare him to Obito. Quite handsome. He bore a striking resemblance to Madara's younger self. Yet, Madara remained undeniably more dashing. His confidence surged. It was no wonder that Rin favored this lad. Once again, Uchiha Chikyu had overshadowed Obito in Madara's mind. Alas, if only he could see. Uchiha Chikyu, despite being unable to see, suddenly recognized the elder's identity. Could it be? Is that really Madara? Although he could not see, he could hear Madara's voice and sense the chakra emanating from him. Just moments ago, Chikyu believed his chakra had reached the zenith of humanity. But now, he felt an overwhelming gap. The inexhaustible, oceanic chakra was no jest. Is this truly an Uchiha? Uchiha Chikyu found it hard to believe. Yet, Uchiha Madara perceived the change in Chikyu's expression, confirming that the younger Uchiha had to do something. He burst into hearty laughter. You're smarter than I anticipated. Much cleverer than that one-eyed fool. Yes, I am Uchiha Madara. Madara proudly declared his identity, despite harboring countless grievances from the past. Nonetheless, he remained proud of who he was. Then, he observed Uchiha Chikyu's calm demeanor. Oh, Uchiha Chikyu was utterly unfazed. Uchiha Madara? So what? Madara's power indeed exceeded Uchiha Chikyu's expectations, yet the more formidable he appeared, the more Chikyu felt compelled to act. This was the thrill of it all. Aren't you curious why I'm still alive? Uchiha Chikyu hadn't anticipated that Madara would be so loquacious. Upon reflection, it made sense. After being buried underground for so many years, even with Black Zetsu by his side, Madara had few opportunities to engage with others. Finally, he had found someone to converse with, and thus he spoke freely. Uchiha Chikyu was not one to easily cooperate. Of course not. Uninterested. Since you are alive now, you must have faked your death. No, it was due to the Izanagi technique. Uchiha Chikyu was well aware, but feigned ignorance. I would never have imagined that Uchiha Madara harbored such bizarre preferences. Uchiha Chikyu remarked intentionally, seeking to discern Madara's intentions. Could it be that Madara had taken an interest in his strength? Chikyu felt no shame in his assumptions. His prowess was evident for all to see. Ha. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily at being insulted by Chikyu. The elder found Uchiha Chikyu increasingly intriguing. Knowing his identity, this boy dared to be so brash. What audacity! No, it was not feigned death. I truly died. Uchiha Madara's desire to share surged. I survived due to the unique ninjutsu of the Sharingan. Madara regarded Uchiha Chikyu with admiration. What would happen if this lad were to acquire a pair of Sharingan? Madara felt a twinge of excitement. He would undoubtedly become even more powerful. Or perhaps not. Without his own Sharingan, it could never evolve. Do you desire it? The Sharingan? Uchiha Madara posed the question directly to Uchiha Chikyu. Chapter 58. Neither of them enjoyed it. In response to Uchiha Madara's inquiry, Uchiha Senri smiled broadly. I have made a far better choice. How could I not desire it? Born blind, Uchiha Senri had no recourse. Yet, he had long since accepted his fate. Even without the Sharingan, what of it? He remained formidable. The future promised even greater strength. You speak the truth. Your swordsmanship is the most exceptional I have ever witnessed. The most exceptional that Madara referred to spanned from the Warring States period to the present, as a harbinger of destruction in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara had encountered countless opponents. To utter such praise signified Madara's utmost recognition of Uchiha Senri. although he had never witnessed Senri in genuine combat. That astonishing strike alone assured Madara that his judgment was sound. That strike was breathtakingly decisive. It even revealed a flaw in Madara himself. He could not bring himself to disparage it. The elegance of that blow indicated that Uchiha Senri was undoubtedly the most remarkable genius Kenoha had seen in many years. As Madara lauded Senri, his own fighting spirit surged. He yearned to engage Senri in battle personally. Uchiha Senri, too, sensed the rising intensity radiating from Madara. "Thank you for the compliment. No need for your words. I already feel the same," Senri declared without a hint of modesty. Indeed, he, Uchiha Senri, required no external validation. His daily perseverance and systematic data analysis were the foundation of his confidence. He could distinctly perceive every step of his ascent in strength. As for Madara's fighting spirit, bring it on. He wished to test just how formidable Madara truly was. Senri's own aura surged wildly. Every ounce of chakra within him was unleashed. The sea, sensing the immense chakra between the two, grew eerily calm. This was the battlefield of two titans. Then, 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Nothing happened. Uchiha Senri was left bewildered. What is this? Wasn't the plan to engage in a fierce battle? Madara, what is going on? Are you getting old and losing your touch? Uchiha Madara immediately bristled. Who is losing their touch? It is clearly you, brat. Madara felt exasperated. Yet he could not voice it. How could he explain why they had yet to engage? For he had just realized a troubling truth. Uchiha Senri was blind. What did that imply? Not only could Senri not possess the Sharingan, but it also meant that the Sharingan was utterly useless against him. Even if Madara wielded the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, it mattered not. How utterly frustrating. Madara felt the urge to curse. How could they fight without dragging him into the dimension? Madara did not wish to concede to age, yet burdened by an aging body. He was no longer the warrior of his prime. This marked the first time Madara pondered whether he should hasten his demise. A body resurrected through Edo Tensei, even if it crumbled mid-combat, would be more effective than his current state. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Senri, Madara's thoughts were tumultuous. However, since Madara was not making a move, he decided to take action himself. Uchiha Senri's chakra surged, poised for release. At this moment, retreat was not an option. With a thunderous roar, Uchiha Senri swung his sword. No techniques, no elaborate maneuvers, just the most straightforward of strikes. Yet it embodied all of Uchiha Senri's personal insights. This was his utmost respect for his opponent, Uchiha Madara. Hashirama. Did you see that? This is my junior. The radiant blade of light cleaved a chasm hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide into the ground. The sea rushed in, forming a brand new river. Uchiha Madara's presence vanished entirely. He fled quite swiftly. Must be Kagaya's black Zetsu. Uchiha Senri surmised. He had sensed no movement moments before. Only a creature like Black Zetsu, who had survived for millennia, could achieve such stealth. TSK. Unsatisfactory. Uchiha Senri expressed his discontent. This excursion had bestowed upon him celestial treasures and a magnificent sword. However, Uchiha Senri also recognized his shortcomings. He needed to rectify them promptly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, aided by Black Zetsu, had already retreated a great distance. I have yet to engage him, Madara stated, his frustration palpable. Uchiha Senri was dissatisfied, and so too was Madara. It was vexing to have such a potent opponent, yet be unable to confront him due to his own circumstances. It was utterly stifling. No one had ever made him feel this way, save for Senja Hashirama. Uchiha Madara glared fiercely at Black Zetsu. You interrupted my battle. Madara's gaze was laden with malice. Could this being, who could not even comprehend his own thoughts, truly be his other half? At last, Uchiha Madara began to question Black Zetsu's identity. Black Zetsu perceived the shift. Cold sweat beaded on his brow. Damn it. After deceiving Madara for decades, how can I be exposed over such a trivial matter? Madara. Do not forget our aspirations. Now is not the time. We cannot jeopardize our plans due to a moment of impulse. Black Zetsu, ever the schemer, had spent years beside Uchiha Madara, skillfully manipulating him. Black Zetsu felt the pressure. What of that Uchiha Senri? Where did he emerge from with such formidable strength? If not for his inherent blindness, he would surely possess ocular jutsu. I might even suspect he is the reincarnation of Kagaya Tsutsuki. To the Uchiha Senri, who is a reincarnation of Kagaya, I thank your entire family. As for gender, that posed no issue. A mother could accomplish anything. Yet since Uchiha Senri was blind, Black Zetsu dismissed this notion. You are too emotional. As your other half, I must remain rational. Black Zetsu managed to persuade Uchiha Madara. Reluctantly, Madara nodded. They needed to find a way for Obito to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was their priority. Fearing that Madara might act rashly and seek out Uchiha Senri, Black Zetsu quickly diverted the conversation. Madara, focus on Obito. He is the target you should be cultivating. Uchiha Madara's face displayed clear disdain. Compared to Uchiha Senri, that boy paled in comparison. Uchiha Senri had broadened Madara's horizons. Now, Madara found Obito increasingly unappealing. Chapter 59. The deception of Danzo. Kurozetsu expressed his earnest desire to advocate for Obito. However, after considerable contemplation, he realized that he could not discern a single aspect in which Obito surpassed Uchiha Chikage. After all, that rascal possesses the Sharingan. With just a bit of manipulation, we could incite his hatred towards Kenoha. Kurozetsu toiled in thought until he finally unearthed a persuasive rationale. Uchiha Madara let out a derisive chuckle. If he is of no use whatsoever, then why did I rescue him? Am I engaging in charity? Kurozetsu fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Madara's words. This was dire. He had been brainwashed by Uchiha Madara. Soon after, Uchiha Madara posed a critical question. I have reasonable doubts about whether Obito can cause any upheaval under Uchiha Chikage's command, he stated gravely. He was not jesting. Having personally experienced Uchiha Chikage's might, he no longer dared to underestimate him. Such formidable swordsmanship. Even if he were to face him, it would be a daunting challenge. Let alone that fool Obito. What if the situation escalated and Uchiha Chikage resolved it before it even commenced? Kurozetsu could not help but envision the scenario. Imagining Obito attempting to stir trouble only to encounter Uchiha Chikage. Damn, just the thought of it was distressing. No, such an occurrence must not be allowed. If the opportunity arises, perhaps I can use the three tails to eliminate that fool. Kurozetsu declared fiercely. An unusable pawn is an enemy. Uchiha Chikage remains a troublesome adversary. Regardless of the cost, that fool must be dealt with. Uchiha Madara fell into contemplation. He felt a tinge of regret. Perhaps keeping Uchiha Chikage around would yield the chance to truly spar with him when he returns to this world in his youthful form. Kurozetsu perceived Madara's hesitation and quickly interjected. Madara, this is all for our ideals. In the future, you could even resurrect him using the impure world reincarnation. But for now, we absolutely cannot allow him to thwart our plans. Kurozetsu implored earnestly. In the end, Uchiha Madara nodded. For the sake of our ideals. For the peace of the world. He would make any necessary concessions. At the office of the Third Hokage, Danzo stormed in with 2 root ninjas and brought along Tsurugi Kamachi, his demeanor imposing. Who goes there? The Third Hokage, engrossed in a crystal ball, barely looked up. The scene within was a blinding white. You rascal, what are you doing during work hours? Tsurugi Kamachi immediately recognized that he was once again spying on the women's bath. How disgraceful. It seems Danzo is the more reliable one. Ahem, so it is you too. The Third Hokage swiftly dispelled the ninjutsu, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was caught slacking off at work by 2 colleagues. How humiliating. You could have at least announced your presence. After feigning a cough to regain his composure, he put on a serious expression. Tsurugi Kamachi rolled her eyes beside him. Danzo smirked coldly. We have matters to discuss today, Danzo stated directly. Uchiha Chikage has mysteriously vanished from the front lines for over half a month. What is going on? Danzo demanded, his excitement palpable. At last, the opportunity had arrived. This brat, always acting indifferent, had finally given him a handle to grasp. This time, he must be dealt with. The root is the ideal place for him. An explanation is necessary. Otherwise, I will force him to return. He will come to my confinement room for a thorough explanation. The Third Hokage's expression suddenly turned awkward. Well, I hadn't heard of this. Danzo, are you certain you aren't being deceived? The Third Hokage raised an eyebrow, feigning a troubled demeanor. Was he truly unaware? Of course, it was a ruse. Both Jeriah and Minato, even Uchiha Shisui, had already briefed the Third Hokage in advance. That brat is off to apprehend the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chikage is devoted to Kenoha. He aims to eradicate the roots of unrest for the village's peace. Chikage's decision cannot be wrong. Please rest assured, Hokage. The 3 varying reports allowed the Third Hokage to glean their inclinations and perspectives on Uchiha Chikage. As long as Uchiha Chikage was aligned with Kenoha, everything could be negotiated. It must be said, Minato had also led the Third Hokage astray. Thus, when confronted with Danzo, the Third Hokage exhibited a lack of cooperation. That brat is loyal to Kenoha, which equates to loyalty to him as Hokage. He is practically a pawn in his possession. Why should he collaborate with Danzo? The Third Hokage not only refrained from cooperating, but stood firmly with Uchiha Chikage. Danzo immediately sensed the third Hokage's stance. His eyebrows nearly shot up to the heavens. This old fellow's attitude is all wrong. In an instant, Danzo's internal alarm bells rang at their highest pitch. After so many years of working together, who doesn't he know each other? What do you mean, monkey? Am I to casually accuse him without cause? Tsurugi Kamachi remained silent, aware that neither of these two was virtuous. Danzo had wrongfully accused others before, so she opted not to intervene, sensing the situation was amiss. Seeing himself isolated, Danzo was nearly beside himself with rage. A bunch of crafty old foxes. The third Hokage chuckled heartily. I never said you were wrongfully accusing him. However, we must verify the facts, mustn't we? Here's what we'll do. I will contact Jeriah and have him investigate the matter. If Uchiha Chikage is indeed absent, we shall proceed as you suggest. The third Hokage said with a smile, as if genuinely considering Danzo's perspective. But if he is present, the third Hokage cast a glance at Danzo, the implication clear. I've complied with your wishes. Now you must extend some sincerity in return. Danzo began to feel uneasy. Could it be that he was truly being deceived? Does Yakushi Nanoyu possess such audacity? Clinging to the notion that he had leverage over Yakushi Nanoyu, Danzo regained confidence. He rushed over as soon as he received the news. There's absolutely no issue. Very well. If Uchiha Chikage is present, I shall not concern myself with his future actions on the front lines. The third Hokage understood that this was Danzo's limit. That should suffice. Telescope technique. The third Hokage activated the jutsu. The crystal ball gradually revealed Jiraiya's figure. The image swayed gently, finally exposing Uchiha Chikage beside him. Danzo's face darkened. Chapter 60, boldly stepping into the other side. Upon discovering that Uchiha Obito had fled, Uchiha Chikage resolved to return to the front lines. The Black Hoe Thunderfang? An easy capture. Hardly worth mentioning. Little did Thunderfang anticipate that Uchiha Chikage would venture all the way to the hidden mist village just for him. Fate seemed to conspire against him. With no escape in sight, Thunderfang resigned himself to his fate. The situation was resolved before it even escalated. The only one left embarrassed was likely the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Shiranui. But Uchiha Chikage remained unfazed. He returned with Thunderfang's lifeless body in tow. Now, Kenoha could proudly declare, the 7 ninja swordsmen, annihilated. Not a single one left. Minato and Jeriah patted Uchiha Chikage's shoulder in appreciation. Well done. Chikage-kun, you must be exhausted. Go home and rest well. We will report your achievements to the third Hokage, Minato proclaimed, thumping his chest. Uchiha Chikage nodded. He was indifferent to that. The rewards were already in his grasp. Everything else was but a facade. Upon returning, Uchiha Chikage was undisturbed. However, he did not immediately seek rest. The encounter with Obito and Black Zetsu had instilled a sense of danger within him. Indeed, ninja possess certain unique abilities. Some may lack strength, yet they might possess remarkable survival instincts. A plan must be devised. System, do you have any solutions? Uchiha Chikage nudged the system. After a prolonged pause, the system finally responded. A task can be initiated for you. Spy on the women's bathhouse once. Reward. Observation Haki. What? Are you certain there's nothing wrong with you? System? Aren't you supposed to be a reliable system? What does a one-time task even mean? Do you doubt my resolve? Most importantly, I can't even see. How am I supposed to spy? Angrily slams fist. Uchiha Chikage retorted furiously at the system. Spy on the women's bathhouse once. Reward. Observation Haki. Please proceed promptly, or the task will automatically be cancelled. The system repeated, disregarding Uchiha Chikage's concerns. Will you do it or not? If not, I will terminate your access. Uchiha Chikage had no choice but to comply. Fine. Even if I cannot see, I shall proceed. This is observation Haki. Couldn't you offer me Conqueror-S Haki or Armament Haki instead? If we're to have a grand crossover, let us do it thoroughly. Related tasks have not been initiated. Please complete the prerequisite tasks first. Uchiha Chikage felt enlightened. So this is how it works. Prerequisite tasks? It's like a nesting doll. The system is impressive. After a brief rest, Uchiha Chikage initially considered taking advantage of an empty bathhouse. After all, he couldn't see. To him, it made no difference whether it was crowded or not. So why tarnish his reputation? However, the pesky system, it provided no opportunity for him to sneak in. He must go when there are people present. The system could even notify him when someone was around. Uchiha Chikage thought to himself that he certainly did not require such attentive assistance from the system. Regardless of Uchiha Chikage's thoughts, He had to muster the courage for the sake of observation Haki. Suddenly, Uchiha Chikage felt fortunate. Thankfully, he only needed to spy once to unlock observation Haki. Otherwise, the thought was too dreadful to contemplate. Would he really become the next lecherous sage? Uchiha Chikage resolved to act. As long as I am not embarrassed. The embarrassment lies with others. Having steeled himself, Uchiha Chikage adopted a casual demeanor. It's merely spying on the women's bathhouse. What is the big deal? Kenoha has plenty of characters like this. There's the third Hokage, and the younger generation includes Jeriah. Not to mention he couldn't TC at all. This was merely a task to grow stronger. Thus, Uchiha Chikage boldly entered the women's bathhouse. Spying? Nonsense. Upon seeing a man enter, the bathhouse erupted in a chorus of screams. Before they could unleash their fury upon the intruder, upon seeing Uchiha Chikage's face, they all turned crimson. Uchiha-kun, Chikage-kun, Yuhara-rin, Yuzuki Yugao, and Yuhi Kurenai were all present, alongside several girls Uchiha Chikage did not recognize. My apologies, but I seem to have wandered into the wrong place. Uchiha Chikage feigned innocence. Instantly, every woman in the bathhouse was convinced. No problem. Uchiha-kun Chikage-kun cannot see. It's only natural to have made a mistake. Moreover, being inadvertently seen by such a handsome gentleman seems not to be a grave issue. The women gazed at Uchiha Chikage's appearance, blushing as they fell into fantasies. Meanwhile, Jeriah, who was covertly spying, felt out of touch with the times. Why? This kid is clearly doing it on purpose. Even if he cannot see, he is still a ninja. How could he accidentally wander in? Strike him. Just like usual, bash his head with a bathtub. Jeriah seethed in frustration. Yet, the women completely overlooked the inconsistency in Uchiha Chikage's words. As long as one is handsome, anything said is deemed correct. Jeriah, infuriated, tumbled down from the rafters. Silence. A pervert. Various attacks surged towards Jeriah. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chikage was evaded by all the women. No problem. The system had anticipated that Uchiha Chikage could play it this way. But what could be done? He had indeed completed the task. Thus, observation Haki was successfully obtained. Task completed. Basic observation Haki has been awarded. Uchiha Chikage immediately noticed the term basic. Wait, system, what does this mean? Uchiha Chikage inquired. After berating the system, does it truly intend to continue being unhelpful? Before the system could respond, Uchiha Chikage suddenly sensed someone spying. Obito had returned. Uchiha Chikage was startled. Observation Haki activated. Originally, Uchiha Chikage saw nothing. But after activating observation Haki, he discovered that the world had entirely transformed in his perception. Everything appeared in stark black and white, like a black and white film. Yet, the figures lacked faces and features, merely appearing as indistinct silhouettes. Additionally, he noticed peculiar wisps of mist floating in the air, as if they were a manifestation of energy. This is the chakra of the third Hokage. Uchiha Chikage was acutely aware of chakra. He immediately recognized it. Observing the energy swirling around Jeriah, Uchiha Chikage became even more certain. This was the ninjutsu the third Hokage specifically employed for spying on bathhouses. That lecherous old man. He actually managed to spy all the way to the front lines. Or perhaps, the third Hokage has always chosen his spying locations based on Jeriah's suggestions? Uchiha Chikage felt he had inadvertently unearthed a secret. Chapter 61. Voyeurs get vide on a hem. I must cease these thoughts. Uchiha Senju shook his head, banishing the impure notions from his mind. As for the third Hokage's intentions, Uchiha Senju was disinclined to care. After all, that telescopic technique served but one purpose, voyeurism, and it required intimate knowledge of the target's chakra flow. Even if Jeriah was the third Hokage's disciple, the third Hokage could not possibly spy on him incessantly. Having ascertained this, Uchiha Senju belatedly realized that his rudimentary observation Haki was far more impressive than he had initially conceived. While it might not directly augment his strength, its supportive capabilities were undeniably formidable. Moreover, this was merely the nascent stage of observation Haki. What wonders awaited him in its intermediate and advanced forms? Uchiha Senju was consumed by anticipation. It would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary. Uchiha Senju promptly dismissed the third Hokage from his thoughts. The paramount concern now was how to elevate his observation Haki. System, cease your feigned inactivity. Make haste. The system, as if awaiting the summons, promptly responded within Uchiha Senju's mind. Voyeurism quest initiated. Each instance of observing a female, cumulative per instance, grants one observation Haki point. 100 observation Haki points enable upgrade to intermediate observation Haki points reset upon upgrade. 1000 observation Haki points enable upgrade to advanced observation Haki points reset upon upgrade. 10,000 observation Haki points unlock the pinnacle of observation Haki. Uchiha Senju was rendered speechless. Curses. My premonitions have materialized. This nightmare escalates. For the first time, Uchiha Senju entertained the notion that he might possess prophetic abilities. How else could he have predicted this with such accuracy? Perhaps I should seek tutelage under Jeriah and accompany him on his expeditions. The blame would fall squarely on Jeriah. He would merely be an unwilling accomplice. Yes, that has potential. Women. Such a vexation. They severely impede my progress toward strength. When Jeriah, nursing a head throbbing with welts, beheld Uchiha Senju approaching him, his expression soured. Why did this brat receive such preferential treatment? Before Jeriah could voice his displeasure, Uchiha Senju made his request. What? Are you certain you wish to learn ninjutsu from me? Jeriah was dumbfounded. Had he heard correctly? Did this prodigy truly require instruction? Indeed, I believe it is imperative. Someone must share the blame. The unspoken words lingered in the air. Uchiha Senju adopted an air of rectitude, his countenance grave. Jeriah's vestigial conscience twinged once more. Ah yes, this lad lacks a mentor and companions. Thus, he seeks guidance from a reliable, adult like myself. Very well. It is your good fortune to recognize my worth. I, the pervy sage, am ever eager to impart my wisdom. Jeriah roared with laughter, resolutely shouldering the burden of countless future transgressions for Uchiha Senju. Meanwhile, Yukushi Nono was beset by unease. She had deceived Danzo. She had been aware of Uchiha Senju's absence from the front lines for days. Yet, she had remained silent, divulging the information to Danzo only shortly before Uchiha Senju's impending return. While she was uncertain of Danzo's subsequent actions, he had undoubtedly suffered a setback. Otherwise, his tone during their communication would not have been so acrimonious. It matters not if Danzo seeks to trouble me, he is powerless. The intelligence I provided was accurate, merely delayed. Yukushi Nono muttered to herself. As an intelligence operative, Yukushi Nono was acutely aware of the importance of timely information. Yet, she had deliberately sought to deceive Danzo. She had not anticipated that Danzo would confront the Third Hokage in his office, accompanied by a Fire Shadow advisor. Was he not essentially handing over advantages to his adversaries? However, while Danzo might be unable to harm her directly, he would undoubtedly make her life difficult. Yukushi Nono understood that Danzo was a petty individual. Similarly, Yukushi Nono was not one to passively await her fate. Having discerned Danzo's diminishing prospects, she had begun formulating a plan to ingratiate herself with Uchiha Senju. Her deception of Danzo served as a token of her sincerity. Emboldened by this act, Yukushi Nono resolved to seek an audience with Uchiha Senju. She would forsake Danzo and forge her own path. Yukushi Nono arrived at Uchiha Senju's residence with unwavering resolve. Yet, upon opening the door, she was struck dumb. Oh, no, you. Yukushi Nono stammered incoherently. What had she witnessed? Why was he bathing in his room? And at the precise moment Yukushi Nono opened the door, Uchiha Senju had risen. Those abdominal muscles. That V-line. Yukushi Nono covered her eyes, yet could not resist peeking through her fingers. Curse it. How can a mere teenager possess such a physique and such handsome features? Yukushi Nono's face flushed crimson. Uchiha Senju, too, was taken aback. He had sensed someone approaching, but had presumed it to be Kakashi or his comrades. He had not anticipated Yukushi Nono. This was a miscalculation. He should have memorized the chakra signatures of those he knew. Uchiha Senju felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he been a woman, he might have shrieked. But what was he to do in this situation? It seemed as though he had been taken advantage of. But was that truly the case? Was this the legendary phenomenon of the voyeur being viewed in turn? Please close the door. I shall don some attire. In the end, Uchiha Senju could only feign nonchalance. Yukushi Nono hastily closed the door, her mind replaying the scene she had just witnessed. Eep. I am not a perverted old woman. When she faced Uchiha Senju once more, Yukushi Nono felt ill at ease. Whenever she gazed upon Uchiha Senju's face, she could not help but recall the V-line and abdominal muscle she had glimpsed. Is there something I can assist you with, Miss Yukushi? Uchiha Senju's inquiry finally roused Yukushi Nono from her lascivious reverie. Ahem, yes. I propose a collaboration. Yukushi Nono, true to her identity as an intelligence operative, swiftly regained her composure. You have likely surmised that I am a member of Root. I was dispatched by Danzo to monitor you and unearth any leverage he could exploit to compel you to serve his purposes. Uchiha Senju nodded. He had long been aware of this. But what was Yakushi no implying now? I refuse to work for him any longer. He's a vile old curmudgeon. Therefore, I require your assistance. Chapter 62. The ambition of the pharmacist Yeno. Pharmacist Yeno did not conceal her disdain for Danzo. There was no need to do so. It was simply too genuine. Danzo, that wretched creature. How many in Kenoha actually held any affection for him? Yeno remarked. Although the third Hokage was a cunning old fox, he at least maintained a fade of decorum. In other words, he possessed a sense of pride. Danzo, however, was different. In his pursuit of objectives, he would shamelessly disregard all sense of honor. A man devoid of shame is invincible in this world. Yeno found herself at a loss against Danzo's twisted logic. With a hold over her, she had no choice but to obey him, she lamented. All I desire is to be an ordinary orphanage director. Why is this wish so difficult to fulfill? Uchiha listened to Yano's grievances, rubbing his nose. An ordinary orphanage director? What a remarkably unremarkable aspiration. Regrettably, it was anything but ordinary. Just look at the likes of Kabuto. It was clear that Yeno's plight was far from achievable. Nonetheless, her criticisms of Danzo rang true. Uchiha remained silent. Yeno appeared increasingly anxious. She had already fallen victim to Danzo. If she could not secure Chu's assistance, she would be left in dire straits. As for the notion of forging an alliance with Chu before confronting Danzo, Yeno had never even considered it. Chu's prowess rendered him impervious to external influences. She had come seeking his help, recalling the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the tragic demise of Pibat Juzu. She remembered Chu's effortless capture of the blacksmith Raya. Even now, Yeno had yet to witness Chu in action, but her faith in his strength remained unwavering. As a spy, it was imperative she conceal her desperation, yet Yeno found it increasingly difficult to contain her emotions. Her fervent gaze was fixed upon Uchiha. In truth, I am indifferent. Uchiha yawned. The news of Danzo's misfortune brought him great delight. The problem was, Danzo was hardly of any significance in Chu's eyes. Just another Danzo, what was he? Yeno was taken aback by Chu's imposing aura. No. That is not how it is. Yeno swallowed hard, feeling as if her heart was being gripped tightly. I am aware of your formidable strength. Otherwise, I would not have sought your favor. However, Danzo's methods. Yeno deemed it necessary to ensure Chu understood that Danzo was truly a nefarious individual. Do not underestimate Danzo's treachery. No need for that. Chu interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Regardless of his tactics, he may employ them all. The question is whether he can survive the encounter. Chu's nonchalance was palpable. He genuinely regarded Danzo with disdain. What was Danzo's greatest asset? His identity? His status? Or perhaps the Sharingan embedded in his arm? Regardless of how many Sharingan Danzo possessed. As long as he was strong enough, he could vanquish Danzo time and again. Chu's overwhelming presence compelled Yeno to silence herself. This is overwhelmingly audacious. Rationality cautioned Yeno that perhaps Chu was merely boasting. But when she considered the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the rumors surrounding them, could it truly be mere bluster? No, absolutely not. Yeno firmly believed that Chu possessed genuine confidence. Or perhaps he had some hidden trump card she was unaware of. I believe in you. Yeno declared resolutely. Enough with reason. She cast it aside. Yeno chose to follow her instincts. She trusted Chu's words. Yet, if this were the case, she would lack the leverage to collaborate with him. Yeno found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Uchiha began to grow impatient. This was his time to rest, all squandered. Yeno, possessing a keen ability to read the room, noticed the shift in Chu's expression and immediately resolved to act. This was her one opportunity. Having traversed 99 steps, she would not falter at the last. I can provide you with all the information you require, including everything that has transpired in Kenoha. Yeno offered everything she had. Intelligence. Any information she could procure would be freely shared with Chu. Typically, she would not ask for anything in return. Yeno recognized that Chu was a dense block of wood, completely uninterested in women. He would rather devote his time to training. Therefore, Yeno set aside any ulterior motives. She approached him directly. Save me in my most dire hour. This was the transaction Yeno envisioned. Unable to secure Chu's support, she would take matters into her own hands. Yet, she still needed to ensure her own safety. Yeno's palms were clammy with sweat. This was her limit. If Chu offered no assistance whatsoever, she could foresee a bleak future. Chu did not outright refuse her. Why not reject her? Because it sounded rather intriguing. Chu dismissed Danzo not for his strength, but because Danzo was truly lacking. At best, Danzo was merely a shadow-level ninja. Uchiha Chu had long since surpassed that threshold. Izanagi merely granted Danzo a few extra lives compared to an ordinary person. Thus, with his strength, Chu could easily dispatch Danzo. Chu now regarded Danzo as a source of amusement, watching the old schemer flounder about, only to ultimately realize his failure. How entertaining. Chu had no desire to intervene. However, upon hearing that someone wished to take action, he was more than willing to watch the spectacle unfold. As for providing Yu with some assurance, that was not out of the question. Consider it a reward for his entertainment. Very well. I accept your proposal. Upon hearing Chu's calm response, Yu finally felt a sense of relief. Wonderful. I will return to devise a plan. Let us see how she could bring down that old wretch Danzo. With Uchiha Chu's backing, at this moment, Yu felt invincible. She was the most formidable. With a radiant complexion, Yu departed, colliding with a group of Kenoha's young ninjas led by Kakashi, who had come to see Uchiha Chu. The expressions of the young ninjas, utterly astonished. Chapter 63. With no women in my heart, I naturally draw my sword. Why did that woman emerge from Chiyujijin's room? Noera Rin's eyes blazed with fury. She knew it. This woman harbored ulterior motives toward Chiyujijin. Perhaps there was genuinely something else going on. Shiranui Ginkan's voice dwindled as he spoke. Well, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. However, Shiranui Ginkan's thoughts diverged from Noera Rin's. Impressive, my brother. Thumbs up. Everyone exchanged glances. Should we seek out Uchiha-kun? Since we are here, we must go. The universal phrase emerged. Since we are here. So who will go? Anyone can go. I certainly will not. Who knows if Uchiha Chiyujijin is, cough cough, something every man understands. The group exchanged knowing looks, yet none dared to knock on the door. Ultimately, Kakashi was pushed forward to take the fall. Kakashi, go? Haven't you been with the same squad all this time? Yes. It's entrusted to you, Kakashi. Shiranui Jinkan and Might Guy cheered from behind. Moonlight Gale occasionally coughed, appearing weak. What could Kakashi do? With such a bunch of contemporaries, he felt utterly hopeless. Observing this group, Kakashi silently lamented the future of Kenoha. Future Kakashi discreetly retrieved a ninja paradise, just as Kakashi was about to knock. The door swung open on its own. Kakashi. Others. Did you truly believe that speaking so loudly outside my door meant I could not hear anything? Uchiha Chiyujijin was equally astonished by the vastness of their imaginations. They were merely a group of children barely in their teens. Uchiha Chiyujijin, heartbroken. This is merely curiosity. Curiosity. Asuma scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. It is genuinely curiosity. With Uchiha Chiyujijin's formidable strength, they unconsciously felt drawn to him. They aspired to learn from Uchiha Chiyujijin and become like him. Yet, Uchiha Chiyujijin's ascension was too swift. To them, he resembled an immovable mountain, so powerful that he seemed unbeatable. When such a mighty individual suddenly encountered a hint of romance, wouldn't everyone be curious? So, Uchiha-kun has a preference for mature older sisters? The arriving Shisui began to ponder. Should I go back and inform the clan leader? Chiyujijin has reached an age. Rather than being deceived by women outside, it would be better for the clan to arrange things. Thus, a delightful decision was made. Uchiha Chiyujijin remained oblivious that, unbeknownst to him, everyone had attributed a fondness for mature women to him. Gather the rubbish from your minds. She is here to visit me, just like you. Uchiha Chiyujijin stated earnestly. Noera Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Yuzuki Yugao suddenly came to life. Wonderful. They still had hope. The medic ninja was also quite beautiful. Someone in the crowd suddenly remarked. Perhaps there is something to it? They truly did not know. However, Uchiha Chiyujijin's next words shattered all their fantasies. With no women in my heart, I naturally draw my sword. Women merely hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Uchiha Chiyujijin's resolute expression astonished everyone. One by one, they stood in solemn respect. Truly, Uchiha Chiyujijin is the mightiest man in Kenoha's swordsmanship. So it is true. Abstaining from women can lead to strength. The next generation of Kenoha fell into deep contemplation. The longest-lasting generation of single dogs in Kenoha was about to be born. From this day forth, a legend would circulate through Kenoha. Do you wish to become stronger? Remaining single can indeed lead to strength. This legend would profoundly influence generation after generation of Kenoha. Rumors always spread swiftly. The following morning, after completing 1,000 sword draws, Jeriah sneakily approached. Kid, come. Today, I will take you out to see the world. Jeriah had also heard about yesterday's events and was greatly astonished. Uchiha Chiyujijin was merely a teenager. How could life be so dull and rigid? Today, he would show him the meaning of life. Jeriah's pride soared. Yes, he was indeed a splendid teacher. Yet, Jeriah remained unaware that, deep down, he placed Uchiha Chiyujin on the same pedestal as himself, perhaps even above him. Uchiha Chiyujin's formidable prowess left a profound impression on Jeriah. Thus, he took Uchiha Chiyujin to the women's bathhouse. Uchiha Chiyujin, this is it? You went all the way to the land of rice fields? Do not underestimate me. This is all for research. Jeriah, sensing Uchiha Chiyujin's exasperation, stated with righteous fervor. Research? And what of your writings? Uchiha Chiyujin directly mocked him. Although, cough cough, he did gain quite a bit from this trip. He had successfully increased his observation haki by 30 points. Truly, there are only incorrectly named materials, not incorrectly nicknamed individuals. The nickname Pervy Sage is entirely appropriate. This is still a work in progress. Jeriah coughed. Is my material not sufficient? Let me gather a bit more. As he spoke, his gaze wandered. That beauty's figure is quite impressive. Before Jeriah could examine closely, he was met with a furious glare. Jeriah, you scoundrel. A fist the size of a sandbag, imbued with familiar strength. Damn. Jeriah instantly recognized the danger. Tsunade, what are you doing here? Jeriah ducked for cover. Tsunade, the mighty gorilla. If her fist struck him, it could easily take half his life. Uchiha Chiyujin saw nothing. However, before Tsunade's fist could land, he had already sensed it. Hey, isn't this a bit too coincidental? Uchiha Chiyujin effortlessly dodged, counting his observation haki points. Still lacking a bit. However, following Jeriah, such occurrences would undoubtedly happen frequently. Uchiha Chiyujin felt no concern. Meanwhile, Jeriah had already taken 2 punches from Tsunade. Jeriah felt certain his bones must be broken. This could not continue. If he took 2 more hits, he would truly be down. Tsunade would certainly not provide him with treatment. Instead, she would revel in his misfortune. You little brat, come save me. After spitting blood, Jeriah finally remembered Uchiha Chiyujin, who was watching from the sidelines. Why does this kid keep dodging? Jeriah resolved to drag another person down with him. If he was to be beaten, he would not be the sole target of Tsunade's wrath. Chapter 64. Tsunade in the ladies' bathhouse. Do not even think about diverting your gaze. Tsunade, clad in a bathrobe, relentlessly pursued Jeriah. Jeriah found himself in a predicament. This woman is truly overwhelming. I am not deceiving you. I merely intended to bring him out for a bit of experience. Ow! Another punch landed, eliciting a yelp from Jeriah. The pain was excruciating. However, Tsunade did not entirely dismiss Jeriah's words. She glanced back, curious about who this guy was. Tsunade's eyes widened. Oh no. Is that not the lad who swindled a small fortune from her last time? Tsunade had a vivid recollection of Uchiha Chikyu. It was because of this scoundrel that she was pursued 8 blocks by the casino owner. Typically, a chase would not extend beyond 2 blocks. Tsunade swiftly abandoned her fervent pursuit of Jeriah and redirected her focus toward Uchiha Chikyu. You, young man, managed to escape rather swiftly last time. Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, her gaze menacing as she fixed it upon Uchiha Chikyu. Do you understand the trouble you have caused me? Were it not for my skills, I would not have escaped. Tsunade was exceedingly irate. Her prowess should not be a justification for others to take advantage of her. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas, renowned as a prime target in the casinos, should she truly be concerned about such trivial matters? As Tsunade unleashed her fist, Uchiha Chikyu effortlessly sidestepped, as though it were a mere everyday occurrence. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by his words. This lad had recognized her last time? Then, she was further astounded by Uchiha Chikyu's agility. Wait a moment. Can you truly not see? Tsunade regarded Uchiha Chikyu with suspicion. Why is she doubting so? Tsunade herself was an exceptional medical ninja. Just by observing the vacant expression in his eyes, she could ascertain the truth. This fellow truly cannot see. Yet, this revelation only intensified her frustration. She could not land a blow on a blind man. Loudly, Tsunade was exceedingly confident in her speed. Although it may not match the flying thunder god technique of her second grandfather, her physical capabilities were formidable. With the Senju bloodline, Tsunade surpassed ordinary ninjas. Among her companions, only Jeriah and Orochimaru could match her pace. However, this fellow before her, Tsunade accelerated the speed of her punches. Jeriah, with his keen eyesight, could assure anyone that he saw the afterimages of her punches. What kind of deep grudges could provoke such intensity? Jeriah wiped the sweat from his brow. Yet, this lad proved quite useful. I am certainly safe now. Jeriah pressed against his ribs, grinning through the pain. Tsunade would surely be astonished this time. A peculiar smile graced Jiraiya's face. Tsunade, in many respects, is unparalleled. Uchiha Chikyu harbors a multitude of troubles. Even Jeriah, being the disciple of the Third Hokage, could not fully resolve Uchiha Chikyu's predicaments. After all, this lad's accomplishments were truly remarkable. Should Tsunade choose to intervene, the situation would transform dramatically. Danzo would have no choice but to yield to Tsunade's authority. The significance of Tsunade Heim is indeed formidable. As for whether she would choose to act, the opportunity lay before this young man. Jeriah held faith in Uchiha Chikyu's strength. Uchiha Chikyu was a brash young man who disregarded both him and Orochimaru. The issue was that he genuinely possessed that strength. Orochimaru had already adopted a laid-back demeanor. Meanwhile, Jeriah had become the mentor perched atop Uchiha Chikyu's head. The legendary three ninjas formed a team. Tsunade couldn't possibly escape. If death were to come, let it be shared among all. Jeriah was fervently dragging Tsunade and Uchiha Chikyu into a conflict of their own. He had transformed into a mere spectator, reveling in the chaos. Just as Jeriah anticipated, Tsunade's astonishment grew exponentially. This young man, his evasion speed is beyond comprehension. This was no ordinary dodging. It was sheer premonition. Uchiha Chikyu consistently managed to evade the trajectory of Tsunade's punches with uncanny precision. Once or twice could be attributed to coincidence. However, after numerous attempts, such a pattern could not be dismissed as mere chance. Tsunade even attempted to accelerate abruptly and change direction mid-attack. Still, she could not land a blow on Uchiha Chikyu. You are as slippery as an eel. Tsunade began to pant. She had just enjoyed a warm bath, yet fate had her entangled with these two rascals. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Her fists could barely contain their power. Today, she would surely settle the score with this young man. Uchiha Chikyu shook his head. I suggest you rein it in. The last incident was my fault, so I refrained from retaliating. Uchiha Chikyu felt no remorse in his words. How is it that he always manages to evade Tsunade's onslaught? This was, of course, due to his mastery of observation Haki. The moment Tsunade appeared, Uchiha Chikyu activated his observation Haki. Utilizing his senses felt exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Though his sight was impaired, the impact of his increasing prowess had become negligible. His acute hearing and sensitivity to chakra allowed Uchiha Chikyu to move with ease. It was only after engaging in battle with observation Haki that Uchiha Chikyu realized it was a game changer. Observation Haki was born for combat. His eyesight may have been blind, but Uchiha Chikyu felt everything around him was firmly under his control. Even the chakra energy that escaped uncontrollably when Tsunade swung her fist was precisely captured by Uchiha Chikyu. This led to Uchiha Chikyu's evasive yet apologetic demeanor. Does this not qualify as an apology? Uchiha Chikyu believed that given Tsunade's ferocity, he had shown her the utmost sincerity by refraining from striking back. Otherwise, he would have ended the fight in an instant. Tsunade's pin-up rage would ultimately be directed toward him. Uchiha Chikyu's straightforward mindset went completely unnoticed by Tsunade. The two were currently in entirely different realms of understanding. Upon hearing Uchiha Chikyu's words, Tsunade was so incensed that she almost laughed. Are you looking down on me? Tsunade sneered. On what grounds do you presume to underestimate me? Is it because I have not returned to Kenoha in so long that you are unaware of my capabilities? Unleash your true strength. Today, I shall demonstrate why I am so formidable. Tsunade was genuinely furious. No one could belittle her. The words spoken not only struck at her pride, but also at the pride of her ancestors. The might of the Senju bloodline demands respect. Very well then. I have never encountered anyone so eager. Uchiha Chikyu wore a faint smile. Draw your weapon. Chapter 65. Tsunade's shock. Tsunade once believed that her speed might not rival that of Minato, yet when compared to others, she was undeniably formidable. With the bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, along with her prestigious lineage, Tsunade had every reason to be proud. The title of Lady Tsunade was more than mere respect. However, today, she witnessed a speed that redefined her understanding of swiftness, one that did not rely on ninjutsu but stemmed purely from the physical body, reaching the limits of human capability. Tsunade had not even registered when Uchiha Chikyu made his move. All she heard was the crisp sound of a sword being unsheathed, followed by a flash before her eyes, and then a chilling sensation against her neck. All of Tsunade's movements came to a halt. Tsunade blinked, finally comprehending her predicament. Moments ago, Uchiha Chikyu had been evading her punches, yet now he stood directly before her, his sharp sword poised at her throat. Tsunade realized that if she advanced even a fraction further, she would meet a gruesome fate. The precision with which Uchiha Chikyu controlled that minuscule distance was nothing short of terrifying. It felt as though he was toying with her life. Anger surged within her. You scoundrel! Tsunade's mind was a blank slate, the realization hitting her hard. It had been so close. Nearby, Jeriah, who had been a mere observer, rushed to intervene at the moment Uchiha Chikyu drew his sword. Stop. Spare her. That person is not someone you can easily strike down. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, Jeriah had heard the infamous words of Uchiha Chikyu. With no women in my heart, drawing my sword is but a divine act. Initially, Jeriah thought Uchiha Chikyu was jesting. But now he hesitated. Perhaps, this truly was the secret to Uchiha Chikyu's newfound strength? Should I give it a try as well? Jeriah pondered aloud. Scratching his chin, Uchiha Chikyu paid no heed to Jeriah's antics. Was there anyone else around? He was blind and could not see. What? Wasn't it you who urged me to act? Why scold me now? Women truly are fickle-minded, Uchiha Chikyu remarked, shaking his head, as if everything were Tsunade's fault. Tsunade herself began to subconsciously reflect. Was it truly her own fault? No. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously. You trickster. Do not twist the narrative. She had nearly lost her life at his hands. If such a calamity were to occur, how would she face the world? She, Tsunade. Slain by her own kin, all from Kenoha. The other 4 villages would laugh until their jaws ached. Lady Tsunade toppled in her own front yard. I have a sense of restraint, Uchiha Chikyu said with a smile, adjusting his grip on the sword. One must admit. The feel of Fei Hong was superior to that of a wooden sword. After employing the technique of Tianwai Fei Shan, Uchiha Chikyu and his blade Fei Hong had grown in harmony. Moving as if it were an extension of his own arm, completely obedient to his will, as long as he did not wish to draw blood. Such an event would never transpire. Tsunade felt the cold blade shift against her neck. True to Uchiha Chikyu's words, he exhibited exquisite restraint, causing her no harm. Yet the chill radiating from the sword and its sharpness sent shivers down her spine. You are quite impressive. Tsunade took a deep breath, finally confronting Uchiha Chikyu. Setting aside her earlier anger, she recognized that his strength surpassed her wildest imagination. Since when did the village gain such a genius? How could I have no recollection of him? Tsunade furrowed her brow in contemplation. Uchiha Chikyu appeared to be no more than a mere teenager. A few years ago, she had still been in the village. Tsunade reminisced. A prodigy in swordsmanship must have shown signs of greatness from a young age. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she had encountered most of the gifted children in Kenoha. Thus she remembered distinctly that this individual had not been among them. Uchiha Chikyu remained silent. Jeriah, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Ha! Tsunade, you could never guess. Just think about their respective identities. Jeriah chuckled, imagining the irony of the situation. Stop recalling the past. This kid just appeared out of nowhere. He was utterly inconspicuous before. Jeriah had already investigated Uchiha Chikyu's background. It was quite ordinary, merely a daily practice of swordplay. No one would have expected a seemingly invisible Uchiha to possess such formidable swordsmanship. With a smirk, Jeriah nudged Tsunade. Can you guess his surname? I assure you, you would never imagine. Jeriah was brimming with confidence. Who could have predicted? An unseen blind man hailing from the Uchiha clan. Renowned for their ocular techniques? Black hair. Nara? Yamanaka? Tsunade mused, intrigued by Jeriah's hints. Observing their smirks, she quickly realized her guesses were off the mark. He is rather handsome. Could he be from the Hyuga clan? Jeriah was nearly in hysterics. He knew Tsunade would never suspect the truth. This fellow has black hair and dark eyes, and he is so good-looking. Such obvious traits, yet you still can't see it. Jeriah's laughter was grating to her ears. At this point, Tsunade finally sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. No way. Tsunade's eyes widened as she regarded Uchiha Chikyu with a ghostly expression. Don't tell me. You are an Uchiha? The thought had never crossed her mind. An invisible Uchiha? This was even more outrageous than an unseen Hyuga. The Byakugan not only required the eyes, but also physical coordination. Hence, Tsunade deemed the likelihood of a Hyuga impossible. Yet now, a more absurd situation had emerged. An Uchiha, and a blind one at that. What sort of jest was this? An Uchiha practicing physical techniques. Tsunade deadpanned. She struggled to accept this reality, but once she did, the more she looked at his face, the more it seemed he was indeed an Uchiha. Just look at that striking appearance. Those large, dark eyes. Tsunade felt exasperated. I am indeed an Uchiha. Uchiha Chikyu, he replied with a smile, nonchalantly sheathing his sword. It appeared that Tsunade was no longer angry. Perhaps the previous matter could be considered settled? Uchiha Chikyu mentally drew an equation. The current Uchiha, had apparently descended to the level of someone like Jeriah. Peeking into the women's bathhouse, Tsunade began her mockery. Chapter 66. Confronting Tsunade before Uchiha Chihiro could utter a word, Jeriah had already leapt into action. Hey, Tsunade. What do you mean by people like me? What's wrong with me? I am the renowned perverted sage, Jeriah. He pointed an accusatory finger at Tsunade, who dismissed him with a roll of her eyes, casting him aside. Perverted sage? Such a disreputable nickname could only be shamelessly worn by you. Silence. I have no desire to hear your voice right now. Wait over there. Tsunade clenched her fists, the sound echoing ominously. Jeriah silently acquiesced. I'm not backing down. I'm simply being wise. Real men do not engage in quarrels with wicked women, even as he was relegated to the sidelines. He couldn't help but mutter a few more words. His once valiant image as the perverted sage had crumbled entirely. Uchiha Chihiro, oblivious to Jeriah's thoughts, would have certainly informed him of the absurdity of his so-called valiant image. What valiant image? It has never existed. I did not spy on the women's bath. I merely accompanied the perverted sage for research. Faced with Tsunade's mockery, Uchiha Chihiro felt no shame. Is there a problem? None at all. He is naturally blind. What could he possibly spy on? All blame lies squarely on Jeriah. I, Uchiha Chihiro, will not accept it. The system, amused by Uchiha Chihiro's audacity, made a rare appearance, represented only by a string of ellipses encapsulating its inner thoughts, as if you have not acquired any observation points. Uchiha Chihiro remained unabashed, for he had indeed seen nothing. Tsunade was momentarily speechless by Uchiha Chihiro's forthrightness. So many words, yet no substance. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed that way. Bah. Regardless, none of you are virtuous. Tsunade touched her neck, still haunted by the near brush with death. This Uchiha Chihiro was undeniably a scheming individual. She remembered the last time she was swindled at the casino and the threat she faced this time. She kept all of it in mind. This fellow was an Uchiha. And while Tsunade did not harbor disdain for all Uchihas, it was only natural for a Senju to possess a bias against them. Observing the dwindling numbers of the Senju clan compared to the thriving Uchihas only deepened her prejudice. Uchiha Chihiro's formidable strength exceeded her expectations. It was evident that the Uchiha clan would only continue to prosper. Tsunade could not afford to act against the Uchiha clan, but she could certainly indulge in a bit of mockery. Furthermore, this Uchiha Chihiro was exceedingly insufferable. If we're talking, you're hardly in a better position, are you? Uchiha Chihiro retorted passionately. He had initially refrained from retaliating out of respect for Tsunade, but not anymore. What did it matter if she was the last princess of the Senju? Uchiha Chihiro was unrelenting. What about the famed Tsunade of Kenoha? A skilled medical ninja capable of saving thousands. Yet she suffers from hemophobia? Jeriah's lechery and Tsunade's gambling and drinking habits were hardly commendable. Uchiha Chihiro struck true. The higher-ups in Kenoha were well aware of Tsunade's issues. If Uchiha Chihiro were to speak candidly, he would say that Tsunade's acceptance of such beatings was far from sufficient. What do you know to speak so boldly here? Tsunade's face flushed crimson, incensed by Uchiha Chihiro's words. Past wounds were cruelly reopened, exposing their bloody essence. Just as Tsunade prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, a young girl rushed over. Lady Tsunade, this isn't the casino. Why did you run off again? Jeriah looked at the girl, recognition dawning upon him. She looks familiar. It's Shizen. Upon seeing her, Tsunade regained her composure. What was there to argue with a mere child fresh from the ninja academy, inexperienced on the battlefield? As Tsunade turned to approach Shizen, the girl sensed the tension between Jeriah and Uchiha Chihiro and fell silent. Let us go, Tsunade said, pulling Shizen along, ready to depart. Hey, that kid is far more formidable than you realize. Have you heard about the situation on the Iwagakure front and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Jeriah interjected. Unable to hold back any longer, Uchiha Chihiro was truly ruthless. He tore open wounds that no one else dared to, without a hint of hesitation. Tsunade did not storm off, likely due to the presence of the suddenly appeared girl. However, since the wounds had been exposed, Jeriah felt compelled to say something. Tsunade paused mid-step. She had indeed heard of it. After all, she was Tsunade of Kenoha. Although she had left the village, she still sought to gather information about it. She had heard whispers of these 2 pieces of news, and while they had seemed utterly absurd at the time, how could that be? Now that Jeriah mentioned it again, Tsunade began to take these reports seriously. Could it be that these are true? Indeed, they are. Jeriah nodded emphatically. You must be shocked. That's the effect I was aiming for. Before Tsunade could fully process the information, Jeriah continued, it was all Uchiha Chihiro's doing. Otherwise, Why would there be a new Orochimaru on the front lines? Did you think I came here just to play mahjong with the 3 legendary ninjas? Jeriah humorously criticized his own statement. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, regaining her senses only after a while. She regarded Uchiha Chihiro with a mix of disbelief and astonishment. This Uchiha? He single-handedly destroyed the Iwagakure front against Kenoha? He annihilated the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen? This is too exaggerated. Her voice faltered, nearly trembling with incredulity. Each of these pieces of news was something no ordinary person could accomplish. How many were there on the Iwagakure front? Surely tens of thousands. And how formidable were the 7 ninja swordsmen? They could decimate a city in a single night. Now, to think that one individual could resolve both situations? And it was this blind Uchiha standing before her? Tsunade refrained from voicing her doubts as she recalled her earlier encounter with Uchiha Chihiro. His evasive movements had been effortless, as if he had not regarded her abilities at all. His strikes were as swift as lightning, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Uchiha Chihiro truly possessed such strength. To be Uchiha Chihiro's opponent must be the most agonizing experience in the world. There was no comparison. Chapter 67. The good brother who drinks Tsunade was rendered speechless by the shock. Jeriah immediately noticed. There's potential here. So, don't dwell on the Senju and Uchiha clans. Is it not a good thing that Kenoha has such a prodigy? Jeriah seized the moment, skillfully laying out the identity of Uchiha Chikyu first, then highlighting his achievements. Now, Tsunade couldn't find any fault. The Uchiha were also part of Kenoha. A talent like Uchiha Chikyu was indeed a ninja of Kenoha. So what? Tsunade retorted. With Uchiha around, the casualties on the front lines should be minimized, right? What is the point of you telling me this? I have no intention of going back. That scoundrel Jeriah. Tsunade nearly fell for his tricks. Uchiha Chikyu is impressive. That's great. Kenoha's losses will surely be minimal. But what does it have to do with her? She had long since left the village. Seeing Tsunade manage to sidestep the conversation, Jeriah lamented in his heart. Such a splendid opportunity. How could he not convince Tsunade? He quickly thought of another approach. Jeriah glanced around, his mind racing. Then he spotted Uchiha Chikyu, who had resumed drinking. Jeriah's eyes lit up. Yes, all right. Jeriah vigorously wiped his face, adopting a posture of resignation. About your matters it's hard for me to say. However, it's quite a coincidence that we meet. Once we part this time, who knows when we'll meet again? Noticing Jeriah suddenly playing the emotional card, Tsunade remained perplexed. What is this guy up to? Tsunade heightened her vigilance. There's definitely something amiss. Jeriah continued. Shall we share a drink? We can't part ways in such a gloomy manner. Tsunade's heart stirred. In an instant, Shizen shot Jeriah a fierce glare and quickly interjected, Lady Tsunade, you can't drink anymore. We've lost all our money. What a villain. Encouraging Lady Tsunade to drink. Jeriah paid no heed to the fierce look from the young girl. Haha. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. This is the legendary assisting hand. You one tea have to pay. It's on me. Just 2 drinks with an old friend. First, let us get her to the table. Get Tsunade drunk and take her back. Jeriah's mind raced with schemes. This time it would surely work. As for what would happen when Tsunade wakes up, that wouldn't be his concern. He would throw all the blame onto Uchiha Chikyu. In the art of shifting blame, Jeriah and Uchiha Chikyu were indeed a master and disciple. Tsunade's heart raced even more at the mention of being treated. No cost involved. The cash cow at the gambling den shed tears of excitement. She had just been drained of her funds. Fine. For the sake of our friendship, I'll join you for a couple of drinks. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and eagerly entered the tavern. She then saw Jeriah ordering an enormous quantity of spirits. Tsunade's wariness surged back. What does this guy intend to do? Chikyu, is this enough alcohol? Jeriah, smiling broadly, looked at Uchiha Chikyu, pretending not to notice Tsunade's wary glances. Uchiha Chikyu caught the strong scent of liquor and chuckled. Uchiha Chikyu was unaware of Jeriah's intentions. How could it be? Only Tsunade was taken in by the offer. Such a trivial tactic, and she couldn't see through it. However, Uchiha Chikyu had no intention of exposing Jeriah. After all, a healer with ample reserves was still needed on the battlefield. Just because he was unharmed didn't mean others were. Uchiha Chikyu thought happily. He truly was a good person. Thus, seeing the abundance of fine liquor, Uchiha Chikyu nodded. It's acceptable. If it's not enough, we can always add more. While Uchiha Chikyu had no plans to reveal Jeriah's scheme, he was in no way going to be polite. More drinks on Jeriah-sensei's tab. Jeriah felt his heart bleed. Damn, this kid is a master at taking advantage. Not enough liquor? We'll need to add more? If it weren't for the goal of bringing Tsunade back, Jeriah would flip the table in frustration. No. This opportunity was too precious. He must deceive Tsunade back. The lecherous sage would finally be free. Fine. Drink as you please. Jeriah gritted his teeth, mentally preparing. Once back, he would have the third Hokage reimburse him. See that? Such a grand Tsunade. Just for the cost of a meal. Will you pay? If not, he'd just take Tsunade away. With this thought, Jeriah felt a surge of relief. He then warmly urged Uchiha Chikyu to drink. This left both Tsunade and Shizen utterly stunned. Wait, Lady Tsunade, is it really okay to drink like this? Shizen watched in shock as the boy, just a few years younger than herself, drank as if it were water. Even with her limited medical knowledge, she understood this was abnormal. This manner of drinking was akin to playing with one's life. Tsunade felt embarrassed for her earlier vigilance against Jeriah. She had thought he wanted to intoxicate her. It seemed she had overthought. But upon seeing Uchiha Chikyu drink so liberally, Tsunade was once again astonished. Let her have a sip to calm down. Logically, he should already be suffering from alcohol poisoning. Having drunk, Tsunade rationally analyzed. Clearly, he was not. Uchiha Chikyu's complexion appeared quite normal. Due to his blindness, Tsunade couldn't discern whether Uchiha Chikyu was intoxicated. With so little alcohol, intoxication was still far off. Uchiha Chikyu seemed to sense Tsunade's thoughts and calmly stated, with this little alcohol poisoning? Are you underestimating me or the system? Uchiha Chikyu's capacity for alcohol had long been cultivated. It was no exaggeration to say he was now impervious to intoxication. To him, ordinary liquor was merely like splashing water. Furthermore, most of the energy consumed by the alcohol was converted into refined chakra. The occurrence of alcohol poisoning was simply impossible. Tsunade was unaware of Uchiha Chikyu's circumstances. However, watching him drink so freely and joyously, she too felt the urge to indulge. All right, I'll drink with you. It's been ages since I found a drinking companion. Tsunade exclaimed with laughter, her chest heaving, leaving Jeriah beside her utterly mesmerized. Glug, glug. The two of them, one jug after another, embraced the bottles and drank heartily. Once at the drinking table, everyone was a good brother. Uchiha or Senju, it was of no consequence. Tsunade hadn't enjoyed herself this much in ages. Initially, she could keep pace with Uchiha Chikyu's rhythm. As the drinks piled up, Tsunade began to ramble. You little brat, lie down. Chapter 68. Intoxicated Tsunade, such audacious words. Jeriah exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Allow me. I am capable. Unmoved, Uchiha Senju retorted. You've had too much to drink. Nonsense. I am impervious to intoxication. Tsunade retorted, agitated by the challenge to her alcohol tolerance. She stood up abruptly, gesticulating wildly to prove her point. Shizen, attempting to restrain her, also rose, but her efforts proved futile. Jeriah, finally noticing the young girl beside them, realized. I mustn't allow this girl to interfere. Tsunade is clearly inebriated. We must maintain this state for the plan to succeed. Ignore Tsunade. She's always like this. Her tolerance is abysmal, yet she resents any criticism. She embodies the adage of being both inept and insistent on drinking. Here, young lady, partake in a cup or two, Jeriah said, his demeanor akin to a fox extending an invitation to a hen. Shizun, feeling vulnerable, trembled and dared not object. Tsunade-sama, help me, she pleaded silently. Meanwhile, the drunken Tsunade, incensed that Uchiha Senju disregarded her, flared up. I'll demonstrate my prowess, she declared, lunging at Uchiha Senju with the ferocity of a tiger. Shizen, entangled with Jeriah, struggled to free herself. Tsunade-sama, compose yourself, she cried, attempting to grasp Tsunade's waist, but she was too late and was nearly knocked off balance. Uchiha Senju was prepared to evade the attack. Allow me to assist, Jeriah interjected, leaping forward. Inconsiderate youth. Let me handle this. The trio created chaos within the small izakaya. I told you. I'm the strongest. Tsunade slurred, her face flushed as she straddled Uchiha Senju, laughing triumphantly. Jeriah and Shizen were dumbfounded. Jeriah, observing Tsunade's position on Uchiha Senju, covered his nose and gave a thumbs up. Bravo. Tsunade, seemingly unsatisfied, lowered herself further, appearing to Jeriah and Shizen as if she were about to collapse onto Uchiha Senju. Both became agitated. Tsunade-sama, refrain. Let me take his place. Uchiha Senju remained stoic. What were these people saying? Then, they witnessed Tsunade touching Uchiha Senju's eyes. Silence. Lie down, and let me scrutinize your eyes. Tsunade finally uttered. Jeriah and Shizen exchanged knowing glances. Jeriah no longer felt regret. He knew Tsunade would never be interested in a mere child. Shizen despaired. Tsunade-sama, Her mind is corrupted. Tsunade, oblivious to their thoughts, muttered, I believe you are not blind. She hiccuped. A blind person could not possibly be as perceptive as Uchiha Senju, whose actions are unhindered and whose senses are heightened. Is he a sensory ninja? That's too improbable. But he appears sightless, summoning her remaining consciousness. Tsunade examined his eyes. Truly, he is congenitally blind. Impossible. Uchiha Senju then kicked her off. Careful, young man, Jeriah cried, catching Tsunade. Although Tsunade possesses immense strength, she is still a woman. I showed restraint by not sending her flying. Uchiha Senju replied flatly. Her weight was unbearable. I nearly drew my sword. Kicking her off while ensuring Jeriah could catch her was the best I could manage. Inconsiderate youth. Tsunade has a perfect figure, especially her. Shizen punched Jeriah. Release Tsunade-sama, she demanded, feigning a fierce expression. You two are too dangerous. Tsunade-sama, how could you faint at such a moment? Uchiha Senju sat up. Is that enough? Shall we return? Despite drinking more than Tsunade, he remained unaffected. Jeriah realized Uchiha Senju's high tolerance. We must take Tsunade back, or who will reimburse me for all this sake? Let's depart, Jeriah said, glancing at Shizen. Keep up, young lady. Wait. Release Tsunade-sama. Shizen was overwhelmed by the events. Tsunade-sama would never agree to go with you. Humph. She has no choice. Once we take her back, she won't escape easily, Jeriah boasted. Why else hasn't she returned to Kenoha in years? Because once she sees that familiar place, she'll be unable to leave. Shizen was speechless. What could she say? The drunken Tsunade snored deeply. Uchiha Senju, ignoring her, ordered more sake. You spendthrift. Jiraiya's joy vanished. These are my expenses. Consider it compensation for my assistance, Uchiha Senju said. Without me, you wouldn't have captured Tsunade. Jeriah fell silent, contemplating his actions. Why did I insist on bringing Tsunade back? Because Uchiha Senju's brilliance is overwhelming. And I cannot handle it. Tsunade can. So it's all for this kid? I don't care anymore. Jeriah wanted to shout, abandoning Tsunade. But he couldn't. He had gone too far. Jeriah, don't ask. I deeply regret this. Chapter 69. Lin Noira captured at the Kenoha front. Where's Chiryu? It's all that lecherous sage's fault. Otherwise, Chiryu could have joined us on this mission. Lin Noira expressed her dissatisfaction. Kakashi continued his journey, focused. Indeed, that is true. However, even without Uchiha Chiryu, the difficulty of this mission is not particularly high. Let's resolve it swiftly, Kakashi concluded. If he remained silent, Lin would have complained throughout their journey. Kakashi was not inclined to endure such incessant grumbling. Lin muttered a few discontented phrases before reluctantly accepting the reality. All right, you are right, Kakashi. Thanks to Chiryu. Neither a Wagakure nor Kirigakure would dare to act against us so recklessly, she remarked with a smile. The deterrent power of Uchiha Chiryu was indeed formidable, not to mention Kumogakure. The third Raikage had just passed away. Kumogakure was in no position to intervene. It was rumored that they had already selected a fourth Raikage. However, their affairs were of little concern to them. Minato was also absent. Fortunately, you are still here. Lin Noira felt a deep sense of melancholy. She longed to undertake a mission alone with Chiryu. Why must it be Kakashi instead? I truly apologize, Kakashi replied, feeling the weight of her sentiments. The intricacies of a girl's heart baffled him. Uchiha Chiryu's adage about women being troublesome rang true. Kakashi's thoughts unknowingly ventured down the path of eternal bachelorhood. As they traversed through the forest, their pace was swift. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed something amiss. Why was there no sound at all? During this season, the forest teemed with insects. There should have been the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Yet now Kakashi heard nothing. It was as if, in an instant, the entire forest had transformed into a cage. Lin! Kakashi shouted urgently. A group of individuals, tightly bound in dark garb, emerged from the shadows. 3 of them obstructed Kakashi's movements. 2 others seized Lin Noira and fled. Kakashi found himself powerless to pursue them. The trio of bound figures continued to entangle him. Get out of my way, Kakashi yelled, wielding his blade while pushing aside his forehead protector. Sharingan. Utilizing Jinjutsu in tandem with his swordsmanship, he finally subdued the 3 assailants. Yet, Lin Noira had vanished without a trace. He had no idea which direction to pursue. Exhausted, Kakashi collapsed to his knees. No, I am still too weak. His voice was hoarse. He could not even protect his last companion. He was still too weak. Kakashi struggled to rise, but it was futile. The earlier use of the Sharingan had drained his chakra entirely. His swordsmanship had also depleted all his physical strength. Kakashi could hardly move. Lin, Please be safe. You must endure. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed the return of a team of 4, where only 2 had departed, his eyebrows nearly shooting skyward. Jeriah, have you lost your mind? Orochimaru exclaimed. Look who Jeriah is carrying. Tsunade. The unmistakable scent of alcohol and her flushed cheeks indicate that she is indeed intoxicated. Even someone as composed as Orochimaru found this situation irksome. Tsunade volunteered to return? He inquired, still skeptical. Jeriah scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Orochimaru's expression turned cold. He knew all too well. After experiencing the loss of her brother and beloved, Tsunade had developed a phobia of blood. How could she possibly wish to return to Kenoha? Especially to the front lines. I am returning to the village. I refuse to be beaten, Orochimaru declared, turning to leave. Hey. Orochimaru, this is your mission. Even if you wish to leave, someone must take over. Jeriah shouted urgently. Orochimaru halted, his face etched with anguish. Regret washed over him. He truly regretted it. Why had he heeded that old fool Danzo's manipulations? It seemed it was because he thought Uchiha Chiryu would be easy to handle. The battlefield offered many resources. Greed had led him astray. Orochimaru wished he could travel back in time to a few months prior and send that greedy version of himself to feed the great serpent. Uchiha Chiryu easy to deal with? That was the most absurd joke he had ever heard. But now, Orochimaru could not find humor in it. For he was one of the protagonists in this farce. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru turned with a stoic expression. Once Tsunade awakens, you'll have to endure her formidable strength alone. I will not assist you. We are not close, he stated, no longer glancing at Jeriah. As for Uchiha Chiryu beside them, Orochimaru felt no concern for such an anomaly. When Tsunade awoke, even if Jeriah were truly beaten into a pulp, he was certain Uchiha Chiryu would remain unscathed. Whether Tsunade could even land a blow on Uchiha Chiryu was another matter entirely. It must be said, Orochimaru had developed a clear understanding of the disparity in their strengths. Good brother, you have returned? Let us train together. My youth is ablaze. Might Guy exclaimed as he spotted Uchiha Chiryu's return, immediately bounding forward. Yuzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai followed suit. Indeed, Chiryu-kun, let us train together. Yuzuki Yugao shyly gazed at Uchiha Chiryu. Just as Uchiha Chiryu was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly felt as though something was amiss. Where were Kakashi and Lin? Logically, the girls usually accompanied each other. Though Uchiha Chiryu did not pay much attention, he was still aware that Kakashi often hovered around him, diligently fulfilling the role of a loyal subordinate. Yet today, Uchiha Chiryu did not sense Kakashi's chakra. They had departed on a mission yesterday and should not return for another 2 days. Yuhi Kurenai, feeling uneasy, responded candidly to Uchiha Chiryu's inquiry about Lin. As long as Chiryu-kun asked, they would surely answer without reservation. What about Minato-sensei? Did he not join you? Uchiha Chiryu finally realized that the source of his unease stemmed from Minato's absence. Senior Minato accepted a high-difficulty mission and did not accompany us, Yuhi Kurenai explained. Puzzled by Uchiha Chiryu's specific inquiry about Minato. With Chiryu-kun's deterrent presence, they currently dare not act against Kenoha recklessly. Kakashi and Lin's mission should not be too difficult. It should be fine without a Jonin leader, right? What could Uchiha Chiryu say? The mission was not difficult, but the implications were far more serious. Chapter 70. The annual best melodrama in the dim confines of a cave. Obito was laboriously engaged in a rehabilitation endeavor. I must get moving. Rin, wait for my return. I shall utterly vanquish Uchiha Obito before your very eyes. Despite having lost half of his body and one eye, with the assistance of Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu, Obito managed to restore the other half of his form. However, the lost eye was irretrievable. Obito had not forgotten how Kakashi aided Uchiha Obito, ultimately leaving him unable to find peace in death. Upon his return, he was determined to reclaim everything he had lost, his eye, his dignity, and Rin. Oblivious to Madara's true intentions, Obito accepted his assistance without hesitation. The only source of his discontent was Madara's insistence that he remain within the cave. There was no alternative. After all, how could he possibly confront Uchiha Obito in his current state? Even if he ventured outside, he would merely serve as fodder. Just as Obito voiced yet another complaint, a peculiar entity suddenly emerged from the ground. Unprepared, Obito was startled. A ghost. I am not a ghost, I am Akatsuki, replied a pale figure adorned with a swirling mask. It was only then that Obito regained his composure. Damn, you nearly frightened me to death. My recently mended body almost cracked again. Akatsuki? What manner of being are you? The self-proclaimed Akatsuki offered no explanation, instead stating, you harbor feelings for a girl named Rin. Do you not? She has been captured by the shinobi of the Mist Village. Her comrades and teacher are absent. Will you go rescue her? Obito's Sharingan flared with intensity. Rin, I must go, he declared resolutely. Having endured the agony of rehabilitation, Obito's strength stemmed from his hatred for Uchiha Obito and his love for Rin. Both were of utmost importance. Rin is in peril. I must act. Very well, I can assist you, Akatsuki replied. Obito no longer cared about the nature of Akatsuki. The mere prospect of rescuing Rin was paramount. Uchiha Obito is a fool. How could he allow Rin to be captured? As he dismantled Madara's seal, Obito unleashed a torrent of curses. Uchiha Obito is utterly useless. He failed to save me, and now he endangers Rin. What strength? All mere trash. Scene transition. Hey, what are you doing? Uchiha Obito, upon hearing Kurenai's words, hoisted Tsunade onto his shoulder pressed against Tsunade's abdomen. With her head tilting downward, Jeriah was utterly dumbfounded. The nearby young shinobi, unfamiliar with Tsunade, were equally perplexed. There's no time to explain. I suspect someone may target Kakashi and Rin. I must hurry, Uchiha Obito declared, taking flight while carrying Tsunade. Utilizing his sword technique, he balanced Tsunade with one arm while drinking with the other. They stood atop the sword, appearing precarious. Jiraiya's heart raced. Be careful. You might encounter trouble. Before he could finish, Uchiha Obito vanished entirely. Jeriah blinked, finally realizing, wait, what kind of ninjutsu is that? He can fly. His eyes widened in shock. Even sage art cannot achieve such a feat. Or perhaps, at the pinnacle of sage training, it could be possible. No, that boy clearly cannot perform sage techniques. Jeriah felt a surge of frustration. Madara Uchiha? Who said I cannot perform sage techniques? I can cast spells. Might Guy and Kurama had witnessed Uchiha Obito's ability before, maintaining calm expressions. However, the others were no better off than Jeriah in their astonishment. So it appears. Uchiha Obito is no longer human. It seems that way, doesn't it? Otherwise, how could he soar upon a sword? The group exchanged glances and gestures of realization. Obito is incredible. Once Kakashi regained his strength, he immediately scrutinized the attire of the three figures. They wore no forehead protectors. Yet their masks and clothing distinctly marked them as Mist Shinobi. The Mist Village. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled in frenzy. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act of retaliation by the Mist Village. Kakashi had no doubt about their sinister motives. The 7 ninja swordsmen had perished at the hands of Leaf Shinobi. The Mist Village could not possibly let this grievance go unaddressed. Kakashi surged forth at an unprecedented speed. Before even crossing into the territory of the Mist Village, he encountered a familiar figure. Rin, how did you end up here? Did you escape on your own? Kakashi was inundated with questions. Are you all right? Did anything happen? Ultimately, Kakashi chose to prioritize his companion's well-being, regardless of how Rin had come to be there. Her presence was a relief. However, Kakashi soon noticed the crimson hue of Rin's eyes. Kakashi. Rin's voice trembled with emotion. She had not escaped. The Mist Village had deliberately released her. Now, she was a monster. Rin yearned to convey this to Kakashi, but struggled to find the words. She never wished to return. Within her, an uncontrollable and formidable monster lurked, poised to unleash chaos at any moment. Upon learning of this, Rin's first instinct was to take her own life. Her death would bear no consequence. But she could not endanger the village. She could not harm Obito. Soon, Rin realized she was utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon herself. The torment was unbearable, not only psychologically but also from the overwhelming, chaotic chakra surging through her being. Rin understood she could never return. Kakashi finally realized Rin stood at a distance, refusing to approach. Her mental state appeared severely compromised. Kakashi's expression turned grave. I will take you back now. Kakashi, feeling helpless, could only think of returning Rin to safety. The front lines were occupied by Orochimaru, Jeriah, and Uchiha Obito. Yes, Uchiha Obito would surely have a solution. No, Kakashi. I cannot return. Rin vehemently shook her head. She could not endanger Obito by seeking him out. If that were the case, she would prefer to perish here and now. Kakashi, please kill me. Rin suddenly fixed her gaze upon Kakashi. He was taken aback. Impossible. I could never do that. The thought of killing a comrade was unfathomable to Kakashi. Doing so would only lead to more suffering. Rin understood this would inflict pain upon Kakashi. Yet, she had no other recourse. Rin attempted to articulate further when suddenly, a figure soared across the horizon, capturing Rin's attention. Obito. Rin's eyes widened in disbelief. Panic surged within her. What is this melodrama unfolding? Allow me to listen in, Uchiha Obito remarked with a smile, having caught up. Chapter 71. A White Blade Enters. A white blade exits Shinryu-kun. Noera Rin's expression was a tumultuous blend of emotions. Joy. In her final moments, she could still behold Shinryu-kun. No regrets in death. Yet sorrow pierced her heart. After death, she would never see Shinryu-kun again. And finally, fear gripped her. She must never allow the monster within her to harm Shinryu-kun. A cacophony of emotions culminated in a contorted visage. For the first time, Noera Rin felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Shinryu-kun was oblivious to it all. She would not allow him to remember her death with this twisted expression. Kill me. I cannot. I cannot let it harm you. Noera Rin persistently pleaded with Kakashi. Unbeknownst to her, the monster within her quieted upon the arrival of Uchiha Chiryu. A singular thought consumed her mind. She must die. Kakashi, too, displayed signs of struggle. Just then, a sound of retching shattered the heavy atmosphere. It was Tsunade being carried by Uchiha Chiryu. After such a long time and a rough journey, even if she were dead, she should have awakened by now. My stomach hurts. Tsunade grimaced, expressing her discomfort. Uchiha Chiryu gently set her down. Look, your conversation has made her nauseous. These days, sob stories are out of fashion. Kakashi's eyes resembled those of a lifeless fish. If he was not mistaken, this woman had drunk too much. What did it have to do with them? Noera Rin then noticed Tsunade. Her gaze drawn irresistibly to Tsunade's formidable presence. Looking down at herself, she whimpered. So, Shinryu-kun likes this kind of thing? She had lost. Kakashi, let me die. Why must she endure this pain? It would be better to perish. Unlike before, Rin now yearned for liberation. She wished to escape this unreasonable world. Not wanting to linger even a moment longer. To die did not necessarily require Kakashi's intervention. In truth, my blade is swifter. You will not feel pain. Uchiha Chiryu stated calmly. Unlike Kakashi's conflicted struggle, Uchiha spoke as if Noera Rin's life or death was of no consequence. Even as Rin fervently wished for death. She felt a pang of distress upon hearing his words. Was Shinryu-kun truly so indifferent towards her plight? Yet, there was nothing she could do. How could she harbor resentment towards Shinryu-kun, who was so strikingly handsome? As long as she laid eyes on Uchiha Chiryu, she found it impossible to hate him. Very well. I entrust this to you, Shinryu-kun. Taking a deep breath, Noera Rin resolutely declared, the curse on my heart prevents me from harming myself. Thus, I can only leave the anguish of killing my comrades for you to bear. I'm sorry. With that, Noera Rin closed her eyes, prepared for what was to come. But Uchiha Chiryu's blade was swifter. Before Noera Rin had fully shut her eyes, she witnessed the long sword, held firmly by Uchiha Chiryu, piercing through her heart. In the shadows, Obito. Obito, upon arriving, was met with this shocking sight. He was utterly astounded. His remaining eye began to whirl frantically. The three tomos spun faster and faster until they converged into a new pattern. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A formidable power only bestowed upon the Uchiha clan in times of extreme anguish, when they lose their dearest loved ones. How did this deviate from the script given by Madara? Wasn't it supposed to be that white-haired boy who acted? White Zetsu tilted his head, yet it mattered not. The effect seemed even more potent. The one he despised most had slain his most cherished. Witnessing this scene, Obito activated his kaleidoscope. When it appeared that Obito would rush forward, White Zetsu promptly intervened. No, that Uchiha Chiryu is said to be exceedingly powerful. We cannot allow the still immature Obito to meet an untimely end. Very well, I shall knock him unconscious. Then I will inform him that it is merely a side effect of awakening his eyes. White Zetsu cheerfully concluded, whisking away the unconscious Obito. The scene shifts back. Rin. Damn it. Kakashi cried out in anguish, calling Rin's name. Beside him, Tsunade, still retching, was jolted awake by the horrifying scene. What the hell? How did she suddenly end up in the deep mountains? And she witnessed Uchiha Chiryu committing murder. Wait, that's a leaf ninja. Tsunade shrieked. Rin still wore the leaf headband. What on earth was happening? Tsunade's breath quickened. She has been pierced. Blood is going to flow. No, she is about to faint. Uchiha Chiryu's speed in withdrawing his sword was equally swift. Then Tsunade was astonished to discover there was no blood. Not a single drop stained Uchiha Chiryu's sword. A white blade entered. A white blade exited. Impossible. Tsunade rushed forward just in time to catch the soft body of Noera Rin as she collapsed. She is not dead. If you act now, she can still be saved. Soon it will be too late, Uchiha Chiryu remarked. Tsunade inwardly cursed. She had been outmaneuvered. The girl was in her arms. A young lady from the Leaf. How could she stand idly by? Of course, she could not. Otherwise, she would cease to be Tsunadeheim. Uchiha Chiryu, you scoundrel. Encountering you has truly been a stroke of bad luck. How can there exist such a person in this world? As Tsunade ranted. She began to perform her healing technique. Green chakra energy blossomed beneath her hands. The more she sensed, the more astonished she became. She seemed to understand why there was no bleeding. Uchiha Chiinoyo's strike was impeccably precise. It was as though the tip of the sword had eyes, deftly avoiding all blood vessels. It made direct contact with Noera Rin's heart, obliterating the curse above it. Withdrawing the sword. It sounded intricate, and indeed it was. Yet for Uchiha Qianlu, the entire series of actions transpired in the blink of an eye. Thus, the areas that were inevitably pierced had not even registered the impact. Tsunade's timely application of her healing technique initiated the slow healing of the wound. A small amount of blood merely seeped into her clothing. This was the simplest of life-and-death treatments Tsunade had ever performed. The treacherous Uchiha. In her astonishment, Tsunade did not forget to continue cursing Uchiha Qianlu. No, you shall not speak ill of Qianlu-kun. Just as Tsunade was about to express her delight that the girl in her arms had awakened, she heard that statement. Gazing at the barely conscious Noera Rin, who still defended Uchiha Qianlu, Tsunade felt an urge to curse even more. Granduncle was right. Look less at the handsome Uchiha. Senju Tobarama. I never said that. It causes great harm. Look, the child is dazed. Chapter 72. Escape? Impossible. Am I still alive? Lin exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her after her rebuttal. Remarkably, she was not dead. She was very much alive. Yet, she distinctly recalled the sword of Chiryu penetrating her chest. Could it have all been an illusion? Struggling to rise, Lin felt a sharp pain in her chest. Although Uchiha's sword had struck swiftly, it was still a weapon. The wound appeared to have healed, yet it required more time for complete recovery. Tsunade promptly supported Lin, preparing to convey some essential advice, when she suddenly froze in place. Lin, perplexed by Tsunade's reaction, instinctively followed her gaze downward. Was there something amiss? Just as she was about to inquire, Lin herself noticed the irregularity. The wound that had just been healed by the healing technique bore a conspicuous scar. Yet, astonishingly, the scar seemed to writhe as if it were alive, ultimately vanishing entirely. It appeared as though she had never been injured at all. What is happening to me? Lin felt a surge of fear. Moments ago, any movement had elicited pain, but now, there was no sensation at all. It was as if she had never been harmed. Chiryu. Lin instinctively glanced towards Uchiha Chiryu. He must possess a solution. Sensing Lin's gaze, Chiryu acted decisively. The wound is healing rapidly? Just wait. Without allowing Lin or Tsunade a moment to pose further questions, he dashed forward. A piercing scream echoed from the nearby forest. Moments later, Kakashi, Lin, and Tsunade watched as Uchiha Chiryu emerged, dragging forth a ninja clad in Mist Village attire. It's a Mist Ninja. Kakashi immediately recognized him. The same garb worn by the trio that had previously ensnared him. What have you done, Mist Village? If you remain silent, your fate will mirror that of the individuals from earlier, Chiryu demanded before everyone. He was cognizant of the unfolding narrative, yet the others remained oblivious. The matter concerning the tailed beasts must be disclosed by the Mist Village themselves. I'll speak. Please, don't kill me. The Mist Ninja, trembling in fear, divulged everything. Irrespective of the inquiries posed by Uchiha Chiryu. It's true. The creature sealed within me is called the Three Tails. What should I do next? He lamented. Lin had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Tsunade's expression darkened considerably. You dare to recklessly seal an uncontrollable tailed beast within a Kenoha ninja and then return her to Kenoha? You intend to let the tailed beast run rampant within our village? Tsunade's fists were clenched. Her anger palpable as she contemplated the devastating consequences if such a scenario were to occur, families torn apart and lives shattered. Damn the Mist Village. Uchiha Chiryu remained remarkably composed. What is there to be enraged about? Isn't this the nature of war? Tsunade fell silent, reflecting on the brutal reality of conflict, victory pursued at any cost, which had already claimed her brother and beloved. In a moment of introspection, Tsunade felt a wave of despondence wash over her. Uchiha Chiryu continued, moreover. The Mist Village can subsequently shift all blame onto Kenoha. For instance, they could claim that the Three Tails host was an unauthorized creation of Kenoha. Kakashi and Lin were still grappling with the implications of this revelation. But Tsunade's eyes widened in alarm. The Jinchuriki. Kenoha. Indeed, Kenoha already has a Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. If another were to emerge, the precarious balance would shatter, providing ambitious foes with a pretext to launch an assault on Kenoha. Regardless of who instigated the situation, Kenoha would ultimately bear the brunt of the repercussions. Tsunade seethed with anger, wishing she could storm Mist Village and deliver a sound thrashing to the fourth Mizukage. Yet, upon observing Lin and Uchiha Chiryu, Tsunade quickly regained her composure. Uchiha Chiryu was truly exceptional. In such a precarious predicament, the outcome could have easily resulted in Lin's demise or significant harm to Kenoha. Yet Uchiha Chiryu, through his formidable prowess, had managed to create a situation that spared both Lin and Kenoha from any injury. Tsunade's gaze softened as she regarded Uchiha Chiryu. This youth was genuinely formidable. What should be done now? They needed to keep the Mist Ninja as a witness. Tsunade's moment of relief was swiftly overshadowed by the burgeoning headache that followed. No. The sudden emergence of a Three-Tails host is incredibly troublesome. Could you two perhaps discuss this later? I feel I might lose control over the creature within me. Lin observed the unspoken understanding between Uchiha Chiryu and Tsunade, feeling a pang of melancholy. She had never shared such a bond with Chiryu. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, Lin was suddenly ensnared by the Three-Tails. The overwhelming chakra of the tailed beast began to churn within her once more. Not now. Tsunade panicked, acutely aware of the devastation a tailed beast could unleash. You too. Hurry and leave. Tsunade urged Kakashi and Uchiha Chiryu, her voice firm. Even if she couldn't defeat it, she could at least buy some time. Lin was desperately trying to suppress the Three-Tails within her. It could not manifest just yet, not until Chiryu had safely departed. However, controlling the Three-Tails was beyond Lin's ability. The creature had longed for release and seized the opportunity to overpower her consciousness. Lin's awareness slipped away. A colossal, grotesque entity resembling a spiked tortoise began to materialize. Kakashi gaped in disbelief. Is there really such a creature sealed within Lin's body? Incredible! Run, you too. Tsunade shouted at the two still standing frozen in place. Her frustration mounting. What are you waiting for? What is there to flee from? If it doesn't want to emerge, we shall force it back. Uchiha Chiryu replied nonchalantly. The concept of retreat was foreign to him. It's merely the Three-Tails. We can easily push it back. The one who should be fleeing is the Three-Tails itself. Chapter 73, Tailed Beast Ball vs. Celestial Being. Kenoha. Tsunade was taken aback. No. Is this Uchiha too arrogant? Do you have any idea how terrifying the power of a tailed beast is? You cannot even see it, nor can you truly comprehend it. Tsunade's voice quivered involuntarily as she gazed upon the fully manifested Sanbai. It was not solely fear that caused her trembling. It was also the overwhelming pressure of its formidable chakra. After Hinata fainted, the Sanbai had completely seized the initiative. It was a turtle-like creature adorned with gray spines and sporting 3 tails, towering at over 10 meters. Its half-closed, languorous eyes looked down upon mere mortals like them. Dense mist began to envelop the area, and within moments, small streams had begun to form around them. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue when the Sanbai truly unleashed its power. Kakashi covered his Sharingan. No, I cannot bear to witness this any longer. The Sharingan enabled Kakashi to perceive the Sanbai's state with alarming clarity. Its entire being was a manifestation of concentrated chakra, terrifying in its essence. Snapping down his forehead protector to shield his eye, Kakashi finally felt able to breathe once more. Chinryu. Kakashi intended to dissuade Uchiha Chinryu. But when he opened his mouth, only a hoarse whisper emerged. Was the tailed beast truly this fearsome? Merely standing there in still dread, a smile graced Uchiha Chinryu's face. The Sanbai is terrifying? Remember, even the QB can be vanquished. Being suppressed by a tailed beast merely indicates a lack of strength. Observing the Sanbai's chakra, Chinryu activated his Kinbunchika Haki. The azure chakra of the Sanbai unfurled vividly in his mind, revealing its vulnerabilities as transparently as glass in a realm visible only to Uchiha Chinryu. Drawing his sword, Chinryu commanded, "Slice through." In an instant, an immense chakra burst forth from him, equal to that of the Sanbai before him. A howl erupted from the Sanbai, which was not one of submission but rather a recognition of imminent danger. It opened its mouth wide, drawing in the surrounding chakra with ferocity, rapidly forming a black sphere of concentrated chakra and S-rank ninjutsu. Tailed beast ball. Tsunade's expression turned grave. As the granddaughter of the former Kyubi Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mido, she possessed a profound understanding of the tailed beast's techniques. The tailed beast ball was a ninjutsu every tailed beast could execute, compressing vast amounts of chakra into a projectile that could obliterate mountains with its explosive force, a feat that seemed unfathomable for humans. Yet was as effortless for tailed beasts as eating and drinking. Uchiha Chinryu would not falter. Kakashi's gaze was fixed intently upon him, filled with unwavering faith. Previously, Kakashi may have questioned Chinryu's strength, but now he was imbued with trust. regardless of whether he knew Chinryu's secret techniques or the possibility of his own demise. He believed Chinryu would emerge victorious. Tsunade was astonished by Kakashi's faith. To express absolute trust in the face of such a formidable tailed beast, how profoundly must he believe in Uchiha Chinryu? Once again, the celestial technique that had once astonished Uchiha Madara was unleashed. This time, Uchiha Chinryu wielded it with even greater finesse. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, colliding with the water waves produced by the sandbai, manifesting into a visible and formidable blade of energy, extending over 10 meters toward the beast. A resounding explosion echoed as the tailed beast ball and Chinryu's sword energy clashed violently, the impact generating an overwhelming sound. The sword energy cleaved through the tailed beast ball, continuing its relentless course toward the sandbai. The dazzling collision of energies was blinding, forcing Kakashi and Tsunade to squint their eyes shut. The captured mist ninja beside Chinryu had long since fainted from terror. This creature was not human. It was a legendary tailed beast capable of cataclysmic destruction. The anguished howls that followed were filled with pain, a stark contrast to the earlier roars of aggression. Tsunade and Kakashi exchanged glances of surprise. It worked. Once the dust settled, they opened their eyes to an utterly shocking sight. The surrounding forest had been completely obliterated by the residual chakra waves. Where once stood a dense thicket, there now lay an expansive plain, the nearby hills flattened to the ground. Uchiha Chinryu stood there, sword aloft, seemingly untouched. Yet the sight of the sandbai revealed that a fierce battle had indeed transpired. A gaping fissure now marred the sandbai's shell, exposing its pink underbelly, while numerous shallow wounds dotted its unprotected areas, all inflicted by the residual effects of Chinryu's sword energy. Even the indomitable sandbai did not immediately recover, letting out a painful and meaningless wail. Yet, Uchiha Chinryu seemed unsatisfied, raising his sword once more, poised to strike again. I concede. The sandbai finally spoke. As a tailed beast, it could communicate with humans. However, moments ago, it had been consumed by hatred and anguish. Was it truly so quick to surrender? Had it not desired to fight? Tsunade instinctively scoffed, expecting further confrontation. Yet, observing the massive crack in the sandbai's shell, she realized it was wise to yield. I did not wish to be sealed within this young girl's body. Why should I not vent my frustrations? The sandbai replied calmly, unperturbed by Tsunade's words. As for shame, tailed beasts were beyond such concerns. Strength was the most compelling means to earn their respect. Uchiha Chinryu's might extinguished any desire for resistance within the sandbai. Chapter 74. Embrace the young girl's thigh. The entity known as the Three Tails, sealed by humans, found it entirely reasonable to engage with them. To it, the distinction between the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village and those of the Hidden Leaf was inconsequential. They were all merely humans. Thus, it harbored no qualms about whom it targeted. This rationale was sound, so much so that Tsunade could not help but be impressed. However, the Three Tails was evidently caught off guard. Upon choosing a random human, it encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The resolution to the situation was equally straightforward. Since you are allied with this young girl, I shall remain comfortably within her form. However, should anyone provoke me, I cannot guarantee my restraint. The Three Tails was surprisingly amicable, perhaps a reflection of its turtle-like appearance and temperament. After all, in the original tale, two previous Jinchuriki had met their demise while the Three Tails merely lounged at the lake's bottom, blowing bubbles. Following its declaration, the beast seemed to fear that Uchiha Chikaz might take offense and retaliate. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the creature swiftly retreated into its seal. Noera Rin's body gently descended to the ground. Had the Three Tails fled? Tsunade was left in a state of shock, her disbelief palpable. How could it be? You are a formidable tailed beast, the Three Tails no less. And yet you simply ran away? This must be some sort of dream. Tsunade felt overwhelmed, unsure where to begin voicing her astonishment. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Uchiha Chikaz. This astonishing turn of events was entirely attributable to him. Tsunade observed Uchiha Chikaz's calm demeanor and suddenly recalled her earlier foolish behavior, allowing Uchiha Chikaz to escape? Nonsense. The one who fled was the Three Tails. It was utterly surreal. Kakashi wore an expression of as expected. Yes, he was indeed surprised, but it felt somehow fitting. Considering Uchiha Chikaz's prior exploits, it was not entirely shocking. Today's events merely added another chapter to his already impressive legacy. Let it be that the beast was swift, it was inconsequential. Uchiha Chikaz's cryptic remarks widened Tsunade's eyes once more. Wait, what did this young man mean? Did he truly intend to confront the Three Tails to the bitter end? Was it only due to the beast's swiftness that he chose to relent? Tsunade suspected she was overthinking it. Yet, observing Uchiha Chika's expression, she felt he genuinely harbored such intentions. The audacity of Uchiha. Tsunade uttered this title with a lack of the initial anger she had felt. His arrogance stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his formidable abilities. To Uchiha Chikaze, this was not arrogance. It was merely the natural result of his capabilities. Had her own weakness been the cause? As the granddaughter of Senja Hashirama, endowed with the extraordinary strength of the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade had always regarded herself as standing above others. She had never doubted her power or potential. Yet today, she felt profoundly diminished. If her talents were deemed exceptional, what then of Uchiha Chikaze? Why was the Uchiha clan so fortunate? Tsunade found herself grappling with envy. She confessed, she was indeed envious. Consider the withered Senju, and then the thriving Uchiha. Oh, how unfair the heavens were. While Tsunade wrestled with her feelings of envy, Noera Rin finally regained consciousness. Chikaze-kun, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at him. Rin, are you all right? Kakashi inquired, stepping forward. Once a cool figure, Kakashi's demeanor had shifted since encountering Uchiha Chikaze. Leaving behind his aloofness, he could not allow both men in their team to neglect their companion. He had to assume that role. He missed Obito. I'm fine. Rin shook her head. I remember everything that happened. The Three Tails even shared its name with me, she said, her voice filled with delight. The presence of a creature within her had once troubled her, but now, with the ability to communicate, it instilled a newfound confidence in her. Its name is Isabu. Tsunade regarded Rin with a sense of relief. The fact that the tailed beast willingly shared its name signified its acceptance of her. Who would have imagined that Rin could turn misfortune into fortune, achieving complete control over the Three Tails? What splendid luck. Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Chikaze, certain that Isabu had been intimidated by him, thus yielding to the young girl. She hoped that Uchiha Chikaze would refrain from causing further trouble for the girl. Considering her feelings, upon returning from his mission, Minato observed that his remaining two students were in a state of disarray. You're not joking, are you? The Three Tails is now within your body? You are its Jinchuriki? It even shared its name with you? Minato felt as though he had missed an entire season of events during his brief absence. How could his students have transformed into Jinchuriki in just 2 days? The significance of a tailed beast revealing its name was not lost on Minato, who understood this better than Noera Rin, as his own wife was a Jinchuriki of the Leaf's tailed beast. Indeed, Isabu is quite amiable, Rin replied with an innocent smile. Throughout their journey back, she had been communicating with the Three Tails and discovered that this once volatile creature was now quite agreeable. It even promised Rin that, as long as her body could endure it, it would lend her its chakra. Rin's smile never faltered. All thanks to Chikaze-kun. She harbored no disdain for the Three Tails. Instead, she felt that their bond had strengthened because of it. This agreeable version of Isabu was a testament to Chikaze-kun's affection for her. Rin had fallen into a delightful reverie. Meanwhile, Minato felt a headache coming on, fearing he might lose his hair due to these students. But what could he do? After all, he was their teacher. Minato adopted a serious demeanor, attempting to sound grave. How many people are aware of your safe return? That Lady Tsunade has likely kept it from others, so only Chikaze-kun, Kakashi, and you, Senju, should know. Noera Rin had already learned of Tsunade's identity and age. Her animosity toward the latter significantly diminished. This response provided Minato with some reassurance. At least the situation was not as dire as it could have been. Chapter 75. Danzo. I am responsible for Kenoha. It is not as dire as it seems. The third Hokage has already received news. That old coot Danzo is up to his mischief again. We must summon Noera Rin back to Kenoha immediately. Shisui and Itachi, each representing the forces of the Hokage and Root, found themselves awkwardly meeting in Uchiha Chikage's room today. Shisui's face was one of bewilderment. When did you two become so close? You wanted to shout. After all, these were Danzo's people. It appeared they had already become part of Uchiha Chikage's entourage. Was the previous rumor true? Should he? Throw out all the useless thoughts in your mind. I willingly serve Lord Chikage. Yukushi Nanatsu furrowed her brow. She did not wish to disclose the plans to overthrow Danzo, even if this person was of the Uchiha clan. Not looking at Shisui, Yukushi Nanatsu continued. The higher-ups in Kenoha, including the Hokage and his advisors, are already aware of this matter. Fortunately, they have collectively kept it under wraps, preventing other villages from catching wind of it. Yukushi Nanatsu's intelligence was far more detailed than Shisui's. After all, Shisui was merely following the third Hokage's lead and could not overstep. Yukushi Nanatsu, however, had no such limitations. The Mist Village had yet to make a move. However, losing a tailed beast would certainly not sit well with them. It was uncertain when they would strike. The Mist Village now resembled a ticking time bomb, headache-inducing and impossible to dismantle. What does this have to do with me? Uchiha Chikage calmly nodded. He did not understand why these two had come to find him. Having rescued Noera Rin, dispelled her curse, and brought her back, Uchiha Chikage felt he had done what was necessary. Otherwise, both Noera Rin and Kakashi would surely have faced dire consequences. The rest was no longer his concern. Uchiha Chikage was quite dismissive of it all. Tailed beasts? Power struggles? They held no relevance for him. His sole desire was to grow stronger. Instead of concerning himself with the political machinations of the Third Hokage and Danzo, he would rather spend more time visiting the hot springs with Jeriah. Uchiha Chikage glanced at his perception points, which were stuck at 90, contemplating that he was just 10 points away from upgrading to intermediate perception. Both Yukushi Nanatsu and Shisui silently closed their mouths. Indeed, Lord Uchiha Chikage is correct. These matters do not concern him. After all, Noera Rin is your comrade, Shisui murmured. He had come to relay this information, believing that Uchiha Chikage and Noera Rin shared a good relationship. Otherwise, why would Uchiha Chikage have gone out of his way to rescue her alongside Tsunade? Yukushi Nanatsu's expression mirrored Shisui's. She had thought the same. I rescued her because if I hadn't she would have died. However, now, it is evident that her life is no longer in danger, Uchiha Chikage calmly stated. Danzo and the Third Hokage are not fools. A Jinchuriki capable of wielding the power of the three-tailed beast would be a fool's errand to cast aside. Yet, causing them a bit of trouble might not be a bad idea, Uchiha Chikage mused, stroking his chin. These two had become a nuisance lately, reaching out too far. Such a side endeavor could be worth considering. In Kenoha, the Third Hokage and Danzo were embroiled in a fierce argument. It was all over Noera Rin, the newly minted Jinchuriki of the three-tailed beast. The tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki must be under the control of Root. Danzo shouted loudly. We have suddenly acquired a three-tailed Jinchuriki. We must maintain control. Thinking of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Danzo was indeed tempted, but he could not act rashly. After all, she was the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Danzo pushed that thought aside. The Kyuubi was always sealed by the Uzumaki clan. However, this sudden appearance of a three-tailed Jinchuriki was highly suspicious. Danzo spoke earnestly. In truth, both he and the Third Hokage knew this was outright theft. It was now a matter of who was more formidable. Noera Rin, whose parents were both ninjas of Kenoha, was a good child. The Third Hokage took a puff of his cigarette and spoke slowly. Yes, Danzo was well aware of this tactic. In other matters, the Third Hokage could turn a blind eye, but he could not entrust the Jinchuriki to Danzo. Danzo's influence was too great. This was unacceptable. How to handle it would have to wait until Noera Rin arrived. After all, she was also a victim. The Third Hokage stated with righteous indignation. On the surface, it appeared the Third Hokage held the moral high ground over Danzo. At least, that was how it appeared to the recently barged-in Uzumaki Kushina. Hokage-sama, I hope to temporarily take charge of this child. Uzumaki Kushina burst through the door with fervor. Her long crimson hair billowed behind her like the tails of the nine-tailed beast. Ah, Kushina. The Third Hokage smiled warmly, looking at her, while Danzo glared at her fiercely. Uzumaki Kushina paid him no mind. Hokage-sama, Noera Rin is Minato's student, which makes her my student as well. She has been forcefully turned into a Jinchuriki, and I believe I am the most qualified to guide her, Uzumaki Kushina stated with confidence. It seems she was deliberately confronting Danzo, glancing at him. By lineage, I am a member of the Mito clan. Regarding familiarity with tailed beasts, I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I believe there is no one more suitable than I. Uzumaki Kushina effectively countered all of Danzo's objections. Well, it's not that the Third Hokage genuinely considered agreeing. Handing her over to Kushina would be ideal. After all, Kushina was Minato's wife. Minato was the Third's pupil. Thus, in this manner, the three-tailed beast would ultimately belong to the Third Hokage's faction. I disagree. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You are a Jinchuriki, but that girl is not like you. Danzo argued vehemently, refusing to concede. The three-tailed beast and its Jinchuriki must not fall into the hands of that old monkey. However, Danzo could not express it directly. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Danzo's anger intensified. She had been taken by the Mist Ninja. No one knew what they might have done to her. She should be handed over to me and confined for thorough interrogation. As for whether she could be released, that would be up to Danzo. Danzo even concocted a lofty rationale. This is for the sake of Kenoha. Chapter 76, Uchiha Chikyu. Do you wish to control the Three Tails? Do you think you can defeat us? Kushina was on the verge of pointing an accusatory finger at Danzo. How outrageous. Such words could only have come from Danzo's lips. Yet, Kushina found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. The presence of the Three Tails within Rin's body was utterly absurd. The Hidden Mist Village was nothing but a troublemaker. How could a fine young girl suddenly become a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails? As a Jinchuriki, Kushina was all too familiar with the suffering that accompanied such a fate. When she inherited the seal of the Nine Tails from Mito Uzumaki, she had experienced profound anguish. It was only through Minato's consolation that she gradually regained her composure. Even so, among the high-ranking officials of Kenoha, many regarded Kushina as a monster. They merely refrained from voicing such sentiments out of respect for Mito, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Now, with the addition of a young girl as a Jinchuriki, Kushina could only imagine what Rin would endure. Thus, she felt compelled to intervene. Seeing that neither Danzo nor Kushina was willing to yield, the third Hokage finally stepped in to mediate. There is no rush. We must wait for the child to return. It is far better to hear her perspective before making any decisions, he said with a smile. Danzo rolled his eyes. That scoundrel, putting on a facade of authority while hiding behind his apprentice. Kushina's sudden appearance had disrupted Danzo's plans. What had begun as a conflict between Danzo and the third Hokage had swiftly transformed into a clash between Danzo and Kushina. The third Hokage had distanced himself from the fray, even going so far as to counsel both parties. Danzo was infuriated, wanting to curse the old man. This monkey has no sense of the bigger picture. He is utterly unworthy of the Hokage title and should step aside for someone more capable. Very well, third Hokage. We shall wait for the young girl to return. However, under no circumstances will I accept a Jinchuriki being monitored or controlled by any means. Otherwise, Kushina scoffed as she turned to leave the Hokage's office. Danzo furiously pointed at Kushina's retreating figure. What does she mean by that? Is she threatening me over a Jinchuriki whose worth is still uncertain? Monsters ought to be. The third Hokage sharply rapped his pipe against the desk, interrupting Danzo's reckless words. Danzo, tread carefully. Mito was the wife of the first Hokage and also Kushina's elder. Realizing he had overstepped, Danzo understood the implications of his words. With Mito's connection, they could not label Kushina as a monster. Humph. Regardless, once she returns, she must be brought into root. Danzo declared as he stormed off. Today, he had lost control of the situation, but that did not mean he would concede. Rin did not return alone. Accompanying her were Minato, Jeriah, Tsunade, and Uchiha Chikyu. However, in Rin's eyes, only Uchiha Chikyu was visible. Tsunade, you must assist me now. Jeriah whispered conspiratorially to Tsunade. His intention in bringing Tsunade back was for Chikyu's sake. Yet, circumstances had changed quicker than anticipated. Who could have foreseen the sudden emergence of a Jinchuriki for the Three Tails? Jeriah certainly hadn't. As he observed the young girl who was now a Jinchuriki, he recalled how little attention he had previously paid to Rin. Her chakra levels had been average. By conventional standards, she might barely qualify as a Chunin in her lifetime. With a stroke of good fortune, perhaps she could reach Jonin. But that was the extent of it. Otherwise, Rin would not have chosen to become a medical ninja, as most medical ninjas had mediocre ninjutsu talent, Tsunade being the notable exception. However, in just a few days, this young girl's life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Being a Jinchuriki had its pros and cons. The distinction between being controlled and controlling a tailed beast was profound. Rin was in the latter position, granting her greater autonomy. Let us take it step by step. Tsunade was equally vexed. Why must there be such a plethora of troubles? Upon finally arriving at Kenoha, as they stepped into the village, two root ninjas, masked and exuding a lingering stench of blood, suddenly emerged. By order of Lord Danzo, we are to confine Rin immediately. The two attempted to seize Rin. In a panic, Rin sought refuge beside Uchiha Chikyu, where she felt a sense of security. Danzo? What does he amount to? Let him come himself. Tsunade glared defiantly. Such audacity from Root. Without hesitation, Tsunade unleashed a punch, sending one ninja flying, breaking several ribs in the process. Upon realizing that Tsunade was the one who had struck, the two ninjas dared not retaliate and retreated instead. The situation had changed. They quickly returned to report to Lord Danzo. Tsunade smirked, satisfied with her actions. And you, young man, enough. She glared at Uchiha Chikyu. Don't think I didn't notice. Had I not acted swiftly, you would surely have drawn your sword. The difference in skill between your blade and my fist is not to be underestimated. At that moment, the lives of those two root ninjas would have been in jeopardy. Oh, Chiryu sheathed his sword. It was merely a matter of teaching Danzo a lesson for being so bothersome. A trivial matter. Tsunade, oblivious to Chikyu's thoughts, continued on her path. With their journey unimpeded, they proceeded to the Third Hokage's office. Having received word of the situation, Danzo also arrived. Tsunade, you actually returned. The Third Hokage exclaimed in surprise, instinctively overlooking Rin's presence. Before he could continue his chatter, Danzo interrupted him. Let us address the matter of the Jinchuriki. Danzo glared fiercely at Tsunade. Now emboldened, he felt he could take on anyone. As Tsunade, you ought to prioritize the village. How can you be so reckless? I must take her for questioning today. In Danzo's eyes, Rin could scarcely be considered a living human. Rin was furious. Can you control the three tails? Uchiha Chiryu spoke up suddenly. He was adept at confronting Danzo. This is not your place to speak. Danzo, taken aback by Chikyu's presence, recalled the losses he had suffered at his hands and scowled. He retorted with hostility. Chiryu remained unfazed, declaring, if you wish to take the three tails and Rin with you, then by all means, just ensure you can defeat the three tails. Chiryu chuckled. Otherwise, the true culprit behind the destruction of Kenoha will be you. Chapter 77, Confronting Danzo together you. Danzo was nearly rendered unconscious by the confrontation with Uchiha Chiryu. Are you threatening me? Danzo stared seriously at Uchiha Chiryu. I'm merely stating the truth. I never expected Lord Danzo to be so petty. Uchiha Chiryu retorted fearlessly. Threat? How does that sound like a threat? Uchiha Chiryu insisted he was simply speaking candidly. Flustered, Danzo was at a loss for words, abruptly turning to the Third Hokage. Third, are you just going to watch as this Uchiha threatens me? The recently reinstated Shisui found the scene somewhat painful to behold. Was Danzo really resorting to whining to the Third Hokage because he couldn't win an argument? What a joke. He felt nauseous. Ugh. The Third Hokage cleared his throat a couple of times. Indeed, he had discerned that Uchiha Chiryu did not harbor any intention of threatening Danzo, though his words were rather infuriating. However, the fact remained that he possessed such capability. Chiryu, are you certain that Noara Rin can fully control the three tails? This was the Third Hokage's foremost concern. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. Isufa said that as long as Chiryu-kun doesn't attack it, it will listen to me. Noara Rin shyly scratched her cheek with her index finger. The Third Hokage fell silent. Danzo was equally astonished. Wait, could it be that what that boy said was true? The three tails has genuinely been subdued by him? Danzo struggled to accept this reality. After all, it was a tailed beast. Even if it did not compare to the nine tails of Kenoha, it was still a tailed beast. Its power far exceeded that of any ninja. In the past, only the first Hokage would release and Uchiha Madara's Sharingan could overpower such beasts. Could it be that the talent of the reclusive Chiryu had reached such an extraordinary level? Impossible. Danzo kept trying to convince himself. With Uchiha Chiryu around, the three tails readily conceded. Tsunade crossed her arms, smirking mockingly at Danzo. The truth was laid bare before them. How could he still deny it? She believed that Uchiha Chiryu was indeed correct. Wanted Jinchuriki for the three tails? Sure, as long as you can control it. Otherwise, how could one simply seize the opportunity? Peach, ahem, Tsunade, weren't you present at that time? The Third Hokage understood Tsunade's implication and added fuel to the fire. Danzo, you old fool, just admit it. The three tails is beyond your reach. No. Danzo's words were interrupted by the Third Hokage. After all, they were just the same few unpleasant phrases repeated. Old man, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. The Third Hokage declared. All right, you all should rest for now. Kushina would like to see you, he said, smiling warmly at Noara Rin, adopting the demeanor of a kind elder. Look at the contrast. Look at the disparity. In an instant, Noara Rin felt that the Third Hokage was indeed a great person. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Noara Rin exclaimed loudly. Compared to the Third Hokage, the old man beside him, who had been talking incessantly, seemed far too gloomy. Yet, Chiryu-kun was the best. He was also quite handsome. Both the Third Hokage and that Danzo looked like wrinkled old oranges. Chiryu-kun inspired a greater sense of security. The mist ninja who had been captured was handed over to the Third Hokage. Shisui and Yakushi no Nai had reported back to their posts. Meanwhile, Noara Rin and Kakashi were preparing to visit their teacher's wife. Chiryu-kun, aren't you coming with us? Noara Rin looked at Uchiha Chiryu with a pitiful gaze as she was about to leave. Any man would struggle to withstand such an expression. However, Uchiha Chiryu was blind. Smiling, I'm not going. I'm heading home. After pondering for a moment about Itachi, whom he hadn't seen in a long while, he decided to return to the Uchiha clan. As for whether Noera Rin would be persuaded by Uzumaki Kushina, those matters were beyond Uchiha Chikyu's concerns. Well, Noera Rin had no choice but to relent. She also longed to return home with Chikyu-kun. Ultimately, following Minato, Noera Rin couldn't help but glance back at Uchiha Chikyu. Woo woo woo. Being near Chikyu-kun is much more reassuring. The others, not even Minato, could compare. Upon returning home, Fugaku sought out Uchiha Chikyu. He was well aware of this boy. If he didn't take the initiative to find him, he would hardly see him. Chikyu Itachi followed closely behind. Upon spotting Uchiha Chikyu, he excitedly rushed over. Uchiha Chikyu readily embraced Itachi. This made Itachi somewhat bashful. However, he still clung to Uchiha Chikyu's clothing, reluctant to let go. Chikyu, you haven't been back for so long. Long time no see, Itachi. You seem to have gained some weight. Uchiha Chikyu felt quite pleased at the moment. Why did he strive to grow stronger? It was to prevent the Uchiha clan from facing extinction, and it was also for those who cared about him. Thus, when facing Itachi and the others, Uchiha Chikyu was entirely different. No, I've just grown taller. Itachi vehemently contradicted, then added shyly. I also wish to fight alongside Chikyu soon. The atmosphere between the two became extraordinarily harmonious, to the point where Fugaku felt his Sharingan might burst from pride. His son, he had never been so close with him, and here he was, acting cutesy in front of Uchiha Chikyu. Envy. Clan leader, is there something you need? Uchiha Chikyu noticed Fugaku's fervent gaze and inquired. Fugaku then snapped back to reality. Ahem. Forget what I just said. Let us start over. Adopting a serious demeanor, Fugaku questioned about Noera Rin. Uchiha Chikyu divulged everything regarding the matter with Fugaku. So that's how it is. However, that girl should like you, right? What are your thoughts? Fugaku nodded. Looking at it this way, the ability to control the three tails is entirely thanks to Uchiha Chikyu, regardless of which side Noera Rin ultimately chooses. Her relationship with Uchiha Chikyu will not be severed. This is a positive development for the Uchiha clan. Yet, I wonder how Uchiha Chikyu feels about this young lady. After all, he has reached an age where romance is on the horizon. If anything were to happen, Fugaku felt that as clan leader, he needed to consider Uchiha Chikyu's future. What are you asking about? I've done all I can. The rest is her own affair, Uchiha Chikyu replied nonchalantly. Fugaku understood. Ah, this boy is still oblivious. Very well. However, regardless of how that girl named Noera Rin chooses, Kenoha will certainly not allow her to be in the spotlight. After all, Kenoha already has a 9 tails. Having another 3 tails would surely cause unrest among the other villages. Chapter 78. The choice of Noera Rin. Just as Minato had surmised, Kushina was particularly delighted upon seeing Noera Rin and eagerly rushed to greet her. This was not Rin and Kakashi's first visit. Rin, you've come. Kushina warmly grasped Rin's hand, mercilessly disregarding Minato and Kakashi in the process. Minato touched his nose. Hey, darling, look at me. Yet, Kushina was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Go away. Such is the plight of the Jinchuriki. I share this with you in hopes that you may have a choice. Uzumaki Kushina gazed at the short-haired girl before her and let out a long sigh. Although their appearances were entirely different, Kushina was inexplicably reminded of her younger self during her most challenging times, when the tailed beast within her rendered her an outcast. Yet, they were both human. Upon hearing this, Rin's complexion paled slightly. Just as Kushina was about to offer comfort, she noticed a sudden determination in Rin's gaze. It's all right. I'm not afraid. Rin's eyes sparkled with resolve. With Chihiro-kun here, I can communicate thanks to him. The thought of Uchiha Chihiro filled Noera Rin with courage. Are tailed beasts truly terrifying? Chihiro-kun has triumphed over them, thus proving that Chihiro-kun is indeed the strongest. Really? Is that child truly so formidable? Kushina asked, curiosity piqued. Having heard of Uchiha Chihiro's reputation, Kushina had always been somewhat skeptical. It seemed rather exaggerated. Yet, observing Rin's reaction, it appeared there was truth to it. Of course, Chihiro-kun is incredibly powerful. Minato, who was preparing a meal nearby, caught wind of Uchiha Chihiro's name and leaned in with eagerness. Kushina, would you like to hear about Chihiro? I shall tell you. He is undoubtedly the most talented student I've ever taught. Minato continued to ramble on, and Kushina initially nodded along, genuinely impressed. However, she soon found herself rolling her eyes in disbelief. Who is this person? Is this truly Minato I know? It seemed he had been talking for nearly 2 hours. When had he become such a chatterbox, using a plethora of words to extol someone who was not even his beloved wife? Minato, you need to be quiet. Kushina finally lost her temper, grabbing a frying pan and delivering a swift blow to Minato's handsome face. She had no desire to see him at that moment. Otherwise, she would be reminded of his incessant prattle. After venting her frustration, she recalled that her student was still present. She needed to avoid frightening her. Turning back, she found Rin utterly captivated by the conversation. Is he verbose? I think Minato is rather charming. Chihiro-kun has so many merits, it's impossible to enumerate them all. Rin's expression conveyed a sense of normalcy that utterly astonished Kushina. Had she become so out of touch with the world? People still enjoyed Minato's ramblings and thought nothing amiss? Quickly, Kushina shifted her gaze to Kakashi. Rin was young and enamored with Uchiha Chihiro, so it was understandable for her to be enthralled. But surely Kakashi would not. However, upon observing Kakashi sitting upright, nodding attentively, it was evident he too had been listening intently. Oh heavens! She truly was out of sync with this world. Kushina's worldview shattered. She could no longer argue. Yet, as Kushina crumbled, Yakushi Nanoya stood resolutely. Nora Rin was escorted home by Minato. Gazing at her familiar surroundings, Rin felt a sense of bewilderment. How had this world changed so swiftly? Are you troubled about the path ahead? No, I'm not troubled at all. Rin instinctively replied to a voice from outside, only to realize the absurdity of her response. Who are you? A woman leapt in from outside. Rin immediately stood on guard. It's you. You were the one who exited Chihiro-kun's room last time. Yakushi Nanoya's expression stiffened at Rin's wary demeanor. My relationship with him is not as you might think. I have no interest in him, Nanoya stammered. Rin showed no signs of relaxation. Instead, her expression hardened further. You're lying. Nanoya felt a twinge of guilt. She had inadvertently recalled Uchiha Chihiro's admirable physique. Had that been noticeable? It was impossible not to admire someone so perfect. The two women's thought processes were completely misaligned. Who was the most troublesome? Previously, Nanoya believed it was the scheming Danzo. Today she realized no, it was not. It was the lovesick young girl who viewed you as a rival. I'm here to discuss serious matters related to Uchiha Chihiro. Would you like to listen? Nanoya decisively shifted the topic. Yes, Rin immediately agreed. And Nanoya silently commended herself for her persuasive skills as a spy. The complexities of Kenoha's upper echelons were far from straightforward. From the moment you became a Jinchuriki, you were unwittingly thrust into this turmoil. You must choose a faction, otherwise, death awaits you. Nanoya articulated her points as succinctly as possible, ensuring Rin comprehended the gravity of the situation. If Rin were merely an ordinary ninja, it would suffice for her to remain blissfully ignorant, a simple pawn in the game. However, as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Rin was destined to be coveted. What if I don't choose? I just want to follow Chihiro-kun. Rin furrowed her brow, expressing her desire. You cannot simply follow Chihiro-kun. If you do, you will die. The Three Tails will be resealed within another host. Nanoya responded rationally. Uchiha Chihiro? That is a good choice. However, the problem is that he currently lacks a position of power within the higher echelons. The Uchiha clan's standing is precarious, and he cannot provide you with protection. Resealing the Three Tails would result in numerous casualties. In the eyes of Kenoha's elite, such losses were inconsequential. They merely sought a controllable Jinchuriki, much like your mentor, Uzumaki Kushina, though she does not openly align herself. Her marriage to Namake's Minato places her within the Third Hokage's faction. Uchiha Chihiro's strength rendered him untouchable, allowing him the luxury of delaying decisions. Yakushi Nanoya reflected on Uchiha Chihiro, feeling a sense of melancholy. Not everyone possesses the freedom that Uchiha Chihiro enjoys. Chapter 79. The wrath of Obito. Uchiha Chihiro is not only formidable in strength, but he also has the support of the Uchiha clan. Hence, the Third Hokage and Danzo cannot act excessively. They must possess a reasonable justification. However, the situation concerning Nora Rin is entirely different. You are the one Danzo sent, aren't you? Are you trying to persuade me to join your ranks? Nora Rin's words prompted Yakushi Nanoya to glance at her a few times. To his surprise, this little girl possesses some intellect. Previously, seeing Nora Rin's infatuation with Uchiha Chihiro, Yakushi Nanoya had little hope for her mental acuity. Yet now, it appears she is more than capable. Indeed, I am publicly sent by Danzo, but I no longer wish to be associated with him. I would rather see you align with the Third Hokage. Yakushi Nanoya understood that even if he explained the complexities of Kenoha's situation, Nora Rin might not comprehend. Observing her hesitance, he devised a brilliant idea. The Third Hokage is your best option. He will not obstruct your approach to Uchiha Chihiro and will offer his support. Danzo, however, is a different story. He will do everything to sabotage your happiness. Yukushin Anoyu spoke with unwavering conviction. Absolutely. Indeed. Danzo has remained single his entire life. Yet he disallows others from finding love. Look at Root. They are all solitary. Although the third Hokage is also no spring chicken. At least he has a wife and children. This is the difference. All right, I agree. Rin resolved firmly. She would not allow herself to be a hindrance to Chihiro. Now that she possesses the power of a tailed beast, as long as she can wield it skillfully, she will have a voice. Chihiro, wait for me. The third Hokage received the news, his face beaming with delight. Meanwhile, Danzo's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. You deceived me, monkey. Did you not manipulate things behind the scenes? Enraged, Danzo confronted the third Hokage directly. The chance to capture the Three Tails and its Jinchuriki slipped away. Danzo was unwilling to accept this. He should have apprehended her upon her return to the village. Danzo, one must not speak so lightly. She voluntarily joined the Umbu. One cannot force her. After all, she has committed no wrongdoing and has demonstrated excellent control over the tailed beast. The third Hokage was in high spirits. A willing participant had jumped into his lap. Although there were minor issues, such as Uchiha Chihiro, the third Hokage was unconcerned. The Jinchuriki of the Three Tails has joined the Umbu. She is now under his command. Danzo could only seethe. Very well, just you wait. Danzo understood that the third Hokage must have said something behind his back. But what could he do? This monkey is the Hokage. He must hasten his own plans. Danzo, clutching his bandaged arm, felt utterly despondent. And that Uchiha Chihiro. He must not allow the third Hokage to gain any more power. The third Hokage was indifferent to Danzo's anger. This was his moment of triumph. The door was knocked upon, and in walked Noera Rin. Now clad in Umbu attire and wearing a fox mask. Third Hokage. Noera Rin felt somewhat unaccustomed to her new identity, yet she was also brimming with excitement. The third Hokage noticed this and smiled, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience. We will publicly state that Mist Ninja killed you, and Uchiha Chihiro retrieved your body. This is to prevent retaliation from the Mist Village. Noera Rin had no objections to the third Hokage's words. Yes, having made my choice, I shall not regret it. I must become stronger, just like Chihiro. The scene shifted to a cave, where Obito was nearly engulfed by despair. Uchiha Chihiro, Rin. Obito shouted their names, abruptly awakening. Before him lay the darkened cave, with Uchiha Madara seated opposite him. How did I lose consciousness? Obito realized he had been brought back. You activated the Manjiki Sharingan and fainted. White Zetsu suddenly interjected. Alas, it is unfortunate that Uchiha Madara disdainfully refrained from deceiving him directly. It was essential for him to spin this tale. Manjiki Sharingan. What is that? Obito instinctively inquired. Wait, what about Rin? How is she? Obito suddenly recalled the scene he witnessed before losing consciousness and immediately pressed for answers. Uchiha Madara snorted. What do you think? He did not directly respond to Obito's question, for he had discovered the truth. Noera Rin was not dead. She had been saved by Uchiha Chihiro. Uchiha Chihiro defeated the Three Tails. Uchiha Madara felt a mix of pride and frustration. His junior was too capable, yet this disrupted his plans. The only thing Uchiha Madara could take solace in was that Kenoha had claimed Noera Rin was dead. With a slight understanding of the situation, he sneered even more contemptuously. Useless Kenoha. Without him and Hashirama, they lacked even this little courage. They were hiding, devoid of the boldness they once possessed. Obito was oblivious to Uchiha Madara's thoughts. Completely despondent. Indeed, Rin was pierced through the heart by Uchiha Chihiro's sword. How could she possibly be alive? Uchiha Chihiro, I will ensure he meets a most miserable fate. Obito suddenly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, his voice brimming with resentment. I wish to see Kenoha, Obito declared. Uchiha Madara glanced at the boy. TCH. At least that Manjiki Sharingan can still be useful. Very well, White Zetsu will take you. Uchiha Madara was too weary to move. His body was deteriorating. He no longer expected Obito to fulfill his mission perfectly. He merely hoped to keep him alive, so he could later utilize him for the Edo Tensei. Obito? Not reliable. He is no match for Uchiha Chihiro. Unaware that Uchiha Madara had significantly downgraded his expectations, Obito, filled with a flicker of hope, activated the newly awakened powers of his Manjiki Sharingan. Kamui. He successfully infiltrated Kenoha. Uchiha Chihiro killed his comrade. Kenoha would surely interrogate him. He wished to witness his suffering firsthand. And Kakashi, just standing by as Uchiha Chihiro killed Rin. They all deserved to perish. After wandering around Kenoha, Obito ultimately spotted Uchiha Chihiro at the memorial stone. keeping a safe distance while observing a gathering of people. Alas, Rin's death was the fault of the Mist Ninja. Chihiro, do not blame yourself. Yes, it is already commendable that we could recover Rin's body. We must make the Mist Village pay. These voices, each offering their sentiments, spun a different narrative for Obito. Obito was enraged. Uchiha Chihiro, you bastard. Chapter 80. Obito, I will create a world without Uchiha Shinryu, the inversion of truth and falsehood. I never imagined Uchiha Shinryu could be such a person. What enraged Obito even more was that Kakashi, fully aware of the truth, chose to remain silent. They all deserve to perish. White Zetsu observed in astonishment. Wow, humans are capable of such antics. Is it possible to do it this way too? Occasionally, White Zetsu glanced at Obito, wondering if he would impulsively leap into action. Surprisingly, Obito remained composed, exhibiting an even greater calm than usual. Returning to the cave, White Zetsu sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Obito. This Obito has mutated. Without hesitation, White Zetsu took Obito away. We must leave quickly. If Obito truly loses control and charges in, it would be disastrous. Uchiha Shinryu sensed something amiss. An unfamiliar chakra that feels strangely familiar. It must be Uchiha Obito. It's not a problem. After all, he won't cause any significant trouble. Uchiha Shinryu paid little attention to Obito. Madara's brainwashing ability still holds sway. Moreover, Obito's intelligence value is merely 2. He is not that easy to manipulate. Uchiha Shinryu had no intention of dissuading Obito. Why engage in a thankless task with no reward? Let Obito do as he pleases. As long as he doesn't showcase it in front of me. Upon returning to the cave, Obito immediately inquired about how to realize the Moon Eye plan. I will create a world where Rin lives. Obito declared fiercely. Rin, don't be afraid. I will definitely bring you back to this world. No error, Rin. Who are you? Uchiha Madara squinted slightly. This boy seems different. There's a certain aura about him. This rekindled a flicker of confidence in Uchiha Madara. Perhaps there is potential. Good. The Moon Eye plan will ensure happiness for all. It will eradicate war from this world entirely. Uchiha Madara began to fervently promote his Moon Eye plan, a scheme he had meticulously crafted for half a lifetime. Obito nodded along, though he comprehended not a single word. However, it mattered little. Uchiha Madara had left him assistants, those black and white Zetsus. He could simply delegate tasks to them later. S-rank ninjutsu, the esteem from the boss. Unbeknownst to him, Obito had evolved into a morally compromised adult. Excellent. Yet, I must eliminate Uchiha Shinryu. He is unworthy of eternal happiness. I shall create a world devoid of Uchiha Shinryu. Obito ground his teeth in frustration. Others mattered little to him. Only Uchiha Shinryu was an exception. Uchiha Madara refrained from expressing his opinion. A grand aspiration indeed. One should wash up and retire early. Dreams encompass everything. Never mind. I shan't discourage him. Everyone deserves the chance to dream. Uchiha Madara thought himself exceedingly benevolent. Do not forget our plan. Uchiha Shinryu, let us leave him for last. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara could not resist. Direct mockery was off the table. After all, he still needed Obito to carry out tasks. He couldn't allow this boy to self-destruct. Uchiha Madara resolved. He must ensure Black Zetsu keeps a close watch on Obito. Black Zetsu, the burden upon my shoulders has suddenly grown heavier. Meanwhile, Noera Rin's funeral had concluded. On the surface, Noera Rin was deemed deceased. How intriguing it is. Attending one's own funeral. I must be the first. Wearing a mask of the Umbu, Noera Rin smiled. The greatest pity is that she could no longer accompany Shinryu-kun for the time being. Sob. As the funeral ended. People dispersed. Tsunade walked beside Uchiha Shinryu. Sigh. I simply do not wish to return. The moment I step into the old residence, I am bombarded with marriage proposals. Tsunade expressed her annoyance. The youngest member of the Senja clan is now Tsunade. The others are all elderly or infirm. Thus, whenever Tsunade returns, she is inundated with marriage pushes. Tsunade felt she was nearing PTSD. If this continues, I might just move to the Uchiha compound. Tsunade initially spoke casually. However, she suddenly realized this might be a splendid idea. Jeriah was astounded by Tsunade's train of thought. Tsunade, calm down. If you genuinely go, the Uchihas and Senjus might well prepare for an alliance. Indeed. Tsunade pondered. Jeriah's words seemed to hold some validity. Something feels off. Tsunade sensed she had forgotten something. These past days have been overwhelming. Between saving people and dealing with the Three Tails, Tsunade's sense of duty caused her to unconsciously overlook many matters. Just moments ago, Jeriah spoke. Tsunade finally regained her awareness. Jeriah, I have yet to settle the score with you. You deceived me into returning. Yes. She lamented how she ended up returning only to face more troubles. All of this was due to that scoundrel Jeriah and that Uchiha. These two are truly cut from the same cloth. Tsunade, calm down. Jeriah observed Tsunade finally snapping back to reality and ran for cover. He simply stated he did not want to return. It was still the third Hokage, claiming that unless he returned personally, there would be no reimbursement. This was undoubtedly to get him beaten by Tsunade. Tsunade, look, you're back. Kenoha needs you. Without you, the situation would have escalated even further. Jeriah shouted while evading. Tsunade sneered. Do not think this absolves you of my anger. This is an entirely different matter. While she was relieved to have saved Noerarin, it did not mean she was no longer furious. Huh? You wanted me to stay, huh? That is fine. Tsunade stated expressionlessly. Yet, Jeriah could not muster any joy. He sensed impending doom, just as he feared. As long as you allow me to vent my frustration, Tsunade assured she would not take Jeriah's life. At most, she would leave him half dead. Help. Tsunade's catharsis? He was genuinely going to die? Jeriah soon found himself immobilized except for his eyeballs. Perverted sage, your sacrifice will benefit countless others. No need to thank me. Uchiha Shinryu patted Jeriah on the shoulder. Then, he calmly walked away. What is that cry of distress? He hadn't heard anything. Tsunade's willingness to step onto the front lines is commendable. It's merely the perverted sage who suffers a bit. What a trivial matter. I am simply that altruistic and understanding. Uchiha Shinryu provided Tsunade with an opportunity to save face. Congratulations to Kenoha for gaining one of the legendary 3, Princess Tsunade. Everyone shall remember Jeriah's contributions. Back on the front lines, Jeriah was wrapped in bandages from head to toe. I told you my injuries have yet to heal. I need to stay in Kenoha to recuperate. Jeriah lamented in agony. He sought to escape. Tsunade had returned. Kenoha's front lines no longer required him. Dream on. Tsunade grinned menacingly. You deceived me into returning only to bolt. Let me tell you, there is no way out. Not even a dog hole has been left open for you. Chapter 81. You Kenoha are truly insane. Playing by no rules, the 3 legendary ninjas of Kenoha reunited once more at the front lines. Uchiha Chiharu temporarily remained in Kenoha. Was it not due to concerns that the Three Tails might inadvertently spiral out of control? Just stay a little longer, as long as it's confirmed that all is well. The third Hokage understood Uchiha Chiharu's temperament. During your time in Kenoha, I shall cover your expenses for alcohol. Consider it a mission fee. The third cast a glance at his nearly depleted treasury, tears of sorrow streaming down his face. All of this was for Kenoha. When Uchiha Chiharu was more than capable of suppressing the Three Tails, any amount of money spent was worth it. All right. The third is magnanimous. Uchiha Chiharu agreed without a moment's hesitation. It was far more convenient to train in Kenoha. He wouldn't have to spend a dime on alcohol. And his strength could soar. It was the life he had always dreamed of. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Village, the atmosphere was heavy. A wasted opportunity with the Three Tails. And yet nothing was accomplished? It was simply taken over? What a farce. The doll-like face of Kagaya Yagura could not conceal the grim expression. The Three Tails. Sealed within the body of Noerarin, it was undoubtedly a sinister plot. The Three Tails possessed water attributes, making it most suitable for mist ninjas. Had it not been for the intent to stir trouble in Kenoha, Kagaya Yagura would have likely volunteered to be the Jinchuriki himself. He was the Mizukage. With water-based chakra, he could master the Three Tails swiftly. He could even harness the energy of the Three Tails directly. This would elevate the power of the Hidden Mist Village to new heights. But now, all of that was lost. Mizukage. That Uchiha Chiharu is too formidable. He cleaved through the shell of the Three Tails with a single strike. The mist ninjas who witnessed it fled in terror. They escaped with their lives rather than perishing beneath Uchiha Chiharu's sword. Kagaya Yagura furrowed his brow. Was he truly that powerful? To split the shell of the Three Tails with one blow? It sounded like a tale from a fantasy. Yet seeing the expressions of those present, devoid of deceit, Kagaya Yagura began to believe. If he was indeed that strong, he had underestimated him. Kagaya Yagura had long since forgotten what he had initially thought. But now, a plan to recover must be devised. Mizukage. I have heard that the 3 legendary ninjas are currently on the front lines in Kenoha. Uchiha Chiharu should be with them. If their combat power is all at the front, why can't we launch a surprise attack on their rear? Kagaya Yagura turned to the speaker. It was Ao. Kagaya Yagura immediately recalled the abilities of his subordinate. Ao was quite proficient in water release and possessed a Byakugan. That was indeed a rare asset. I recall your name on Kenoha's wanted list. Are you certain you wish to lead a team to ambush Kenoha's rear? Kagaya Yagura said expressionlessly. Even in times of war, ambushing the rear was deemed disgraceful. After all, the rear consisted of villages and innocent civilians. To do so would sow enmity. Moreover, if Ao were captured by Kenoha, he would certainly face dire consequences. Mizukage, for the sake of the Hidden Mist village, I am willing, Ao declared loudly. Very well, I leave it in your hands. Kagaya Yagura acquiesced to Ao's proposal. Since they could not reclaim the Three Tails, let Kenoha pay a price. The populace of Kenoha? They were the ones who suffered due to the Three Tails. Without wasting a moment, Ao assembled an elite squad and set off with dozens of ninjas. Ao felt a surge of excitement. This was his chance to achieve merit. With Kenoha's combat strength concentrated at the front, the rear was merely comprised of ordinary civilians. They posed no threat. A handful of elite jonin were sufficient to decimate a village. Cruel? Such is the law of the jungle. Who would have thought the Three Tails would not cause chaos in Kenoha? Filled with confidence, Ao hurriedly advanced, swiftly nearing the rear of Kenoha. What a bountiful land to envy! Ao gazed at Kenoha's vast plains and fertile soil. It was entirely different from the Hidden Mist village. The land of the Hidden Mist was unsuitable for agriculture. Most of their food was imported. Their diet consisted solely of fish. Various kinds of fish. They were already tired of it. Yet Kenoha was entirely different. How could one not envy it? Let me utilize this Byakugan I obtained in Kenoha to instill terror. With a wave of his hand, Ao sent a few of his advanced teams charging forward. They were quite bold. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows. Ao abruptly halted. Who was there? Before he could react, two ninjas beside him collapsed. Ao felt a surge of fear. It was too fast, yet the distance between them was substantial. Ao noticed the person who had spoken, several kilometers away. At such a distance, launching a genjutsu with such speed was beyond his capability. Ao remained composed. Run. We must flee now. He was no match for that individual. At the same time, Ao rapidly recalled if Kenoha had such a master of genjutsu. Yes, it had to be an Uchiha. Only the Sharingan could accomplish such a feat. Could it be that Uchiha Chiharu? No, that didn't make sense. He was said to be blind. Who else could it be? How could the Uchiha clan possess so many geniuses? Ao's heart was filled with bitterness. This was a bloodline advantage he could never hope to catch up to. Even if he obtained the Byakugan through other means, it would still be the same. As Ao fled, Shisui was seething with anger. This was a rare opportunity to patrol alongside Lord Chiharu. How could this be ruined by this fool? He would not forgive this. Shisui was determined to pursue. Ao ran even faster. Bang. Ao rolled on the ground, utterly dazed. What just happened? What was going on? Huh? Who was this weakling? How dare they attempt an ambush? Uchiha Chiharu, having had a bit too much to drink, found the foe too feeble. He didn't even consider drawing his sword. With a swift kick, he sent the assailant flying. Ao, bewildered, stared at the person before him. Who the hell are you? Are you Uchiha Chiharu? Upon gazing into Uchiha Chiharu's eyes, Ao finally came to his senses and began to tremble all over. How could it be? Wasn't he this person supposed to be on the battlefield? Why was he loitering in the rear? Ao's heart shattered. You Kenoha are truly insane. Playing by no rules. You know my name? Then behave yourself, Uchiha Chiharu remarked, letting out a belch. Ah, I may have overindulged tonight. Ao was in utter despair. He had been kicked away by a drunkard. Impossible. He scrambled to his feet, attempting to strike Uchiha Chiharu again. Perhaps he could win this time. This guy was drunk. He had a chance. Completely unaware of Uchiha Chiharu's prowess, Ao charged recklessly. Bang. Once more, Uchiha Chiharu delivered a kick. Ao fell to the ground, unable to rise. Chapter 82. The Transformation of the Hyuga Clan, Lord Chiharu. Jisue finally caught up, only to see Uchiha Chiharu still indulging in his drink. Alongside the incapacitated Ao sprawled on the ground. So it was this fellow who ambushed the rear of Kenoha. Jisue glared at Ao with contempt, his brow furrowing in disgust. The others who accompanied Ao had already been subdued by Jisue's genjutsu. He was determined to showcase his prowess before Lord Chiharu, even if he could not match Chiharu's strength. He must not be a hindrance. Jisue, clenching his fist. Charge. Indeed, Uchiha Chiharu remarked nonchalantly, but his strength is rather lacking. Is this how all mist ninjas are? He mused, finding the situation rather disheartening. There's simply no hope. This fellow is utterly weak. Just a couple of kicks and he's down. Ao lay humiliated on the ground. Damn it. What kind of monstrous strength is that? Don't you have any self-awareness? You shrimp-hearted fool. Even if I were to defeat him, I cannot endure such humiliation. Ao had only heard of Uchiha Chiharu's exceptional swordsmanship. He never imagined Chiharu possessed such immense strength, so unlike any Uchiha he had encountered. Finding excuses for your own weakness? Jisue shot a disdainful glance at Ao. Trash. The anger overwhelmed Ao, rendering him unconscious. Lord Chiharu, thank you for your hard work tonight. Please, do rest. Regardless of who it was, no one could disturb Lord Chiharu's rest. Jisue vowed to safeguard the well-being of the esteemed Chiharu. He had become a loyal admirer of Uchiha Chiharu, subduing 10 followers through his prowess. The system's sudden notification alerted Uchiha Chiharu. Oh, so there was such a task. Excellent. Chiharu commended Jisue with a pat on the shoulder. You should also rest. This individual is not urgent for Kenoha. A new thought crossed Uchiha Chiharu's mind. This guy has a Byakugan. What does that signify? It signifies a great accomplishment delivered to him. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Handing this person over to Kenoha? That Byakugan would likely be lost, either consumed by Danzo or subjected to Orochimaru's experiments. It's simply isn't worth it. Maximizing benefits is paramount. Indeed, Jisue was unaware of Uchiha Chiharu's intentions, yet he resolutely followed in Chiharu's footsteps, elated to receive praise. Jisue's spirits soared as he hurriedly returned to his clan, determined to confine the captured individual within his home. As for Uchiha Chiharu, he made his way directly to the clan leader's residence. Rest? Not a chance. Up and at him. Late into the night, Fayek was forced from his wife's embrace, rubbing his bruised eyes. Mikoto's punches really sting. Mikoto is Fayek's wife. Internally grumbling while maintaining a smile, he felt utterly frustrated. Soon, Fayek learned of the exploits of Uchiha Chiharu and Jisue that night, leaving him astounded. The Byakugan killer. Is he truly that formidable? Just look at Kenoha's golden bounty to know. More importantly, this individual possesses a Byakugan. Burp. Then all of this shall be entrusted to the clan leader. It's time for me to return and rest. Uchiha Chiharu waved his sleeve dismissively, leaving behind a fully alert Fayek, who was on the verge of erupting in fury. That little brat. He wakes him up and then runs off. Yet, Fayek couldn't help but chuckle. Haha. Well done. Splendid. With such a person, the Hyuga clan must pay a price if they wish to reclaim that Byakugan. Do they think they can hide their heads in the sand? Dream on. Fayek began to strategize how to maximize the utility of that Byakugan. The following morning, Hyuga Hizashi received a letter from Fayek. Upon reading it, Hizashi was stunned. They had truly captured the person. How could this be? Hizashi recalled the Byakugan killer. A figure so elusive, employing the ninjutsu of the mist village that rendered him nearly unassailable. He wielded the Byakugan with remarkable agility. Combined, it was more troublesome than catching an eel. Hizashi had long sought to capture him to retrieve the Byakugan, yet he had been unsuccessful. How infuriating. He never anticipated that the Uchiha would succeed in capturing him. Hyuga Hayashi also read the contents of the letter. Uchiha Chiharu, a prodigious swordsman, had gained significant renown. It was indeed he who captured the individual. The fame of Uchiha Chiharu had reached even the ears of the Hyuga clan. Yet, they had previously dismissed it. Why? Because Uchiha Chiharu was blind. As fellow practitioners of ocular arts, the Hyuga clan understood all too well the disparity between possessing a Byakugan and lacking one. A Hyuga member with a Byakugan trapped in a cage could never surpass the branch family members without one. And Uchiha Chiharu was blind. He was destined to never awaken the Sharingan. In this regard, he had already distanced himself from the other Uchiha. Strong in swordsmanship? They had never heard of any outstanding swordsmanship within the Uchiha clan. It was likely just a boast. Everything changed today. The Hyuga clan had dispatched numerous individuals to capture this person, yet it was Uchiha Chiharu who succeeded. Is he not powerful? If one were to claim the Uchiha were deceiving others, they would understand everything upon encountering that Byakugan killer. The Uchiha had no need to engage in such deceit. Thus, the contents of the letter must be true. We must negotiate with the Uchiha. No matter the cost, the Byakugan must be reclaimed. Hyuga Hizashi resolutely declared. Would the Uchiha clan refuse? Hizashi felt there was still hope. However, regarding the cost. As he contemplated the awkward situation of the Uchiha within the village and the sudden emergence of the Uchiha swordsmanship prodigy, Hizashi began to waver. Was his current choice truly correct? There might indeed be numerous areas for potential collaboration between them and the Uchiha clan. Hizashi pondered slowly in his heart. The situation in Kenoha was subtly shifting. Ao was captured, kicked away with 2 swift blows. Kagaya Yashiro felt as though he was listening to a fable. Was Uchiha Chiharu truly that formidable? Or was it merely that Ao was too weak? For a moment, Kagaya Yashiro found himself uncertain. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He effortlessly killed the returning mist ninja. The pungent scent of blood brought some semblance of calm to Kagaya Yashiro's mood. Within his heart, he felt no fear, only fury. Were the mist ninjas this feeble? Must he intervene personally? Kagaya Yashiro brimmed with confidence. Aside from him, the entire mist village was nothing but trash. To lose to a mere Kenoha brat? They were all worthless. Their existence was a waste of food for the mist village. Since we failed to act, let the other villages attack Kenoha. Spread the news that the Three Tails has been captured by Kenoha. Kagaya Yashiro promptly made his decision. Chapter 83. The unscathed Rasha from Uchiha Chikage's beating what? Kenoha has actually acquired the Three Tails. The same shock reverberated through Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure. That is a tailed beast. A Three Tails at that. Kenoha already possesses the Nine Tails. With the addition of the Three Tails, their combat power would soar beyond measure. In the Raikage's office, AI, who had just assumed the role of the fourth Raikage, was overwhelmed with responsibilities. The third Raikage had met a heroic end, leaving behind a multitude of unfinished affairs. Now, all of this chaos had fallen squarely on AI's shoulders. Kurayami, I wish to visit Kenoha. The Eight Tails wishes to meet his brother. Kurabi was bouncing beside AI, full of energy. The hidden guards of the Raikage admired Kurabi in silence. Lord Kurabi, can't you see the veins bulging on Lord Raikage's neck? If you keep this up, he might actually lose his temper. Silence. AI roared, slamming his fist down, shattering the office desk before him. Raikage guards, time to replace the desk again. We are quite familiar with this task. In that moment, AI finally understood why the old man's desks wore out so quickly. What else could he do? Attack Kurabi? That would mean not just replacing a desk, but reconstructing the entire Raikage's office, suppressing his rising fury. AI reminded himself to remain calm. The Raikage had no hidden funds left. You cannot go. Was your last beating not severe enough? If they truly capture the Three Tails, you absolutely cannot go. I will have someone keep an eye on you. Kurabi was his little brother. The Eight Tails within Kurabi was their trump card in Kumogakure. If anything were to happen to Kurabi, no. Kurabi could not possibly face any danger. Damn brother. Kurabi was so furious he forgot his catchphrase. He turned and stormed off. AI sighed in relief. His troubles were already abundant. He absolutely could not allow Kurabi to add to his workload. Could Kurabi truly be so obedient? I will sneak away. The Eight Tails wishes to see his brother. I also want to spar with that Uchiha lad once more. Kurayami. Kurabi had already learned how to sneak off on his own. Damn big brother. You cannot stop me. Kurabi thought confidently. Meanwhile, Inoki of Iwagakure received this news in record time. Excited? To say he was T would be a lie. Although Iwagakure had two Jinchuriki, they were both unavailable. The Jinchuriki from Iwagakure had left. If he could acquire another tailed beast, Inoki's heart throbbed with anticipation. Iwagakure could truly surpass Kenoha under his leadership. However, Kirigakure would undoubtedly have ulterior motives. The Three Tails, if he recalled correctly, it was previously on their territory, having lived for so many years. Inoki was still quite astute. Why would Kirigakure spread this news? It must be because they suffered losses at Kenoha's hands. That Uchiha Chikage, a looming threat. Inoki sighed deeply. Just think. He had ground the third Raikage to dust with 100,000 men, even if he lost 80% of his forces in the process. It was worth it. Kumogakure was severely weakened due to the Raikage's succession. Sunagakure's Rasha had just barely secured his position as the fourth Kazekage, not to be feared. As for Kirigakure, with their bizarre ideologies led by Kurigane, they posed no real threat. They could self-destruct without needing intervention. That left only Kenoha. If he could orchestrate a significant loss for Kenoha, for the next decade, Iwagakure would hold the strongest position. If he could witness that day, Inoki would smile even in his coffin. However, Uchiha Chikage emerged unexpectedly. 100,000 troops could not defeat him. Instead, they were all countered. Let me think. Could I sow discord between him and Kenoha? Without that brat, I would have already taken action against Kenoha. Inoki lamented the losses he had suffered at the hands of Uchiha Chikage. His 100,000 army, gone without a trace. Not a single use. They had merely served as a stepping stone for Uchiha Chikage's fame. Infuriating. In Sunagakure, Rasha, having just received this news, felt restless. The Three Tails. Surely it was stronger than the One Tail. Not long ago, during the battle against Kumogakure, Rasha had repelled their ninjas. He had defended Sunagakure, successfully becoming the fourth Kazekage. Yet this position felt precarious. The death of the third Kazekage had been too shocking. Killed by his own rogue ninja. To stabilize his position as Kazekage, Rasha needed to achieve a convincing military success. If he could seize the Three Tails, he could transform it into a weapon of war. A remarkable idea flashed through Rasha's mind. The One-Tail-S Jinchuriki was an old man from the second Kazekage-S era. He had been locked away without causing any trouble. Even if Rasha thought of such an idea, acting upon it was another matter. However, the Three Tails was different. Kenoha's strength was formidable, yet it was not beyond the realm of possibility to attempt. Rasha pondered who could be of use. He felt that he could definitely give it a shot. Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure all expressed their support. Go for it, big brother. Join us in taking on Kenoha. Never having faced a beating, Rasha genuinely felt he might have a chance. He would summon Granny Chiyo for assistance. After all, that scorpion of the red sand was her grandson. He would consider it a way to atone for past sins. Rasha quickly made his decision. With Granny Chiyo's puppets and his own gold sand, he would proceed. Granny Chiyo initially refused when approached. I understand your feelings. But this is not how things are done. She admonished gently. Would Kirigakure really be so benevolent? Regardless of the truth behind this news, there are conspiracies at play. Rasha was not easily swayed. He was not ignorant. He was simply out of options. The Kazekage held no credibility at present. You know the reason. I must do this. The fastest way to restore the Kazekage's authority. Rasha insisted. I truly do not wish to do this. But the shortcut is right in front of me. Why not take it? After all, I cannot hold back. Let us gamble. A bicycle turned motorcycle, perhaps. Granny Chiyo had nothing more to say. Very well. My grandson's sins. What else can I do? All right. I will prepare. Granny Chiyo did not look at Rasha's delighted expression. She felt not a shred of happiness. Kenoha. That was a place teeming with prodigies. And now, she wondered which genius would rise to prominence next. Chapter 84. The incongruous Hinata brother Uchiha Chikyu was finally prepared to return to the front lines. The news reached Minato and others stationed at the Kenoha front, stirring such excitement that tears nearly welled in their eyes. How wonderful! The presence of Uchiha Chikyu was essential at the Kenoha front. In recent days, the front had suffered several waves of attacks, all emanating from Sunagakure. The intelligence from Yakushi no Nai was exceptional, keeping the front informed at all times. Sunagakure? Their third Kazekage had just perished, and their own situation was a chaotic mess. Shisui couldn't comprehend why Sunagakure would interfere at such a time. Did they not have enough troubles of their own? Was it solely for the sake of the Three Tails? What other reason could there be? Yakushi no Nai, however, found some humor in Sunagakure's actions. Wanting the Three Tails? Such a task was far from simple. Moreover, Kenoha had publicly stated that the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails had perished. The Three Tails had fled. Where to? Kenoha did not know. Kenoha had no information. If anyone had questions, they should direct them to Kirigakure. The Hinata brother, trembling, dared not speak. He felt he had overheard something he should not have. Casting a glance at Uchiha Chikyu, he noticed Chikyu nonchalantly drinking as they traveled. Indeed, the route had not diverged in the slightest. He neither appeared intoxicated nor resembled a blind man. The Hinata brother felt utterly bewildered. How had he become part of this peculiar group? How could he endure all of this? He recalled the scene before his departure. Just follow Uchiha Chikyu. Attend to nothing else. Adhere to his arrangements. Hinata Hizashi, with his striking white eyes, revealed nothing of his thoughts. Uchiha Chikyu? He seemed to be a celebrated genius of the Uchiha clan. Yet, how had his family become entwined with him? The Hinata brother felt a surge of anxiety. Was the clan leader truly willing to part with him to reclaim the lost Byakugan? He dared not inquire. Submission was his only choice. Thus, he found himself in the Third Hokage's office. The Third Hokage, with a look akin to dispatching a plague, patted Uchiha Chikyu on the shoulder. Chikyu, return to the front as soon as possible. Kenoha needs you. Alas, if he delayed any longer, his treasury would truly be depleted. Uchiha Chikyu's excessive drinking had nearly emptied the Hokage's coffers. Hence, with Danzo intent on retaining personnel, the Third Hokage resolutely made the decision, depart. The sooner, the better. And thus, the current situation unfolded. Key figures included Uchiha Chikyu, the infiltrator dispatched by Danzo Yakushi no Nai, who had already been counter-infiltrated. The liaison sent by the Third Hokage, Uchiha Shisui, whose heart was wholly with Uchiha Chikyu. Lastly, the Hinata clan had dispatched their inconspicuous observer of allied strength, an unremarkable Hinata brother. His name was of little consequence. He was merely a tool. From time to time, the Hinata brother stole glances at Uchiha Chikyu. He had no choice. The topics being discussed were far too intimidating. The enigma of the true death of the three tails Jinchuriki. The foolishness of Sunagakure's self-inflicted hardships. Watching Uchiha Chikyu dominate them. Was this conversation even appropriate? Yet, amidst these discussions, Uchiha Chikyu remained remarkably composed. It seemed as if the matters at hand bore no relation to him whatsoever. It was in this calm demeanor that the Hinata brother discerned that Uchiha Chikyu must indeed be a formidable individual. Chikyu-kun, are these topics truly suitable for our ears? The Hinata brother could no longer restrain himself. He resolved to confide in Uchiha Chikyu. Yes, he believed he and Uchiha Chikyu were undoubtedly on the same side. Look, one was from the Umbu, the other from Root. Even Shisui, though in Uchiha, was different. And what of himself? Hinata, Chikyu-kun, Uchiha, both hailed from prominent Kenoha clans, renowned for their ocular techniques. Surely, they had much to discuss. Uchiha Chikyu was blind? No matter, due to the clan leader's directive. The Hinata brother dared not underestimate Uchiha Chikyu because of this. Are they discussing anything of note? It all seemed quite normal. Uchiha Chikyu calmly sipped his drink. Noah Rin didn't die? The Kazekage is a fool? No issue there. Those are merely truths. Am I not allowed to call myself a fool? The Hinata brother fell silent. He was of the same age as Uchiha Chikyu. Why did he feel like an antiquated relic? So it was. None of this was confidential? His Byakugan momentarily blurred. Perhaps it wasn't? Even a genuine fool could not be silenced. The Hinata brother found himself swayed by Uchiha Chikyu's reasoning. Yes, precisely. As they approached the front lines, the Hinata brother felt liberation nearing. Upon arrival, he could part ways with these individuals. No longer would he endure such torment. Boom. Uchiha Chikyu suddenly drew his sword. The Hinata brother remained utterly bewildered, unsure of what transpired. The two individuals who had been chattering just moments ago immediately assumed defensive stances. The outward sword aura cleaved the ground before them, carving a deep trench several meters long. A group of individuals hastily evaded. What the hell? The Hinata brother gasped in shock. Raza was equally astonished. They had concealed themselves so well. How could they have been discovered? Raza surveyed those before him. One woman carried a medical kit. A medical ninja posed no significant threat. One had Byakugan, from Kenoha. Another possessed Sharingan, also from Kenoha. And the last, a blind man? Raza was perplexed. What a peculiar combination. They were all from Kenoha. How infuriating. So they had long been aware of his approach. Raza instinctively believed Kenoha had anticipated his ambush. Otherwise, how could they have detected his presence? Kenoha was exceedingly cunning. Very well. I shall not hold back. Uchiha Chikyu and Shisui had no intention of refuting. The explanation would be too exhausting. It was better to engage directly. Everyone, close your eyes. Avoid looking at the Uchiha's eyes. Raza instinctively chose to evade Shisui's Sharingan. Does Kenoha believe four individuals can thwart me? Even with Uchiha and Hinata among them, what difference does it make? There are still two liabilities. Raza, convinced of his superiority, thought, I do not strike women. A true man does not lay hands on women, especially a medical ninja. He then charged directly at Uchiha Chikyu, thinking, this one must be weak. I shall strike first. Chapter 85. Rasha, let me just disappear like this. That fellow is your companion, isn't he? Aren't you going to save him? Chiyo manipulated her two puppets, blocking Shisui and Hinata. She then curiously inquired. Shisui remained silent. Hinata remained silent. The nearby non-combatant, Yukushina Noyu, also fell into silence, even contemplating whether to clean his ears. What? What had they just heard? Was it merely an illusion? Shisui struggled to suppress a laugh. Hinata was unaware of Uchiha Chikyu's prowess. But seeing that his own allies refrained from intervening, he felt it was not his place to act. Yukushina Noyu was perhaps the one most inclined to laugh heartily. Why had Rasha chosen Uchiha Chikyu? Others might not discern it immediately, but Yukushina Noyu certainly understood. It was undoubtedly because Rasha found Uchiha Chikyu easy to handle, picking the softest fruit, choosing to strike the blind. TSK. This newly appointed fourth Kazekage lacked intelligence. The three bore strange expressions, none daring to speak. Amidst the silence, Chiyo sensed something amiss. Was it because that lad was blind that you all abandoned him? So this is the current Kenoha. Chiyo scoffed coldly. She should have known better. The death of White Fang was proof enough. Companions? How significant is that? They are non-existent. As Chiyo contemplated, her anger intensified. Kenoha, which had slain her own son, White Fang, had not been vanquished by her hand but rather perished at the hands of Kenoha. How absurd. It seemed her journey was not in vain. In addition to aiding Scorpion, she could witness such a spectacle. The puppets under Chiyo's control launched more ferociously. Shisui found it somewhat taxing. The Sharingan was ineffective against puppets. Moreover, Chiyo had faced Kenoha on numerous occasions. She was well prepared. Regardless of whether it was the Sharingan or Byakugan, she evaded all attacks. While the puppets fought 2 against 1, Chiyo also diverted some attention towards Uchiha Chikyu. This child was indeed unfortunate. Blind yet sent out to battle. Kenoha truly. Before Chiyo could finish her thoughts, she saw Uchiha Chikyu draw his sword. Humph. Merely a blind man. Rasha had no regard for Uchiha Chikyu's actions. Just a sword draw. What could that possibly? Flash, steel, slash. Rasha's eyes widened in shock. What? The powerful sword energy was as swift as lightning. Should it strike, he would be left either dead or gravely injured. Rasha summoned his utmost speed, forming a wall of gold sand before him. Then came a piercing sound of friction. Boom. The already fragile wall of gold sand was sheared off a significant chunk, shattered by the sword energy. Uchiha Chikyu seemed to feel that he had not harmed Rasha and raised his hand for another strike. How dare you? Rasha's eyes turned crimson with fury. That gold sand was the reserve of Sunagakure. One strike had wasted half of his gold sand. All of that was money. Rasha felt a pain that rendered him breathless. Chiyo was also taken aback. That stance. That formidable slash. It reminded Chiyo of White Fang. In an instant, the figures of both men overlapped in Chiyo's mind. So it is. So it is. Initially believing this lad to be the weakest, she was taken aback by his astonishing swordsmanship. Flash, steel, slash. Uchiha Chikyu now targeted not only Rasha, but also the remaining portion of his gold sand. Did he truly believe he was an easy target? Since he had taken the initiative to attack, he must be prepared to suffer losses. Uchiha Chikyu imparted a profound lesson to the 4th Kazekage. Choosing the wrong opponent meant bearing the consequences. Rasha lost the remaining half of his gold sand. He himself was sent flying. Uffed. Rasha spat out a mouthful of blood. Let me just perish like this. 4th Kazekage. The surrounding sand shinobi wore expressions of disbelief. It was not that they were unwilling to assist. They simply could not intervene. What they did not expect was how swiftly the Kazekage would kneel. Defeated. Was that truly a blind man? A multitude gazed at Uchiha Chikyu with terror in their eyes. This man was utterly fearsome. Chiyo directly ensnared Shisui and Hinata with her puppets and charged forward. Rasha, I'm coming to aid you. You useless fellow. What could Chiyo do? She never anticipated Rasha would crumble so easily. Moreover, that blind boy was surprisingly powerful. Puppet technique, manipulative blade. Chiyo unleashed her most proficient puppet technique. She saw the shadow of White Fang in this boy, and indeed, he was remarkably strong. Had it been otherwise, Chiyo would never have personally engaged a youth. Intriguing, Uchiha Chikyu remarked with a smile. Compared to the previous 4th Kazekage, Chiyo was truly the trump card of Sunagakure. Dual Sky Stream. Uchiha Chikyu swung his sword again. Unlike his prior attack against the 4th Kazekage, this one unleashed a massive sword energy that surged with Uchiha Chikyu's chakra, rushing towards all the puppets. Those hard puppets, which had caused Shisui and Hinata great distress, crumbled effortlessly beneath Uchiha Chikyu's blade. As the sword energy dissipated, the remnants of the puppets lay scattered about. As an adversary, Chiyo remained unharmed. You did not exert your full strength. Therefore, I too have held back. Chiyo comprehended Uchiha Chikyu's unfulfilled intent. A bitter smile graced her lips. Compassion from an enemy. How utterly speechless. I concede. Chiyo stated calmly. You are not even half my age. Had you intended to injure me earlier? Chiyo recalled her puppet technique, light shield seal, but then shook her head. It would likely not withstand this boy's sword energy. Observing Uchiha Chikyu's age, Chiyo felt further astonished. Where had this genius emerged from? At such an age, with such strength, he could already rival them, the old-timers. The confrontation between Chiyo and Uchiha Chikyu reached a stalemate. Meanwhile, the 4th Kazekage could no longer endure the blow and fainted. What of the Kazekage's prestige? What of the village's finances? Rasha wished he could just vanish. Wake up. Chiyo was not inclined to indulge him. He had overestimated his abilities in attempting to gain an advantage from Kenoha. Now he was reaping what he had sown. Unwilling to confront the reality, Chiyo coldly reflected. Even if he was left with but a breath, he must rise to clean up this mess. Chapter 86. The most embarrassing when Shadow Raza painfully opened his eyes, only to be met with the stern expression of Granny Chiyo. Surrounding him were elite jonin from Sunagakure, their faces obscured. Yet Raza could unmistakably perceive the disdain in their eyes. Let him die like this. Get up. Granny Chiyo delivered a punch without hesitation. Heh. Still trying to escape after waking up? Not a chance. Raza was awkwardly yanked to his feet. Witnessing this scene, Hinata, the younger brother, blinked furiously. This can't be right. His mouth agape, he thought. I must be mistaken. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, pondering if it was merely an overuse of his Byakugan. How could a blind man possibly dominate the situation? However, upon reopening his eyes, the scene remained unchanged. Hinata fell silent once more. Uchiha Shisui, have you cast a genjutsu on me? I have heard tales of your extraordinary illusions. The only possibility that came to Hinata's mind was that they were all ensnared in Uchiha Shisui's genjutsu. You are overthinking it. Shisui's Sharingan has turned into Byakugan. I haven't activated the. Such powerful illusions are beyond me. Stop imagining. What you see is indeed reality. Lord Chikyu is simply that formidable. There is no way to replicate Lord Chikyu's prowess, even within an illusion. At that moment, Hinata found himself dazed, reluctantly admitting the undeniable truth. It was truly the work of Uchiha Chikyu. So this fellow is that impressive? Screaming in disbelief, Hinata began to frantically reminisce, wondering if he had committed any foolish acts along the way. Thankfully, he had not offended anyone. Yet, recalling the previous divisions, Hinata felt a twinge of confusion. Uchiha Chikyu is so powerful. What could he possibly remain unaware of? With such strength, even Kenoha's higher-ups must surely hold him in high regard. Hinata felt a genuine envy. If only the Hyuga clan could achieve such greatness one day. Suddenly, Hinata grasped the meaning behind the clan leader's words. So that's it. I understand now. What he needed to do was to cling tightly to Uchiha Chikyu's coattails. Yes, that's it. Absolutely correct. With such strength, he could recruit 10 subordinates. Mission progress, 710. Just as Uchiha Chikyu sheathed his sword, he heard the system's voice once more. Who is it this time? Oh, it's that Hinata. No matter. Uchiha Chikyu's mood brightened. More subordinates meant faster growth in his strength. Yakushi Nanoyu, seeing that Uchiha Chikyu was disinclined to address subsequent matters, took the initiative to step forward. She wished to cling to Uchiha Chikyu's coattails. You attacked Kenoha for the three tails, right? We have long stated that Kenoha did not obtain it. Yakushi Nanoyu declared with righteous indignation. Even if we had, we wouldn't tell you. You have been deceived by the Mist Village. If you seek trouble, go find the Mizukage. True to her espionage expertise, Yakushi Nanoyu did not forget to add a few more enemies to the fourth Mizukage. I told you, the fourth Mizukage is definitely up to no good. You simply refuse to believe it. Granny Chiyo continued to support Yakushi Nanoyu, launching a comprehensive and unrelenting assault on the fourth Kazekage. Serves you right. Watching the fourth Kazekage stagger away, Hinata felt a wave of emotion. Uchiha Chikyu is truly remarkable. Otherwise, even Granny Chiyo's puppet techniques would have been more than enough to give them a good thrashing. Finally, Uchiha Chikyu and his group arrived at the front lines of Kenoha. Tsunade, Jeriah, and Orochimaru came upon hearing the news. I heard you encountered Chiyo on the way? Tsunade's tone was laced with disdain. All the poisons I used have been neutralized. How dare she still come to cause trouble for Kenoha? Tsunade held a modicum of respect for Chiyo. However, as an enemy, she saw no reason to be courteous. All adversaries deserved a fitting rebuke. Fortunately, the puppets have some merit. Uchiha Chikyu felt slightly unsatisfied. Chiyo must have even more powerful puppets, right? That's about right. It's not as if she would reveal all her trump cards. Tsunade, being the most knowledgeable, remarked. Satisfied, she patted Uchiha Chikyu on the shoulder. Regardless, you did splendidly. The news of your victory over the fourth Kazekage has already spread. Heh. I foresee that they are about to be in quite the predicament. Tsunade exclaimed. Reveling in their misfortune, Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, gazed at Uchiha Chikyu with admiration. That is the Kazekage, on par with the Hokage. To lose to Uchiha Chikyu like this? It was said that he was so infuriated he spat blood. Yuzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai looked on with admiration for Uchiha Chikyu. Yet, the two girls hesitated to approach, as Rin had just passed away. Surely, Chikyu-san must be grieving too. They decided not to exacerbate his sorrow at this moment. However, the fourth Kazekage would undoubtedly be furious. After all, he is a Kage. Would Chikyu-san face retaliation? Yuzuki Yugao's thoughts were particularly intricate, expressing her concerns. Tsunade rolled her eyes at her words. Indeed, the authenticity can rival that of Hinata over there. Tsunade was not rolling her eyes due to Yuzuki Yugao's comment. Rather, she was irritated by the swarm of admirers drawn to the evil Uchiha. The previous three-tails Jinchuriki girl, the one speaking now, and the one beside her. Why did they all seem so enamored with this Uchiha? Clearly, their tasks must not have been demanding enough. Tsunade felt it was necessary to increase the intensity of missions and the depth of learning for Konoha's young ninjas. A reform must be initiated. It will be fine. Such matters cannot be concealed simply because they wish to. The speaker was Minato. Seeing Uchiha Chikyu return safely, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It seemed Rin was also unharmed. After Obito's demise, he had only a few students left. He truly could not afford to lose another. Oh, this is wonderful. Not only did Yuzuki Yuga breathe a sigh of relief, but those around Might Guy felt reassured as well. As long as my good brother is safe. Good brother, it has been so long since you returned. I have grown stronger. Let us engage in some youthful sparring. Might Guy, ever exuberant, was eager to spar with Uchiha Chikyu. Asuma and others were equally eager. It's been a while. We have all gotten stronger. Let us have a friendly match. Uchiha Chikyu, still blind to the world, felt a chill run down his spine. Uchiha Chikyu thought to himself, I wish to return to Kenoha. Wealth, wine, and peace. Chapter 87. I shall not be human anymore. Ursha now finds himself in even greater torment. Lying on his hospital bed, his gaze is vacant. It is evident that he can no longer hold the position of Wind Shadow. Alas, he has become a despondent shell of his former self, devoid of dreams. You certainly possess some talent. The Wind Shadow advisor, Hai Laotsong, stands with his arms crossed, mockingly observing Ursha. This young man indeed has some abilities. Not only is Hai Laotsong the Wind Shadow advisor, but he is also the brother of Chiyo. His sister has been entirely unconcerned with the affairs of the village ever since the incident with Scorpion. It is astonishing that this boy could even persuade someone to leave. And to top it off, he returned in disgrace. How embarrassing. It is truly humiliating for Sunagakure to have chosen such a shameful fourth Wind Shadow. But was that person truly so formidable? After his derisive remarks, Hai Laotsong's brow furrowed in contemplation. Kenoha has given rise to yet another genius. Ursha's face flushed with hues of green and red. What could he do? He had just been brutally beaten outside. Upon returning, instead of receiving any comfort, he was subjected to relentless mockery. Ursha thought to himself, let the world perish. However, the will of the world does not heed Ursha's desires. Smiling, faced with Hai Laotsong's skepticism, Ursha nodded laboriously. Yes, indeed, he is that powerful. I have already inquired. Uchiha Chikyu, a prodigious talent newly emerged from Kenoha. The feats of Uchiha Chikyu are so astonishing that Kenoha cannot even conceal them. Therefore, information regarding him is exceedingly easy to obtain. Just send out a few people, and they will return with tales. Ursha lamented bitterly. TMD. I have been thoroughly duped this time. I have suffered due to my lack of keen intelligence. Had I known of Uchiha Chinyu's remarkable achievements sooner, well, perhaps I still would not have believed it. Ursha's mouth was filled with bitterness. No. Hai Laotsong, do you truly believe such information? Ursha craved validation. He could only cling to Hai Laotsong before him to analyze the situation. Sunagakure employs a strategy of overwhelming numbers to force the third Hokage to self-destruct. But what of Uchiha Chikyu? Faced with a situation akin to that of the third Hokage, Uchiha Chikyu carved a bloody path. It is said that killing was as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Sunagakure had no opportunity to resist. Listen, is this believable? And what of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Even Ursha himself, when confronted by all 7, could only flee. The title Blood Mist is not one to be taken lightly. The ninjas of Kirigakure are all reckless. Uchiha Chikyu annihilated them all. He even brought their corpses back to Kenoha. But they have not seen it. The truth remains uncertain. Ursha wore a pained expression. The most crucial point is this. That lad is blind, which is unfortunate enough, but he is also an Uchiha. What are the Uchiha known for? The Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Uchiha Chikyu seems entirely at odds with this. Hence, he is a prodigious genius. Hai Laotsong found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, these accomplishments are utterly shocking. So shocking that one cannot help but question their authenticity. Until one has truly endured the overwhelming might of Uchiha Chikyu, who could accept such a reality? Hai Laotsong coughed twice. In truth, he had also harbored doubts. Yet, upon seeing his own fourth Wind Shadow lying in bed, he felt it might indeed be credible. Alas, Kenoha produces geniuses in abundance. If only Scorpion were still around. Hai Laotsong felt a pang of sorrow. Sunagakure is not without its own talents. But alas, one has defected. Had Scorpion remained, he might not have been Uchiha Chinyu's match. Chiyo, having just entered the room, spoke with conviction. Hai Laotsong was taken aback. Wasn't Scorpion enough of a genius? He managed to slay Sunagakure's mightiest third Wind Shadow and escape unscathed. Yet why does Chiyo seem to favor that Kenoha lad? Uchiha Chiryu is indeed formidable. Upon seeing him, I am reminded of the legendary White Fang. Hai Lao Tsang's expression turned grave. White Fang. That man was unparalleled in swordsmanship. Undoubtedly the most skilled swordsman Hai Lao Tsang had ever encountered. Moreover, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law perished at the hands of White Fang. For Chiyo to compare Uchiha Chiryu to White Fang speaks volumes about her regard for his prowess. His sword is swifter and sharper than White Fang's blade. Chiyo reminisced about the remnants of her puppets and sighed deeply. As long as he lives, the coming years. Chiyo shook her head. She truly felt her age. Arsha, lying in bed and listening to their discussion, felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Chiyo, you are my wind shadow advisor. Is it appropriate to praise my rivals so? Though Uchiha Chiryu is indeed extraordinary, Arsha's heart ached. Woe is me. Does he not wish to be equally impressive? Yet he finds himself incapable. Sensing Arsha's despondent gaze, Chiyo glanced at the better-than fourth wind shadow. I have already resolved this mistake for you. Focus on your recovery. You are still the fourth wind shadow. Faced with such a wind shadow, Chiyo felt helpless. What could she do? Arsha had been too reckless. This incident had stripped Arsha of all dignity. But does Sunagakure have a better candidate for wind shadow? None. Otherwise, Arsha would not have been chosen in the first place. They can only select the tallest among the short. Arsha is still somewhat acceptable. Moreover, Sunagakure cannot endure any further turmoil. Frequent changes in leadership will only exacerbate the situation. So be it. What else can be done? We shall make do. As long as you have a thick skin, this hurdle shall be overcome. Arsha, still reeling from the fact that he remained the wind shadow, was once again struck by Chiyo's words. How heart-wrenching. I understand now. Arsha lowered his head, feeling wronged. He was disheartened. Imagine the illustrious wind shadow, laid low by a mere boy of about 10 from Kenoha, a blind boy, reduced to lying on a hospital bed, unable to rise. How could he not feel ashamed? Yet to reclaim his pride? The image of Uchiha Chiryu drawing his sword flashed through Arsha's mind. Apologies. Perhaps it is best to let it be. He will continue to endure this shame. This is not cowardice. It is simply a matter of self-awareness. Arsha dared not confront Uchiha Chiryu again. That fellow is not human. Regardless, as long as he maintains a thick skin, others' criticisms will not catch up to him. Neither Hai Lao Tsang nor Chiyo were aware that in the briefest of moments, their fourth wind shadow had undergone a profound psychological transformation. It could be summarized as, Jojo, I shall not be human anymore. Chapter 88. The notorious fourth Kazekage. The news of Rasha being brutally beaten reached Inoki of the Iwagakure, prompting him to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The Sand Village has truly embarrassed itself. It seemed that Inoki had conveniently forgotten the humiliating defeat of his own countless troops at the hands of Uchiha Chiryu. Watching the spectacle of others' misfortune was undeniably entertaining. He leisurely observed from a distance, yet a sigh escaped his lips. Uchiha Chiryu was indeed formidable. If this trend continued, as long as he remained, Kenoha's status would remain unchallenged, a thought that made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, Rasha's misfortune alleviated the awkwardness previously faced by several villages. What? Defeated 1 against 10? No matter. The fourth Kazekage was beaten. What? The 7 ninja swordsmen were annihilated? No matter. The fourth Kazekage was beaten. In matters of disgrace, could there be anything more humiliating than a village's leader being bested? Certainly not. This was a silver lining, yet Inoki's concerns lingered. Would Kenoha continue to maintain its hegemony for so many years? What was the purpose of instigating this ninja world war? Contemplating his next move, Inoki yearned for the Three Tails. However, Rasha's disgrace instilled a sense of hesitation. It was amusing to watch others suffer, yet if the same were to happen to him, it would be far from humorous. Inoki did not wish to become the next fourth Kazekage. Was he to seek out Kumogakure? One man's strength was insufficient. He required allies. A notion began to form in Inoki's mind. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure. Huh? A startled Ei read through the recently delivered intelligence, his mind still reeling. What had transpired? The fourth Kazekage was beaten? The assailant was Uchiha Chiryu? This was truly splendid. Ei excitedly smashed the table. Cough, cough. Ei had learned to pretend he hadn't seen it. Well, now there was just another new table. The village was somewhat chaotic following his father's death. But it appeared that Sunagakure was undoubtedly in a greater state of disarray. Ei squinted his eyes. Uchiha Chiryu must have grown even stronger. He recalled that not long ago, he had challenged the fourth Kazekage, Rasha. That technique, gold sand, was indeed troublesome, both offensive and defensive, capable of manipulation and transformation, usable at both close and long range. Even the robust Ei found it challenging to contend with Rasha. However, the intelligence indicated that Uchiha Chikyu had easily bested the fourth Kazekage. It was said that even the gold sand was obliterated. This could not be human. Fourth Kazekage, I have abandoned my humanity. By this reckoning, Sunagakure's morale must be plummeting. Yuye pondered his strategy. Kenoha was unassailable. Kirigakure was too distant. The Wagakure had just suffered a loss. If Rasha were incapacitated by Uchiha Chikyu, Yuye would not have considered this strategy. Now, however, the situation had changed. A surprise attack could potentially yield a substantial advantage against Sunagakure. Lord Raikage, trouble. Just as Yuye was devising his ambush, a panicked voice from his direct guard interrupted. What is all this noise? Yuye frowned, his thoughts disrupted. Lord Killer Bee is missing. What? Yuye sprang to his feet. Killer Bee. He must have gone to find Uchiha Chikyu. Realization struck him swiftly. Foolish Edo. Itachi, stare. Did he truly believe he could contend with Uchiha Chikyu? Quickly, go to Kenoha and bring him back. The sooner, the better. If Kenoha were to gain another Jinchuriki, it would signify a complete lack of goodwill. Udo was still harboring the Eight Tails. What if Uchiha Chikyu decided to keep the Eight Tails? Yuye was on the verge of madness. No. I shall go personally. You cannot restrain Killer Bee. The Raikage guard felt belittled yet unable to retort. Could they truly stop Killer Bee? They were dreaming. In contrast to others reveling in misfortune, the third Hokage's expression upon receiving the news was one of sheer ecstasy. Wonderful. The fourth Kazekage? Haha. In future collaborations, we shall present Uchiha Chikyu prominently. The image was too splendid to fathom. Konoha's position would only solidify further. The third Hokage mused. We must expedite Uchiha Chikyu's induction into the Umbu. Only then can his achievements be counted towards the Hokage lineage. In the Uchiha estate, Fugaku and Hinata Hisashi sat face to face. Hisashi held a teacup, overwhelmed with emotion. Chikyu's strength is unimaginable. He can even defeat a Kage, Uchiha clan leader. You are indeed fortunate. Hisashi's insights stemmed from intelligence within the Uchiha clan, coupled with a letter from Hinata's brother. The letter brimmed with accounts of Uchiha Chikyu's remarkable feats. Shock and disbelief were evident. The acclaim for Uchiha Chikyu was undeniable. Hisashi understood now the true extent of Chikyu's power. Thus, he found himself seated here today, convinced that he ought to have a serious discussion with Uchiha Fugaku. Jeriah, get out. Once again, Jeriah was unceremoniously ejected from the bathhouse. Following closely behind was Uchiha Chikyu, maintaining an air of calm. Indeed, no one dares to lay a hand on Uchiha Chikyu. Not even Tsunade, who tossed Jeriah out. Tsunade, you are biased. This lad is with me. Jeriah protested. Can he see this? Tsunade, hands on her hips, cast a disapproving gaze at Uchiha Chikyu. A good child like him has been led astray by you. You are the root of the problem. What? Uchiha Chikyu is an Uchiha? Tsunade believed she had long since shed any prejudice. It was simply that this lad was too adept. He could drink and gamble. Tsunade quickly dismissed her biases against Uchiha Chikyu and redirected her ire solely at Jeriah. Jeriah was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chikyu calmly counted his observation Haki points. Following the perverted sage proved to be reliable. His observation Haki had reached 100 points, automatically deducted. The basic observation Haki had upgraded to intermediate observation Haki. Excellent. Uchiha Chikyu decisively activated intermediate observation Haki, eager to assess the situation. Huh. What are those two large round objects? Chapter 89. Truths unveiled after drinking. Uchiha Chikuru instinctively blinked. After unlocking the intermediate observation technique, his vision remained starkly black and white. However, it appeared to possess an enhanced, almost X-ray-like quality. Regardless of the distance, anything within Uchiha Chikuru's perceptive range could be discerned. This ability was indeed remarkable. Uchiha Chikuru adjusted his angle. Oh, it's Tsunade. No worries. Tsunade, on the other hand, felt a sudden chill. Had she just sensed someone gazing at her? She scanned her surroundings warily. Apart from Jeriah and Uchiha Chikuru, there was no one else. Since Uchiha Chikuru was invisible, it had to be Jeriah. Warning, scapegoat alert. Jeriah, prepare to meet your doom. Tsunade clenched her fist and charged forward. Jeriah cowered, shouting, Tsunade, calm down. I didn't do anything. Today. The front lines of Kenoha remained as peaceful as ever. After a vigorous beating, Tsunade felt delightfully elated. She even prepared some wine and sought out Orochimaru to share a drink. There were countless matters to attend to throughout the day, Tsunade remarked, observing Orochimaru engrossed in writing. He seemed to take a break in days. What pressing issues could possibly remain on the front line? Uchiha Chikuru's presence had become a deterrent. Ordinary folks dared not provoke Kenoha anymore. The fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure was a rare fool in comparison. Nothing much, Orochimaru coughed lightly. Damn. Tsunade had arrived so quietly. Had it not been for her words, he would have remained oblivious to her presence. Was his vigilance truly that diminished? Orochimaru's expression darkened as he recalled his experiences since arriving at the front line. His primary target, Uchiha Chikuru, remained elusive. The tranquility had lowered his guard significantly. What he had been writing was his work plan for the next 6 months, to study Uchiha Chikuru. Indeed, in light of his inability to capture Uchiha Chikuru, Orochimaru opted for a different approach. For instance, might there be commonalities among those of the same bloodline? Danzo's plan. Come, let us drink. Let us relax today. Noticing Orochimaru lost in thought, Tsunade, unaware of his musings, draped her arm around his shoulders. Drink. 1 cup for you, 1 for me. Tsunade drank as if it were mere water. Orochimaru's tolerance was even lower than hers. Enough. I can't drink anymore. This was the last vestige of Orochimaru's sanity. Drink. To the limits. Wah. You won't even let me drink. Tsunade lamented, already intoxicated. Uchiha. Why is that Uchiha Chikuru so formidable? Why must he be an Uchiha? Wouldn't it be better if he were a Senju? Tsunade finally expressed her innermost feelings. Yes. That was the source of her discontent towards Uchiha Chikuru. If he were a Senju, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Perhaps if he were a Senju, he might be even stronger? Or if he could receive a transplant of would-release cells. I possess some. Orochimaru, unable to restrain himself, followed Tsunade's line of thought. Indeed, Uchiha blood is thin and frail. Senju blood is abundant and robust. If Uchiha Chikuru possessed Senju or Uzumaki lineage, would he be even more powerful? Orochimaru's heart and hands stirred with anticipation, desiring the Senju bloodline. Quite feasible. Would-release cells. Danzo has an abundance of them. Just a little to procure. As Tsunade was about to concur, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Where did you acquire would-release cells? Her mind was not entirely clear, merely reacting subconsciously to the keywords. Would-release cells? Isn't that something only her granduncle possessed? Even the cells stored at the old Senju residence had long been depleted. Where could Orochimaru have obtained them? Moreover, how could he even know about them? Tsunade shook her head, striving to regain her clarity, only to find herself more dizzy. I don't have. Oh, so Orochimaru doesn't have any. Then there's nothing. But perhaps Danzo does. I could ask him. In an instant, both of them snapped to attention. Just moments ago, they were chummy, but now they stared at each other in astonishment. Tsunade and Orochimaru widened their eyes, neither willing to blink first. Tsunade mentally cursed herself, a form of labor. What had just transpired? She only came to enjoy a drink and vent about Uchiha Chikuru. What was this situation? What had she just heard? Danzo possesses would-release cells? Where did that come from? This was truly alarming. Orochimaru was equally baffled. What had he just said in Tsunade's presence? Damn, this is bad. Orochimaru internally screamed while maintaining an unperturbed exterior. The enemy remained still while I remained still. It must be because he had been contemplating how to study Uchiha Chikuru before Tsunade's entrance. The ordinary banter with Tsunade had spiraled into something far more complex. Their thoughts were no longer aligned, leading to a confusing exchange. Had they inadvertently revealed too much? Orochimaru was on the verge of suffocating from the weight of his blunder. Did you just speak the truth? Tsunade's voice was soft, yet in the silence of their solitude, it resonated loudly. Orochimaru wished to retort with sarcasm. What do you think? Ha. Tsunade. Orochimaru. There you are? Jeriah's boisterous laughter shattered the tense atmosphere. Following closely was the medical nin, Yukushi no Noyu, delivering documents. As Jeriah chuckled, he gradually sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Why had no one interrupted him? This felt off. His laughter diminished as he scratched his head. The silence between Tsunade and Orochimaru was far too strange. Forget it. I'll go find Chikuru, Jeriah decisively stated. Preparing to leave. I'll go with you. Tsunade stood up. Orochimaru provided no answer, but Tsunade was no fool. After her drunken state, it was clear that Orochimaru had inadvertently spilled the beans. Since it concerned Uchiha Chikuru, the latter could not possibly be oblivious. Yukushi no Noyu's gaze flitted among the group, intrigued. It appeared she had stumbled upon something significant. Perhaps she could gain an ally to help bring down Danzo. Quickly, she too would join the commotion surrounding Uchiha Chikuru. Such a splendid opportunity must not be missed. Chapter 90, Scorpion. Who are you? It doesn't matter. I'm here to deal with you. Uchiha Chihiro, not so? Do you all think I'm some kind of perverse cat, aware of every trinket and secret? You should know in your heart. What could Uchiha Chihiro say? Even if Tsunade were to return and cause a ruckus, it wouldn't significantly affect Uchiha Chihiro. You should also be aware of the nature of Orochimaru and Danzo. Why bother with so much? As long as one is strong enough, no matter their schemes. They are mere dreams. This is Uchiha Chihiro's answer. Become stronger. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, any adversary's machinations can be effortlessly thwarted. Unable to achieve this? Then it simply means you are not powerful enough. Uchiha Chihiro's words struck Tsunade like a thunderbolt. Indeed, because she lacked strength, she had been incessantly losing. If only she could become stronger, a fierce fire ignited within Tsunade's heart. She glanced at Uchiha Chihiro. So this is the reason this young man has grown so formidable? He harbors a steadfast goal within his heart, one entirely different from her own. If such a person were not powerful, then there would truly be a problem. Tsunade was astonished by Uchiha Chihiro's conviction. She came to understand the thoughts residing within him. This young man, thumbs up, truly capable. A person of great potential. Tsunade said nothing more and turned to leave. Uchiha Chihiro had expressed all he could. The rest was for her to contemplate. Scene shifts to another cave, not Obito. Has the fourth Kazekage also been defeated? A swordsman? After perusing the message sent by the exchange station, the cherry-haired youth crushed it into powder. The puppeteer was manipulating a puppet before him. This was no ordinary puppet. It was transformed from the corpse of the strongest Kazekage of Sunagakure, the third Kazekage. The identity of the cherry-haired youth became apparent. He was the rogue ninja of Sunagakure, Sasori of the Red Sand. How intriguing, Sasori mused to himself, his gaze fixated on the Kazekage puppet. I have slain a Kazekage. And the leaf has defeated a Kazekage. Who among us is stronger? Sasori's imagination ran wild. Uchiha Chihiro. The leaf. Swordsman. These terms, when combined, reminded Sasori of the one who killed his parents. The leaf's white fang. If I could defeat Uchiha Chihiro, would that not equate to vanquishing the white fang of the leaf? Would that not serve as vengeance for my parents? The more Sasori pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Let me see just how formidable Uchiha Chihiro truly is. Sasori donned the newly crafted puppet and set off towards the battlefield of the leaf. Oh dear. I seem to be lost. With sunglasses and a peculiar accent, Killer Bee stood in the depths of the forest. His eyes were vacant. Where am I? This path cannot hinder my progress. Not only do I wish to meet Uchiha Chihiro, but the Eight Tails would also like to meet your brother. Yerrick, Killer Bee exclaimed in a sing-song manner as he sought another direction. This time, I am certain to succeed. Having already reached the frontline battlefield of the leaf. The Rakage guards, Lord Killer Bee. Where on earth have you been? As a hopeless wanderer, Killer Bee had successfully run away from home. He couldn't even be located by his own family. After enduring countless hardships, the Eight Tails within him could no longer tolerate it. You have traversed this path before. You have taken this route as well. Fool. The Eight Tails was furious. Indeed, it still remembered Uchiha Chihiro. A human, capable of defeating Killer Bee while harnessing the power of the tailed beast sealed within him. That individual is truly formidable, even sealed within Killer Bee's body. The Eight Tails yearned for a confrontation with him. Thus, Killer Bee often used its name as an excuse, and the Eight Tails never contested it. However, what the Eight Tails did not anticipate was how utterly inept Killer Bee would be on his own. How had Killer Bee managed to ambush the leaf last time? Oh, someone was following him. No wonder. Killer Bee retained his confidence to continue wandering down one path after another. The Eight Tails had vanished. Now, immediately, right away, find the correct route. If you waste any more time, I will obliterate you all. The Eight Tails has gone mad. Ha ha ha. Eight Tails, you are truly clever. Killer Bee seemed utterly oblivious to the Eight Tails' disdain. He continued to scratch his head and laugh heartily. With the Eight Tails' assistance, Killer Bee finally did not stray from the right path. I knew I would find the correct way. I did it. Yerrick. As he beheld the battlefield of the leaf looming before him, Killer Bee struck a pose and laughed uproariously. The Eight Tails was on the verge of despair. This Jinchuriki is useless. Too incompetent. Clearly, it was the Eight Tails' might that guided him out of his plight. Yet he dared to boast here. Without the Eight Tails, Killer Bee would still be lost even after a month of wandering. Indeed, Killer Bee is that much of a fool. Nonetheless, Killer Bee was entirely unconcerned with the Eight Tails' assessment. Look, the Eight Tails can communicate with me now. Hands on hips. Proud. The Eight Tails simply does not yet comprehend my aesthetic. Sooner or later, the Eight Tails will genuinely acknowledge me. Yerrick. Killer Bee was filled with such confidence. Swish. Just as Killer Bee stood proudly with his hands on his hips, a sudden sound sliced through the air from behind. Killer Bee spun around abruptly. A cowardly ambush. Yarick. Killer Bee immediately turned to find a young boy behind him, manipulating a puppet clad in the full attire of the Kazekage. Killer Bee widened his eyes. Impressive. You are Sasori of the Red Sand from Sunagakure. Killer Bee instantly recognized this person's identity. Sasori was quite renowned in the ninja world for his deeds. He had slain his own Kazekage. Not every rogue ninja would dare to do such a thing. Yet Sasori had not only accomplished it, but also audaciously crafted a controllable puppet from the Kazekage's corpse. Impressive. Truly remarkable. While Killer Bee was in awe, he felt more revulsion. If anyone dared to kill A and turn him into a puppet, Killer Bee would charge in and have the 8 tails explode. You are Uchiha Chihiro? You don't look quite like it. Sasori squinted, observing the dark-skinned figure before him with curiosity. He appeared somewhat different from the rumors. Could it be a mutation? Sasori wasted no time. He lightly moved his fingers. Forget it. No matter who you are, your presence here certainly relates to the Leaf. Defeat them all, Sasori declared with certainty. This is the frontline battlefield of the Leaf. Besides the people from the Leaf, who else could be here? The identity of this person? Irrelevant. Just strike. Hit him hard until he can no longer stand. Chapter 91. Something seems off, young one. You are truly intriguing. However, you are far from being able to defeat me, the great Killer Bee. With a flick of the wrist, Killer Bee faced the puppet controlled by Sasori without a hint of retreat. Though not the opponent he preferred, Uchiha Chihiro, this adversary still appeared formidable. Upon hearing that name, Sasori immediately reacted. This individual is the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. Killer Bee has actually ventured to the front lines of Kenoha. Sasori could not afford to ponder Killer Bee's intentions any longer. Since he had mistaken his target, he would simply proceed as if it were correct. After all, they were all enemies. For Sasori, a rogue ninja, there was nothing he could not do, no one he could not provoke. What did it matter? As long as one possessed the strength, they could act with impunity. Sasori deftly evaded Killer Bee's assault, maneuvering his puppet crafted from the third Kazekage into the fray. Every masterpiece requires the refinement of battle. Let me see if this puppet is truly perfect. Sasori narrowed his eyes, focusing on the puppet of the third Kazekage, which he had specifically designed for Sunagakure. He must not disappoint. A familiar chakra clashed with an unfamiliar one. Uchiha Chihiro had recognized their presence the moment Killer Bee and Sasori arrived. However, Uchiha Chihiro dismissed them, as long as they did not breach the perimeter. It was not a significant concern, but now, these two had suddenly engaged in combat? What was happening? Uchiha Chihiro felt a twinge of curiosity. Were these two not allies? Why were they fighting? A disturbance at the front lines. Chihiro-kun, I'm counting on you. Minato rushed over in haste. Jeriah was nowhere to be found, likely off gathering materials. Lady Tsunade had just returned to Kenoha but had disappeared again. Leaving Orochimaru to handle matters was hardly effective. The situation had escalated unexpectedly. Not daring to send other junior ninjas, Minato had arrived, accompanied by Kakashi and Hinata. I want to join. Hinata panted, having kept a vigilant eye on Uchiha Chihiro's movements, enabling him to arrive promptly. Upon seeing the expression of the yellow flash, he knew something significant was unfolding. He could not afford to miss witnessing Uchiha Chihiro's display of prowess. If he did, he felt he would have to atone with his life. All right. There is no time to lose. How dare these rabble invade our Kenoha territory? They must be prepared to meet their demise. Uchiha Chihiro nonchalantly nodded in agreement. He did not believe this was a grave matter. It was merely a feeling. Uchiha Chihiro did not oppose Minato's proposal. After all, these two had overstepped their bounds. Uchiha Chihiro and Minato moved with astonishing speed. Kakashi silently trailed behind. To Hinata's astonishment, he found himself lagging behind. How could this be? It was one thing to fall short of the yellow flash and Uchiha Chihiro, but why could he not even keep pace with that silver-haired boy? Kakashi sensed the shock in Hinata's gaze and glanced back at him. You'll get used to it. Hinata felt an inexplicable sorrow emanating from that statement. Kakashi indeed felt a pang of melancholy. Having been consistently overshadowed by Minato and Uchiha Chihiro, he had developed a sort of immunity. He had grown accustomed to it. He had become stronger. Now, at last, others could empathize with his feelings. Kakashi found solace in that thought. Obito, Rin, you would be pleased to know. Meanwhile, Killer Bee and Sasori were locked in a fierce battle, nearly forgetting the reason for their confrontation. Haha, this is unbearable. Your fighting style is simply infuriating. Killer Bee grew increasingly dissatisfied. How should he put it? Killer Bee favored the visceral thrill of combat. Even when employing ninjutsu, He relished the excitement of throwing punches. This was the fighting style of most cloud ninja, a robust physique, potent ninjutsu, born for battle, driven mad by combat. In stark contrast, Sasori's physical prowess could only be deemed average, better than those who never trained, yet nowhere near Killer Bee's level. Sasori relied more on his puppetry skills, creating and controlling numerous puppets. His puppets were laden with countless mechanisms. A mere opening could unleash a cloud of poison. His chest could suddenly reveal spinning blades. A defense nearly impossible to counter. I no longer wish to fight you. I want to battle Uchiha Chihiro. Killer Bee felt increasingly stifled. Without utilizing the power of the 8 tails, he could not even touch Sasori. It was utterly infuriating. Sasori chuckled coldly. Had these two forgotten where they were? Uchiha Chihiro, just arriving, felt utterly perplexed. What is going on here? A cloud ninja, Killer Bee, and a rogue sand ninja, Sasori. How on earth did these two cross paths? Uchiha Chihiro believed he should not have come. I'll just head back now. Uchiha Chihiro. It is you. My destined opponent. Come and fight with me to your heart's content. Killer Bee, despite wearing sunglasses, instantly locked onto Uchiha Chihiro. This was an adversary acknowledged by both him and the 8 tails. Naturally, he noticed Uchiha Chihiro's arrival. How splendid. Killer Bee beamed with a broad smile. Uchiha Chihiro was left speechless. No. Suddenly, the image of Might Guy flashed in his mind. Why? Mental pollution. This must be a psychological attack. Minato, we should return. There is no need for us here. Let them continue their battle. Uchiha Chihiro stated solemnly. Minato, however, accepted the notion with ease. Such charm Chihiro-kun possesses. He journeyed from afar just to battle Chihiro-kun? Such determination. Minato fell into contemplation. It seemed wrong to interfere. Hinata glared, his Byakugan clearly indicating the problem. Minato-senpai, wake up. These two are enemies. Please do not admire the enemy so casually. Let us focus. You are Uchiha Chihiro? The 4th Kazekage was defeated by you? Sasori's gaze shifted to Uchiha Chihiro. He trembled with excitement. Strong. Far stronger than he had imagined. Chapter 92. I arrived first. Uchiha Chikuri believed that Scorpion was not the type to seek revenge for the 4th Kazekage, having defected. How could Scorpion still harbor any feelings for Sunagakure? Certainly not. Seeking revenge for him? He is hardly worthy. A frenzied smile spread across Scorpion's face. Did the life or death of the 4th Kazekage concern him? Not in the slightest. If it were not for the fact that Chiobaba was still alive, Scorpion felt that even if Sunagakure were to be completely obliterated, it would not matter. I killed a Kazekage. Your strength is ample enough to slay the 4th Kazekage, Scorpion asserted with certainty. Uchiha Chikuri could effortlessly incapacitate Raza, even destroying his weapons. This indicated that Uchiha Chikuri still held back. Therefore, I wish to ascertain who among us is more formidable. Ideally, it would be possible to eliminate Uchiha Chikuri. Only then could Scorpion quell his wrath upon witnessing the White Fang's legacy. Uchiha Chikuri found Scorpion's reasoning somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, the enemy had already made their move. He would not retreat. Very well. Let me see how her grandson's puppet technique compares to Chiyo's. Uchiha Chikuri's words momentarily disoriented Scorpion. Wait, what is this? The intelligence did not mention this. If Chiyo was present at that time, how could she have watched Raza suffer so severely? Could Uchiha Chikuri handle Chiobaba's puppets as well? Scorpion's heart raced. Damn, he must have overlooked something. The Scorpion of the Red Sand was enraged. How could the intelligence fail to investigate thoroughly before coming here? This was a grave mistake. But now, it was too late to investigate further. Scorpion had no choice but to press on. I arrived first. As Uchiha Chikuri prepared to engage Scorpion, Killer Bee let out a strange cry. He even forgot his habitual catchphrase. I arrived first. Killer Bee's eyes clearly conveyed this sentiment, glaring at Uchiha Chikuri with the gaze of a jilted lover. Unfortunately, it was akin to casting flirtatious glances at the blind. Uchiha Chikuri was utterly oblivious. As for the others who could see, ugh, disgusting. If Killer Bee were as handsome as Uchiha Chikuri, that would be one thing. But Killer Bee was a muscular man with dark skin. Handsome? Their taste simply could not appreciate it. Hinata's younger brother painfully covered his eyes. Why must he witness such an excruciating sight? Desperately seeking a pair of pristine eyes that had never beheld such a spectacle. Hinata Hazashi, get lost quickly. Minato also turned away in distaste. Just a few more glimpses of Uchiha Chikuri. Clear your eyes. Simultaneously, Minato heightened his vigilance. Both of these individuals had their sights set on Uchiha Chikuri. It appeared they were both preparing for a one-on-one duel. But what if an unexpected turn of events occurred? What if these two suddenly teamed up? Minato was resolved to be cautious. No matter what, Uchiha Chikuri must not be placed in peril. Then you two should team up. I shall deal with both of you at once, so as not to waste my time. Uchiha Chikuri drew his sword, Fei Hong, his expression utterly composed, showing no sign of having uttered anything outrageous moments ago. Scorpion's eyes widened. Where did this fellow find such audacity? His title, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, was no trifling matter. Killer Bee, on the other hand, appeared eager for the challenge. Haha, a destined rival. I shall give it my all this time. A powerful clash awaits. Killer Bee began to sway excitedly. Hinata's younger brother frowned behind him. Is everything truly all right? If not, he could still lend a hand. The 8 trigrams palms should be able to restrain that muscle-bound brute. Hinata's younger brother was prepared to act. Kakashi remained stationary, revealing only his Sharingan, seeking greater clarity. Even if he could not replicate Chikuri's swordsmanship, with enough observation and practice, he would surely succeed. Don't cause trouble. As long as Chikuri is present, we shall remain mere background characters, Kakashi asserted with the tone of experience. Hinata's younger brother retorted, is it you two who are unhinged, or am I the one unbalanced? Scorpion's 10 fingers began to tremble. In the sunlight's reflection, Minato could discern the faint threads connecting to Scorpion's fingers. Scorpion did not approach. However, aside from the puppet fashioned from the third Kazekage's corpse, he suddenly unleashed 2 puppets, one male and one female. They bore a striking resemblance to Scorpion. Minato reasonably suspected that these must be the images of Scorpion's parents. What was he attempting to do? To have his own parents exact revenge? Minato was aware that Scorpion's parents had perished at the hands of the White Fang. So was this fellow viewing Uchiha Chikuri as another incarnation of Konoha's White Fang? Hiss. Minato felt a chill run down his spine. Kakashi emitted a cold snort. He was underestimating Uchiha Chikuri. That man, the White Fang of Kenoha, was not even in the same league as Uchiha Chikuri. He could only be deemed a genius swordsman because he did not share the same era as Uchiha Chikuri. Kakashi spoke with resolute conviction. Although he had laid aside his hatred for the White Fang, Kakashi could not forget the tribulations he faced after that man's demise. The physical and emotional pain endured. Moreover, Kakashi firmly believed that what he stated was the truth. Minato found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? Apologize to the White Fang? Or assert that Uchiha Chikuri was inferior to the White Fang? It was simply unthinkable. Such insincere words were beyond Minato's capacity to utter. In his heart, he believed Uchiha Chikuri surpassed the White Fang in strength. In every aspect, be it ninjutsu or swordsmanship, the White Fang could not even keep pace with Chikuri. Deep underground, the White Fang. Do these brats understand the concept of manners? Scorpion was aware of his own frail physique. Thus, he dared not approach Uchiha Chikuri. Instead, he manipulated his puppets to charge forth. In stark contrast, Killer Bee was brimming with enthusiasm. Haha, arch rivals. Come forth. This battle belongs to us. A powerful clash awaits. Killer Bee propelled himself forward, creating a massive crater beneath his feet. Then, like a missile, he launched himself at Uchiha Chikuri. Supersonic Thunderblade, Killer Bee shouted, simultaneously communicating with the Eight Tails. Lend me your strength, great Eight Tails. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. Uchiha Chikuri's swordsmanship was formidable. Killer Bee had long recognized this. Without the Eight Tails' aid, he would undoubtedly be no match for Uchiha Chikuri. However, he was one with the Eight Tails. He possessed the strength to defeat Uchiha Chikuri. Haha. For the sake of that lad, I shall lend you my strength this time. No interest required. The Eight Tails also felt invigorated, even though it had been sealed away. Through Killer Bee's eyes, it beheld Uchiha Chikuri and sensed an exhilarating thrill coursing through its being. Chapter 93. Now that we're here, the surface of Kurabi's body manifested a vibrant red aura of the Eight Tails chakra, the Iron Sand Realm technique. Meanwhile, Scorpion was not idle. Upon hearing Uchiha Chihiro utter the name of Granny Chiyo, Scorpion sensed imminent danger. This individual must be regarded with utmost seriousness. Scorpion immediately commanded the third Kazekage puppet to unleash its signature moves. A hammer and a spike, forged from iron sand, swiftly materialized atop the puppet's head. In the air above Uchiha Chihiro, the hammer and spike clashed violently. They transformed into a multitude of sharp projectiles, hurtling directly towards Uchiha Chihiro. With a swift swing of his sword, Uchiha Chihiro unleashed a powerful sword wave. The formidable energy swept upward, obliterating all the projectiles before they could even touch the ground. A gust of wind surged forth, dispersing the remnants into a cloud of dust that struck Scorpion's face. Coughing up dust, Scorpion was left astonished. Was Uchiha Chihiro's strength truly this formidable? With a single stroke, just one stroke, he had effortlessly dismantled the assault of his most powerful puppet, the Third Hokage. The nonchalance with which this was executed was astonishing. It was as if he held Scorpion in utter disregard. Minato and Kakashi, though accustomed to Uchiha Chihiro's prowess, were still left in awe. Chihiro has grown even stronger. Minato mused deeply, casting a glance at Kakashi beside him. Yet, he quickly dismissed any lingering thoughts. Could Kakashi ever keep pace with Uchiha Chihiro? Absolutely impossible. If Minato had clung to even a shred of hope before, now he was utterly devoid of such notions. A genius like Chihiro was remarkable enough on its own. As for Kakashi, perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. To the side, Hinata's brother gaped in disbelief. Gulp. He swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the display. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. If he were in Chihiro's position, he would have already been fleeing in terror. Counterattack? Shattered? Such thoughts were mere fantasies. He could never achieve such feats. Once again, Hinata's brother found his worldview shattered. It turned out there existed such extraordinary individuals. Enraged, Scorpion's anger surged. What puppets? He would take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Kurabi charged forward. With the augmenting power of the Eight Tails, his speed surged. Yet, within the unique perspective granted by his advanced observation Haki, Uchiha Chihiro found this to be inconsequential. Miss. The attack missed entirely. I had anticipated this long ago, Kurabi shouted, declaring himself transformed from his former self. The Eight Tails might surged forth. Kurabi's dark skin began to flush a vibrant red under the immense chakra of the Eight Tails. This was the Eight Tails' ultimate technique, and it was Kurabi's first time utilizing it, as the beast had genuinely lent him its chakra. The moment the Eight Tails' tentacles emerged, onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Minato was taken aback. He hadn't expected Kurabi to establish such friendly communication with the Eight Tails. This was clearly the Eight Tails actively assisting Kurabi. Minato felt an urge to act. After all, it was a tailed beast. But he restrained himself. We cannot engage with a tailed beast that can communicate normally. Minato retained his composure. Kakashi's expression grew serious. Chihiro will prevail. Hinata's brother turned pale, activating his Byakugan. He exclaimed, "Damn. I can't see any of that guy's chakra points or meridians. Only chakra. Only energy." In this moment, Kurabi appeared to be entirely composed of chakra energy. The brilliance was blinding, rendering Hinata's brother unable to gaze any longer. Could such a layered defense truly be breached from the outside? Uchiha Chihiro proclaimed, "This is hardly a concern." From the vantage of his observation Haki, while the chakra enveloping Kurabi appeared terrifying, it was not without its flaws. The tentacles enveloping Kurabi began to spin wildly, forming a colossal storm. Even from a distance, one could sense its tremendous power. Once unleashed, it would undoubtedly alter the very landscape. What were Uchiha Chihiro's thoughts? He felt none. If the Eight Tails' true form were to emerge, he might regard it with a modicum of respect. But this? Nearly a celestial phenomenon. Uchiha Chihiro resolved to extend some courtesy. After all, it was no small feat for Kurabi to have traveled so far. He couldn't let Kurabi's efforts be in vain. A massive sword aura under Uchiha Chihiro's precise control was not wasted. It directly targeted the weakest points of Kurabi's chakra. Such a position could only be identified by one possessing observation Haki. This was something even Kurabi had not anticipated. With a swift strike, the layers of the Eight Tails' tentacles, along with the dense chakra energy that formed its outer shell, crumbled effortlessly beneath Uchiha Chihiro's sword energy. It was as simple as slicing through paper. The protective barrier around Kurabi shattered effortlessly, sending him hurtling backward. The energy enveloping Kurabi deflated as if punctured. After barely shielding Kurabi, it vanished in an instant. "You waste my good intentions. What utter incompetence." The Eight Tails raged within Kurabi's consciousness. It was a disgrace to the Eight Tails' dignity, having generously lent its chakra, only for Kurabi to falter against a single strike. The Eight Tails unconsciously overlooked the true terror of that strike. The fact that the chakra energy it lent had completely dissipated was evident. Ultimately, a portion of the sword energy remained uncountered, striking Kurabi, who was left vulnerable. Cough. Kurabi spat blood. His ribs fractured. Yet, lying on the ground, he erupted into laughter. "Aha. Truly, you are my destined rival. Such strength is only fitting. Let me pursue your footsteps and continue forward." Kurabi's eyes shone with fervor. Uchiha Chihiro was left bewildered. Wait, what did he just hear? Karabi's words were inconsequential. However, the system's notification was undoubtedly real. Subdue 10 subordinates through strength. Task progress, 810. Cough cough. Uchiha Chihiro nearly burst into laughter. From other villages? Does this even count? System, are you certain you're not jesting? Uchiha Chihiro confirmed with the system again. The system verified. Very well. Such circumstances are rare, but they do exist, do they not? As Uchiha Chihiro communicated with the system, Scorpion finally came to a realization. This individual was entirely different from White Fang. This swordsmanship. Even Jinchuriki could not contend with Uchiha Chihiro. What could he possibly do? Can puppets truly rival the chakra of a tailed beast? Scorpion retracted his puppets and turned to flee. But would Uchiha Chihiro allow him to escape so easily? Now that he was here, he ought to leave something behind. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to his reputation. Chapter 94. AI, what a disgrace. Can't we just let it go? Uchiha Chihiro raised his hand and struck again with his sword, aiming directly at the back of Scorpion. If Scorpion were to escape unscathed from this trivial matter, it would be intolerable. Undoubtedly, many would soon seek to test him. Uchiha Chihiro did not shy away from combat. However, he preferred not to have anyone provoke him unnecessarily. His ultimate goal was to cultivate his strength. Uchiha Chihiro had no intention of eliminating Scorpion, too troublesome. Yet, he certainly intended to teach this brat a lesson. He felt no qualms about referring to someone older as this brat. After all, Scorpion could not match his prowess and had to accept it. The formidable sword aura pursued like the stars and the moon, far surpassing Scorpion's speed. Realizing he could not evade the imminent strike, Scorpion braced himself to minimize the damage from Uchiha Chihiro's sword aura, resulting in flesh torn and bones exposed. The pain nearly caused Scorpion to lose consciousness. But he could not afford to linger, lest he be captured by Kenoha and suffer dire consequences. He might even be returned to Sunagakure, incurring a hefty price. Scorpion absolutely could not accept being reduced to that state. Uchiha Chihiro, I will remember you. Scorpion fled in disarray. Truly, Chihiro-kun is remarkable. Kakashi clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with admiration. He had witnessed the entire encounter through his Sharingan. This allowed Kakashi to further appreciate Uchiha Chihiro's strength, even in the face of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Such overwhelming chakra that even the Sharingan could not decipher. Yet, under Chihiro-kun's command, it was rendered utterly ineffective. And Chihiro-kun's sword techniques. Kakashi attempted to replicate them, but found himself unable to wield the same formidable power. Kakashi's heart surged with excitement, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a while, Hinata finally regained his senses. Wait, are we just letting him go? Shouldn't we? Hinata was perplexed by the situation, overwhelmed by the day's events. Minato patted Hinata's shoulder meaningfully. Chihiro-kun will make the right decision. What else could we do? Scorpion could not contend with Uchiha Chihiro. Yet, his puppet techniques and poisons were insidious. Only Uchiha Chihiro could restrain him. However, at this moment, Uchiha Chihiro chose not to, leaving them with no options. Hinata nodded, seemingly understanding. Oh, he seemed to grasp something. Indeed, Uchiha Chihiro faced the Eight Tails Jinchuriki with such ease. As long as Uchiha Chihiro desired it, there was nothing beyond his capabilities. Hinata was thoroughly captivated by Uchiha Chihiro's prowess. With such formidable strength, Chihiro-kun undoubtedly had his own intentions and plans. Whatever Chihiro-kun decided was undoubtedly correct. Oh, how fortunate to have such a destined rival, always forging ahead with great vigor. Their thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Is there still someone here? Oh, it's the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This is problematic. Minato felt a headache coming on. If this were another ninja, it would be manageable. However, a Jinchuriki was an entirely different matter. Let him go? That seemed unwise. I won't leave. I have fled the village. If I return now, my foolish brother will surely imprison me again. Once I recover, I will continue to battle you, my destined rival. Karabi exclaimed loudly from the ground, wearing an exceptionally proud expression. He had successfully escaped from AI's clutches, after all. Minato silently lit a candle for AI. Brother, you've had a hard time. Just recently becoming the fourth Raikage, and you encounter such a troublesome Jinchuriki. Truly a challenge. Minato empathized with the predicament. This fellow refused to return, yet dealing with him was a hot potato. Bringing him back meant contacting the fourth Raikage. If they sought his brother, they would have to find a way to redeem him. Uchiha Chihiro was disinterested in wasting time on Karabi. He had discerned that Kurabi was nothing more than a living embodiment of Might Gaia's exuberance. He could not tolerate living among multiple such hot-blooded fools. Better to let the fourth Raikage find a solution. This plan reassured Minato. However, upon receiving the news, AI was infuriated. Fool. Idiot. Always causing me trouble. AI fumed. Leaping 3 feet high in the Raikage's office. He knew full well that Uchiha Chihiro was not one to be trifled with, yet he foolishly presented himself. When did he raise such a naive and sweet-tempered brother? You are all useless. You couldn't even locate a single person. After venting his frustrations about Kurabi, AI redirected his anger towards the Raikage's guards. After all, Kurabi was his dear brother. How could all the blame rest on Kurabi alone? With so many people, how could they fail to find one individual? What else could they be but worthless? The guards hung their heads in dismay. Did they not search? They truly could not find him. Feeling wronged, upset, they wanted to quit. Regardless of AI's fury, they ultimately had to comply with Kenoha's demands. Adorned in a complete Raikage ensemble, AI swiftly arrived at the Kenoha front lines, engaging in a fierce exchange with Tsunade and Orochimaru. Unfortunately, there were hostages in Kenoha's custody. In the end, AI suffered considerable losses before finally reaching an agreement. So be it. However, I must see Kurabi. If you have mistreated him, then nothing else will be discussed. AI felt a bitter taste in his mouth. This was the hard-earned foundation he had built up. Today, he lost more than half of it. It was a heart-wrenching blow. Yet, as long as his brother was unharmed, it would all be worth it. My destined rival, come and battle me. AI watched Kurabi, unharmed, frolicking around Uchiha Chihiro, swaying his hips and twisting his waist. A sight that was almost unbearable. The problem was, Uchiha Chihiro appeared oblivious to Kurabi's antics, as if not only his eyes were blind, but his ears were deaf as well. AI felt a surge of blood rise to his throat. How humiliating. So utterly disgraceful. Was he regretting his choices? What right did this embarrassing situation have to demand such a high price from him? He would have gladly handed Kurabi over to Kenoha for free. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Kurabi was ultimately taken away by AI. Wait for me, my rival. I shall return. This was Kurabi being dragged away. Silence. This was the furious AI. You fool. You idiot. Kurabi's peculiar voice echoed across the skies. Chapter 95. Scorpion. Aspiring to become eternal art, keep yourself confined. Unless I grant you permission, you shall not step outside. Upon returning to the hidden cloud village, AI promptly placed Kurabi under confinement. It was imperative to treat him this way. Listen to him, still shouting. I merely sought my destined rival. The insolent Kurabi protested. What gives you the right to imprison me? Kurabi felt aggrieved, wanting to throw a tantrum. You squandered an immense amount of village resources. AI scoffed coldly. This time, he would not indulge the brat. Kurabi must endure some hardship. Were it not for the fact that this troublesome boy was his brother, he would have long since been reprimanded. Yet, he was not in a much better situation now. However, there were others far worse off. That red sand scorpion was also overestimating himself. As AI spoke, he could not help but offer Kurabi some leniency. This time, Kurabi had truly acted foolishly. But there was indeed another unfortunate soul, Scorpion. He had directly eliminated his own third Kazekage, and ultimately, he had not fared well against Uchiha Chikyu. To put it bluntly, it was the sand village that faced humiliation. AI felt a sense of comfort in this thought. Uchiha Chikyu, it would be wise not to provoke him again. AI pondered the crux of this matter. It was still Uchiha Chikyu. During their last encounter, AI had felt that with a bit more effort, he could catch up. But upon seeing Uchiha Chikyu again, AI was engulfed by fear. The chasm between them was beyond mere words to describe. No, I must confront my fated adversary. Kurabi's declaration darkened AI's expression once more. Humph. There is nothing more to discuss. Off to the little dark room you go. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure. Scorpion truly went to confront Uchiha Chikyu? Losing was to be expected. Chiyo, with a complex expression mingled with a hint of delight, realized Scorpion's disappearance once again. You little rascal. Did you get beaten up? Serves you right. Chiyo glanced again at the intelligence report. This was something Raza finally learned after suffering losses, the importance of timely and detailed intelligence. Had he also turned the third Kazekage's corpse into a puppet? That boy deserved to face a severe setback. Chiyo felt weary. Why couldn't he learn from the exemplary children of others? Here, specifically referring to Uchiha Chikyu. Scorpion. Having found a new hiding place. Damn it. While bandaging his wounds, Scorpion furiously cursed Uchiha Chikyu. It hurt. It hurt so much. The issue was that the wounds were not healing. What kind of ability was this? Even the healing jutsu was ineffective. Scorpion attempted to find someone to use the healing jutsu to quickly mend his wounds. Money was no object. The result, however, was disappointing. It was not a matter of finances. There was a peculiar energy within his wounds. The healing jutsu could not dispel it. As long as this unique energy persisted, his wounds would remain unhealed. Scorpion. Not even curses could pacify his agitation. The wounds were no longer bleeding. Yet, the excruciating pain was enough to drive a normal person mad. At the very least, Scorpion was nearing insanity. What peculiar energy? Could it be that aside from chakra, he possessed other means? Uchiha Chikyu, I indeed have something. I refuse to believe it. It must be because I am too weak. Wrapping his wounds, Scorpion began to contemplate his defeat. Yes, the might of Uchiha Chikyu had exceeded Scorpion's imagination, having been labeled a genius since childhood. Scorpion did not harbor much sentiment towards that term. Genius? Is it that difficult? There were far more geniuses in Kenoha. The legendary Kenoha White Fang, the Yellow Flash in his prime. All these individuals were also hailed as geniuses. Yet, in Scorpion's view, once they faced him, none could escape unscathed. Thus, Uchiha Chikyu was merely that in Scorpion's mind. It was only upon genuine confrontation that Scorpion realized how foolishly he had regarded himself. Before Uchiha Chikyu, he was utterly insignificant. His crushing defeat was a result of the vast disparity between them. No, my puppets are the strongest. Scorpion shook his head vigorously. He must not be influenced by Uchiha Chikyu. Puppet Jutsu. Eternal. Unable to best Uchiha Chikyu? That was merely because his puppets were not strong enough. What third Kazekage? He was no match for him at all. Scorpion had once held great admiration for this puppet. Yet now, only disdain remained. Too weak. He needed more formidable puppets. But where to find materials? Scorpion fell into deep contemplation. I have an idea. Slowly, Scorpion's eyes lit up. An eternal puppet would be true art. Puppets were the strongest. A mere mortal could never rival the resilience of a puppet. So what if he transformed himself into a puppet? Would he not then possess an even more powerful puppet? Fearless of pain and death. By becoming stronger, he would also achieve greater perfection. This notion firmly imprinted itself in Scorpion's mind. Feasible. He needed to contemplate how to execute it. You really are impressive. Upon returning from the village, Tsunade learned of Uchiha Chikyu's actions. Seeing the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, who had been incessantly clinging to Uchiha Chikyu, Tsunade was even more astonished. What a remarkable kid. Even the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki can be swayed. Although he ultimately had to be returned, any advantage gained is worthwhile. Mediocre. Uchiha Chikyu, weary, said while sheathing his sword. AI was truly formidable. He could withstand such mental pollution from Karabi. Indeed, Uchiha Chikyu confirmed it. Karabi was more challenging to manage than Might Guy. It was like a multiplied dose of Might Guy's mental pollution. The two together would spell disaster. Thankfully, AI personally came to escort him away. In combat, Uchiha Chikyu excelled. Yet, dealing with someone so oblivious to their own behavior, Uchiha Chikyu humbly admitted defeat. So, you too have moments like this. I truly thought you were indifferent to everything. Tsunade, observing Uchiha Chikyu's dispirited expression, could not help but burst into laughter. How interesting. Truly fascinating. With a smile, Tsunade approached. Next, I shall return to Kenoha. I have gathered some insights into this matter. Looking around to ensure no one was present, Tsunade spoke softly. She truly did not know who to confide in regarding this issue. Orochimaru? Impossible. It was precisely Orochimaru who, after indulging in drink, revealed information about Danzo. This indicated that Orochimaru had likely known of this matter all along, but had chosen not to disclose it to her. Chapter 96. Burying Uchiha Madara. Tsunade was uncertain. Would her conversation with Orochimaru be discovered by Danzo? Orochimaru was a definite no. Jeriah? Even less reliable. Like her, he had distanced himself from the village's core. Passion alone was futile. Jeriah was ruled out. What about the Third Hokage as her teacher? Tsunade had considered it but ultimately dismissed the idea. Danzo could keep her in the dark, but the Third Hokage would surely be aware of something. Events had transpired. What did this indicate? Tsunade did not wish to ponder deeply. After considering various options, the only one she could confide in was Uchiha Chiharu. And Uchiha. Oh, Tsunade. How far you have fallen. What about Yakushi no Noyu? Before she could finish her thoughts, Tsunade inquired. Let her fall, it mattered not. She was fine. She should harbor a significant resentment towards Danzo. I promised to keep her alive, Chiharu mused. Was Tsunade preparing to confront Danzo? She seemed rather mild-mannered. She had not considered toppling the hierarchy directly. Her desire to collaborate with Yukushina Noyu confirmed this. However, Chiharu was indifferent to Tsunade's intentions. Danzo had established roots in Kenoha for many years. It was not a matter to be resolved swiftly. You can contemplate the specifics yourself. Chiharu's sword-drawing practice continued unceasingly. 1,000 unsheathings a day. This was Uchiha Chiharu's resolve. Observing this repetitive motion calmed Tsunade's spirit considerably. I understand. The Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. She could manage on her own. Scene transition. In the dim cave, the aged Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes. The next phase of the plan is entrusted to you. Obito, now with a distinct conviction, nodded heavily. I will achieve this. Whether to create a brand new world or to eliminate Uchiha Chiharu. Madara, whose eyes were nearly shut, suddenly opened them wide upon hearing this. NTM, can you not recognize your own limitations? Uchiha Chiharu, are you truly his match? Madara silently ridiculed Obito. This ungrateful wretch, not even allowing him to depart in peace. Yet, Madara lacked the strength to speak. This frail body was too aged. His endurance had brought him this far. He cast a glance at Kaguya, signaling her to restrain that young man, prevent him from throwing himself against a rock. Kaguya, what did you say? Can you not articulate? Kaguya longed to shout. I truly do not comprehend your gaze. But Kaguya could not. As a half-being, how could she not understand Madara's intentions? Kaguya felt a profound sorrow. Over the years, no one knew the hardship she had endured. Sniff. Kaguya could only feign comprehension and nodded. Finally, Madara felt relieved. As long as someone was watching over that boy, Madara truly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his body would surely be at its pinnacle. At that time, he would realize his aspirations. Watching Madara's lifeless form in the wheelchair, Obito fell silent for a moment. Madara was gone. What transpired next would rest entirely upon him. Obito felt no fear. He was no longer the person he once was. Time to stir the pot. Madara had said he could assist him. So what shall we do next? Shall we invade Kenoha? Or eliminate the 5 Kages? I am open to either. Obito appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Kaguya, silence. I believe you lack foresight. And I have evidence. Kaguya struggled to swallow back the profanity that was on the verge of escaping. Forget it. It was best not to say anything. He was the master of manipulation. He could not engage in such undignified behavior. I believe we should first bury Madara. Madara had indeed worried for good reason. Ungrateful descendants. Do you not see the remains of our ancestor laid out before us? Oh, Obito smacked his left hand with his right. No wonder I felt I had forgotten something. It was Madara. Kaguya was disheartened. This Uchiha Obito seemed far too unreliable. Could he request a replacement? Perhaps Uchiha Chiharu would suffice. Even without the Sharingan, he would do. Kaguya had been successfully brainwashed by Uchiha Madara. Smile. After entombing Uchiha Madara, Obito prepared to inherit some of Madara's contingencies. To create chaos, one must possess the means to do so. Could a solitary individual capture all the tailed beasts? Dream on. In the Land of Mist, the mental manipulation of the 4th Mizukage could continue. Let the Land of Mist provide us with funds and information for our plans. Obito caressed his Manjiki Sharingan. As long as he possessed this eye, he could accomplish what Madara had. Obito's Genjutsu and mental manipulation abilities had reached a new zenith. Very well. You may proceed as you wish, Kaguya remarked nonchalantly. It is merely a 4th Mizukage. If I were to incite the Land of Mist against Kenoha, Obito mused. He was entirely unaware that the 3 tails sealed within Rin was from the Land of Mist. Otherwise, Obito would likely have aimed to obliterate the Land of Mist first. However, he sought to provoke the Mist against Kenoha. The likelihood was slim. Kaguya promptly dismissed Obito's notion. The elite combat strength of the Land of Mist had already suffered significant losses in Kenoha. Who would they send into battle? Unless you intend to have the 4th Mizukage fight personally. As for whether victory was possible, Kaguya recalled the astonishing sword she had witnessed alongside Uchiha Madara. She could not be certain. Uchiha Chiharu had already defeated a 4th Kazekage. Defeating a 4th Mizukage should not pose a great challenge, should it? Better not let such a valuable pawn perish in vain. Obito felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he resolved to heed Kaguya's counsel. After all, Madara's plans and influence had been orchestrated through Kaguya all these years. Obito did not desire a rift with Kaguya at this juncture. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Obito feigned compliance, which relieved Kaguya. Thank goodness. At least this boy is obedient. However, we should first head to the Land of Mist. We must firmly seize control of the 4th Mizukage. Obito could no longer remain in this dim cave. He yearned to venture out and enjoy life. Meanwhile, Jeriah approached Uchiha Chiharu with a mischievous grin. Hey kid, hurry up. Just in time. Tsunade is not here. Let us go out and have some fun. Jeriah rubbed his hands together. He was out of money. All had been drained by Tsunade. Thus, he needed to bring Uchiha Chiharu along. Time to go out and indulge. Chapter 97. The absence of mundane desires. Very well. Uchiha Chihiro counted his observation points, only to discover that they had not increased at all. Perhaps it was time for a fresh start. Thus, he journeyed to the land of rain. Uchiha Chihiro mused. Jeriah truly puts in remarkable effort. He has traversed the various women's baths of different nations. Such determination. I find myself in awe of him. What kind of expression is that, you little rascal? Jeriah remarked, rolling his eyes upon noticing Chihiro's demeanor. I am merely seeking inspiration. Naturally, I must explore the scenery of diverse locales. He fondled the pages of the half-finished book he was writing, affirming, indeed, this time I can proudly declare that it is for the sake of artistic inspiration. One must travel and observe to better complete the remaining chapters. Chihiro, growing weary of Jeriah's justifications, recognized that Jeriah's philosophy was unique and self-contained. One cannot awaken someone who feigns sleep. Jeriah skillfully located the women's bath in the land of rain. Chihiro couldn't help but question, is your talent solely concentrated in this pursuit? How else can one explain Jeriah's ability to find the women's bath at such speed, despite lacking the sixth sense? That is indeed a talent. You cannot envy what you do not possess. Jeriah responded, taking pride in his so-called skill. Chihiro, hidden in the shadows, glanced at his observation points, which had once again increased. He nodded in satisfaction. In this regard, one must admit that Jeriah truly possessed a certain talent. In just a few days, his observation points had risen to 331, all thanks to Jeriah's influence. Jeriah, equally pleased, chuckled, this physique is commendable, and this one as well. Yes, inspiration strikes. As he observed the scene, he emitted a series of peculiar chuckles, prompting Chihiro to distance himself from Jeriah. Though Jeriah was formidable, it baffled Chihiro how he consistently got caught while peeping at the women's bath. He surmised he had discovered the reason. Jeriah laughed far too boisterously. Sure enough, as soon as Chihiro turned away, Jeriah was once again discovered. Pervert. Screams erupted as a group of women, armed with buckets and basins, hurled them at Jeriah's head. Jeriah, having mastered the art of dodging, swiftly covered his head and fled, thinking, though I cannot retaliate, as long as I run swiftly enough, they cannot catch me. In the now nearly deserted bath, one woman remained, draped in a long robe, with short, pale blue hair adorned with a white paper flower. She exuded an air of grace and poise. Suddenly, her expression sharpened. Not a single rogue shall escape, she declared, recognizing the fleeing figure of Jeriah. Conan, deep in thought, resolved to handle the matter at hand. Countless paper pieces under her command transformed into sharp weapons, slicing through the air toward the still-present Uchiha Chihiro. Even without sight, she sensed his presence. There. Yet, upon closer inspection, she realized he had not moved. Frowning, she thought, is he foolish? Nevertheless, she showed no mercy. Such a man was unforgivable. He deserved no chance for explanation, and she was determined to teach him a harsh lesson. Those who spy on women are. Suddenly, a flash of silver light caught Conan's eye. Instinctively, she shielded her eyes. How dazzling. When she opened them again, she beheld the remnants of paper scattered about. Each piece neatly reduced to the size of a fingernail, rendered useless as weapons. Before she could process the shock, she finally discerned the face of Uchiha Chihiro. This person is quite handsome. Conan's cheeks flushed instinctively. Why did you come to the women's bath? Her mindset shifted. Such a striking figure could hardly be a rogue. Perhaps there was a reason for his actions. Indeed, he must be given a chance to explain. In a heartbeat, Conan dismissed her initial assumptions. I came here with my teacher, Chihiro stated, recognizing Conan as Jeriah's student. Such a teacher exists? Conan was taken aback, quickly crafting an excuse in her mind for Chihiro. Yes, it must be his teacher's fault. Such a teacher should be dealt with. Chihiro remained silent, pondering, as expected of Jeriah's apprentice. What is your name? She inquired. I am Conan, a ninja from the land of rain. I don't believe we have met before. Are you from another country? She couldn't help but ask, her admiration for his looks growing. Wait a moment. Did he appear to be blind? Conan suddenly noticed Chihiro's vacant gaze, devoid of any light. Instantly, her prejudices melted away. Your teacher is truly no good. If you have nowhere to go, you should stay in the land of rain. You could even join our Akatsuki. Before Conan could finish her thought, two men's voices echoed from outside. Conan, are you all right? We heard there are rogues in the women's bath. The two men rushed in, immediately positioning themselves protectively in front of Conan upon spotting Chihiro. So there truly are rogues. Prepare to meet your end, you pervert. As Nagato and Yuhiko prepared to strike, Conan hurriedly attempted to intervene. No, you misunderstand. He cannot see anything. Chihiro nodded in agreement, declaring, I have no such mundane desires. What do women matter? Isn't the observation point far more enticing? Nagato and Yuhiko were taken aback. What? Conan is defending this fellow? Their sense of urgency heightened as they exchanged knowing glances, both sharing the same thought. Today, we must teach this lad a lesson. Conan must be bewitched by his looks. They lamented. A blind man daring to peep at the women's bath surely harbors ill intentions. Indeed. Conan, do not be deceived by this pretty face. They exclaimed. Let us see if we cannot teach this pretty boy a lesson. Huh? Chihiro responded with a puzzled expression. Do these two not comprehend human speech? Chapter 98. Baldness leads to strength. Uchiha Chikura merely wished to avoid trouble. However, this did not imply that he was afraid of it. Others were resolutely intent on teaching him a lesson. Uchiha Chikura pondered his options. Naturally, he would acquiesce to their desires. Nagato and Yuhiko observed the calm demeanor of Uchiha Chikura and felt their fists tighten. No, this brat appeared far too deserving of a beating. He was clearly blind. The two exchanged glances. Yes, it was decided. They would pummel this fellow into a bruised visage. Let us see what he could use to entice Conan. Nagato and Yuhiko shared an unspoken understanding. This guy was clearly a pretty boy. His strength was undoubtedly lacking. Water release. Water chaotic wave. Yuhiko formed hand seals. A torrent of water surged toward Uchiha Chikura. Nagato charged ahead as well. Uchiha Chikura drew his sword amidst the hostile gazes of Nagato and Yuhiko. Since he was Jiraiya's disciple, he would. Task activated. Baldness. I have gained strength. Uchiha Chikura? 3 question marks could hardly encapsulate the confusion in Uchiha Chikura's heart. What does this mean? I am bald, yet I have become stronger? Is this truly leading him toward a bald cape? Uchiha Chikura was profoundly shaken. No, he did not desire this. Yet, if it could lead to strength. Uchiha Chikura found himself torn. What does this mean, system? Suddenly, Uchiha Chikura made a startling realization. Baldness can apply to any character. If you become bald, you gain strength. Uchiha Chikura felt exhilarated. So, as long as he made someone else bald, he would become stronger, correct? This was indeed feasible. With a renewed mindset, Uchiha Chikura swung his sword. There were no elaborate techniques, merely a straightforward strike. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be an ordinary sword swing. Nagato and Yuhiko's expressions revealed disdain. As expected, a pretty boy, blind and lacking in swordsmanship. With that thought, Nagato already closed the distance to Uchiha Chikura. Uchiha Chikura's sword aura surged toward Yuhiko. Yuhiko's hair stood on end. Damn, this sword technique appeared so light and airy. Yet upon closer inspection, the energy contained within was insurmountable. Yuhiko's waterfall of water was sliced into countless droplets, ultimately falling to the ground, completely devoid of combat capability. Yuhiko had no time to evade. Who could have anticipated that such a seemingly delicate sword strike could possess such tremendous power? Yuhiko's sweat instantly soaked his back, and he watched helplessly as the sword aura grazed his scalp, flying past at an angle. The hedgehog hairstyle transformed into a Mediterranean look, bald in the middle, with hair on the sides. Perhaps it would be better to make him entirely bald. Before Yuhiko could wallow in his indignation, a resounding crash echoed behind him, signaling the destruction of a nearby structure. Yuhiko swallowed hard, narrowly escaping death. This sensation was utterly terrifying. I suddenly feel that baldness might not be so bad. Yuhiko, with mixed emotions, touched his new hairstyle. He was still alive. How wonderful. That recent sword strike. If it had deviated just a fraction downward, his life would have been forfeit. Where was Nagato? Yuhiko cast a worried glance toward Nagato. Surely, he was unharmed. Yuhiko, that new look of yours. I can't contain myself. Conan was equally startled by Uchiha Chikura's sword aura. Experiencing its intensity up close, she understood how Uchiha Chikura had so easily thwarted her paper attack. Such power from a mere gentle strike was truly astonishing. Yet, just as she felt a burgeoning fear of Uchiha Chikura, it was overshadowed by Yuhiko's new hairstyle. I can't take it anymore. This is too amusing. Conan laughed until doubled over, clutching her stomach. Oh dear, my sides hurt from laughter. Meanwhile, Nagato was entirely oblivious to Yuhiko and Conan's astonishment, as well as the raucous laughter behind him. What was the big deal about swinging a sword? It was undoubtedly a jest at Uchiha Chikura's seemingly pathetic attack. With unwavering confidence, Nagato surged forward. Uchiha Chikura swung his sword once more. He hadn't executed it perfectly before. It appeared he had only achieved a half-balled effect. This time, he would perfect it. Before Nagato could reach Uchiha Chikura, he suddenly found himself airborne. What the hell? Nagato's eyes widened in shock. He knew he could wield 6 chakra natures, but he had never imagined he could fly. Wait, this is illogical. Why was his hair still intact in midair? This was absurd. Nagato finally realized. He was not flying. He had been struck and sent soaring. Nagato! Konan and Yahiko screamed in unison, their faces in their hands. Groundhog scream. JPG, good heavens. That is Nagato. A prodigy since childhood. Even a moment's carelessness shouldn't result in being sent flying. Paper jutsu. Dance of the paper. Konan quickly performed a technique to catch Nagato, preventing him from being flung away entirely. How could this be? Nagato's eyes had truly transformed into circles of disbelief. This was utterly unbelievable. He was merely a pretty boy. How could he possess such strength? Yahiko. Nagato prepared to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Yahiko's newly minted hairstyle. Whatever words he had were lodged in his throat. What in the world is that hairstyle? Nagato became a screeching hen. His good friend. Just a few minutes apart, and he had become a Mediterranean. Might as well have gone completely bald. Reflecting on that sword aura, Yahiko touched his completely bald forehead, filled with mixed feelings. He was also overwhelmed with humiliation. His image. Nagato silently regarded Yahiko's new hairstyle. Would he, too, be transformed into a Mediterranean? No. He absolutely would not allow it. Recalling the sight of hair floating in midair, Nagato trembled. He was frightened. He abruptly closed his eyes. With trembling hands, he cautiously touched his own head. Nagato, where is my hair? Nagato's pupils widened in shock. Where was his hair? How could there be not a single strand left? Konan fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter once more. Her 2 companions. One had become a Mediterranean, and the other a monk. In summary, they were both bald. I can't take it anymore. I might just die from laughter. Nagato sought comfort from his close friends, only to be met with Yahiko's glaring eyes. Ugh, the transformed Yahiko was truly hard to behold. You're not faring any better than I am. Baldy, what happened to our brotherhood? Chapter 99. The bald and the completely bald Nagato silently closed his eyes. He could endure any hardship, but his hairstyle must never be altered in such a manner. He protested vehemently. A head can be severed, blood can flow, but hair must remain intact. A bald head is still preferable to a receding hairline. With a more dreadful comparison, Nagato found himself surprisingly able to accept it. He was exhausted. He no longer wished to see anyone. Konan also turned her head away in disdain. These 2 companions were no longer suitable. It was time to consider finding new ones. That young man over there seemed quite decent. Konan stared blankly at the handsome face of Uchiha Chiharu. Perhaps it would be better to admire Uchiha Chiharu. He was indeed handsome. Nagato and Yahiko were deeply impacted. Tears of anguish streamed down their faces. Oh, how pitiful this life of being scorned was. It would have been better to have perished earlier. Meanwhile, Jeriah had finally rid himself of the women pursuing him. Turning around, he noticed that Uchiha Chiharu had fallen behind. Here he was again. You little rascal. Why are you still lingering here? Jeriah's scolding was interrupted as he spotted a few familiar faces. Konan, Nagato, Yahiko, wait. What happened to your hairstyles? Jeriah's gaze fell upon his former 3 students, revealing an expression of incredulity. Could these truly be his students? Teacher Jeriah, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan exclaimed in unison. Why was Jeriah here? Upon seeing Jeriah standing beside Uchiha Chiharu, Konan was the first to react. You must be his teacher. Her face wore an expression of disbelief. What had Uchiha Chiharu just told her? That his teacher brought him here. Konan's gaze towards Jeriah turned fierce. She hadn't expected him to be such a teacher. Teacher Jeriah, please don't tell me that the peeping pervert who just fled was you. The more she recalled, the more convinced she became. That white-haired man. That hairstyle. It was unmistakably familiar. So you all know each other. Jeriah, confronted by his former student Konan's inquiries, was drenched in sweat. How was he to respond? A confession would shatter his flawless image. In the hearts of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, this was indeed the case. The Jeriah of their past had taught them ninjutsu, enabling them to survive, without displaying any undesirable habits. Occasionally, he might utter a few flirtatious remarks, which they could all overlook. In their hearts, Jeriah was undoubtedly a figure worthy of respect. Yet now, admitting the truth would obliterate that image. To deny it would be to lie. Jeriah was resolute. He could never resort to such deception. Even if it meant death, he would leap from here rather than utter a falsehood. A lecherous sage, indeed a man of principle. Jeriah desperately attempted to change the subject. Conan, look. My student is so handsome. Focus on him, not me. But Conan was not so easily swayed. Well, even so, he really is quite good looking. Still, this did not deter her from pursuing the truth. Teacher Jeriah, is it really you? Conan's intense gaze bore into him. It's not me. I swear. Jeriah was flustered. Yes. It's not him. It has nothing to do with him. How fragrant. Conan's smile was devoid of genuine warmth. She refrained from declaring whether she believed Jeriah's words. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jeriah heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he had navigated through this. Teacher Jeriah was the beacon of hope for them. He couldn't possibly be such a person. Nagato's voice dwindled under Conan's scrutinizing gaze. Jeriah's eyes instinctively scanned the top of Nagato's head. Bald? What color was this kid's hair originally? Why could he not recall? Jeriah felt utterly lost regarding contemporary aesthetics. Nagato, noticing Jeriah's gaze, suddenly lost the desire to defend him. Never mind. Teacher Jeriah would surely manage on his own. Meanwhile, Yuhiko had taken to sulking in a corner, disinterested in conversation, feeling blue like a mushroom. Jeriah, observing Yuhiko's bald head, found it equally glaring. What had happened to this lad's sense of aesthetics? It was even more shocking than Nagato's baldness. Suddenly, he began to view Nagato's baldness in a more favorable light. I am not. I didn't. Yuhiko, no longer interested in mushroom growing, could not bear to be judged for his aesthetics. He truly did not desire this hairstyle. Yuhiko glared at Uchiha Chiharu, wishing he could sink his teeth into him. Nagato's gaze was fixed on Uchiha Chiharu as well. Jeriah had an epiphany. Oh, I see now. Was it you who did this? He had seen that expression too frequently of late. There was no denying it. Many had fallen to Uchiha Chiharu's prowess. Uchiha Chiharu nodded in affirmation. It was I. He casually offered an insincere excuse, mindful not to reveal the real reason. Yet somehow, Jeriah believed him. How formidable was Uchiha Chiharu? Even if Nagato possessed the Rinnegan and six-chakra natures, Jeriah could not claim Nagato would certainly prevail. Uchiha Chiharu was simply that strong, since he had not killed them. It truly was an act of mercy. Look, apart from being a bit bald, they bore not a single wound. Was this not mercy? Uchiha Chiharu confidently declared, indeed. Just so. He could assure them that his control was exquisite. He would never harm a single strand of scalp, though Yuhiko's hairstyle was less than perfect. Shall I help you shave the rest as well? Uchiha Chiharu offered sincerely. He genuinely thought this, although the system had already issued rewards to both individuals. Uchiha Chiharu believed the first time deserved a special consideration. No. That's quite unnecessary. Yuhiko frantically waved his hands. Such goodwill was better left unoffered. The cost was far too heavy. Well, it's about time we took our leave. Jeriah felt he was still quite popular with his former students. Not really, yet Uchiha Chiharu was simply too hated. He was practically a walking weapon. It was best to return him to Kenoha swiftly. He could not be released lightly. Upon hearing this, Nagato and Yuhiko were nearly moved to tears. Teacher, please return soon. Yes. I hear Kenoha is still in battle. Don't worry about us. Just take this guy and go. Wailing. These were tears of sorrow for their lost hair. Chapter 100, The Baldness of Cien RTSK. That move of yours is utterly devoid of martial ethics. Jeriah mused aloud as he ambled along the way home. His recollections were not intentional. It was merely the striking images of those two bald heads that lingered in his mind. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, the silhouettes of those two would emerge in his thoughts, sending a chill down his spine. He instinctively reached up to pat his own fluffy head, relieved to find his hair still intact. Uchiha Chikyu smiled. I must admit, I find this technique rather commendable. Uchiha Chikyu remained unfazed by Jeriah's sentiments. What is wrong with being bald? No injuries, no bloodshed, nuclear peace resolves conflicts. Is that not amicable? In pursuit of strength, Uchiha Chikyu proclaimed his boundless potential. I shall light a candle for your future enemies, Jeriah decided. He vowed never to provoke Uchiha Chikyu lightly. Who knew if Uchiha Chikyu would render him bald as well? Jeriah would never accept such a fate. On another front, Obito, accompanied by Black Zetsu, had just returned from the hidden mist village, feeling utterly satisfied. So this is the sensation of possessing power. Obito was exhilarated. After all, he had just manipulated the fourth Mizukage. With Uchiha Madara's prior arrangements and the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the esteemed fourth Mizukage had been reduced to a mere tool, brainwashed and subservient. Obito felt a peculiar thrill, as if there was nothing beyond his grasp. Where shall we venture next? What other schemes has Madara left behind? Obito eagerly inquired. Black Zetsu did not interrupt Obito's excitement. After all, let the boy revel in his joy. There's one more. Madara's Sharingan resides in a child named Nagato. He has now formed an organization called Akatsuki, aiming to fulfill Madara's plan. And that pair of Sharingan is essential. To transform from the Edo Tensei state into a truly living being, one must utilize the rebirth of the Samsara technique through the Mangekyo Sharingan, at the cost of the user's life. This is a pivotal aspect of Uchiha Madara's grand design. Understood. Thus, we must collaborate with him. What is Akatsuki's goal? To save the world and achieve global peace. This aligns perfectly with Uchiha Madara's ambitions. Obito felt a flicker of curiosity. What sort of individual would Madara choose to house the Sharingan? He then ventured into the Land of Rain, where the Akatsuki base was not difficult to locate. With Black Zetsu's assistance, Obito easily found the person he sought. Greetings. I am Uchiha. The rest of his words caught in his throat as he beheld the three individuals before him. What an image. Are these the true leaders of Akatsuki? The woman seemed acceptable, but the other two men. Obito struggled to maintain his carefully constructed persona, utterly astonished. What on earth are these two bald heads? Nagato and Yuhiko fell silent as well. What the hell? Where did this masked man spring from? How did they not notice him? Indeed, Uchiha Chiryu had only just departed. And Obito arrived almost immediately, leaving no time for Nagato and Yuhiko to conceal their embarrassment. They exchanged glances once more. Excellent. Their brotherly bond and unspoken understanding had returned. Regardless of who this individual was, since he had witnessed their most awkward moment, they must eliminate him. Let him be rendered speechless. The tacit understanding between brothers was palpable. Nagato and Yuhiko charged forth with renewed vigor. No one knew whether they would once again suffer the consequences of Uchiha Chiryu's mischief. Wind release, gale palm. Water release, water chaos wave. They surged forward together, their speed and might far surpassing Obito's expectations. It was a critical moment. Obito could only employ Kamui to evade disaster. However, seeing that these two intended to pursue him relentlessly, he understood that his plan had failed. Little did he know he had stumbled upon such an embarrassing situation. What could he do? He could not retaliate, for that would turn them into enemies. Convincing them next time would be exceedingly difficult. He could not kill them either. Nagato was a crucial element in his and Madara's strategy. He could not afford any mishaps. There was no way he could slay Nagato as comrades before him. That would only sow enmity. Thus, Obito opted for a strategic retreat, merely strategic, not out of fear. Well then, until next time. With that, he departed, leaving Yuhiko and Nagato seething with frustration. Let him escape. Why are there so many formidable individuals in the Land of Rain lately? Both were quite troubled, not solely over their hairstyles, but also the precarious situation of their homeland. Worrying too much could lead to hair loss. They ought to quickly procure some wigs. Conan, stifling her laughter, reminded her companions that as long as they remained united, any problem could be resolved. She firmly believed in this notion. Obito felt quite embarrassed as he retreated. I find those three utterly unreliable. He grimaced. Can we not select someone else? He believed this suggestion reasonable. That individual named Nagato appeared exceedingly untrustworthy, weak, and aesthetically challenged. Such a person should not be frequently associated with. One could easily be assimilated. Black Zetsu rolled his eyes. Compared to Uchiha Madara, Obito was woefully lacking. He had no desire to replace Nagato. Why not simply replace Obito instead? Black Zetsu suppressed this thought once more. Do you think individuals capable of wielding Uchiha Madara's Sharingan are easily found? Nagato succeeded due to his Uzumaki lineage. Not just anyone can achieve such a feat. Wake up. What about Uchiha Chiryu? Could he not do it? Black Zetsu. Surely you jest? Are you certain your mind is intact? Black Zetsu could no longer contain himself. Surely, Cienair is not devoid of sense to such an extent. Uchiha Chiryu undoubtedly possesses the capability, but can you ensure his cooperation in our future endeavors? If he were to attain Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, coupled with his inherent prowess, he would become virtually invincible. At that point, you would be of no use to him. In a scenario where both possess Mangekyo, you would certainly not be his match. Black Zetsu interjected sharply. Obito fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Black Zetsu's words. All right, I see now that I was foolish. You need not continue. Please, spare him further humiliation. Chapter 101. The Deception of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito. a fury of incompetence. However, after Black Zetsu confronted Obito, he quickly realized that this individual was indeed his partner. Alas, regret. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret. Ahem, you understand what I mean. Uchiha Chihiro is indeed a prodigy. Even Madara acknowledges this. So do not entertain thoughts of exploiting him. The chances of success are exceedingly slim. Black Zetsu intended to make amends, yet as he spoke, he found himself inadvertently praising Uchiha Chihiro. Obito felt a pang in his heart. What does this half of Madara signify? Does he look down upon himself? Is it possible that Madara also holds him in contempt? Obito felt he could no longer endure this situation. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. His expression morphed into a grotesque grimace. That damned Uchiha Chihiro. A haunting presence. Black Zetsu sensed that something was amiss. Silently, he closed his mouth. Everyone, let us maintain our composure for a moment. What are the plans of the Akatsuki moving forward? Do you have any suggestions? Obito managed to regain his composure swiftly. A minor irritation should not disrupt grand ambitions. He was destined for great endeavors. He could not allow such trivial matters to derail their plans. After much self-reassurance, Obito was finally able to communicate normally. I initially intended to join under the name of Uchiha Madara. Now, it seems that is not feasible. The name of Uchiha Madara resonates far louder than that of Obito. As long as one is a ninja, it is nearly impossible not to know of Uchiha Madara. I once thought it would be an effortless endeavor. Now, Obito realizes he may have overestimated his own influence. I have an idea. Black Zetsu resolved to refrain from digressing further. It was far too easy to falter. It is all Madara's fault. Who instructed Madara to disdain Obito so? To compare him to Uchiha Chihiro so fervently? Black Zetsu felt he had been successfully brainwashed. Nagato is, in truth, quite manageable. Konan has little independent thought. She generally follows Nagato and Yahiko's lead. Madara's choice of this individual is indeed quite strategic. He must possess the strength to endure Madara's Sharingan while also being easily controllable. One cannot simply choose anyone at random. Thus, the greatest obstacle to joining and controlling the Akatsuki is Yahiko. If one can devise a means to eliminate Yahiko, it can be accomplished. However, one cannot act personally. We must find a way to remove Yahiko while simultaneously provoking Nagato. Black Zetsu ceased his remarks at this juncture. Indeed, no more words. If he continued, their calculations regarding Obito would be laid bare. However, it was evident that Obito lacked the intellect to perceive the underlying issues. Not only did he fail to notice anything amiss, but he also deemed Black Zetsu's plan to be exceptionally sound. Let us proceed as you suggest. We cannot act directly, so let us find someone else to do our bidding. Obito's Navi demeanor relieved Black Zetsu yet left him profoundly dissatisfied. Truly, he was woefully inadequate, so far from expectations. Nevertheless, such gullibility can be advantageous, can it not? Very well. I already have a candidate in mind. With Obito's consent, Black Zetsu prepared to set their plan into motion. Scene transition Kenoha. A dimly lit office. Danzo's face was partly veiled in bandages. His expression complex as he regarded the individual before him. Orochimaru, what brings you here at this time? Should you not be on the front lines? Danzo harbored no fondness for Orochimaru. Their relationship was purely transactional. Who does not recognize the other's nature? Cloaked in a guise, they are not virtuous beings in private. Hence, Danzo was exceedingly reluctant to meet with Orochimaru. The sight of him compelled Danzo to recall his own misdeeds. And Uchiha Chihiro, you have proven utterly useless. Danzo was furious. He had exerted considerable effort to position Orochimaru at the front, yet received not a shred of information in return. Useless. It was as if he believed he could unearth useful intelligence on his own. You know full well the strength of Uchiha Chihiro. I have no desire to confront him. Orochimaru, disguised as Black Zetsu, boldly articulated the truth that Danzo had long sought to deny. The power of Uchiha Chihiro far surpassed what Danzo and Orochimaru could manage. Did Danzo still believe he could control Uchiha Chihiro? A delusion. Danzo's countenance darkened considerably, for Orochimaru spoke the truth. If things continued as they were, Uchiha Chihiro would become increasingly troublesome. Black Zetsu was not one to easily let Danzo off the hook. He succinctly unearthed the deep-seated fears harbored by Danzo. Should Uchiha Chihiro become uncontrollable, it could pose a grave threat to Danzo. After all, Danzo had committed numerous unspeakable acts. Silence. Danzo could no longer contain himself. He wished for Orochimaru to depart immediately. He did not require Orochimaru's reminders. Tsunade knows. Black Zetsu's next words shifted to Tsunade. Danzo furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Tsunade is aware of your dealings with the Senju clan. Upon arriving in Kenoha, Black Zetsu discerned the underlying issues. Tsunade was frantically investigating Danzo's affairs. Clearly, she had uncovered something. Utilizing his exceptional ability to remain hidden, Black Zetsu grasped the general nature of Tsunade's inquiries. Fortune favors me. He directly masqueraded as Orochimaru. This would facilitate gaining Danzo's trust. The escalating strength of Uchiha Chihiro, coupled with Tsunade's relentless pursuit, heightened Danzo's sense of crisis. A crisis that could lead to catastrophe if unresolved. Impossible. Danzo refused to believe it. He had concealed his actions too well. Could it be that you and Tsunade have divulged information? Danzo immediately pinpointed the crux of the matter. Unfortunately, the individual before him was not the genuine Orochimaru. He would not be swayed by Danzo's words. What do you think? I am uncertain how Tsunade acquired her information, but I have informed you of this matter. Should you not contemplate how to resolve it? Cloaked in Orochimaru's guise, Black Zetsu wielded his manipulative prowess to the fullest. He observed as Danzo grew increasingly restless. Only then did Black Zetsu present his true bait. I have an idea. Would you care to hear it? Danzo regarded the sinisterly smiling Orochimaru. His countenance darkened. Speak. Yet Danzo had no choice. If what Orochimaru proclaimed were true, he was in peril. Danzo was eager to discern Orochimaru's true intentions. You might consider diverting their attention. For instance, enticing another nation into conflict. A new war would serve as the optimal distraction. Chapter 102. Don't resort to violence. Let's speak calmly. Tuanzo. Huh? This idea sounds rather appealing. As for the guilt of dragging someone down with me, that's non-existent. But what does this have to do with Uchiha Chihiro? Tuanzo found the notion intriguing, yet his expression remained impassive. The old fox and the young fox. Who doesn't he know the other? Orochimaru immediately mentioned Uchiha Chihiro and Tsunade, clearly indicating that it was merely to drag another nation down. Orochimaru must have had a target in mind all along, and he stands to gain something from it. It all hinges on what benefits he can derive. Tuanzo's mood gradually settled. With profit at stake, everything becomes negotiable. We are still in a cooperative relationship, after all. Kurizetsu chuckled inwardly. I knew Tuanzo would be so accommodating. Those pathetic leaf ninjas. Even if they don't take action, they will ultimately fall into the hands of these individuals. It would be more advantageous to let them serve the plan. The value is manifold. Amigakure. What do you think? Kurizetsu stated without hesitation. Tuanzo immediately recalled. The geographical location of Amigakure is exceptionally unique, nestled between the great nations of fire, wind, and earth. Amigakure shares borders with these three great nations. Alongside, there are smaller nations like Kusagakure, Kawagakure, and Takigakure. Amigakure's territory intersects with these smaller nations as well. This has led to a persistent state of chaos within Amigakure. Rogue ninjas escape there, and the most nefarious of criminals often flee to Amigakure. If one were to drag someone down, Amigakure indeed presents a commendable choice. However, what benefits can he derive from this? Tuanzo's gaze sharpened. He remained silent, merely fixing his gaze on Orochimaru. Continue speaking. We have reached this point. What else do you have to conceal? In Amigakure, there exists an organization known as Akatsuki. Within Akatsuki, there is an individual possessing a pair of exceptionally unique eyes. He can wield 6 types of chakra. Kurizetsu cast the bait of Nagato. Uchiha Madara's Manjiki Sharingan. Isn't that impressive? What do you think? Orochimaru was well aware of Tuanzo's clandestine scheming. Kurizetsu was even more cognizant. What sort of eyes are those? Tuanzo's breath grew heavy. A pair of extraordinary eyes? Suspected of possessing ocular techniques? In the entirety of the shinobi world, only the Hyuga and Uchiha clans possess ocular techniques. The Hyuga's Byakugan is too conspicuous. One can identify it at a glance. Conversely, the Uchiha's Sharingan evolves into various patterns based on individual capabilities, and those who reach this stage possess Manjiki Sharingan. Tuanzo's interest was piqued. This could indeed be feasible. Truly feasible. Excellent. I concur. However, that individual must ultimately belong to me. Tuanzo had no desire to know whom Orochimaru coveted. Yet this individual would undoubtedly be his. An additional pair of Manjiki would be invaluable. What do Uchiha Chihiro and Tsunade amount to? Tuanzo began to fantasize. By that time, what would Uchiha Chihiro and Tsunade even signify? They would be insignificant. Kurizetsu silently withdrew. Tuanzo is easily deceived. There is no sense of accomplishment at all. Alas, the invincible is truly lonely. Uchiha Chihiro smiles. Kurizetsu is a person of grand ambitions. Danzo is also a person of grand ambitions. With the objective established, Danzo wasted no time. Tsunade had already begun investigating him. The faster, the better. He must swiftly divert Tsunade's attention. Meanwhile, he aims to retrieve that Mangeki Sharingan. Danzo set forth towards Amigakure. Tsunade, upon receiving the message from Yakushina Noyu, revealed a cold smirk. This fellow, has he finally revealed his true colors? Venturing out at such a time surely indicates ulterior motives. Yakushina Noyu was unaware of the conversation between Danzo and Kurizetsu. She merely learned of Danzo's solitary journey to Amigakure. Yet, this information was sufficient for Tsunade. She bestowed a look of appreciation upon Yakushina Noyu. Uchiha Chiharu is indeed fortunate. Tsunade once more lamented. Why do all the good fortunes befall the Uchiha clan? That prodigious genius, Uchiha Chiharu. Consequently, because of Uchiha Chiharu, talents are increasingly drawn to him. Those whom Tsunade deems worthy. The Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Noera Rin, is entirely devoted to Uchiha Chiharu. Yakushina Noyu, such an invaluable intelligence operative, is also wholeheartedly focused on Uchiha Chiharu. It truly evokes envy and resentment. Chiharu-kun's prowess indeed inspires involuntary admiration. Yakushina Noyu chuckled. What can one do? Uchiha Chiharu is sufficiently formidable. So formidable that he is no longer merely a pawn for the leaf, but could directly overturn the chessboard. Tsunade scoffed. Enough. Time to consult the third Hokage. Let us see. This is your Hokage advisor. Tsunade tossed the intelligence in front of the third Hokage. The old man fumbled with his crystal ball in a flurry. Ahem. Tsunade, what is you so irate? Let me take a look. At first, the third Hokage dismissed it lightly. It's Tsunade. She has always had a fiery temper. However, upon reviewing the information in hand, the third Hokage's expression shifted. Danzo, if you wish to stir trouble, you shouldn't be so blatant. One must conceal their intentions a bit, right? Leaving such a significant flaw. As Hokage, it becomes exceedingly challenging for me. I have already uncovered quite a bit regarding Danzo's clandestine dealings. Tsunade dropped another bombshell. Indeed, I am aware of those matters. Without the third Hokage's consent, how could Danzo act so recklessly? Some matters are best kept in the shadows. But this time, Danzo must pay the price. Tsunade has long harbored a desire to see Danzo suffer. Just the experiments Tsunade uncovered. If made public, they would suffice to condemn Danzo 100 times over. Yet for the sake of the leaf. No. If those hidden experiments were exposed, the leaf would undoubtedly be ridiculed. Thus, Tsunade must endure. This time is different. Danzo has delivered the incriminating evidence right to my doorstep. How could Tsunade let this opportunity slip away? Of course, she intends to bring Danzo down. Even if she cannot completely dismantle him, she must ensure he faces severe repercussions. Tsunade. The third Hokage hesitated. He knew Danzo was up to no good. Yet wasn't he such a person needed? If you disagree, that's perfectly fine. Tsunade felt no surprise. She had come to see through this minor. I can seek out Uchiha Chiharu. I believe he would be quite interested in Danzo as well. The third Hokage's expression immediately changed. Wait, let us discuss this calmly. How can we resort to nuclear weapons over a mere disagreement? Goodness gracious. Chapter 103. I have done my best, Danzo. Farewell. Tsunade chuckled. Uchiha Chikage is indeed quite effective. Behold, merely uttering Uchiha Chikage's name caused the third Hokage to falter. Hooray. Tsunade forced herself to forget. She had yet to discuss this matter with Uchiha Chikage. However, it was not a significant issue. It was merely a matter of using Uchiha Chikage's name. After all, Uchiha Chikage had previously teamed up with Jeriah to deceive her more than once. With this in mind, Tsunade felt justified. Let us communicate openly. It wouldn't be impossible to act against Danzo. The third Hokage's voice sounded feeble. My old friend, it's not that I do not protect you. It's simply that there is no other way. Crocodile wipes tears, but you know, if Danzo were to vanish, the roots of Kenoha. The third Hokage spoke in veiled terms. Yet, Tsunade immediately grasped the meaning. It was merely the concern of lacking someone to safeguard them in the shadows. Tsunade found it amusing. She wanted to laugh. Loudly. Relying on Danzo for protection? What a jest. Just look at Danzo's demeanor. It is utterly impossible. What does Danzo even regard as the Hokage's advisor? What Danzo desires is to be the rightful Hokage. Tsunade thought to herself. Danzo should take a good look in the mirror. He still holds considerable power and influence. If he were to be gone, it would be quite troublesome. The third Hokage contemplated one last attempt, to see if he could assist his old friend in finding a breakthrough. Tsunade rolled her eyes. A breakthrough? Don't even mention a dog hole. I have blocked every ant hole as well. No matter. That medic from the roots, Yukushi Nanoyu, is quite impressive. I have interacted with her on the front lines of Kenoha. She is a capable individual, astute, resourceful, and resolute. Is such a person not far more useful than Danzo? Most importantly, the third Hokage could hardly refute this. Why? Because Yukushi Nanoyu hails from the roots. Her presence on the front lines was arranged by Danzo himself. Tsunade obscured her reason for recommending Yukushi Nanoyu. The third Hokage genuinely believed Tsunade admired Yukushi Nanoyu's capabilities. How could he respond to this? This was a pit Danzo had dug for himself. The third Hokage conceded. Very well. I leave the subsequent matters to you. However, one thing must be clear. You must control the roots. Absolutely do not let those individuals create chaos. Seeing no change in the situation, the third Hokage made a decisive choice. Support Tsunade. He must not allow Tsunade to expose Danzo's actions. Otherwise, he, as the third Hokage, would also bear responsibility. Sigh. I am growing old. The third Hokage watched Tsunade leave and slumped down in despair. Should I not pass the mantle to the younger generation? Otherwise, my legacy may be tarnished. The third Hokage began to ponder this issue. Who are the young ones in Konoha now? Initially, he thought Minato was the most suitable. But now, upon reflection, is Uchiha Chikage's renown not a bit too lofty? Torn. Balding. Never mind, never mind. Let me relax for a moment. Is there anything that cannot be postponed until tomorrow? The third Hokage resolved not to dwell on it. He activated the crystal ball, resuming the scene from before Tsunade's arrival. Start. Meanwhile, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that he was being betrayed. He arrived in the land of rain, filled with excitement. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Here I come. Ahem. Of course, Danzo did not forget to muddle the waters, taking advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. This was his opportunity to seize those eyes. Prior to his arrival, Danzo had gathered sufficient information on the situation in the land of rain. Hanzo of the Salamander, the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin. For Danzo, the most crucial was the child named Nagato. That pair of eyes, a form he had never seen before. Yet Danzo was certain those eyes must be extraordinarily powerful. As long as he could obtain them, everything he had done would be justified. Thus, Danzo employed his utmost skills. After considerable coaxing, he finally ensnared Hanzo of the Salamander. You were correct. Hanzo squinted his eyes. Those three brats' organization is indeed a nuisance. Allowing them to continue like this will not bode well for either myself or the land of rain. Very well. Hanzo of the Salamander agreed to Danzo's proposal. Although he sensed this individual harbored ill intentions, his words were undeniably accurate. Due to the existence of the Akatsuki organization, Hanzo had indeed encountered numerous troubles. It was time to teach them a lesson, to make them understand. In the land of rain, there can only be one Hanzo of the Salamander. No matter how fiercely they struggle, they can never match him. Elsewhere, on the front lines of Kenoha, Uchiha Chikage had concluded his sword training for the day. Sitting aside, he indulged in drink, surrounded by a throng of people. Still those young ninjas from Kenoha. Uchiha Chikage felt quite helpless. Speaking or not speaking yielded the same result. Forget it. Regardless, it did not hinder his drinking. Uchiha Chikage took several hearty gulps. Yugao and Hinata watched with heartfelt concern. Boo-hoo. Chikage-kun must be drinking due to Rin's death. Indeed, Chikage-kun is truly wonderful. Boo-hoo. The two girls spoke with genuine emotion. Kakashi, who was practicing his sword technique nearby, was utterly perplexed. How did this link back to Rin? Hadn't Uchiha Chikage always been like this? He had been drinking for quite some time. Everyone knew. Uchiha Chikage, the strongest drunkard in Kenoha. Moreover, while others may not know, Uchiha Chikage was aware. Rin was not dead at all. She was alive and well. Surely, Kakashi wanted to correct the girl's assertions, yet he was met with a fierce glare. Shut up. Do not speak. Kakashi silently turned away, continuing to practice his sword technique. Kakashi did not understand. Women only accept what they wish to accept. The epitome of a dense man, Kakashi, alone in his thoughts. Asuma and Kurenai stood nearby, shoulders linked. The two shook their heads in unison. No way, brother. However, Asuma felt he had made progress recently. Uchiha Chikage, come and fight. Asuma issued his nth challenge to Uchiha Chikage. Initially, Asuma had thought Uchiha Chikage would refuse him once again. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Chikage hesitated. You wish to challenge me? Fine, but under certain conditions. Uchiha Chikage suddenly thought. This was a splendid opportunity to reap benefits. What conditions? Speak freely. I can comply. Asuma felt his efforts had yielded results. Look, hadn't he moved Uchiha Chikage? A trivial, inconsequential punishment. Chapter 104. The Special Harvest of Kenoha's Little League Saw. Uchiha Chiharu assures. It is merely a trivial and insignificant punishment. Baldness, nothing of consequence, right? Asuma found no fault in Uchiha Chiharu's words. He patted his chest and readily agreed. No problem. It is just a minor penalty. Asuma had immense faith in Uchiha Chiharu's words. If Uchiha Chiharu claimed it was a small punishment, then the issue must be trivial. After all, having Uchiha Chiharu accompany him in battle should naturally come with a cost. Asuma naively thought. Thus, the two sought an open space and commenced their duel. Asuma had long accepted that he was no match for Uchiha Chiharu. Nonetheless, he was determined to endure longer beneath Uchiha Chiharu's prowess. Perseverance is victory. Charge. Uchiha Chiharu stood still, observing. His speed seems quicker than last time. Has his chakra increased slightly? Perhaps it's merely because it remains insufficient. Uchiha Chiharu felt little difference. To Asuma, Uchiha Chiharu was akin to harvesting leeks. Having just completed a task, he was ready to take on another. Truly marvelous. Uchiha Chiharu exchanged a few moves with Asuma. After all, he would soon assist Asuma in severing his worries. Uchiha Chiharu thought it prudent to show a modicum of mercy. It was beneficial. To his surprise, Asuma managed to hold his ground against Uchiha Chiharu for a few exchanges. Asuma was nearly beside himself with excitement. It seemed his recent training bore fruit. Just as Asuma prepared to press his advantage, Uchiha Chiharu raised his sword. With a single sweep, Asuma, who had barely managed to keep up moments ago, found himself utterly defenseless. Boom. Asuma was sent flying into a pit. As he dusted himself off and climbed out, he reflected on his resilience. Sigh, haha. I believe I have made progress. Despite being struck down, Asuma felt no anger. He had long been mentally prepared for such an outcome. It was entirely expected. Yet, Asuma noticed the peculiar expressions of those watching him. What transpired? Oh, right. What was the punishment? Come on. Asuma had not forgotten Uchiha Chiharu's earlier words. With great composure, he declared, "Bring it on. I can handle it. The punishment has concluded." Uchiha Chiharu calmly announced, heeding the system's notification. Huh? I feel nothing? Asuma remained bewildered. However, beside him, Yuhi Kurenai and Yuzuki Yugao could barely contain their laughter. It was too amusing. The girls shook with suppressed giggles, on the verge of bursting forth. The remaining boys wore various expressions. No, they mustn't laugh. They had to spare Asuma some dignity. They were all comrades, professional ninjas, trained for such situations. Unless they truly could not hold back, ha ha ha. Asuma, you look absolutely ridiculous. Ha. Narashikamaru was the first to crack. There was no helping it. Their bond was too strong. Upon witnessing Asuma's appearance, he could no longer contain himself. Others soon followed suit, laughter erupting around him. Asuma remained utterly perplexed. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Instinctively, Asuma reached up to scratch his head. Then Asuma exclaimed in shock. What had he just touched? That's smooth. Soft sensation. Not a single hair. Not even stubble. I'm bald. Asuma's astonishment soared to the heavens. My hair. Tears streamed down Asuma's face. Once, Asuma considered himself quite the handsome fellow. And what is most important for a handsome man? Looks? Strength? No. These are difficult to change. The easiest and most effective alteration is the hairstyle. Asuma had spent considerable time perfecting his hair. Yet, he never anticipated that one day he would truly become bald. Asuma felt as though his very soul had fled. Help me. Ebisu could not help but laugh nearby. Indeed, even knowing Asuma was the son of the third Hokage, witnessing his current state was simply irresistible. Then Ebisu caught a glimpse of Asuma's expression, as if his spirit were ascending. Might Guy and Narashikamaru rushed over. Quick. We must rescue him. After a flurry of chaotic attempts, they finally managed to revive him. However, the sparkle in Asuma's eyes had dimmed. Oh. This unreasonable world let me depart in peace. Sob. Asuma longed to weep. It was so unfair. His precious hair. Chiharu-kun, why must you inflict this upon my head? You are so cruel. So heartless. With tearful indignation, Asuma lamented to Uchiha Chiharu. Uchiha Chiharu remained unfazed. Is hair truly that important? Uchiha Chiharu spoke sincerely. For that was indeed his belief. As long as the rewards from the system were sufficient, he could even shave his own head. This is merely hypothetical, not applicable. Uchiha Chiharu dismissed such thoughts and said slowly, You are neither injured nor bleeding. You have merely lost your hair temporarily. It will grow back in due time. You could always wear a wig. The style is entirely up to you. Asuma was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps there was some merit to that? He began to ponder. Nearby, Kakashi and others were equally bewildered. They felt something was amiss, yet upon deeper reflection, it seemed there was no retreat. Indeed, had he not sustained any injuries? It was merely a friendly spar. Accidents happen, and that is entirely normal. They exchanged glances. Those who had planned to challenge Uchiha Chiharu after Asuma were now hesitant. If they approached now, would they too end up like Asuma? Hair is merely an external feature. It will eventually regrow. Chiharu-kun speaks truth. To grow stronger. Such trivialities should not matter. Let us fight, my dear friend. Together, let us sweat through the trials of youth. While others hesitated, Might Guy felt no such reluctance. It was merely hair, not a concern at all. He could don a watermelon head with a tight suit without a second thought. What is baldness to me? My friend, I am coming. Uchiha Chiharu felt a chill. Indeed, only magic can defeat magic. Come, today, I shall accept all challengers. Next time, who knows? Uchiha Chiharu had long since resolved to seize this opportunity to harvest the little leaks of Kenoha. Chapter 105, The Bald Team of Kenoha in Mere Moments. Another bald had appeared next to Asuma. Haha, this is truly a hairstyle that symbolizes youth. Might Guy is completely unfazed by his baldness. What of it? He can spar with Uchiha Chiharu. This is hardly a concern. Woe is me. You are not a normal person. Asuma felt no consolation whatsoever. Might Guy is a quintessential example of someone with a few screws loose. All he embodies is youth. A fervent, muscular oddity. There was no common language between them. He desperately needed others of his kind. Asuma's forlorn gaze fell upon Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, are you still my good brother? Under Asuma's resentful stare, Shikaku shivered all over. Yikes. It seems Asuma has been possessed by something unsavory. Of course, Nara Shikaku vaguely guessed what Asuma intended. Since we are good brothers, how can our hairstyles be different? Don't you agree? Asuma's thoughts were laid bare. Nara Shikaku shook his head violently. He was quite satisfied with his current hairstyle. He had no desire to become bald like Chiharu. Good brother. Spare him. Brothers should stand by each other. Asuma shouted. I cannot be the only one bald. Nearby. Might Guy continued to roar with laughter. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. Nara Shikaku's hands were flailing about as if they were leaving a trail. Spare him. He truly does not want this. Suddenly, Nara Shikaku noticed Kakashi beside him. Kakashi, you go? Your relationship with Chiharu is the best. Nara Shikaku decided to redirect the trouble. Kakashi's one visible eye displayed a look of alarm. No, please. Not me. Kakashi began dragging others into the fray. Since being ordinary cannot possibly address such a situation, from this day forth, Kakashi shall not be human. You go first. Aren't you always with Chiharu lately? Kakashi silently glanced at Hinata. Perfect. The blame was past. Hinata shook his head vigorously. No. His soft, black hair. Upon glancing at Kakashi's spiky hairstyle, Hinata was certain. Kakashi was envious of him. This is personal vendetta. No. You go first. Similar dialogues echoed among them. Not a single male could escape. Yuzuki Yuye and Yuhi Kurenai had already retreated from the battlefield, their faces pale. Even their love for Chiharu could not withstand the terror of baldness. No hair shall be lost. Enough, quiet down. This farce was paused by Uchiha Chiharu's voice. Each pair of eyes sparkled with a glimmer of expectation. Chiharu, I knew you would not treat us so harshly. Hair preservation. Let us unite. If you win, I shall not intervene. If you lose, I shall gladly join you in baldness. Uchiha Chiharu's words turned them all into statues. The hair cannot be preserved. Brothers, for the sake of our hair, charge. Nara Shikaku, Kakashi, Hinata, and others, one and all. All were ignited with formidable battle spirit by the prospect of baldness. For the sake of hair, embracing a resolve of certain doom. They must defeat the Uchiha Demon King. Then, gazing at the myriad strands of hair swirling in the wind, varied in length and indistinguishable among them. The bald team of Kenoha was officially established. Kakashi felt liberated. He had let go. All his worries vanished. What is there to dwell upon? Tired smile, a devil. Chiharu must be a devil. Yuhi Kurenai and Yuzuki Yuye clung to each other tightly, trembling. Fortunately, Uchiha Chiharu appeared not to be preparing to act against them. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Our hair is safe. Uchiha Chiharu also put away his blade with satisfaction. Not bad. Uchiha Chiharu sincerely remarked. The little leeks of Kenoha. Harvest them once, and they spring forth anew. Delightful. Uchiha Chiharu beamed with what others perceived as a devilish smile, as he witnessed his strength rising swiftly. Chiharu has finally smiled. Surely, it is due to Rin's death that Chiharu has felt such immense pressure, leading him to behave this way. The two girls again sought to rationalize Uchiha Chiharu's actions. Upon hearing this, the boys, lying collectively on the ground, expressed that they had shed all worldly desires, seeing through the mundane. JPG. Elsewhere, Hanzo the Salamander was scheming how to deceive members of the Akatsuki. They desired peace for the Land of Rain. Using this as a pretext, Hanzo the Salamander scoffed at Nagato and Yahiko's ambitions. The chaos in the Land of Rain has persisted for nearly a century. How could a few youngsters resolve such matters? Yet, these youngsters indeed possess remarkable tenacity. If not for their rapid expansion of power, I would actually admire them. Hanzo the Salamander reflected. Danzo snorted with disdain. The reckless expansion of Nagato and Yahiko posed a threat to Hanzo's interests, prompting Danzo to consider his own situation. Uchiha Chiharu was growing far too swiftly. He could no longer be easily controlled, in which case, the subsequent Uchiha annihilation plan would no longer require this boy. Danzo began contemplating. If he could not control Uchiha Chiharu, he would find a way to eliminate him. Power that cannot be controlled holds no value, Danzo stated with unwavering certainty. Hanzo the Salamander sighed deeply. You speak the truth. Casting aside the last vestiges of compassion, Hanzo sent a letter to the Akatsuki. According to their principles, they would undoubtedly come. Hanzo stated confidently. The youngsters who have yet to experience the harshness of the world are easiest to deceive. Danzo, you are quite gullible too. Within the Akatsuki, Nagato and Yahiko, who had not faced the world's tribulations, yet had already been tormented by Uchiha Chiharu, gazed at the letter. Their expressions grew grave. Nagato, what do you think? Yahiko, what is your view? Nagato and Yahiko exchanged glances, neither willing to utter the word refusal first. That is not their style. Conan had grown weary. Wigs were utterly ineffective. The battle wind would blow them away. It was one thing to witness their bald heads and receding hairlines, but now they were playing riddles. Drag them out. Execute them. Taking a deep breath, Conan recalled Uchiha Chiharu's appearance to cleanse her mind of the mental pollution. She then placed her hands on her hips and declared, Hanzo the Salamander wishes to utilize our power to propose peace negotiations with the fire, wind, and earth nations. Is this not precisely what we have always sought? What are you still hesitating for? Chapter 106, A Fortuitous Encounter with the Akatsuki. Yahiko found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, this was precisely their long-held aspiration. However, their current image, I believe we have expanded too rapidly. It is essential to take a period of respite for recuperation. Yahiko pondered deeply and finally devised a reasonable excuse. Yes, they had recently assisted many individuals. Their reputation in the Land of Rain had significantly improved. The better their reputation, the less pleased Hanzo the Salamander would be. Nagato cast Yahiko an appreciative glance, knowing that Yahiko was more adept at generating ideas in this regard. This excuse was quite commendable. Indeed. Conan, prior to our arrival, Hanzo the Salamander was the leader of the Land of Rain. He must view us with considerable disdain, as we have usurped the prestige that rightfully belonged to him. In an effort to avoid going out, Nagato had already exceeded his usual eloquence. With Yahiko present, Nagato preferred to remain silent. Today, he was in an explosive state. The two merely bantered casually, yet surprisingly, they accurately guessed some of Hanzo's covert thoughts. Conan hesitated. As the sole girl among the trio, she seldom made decisions. She felt comfortable deferring to Nagato or Yahiko. After all, they were classmates. They would never harm one another. This was the trust they had cultivated in their youth, the foundation upon which they had traversed their journey thus far. Although, I still believe your reluctance to venture out is purely due to your baldness, Conan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. If it weren't for that, these two would undoubtedly be racing out the door instead of spinning their wheels here. Hiki. Conan, you misunderstand us. We are not those kinds of people. Yahiko replied with a serious expression. Right. You must not misinterpret us. If there is any misunderstanding, let it be aimed at Nagato. Yahiko discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat. Upon further reflection, your reasoning does hold merit. Conan gazed at the letter sent by Hanzo the Salamander, her heart torn. It was difficult to articulate, yet it undeniably appeared quite enticing. To bring peace to the Land of Rain. Wasn't that their perpetual pursuit? Now, the opportunity lay before them. Were they truly going to let it slip away? If one were to speak candidly, the war should conclude swiftly, Nagato suddenly remarked. He had thought of Uchiha Chiharu. Such a genius had emerged from Kenoha. If Kenoha desired, they should be able to end the conflict soon. The Leaf Village was assured of victory. The Sand Village of the Wind Country had temporarily ceased its movements. The Rock Village of the Earth Country seemed yet to determine its next objective. A brief truce had unexpectedly arisen. No one knew what would reignite the conflict. Yet, during this short interval, things had been relatively calm. Otherwise, Jeriah would not have had the inclination to bring Uchiha Chiharu to the Land of Rain merely to spy on the women's bathhouse. Let us have Hanzo the Salamander document his plans. Yahiko's mind was racing. As long as they could avoid going out, he would agree to anything. It need not be overly detailed. Since negotiations were to take place, there must be some sincerity. What would he use to persuade the three great nations to acquiesce to his demands? Surely, they could not solely rely on them. There had to be some contingency. A hint must be revealed. This suggestion received unanimous consent from the trio. Very well. This request is entirely reasonable. Let us proceed accordingly. Hanzo the Salamander? Where is that Navi simpleton I was promised? What does this letter even say? This is hardly the work of someone oblivious. He appears more cunning than I. Hanzo the Salamander fell silent, unsure of how to proceed. He had never encountered such a situation before. What do you think? Thus, Hanzo the Salamander posed the question to Danzo, who had initially encouraged him. Danzo, let me ponder this. Danzo wished to express that he was no more skilled in this matter. What in the world is this? The role of Hokage advisor? Isn't that simply a daily nuisance for the Hokage? Why must I learn all of this? With a determined facade, Danzo pressed on. Yet neither he nor Hanzo the Salamander realized that as long as their hair remained absent, Nagato and Yahiko would not emerge. They must not allow anyone else to witness their baldness. Consequently, Danzo's sojourn in the Land of Rain was indefinitely prolonged. Jeriah and Minato arrived at the front lines of Kenoha, both taken aback. What is this? Did an enemy visit while we were away? Yet, that cannot be. The intruder did not kill anyone. They merely shaved off all of their hair. Look at them. Their bald heads are practically gleaming. Not a single hair remains. Minato whispered. You should stop talking. Even Kakashi appeared to have transformed into a lifeless fish, his eyes void of spirit, as if he had lost all hope. Minato was stunned. Kakashi, what has happened to you? Tell your sensei. You must not let anything happen to you. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing instantly before Kakashi. Oh no, he is my last student. Uchiha Chiharu does not count as part of Minato's class. This was my first time teaching. 2 out of 3 students have perished. While Minato knew Rin was alive, that did not alleviate the concerns of others. Now, the only surviving members of Minato's class were Minato and Kakashi. If Kakashi were also gone, Minato would be left as a lone commander. This is not the time for that. Minato's gaze was fiercely fixed upon the sole remaining seedling in his care. He was filled with concern. Kakashi, pain. The events have transpired. It is over. Why must you make me relive this agony? That is the case. Is that sufficient? Kakashi recounted the events of that day amidst the equally despondent gazes of others. Minato and Jeriah fell silent. Chiharu-kun, this is simply too extreme. Well, this is not too bad, is it? After much hesitation, Minato finally managed to utter this phrase. Uchiha Chiharu did this. Then there is no issue. Though the multitude of bald heads does obstruct the view slightly. Jeriah interjected that it was not merely an obstruction. With so many bald heads gathered, this has become a form of psychological pollution, especially with one bald head laughing heartily. Does he not feel even a hint of discomfort? Chiharu-kun must have done this for your benefit. Engaging in a spar with Chiharu-kun without injury or bloodshed is already quite remarkable. Minato found himself at a loss for words. Apologies. He simply could not continue. With so many bald heads. This is far too psychologically damaging. Minato finally burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Kenoha's bald brigade. Dead fish eyes. Just you wait. We are all true men of Kenoha. Not a single one shall escape. Chapter 107. The Little Ninja Plan. I believe we must devise a strategy. Indeed, it cannot be just us. Everyone should be the same. No one should mock another. From Kakashi to Hinata, and then to Nara Shikamaru, the remaining conscientious ninjas of Kenoha have each chosen to succumb to moral decay. Asuma, Ebisu, Might Guy, and Moonlight Breeze have no objections either. Yes, a true man of Kenoha must be bald. It is a fact that we cannot defeat Chihiro. We are no match for the legendary 3 ninjas. However, with such extensive experience in enduring beatings, devising a scheme to outsmart them is not impossible. As long as we cast aside our conscience, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. The group began to chatter animatedly, determined to come up with a brilliant idea. It must be a precise strike. Achu. Both Orochimaru and Jeriah simultaneously sneezed. They exchanged puzzled glances. What was that? I sense someone is plotting against me. Jeriah rubbed his nose. It's not itchy. Why did I sneeze so forcefully? Orochimaru's expression was equally grim. He had been rather unfortunate lately. He had inadvertently let slip a secret in front of Tsunade. Who knows if someone truly is scheming against him? Orochimaru could not discern who it might be, leaving him perplexed. As for whether Uchiha Chihiro was aware of their intentions, Kakashi asserted that they certainly would not conceal anything from Uchiha Chihiro. If they were to strike hard against Orochimaru and Jeriah, they would ultimately need Uchiha Chihiro's assistance. Would Uchiha Chihiro refuse? Of course not. The little ninjas of Kenoha have honed their skills in the art of extreme measures. In the following days, Orochimaru gazed at the enhanced dish set before him, nearly convinced that Tsunade was about to attack him. Fortunately, he quickly sensed the presence of several hidden little ninjas nearby. It was likely just a child's prank. Thus, he discreetly discarded the dish. Having consumed something that rendered him feeble, Orochimaru merely sniffed it and immediately recognized its effects. Asuma and the others, concealed in the shadows, clenched their fists in frustration. Alas, the first plan has failed. However, fear not. They still have a second plan. Observing the new clothing recently delivered to him, which had been sprinkled with a powder, Minato fell silent. He turned to Jeriah beside him. Pervy Sage, have you offended them recently? Otherwise, Minato had noticed that for several consecutive days, his attire had been tampered with. Just a slight touch left him utterly exhausted. If this is merely a prank, it is rather excessive. Jeriah chuckled. In truth, he too had been on the receiving end of numerous pranks lately. Jeriah could surmise the reason. It was simply a retaliation for mocking the boys for their baldness. He remained oblivious to the severity of the situation. With the second plan thwarted, Asuma declared they would never surrender. In the face of failure, they would only grow more resolute, engaging in a battle of wits against the legendary three ninjas. Asuma and his companions were also rapidly advancing, even if they were straying further down a misguided path. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the Kenoha front. In the Land of Rain, Danzo was seething with anger. It had been days. The Akatsuki members Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had yet to make a move. The letters sent by Hanzo of the Salamander were nearing a third daily dispatch. Yet those three brats wouldn't even poke their heads out. Waiting like this is not a solution. If it comes to it, we shall take the initiative to attack. Danzo's urgency stemmed from another reason. He aimed to provoke war in the Land of Rain to divert attention. He had initially believed this would be resolved in a few days, but it had already surpassed double his expectations. Not even a hint of movement. Having been away from Kenoha for too long, that monkey will undoubtedly notice something amiss. If the monkey discovers it, that would be manageable. However, Tsunade is also secretly investigating him. If Tsunade uncovers the truth, it would spell disaster. Hanzo of the Salamander appeared conflicted. Initially, he had been swayed by Danzo's persuasion. Now, he harbored reservations about Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Yet, seeing their inaction only deepened his hesitation. After all, he was once a formidable leader. Hanzo would not stoop to actively seek trouble with those three brats. It would tarnish his dignity. Danzo wore a heart-wrenching expression. What does identity and status matter? It's merely the leader of the Land of Rain. A trivial matter at best. The Land of Rain holds no significance. Kenoha is the largest ninja village on this continent. Danzo thought with pride. The Sharingan is of paramount importance. Yet, he could not divulge his true intentions. He was seething with frustration. As Hanzo observed Danzo's grim demeanor, an epiphany struck him. Are you unwell? Constipated? Hanzo deduced logically. The Land of Rain and Kenoha are entirely different. The harsh conditions of the Rain country lead to perpetual hunger. Kenoha is abundant with crops, fruits, and grains. A sudden change might be too much for his stomach to handle. After all, Danzo is aging. As an old friend, he ought to be understanding. Hanzo regarded Danzo with sympathetic eyes. Danzo was nearly driven to violence by his anger. Mustn't he lose my temper? He chanted silently. This is the team he chose. Regardless, he must finish this round. He would issue them one last ultimatum. Inform them that the other three nations share similar intentions. If they do not act soon, they will be betraying their own flag. Danzo's expression darkened ominously. If those three brats do not emerge, he would begin to suspect that Orochimaru provided him with false intelligence, just to set him up. Danzo could hardly fathom the chaos he would face upon his return. Thus, by any means necessary, those eyes, which are 80% likely to be Sharingan, must be obtained. Only then would he have a chance to turn the tide. From a position of indifference, Danzo had transformed into one fighting for survival. This shift in circumstances was beyond even Kurizetsu's imagination. However, for us, this remains highly advantageous. Kurizetsu observed the scene silently. He had not anticipated that Nagato and Yahiko would be so concerned about baldness. Born as a pitch-black mass, devoid of any human features, Kurizetsu could not comprehend the human obsession with hair. Is it merely a few strands? Are they truly that significant? It eludes understanding. Chapter 108. A new victim has emerged. Baffling Black Zetsu, Orochimaru, and Minato on the Kenoha front lines. What sins have they committed? Since discovering that plans 1 through 5 were ineffective. The Kenoha bald squad has become brazen. Is the psychological pressure of baldness too much? Are they all deranged? Minato wore a perplexed expression. Kakashi, now bald, was a pitiful sight, his head gleaming, a dark mask concealing his face. Minato worried about his headband slipping. If Kakashi knew Minato's thoughts, he'd be contemplating patricide. Saving Obito the trouble. Uchiha Senna shook his head, lamenting their inefficiency. He could accomplish it faster himself. Uchiha Senna coveted their heads, viewing them as assets to enhance his strength. Each new bald head was a contribution to his progress. Thus, amidst expectant gazes, Uchiha Senna strode purposefully toward Minato. At least in the eyes of the Kenoha bald squad. Their eyes welled with tears, anticipating a new member. Minato greeted Uchiha Senna with a smile, oblivious to their thoughts. If Jeriah were present, he would have cried, "Minato, escape." "Senna, what brings you here?" The yellow flash's smile radiated light. Asuma and Genma couldn't help but shield their eyes. That smile is too dazzling. That golden hair, those pearly white teeth. He really should go bald, so he won't blind people. They thought darkly. "Minato-sensei, would you like to spar?" Uchiha Senna challenged. Minato seemed eager. He hadn't sparred with Senna before, though he knew he couldn't win. He believed fighting strong opponents would provide valuable experience. He noticed the strange looks from the others, as if they were urging him on, but he sensed no danger. All right. Minato accepted. Cheers erupted. Minato looked around, startled by the sight of so many bald heads gleaming under the sun. Their fervent gazes made his back crawl. They must be eager for a good fight. Minato smiled brightly, intensifying their fervor. That blonde hair is an eyesore. Senna, hurry and shave him bald, they thought. When the battle commenced, Minato disregarded the intense stares, focusing solely on Uchiha Senna. Distractions were perilous against him. Minato had witnessed Uchiha Senna's fights before. A drawn sword meant earth-shattering events. He flung several kunai in different directions, some marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, others mere decoys, creating diversions and escape routes. Uchiha Senna didn't destroy the kunai, simply engaging Minato. Using the marked kunai, Minato narrowly avoided Uchiha Senna, reappearing elsewhere. Kakashi watched with envy, deeming the Flying Thunder God technique practical. Yet, Uchiha Senna was swift, instantly following Minato, even anticipating his next location twice, astonishing Minato. Senna, is that precognition? Prophecy seemed inadequate to describe Uchiha Senna's skill. Minato could only conclude he was foreseeing his movements. Uchiha Senna smiled enigmatically. With observation Haki, he could indeed predict Minato's actions, deducing his destination from his desperate choices. Thus, Uchiha Senna seemed faster. The battle intensified. The Kenoha bald squad struggled to follow the speed, unable to discern their movements. Minato-sensei is strong, but Senna is even stronger. Genma marveled. We're the same age, yet the gap is vast. After scheming for days, they hadn't touched Jeriah, Orochimaru, or Minato. But against Uchiha Senna, Minato was outmatched. Despite the seeming balance, they knew Uchiha Senna was superior, having yet to draw his sword. They grew impatient. Draw your sword. Shave Minato-sensei bald. They made no effort to hide their desires. Uchiha Senna smiled faintly. It's about time. Seeing Uchiha Senna's smirk, Minato felt a jolt of danger. Clang. Uchiha Senna drew his sword too fast to see. Instinctively, Minato tried to escape with the Flying Thunder God technique, watching the sword aura graze his head. Then, nothing. Minato was bewildered. That's it. I felt danger, but it missed. That's not like Senna. Minato paused, noticing the strange expressions of the onlookers. Something was amiss. My head? Following their gaze, Minato touched his scalp. Oh no. Minato's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 109. The ever-expanding list of victims. What has happened? Where's my hair? Watergate's gaze fell to the ground. Those golden strands seemed eerily familiar. Oh, it was my hair. His realization struck him like lightning. Those were indeed his locks. Chiharu-kun. Watergate's voice trembled. So, these little ninjas have become bald solely because of Uchiha Chiharu? Good heavens. When did Chiharu become a harbinger of baldness? Normal sparring can indeed lead to minor mishaps. Uchiha Chiharu displayed a guileless smile. What else could he say? Should he confess to Watergate that it was intentional? That would surely make Watergate faint on the spot. Observing the energy at hand, Uchiha Chiharu resolved to show some mercy. Perhaps a little white lie would ease Watergate's troubled heart. I am truly a good person, he mused. However, the members of the Kenoha Bald squad nearby had a different perspective. Asuma was the first to erupt in raucous laughter. Ha! Let that white-haired fool mock us. You shall be the first in our revenge plot. White-haired. Watergate's mind immediately conjured the image of his teacher's boisterous grin, and his expression darkened. So, he was shouldering the blame for Jeriah sensei. Pervy sage. Just you wait. Watergate could hardly fathom the look on Kushina's face when she beheld his bald head. Would she find him less attractive and consider leaving him? The more he pondered, the more despondent he felt, a cloud of negativity looming around him. Chiharu-kun, shall we continue? Kakashi could no longer contain his laughter. He had seen Watergate struggle to suppress his amusement upon witnessing the baldness. Now that everyone was in the same boat, what was there left to chuckle about? Yet, Kakashi craved more. The more bald ninjas, the better, especially that Jeriah. He could not let him escape. A fiery rage burned in Kakashi's one visible eye. Hearing Kakashi's words revitalized Watergate. Right. There's still Jeriah-sensei. We can't let him slip away. Wait for me. I shall lure him here. Watergate, ever shrewd, devised a plan. If Jeriah learned that Uchiha Chiharu had turned others bald, he would surely be wary of Watergate's own baldness. With that, Watergate performed a transformation jutsu. His hair was back. With sufficient chakra, he could maintain the illusion for a while longer without being detected. The young ninjas around him were green with envy. Had they never thought of using a transformation? Of course. They simply lacked the chakra to sustain such a jutsu for long and were easily exposed. In a battlefield scenario, being discovered while transformed could lead to dire consequences. Thus, they were left to endure the humiliation of their glaring baldness. True to his title, the Yellow Flash, Watergate was believed without question by Jeriah, who suspected nothing of his character. How could Watergate ever deceive him? He followed along without a second thought. Upon seeing Uchiha Chiharu and the group of bald young ninjas, Jeriah's realization dawned. He had been duped. Watergate. How could you learn such mischief from these rascals? Jeriah scrutinized Watergate closely and finally noticed the oddity. Wait. This Watergate seems to be using a transformation jutsu. Is this imposter masquerading as my student to fool me? Jeriah's mind raced in turmoil. Who are you? He unleashed a jutsu to forcibly dispel Watergate's transformation. Watergate dodged nimbly, yet he was still struck. And then Jeriah beheld a Watergate whose appearance remained unchanged, save for the absence of hair. For a moment, Jeriah was silent. You, my boy. You have finally met your match. Jeriah doubled over in laughter, clutching his sides, as if he had lost his mind. Watergate's expression shifted. Then Jeriah saw Watergate's sincere smile, accompanied by a cluster of black lilies blooming behind him. Chiharu-kun, I leave him to you. Let us have another little accident. Watergate declared, since we share a master-student bond, we must share both fortune and misfortune. Now that I am bald, you shall not escape unscathed, sensei. Jeriah's laughter vanished in an instant. He turned to flee. But would Uchiha Chiharu allow such a prime target to slip away? Certainly not. With swift movements, Uchiha Chiharu unleashed 3 waves of sword energy from various directions, sealing Jeriah's escape route, all aimed at his hair. In horror, Jeriah watched as his once proud mane was swept away by the wind. So, you two have met your match. Laughter erupted around him as Jeriah crumpled to his knees, his entire being transformed into a monochrome visage. Woe is me. My hair. My glorious hair. You have perished tragically. Jeriah wept loudly. Yet, the Kenoha Bald squad erupted in laughter. Jeriah's eyes ignited with fury. Since he had been dragged into this predicament, Orochimaru could not be spared, nor could any other ninjas on the Kenoha front line. None would escape. Uchiha Chiharu tilted his head, unable to comprehend the nature of the bonds among these Kenoha ninjas. Nevertheless, he reiterated, motto. I can help more people become bald. Don't be shy. Send them all my way. Within less than a day, the adult ninjas and young ninjas at the Kenoha frontline formed a uniquely vibrant spectacle, a bald army. No. Orochimaru has yet to face the same fate. I refuse to accept this. Jeriah, having devoted immense effort in this endeavor, continued his search for the next victim, particularly the elusive Orochimaru, who had not yet shown his face. Everyone else could be spared, but Orochimaru was a different story. We are all Sannin. Why should I be bald while you flaunt your long hair? Jeriah declared, indignant. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, buried in his secret lair, thought to himself, they've lost their minds. No one shall touch my hair. I dare not move. Let me truly become a snake, coiled here for a long winter's slumber. Chapter 110, Betrayed and Isolated Danzo. What a joyous occasion. Orochimaru has finally met his downfall. Lying on his bed, Orochimaru's vacant gaze stared into the void, his lips murmuring, I should never have come. This is retribution. All of this is my retribution. Tears of sorrow welled in the corners of his eyes for the hair he had lost. Evil Uchiha, return my hair. Woe is me. Uchiha Chikyu retorted. What does that have to do with me? Unfazed by the insults hurled at him, Uchiha Chikyu shrugged. It wasn't intentional. It was merely an accident during a sparring session. What's the big deal about losing some hair? No injuries, no bloodshed. How peaceful we all are. When Tsunade returned from Kenoha to the front lines, she was greeted by a scene where every man, except Uchiha Chikyu, had become bald. What on earth happened to you all? Tsunade exclaimed, horrified, her skin crawling. In just a few days of her absence, how had everyone turned bald? While handsome figures like Kakashi and Minato could still rely on their looks. The sight of Jeriah was far too painful to behold. One could hardly bear to look at them. Tsunade's gaze inevitably fell upon Uchiha Chikyu. There was no denying it. He was the only one left who was still presentable. How could she not steal a few glances at him? After grasping the entire situation, Tsunade fell into a rare silence. Is there something amiss? But upon reflection, it seems there is not. No, I mustn't dwell on this. What a headache. I did not return to witness these bald heads. She had specifically come to find Uchiha Chikyu. Pulling him aside, Tsunade initiated a private conversation. Danzo had been absent from the village for nearly half a month. Through the intelligence gathered by Yakushi no Nayu, it was discovered that he had ventured to the land of rain. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had remained silent until now. As Tsunade spoke, her brow furrowed in concern. This was decidedly unreasonable. She had anticipated Danzo's return within 2 or 3 days, considering he had stealthily taken a formidable ninja force from Kenoha to meddle in other nations' affairs. If this were to be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Yet, no one had expected Danzo to actually dare to do so. And now, half a month had passed without a word. There were no significant developments from the land of rain either, which left Tsunade bewildered. Could it be that Danzo was not up to any mischief? Yet, upon contemplating Danzo's character, Tsunade felt she was overthinking it. Danzo was not the type to shy away from chaos. The very notion was absurd. Thus, Uchiha Chikyu sensed that Tsunade's intent was not solely to inform him of these matters. Observing the youthful yet strikingly handsome Uchiha Chikyu, Tsunade awkwardly rubbed her nose. I hope you can look into this. She expressed her thoughts. Initially, Tsunade had been reluctant to deploy Uchiha Chikyu, the ultimate weapon, when he truly engaged in battle. It was nothing short of earth-shattering. The Third Hokage did not wish to witness his old comrade clash with Uchiha Chikyu. The outcome was all too predictable. Danzo would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. The Third Hokage, still unaware of the human experiments Danzo had conducted on himself, harbored a flicker of sympathy for him. Yet, Danzo's prolonged absence had exacerbated the situation, compelling even the Third Hokage to take notice. The advisor, Sh Jun, was no fool. As another Hokage advisor, Tika did not fully side with Danzo. Instead, she navigated between the interests of Danzo and the Third Hokage, seeking a true balance. Danzo's absence had dragged on for too long. Even without Yakushi no Nayu's network of intelligence, Tika, in her capacity as an advisor, had received word. Naturally, she had to confront the Third Hokage. How could the Third Hokage shield Danzo from the fallout? The consequences of Danzo's actions were his to bear. Consequently, Tika pressed the Third Hokage. Is this behavior acceptable for Danzo? An advisor to the Hokage does not have the authority to act this way. Root ninjas are also Kenoha ninjas. He took away so many without uttering a word. What does he intend to do? Tika slammed the table in frustration. All of us are Hokage advisors. Yet you possess your private armed force, while I have nothing. Now that she had finally caught Danzo in a compromising position, she was determined to extract her due from him. As an advisor to the Hokage, who did not harbor a hint of ambition, Danzo's power had previously overshadowed hers, leaving Tika silent. But now that an opportunity had arisen, she would not let it slip away. With the situation escalating, the Third Hokage realized he could no longer manage it alone. Reluctantly, he sought the more dependable Uchiha Chikyu for assistance. Indeed, in the Third Hokage's eyes, Uchiha Chikyu was a figure of reliability, not to mention his past feats of single-handedly combating thousands, and even slaying members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, including pursuing the last of them to the land of mist. Considering Uchiha Chikyu's choice to enter the Umbu as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Rin Noera. All of these achievements led the Third Hokage to believe that Uchiha Chikyu was steadfastly loyal to Kenoha. He acted decisively and possessed the necessary strength. Entrusting Danzo's matters to Uchiha Chikyu would surely yield proper resolution. As for the animosity between Uchiha Chikyu and Danzo, it was of little consequence. Regardless, Danzo was destined to suffer. Even if those sinned against him bore a grudge, it was hardly a significant issue. From Tsunade's words, Uchiha Chikyu gleaned the Third Hokage's thoughts and the situation in Kenoha, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. So, he was held in such high esteem in Kenoha now? As long as it did not involve him joining the Umbu or Root, he remained indifferent to the Third Hokage's or Danzo's opinions. Uchiha Chikyu's true aim was to safeguard the Uchiha clan. He wished to prevent a day when the Uchiha might suddenly face annihilation. That is acceptable. However, I must ensure that I bring him back alive, he stated. Upon hearing Uchiha Chikyu's words, Tsunade paused momentarily before quickly grasping his intent. Was he implying that he might give that old fool Danzo a thorough beating? Perhaps even leave him half dead? Recalling the vile deeds Danzo had committed, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Do as you wish. As long as he has a breath left in him, I can save him. Go forth boldly. Chapter 111. The Marvelous Neural Circuit. Meanwhile, in the distant land of rain, Nagato and Yahiko, the first batch of victims, stumbled upon a grave issue. It had been half a month, and their hair had yet to grow back. Something was amiss, truly amiss. How could it be that after such a span of time, not a single hair had sprouted? Yahiko, frantically rubbing his bald head, was in a furious uproar. Beside him, Nagato silently shed tears. What if their hair never grew back? It seemed so. Compared to 2 weeks prior, there had been no discernible changes. Conan, being the most observant, understood the situation best. As a girl, though not particularly fond of adornment, she was certainly aware that half a month should yield at least a few centimeters of growth. Yet, Nagato and Yahiko's scalps remained unchanged. As if their hair had permanently abandoned them, their follicles utterly lifeless. It was at this moment that Nagato and Yahiko truly grasped the essence of fear. A temporary baldness was inconsequential. An everlasting baldness was the true horror. Especially for Yahiko, who currently sported a Mediterranean hairstyle. I shall weld a wig directly onto my scalp. Yahiko clenched his fists in determination. Should hair fail to grow, he would refuse to shave it all off. He would simply affix the wig permanently. After all, that patch of scalp served no other purpose. To his surprise, Nagato found this idea rather appealing. I could develop a jutsu, one that permanently bonds hair to the scalp. I guarantee it won't come off, even in the heat of battle. Conan, watching her two companions engage in such earnest discussion, was left astounded. What had happened to them? Had they truly lost their minds? Was the purpose of developing jutsu merely to affix hair to their scalps? She felt as though she could no longer keep pace with the rapid advancements of her companions. The strides they were taking left her bewildered. Within the Akatsuki base, Nagato and Yahiko were engrossed in their research on this peculiar jutsu, while over in another corner, Danzo was eagerly preparing to drag Hanzo of the Salamander into action. After his previous failed attempt at persuasion, Danzo remained undeterred, relentlessly brainwashing Hanzo day after day. It must be said, Danzo's talent for manipulation was impressive, especially considering he had managed to sway the entirety of Root. After numerous attempts at coaxing, Hanzo was finally convinced. Perhaps the Akatsuki had uncovered their sinister plot and were secretly amassing their forces. They could not afford to grant them any more time. They must eliminate them swiftly. Hanzo of the Salamander gathered his elite subordinates, while the remaining forces consisted of Root and Umbu ninjas brought by Danzo. This was Danzo's audacity. He had mobilized a portion of the Umbu, who were theoretically only under the direct command of the Hokage, to accompany him in aiding Hanzo in the Land of Rain. In the words of Tsunade, Danzo was courting death. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, Nagato and Yahiko were still preoccupied with their jutsu research. Hanzo and Danzo's forces had completely encircled the Akatsuki base, ensuring that not a single fly could escape. Listen well. You are completely surrounded, Hanzo shouted, leading the charge. These three little rascals. After numerous invitations, they dared to ignore him. Hanzo's frustration had long been simmering, and today he was determined to exact his revenge on them. Nagato and Yahiko exchanged glances, having heard the commotion outside. Who could it be? The voice sounds somewhat familiar. Conan rolled her eyes at her two companions. Had their obsession with jutsu rendered them incapable of recognizing Hanzo's voice? This man was their greatest adversary in the Land of Rain. Konan even contemplated whether it would be better to abandon her two companions and go solo, or perhaps find new allies. Unfortunately, that Uchiha Chiharu was not from the land of rain. Otherwise, she would definitely recruit him into the Akatsuki. Shaking her head, Konan decided against it. Finding anyone better would be a challenge. These two would suffice, especially considering their history together. It wouldn't come to that, would it? She just had to endure a bit longer while carrying these two fools along on their grand endeavor. The burden on her shoulders felt heavier than ever. Her companions were utterly inept, nothing but hindrances. Was Hanzo of the Salamander coming to threaten them after their failed cooperation? Konan furrowed her brow, analyzing the situation. She sensed something amiss in Hanzo's actions. If he truly wished to propose an alliance with the three great nations, why was he here now? Even if they refused to assist him, Hanzo possessed the strength to act independently. As the god of ninjas in the land of rain, his prowess was formidable. If he genuinely intended to pursue this course, he would risk everything to see it through. Konan began to weave her conspiracy theories. His appearance here could only be intentional. Nagato, we cannot afford to go out looking like this, Nagato exclaimed, his current appearance utterly unacceptable for public view. The thought of Uchiha Chiharu being the cause of his current hairstyle filled him with rage. Yet, his anger was eclipsed by his own embarrassment for having challenged Uchiha Chiharu in the first place. This was no longer merely a matter of strength. It was a matter of dignity. Uchiha Chiharu's unexpected move had caught him off guard. Had Hanzo already learned of their predicament and come to mock them? Yuhiko shared Nagato's sentiments, both feeling like kindred spirits in their plight. They could not shake the feeling that Hanzo was aware of their situation and had come specifically to revel in their misfortune. Why else would he have brought this plan to light after they had become bald? Why now, when they were most vulnerable? Was this truly the same Hanzo they had come to know? Despite being seen as an enemy by Nagato and the others, Hanzo enjoyed a good reputation in the land of rain. If he truly intended to besiege them, he could have done so years ago without waiting until now. Thus, they were certain that he had come merely to witness their embarrassment. Konan, however, was left with even more questions. Was Hanzo truly such a petty individual? Surely not. Chapter 112. Everyone appears as a phantom. Nagato and Yuhiko had succumbed to a severe case of paranoia. Konan merely cast them a glance before disregarding their plight entirely. There was no remedy for them. They might as well await their doom. Hanzo of the Salamander's men were still outside, shouting boisterously. You cannot escape. Konan furrowed her brow, urgently contemplating a solution. We cannot remain stagnant forever. Even if they truly intended to flee, Hanzo would certainly not allow them to slip away easily. Then let us venture outside. Yuhiko, in a reckless state of mind, retrieved a wig, his last act of defiance. Nagato followed suit, affirmatively placing the wig atop his head. Konan remarked, I cannot comprehend your actions. Is it secure? It will inevitably fall off eventually. Nagato and Yuhiko asserted, this is our final stand. As Nagato, Yuhiko, and Konan emerged, Hanzo of the Salamander glanced at them. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of unease. Hanzo wished to scrutinize them further. But Danzo could no longer contain himself. Those eyes. The pale violet irises bore intricate patterns. Surely, it was the Sharingan. Danzo, with his extensive knowledge of the Uchiha clan, was convinced he was not mistaken. Yet, he pondered what powers those eyes possessed. Danzo squinted, his gaze fixed on Nagato. It was rumored that this young man could wield 6 different chakra natures, while most individuals could only manage 2 or 3. Could this be attributed to the Sharingan? Danzo found himself uncertain. Since they were unwilling to cooperate with his plans, he resolved to eliminate them. The land of rain had no need for those who defied his orders, did they? They had rejected his goodwill, and thus he saw no reason to show them mercy. Danzo proclaimed with righteous indignation, ultimately placing the blame squarely on the Akatsuki organization. Truly, he was the cunning old fox of Kenoha. At that moment, Hanzo felt no qualms about the logic of his actions. Had Nagato, Yuhiko, and Konan initially agreed to him, they would have fallen into his trap. Perhaps Hanzo would have felt a twinge of guilt. But now, the longer this dragged on, the more Hanzo felt that the current predicament was the result of the Akatsuki's obstinacy. He had clearly offered them an opportunity. Hanzo instinctively overlooked the fact that it was never an opportunity, but rather a trap he had laid. Konan's face flushed with anger at Danzo's words. It was you who harbored ill intentions. She wanted to argue vehemently, but found herself at a loss for words. After all, it was indeed they who had rejected Hanzo. The reason? Her 2 companions refused to go out due to their baldness. Konan shot a fierce glare at Nagato and Yuhiko. No, just thinking about it made her furious. Nagato and Yuhiko, oblivious to Conan's rage, mused amongst themselves. I feel that old man's gaze upon me is peculiar. Does he know about my baldness? Nagato swallowed his words. Yuhiko also sensed something amiss in Danzo's stare. Why was he looking at Nagato with such fervor? This man must be problematic. Though Nagato and Yuhiko's voices were barely audible, both Hanzo and Danzo were no ordinary individuals. Their superior chakra allowed them to hear every word exchanged between Nagato and Yuhiko clearly. Hanzo was baffled. Did this young man named Nagato harbor some hidden secret? While Nagato was indeed formidable, Hanzo often felt pressure when facing him. Yet, what he truly feared was Yuhiko, with his vast experience. Hanzo had long concluded that Yuhiko was the mastermind behind the Akatsuki. Without Yuhiko, Nagato and Conan would flounder aimlessly, like headless flies, eventually walking into a dead end from which they could never escape. Thus, there would be no need for him to act personally. Intervening against the Akatsuki would betray Hanzo's steadfast principles. Therefore, he had no intention of exterminating them entirely. Regardless of Danzo's persuasion, Hanzo maintained his own convictions. His gaze ever fixated on Yuhiko. Yuhiko trembled in fear. Was he aware of his baldness? Meanwhile, Danzo's mood soured. What did that young man named Nagato mean by his words? Could it be that he had discovered his Sharingan? Danzo grew increasingly convinced of the possibility. Indeed, Hanzo had always claimed to have never witnessed Nagato utilize any bloodline limits beyond ninjutsu. Yet, that did not imply Nagato was incapable of wielding those eyes. If a confrontation were to ensue, could he contend with the Sharingan? Danzo's expression twisted into a grimace. How infuriating. But retreat was no longer an option. Sweat trickled down Danzo's back as he became consumed by his thoughts. In a short span, his clothing was drenched. What should he do next? As he contemplated this, his gaze at Nagato grew ever more ferocious. That insufferable brat. He had schemed against him. Hanzo's eyes remained fixed on Yuhiko. Today, he must eliminate this young man. Nagato and Yuhiko felt the weight of despair. Do they truly know the secret of my baldness? How infuriating. These two must be eradicated. Those who harbor guilt perceive phantoms everywhere. The four of them were lost in their own convoluted thoughts. Only Nagato and Yuhiko, bound by their shared secret, swiftly united through years of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Conan thought to herself, I feel as though I am being overlooked. No one dared to make the first move. Nagato and Yuhiko were too afraid to act, knowing that a confrontation would reveal their secret. Danzo hesitated to strike, fearing what Nagato might unleash with the Sharingan. He was no ordinary adversary to be trifled with. Caution was paramount. Hanzo's gaze flickered momentarily. Both Nagato and Yuhiko proved formidable opponents. Perhaps he could seize that seemingly weak girl beside them? She could serve as leverage to coerce them into action. Hanzo commended his own cleverness. He was truly astute. With that, Hanzo lunged forward. Danzo's eyes gleamed with anticipation behind him. I will encircle them. You may proceed without worry. I shall ensure not a single soul escapes. He reveled in the thought. With Hanzo of the Salamander on his side, he could sit back and reap the rewards. Yuhiko immediately adopted a defensive stance. And then Hanzo seized Conan. How dare you? Hanzo, you lack honor. Chapter 113. Inflicting 800 losses on the enemy while suffering 1,000 Uchiha Chikyu was en route to the Land of Rain. Rushing? There was no need for haste. The situation in the Land of Rain was not dire at all. Uchiha Chikyu stated calmly. As long as he arrived before Danzo made his escape, all would be well. I've heard that there are some renowned beverages in this vicinity. Let us take a detour to procure some. Uchiha Chikyu cheerfully changed course. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, the circumstances were exceedingly grim. Conan was bewildered after being captured by Hanzo of the Salamander. Wait, why are you seizing her, you old fool? Just moments ago, you were fixated on Yuhiko. Conan initially believed that Hanzo was targeting Yuhiko, preparing to strike him instead. She had spent considerable time devising ways to safeguard Yuhiko, only to instinctively relax her defenses. Realizing this, Conan's expression twisted in anguish. This despicable Hanzo, wasting her emotions. A scoundrel who deceives an innocent girl. Conan was seething with rage. Nagato and Yuhiko were equally perplexed. What just transpired? How did Conan get captured so suddenly? Release Conan at once. Yuhiko quickly regained his composure. There was no time for reflection. The priority was to rescue Conan. Hanzo sneered. Since your organization is unwilling to cooperate with my endeavors, I shall have no choice but to eradicate you. The Akatsuki, which poses a threat to his position, must not exist. The Land of Rain requires but a singular voice. The Land of Rain requires but one deity. Hanzo pressed his blade against Konan's throat, causing her to struggle for breath. In the presence of Hanzo, Konan's paper jutsu proved utterly ineffective. This was the terrifying strength of Hanzo. He undoubtedly possessed immense power that the current Akatsuki could not contend with. Konan. Nagato's expression darkened as he glared at Hanzo. This scoundrel. Nagato and Yuhiko exchanged glances. Let us go. Eliminate him. They disregarded their own disguises, prioritizing Konan's rescue. The two charged from opposite sides, attempting to surround Hanzo. Overestimating themselves, Hanzo merely scoffed, dismissing their attacks with disdain. Chain scythe, second strike. Hanzo flung the scythe from his hand, the weapon shimmering with a sinister black gleam, poison he had applied. Nagato and Yuhiko skillfully evaded, knowing they could not afford to be struck by the scythe. Simultaneously, they unleashed ninjutsu to distract Hanzo. Only then would they have a chance to rescue Konan. Humph. The duo's combined efforts exerted considerable pressure on Hanzo, who grew increasingly wary of the Akatsuki. Danzo was not mistaken. If the Akatsuki continued to grow, they would undoubtedly become a formidable threat. Sword technique. Flash. With one hand occupied with Konan, Hanzo continued to wield his weapon against Nagato and Yuhiko, concentrating his chakra on the weapon. Unlike the katana wielded by others, Hanzo's weapon was a combination of scythe and axe. Under Hanzo's command, they surged towards Nagato and Yuhiko, delivering powerful strikes. Swift as lightning, a triumphant gleam flickered in Hanzo's eyes. This technique was capable of determining the victor in an instant. Even the likes of Mifune had fallen to his blade. However, for Nagato and Yuhiko, who had endured Uchiha Chikyu's merciless training, it was merely a challenge. No matter how fast or fierce, it could not compare to Uchiha Chikyu's sword aura. The two managed to dodge clumsily, and then their disguises flew off. The scene was met with utter shock. Even Hanzo and Danzo, seasoned in the face of tumult, were left agape. No. What is this absurdity? A completely bald head and a partially bald head. It was impossible to ascertain which was more jarring. In any case, neither Hanzo nor Danzo could muster a laugh. Just imagine, during the heat of battle, the opponents suddenly transformed into bald heads. What a bewildering sensation. The heavens seemed to tremble. Cough. Cough. Both Hanzo and Danzo found themselves coughing uncontrollably. No, they could no longer contain themselves. There was an opening. Konan had long grown accustomed to the shocking appearance of her two bald companions. Compared to the astonishment of Hanzo and Danzo, Konan was battle-hardened. What did two bald heads matter? It was entirely manageable. Seizing the moment of Hanzo's distraction, Konan adeptly activated her ninjutsu. Dance of the Paper Shuriken. Konan swiftly flew to Nagato and Yuhiko's side. We must flee. Now is not the time to hesitate. Nagato and Yuhiko quickly responded. They had already suffered enough humiliation. They must seize this opportunity to escape. Their unspoken camaraderie propelled them forward. Konan, with her large wings, soared, while Nagato and Yuhiko sprinted swiftly. The sight of two bald heads racing away was somewhat comical. Danzo was the first to react. Block them. Stop them all. The Sharingan was slipping away. Danzo was both astonished and enraged. Hanzo, startled by Danzo's voice, regained his senses. Is this the new aesthetic of the youth? Hanzo's voice was low, tinged with confusion. It seemed he had truly aged. He was utterly unaware of such trends. Danzo rolled his eyes at Hanzo. This is not an aesthetic. This is undoubtedly a new tactic from the enemy. Look. The instant those bald heads appeared, the minds of both were utterly disrupted. What a formidable ninjutsu. There was no need for arduous training. One merely had to shave their head. Cunning Akatsuki, Nagato, Yuhiko, we are wronged. Who would study such a self-destructive tactic? However, the Umbu and Root ninjas of Kenoha were no match for Nagato, who possessed 6 attributes. The relentless barrage of ninjutsu caught them entirely off guard. Nagato could even replicate the techniques of the Umbu and Root ninjas. Utilizing his prodigious learning speed, he mastered their jutsu in mere moments. The same ninjutsu used by the Umbu and Root was executed entirely differently in Nagato's hands. In Nagato's grasp, the potency of these techniques doubled. This was the distinct advantage granted by his formidable chakra. Several Umbu ninjas had already sustained injuries. Yet, Danzo remained unfazed. Instead, he grew increasingly certain. This must be the Manjiki. Such feats could only be achieved with the Sharingan. Danzo was exhilarated. Seize him. Chapter 114. Unable to escape, run faster. There are too many of them. Konan urged Nagato and Yuhiko from the front, glancing back repeatedly. They are doing this intentionally. That letter they sent us must have been a trap. Yahiko recalled the words of Danzo and Hanzo the salamander, his anger boiling. These two are not good people. Hanzo's sudden decision to attack us must be connected to that person beside him. Nagato nodded in agreement. Hanzo himself is not one to eradicate completely. That one-eyed man next to him is undoubtedly sinister. However, due to Danzo not wearing a forehead protector, the Umbu and Root ninjas were also unmarked, making it impossible for them to ascertain Danzo's affiliation. Regardless of where he comes from, I sense malevolence from him, Nagato asserted emphatically. The way that old man gazed at him made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if in Danzo's eyes. He was no longer a living human, but merely an object to be utilized at will. Nagato despised that look. He longed to flee while also eliminating Danzo. Yet, Danzo stood positioned slightly behind Hanzo, clearly indicating their partnership. If he were to strike at Danzo, Hanzo would surely intervene, or worse, capture him. It would be a futile endeavor. Thus, Nagato had no choice but to hasten his escape, feeling acutely aware of his own weakness. As he ran, he inwardly loathed his frailty. Why couldn't he be stronger? For some inexplicable reason, Nagato instinctively recalled the boy he had encountered once. The one who had shaved his head. Though younger than him, that boy possessed formidable swordsmanship, especially today when he had evaded Hanzo's techniques. Comparing their skills, Nagato shook his head vigorously. It felt like an affront to that boy. Hanzo's swordsmanship was not even a fraction of that young man's prowess. The gap was simply too vast. The three of them ran swiftly, nearing the borders of the land of rain. If it comes to it, we can hide in another country. Yahiko gritted his teeth. It's not that simple. Conan's expression grew bitter. This is a time of war. Everywhere is engulfed in conflict. The land of rain may be chaotic, but can we expect better elsewhere? Keep running. Behind them, Danzo and Hanzo finally caught up. Danzo's face darkened as he glared at Nagato. So close. If only they hadn't hesitated, we would have let them escape. The Umbu swiftly surrounded Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan. After some mental adjustment, Hanzo was now prepared to confront the two bald heads. What is the big deal about bald heads? Just pretend I don't see them. Not long ago, Hanzo had thought that killing Yahiko would suffice. But after witnessing Conan's paper jutsu and Nagato's rapid mastery of techniques, he felt a deep-seated apprehension. Hanzo believed it was best to eliminate all of them. None could be spared. Summoning technique. Salamander. A colossal summoning beast appeared. Danzo's expression darkened ominously. Hanzo's moniker stemmed from the poison within him and this summoned beast capable of spewing poisonous mist. The issue was that with so many around, the summoning beast could not distinguish friend from foe. Close ranks. Danzo commanded, directing his men to retreat behind Hanzo. It's one matter if they perish. But if an Umbu ninja dies at the hands of my ally, I would be at a loss for words. The ninjas of the Umbu were different. Most hailed from various clans in Kenoha or were ordinary civilian ninjas, each with a normal identity. They could even leave the Umbu if they chose. Meaning Umbu ninjas could not die without cause. Otherwise, even Danzo would be unable to explain himself. Hanzo merely glanced at Danzo, indifferent to his actions. After all, their collaboration was superficial. Any trouble that arose was not his concern. Toxic mist. Hanzo unleashed poison immediately. The toxic mist of the summoned salamander was nearly incurable once inhaled. Conan ascended into the air. After all, the summoned beast was still a fish and could only remain on the ground. The toxic mist could not reach the skies. Nagato and Yahiko quickly dispersed, one heading east and the other west. Hanzo couldn't envelop both in the toxic mist, giving Nagato and Yahiko an opportunity. Together, they exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intent. Prolonging the confrontation would only be detrimental. Hanzo was resolute in eradicating them here, leaving no chance for escape. Nagato and Yahiko were not the types to sit idle. If that was the case, they would carve a bloody path out. Overconfident little brats. Hanzo sneered as he observed Nagato and Yahiko charging towards him. Taijutsu, chain-side second strike. Just when Nagato and Yahiko thought Hanzo would continue focusing on them, he directed the summoned beast straight towards Yahiko. The first to be dealt with was the leader among the two. The toxic mist from the salamander surged forth towards Yahiko. Inevitably, he inhaled the toxic vapor, his body growing weak, and his chakra momentarily stagnated. In a battle of skilled opponents, this fleeting lapse was sufficient. The scythe-like weapon struck Yahiko. Ugh! Yahiko's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Yahiko! Yahiko! Both Nagato and Conan were taken aback, rushing towards him. But it was too late. He has succumbed to my specially crafted poison. Without the antidote, he cannot survive. Hanzo chuckled in satisfaction. Haha. You three little brats think you can challenge my authority? Dream on. Yahiko. Nagato cried out in anguish, witnessing his poisoned and wounded companion. Chapter 115. The Descent of Uchiha Chikyu. Yahiko gazed at the approaching Nagato and chuckled. Truly, he was a good brother. No regrets in death. Run. He must run. Since survival was no longer an option, he resolved to self-destruct. He was determined not to leave behind a corpse. For his bald appearance was far too embarrassing. He desired to vanish into ashes, ensuring that no one would ever know of his bald visage again. In the face of impending death, Yahiko found clarity. Hanzo of the Salamander had taken matters into his own hands. They could never all escape. It was worth it. Only he would perish, taking 2 companions with him. Such a bargain. Hanzo of the Salamander, come forth. With only a faint trace of chakra remaining in his body, the toxins would fully manifest by the following day. Yet, Yahiko chose to die like a hero. Tears streamed down Conan's cheeks in sorrow. Yahiko, stay alive. I will no longer disdain your baldness. Though it truly was quite unsightly. Nagato attempted to rush forward, only to be intercepted by Danzo. Want to save someone? First, check if you have a life to spare. One had already been dealt with. This brat should not be too difficult to handle, Danzo thought with delight. He had captured him. To Nagato's surprise, Danzo did not immediately attack, but rather seized Conan, who had just landed. Yahiko's intention of self-destruction came to an abrupt halt. Conan, you cannot self-destruct now. It would endanger you and Nagato. Conan furrowed her brow, perplexed. What just happened? She had momentarily lost her focus, allowing Danzo to seize the opportunity. Hiki, that Hanzo still clings to his mercy. Dealing with people like you requires no compassion or remorse. Danzo proclaimed arrogantly. Earlier, Hanzo had allowed Conan to flee. But he would not extend the same courtesy. Taking advantage of this boy's recent defeat, he hurried to eliminate him. Danzo did not act himself. Instead, he instructed the Umbu and Root members to encircle Nagato. He must not be allowed to escape. Then, Danzo continued, this is your companion, right? Do you wish for her to survive? Then take your own life. Only if you die will I release her. Danzo's words rang with a chilling righteousness. Conan felt a surge of anger, wanting to leap up and strike him. Nonsense. How could you possibly let yourself go? Nagato, do not believe his words. You must flee. Quickly. Yahiko was dead. She could not survive alone. Nagato could not afford any further misfortune. Otherwise, the Akatsuki would truly be finished. As long as Nagato lived, their dreams would one day be realized. No, I cannot escape alone. Nagato shook his head vigorously. In less than half a day, they were on the brink of collapse. He could not accept this reality. Danzo continued to stoke the flames. If you do not act, I will kill her. Conan's neck was already marked with a line of blood. She sighed quietly. Her unfortunate neck. It would be more merciful to end her life with a single strike. Nagato was at a loss, uncertain of what decision to make. Danzo, seeing the turmoil in Nagato's expression, felt hopeful. He relished these so-called companion sentiments. As long as he captured one, the rest would be easy pickings. Danzo was poised. The moment Nagato fell, he would immediately slay Conan. Release her? What a joke. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain was not Danzo's way. Will you save her or not? Danzo pressed his blade deeper. Conan felt despair. Give her a definitive answer regarding life or death. As Nagato struggled to make a decision, a voice interrupted him. I hope I am not too late. The calm voice made everyone present widen their eyes in astonishment. It's you. Both Nagato and the poisoned Yahiko recognized Uchiha Chikyu. Conan gazed at Chikyu in surprise. What was his purpose for coming at this moment? The three were utterly bewildered. Nagato, on high alert, spoke, You have already taken your vengeance on us. What is your intention now? From the outset, Nagato harbored animosity towards Uchiha Chikyu. Had it not been for Chikyu's intervention, Nagato would not have so readily allowed him to depart. Even now, Nagato was unaware of Chikyu's name, yet remained vigilant. Could this man have come to finish them off while they were on the brink of death? The more Nagato pondered, the more plausible it seemed. His mind was tense, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed a transformation in Chikyu's eyes. A power surged, striking against his gaze. Among all present, Danzo was the most anxious. He had not anticipated that Nagato would recognize Uchiha Chikyu. Thus, he acted decisively. Uchiha Chikyu, you should be at the front lines of Kenoha. What brings you to the land of rain? If anything happens to the front line, will you bear the responsibility? Danzo's voice was stern. Not so much a reprimand as an attempt to shift all blame onto Chikyu. Uchiha. Both Nagato and Conan finally learned Chikyu's name. They were momentarily taken aback. Wait, why would someone attacking them know the name of a Kenoha ninja? Nagato quickly connected the dots. So it was Kenoha that had struck against them. His voice was filled with hatred and complexity. The Jeriah who had saved them was from Kenoha, yet now it was also Kenoha that sought to tear them apart. Kenoha, how despicable. Nagato could taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. This was the result of his painstaking restraint. Haha, Danzo. Your knack for shifting blame has changed at all. Uchiha Chiryu, unfazed by Danzo's accusations, replied coolly. There is no need to waste anger on someone about to meet their doom. Are you here to assist him? Nagato's expression shifted from wariness to a desire for Chiryu's demise. Ignoring Nagato's malicious words and hostile gaze, Chiryu feigned disgust. Assist him? Are you out of your mind, or am I? Associating myself with you and Danzo is utterly repugnant. I am here to uphold justice. Uchiha Chiryu stated calmly. I brought so many Umbu here without informing the third Hokage. He shook his head. How could the third know nothing at all? Just like all the clandestine schemes Danzo had orchestrated, the third was fully aware but had never intervened. Now was the time for reckoning. Chapter 116. Danzo's trepidation settlement? Are you jesting with me? A sense of unease flickered within Danzo. Despite his bluster, he vociferously reprimanded Uchiha Chihiro. Since I am here, you need not worry about my fate. Uchiha Chihiro, however, did not offer any clarification to Danzo but instead addressed his initial inquiry. Fleeing from the front lines to the land of rain? There's no issue at all. The more Uchiha Chihiro asserted his position, the greater Danzo's fear grew. He had sensed it. Something was unfolding in his ignorance. Nearby, Nagato and Konan appeared bewildered. I thought you were allied with him, thus making us adversaries. Now it seems you are merely the enemy of my enemy, which makes us allies. For some reason, Konan felt a sudden sense of reassurance. If it were Uchiha Chihiro, he might indeed be capable of overcoming these two old relics. Konan's heart brimmed with trust in Uchiha Chihiro. Yet, Nagato did not share Konan's optimism. Hanzo of the Salamander was a demigod. Even your legendary Sannin from Kenoha could not match him. What could a blind man do, no matter how formidable? Indeed, he cowered before Uchiha Chihiro's ruthless methods. But that does not imply Hanzo will be similarly intimidated. Moreover, Hanzo wears a colossal helmet. Uchiha Chihiro's tactics would be ineffective against Hanzo. Do you think I possess only this skill? Uchiha Chihiro chuckled helplessly. When did he give them the impression he was limited to mere haircuts? This was a means to grow stronger. No one could besmirch his intentions. He certainly harbored no peculiar inclinations. Uchiha Chihiro resolutely concluded. Nagato merely scoffed, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Danzo, witnessing the disrupted atmosphere caused by Uchiha Chihiro, erupted in fury. So close. Just a hair's breadth away. He could have acquired a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Those eyes would surpass his current ones in power. In that moment, he could ascend to the title of Hokage. Yet all of this vanished with Uchiha Chihiro's arrival. How could Danzo not be enraged? Very well. I shall eliminate her first. Let us see what that monkey has to say. With the third Hokage as his backing, Danzo felt no fear toward Uchiha Chihiro. He and the monkey were inextricably linked. The monkey would never betray him. Such was Danzo's unwavering confidence. Uchiha Chihiro found amusement in his self-assurance. Excellent. Upon returning to Kenoha, I shall witness Danzo's face being slapped. Konan, Nagato, observing Danzo's intent to strike, froze in horror. No, he cannot lose Yahiko. I cannot afford to lose Konan again. Haha, live in regret. Danzo had yet to revel in his triumph. With a thunderous strike, a precise blow struck Danzo's wrist. His blade was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Konan exclaimed, "Run." Nagato rushed forward. Konan, quickly bandage. Nagato frantically attempted to staunch Konan's bleeding. Meanwhile, Danzo's expression twisted into a snarl. You, a Kenoha ninja, dare to injure the Hokage's advisor and allow this traitor to escape. Uchiha Chihiro, do you seek rebellion? Danzo's gaze toward Uchiha Chihiro radiated pure venom. Uchiha Chihiro, the one obstructing his ambitions. Do you possess a throne to inherit? Is rebellion your aim? Uchiha Chihiro sighed, unwilling to engage in further explanations. Even without a throne, Danzo was fervently intent on becoming Hokage. It was astonishing that the third Hokage could endure so much. Enough chatter, let us engage. Uchiha Chihiro's sword readied for action. Danzo's face twitched. He was acutely aware of Uchiha Chihiro's prowess in swordsmanship. With the presence of Yakushi-nan, all of Uchiha Chihiro's illustrious feats had reached his desk. The mere descriptions invoked a sense of dread. The more he observed, the more fear crept into his heart. Hanzo of the Salamander. Intercept him. Danzo dared not confront Uchiha Chihiro directly, resorting to hollering for Hanzo's intervention. Hanzo glanced at Uchiha Chihiro, frowning. I shall not strike a blind man. Uchiha Chihiro bears no grudge against me. To attack a blind man would betray my principles. Regardless of Danzo's urgings, Hanzo remained unmoved. Nagato could not help but chuckle. Witnessing their internal discord is rather delightful. They brought this upon themselves. Yet, a question lingered. Was Uchiha Chihiro truly that formidable? Listening to Danzo's panicked cries, Uchiha Chihiro smirked. It was quite amusing to hear Danzo desperately shouting. Who would have thought Danzo could feel fear? Truly, the heavens spare none. Taking a deep breath, Danzo resolved not to remain idle. He could not believe that so many could not contend with Uchiha Chihiro. Observing Uchiha Chihiro's sword swing once more, Danzo formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Summoning technique, dream taper. Danzo unleashed a powerful wind from his mouth. The continuous gusts, enhanced by the dream taper's suction, amplified their might. Not only could they sever the opponent's flesh, but they could also disrupt their chakra. When the vacuum wave collided with Uchiha Chihiro's sword energy, it produced a cataclysmic roar. Boom. It echoed like a multitude of exploding tags. The sound was deafening. The battlefield was engulfed in swirling smoke and dust. Yet, Nagato and Hanzo could discern the unfolding events clearly. Both were astounded. No wonder Danzo was so terrified. This was no ordinary child. This was another rising genius. Hanzo perceived Uchiha Chihiro's swordplay effortless and unhurried, as if merely a casual attack. Conversely, Danzo was on high alert, prepared to unleash all his resources. Just by observing, it was evident Danzo had already lost. The power of Uchiha Chihiro's sword energy far surpassed Hanzo's expectations. The ground was cleaved, creating a chasm spanning several meters. Chapter 117. Uchiha Chiharu. Are you teaching me how to be human? Is this individual truly blind? How could he possess such formidable swordsmanship? Hanzo of the Salamander gazed at Uchiha Chiharu with a fervent intensity. Powerful. Remarkably powerful. Just from the gentle swing of Uchiha Chiharu's sword, one could discern the level of his prowess. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he was certainly no match for this young boy. Hanzo thought to himself. Overwhelmed by the sheer terror of it all, despite being younger than Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin, he wielded such extraordinary strength. Hanzo suddenly grasped the reason why Danzo sought him out. In his own territory, a prodigious talent like this had emerged. As they aged, geniuses were rising at an astonishing pace. How could they possibly accept that? Naturally, Danzo would not be satisfied. Uchiha Chiharu. Danzo realized that Uchiha Chiharu's strike had been devoid of restraint. It had been aimed directly at him. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly find himself bedridden for 10 days to half a month. Danzo was enraged. Instinctively, he touched his right eye, the one that housed the Sharingan. This eye had been the key to his dominion over the Umbu for many years. With this eye, combined with the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, he was invincible. Should he employ this eye now? Danzo found himself in a dilemma. No. If he used it now, he would have no chance of replacing that monkey as Hokage. Consider yourself fortunate. Danzo snorted coldly. He was indifferent to whether Uchiha Chiharu heard his words. After all, Uchiha Chiharu was blind. Thus, he could never comprehend his intent. In reality, however, through the lens of Uchiha Chiharu's observation, he could discern the actions of the black and white Danzo. He was not intimidated by Uchiha Madara's genjutsu. What was Danzo, after all? It was time to conclude this farce and cease wasting his youth in the company of an old man. Uchiha Chiharu did not wait for Danzo to react. He swung his sword once more. Flashing steel slash. With the enhancement of Uchiha Chiharu's chakra, the sword energy surged like thunder. The momentum was astounding. Danzo had no time to react. It charged directly at him. Thud. Danzo was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Crack. His ribs shattered upon impact. Severely injured. His eyes rolled back, and Danzo was forced into unconsciousness. Nagato and Konin widened their eyes in astonishment. Is he really that powerful? This swordsmanship is astonishing, especially for Nagato, who was left speechless in shock. Once, he believed ninjutsu to be the apex of power. He had never imagined that swordsmanship could be so grand. Uchiha Chiharu's two sword energies had altered the very landscape. Massive fissures transformed into meandering streams. Even hillocks were flattened. Nagato instinctively touched his bald head. Indeed, it was a miracle that his head had not been severed. Uchiha Chiharu had shown restraint. Nagato was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Hanzo squinted at Uchiha Chiharu. Are you here to take Danzo away? If so, you may leave. As for Danzo's fate, Hanzo expressed genuine indifference. Their relationship was merely one of ordinary cooperation. Hanzo had no intention of offending such a formidable opponent for Danzo's sake. He believed he could still contend with Uchiha Chiharu, albeit with great difficulty. Therefore, if he could send Uchiha Chiharu away peacefully, it would be the best course of action. Contemplating this, Hanzo released his chakra, attempting to exert pressure on Uchiha Chiharu. Boy, I am not someone to be trifled with. Now that I am willing to converse with you, do not be ungrateful. Hanzo thought Uchiha Chiharu would understand his implication. After all, even the three young ones from Kenoha had once been unable to defeat him when united. Yet, recognizing their unwavering spirit, Hanzo had granted them the title of the Three Shinobi. In the face of Hanzo's oppressive aura, Uchiha Chiharu felt nothing. In fact, through his heightened perception, he could clearly see that Hanzo's chakra could not even approach him. It was instead assimilated by the chakra surrounding him. Nonetheless, Uchiha Chiharu's mind was filled with discontent. Hanzo, after all, you are destined to perish, are you not? Whether sooner or later makes no difference. Over there, Nagato fared somewhat better. Perhaps due to the presence of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, he felt little discomfort. However, Conan's expression turned pale in an instant. Yuhiko, who lay on the ground, was on the verge of death, spewing blood. I am going to die? Yuhiko felt as if he were staring into the gates of hell. No. He had not yet had the chance to self-destruct. Yuhiko lamented his dire state, tears welling up in his eyes. Oh heavens! Could even death not grant him peace? Yuhiko's eyes remained wide open as he silently screamed in his heart. He could only wait for death now. Yuhiko! Conan! Nagato sensed Yuhiko's life fading. He wanted to rush over, but Hanzo remained there, seemingly watching Yuhiko take his last breath. Almost forgot about you. Hanzo glanced at Yuhiko, then swiftly delivered a fatal blow. Yuhiko breathed his last. Nagato and Conan's eyes filled with rage. Hanzo. They both wanted to charge forward. Hanzo remained expressionless. One troublesome opponent had been dealt with. If he could eliminate the remaining two, that would be ideal. If not, he feared nothing. Hanzo was confident in his strength. Yet he kept a vigilant eye on Uchiha Chiharu. Uchiha Chiharu was the opponent he regarded with utmost caution. TSK. Uchiha Chiharu felt a surge of displeasure. Killing before his very eyes? Did he not regard him at all? In truth, Uchiha Chiharu was entirely indifferent to the fate of Nagato, Yuhiko, and Conan. Yuhiko was dead. Even if Nagato evolved into the Six Paths Nagato, it mattered not. However, Hanzo's actions ignited a sense of provocation within Uchiha Chiharu. The pressure of chakra, coupled with the fatal blow delivered to Yuhiko. The two combined. Uchiha Chiharu let out a cold laugh. The tiger does not roar. You mistake him for a sickly cat. Attempting to force him with chakra? What a joke. Uchiha Chiharu unapologetically released his own chakra. The moment Nagato, who was on the brink of exploding with power, sensed it. He froze. What is this? Nagato trembled all over. This felt entirely different from Hanzo's pressure. Even he, with his Manjiki Sharingan, felt a sense of dread. A primal fear emanated from within. Before him, Uchiha Chiharu seemed no longer human. Instead, he appeared as a ferocious beast, poised to pounce and devour. Chapter 118, The Mackerel Fish Hanzo Haha. What? Nagato clutched his chest, gasping for breath. He had initially believed that the two sword strikes from Uchiha Chiharu were the pinnacle of his abilities. Yet, to his astonishment, Uchiha Chiharu possessed such formidable chakra. Conan's paper jutsu completely dissipated. Faced with the direct onslaught of Uchiha Chiharu's chakra, Conan found herself utterly incapable of controlling her techniques. Compared to Nagato, her predicament was even more dire. However, her gaze towards Uchiha Chiharu brimmed with admiration. Powerful. So powerful. It was truly overwhelming. Coupled with Uchiha Chiharu's striking appearance, he exuded an aura of safety that resonated deeply with girls, particularly for Conan, who harbored a profound sense of insecurity, even under the oppressive force of his chakra. Her eyes were irresistibly drawn to Uchiha Chiharu. She believed that as long as Uchiha Chiharu was willing, Hanzo of the Salamander could never rival him. Her desire for revenge for Yuhiko would finally be fulfilled. Hanzo of the Salamander was the most shocked of all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hanzo wanted to go mad. Such overwhelming chakra, a feat he himself could not achieve. Yet to Uchiha Chiharu, it was merely trivial. He even maintained a cheerful demeanor while gazing at Hanzo, devoid of any hint of strain. This was a testament to Uchiha Chiharu's might. He was not merely putting on a fade. He genuinely possessed such a terrifying amount of chakra. Was Uchiha Chiharu truly this powerful? It was no wonder that Danzo held such apprehension. The Umbu and Root members Danzo had brought did not dare to confront Uchiha Chiharu, even when they witnessed him engaging Danzo himself. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. They were no match for Uchiha Chiharu. To approach him would be to offer their heads on a platter. They preferred to observe from the sidelines, and if Danzo inquired later, they could claim it was to ensure his safe return to Kenoha. Humans are inherently cautious. The Umbu did not blindly obey Danzo's commands, and Root would not fight to the death without his orders. Thus, none from Kenoha dared to confront Uchiha Chiharu. Feeling the omnipresent weight of the chakra pressing down upon them, their hearts swelled with relief. Indeed, such chakra transcended humanity. It felt more akin to. The latter words remained unspoken, as they exchanged glances reminiscent of tailed beasts. Although they could not see the crimson cloak of a tailed beast, the sheer power, the overwhelming pressure, was a sensation they had only previously encountered in the presence of a tailed beast. It was an unforgettable memory, one that evoked a sense of trepidation. They had thought such an experience would only occur once in a lifetime. Yet here it was again, with Uchiha Chiharu. How could they not be terrified? Uchiha Chiharu was indeed too strong, powerful enough that they dared not breathe too forcefully, fearing it might draw his attention. They recalled that they too were brought by Danzo and feared being dealt with as well. None believed they possessed the strength to challenge Uchiha Chiharu. Very well. I have already granted you an opportunity. Hanzo's expression darkened significantly. Uchiha Chiharu's actions had directly challenged his authority. Hanzo could not easily allow Uchiha Chiharu to go unpunished. Otherwise, word would spread, and others would perceive Hanzo as someone easily bullied. Hanzo issued a fierce warning, then turned his focus towards Uchiha Chiharu. Be careful. Konan immediately noticed and exclaimed. Her complexion paled further. I can also avenge Yuhiko. Nagato wished to prevent Uchiha Chiharu from intervening. But just as he attempted to rise, he discovered that he had unknowingly exhausted his strength. Forget about fighting. Even escaping was now a question. Nagato's expression grew even more grim. Yet, no one paid him any mind. All eyes were fixed solely on Uchiha Chiharu. Whether it was Hanzo, Konan, or the Umbu and Root members of Kenoha, they could only see the tall, slender youth, his eyes devoid of emotion, wielding a long sword. The relentless aura emanating from him instilled both fear and reverence. Even Hanzo's resolve began to waver. Yet, Hanzo's spirit remained unyielding. He immediately regained his composure. Truly formidable. He could even be considered the most powerful adversary Hanzo had ever encountered. Dismissing the summoned spirit beasts, Hanzo understood that while Uchiha Chiharu wielded a sword, he could easily avoid close combat. The summoned beasts would be of no use against Uchiha Chiharu. It was better to conserve that portion of chakra. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Hanzo crouched low, his hands touching the earth. Fire release, exploding flame array. Konan and Nagato widened their eyes. It's this technique. With Yuhiko's body in tow, retreat. Nagato commanded immediately. Konan cast a worried glance at Uchiha Chiharu. She longed to assist him, but that was not an option. Nagato and Yuhiko were her comrades. A flicker of conflict and struggle coursed through Konan's heart, but she gritted her teeth and swiftly advanced, lifting Yuhiko's lifeless form. Dance of the Paper Wings. A pair of enormous, snow-white wings unfurled behind Konan. Ascending into the sky, she carried the deceased Yuhiko with her. Nagato also utilized ninjutsu to elevate himself into the air. Be careful, Hanzo. Konan couldn't help but shout to Uchiha Chiharu. This technique. They had witnessed it before. The ground would explode. Hanzo himself would be outside the blast radius, but his enemies would be in grave peril. Konan anxiously observed Uchiha Chiharu. If Uchiha Chiharu truly found himself in danger, she would sacrifice Yuhiko's body if necessary, just to rush in and rescue him. I simply believe he is truly powerful. If he could survive, he should be able to swiftly restore peace to the chaos. Perhaps he could even bring forth the true equilibrium we desire for this world. Konan murmured softly to Yuhiko's body, a hint of guilt clouding her thoughts. Yes, she genuinely felt that Uchiha Chiharu's demise would be a loss for this world. She held no selfish motives. Yuhiko, I trust you will understand me. Want you? Yuhiko, understand what nonsense. In an instant, Uchiha Chiharu sensed something amiss beneath his feet. The ground was slowly sinking, and in that moment of realization, the descent accelerated dramatically. Hanzo of the Salamander laughed heartily upon seeing Uchiha Chiharu still motionless, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Ha ha ha. Your experience is still far too lacking. What? Hanzo's voice faltered. Chapter 119. The Struggles of the Mountain Pepperfish. What is happening? The mountain pepperfish Hans is utterly perplexed. Humans. How is it possible for them to soar through the heavens? Not like Konan, who constructs wings from countless paper pieces to simulate flight. Although she employs ninjutsu, no one finds fault with it. Wings mean one can fly. But what of Uchiha Chihiro? Standing upon a sword? And then ascending into the sky? This is utterly illogical. At the moment the explosive tag was about to detonate, Uchiha Chihiro took to the skies, accompanied by a resounding blast, instantly appearing in the heavens above. This surpassed Hans's imagination, as well as that of Nagato and Konan. Can one truly fly merely by standing on a sword? Nagato frantically searched his mind for any similar ninjutsu, having the ability to wield 6 elemental chakras, and being a genius who masters any technique he encounters. He had studied numerous jutsus, yet none could achieve what Uchiha Chihiro has done. Nagato's gaze towards Uchiha Chihiro was filled with envy and ambition. He yearned to master this technique, though he wondered if an opportunity would arise. Konan couldn't help but glance at the sword beneath Uchiha Chihiro's feet, then back at her own magnificent wings. Defeated, Konan quickly concluded. Alas, Uchiha Chihiro's appearance was indeed more striking. Is it really true? Can someone genuinely ascend to the skies through sheer willpower? The Umbu ninjas were equally astonished. Incredible! As the direct armed force of the Hokage, they had witnessed many peculiar occurrences, yet this was their first encounter with Uchiha Chihiro's prowess. They had previously heard rumors, but assumed them to be false. Indeed, it had never been mentioned that the Uchiha clan possessed such abilities. The Uchiha clan is remarkably adept at concealing their talents. The Umbu ninjas began to chatter among themselves, instinctively believing this jutsu must be from the Uchiha clan. Was it Uchiha Chihiro's original creation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They pondered whether they could muster the audacity to approach the Uchiha clan for instruction. It appeared far too impressive. The Umbu ninjas' eyes sparkled with envy and desire to learn. The Root ninjas remained mostly silent, yet their gazes towards Uchiha Chihiro shifted perceptibly. Unlike the Umbu, the Root ninjas were more familiar with Uchiha Chihiro's exploits. However, hearing about it is far different from witnessing it firsthand. If Uchiha Chihiro truly possesses such formidable power, could they? The Root ninjas glanced at the fallen Danzo, each harboring their own thoughts. Although unspoken, they felt a mutual understanding among themselves. This was their final opportunity. Such a golden opportunity must not be squandered. You are strong, even more powerful than I had imagined. Hans's expression darkened further. After struggling for some time, he could only utter this phrase, while inwardly cursing Danzo. Inferior Danzo, had it not been for him. How could such a harbinger of death have emerged in the land of rain? Reflecting on his own semi-divine reputation and the esteem he had garnered over the years in the land of rain, the thought of losing to a mere child was unbearable for Hans. He was, after all, the leader of the land of rain. If Danzo were still conscious, Hans could not guarantee he wouldn't consider taking action against him. A worthless partner, Danzo had merely invited trouble upon him, though Hans's exterior remained composed. He was mentally cursing Danzo, recognizing that the Akatsuki in the land of rain threatened his status. However, with just 3 children, once he regained his composure, eliminating them would not be a challenge. Danzo's interference had escalated the situation from simple to hellish. No, it was a nightmare. Secret technique, poisonous body technique, toxic mist eruption. Hans employed 2 consecutive jutsus, both laced with poison. Even if Uchiha Chihiro soared aloft, as long as the wind blew, the toxins would reach him. This was Hans's most potent poison. Once unleashed, it harmed both foes and allies alike. Hans relied on the unique helmet on his face to breathe. Yet even this could not sustain him for long. He needed to conclude this swiftly. Observing the swirling violet toxic gas, Uchiha Chihiro appreciated the power of observation Haki. Though it did not grant him clear vision, it provided him with an entirely different perception of reality. Hans aimed for a quick resolution, and Uchiha Chihiro immediately discerned his intentions. After all, Hans had exhausted nearly all the ninjutsu at his disposal. Yet he still could not inflict even a scratch upon Uchiha Chihiro. Hans would not easily concede defeat. Konan, bearing Yahiko's lifeless body, swiftly retreated. She felt there was no longer a need to alert Uchiha Chihiro, for he was truly formidable. He did not require her intervention. She would simply yield the battlefield to him, ensuring he remained undistracted by external forces. This was the best she could offer. Retreat quickly. Hans's poison is insurmountable. As Konan passed by the Umbu and Root ninjas, she uttered this warning. Nagato, filled with resentment, cast a glance at them and Danzo. Konan, why bother warning them? They should perish. They are the ones who brought about Yahiko's demise. Nagato's mind was rife with conflicting thoughts, even contemplating destroying something in retaliation. However, due to Uchiha Chihiro's presence, all his actions and intentions were suppressed at their roots. He was no match for Uchiha Chihiro. Now, as Uchiha Chihiro engaged in battle, he could only observe, unable to intervene. He has aided us, Konan referred to Uchiha Chihiro, and after a moment of silence, she continued. Allowing him to perish so easily would be too lenient. I believe that once Uchiha Chihiro returns him to Kenoha, he will face far graver consequences. I do not wish for his death. I desire a fate worse than death for him. Nagato remained silent. Danzo was from Kenoha. Uchiha Chihiro was also from Kenoha. Would Kenoha shelter him? Who could say? Compared to a fate worse than death, he still wished for Danzo to perish here, before Yahiko. Only then could he find peace. Chapter 120. The recycling of the dead. Nagato envisioned a splendid outcome. Yet he was acutely aware of his limitations, not due to a lack of capability, but rather because Uchiha Chikyu was present. With this thought, Nagato could not help but glance back at Uchiha Chikyu. That long sword seemed to be wielded effortlessly by Uchiha Chikyu. It swayed gently, effortlessly altering the direction of the wind. Similarly, Hanzo of the Salamander was not about to let Uchiha Chikyu off so easily. Uchiha Chikyu drew his sword once more. In that instant, Nagato was astonished to perceive a shift in Uchiha Chikyu's aura. Although he had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, Uchiha Chikyu's steps appeared somewhat unsteady. However, upon unsheathing the longsword, Uchiha Chikyu radiated an intensity that was blinding. Nagato, Konan, and the Leaf Ninjas had long retreated to a safe distance. They could only see Uchiha Chikyu in the sky, resembling a mere speck. And then, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, he struck downward with his sword. The force magnified significantly. The sword's energy, spanning several meters, enveloped the entire airspace above Hanzo of the Salamander. Countless fine strands of sword energy obstructed Hanzo's escape route. Even with the body flicker technique, Hanzo could not evade the deadly domain that Uchiha Chikyu had meticulously prepared for him. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the impact. Debris scattered in all directions. Even the incessant rain of the Land of Rain could not muffle the earth-shattering noise. Gulp! Someone, unsure of who, suddenly swallowed hard, awakening all those who were momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, one and all were left speechless. Even the already unconscious Danzo trembled instinctively at the overwhelming pressure emanating from Uchiha Chikyu. The Root Ninjas mistakenly believed that Danzo was on the verge of awakening. Unbeknownst to them, a swift strike landed on Danzo's neck, rendering him still. The other Root Ninjas were oblivious, yet a few exchanged glances, silently confirming that Danzo remained unconscious. In the silence that ensued, a tacit understanding was reached among them. As for Danzo's fate, that was a concern for the illustrious Uchiha Chikyu above. It had nothing to do with them. Uchiha Chikyu, unaware of the consensus formed in his absence, remained motionless in the sky. Finished drinking, he shook the empty flask and retrieved a scroll for more wine. He appeared as carefree as a vacationer, utterly unfazed by the previous cataclysm. Once Uchiha Chikyu resumed his drinking, the debris and smoke on the ground finally dissipated. Hanzo of the Salamander lay sprawled on the ground, his helmet shattered into two pieces, revealing numerous wounds of varying sizes on his body. The deepest was a sword wound to his chest, exposing his ribcage. Hanzo continued to cough up blood, clearly on the brink of death. With squinted eyes, Hanzo's gaze fixed upon Uchiha Chikyu. Lying on the ground, he had a clearer view of Uchiha Chikyu, who was gracefully wielding his sword. As death approached, Hanzo instinctively reflected on his life. Danzo has betrayed me. Nearing his demise, Hanzo's mind cleared. Danzo had never harbored good intentions. Hanzo could not fathom what Danzo sought from the Akatsuki, but the coaxing felt fundamentally wrong. Foolishly, he had believed Danzo's deceit, abandoning his own convictions. Leading to this dire conclusion, Hanzo felt no surprise at his fate. You are the god of this era. I shall take my bow. Hanzo felt a multitude of words linger on his lips, yet ultimately, he uttered but two phrases. The name Hanzo of the Salamander is legendary, the pinnacle of ninja prowess. Today, he inscribed the final chapter of his life. Hanzo closed his eyes, departing without regret. Uchiha Chikyu finally descended. He approached Hanzo's side at a leisurely pace. Nagato, Konan, and the other ninjas held their breath. They had also heard Hanzo's final words. Hanzo's implication was that Uchiha Chikyu was a god? Such an appellation seemed excessively grandiose. After all, even Hanzo was merely referred to as a demigod. Yet, reflecting on Uchiha Chikyu's earth-shattering strike and the demise of Hanzo at his hands, the title did not seem so far-fetched. No one dared utter a word. They felt that Uchiha Chikyu must have sensed Hanzo's admiration in his final moments and was thus preparing to pay his respects. A natural human sentiment. Regardless of Hanzo's actions prior to his death, his demeanor in the face of mortality was indeed commendable. Then they witnessed Uchiha Chikyu unsheathing his sword. What was he about to do? Swish, swish, swish. Hanzo's hair was gone. Uchiha Chikyu nodded with satisfaction. Alas, He had failed to control his strength previously, primarily because Hanzo had been excessively provocative. In a moment of carelessness, Uchiha Chikyu had inadvertently slain him. Had his reward slipped away? Uchiha Chikyu was unwilling to accept such a fate. No. Even in death, he must secure his reward. This does not count. The system fell silent. Uchiha Chikyu began to argue with the system. Why shouldn't it count? I am the one who killed him. Of course, it should count. As Uchiha Chikyu bickered with the system, those around him gaped in astonishment. Good heavens! Is he not even letting the dead rest? What deep-seated grudge could this be? The Umbu ninjas, while speaking, couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Nagato and the deceased Yuhiko. Ah, now it makes sense. That hairstyle was not a preference of theirs, but rather forcibly shaved by Lord Uchiha Chikyu. My condolences. Regardless, it is certainly better than the one lying on the ground. Nagato was left speechless with fury. He had almost grown accustomed to that bald head. Now, the topic was abruptly revived. Nagato yearned for vengeance. It is not a matter of profound enmity. I believe the issue lies with his character. He simply revels in shaving heads. Nagato crossed his arms, resigned to his fate. However, Nagato was unaware that he had inadvertently spoken a portion of the truth. You all should be cautious. You may be next in line. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chikyu finally concluded his dispute with the system. This time, he begrudgingly acknowledged Hanzo of the Salamander. Consider it a one-time exception. Uchiha Chikyu felt a wave of relief. Then, upon turning, everyone instinctively retreated a step. Please, spare us. Chapter 121. An unforeseen path then, they beheld Uchiha Chikyu striding towards them. The Umbu ninjas were nearly paralyzed with fear. No. They were adamant about not becoming bald. Such humiliation would be unbearable. How could they possibly return to Sunagakure with their heads shorn? Nagato, however, was brimming with excitement. Quickly, let none escape. Although he was puzzled by Uchiha Chikyu's peculiar fixation, he even spared the deceased. He had already embraced baldness. He feared nothing. Let everyone join him in becoming bald. Thus, there would be no more mockery in this world. Nagato considered this to be a splendid idea. Should his hair remain absent in the future, he could simply compel all who lacked his strength to adopt the same baldness. How ingenious! Unbeknownst to all, Nagato had quietly evolved. I shall let everyone know. A sack of rice can bear several flights of stairs. Uchiha Chikyu yawned. It was time to return to Sunagakure. The Umbu ninjas en route dared not voice opposition. What if they were to be shorn by Uchiha Chikyu for their disobedience? They would have no place to weep. They had neither been injured nor bled. The only potential casualty would be their fragile hearts. Konan, witnessing Uchiha Chikyu's readiness to depart, wished to retain him. Yet, as she opened her mouth, words eluded her. Uchiha Chikyu had avenged Yuhiko by slaying Hanzo of the Salamander. However, similarly, Danzo was also their enemy. The ninjas of Sunagakure were complicit in Yuhiko's demise. This could not simply be erased by Uchiha Chikyu's act against Hanzo. Did Nagato not wish to take action? How could he, with Uchiha Chikyu present? He dared not. With Hanzo dead, the future of the Rain Country lay entirely in their hands. Uchiha Chikyu nonchalantly remarked while sipping his drink. What concern is the state of the Rain Country to me? None at all. The crisis facing the Uchiha clan has yet to be truly resolved. Uchiha Chikyu is not one to be overwhelmed by sympathy. It merely happened that he encountered these circumstances. Whether to continue such governance or to reform shall be determined by you. There was no doubt regarding Nagato's prowess. Otherwise, Madara would not have chosen him. As for Danzo, he would not emerge to stir trouble again. Whether he lived or died was uncertain. Uchiha Chikyu had merely taken responsibility for sending Danzo away. Would Danzo attempt further mischief? Uchiha Chikyu asserted that even if Danzo survived, should he seek to cause unrest, he could easily suppress him, just as he had done today. To seek prominence? Dream on. Nagato remained silent, lips pursed. He refrained from speaking. He could not speak. If he did, it would surely result in a torrent of curses and accusations. However, having witnessed Uchiha Chikyu's astonishing sword strike, Nagato faltered. He merely wished to vehemently berate and strike Uchiha Chikyu, not to serve him. Nagato incessantly reassured himself. He was currently biding his time. Sooner or later, he too would soar through the skies like Uchiha Chikyu. With one strike, he would vanquish his foes. Konan harbored fewer thoughts. With Hanzo deceased, she knew that Danzo would inevitably meet misfortune, and a sense of emptiness welled within her. Her gaze lingered on Uchiha Chikyu, revealing a hint of reluctance. She wished to accompany Uchiha Chikyu. Yet, she could not abandon Nagato here. There remained the dreams of Nagato and Yuhiko. Konan felt the weight of her predicament. If one day we were to become adversaries, I would show no mercy. Consider carefully. Uchiha Chikyu, turning his back to Nagato and Konin, waved his hand. He leaped onto his longsword. Off to Sunagakure, the third Hokage. Prepare the treasury to await him. As Uchiha Chikyu's figure vanished in an instant, the Umbu ninjas en route dared not linger. They quickly followed, dragging the incapacitated Danzo along. Lord Uchiha Chikyu, wait for us. On the other side. At the village gate of Sunagakure, the third Hokage and Tsunade awaited Uchiha Chikyu's return with eager anticipation. They had just received word. Hanzo of the Salamander was dead. The third Hokage was so astonished that he leapt from his seat. His hand trembled, nearly singeing his beard with his pipe. It must be Uchiha Chikyu. The third Hokage declared without hesitation. Tsunade and Mito Mingetsu had also received the news. They too were struck with disbelief. This was Hanzo of the Salamander, a man who had ruled the Rain country for decades, regarded as a demigod. Uchiha Chikyu was still just a boy of merely a decade or so. Is it truly him? Mito Mingetsu received Danzo's news a moment too late. However, as an advisor to the Hokage, he still wished to partake in the matter. He had long heard of Uchiha Chikyu's reputation, yet he found it hard to believe. It was simply too exaggerated. And regarding the death of Hanzo, who could say it was not merely an accident that Hanzo encountered? Mito Mingetsu, like Danzo, harbored a sense of wariness and disdain towards the Uchiha, instinctively disliking Uchiha Chikyu. Then tell me, who else possesses such strength? Danzo, who sneaked away. Before the third Hokage could speak, Tsunade scoffed coldly. A bunch of ancient relics. Tsunade regarded the upper echelon of Sunagakure with a gaze sharp as a poisoned blade, wishing she could slice a piece of flesh from them. These individuals surely knew the nefarious deeds Danzo had committed behind closed doors. Even if they lacked complete awareness, they must have had an inkling. Yet, not a single one stood to speak out. How could Tsunade not be enraged? Thus, she sought assistance from Uchiha, who should have been her greatest adversary, instead of relying on the villagers. This, in turn, provided Tsunade with greater reassurance. Mito Mingetsu and Tsunade's confrontation left their faces grim. Even if you are the granddaughter of the first Hokage, we are now advisors to the Hokage. However, recalling Danzo's actions, never mind. Let us pretend we heard nothing. The two turned away to privately discuss matters without Tsunade. Tsunade remarked, huh? As if I care. The third Hokage chuckled. All right. This is the fastest news. Since Hanzo is dead, they should be returning shortly. Let us await them at the village gate. Tsunade agreed with the third Hokage's suggestion. Yes, she must seize Danzo at the first opportunity. There could be no respite for Danzo. After all, he had been entrenched in the upper echelons of Sunagakure for so many years. Who knew if he had left any contingency plans for himself? Thus unfolded the scene at the village gate. After a lengthy wait, they finally beheld Uchiha Chikyu approaching, alone. Chapter 122. Tsunade's surrender. Where is Danzo? Tsunade inquired first. Indeed, such a significant figure as Danzo. Where could he have vanished to? Surely Uchiha Chiharu must have brought him back. The mere thought of this possibility sent pangs of distress through Tsunade's heart. It felt all too reminiscent of the tactics employed by Uchiha Chiharu. After all, he had his men with him. Uchiha Chiharu remarked nonchalantly, Danzo? What relevance does he hold for me? I dealt with him myself. The remaining matters will naturally be taken care of by others. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninja escorting Danzo silently cursed their fate. They never anticipated that Uchiha Chiharu would be such a character. Their speed was astonishingly swift, leaving them utterly unable to keep pace. Tsunade found herself in a predicament. Could she really reproach Uchiha Chiharu? It was evident that he remained unperturbed by any criticism. Tsunade had long since acclimated to Uchiha Chiharu's obstinate temperament. The third Hokage, too, bore a smile, choosing not to voice any objections. However, the same could not be said for Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minen, who were far less forgiving. Though Danzo had committed misdeeds, he was nonetheless their longtime associate. Had it not been for Tsunade's outcry, Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minen would not have felt compelled to join in the fray. All was well until the situation spiraled out of control. They could not be so foolish as to remain passive. Ultimately, Tsunade could not be blamed. She possessed a justifiable reason. Yet, this did not preclude them from harboring resentment towards Uchiha Chiharu. Were it not for the eccentricity of Uchiha Chiharu, Tsunade would never have had the audacity to corner Danzo to such an extent. Witnessing Uchiha Chiharu's brazen demeanor, Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minen could no longer contain themselves. How audacious! Is this truly your attitude? The Uchiha clan is indeed a defiant bunch, showing no deference. It seems you hold Kenoha in utter contempt. Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minin exchanged barbs with seamless coordination. Uchiha Chiharu yawned, taking another hearty swig of alcohol, completely dismissing Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minin. Listening to their incessant drivel was far less appealing than indulging in another drink. After a lengthy tirade from Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minin, it became evident that Uchiha Chiharu was utterly unfazed. Even the most obtuse could sense the shift in atmosphere. Upon glancing up, they realized that Uchiha Chiharu had already procured another jug of sake. You. Tsurugi Komura's face flushed crimson with anger. This young Uchiha had the audacity to disregard her. Tsurugi Komura nearly fainted from indignation, her gaze toward Uchiha Chiharu growing increasingly hostile. In such a critical moment, he chose to drink. Are you not listening to us, Uchiha Chiharu? You are disrespecting the Hokage. Mito Minin and Tsurugi Komura managed to retain their composure, despite their desire to deliver a sound thrashing to Uchiha Chiharu. However, they restrained themselves. A lack of patience could jeopardize the grand scheme. Uchiha Chiharu's reckless behavior was evident to all. Uchiha Chiharu finally raised an eyebrow. What is the point of conversing with such individuals? It is a waste of breath and time. His speed in drawing his sword caught everyone off guard, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of sword energy that grazed past them. Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minin were left in shock, believing this to be a show of intimidation from Uchiha Chiharu. How dare he? The sword energy flew forth, yet it did not inflict harm upon them. Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minin's hearts raced with the thrill of narrowly escaping death. They found themselves at a loss for words. However, to Tsunade and the Third Hokage, the scene was entirely different. An immense problem had arisen. Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minin felt utterly defeated. Tsunade and the Third Hokage stood in astonishment. The Third Hokage, who had been enjoying his pipe, dropped it to the ground with a clatter. He struggled to comprehend the situation, gazing at his longtime associates in bewilderment. Tsunade blinked, utterly perplexed. What had just transpired? Neither Tsunade nor the Third Hokage spoke, yet their shared gaze enveloped the atmosphere in silence. Uchiha Chiharu sheathed his sword, his unseen eyes locking onto the Third Hokage. The Hokage felt as if Uchiha Chiharu truly could not see him. Otherwise, how could he have known he was present? Third Hokage, have you retired? I was unaware of this. The Third Hokage coughed lightly, glancing toward Mito Minin, and quickly grasped Uchiha Chiharu's implication. What did it mean to disrespect the Hokage? The Hokage himself had not uttered a word. The incessant clamoring had come solely from Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minin, the Hokage's advisors. Though both titles bore the term Hokage, their implications differed greatly. It seemed he had heard two mosquitoes buzzing incessantly. Uchiha Chiharu's offhand comment relegated Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minin to the status of mere insects. Their fury boiled over. They remained bewildered about what had transpired until they caught sight of each other's disheveled appearances, recalling the momentary freeze in Tsunade and the Third Hokage's expressions. Most critically, they remembered Uchiha Chiharu's swift strike. Tsurugi Komura and Mito Minin finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Uchiha Chiharu once more heard the familiar sound of their shrieks and shook his head. Is it merely about hair? Indeed. Is it just hair? Tsunade, with an empathetic touch, ran her fingers through her golden locks. No. This is not merely a matter of hair. Compared to being bald, I would rather be injured in battle. Tsunade understood all too well the depths of Tsurugi Komura's despair. We are all women. While Tsurugi Komura may be slightly older and bear more wrinkles, it does not diminish her desire for beauty. How cruel. Your methods are too ruthless. I swear, I shall never engage in sparring with you again. Tsunade raised her thumb in approval of Uchiha Chiharu's actions, reveling in the spectacle. Tsunade wore a smile of delight. It was executed flawlessly. Yet, internally, she felt a tinge of defeat. Indeed, when Uchiha Chiharu struck her, she did not falter. When he mocked her, she remained steadfast. Even when he tricked her back to Kenoha, she did not yield. But witnessing Uchiha Chiharu transform into a harbinger of hair loss, Tsunade faltered. The sheer magnitude of his power was beyond her capacity to endure. Chapter 123, Silence for Men. Tears for Women. Tsunade Haruno felt as though she were on the brink of madness. No, she was already mad. Just by glancing at Mito Minin beside her, she could envision her current state. Uchiha Chani. Tsunade's voice faltered. Ninjutsu was unleashed as if it were free. She threw herself desperately at Uchiha Chani. Mito Minin, unable to intervene, thought to himself, stay calm. This. Is it merely a bald head? They are advisors to the Hokage. Even if provoked, they could reprimand, scold, or even interrogate. But killing is out of the question. Tsunade's barrage of ninjutsu could easily claim half a life. This was escalating. Nobody would emerge unscathed. But was Uchiha Chaney a normal person? Certainly not. With pride, the mosquito was rather bothersome, even disturbing his drinking. The unspoken implication was that it was affecting his progress to become stronger. Uchiha Chaney dismissed Tsunade's attacks with utter indifference. Just this? Uchiha Chaney swung his sword again. This time with less courtesy. The blade had yet to retract. Slash. Tsunade's chakra flowed distinctly within Uchiha Chaney's vision. He raised his hand and struck. Boom. The sword's aura, far more formidable than the previous warning, surged forth. Uchiha Chaney maintained his calm demeanor. Tsunade's ninjutsu failed to land on him. Upon witnessing Uchiha Chaney's sword aura, Tsunade's first instinct was to flee. The faster, the better. In that moment, she realized she was utterly immobilized, as if ensnared in place. Her pupils dilated. No, this couldn't be. If she were truly struck, she would surely perish. Earth release, earth wall. The third Hokage sensed Tsunade's precarious situation. That Uchiha Chaney. The third Hokage understood his temperament well. He truly dared to kill Tsunade. Just look at how many he had slain on the battlefield. This lad was never one to shy away from violence. It could be said that the third Hokage had a profound understanding of Uchiha Chaney's mindset. Thus, their interactions had always been quite pleasant. But today, Tsunade had stepped on Uchiha Chaney's last nerve. She had truly vexed him. Uchiha Chaney had already issued a warning. The third Hokage couldn't afford to dwell on it further. He rushed forward, executing an earth release. Tsunade must not come to harm. Yet Uchiha Chaney's sword aura was relentless. He showed no signs of restraint, merely swinging his blade at what was his greatest act of mercy. The third Hokage continuously utilized earth release. And after shattering over 20 barriers, he barely managed to stall Uchiha Chaney's sword aura. However, the residual force still struck Tsunade. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a pity, Uchiha Chaney remarked with slight dissatisfaction. Tsunade? What more could you possibly be dissatisfied about? Do you truly wish to kill Tsunade to feel content? Uchiha Chaney genuinely felt a twinge of regret. Alas, he hadn't anticipated that the third Hokage would intervene. Otherwise, he could have easily left him bald as well. That would have provided him with even more energy. What a shame. Uchiha Chaney wore a dissatisfied expression, causing Tsunade, Mito Minyan, and the third Hokage's hearts to race with anxiety. Chaney, enough already. They merely spoke out of turn. Please forgive them. The third Hokage dared not utter a harsh word. The one with the most formidable fists held the right to speak. An unchanging truth. He wished to avoid conflict with Uchiha Chaney at all costs. Today's events had allowed the third Hokage to witness firsthand Uchiha Chaney's immense power. He was not one to be easily controlled. His strength evoked memories of the first Hokage. Could Uchiha Chaney ascend to such heights? If so, though his body had aged, a fire still burned within the third Hokage's chest. Equally, the third Hokage was troubled. A prodigious talent like Uchiha Chaney could emerge from any clan with manageable consequences. Yet he belonged to the Uchiha. Would Uchiha Chaney's formidable prowess incite ulterior motives within the Uchiha clan? What if he became the next Uchiha Madara? The third Hokage felt a headache brewing. Uchiha Chaney's strength had severely impacted his normal duties and judgments. Tsunade, Minyan, you two should temper your behavior, regardless of the third Hokage's internal thoughts. He outwardly displayed a greater closeness to Uchiha Chaney. He sought to win him over. If he could draw him into their ranks, it would be the best course of action. Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Mito Minyan exchanged expressions akin to having tasted something foul. Reluctantly. Yet neither wished for another strike from Uchiha Chaney. They were aging. Their frail bodies could scarcely bear it. Yes, it is our fault. Mito Minyan's voice dwindled as he spoke. Damn. After so many years as an advisor to the Hokage, they had never bowed their heads, even before the third Hokage. When it came to arguments, they had always been fierce. Yet today, they found themselves humbling themselves before a junior. Mito Minyan felt utterly defeated. Tsunade's lips trembled, rendering her speechless. She did not want to bow before such a junior. But what if Uchiha Chaney unleashed another strike? Tsunade stole a furtive glance at Uchiha Chaney. After utilizing such a powerful technique, he must surely be drained of chakra. Or perhaps he would feel fatigued, Tsunade thought to herself. Yet she witnessed Uchiha Chaney appearing utterly unperturbed. He continued to drink as if nothing had transpired. Tsunade's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. Was he truly not a mere human? I do not. Tsunade began to speak, but was interrupted. Someone was approaching. Uchiha Chaney sensed familiar chakra drawing near. Yes, it must be the Umbu en route. Instantly, all eyes shifted. Tsunade, conflicted emotions. JPG, she was unsure whether to feel joy or despair. However, this lad truly regarded her with utter disregard. Chapter 124. AI. I feel as though I have been brainwashed. No matter how much Tsunade tries to protest, it is of no avail. For Danzo has finally returned. All eyes are now riveted upon him. The treatment of a protagonist. Alas, Danzo lies in a deep stupor. What has happened to him? The third Hokage gazes upon Danzo's pallid visage and quickly inquires, Danzo, you cannot afford to falter at this moment. After all, it has been quite a struggle to preserve even a small portion of your assets. If something were to happen to you, there would be nothing left. The Umbu ninjas and root operatives remain silent. How should one articulate this? A rift among kin? It is perhaps better left unspoken. Their gazes, however, lingered on Uchiha Chihiro. Indeed, it is an understanding that transcends words. The third Hokage quickly grasped the situation. Here we go again, Uchiha Chihiro. But what can be done? His strength is indeed formidable. Danzo appears to be in a dire state. However, he must still be alive. Leave it to me. As long as he draws breath, I promise to ensure he survives. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, pushing past everyone, standing before Danzo and gazing at his face. Lined with age, she spoke deliberately. The third Hokage remarked, Why do I feel as though you are insinuating that I will hasten your ascent to paradise? I leave it to you. I have faith. The third Hokage did not impede her. What excuse could he muster to do so? Tsunade has returned. Her medical ninjutsu is unrivaled in the village. Who else could be entrusted with Danzo's care? Now, everyone, please return. Whatever issues may arise, we shall address them once Danzo awakens. The third Hokage waved his hand, dispersing the assembly. He was utterly exhausted. Retirement beckoned. Additionally, he needed to inquire with the Umbu regarding the events that transpired. It would provide some clarity. Tsunade was unconcerned. After all, Danzo was now in her hands. There was no possibility of escape. Meanwhile, the news of Hanzo of the Salamander's demise spread like wildfire. Hanzo of the Salamander? Dead? The fourth Hokage AI, buried under piles of paperwork, was momentarily taken aback by the announcement. Who was Hanzo? He was the leader of Amigakure, revered as a demigod. Even the legendary Sannin of Kenoha were no match for him. Now, the claim of his death seemed almost absurd. Uchiha Chihiro? AI uttered the name, finding it somewhat incredulous. Uchiha Chihiro possesses remarkable prowess, but surely it could not be. Indeed, Hanzo fell in battle against Uchiha Chihiro. A weight lifted from AI's chest. A strange notion crept into his mind. Thankfully, it was Uchiha Chihiro. While astonishing, it was preferable to the emergence of yet another prodigious talent. One such genius per era is already overwhelming. The prospect of another merely darkened AI's outlook. Nonetheless, Uchiha Chihiro's rapid advancement was truly remarkable. Each report surpassed the last in incredibility. This war should conclude swiftly. After all, Uchiha Chihiro is simply unparalleled. AI shook his head abruptly. He could not afford to entertain such thoughts. How could he extol an adversary? Suddenly, at that moment, Killer Bee emerged from nowhere. I just heard the name of my destined rival. Is it Uchiha Chihiro? What has he done? Show me. You scoundrel, AI. Upon seeing Killer Bee, AI, who had only just managed to calm himself, felt his temper flare once more. This rascal. AI instantly recognized that Killer Bee was likely intent on confronting Uchiha Chihiro again. The fleeting admiration AI had felt for Uchiha Chihiro evaporated in an instant. Uchiha Chihiro, not a benevolent soul, always luring his foolish friend to run away from home. As AI internally berated Uchiha Chihiro, he began to engage in a battle of wits with Killer Bee. He must thwart this foolish boy. He absolutely could not allow him to seek out Uchiha Chihiro. Raikage-sama, a message has arrived from Iwagakure. AI, while cautiously contending with Killer Bee, momentarily diverted his attention, only to be struck by Killer Bee in the ensuing chaos. Haha, foolish AI. I have emerged victorious. Killer Bee leaped through the window and fled. A vein pulsed on AI's forehead. Accursed. Were it not for the fear of damaging the office and incurring expenses for repairs, he would never concede defeat to that rascal. The third Hokage? An exceedingly cunning old fox. AI took a moment to regain his composure before examining the letter. With each passing moment, his expression grew colder. Finally, he cast the letter onto the desk in frustration. What nonsense is this? Is it merely an attempt to exploit our village's strength? Dream on, Inoki. I still remember the death of the fourth Hokage. AI has not forgotten how his father perished. He barely managed to ascend to the position of fourth Hokage in such a tumultuous environment. Regarding Inoki's proposal within the letter to collaborate in attacking Kenoha and dividing the Three Tails, AI could only muster a dismissive response. As if we could ever share the Three Tails. Absurd. Inoki even attempted to appeal to him with sentiments of eternal interests over eternal enemies. No. Our village has always held grudges. However, I must admit, there is some truth to that statement. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Someone, deliver this letter to Kenoha. I had no intention of engaging with Iwagakure. The matter of tailed beasts is far too convoluted. Moreover, with the news of Uchiha Chihiro slaying Hanzo of the Salamander, it would undoubtedly shock all neighboring villages. Inform Kenoha that our village has ceased hostilities. As long as Kenoha does not make the first move, we shall not strike them. The plans of Iwagakure are their own concern. They have no bearing on us. AI cast aside any lingering doubts. It is as it should be. He needed no more tailed beasts. The presence of Killer Bee and the Eight Tails suffices. Only Inoki remains, constantly scheming in the shadows, perpetually dreaming impractical dreams. That old codger. It seems he has never directly confronted Uchiha Chihiro, has he? AI suddenly recalled. Perhaps Inoki may very well become the next fourth Kazekage. Regardless, AI fervently hoped that Uchiha Chihiro would not act rashly and venture into the land of lightning. The village cannot bear such a burden. Having resolved the whimsical ambitions of Inoki, AI promptly set out to find his younger brother. He was endlessly busy. What of Kenoha? What of battle? He was utterly oblivious. All of it could go to hell. Chapter 125. Renown reverberates across the lands. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, Inoki found himself grappling with a throbbing toothache. Could it be true that Uchiha Chikyu was so formidable? Even Hanzo of the Salamander was no match for him. Inoki paced incessantly in his office, a whirlwind of anxiety. This was the only way he could momentarily alleviate the turmoil raging within him. It was unbearable. He had only just devised a plan to seize the Three Tails, and now, before it had even commenced, the news of Hanzo's demise had reached him. Inoki erupted in frustration. Hanzo was indeed a legendary figure. Having lived long enough, Inoki had witnessed countless battles. Yet, he knew Hanzo, despite his prowess, could not compare to the two from Kenoha. Nevertheless, his strength was undeniable. He wouldn't have been dubbed a demigod otherwise. Titles are bestowed by others, after all. Inoki had encountered Hanzo before, not in battle. But he could still feel the man's formidable presence. The more he pondered, the more he grasped the magnitude of the blow delivered by Hanzo's death. Uchiha Chikyu always him. Inoki was incensed, his teeth aching with fury. Oh, heavens! Is it truly impossible for my plans to succeed? Am I to abandon them so easily? It was unbearable. The Uchiha was indeed powerful. Having slain Hanzo, he would surely have grown even stronger. Even if they ventured forth, they would merely be delivering themselves as offerings. Yatsuki, being Inoki's son, understood his father's thoughts profoundly. Likewise, he was the one who comprehended the true extent of Uchiha Chikyu's capabilities. He had not forgotten the confidence he once harbored, only to be defeated by Chikyu. Uchiha Chikyu was genuinely extraordinary. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, and he could soar through the skies as they did. The endless chakra he commanded set him apart from the ordinary. If given the choice, Yatsuki wished never to cross paths with Uchiha Chikyu again. He was simply outmatched. Why court death? A bitter expression settled upon Yatsuki's face. The news would have certainly reached Kumogakure by now. Given their pre-existing enmity, compounded by Hanzo's death, they would undoubtedly refuse to cooperate with them. Yatsuki had harbored doubts about the feasibility of such an alliance, but now it seemed utterly impossible, with one less ally. The Third Hokage chances of acquiring the Three Tails had diminished even further. A solution must be found. If all else fails, I shall lead the troops myself. The Third Hokage would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. There was no alternative. The bait was simply too enticing. Moreover, this war was instigated by the Third Hokage himself. He would not allow it to dissipate without a semblance of resolution, for that would not align with his initial expectations. Yet, it was perplexing how Kenoha and Amigakure became embroiled in this affair. Hanzo could not possibly have been involved in this conflict. Upon regaining his composure, the Third Hokage finally discerned the irregularities. Amigakure had long been a realm of chaos. Even in times of peace, internal skirmishes erupted sporadically. Hanzo would not have meddled in such external matters. There must be a deeper reason behind this. Investigate. Ensure a thorough inquiry. There must be secrets concealed from our knowledge. The Third Hokage was resolute in his disbelief of this misfortune. Sunagakure. This boy, truly impressive. Chiyo, upon receiving the news from Raza, was astounded. Hanzo of the Salamander was a formidable opponent. Was he truly as powerful as rumored? Raza had never engaged Hanzo directly, merely hearing whispers of his reputation. Initially, he maintained a rational mindset, but the sudden news of Hanzo's death at the hands of Uchiha Chikyu left him astonished. Once again, it was Uchiha Chikyu. What of Hanzo? Was he genuinely as formidable as the legend suggested? Surely, such tales could not be mere embellishments. Raza pondered grimly, was it more disgraceful to perish or to lose? Confused, he struggled to discern his own thoughts. Chiyo cast him a sidelong glance. I have crossed blades with him before. Both Chiyo and Hanzo were masters of poison. This was what infuriated Chiyo the most. That woman, Tsunade, had managed to neutralize all her toxins but failed to eliminate Hanzo's entirely. This was an affront. With Chiyo's endorsement, Raza grasped the truth. Hanzo was indeed powerful, not merely a figure of false renown. Such a person had fallen to Uchiha Chikyu's might. Raza shuddered at the realization. He had narrowly escaped death last time. Yet, the more he contemplated, the more he felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. The strength of Uchiha Chikyu instilled a palpable fear. He could extinguish Raza's life at any moment should he desire. How could such a reality not evoke terror? However, Sunagakure could not persist in this manner. Raza looked helplessly at Chiyo. Uchiha Chikyu was too powerful, and he was still so young, merely 13 or 14. He had just embarked upon the battlefield, with ample room for growth. The combat capabilities of Sunagakure's current and next generations would likely pale in comparison. If this trend continued, in the event of war, would they not become mere fodder? As the fourth Kazekage, Raza could not remain idle. Uchiha Chikyu was a force to be reckoned with, as mere mortals. They could not surpass him. Thus, they must devise a plan. Initially, Raza aimed to capture the three tails and transform it into a weapon. However, upon reflection, it seemed that for Sunagakure, the best option would be the one tail. Unfortunately, the current Jinchuriki of the one tail was still imprisoned, and he had committed no crime. Raza truly struggled to find a suitable justification. You shall wait. Regardless of your intentions, do not act until the one tail is secure. Chiyo rolled her eyes. This fourth Kazekage was perpetually engaged in dubious endeavors, always seeking shortcuts. Did he truly believe such paths were easy? Had he forgotten the lesson imparted by Uchiha Chikyu? Hurry along. The sight of you gives me a headache. Chiyo shooed him away. Left alone in her chamber, she gazed at the swirling sands outside. The prowess of Uchiha Chikyu was beyond reproach. Even Kenoha could not halt his ascent. What an enviable position. Chapter 126. Obito's daily revelry. Meanwhile, in the hidden mist village, the atmosphere was far from tranquil. Obito, upon receiving the news, erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Anger. Intense anger. How could our carefully laid plans culminate in the fame of Uchiha Chiharu? And what of this Hanzo the Salamander? What a farce. A demigod, you say? Yet, he is merely a waste. Having already subdued the fourth Mizukage, Obito, accompanied by Black Zetsu, took refuge in the hidden mist village. The previous cave was too precarious. There were many tasks that demanded his attention. He could not remain idle. Black Zetsu, equally bewildered by the news, protested his innocence under Obito's mistrustful gaze. I truly had no idea. I have my own matters to attend to. He insisted. You know the arrangements in the Land of Rain are already in place. I have impersonated Orochimaru to manipulate Danzo. Danzo will incite Hanzo to act against the Akatsuki. However, with Nagato possessing the Rinnegan, any casualty within the Akatsuki will not affect him. Perhaps he might even inadvertently harness the power of the Sharingan himself. Everything has been meticulously planned. There are still numerous strategies to execute. Thus, neither Obito nor Black Zetsu followed closely behind. As long as the major aspects remain intact, minor details are of little consequence, such as bald heads, or Tsunade for that matter. Countless details accumulated, leading to an unforeseen problem. Uchiha Chiharu. Where did he emerge from? The more Obito pondered, the more his ire ignited. Why was Uchiha Chiharu everywhere he turned? His plans were consistently thwarted by this individual. Obito felt as though he was struggling to breathe. The reason was evident. It was all because of Uchiha Chiharu. What of Nagato? Obito endeavored to suppress his fury. Dealing with Uchiha Chiharu was inevitable. There was no rush. The immediate priority remained the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. This issue could not afford further complications. I have already investigated. Nagato is unharmed. However, he has yet to utilize the Sharingan. Black Zetsu suddenly recalled Nagato's rather unappealing appearance during his surveillance. Ugh. Even if he were not human, such an aesthetic was unacceptable. It was truly an eyesore. As long as he was safe, in a few days, we shall make contact. Only those who have truly lost comrades can comprehend the agony of lacking power. Obito laughed heartily, resembling a grand villain. Meanwhile, at the front lines of Kenoha, a group of bald heads glimmered under the sunlight. What? Chiharu-kun has ventured into the land of rain. The only exceptions were a few girls. Minato gazed at the flowing hair of Yuzuki Yugugo and Yuhi Kurenai, consumed by envy. He yearned for his hair to grow swiftly. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed returning to face Kushina. Woe is me. Minato silently wept. Yet, his expression remained grave. Yes, the latest news had just arrived. Uchiha Chiharu had slain Hanzo the Salamander in the Land of Rain. Kakashi blinked, having heard that name before. It belonged to a formidable ninja from the Hidden Rain village. My guy laughed heartily, haha. Chiharu-kun is truly remarkable. I, too, shall learn from his youthful vigor. The sight of the bald heads, coupled with Guy's gleaming teeth and silly expression, prompted everyone to instinctively turn their heads. No, even if I am bald, I must surely be more appealing than this fellow. An inexplicable sense of rivalry surged within. The young ninjas of Konoha merely reflected on the news. Uchiha Chiharu had grown stronger once more, truly deserving of his title. However, Jeriah and Orochimaru reacted differently. What? Are you serious? Their expressions were a portrait of shock. That was Hanzo the Salamander, the opponent whom Jeriah, Orochimaru, and Tsunade could not jointly defeat. While some of it was due to their youth and lack of battle experience, the reality remained, they lost. The might of Hanzo was undeniable. None of the three ninjas had ever contemplated challenging him again. The psychological trauma was too profound. Upon receiving this news, Jeriah and Orochimaru appeared as if their tongues had tangled, forgetting how to articulate. Minato understood their sentiments, for he had worn a similar expression upon first hearing the news. Chiharu-kun, has he surpassed all limits of strength? Minato could now assert with confidence that he was no match for Uchiha Chiharu. The speed of Chiharu's growth far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. When will Chiharu-kun return? It's exhilarating. I cannot wait to battle him. Let youth be ignited. Might Gao was utterly ecstatic. However, the expressions of others shifted instantly. No. They had no desire to spar with Uchiha Chiharu. The last encounter had left them bald. Who could predict what Uchiha Chiharu would do next? They would not accept becoming even less appealing. Chiharu-kun has other missions and has temporarily returned to Kenoha. Minato clenched his fist against his mouth, clearing his throat. He, too, wished to avoid confrontation with Uchiha Chiharu. That would be a nightmare. Thankfully, Chiharu-kun had returned to Kenoha. He sincerely hoped that Chiharu-kun would not torment them further. Ideally, upon Chiharu-kun's return, there would be some foes to face. Thus, Chiharu-kun would have targets. Minato envisioned a bright future. Even enemies seemed less daunting now. Scene transition. Konoha. Danzo, lying in a hospital bed, finally regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he expected to see familiar faces. Instead, he was met with Tsunade, arms crossed, wearing a cold smirk. Tsunade, thank you for your help. Danzo's mind raced. He immediately recalled the information Black Zetsu had conveyed while impersonating Orochimaru. Tsunade was aware of his clandestine activities. Danzo could not confront Tsunade directly. He sought to gauge her sentiments, hoping to reach a private reconciliation. And what of Uchiha Chiharu? The mere thought of him caused Danzo to grit his teeth. The Manjiki Sharingan had slipped through his fingers. Deceiving Hanzo would not be an easy feat. Unconscious too soon, Danzo remained oblivious to the unfolding events, still scheming about his next move. Where was the third Hokage? Danzo noted the absence of not only the third but also the root members. His heart sank. Tsunade seemed to perceive Danzo's unease, yet remained silent. I let you overthink and frighten yourself. Chapter 127. The third Hokage, the little treasury, is empty. Hiki. Tsunade looked at Danzo with a forced smile. Don't overthink it. You should be more concerned about how you'll explain yourself. The third Hokage has already stated he knows nothing of your dealings in the Land of Rain. Danzo's expression changed instantaneously. That monkey. He didn't come to his aid. Danzo grasped Tsunade's implication. Only the Hokage possesses the authority to send Umbu operatives to intervene in matters of other nations. Tsunade had caught him in a compromising position. Uchiha Chikyu. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Danzo suddenly uttered the name Uchiha Chikyu. This was all Uchiha Chikyu's doing. Had it not been for the emergence of Uchiha Chikyu, he would have undoubtedly secured that pair of Manjiki Sharingan by now. Tsunade before him was hardly a threat. With a mere Jinjutsu, he could have resolved everything. However, Uchiha Chikyu's arrival disrupted all of Danzo's plans and forced him to confront Tsunade directly. From Tsunade's confident demeanor, Danzo realized that this situation had likely escalated beyond his control. The third Hokage could not shield him from this. Danzo's countenance darkened to an extreme. He shut his eyes, refusing to look at Tsunade. I will only communicate with the third Hokage. You have no right to interrogate me. This was the only recourse Danzo could conceive. No matter what. He couldn't utter a single word now. Nor would he. And that Uchiha Chikyu. After being bested by him, he would certainly not let Uchiha Chikyu go unpunished. In his heart, Danzo cursed Uchiha Chikyu and Tsunade, as well as the third Hokage. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Some people only learn when they face the consequences. This was precisely the case with Danzo. So, just wait. Tsunade turned and walked away. In the third Hokage's office, he looked at Uchiha Chikyu, whom he had just summoned, his expression betraying his weariness. Being Hokage is a burdensome task. Chikyu, please exercise a modicum of restraint. He recalled the appearances of Kamaru and Mito Kazuma, and the third Hokage found it impossible to muster a smile. He was an elderly man, after all. The last thing he wished was to become like them. The thought of it made his hands tremble as he smoked. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Uchiha Chikyu belched. Having already restrained himself, he spoke earnestly. Otherwise, I would have simply eliminated them. They are unharmed now. Is that not restraint? Of course. Uchiha Chikyu's true intention was to siphon energy from them. The pretext was readily available. He could even feign a virtuous persona. The third Hokage fell silent. Alas, what could he do? He was well aware of Uchiha Chikyu's formidable power. Given the circumstances, he must have genuinely shown some restraint. The third Hokage sought to justify Uchiha Chikyu in his mind. It truly was an injustice to Uchiha Chikyu. Kamaru, you big monkey. The third Hokage found this excuse somewhat acceptable. He immediately categorized the incidents involving Uchiha Chikyu and the Hokage's advisors as minor disputes. Although Uchiha Chikyu had not joined the Umbu, both Uchiha Shisui and Noira Rin were currently members. The third Hokage instinctively felt that Uchiha Chikyu was undoubtedly one of his own. His gaze toward Uchiha Chikyu softened considerably. It was quite fortunate that he did not assist Danzo. Otherwise, that old man would always be trying to poach his people. Nonetheless, upon observing Uchiha Chikyu, the third Hokage still felt a headache coming on. Having such a heavy drinking subordinate had completely drained his treasury. Woe is me. Lake Biwa, please provide me with more pocket money. I shall take my leave for now. Uchiha Chikyu remarked disdainfully, observing the third Hokage's aged visage. I would much rather return to the Uchiha clan. Little Itachi is far more endearing. Wait, this is genuinely important. The third Hokage hastily stopped Uchiha Chikyu. This fellow was as slippery as an eel. If he were to escape now, who knew when he would be found again? Danzo has regained consciousness. However, he insists on seeing you. The third Hokage's expression became somewhat awkward. Danzo claimed that all of this was a conspiracy orchestrated by Tsunade and Uchiha Chikyu. He demanded action against Uchiha Chikyu, even accusing the third Hokage of senility. The third Hokage retorted, "What do you expect me to do?" He was well aware of Danzo's clandestine schemes. He had merely turned a blind eye until now. But now that the facts were laid bare, Danzo still sought to quibble. The third Hokage found himself in a difficult position. Huh? Are you certain? If I were to confront him, I might very well eliminate him with a single strike. Uchiha Chikyu's tone was calm, devoid of any hint of threat. After all, that was precisely what he intended. The third Hokage sighed once more. He knew that the rift between Uchiha Chikyu and Danzo was irreconcilable. What else could be done? Ultimately, the burden fell upon him. The third Hokage waved his hand. Hurry and leave. Do not let me see you again. Uchiha Chikyu turned without hesitation. I will come when I wish. Remember to pay my tab. Indeed. Uchiha Chikyu viewed the third Hokage as merely a means to cover his drinking expenses. Otherwise, he would not have bothered showing up. The third Hokage clutched his chest. No. He still felt a pang of sympathy for himself. Uchiha Chikyu lingered in Kenoha for 2 additional days. His daily routine consisted of feasting and drinking, with others covering the bills. It was undeniably delightful. Then, he was approached by Yakushi no Noyu. When Uchiha's young man brought Yakushi no Noyu in, the peculiar glances exchanged between the two were particularly striking. I had heard that Uchiha Chikyu favored mature women. I thought it was merely a rumor. Yet here we are. Yakushi no Noyu, bathed in such gazes, began to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Your Uchiha clan is rather peculiar. Uchiha Chikyu, however, remained unfazed. Huh? What do you see in me? What does it matter to me? I will do as I please. The young Uchiha departed with a curious expression, leaving only Uchiha Chikyu and Yakushi no Noyu. Speak. Uchiha Chikyu knew that Yakushi Nanoyu would not approach him without cause. Haha, the situation with Danzo has been resolved. The disappointment on Yakushi Nanoyu's face had not yet faded. It was a pity. He had not been able to eliminate him directly. He could only seize half of his authority. A bright look of regret adorned Yakushi Nanoyu's face. This time, it could be said that Danzo had been taken by surprise. Little did he expect that one of his own subordinates would betray him and subsequently sell him out. Chapter 128. The unyielding spirit of Uchiha Chihiro at that moment. Danzo was utterly furious. The expression on Danzo's face was truly amusing. Thinking back on it now brings a smile to my lips. The feeling of satisfaction is overwhelming. Yakushi Nanoyu is in high spirits. Danzo remains oblivious to the precise moment she betrayed him, due to Tsunade's influence. Danzo instinctively assumes that it is she who supports Yakushi Nanoyu, never considering Uchiha Chihiro. Yet, this is for the best, although I have now revealed myself. That old dog Danzo remains unaware of my true trump card. You must remember to protect me at all costs. Yakushi Nanoyu reflects on her primary purpose for being here, ensuring that Uchiha Chihiro never forgets. She cannot bear to witness her demise. Yakushi Nanoyu feels a sense of vindication. Danzo is currently in disarray. Even the roots he possessed have now shifted entirely to her control. Indeed, Danzo is left with merely a fade of power. The roots now belong to Yakushi Nanoyu. It is said that a portion of the roots ninjas discreetly communicated with them. Yakushi Nanoyu whispers. It seems those who accompanied Danzo to the Land of Rain are involved. She harbors reasonable suspicions. Just like her, the roots must have set their sights on Uchiha Chihiro, a formidable ally against Danzo, and she is merely reaping the benefits. On the surface, Yakushi Nanoyu is aligned with Tsunade, ostensibly tasked with monitoring Uchiha Chihiro. Yet, the apparent camaraderie between Tsunade and Uchiha Chihiro is undeniable. Otherwise, how could Uchiha Chihiro have assisted Tsunade by personally retrieving Danzo from the Land of Rain? Yakushi Nanoyu's mind is a whirlwind of conjecture. As a skilled information gatherer, she is genuinely curious about the nature of Uchiha Chihiro's relationship with Tsunade. Could it be something more intimate? Yakushi Nanoyu blinks incessantly at Uchiha Chihiro, yet receives no answer, only a sigh of lamentation within her heart. Why is Uchiha Chihiro so blind to her subtle advances? As matters concerning Danzo settle, Uchiha Chihiro nods, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. The third Hokage has indeed shown mercy towards Danzo. However, Danzo's authority over the roots has been revoked. His title as an advisor to the Hokage remains intact. This, for Danzo, is a significant punishment. Yet, as far as Uchiha Chihiro is concerned, it is hardly substantial. Just look at the grotesque human experiments Danzo has conducted. Enough of it. The third Hokage and Danzo share a tangled history, one that she has no desire to untangle. As long as it does not touch her or the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chihiro can turn a blind eye. Kenoha has always operated under such principles, has it not? Yakushi Nanoyu nods. This outcome is quite satisfactory. It is merely Tsunade who may not be pleased. After all, the Senju clan is the true victim here. Truly. My teacher is growing old. I have presented so much evidence, yet at the last moment, he still chose to spare Danzo. He even retained the title of Hokage advisor. What purpose does that serve? Tsunade exclaims, her frustration evident as she walks beside Uchiha Chihiro. Uchiha Chihiro, holding a flask, strides ahead as if oblivious to Tsunade's voice. Hey, are you even listening to me? Tsunade demands, her irritation palpable. Uchiha Chihiro remains composed. Yes, so why not remain in Kenoha to deal with Danzo? Traveling with women is truly exhausting. Uchiha Chihiro reminisces about solitary days. Tsunade continues to chatter beside him. I feel I have let you down. Tsunade finally admits, her face slightly flushed. Indeed, she genuinely feels a twinge of guilt towards Uchiha Chihiro. After all, without his help, capturing Danzo may not have been possible. Uchiha Chihiro's formidable strength is the key to the success of this endeavor. That old dog Danzo, captured from the Land of Rain yet still manages to squirm free. Had he escaped on his own, it would have been catastrophic. Danzo would never concede to anything. Uchiha Chihiro waves his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Meanwhile, on another front, Obito finally finds time to return to the Land of Rain. The Akatsuki's base has relocated. There is no choice. Uchiha Chihiro and Hanzo of the Salamander clashed violently at the entrance of the Akatsuki base. It was a chaotic battle of poison and sword energy, leaving the base in ruins. The two have now found a new location, bringing Yahiko's corpse along. With the assistance of Black Zetsu, Obito successfully locates Nagato. Yet again, he is left speechless. What on earth is this appearance? It has been so long since we last met. Why are you still bald? Obito mentally screams. Nagato, indifferent, gazes at Obito. Back again? What do you want? Without Yahiko's vehement opposition, Obito and Nagato finally have the opportunity for a proper exchange. I am Uchiha Madara. You must have heard of my name. Obito opts to leverage Uchiha Madara's reputation for his endeavors, as it sounds far more imposing. Do you wish to harness the power within your body? Your eyes possess boundless strength. Yet, you cannot wield it. I can instruct you. Obito, wearing his prepared spiral mask that reveals only one eye, speaks with an air of mystery. Silence. Still silence. Obito internally rages. Wasn't it agreed that he would immediately consent? Wasn't the pursuit of power a mutual goal? The Nagato before him seems overly composed. Boundless power? How boundless could it truly be? You call yourself Uchiha Madara, so you are also an Uchiha, correct? Can you defeat Uchiha Chihiro? Nagato questions, every word deliberate. His gaze piercing into Obito. Of course, he yearns for strength. However, having witnessed true power, he is not easily swayed by mere promises of strength. To what extent can you make me strong? Are you on par with Uchiha Chihiro? Give me a straight answer. Obito. Obito finds himself at a loss for words once more. Why does this name persist wherever he goes? He understands now what it means to be haunted by the past. What can he even say? Uchiha Madara cannot defeat Uchiha Chihiro? How absurd. As long as you can fully master these eyes, you can. Obito grits his teeth, resolutely declaring. Indeed. Just so. This is Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. If Nagato can fully control it, Uchiha Chihiro will be no match. Nagato is convinced. Very well. I shall cooperate with you. What do you propose? Chapter 129. Obito's discontent and Nagato's reluctance to collaborate. Obito was not pleased. Nagato finally consented to collaborate with him. Yet Obito remained discontent. The name Uchiha Obito was inescapable. He was seething with anger, unable to unleash it upon Nagato, his scarcely persuaded ally. There remained many tasks ahead for Nagato. Furthermore, there was an additional condition. Nagato, noticing Obito's unkempt hair, suddenly remarked, danger. Instinctively, Obito felt a chill on his scalp. What did that gaze mean? Before Obito could voice his thoughts, Nagato continued, I believe we should synchronize our hairstyles. Cooperation is possible, but you must first shave your head. Obito nearly lost his composure. What absurd demand was this? Was he jesting? He gazed at Nagato, bewildered. Nagato nodded earnestly. Indeed, this is my requirement. Nothing more. Shave your head. Otherwise, harmony will be elusive. Not just for you. All future members of the Akatsuki, excluding the women, must be bald, even with black nail polish. A bald head wouldn't be out of place. Nagato appeared utterly serious, devoid of any humor. Obito's mouth opened and closed, incapable of utterance. Truly speechless. How was he to respond? He could even hear Korezetsu desperately urging him to acquiesce. Just a bald head, after all. It was essential for him to accept your ideology. Korezetsu, devoid of human understanding, failed to grasp humanity's obsession with hair. Could a few strands really secure a capable subordinate? What could be easier than this? Why hesitate? In Nagato's presence, Obito could not unleash his frustration on Korezetsu. Otherwise, he would surely exclaim, Korezetsu, you imbecile. What foolishness has Uchiha Madara left behind? Yet, Obito could not utter a word. Before him stood Nagato, eyeing his hair with intent. Obito was compelled to make a difficult decision. To shave or not to shave. Shave. Obito touched his barren scalp, tears of sorrow streaming from his single eye concealed behind his mask. Alas, his hair was gone forever. All for Rin. To create a world devoid of Uchiha Obito. In the future, such pain would be unnecessary. In stark contrast, a genuine smile illuminated Nagato's face. Excellent. It seemed his strategy was sound. Let this continue. Whether allies or foes, everyone would experience the anguish of baldness. Unbeknownst to Obito, his moment of capitulation had significant repercussions for Nagato. Now let us discuss the Moon Eye plan and the capture of the tailed beasts. Obito eagerly prepared to assign tasks to Nagato. His sacrifice must yield fruit. Meanwhile, on the front lines of Kenoha, Uchiha Obito received a flood of condolences from his comrades. Obito-kun, why hasn't my hair grown back yet? Minato, serving as the representative, was pushed forward by everyone. He too was deeply concerned about this matter. It impacted his ability to return home to his wife. This? It may never grow back, Uchiha Obito replied nonchalantly. Without hair, he can grow stronger. So how could I allow it to grow back? Minato's expression was one of devastation. His voice trembled. Obito-kun. Are you certain of what you're saying? Minato clung to a flicker of unrealistic hope. Perhaps Obito-kun was merely jesting. But Uchiha Obito's firm nod shattered Minato's illusions. Minato fled in tears. My hair. I can't go on living. Without his hair, he felt devoid of soul. The yellow flash had faded. Minato's sorrow was insufficient. He resolved to spread the news throughout the camp. Moments later, wails of despair echoed as they mourned their permanent loss of hair. Uchiha Obito mused. Today is yet another delightful day. The absence of disturbances was truly splendid. However, on the other side, Orochimaru's mood was far from splendid. Listen. Uchiha Obito has declared our hair will never grow again. No. Orochimaru could not accept this outcome. As a man blessed with a mane of long hair, he held an inexplicable attachment to it. A researcher's resolve, never to be bald. Regardless, his collaboration with Danzo had come to an end. It was time to pivot. He would research hair growth. Stroking his bald head, Orochimaru suddenly glimpsed a new path. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, Inoki resolved. I must take matters into my own hands. His expression was grave. This could not continue. Iwagakure must find a way forward, and that path lay within his grasp. Inoki glanced at Kuratsuchi. His son's strength was indeed lacking. During his absence, he must ensure no issues arose in the village. He entrusted the village temporarily to Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi, still anxious, gazed at Inoki. Father, perhaps we should reconsider. Uchiha Obito is incredibly strong. I believe he rivals the legendary Hashirama Senju. I genuinely think you cannot defeat him. Even if you go, it would be futile. Kuratsuchi had never encountered Hashirama, only heard tales from Inoki's recounting of the past. Once he made his move, he would instill doubt in his enemies. Kuratsuchi felt that Uchiha Obito possessed this caliber. We have no retreat. Inoki glared at his unambitious son. Even if Uchiha Obito was formidable, such thoughts should not be voiced at this time. Unfilial son, do you believe that Kumogakure will ignore our correspondence? Once they receive our letter, they will undoubtedly inform Kenoha. Inoki's mood soured. Kenoha, having discerned his ulterior motives, might be preparing to strike. Therefore, he could not waver. No matter what, only one path remained. To assault Kenoha, even if he could not harm Uchiha Obito. He must capture several individuals. This would afford them leverage in negotiations with Kenoha. In desperate times, one must fight for survival. Chapter 130. The mystery of disappearing grain. Uchiha Chikyu was oblivious to the dire straits of survival. He felt as though he was on the brink of despair. What sort of task had the system issued this time? After perusing the task description, silence enveloped him. What else could he possibly say? What on earth was this big eater nonsense? What connection existed between consuming copious amounts of food and gaining strength? Surely, merely eating more would not inherently lead to becoming mightier? The system proclaimed with unwavering authority. It even pretended to grant Uchiha Chikyu the freedom to choose whether to undertake the task or not. What choice did he have? No matter how absurd the system's mission, he had no option but to comply diligently. However, the sheer number of tasks aimed at increasing chakra recently seemed excessive. Drinking alcohol could enhance one's chakra. Transforming others into bald individuals could also amplify chakra. Now, even the amount of food consumed could bolster chakra. Was everything conspiring against chakra? Uchiha Chikyu scrolled through the list and glanced at his chakra. It had already surpassed 500. At this rate, he would genuinely become a human-tailed beast. He lamented sincerely. If others were to discover his predicament, they would certainly wish to pin him down and unleash their fury. Look at you, flaunting your wealth. Meanwhile, Tsunade, managing the logistics at the front lines of Kenoha, was astonished to discover that grain supplies were dwindling. Were there truly so many people at the front lines? If memory served correctly, a shipment of grain had recently arrived, had it not? Tsunade turned to Jeriah, her eyes widening in disbelief, only to quickly avert her gaze. She mused that the front lines of Kenoha had become a veritable hotbed of mental pollution. Bald heads were ubiquitous, save for the women who had escaped this fate. Every male was ensnared, young ninjas barely in their teens and men in their 30s alike. Not a single one had evaded the grasp of Uchiha Chikyu. There were even faint signs that his influence was creeping into the heart of Kenoha. Look at T-Rune Kamaru and Midokage. It was rumored that T-Rune Kamaru had been holed up at home for days, too afraid to venture outside. This was due to the fact that his hair had yet to grow back since that unfortunate incident. It was said that not even a stubble remained. Tsunade, recalling the news she had heard from Minato, could not help but light a candle for T-Rune Kamaru. It seemed he would be forever estranged from the concept of hair. Oh, woe is me. Tsunade, you disdain me. Jeriah feigned a pitiful expression. Tsunade nearly retched. How could Jeriah, in his current balding state, dare to act so coy before her? Did he not glance at his own reflection? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Your appearance is truly an eyesore. Do not blame me for my lack of compassion, she stated with an impassive expression. I am currently engaged in serious discourse. What has befallen Kenoha's grain supply? Is there a shortage? Furrowing her brow, Tsunade pondered. Surely Kenoha had not fallen to such depths. Jeriah scratched his head, perplexed. Under normal circumstances, the grain should suffice. A shipment arrived just a few days ago. Moreover, with most of the ongoing conflicts having subsided, a small portion of individuals has returned to Kenoha. The front lines are primarily manned by your group, especially that Uchiha Chikyu fellow. Everyone was well aware of the situation. Thanks to Uchiha Chikyu, the Third Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion. The continuous influx of grain to Kenoha was meant to reassure the populace. Yet, the sudden announcement of a grain shortage raised Tsunade's concerns. If it were merely a delay in transport, that would be one thing, but if someone was embezzling the grain, it might be time for a thorough investigation. Whether at the Kenoha front lines or within the village itself, such individuals undoubtedly existed. Regardless of whether the village was facing a crisis, there would always be those scheming behind the scenes. Thus, Tsunade embarked on a decisive course of action. After the incident with Danzo, the Third Hokage owed her a debt. Therefore, should she choose to stir up trouble this time, the Third Hokage would not dare to intervene. He would merely assist her in cleaning up the ensuing mess. The Third Hokage wore a bitter smile, feeling utterly helpless. Given Tsunade's status, even if she sought to cause a ruckus, what could he, as the Third Hokage, do? Having just concluded one round of cleanup, Tsunade assumed all was well. To her astonishment, the grain supplies were still lacking. A myriad of questions filled her mind. What on earth was happening? Lady Tsunade. It might be because Chikyu-kun has been eating quite a lot recently, Minato chimed in, revealing information he had just discovered. Tsunade was left dumbfounded. What? I went to such great lengths, scouring every nook and cranny, and now you tell me it's because Uchiha Chikyu has been overindulging? How much could he possibly eat to make me believe Kenoha was running out of grain? Fuming, Tsunade stormed into Uchiha Chikyu's quarters, only to be taken aback by the staggering amount of food sprawled across the table and floor. She raised a trembling finger, pointing at Uchiha Chikyu, her incredulity evident. One might have questioned whether she was suffering from a seizure. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai seemed to be well aware of the situation, seated beside Uchiha Chikyu, eagerly serving him food and gazing at him with admiration. Chikyu-kun, do take your time. And, Chikyu-kun, you're amazing. You can eat so much. The two girls, ever the devoted fans of Uchiha Chikyu, had taken to cooking with fervor, eager to offer him their culinary creations. Uchiha Chikyu welcomed their efforts without hesitation. Yuzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai were positively ecstatic, nearly exhausting themselves in their attempts to feed Uchiha Chikyu. Are you a pig? Tsunade exclaimed, her incredulity palpable. This mountain of food. Even the Akimichi clan couldn't finish this in one sitting, much less make it look appealing. Yet, Uchiha Chikyu managed to consume this coarse fare with an elegance that was nothing short of extraordinary. It was no wonder the two girls gazed at him with such affection. His handsome visage and graceful demeanor only elevated the spectacle. Chapter 131. The escaping Jeriah, however, none of this could obscure the actions of Uchiha Chikyu. It was solely Uchiha Chikyu who, within the span of merely 1 week, devoured the provisions that Kenoha had prepared for the entire front line for a month. What does this imply? The issue was that even after Tsunade's arrival, Uchiha Chikyu remained unfazed, continuing to munch away as though Tsunade did not exist at all. Tsunade felt the veins on her forehead pulsating with irritation, all due to Uchiha Chikyu. This lad was infuriating beyond measure. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai were beside her, casting strange glances as if she had committed some unforgivable sin. Tsunade started to question whether she had perhaps been too harsh in her treatment of him. This thought dissipated entirely upon witnessing Uchiha Chikyu obliterate all the food on the table in less than half an hour. No. It wasn't your fault. All of this was because of Uchiha Chikyu. Thus, it became clear that Uchiha Chikyu was indeed the true culprit. When did he become so gluttonous? Tsunade held her forehead, feeling an overwhelming headache. If her memory served her right, Uchiha Chikyu had not been this voracious before. Perhaps it was just in these last couple of days. Maybe he was experiencing a growth spurt. His strength and body were mismatched, leading to constant hunger, necessitating a greater intake of food. The more he consumed, the stronger he would undoubtedly become, Uchiha Chikyu stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, that was the premise. Tsunade wore an expression of exasperation, unsure of where to begin her retort. He still wishes to grow stronger? Is he not already strong enough? Yet, gazing at Uchiha Chikyu's earnest demeanor, Tsunade realized he genuinely believed he was insufficiently powerful. Thus, his relentless eating was, in fact, a means to enhance his strength. All the words she had prepared were suddenly lodged in her throat. What more could she say? She could only indulge him like a doting mother. She felt as though she was aging prematurely, all due to this boy's antics. Tsunade displayed a resigned smile. Well, the matter has finally been clarified. The fiasco has not escalated further. Hence, this incident may be deemed resolved. Tsunade initially thought that was the end of it. However, just 2 days later, she was dismayed to discover the food had been consumed once more. How could Uchiha Chikyu eat so much? This simply could not continue. If this persists, Kenoha truly would not be able to sustain Uchiha Chikyu. She must send this boy out to fend for himself. It was time for him to learn to feed himself. With a heavy heart, Tsunade contemplated. Uchiha Chikyu also recognized that he had been consuming rather excessively lately. Wiping his mouth, he began to ponder whether he should seek a source of income. Stroking his chin, Uchiha Chikyu finally grasped the situation. Indeed, it appeared he had no assets in Kenoha. He rummaged through his pockets, finding them empty. His daily expenses were entirely covered by the allowances sent by Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he received a regular stipend. However, to amass more wealth, he would need to earn it himself. As a ninja, most of the time, one simply undertook missions, earning money through bounties. Suddenly, Uchiha Chikyu felt a sense of loss. The war had come too swiftly, leaving him no time to earn some money. Perhaps he should consider alternative methods? What was the quickest way to earn money? In this chaotic era, a thought suddenly struck Uchiha Chikyu. That is, to engage in underhanded dealings. Find a wealthier villain and eliminate him. Uchiha Chikyu nodded, convinced of the viability of this plan. He resolved to wander about and see if he might encounter someone who would conveniently present themselves. Jeriah noticed Uchiha Chikyu preparing to leave and was the first to approach him, grinning lewdly. Where are you off to, kid? Take me along. Uchiha Chikyu remained silent. His vacant gaze fixed on Jeriah. Surely, no one could stop Jeriah from going out. He was curious to see what trick Jeriah was up to this time. Aware that he could not hide anything from Uchiha Chikyu, Jeriah began to complain. It's because of you. You've eaten the food too quickly. And Tsunade is losing her hair in frustration daily. As a balding man, Jeriah lamented that soon Tsunade would be bald too. Had she not been a woman, he would have long dragged her before Uchiha Chikyu. The legendary Sannin should be a complete set. How could he and Orochimaru be bald while Tsunade still had a full head of golden hair? Alas, Tsunade was a woman, and a fierce one at that. One punch from her could leave Jeriah bedridden for 3 days. Ultimately, he could only regretfully abandon the thought. Consoling himself, he mused that it was only because Tsunade was a woman. Otherwise, he would not be so lenient. The lecherous sage was indeed a gentleman. Tsunade was constantly dragging him to work, urging him to think of solutions. He was not suited for this line of work. Jeriah was quite aware of his position. Sitting in a high-ranking position simply did not suit him. He believed he was meant to wander here and there, returning to Kenoha for drinks with Orochimaru and Tsunade. Not to be confined to a single post, which was utterly torturous. Seizing the opportunity while Tsunade was preoccupied, Jeriah decided to flee with Uchiha Chikyu. He was determined not to remain on the front line. I suggest you turn back now. Listening to Jeriah's various rants and impassioned remarks, Uchiha Chikyu suddenly spoke. Jeriah, taken aback, asked, turn back? Why? Just then, Jeriah sensed a familiar presence approaching from behind, causing his body to stiffen. No, it couldn't be. Had Tsunade caught up so quickly? Run. Jeriah seized Uchiha Chikyu and dashed away. Aren't you capable of flying? Hurry and take me with you. Help me escape. I, the lecherous sage, owe you a huge favor. Jeriah dared not let Tsunade catch up. It would be disastrous. Better to sell himself to Uchiha Chikyu. Chapter 132. The sensation of flight. What do you want from me? You old fool? Uchiha Chikyu remained silent, yet his demeanor conveyed a clear message. Jeriah was on the verge of indignation. However, Uchiha Chikyu nonetheless lifted him up. I am in a good mood today, Uchiha Chikyu remarked nonchalantly, indicating that since he felt well, it was merely a trivial matter to carry Jeriah along. Change your position, you brat. This marked Jeriah's first experience of soaring through the skies, suspended upside down by Uchiha Chikyu. Gazing at the slender blade of the long sword, he was gripped by fear. I'm going to fall. As a ninja solely skilled in ninjutsu, Jeriah could not fathom Uchiha Chikyu's prowess. Did Uchiha Chikyu not fear the possibility of slipping and plummeting? Jeriah's terrified screams receded into the distance, leaving Tsunade unable to catch up. Tsunade, witnessing Uchiha Chikyu and Jeriah disappear into the horizon, was infuriated. This insufferable brat. He leaves on his own and takes Jeriah with him. I could go too. Tsunade muttered incessantly. That scoundrel Jeriah tricked her into returning. Yet he daydreams of escape daily. How infuriating. Did she not wish to flee as well? Tsunade felt utterly wronged. It was all Uchiha Chikyu's fault. Yes, it was entirely Uchiha Chikyu's fault. Tsunade grumbled inwardly. Just look at all the things she had done since being tricked back. The Third Hokage and Danzo surely still harbored intentions regarding Uchiha Chikyu. Yet, thanks to Tsunade's intervention, some of that attention would inevitably shift towards her. After all, Tsunade was truly formidable when she decided to take action. Tsunade also realized that, almost unwittingly, she had forgotten about her fear of blood. She wanted to curse. Yes, Uchiha Chikyu. But Tsunade restrained herself. She could gradually accept everything else, yet there was one thing she yearned for. She too wished to visit the casino. It had been ages since she last rolled the dice. Tsunade felt as though she was on the brink of losing control over the primal force within her. No way. Jeriah has escaped, and I must also slip away. At the very least, I need to indulge in a bit of gambling. After all, Orochimaru is still around. Tsunade suddenly had an epiphany. That's right. Orochimaru was the one appointed. Although the Danzo who appointed Orochimaru was nearing his end, Orochimaru still held his position. Plus, there were those grievances Tsunade harbored against him. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Thus, she resolutely decided, let Orochimaru handle everything. I'm off to the casino. Tsunade did not forget to take her silent seal with her. The casino. Off we go. Orochimaru, who was deeply engrossed in his laboratory and reluctant to venture outside for food, was once again astounded to find his office buried beneath a mountain of documents. What on earth is happening? Where are Jeriah and Tsunade? Orochimaru surveyed the empty office, devoid of anyone but himself, sending heartfelt greetings to Tsunade and Jeriah, who had already slipped away to enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chikyu, having flown a considerable distance, had no intention of landing just yet. Jeriah could no longer contain himself and began to shout, Where are you planning to go, you brat? Jeriah didn't seem to require Uchiha Chikyu's cooperation, as he could happily chatter away on his own. However, you were quite impressive. You consumed all the rations at the front lines by yourself? I haven't seen you gain an ounce of weight. Jeriah strained to look up, as if trying to discern where Uchiha Chikyu's weight had gone. Uchiha Chikyu chuckled. Gain weight? Impossible. Everything I consumed has transformed into energy, evenly distributed across various attributes. Indeed, this explained why Uchiha Chikyu had depleted the supplies in merely a few days. If mere consumption were to solely increase chakra, Uchiha Chikyu would not have eaten so much. After all, drinking is far more convenient. However, after eating, Uchiha Chikyu truly relished the experience. The system truly is splendid. What one consumes directly converts into energy. Attributes such as strength and speed see slight enhancements, though minuscule. At 0, 1, or 0, 2, it accumulates over time. Uchiha Chikyu asserted. Even a little energy is not to be overlooked. If you keep talking, I will drop you. Uchiha Chikyu declared, effortlessly hoisting the 100-pound Jeriah as if he were a mere sword. Not the slightest bit strained. One Jeriah was hardly a challenge. It was just that Jeriah's incessant chatter was somewhat bothersome. As for their destination, Uchiha Chikyu had yet to decide. They would wander aimlessly. No rush. Perhaps they would encounter a lucrative opportunity along the way. Uchiha Chikyu maintained a carefree outlook, his journey dictated by whim. Jeriah fell silent. Upon hearing that Uchiha Chikyu had not yet determined their destination, his eyes brightened. This is splendid. They could venture together. Look, the war has ceased. It would be best for those great nations to avoid them. The land of rain will certainly be off limits for a while. Jeriah was well versed in the surrounding nations, having visited numerous places for materials, thus gaining experience. The land of soup, the land of iron, the land of grass, all of these are viable options. Jeriah casually mentioned a few smaller nations surrounding the land of fire. If Jeriah had been alone, it might have posed a challenge, considering the distance. But with Uchiha Chikyu accompanying him, he felt liberated. No matter which nation they chose, it would not pose a problem for Uchiha Chikyu. Uchiha Chikyu was originally indifferent. However, upon hearing of the land of iron, curiosity piqued within him. The land of iron? Is that the nation without a single ninja? Jeriah nodded. Indeed, in certain respects. It is a remarkably formidable nation. Jeriah had little impression of the land of iron, but the mere fact that it lacked ninjas made it exceptionally impressive. Then let us visit the land of iron, Uchiha Chikyu decisively proclaimed. Without ninjas, there would be no ninjutsu employed. In that case, what would be the source of military power in the Land of Iron? Taijutsu and cold weapons. Uchiha Chikyu was eager to witness what sheer swordsmanship entailed. Uchiha Chikyu accelerated. Just moments ago, he had been leisurely conversing, but Jeriah once again let out a piercing scream. Slow down, you insufferable brat. Chapter 133. The shock of Sanbyun on the other side. In the Iron Country, Sanbyun was reeling from the news of the death of the renowned Hans of the Salamander. His expression was one of disbelief. He is dead? That man. Sanbyun's feelings were complex. During the last Great War, he had crossed swords with Hans due to the enmity between the Iron Country and the Hidden Rain Village. Ultimately, he had succumbed to Hans's potent poison. Yet the latter had graciously provided him with the antidote. Their relationship had been one of both rivalry and camaraderie. Years had passed, and now, upon hearing that name again, Sanbyun's emotions were still tumultuous. How had he been defeated? He inquired. The Iron Country had not participated in this war and remained relatively obscure, not sending out any signals to the outside world. It was precisely because of Sanbyun's prowess and swordsmanship that no one dared to provoke them, leading to a fleeting tranquility within the Iron Country. However, the news of Hans's demise stirred something within Sanbyun. He needed to know who had been strong enough to bring about Hans's end. Was there someone whose ninjutsu surpassed that of Hans? What about his poisonous mists? Had they proven ineffective against this individual? Sanbyun reflected on Hans's techniques. In both ninjutsu and the application of poison, Hans had been unparalleled. Sanbyun himself was known as a legendary master of Iajutsu, his blade moving faster than the average ninja's hand seals. This remarkable speed had enabled him to defeat many skilled adversaries. Yet, when facing Hans, he had ultimately succumbed to the poison, a fate unavoidable despite his swift technique. This had always been a source of regret for him. Now he pondered the strength of the person who had slain Hans. The warrior from the Iron Country who had come to report hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. Sanbyun's piercing gaze compelled him to speak. It was said that a swordsman had taken Hans's life, wielding a swordsmanship so extraordinary that it had altered the very landscape of the Hidden Rain Village. Sanbyun's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Hans had not fallen to an invincible ninjutsu but to the art of the sword? Sanbyun felt a dizzying sensation. A swordsman? The finest warriors were typically from the Iron Country, he thought with pride. They might not wield ninjutsu, but in the realm of blades, none could surpass them. It was a point of immense pride for Sanbyun that the one who had slain Hans was also a swordsman. Yet, was he a ninja swordsman? Sanbyun's brow furrowed. The most formidable swordsman he had heard of in recent years was Kenoha's White Fang, but that legendary figure had long since passed. Could there truly be another swordsman of such caliber? Sanbyun mused, racking his brain for any such names. He learned that this individual hailed from the Uchiha clan of Kenoha. Sanbyun's frown deepened. The Uchiha? He had encountered members of that clan before. Their fire-style ninjutsu was formidable, their shuriken skills commendable, and their genjutsu exceptional. But when it came to swordsmanship, he had never heard of any Uchiha excelling in that discipline, as the clan did not pursue such a path. Was there any more concrete information? Sanbyun felt a surge of curiosity. Just how powerful must this Uchiha be to have slain Hans? It was a feat Sanbyun had never achieved himself. Alongside his curiosity, he felt a desire to engage this opponent in combat, not for war or any ulterior motive, but purely for the sake of honing his skills. The swordsman capable of taking down Hans would undoubtedly be a top-tier master. And as one of the finest in the Iron Country, Sanbyun sought to surpass his limits through confrontation with a stronger foe. Unfortunately, due to the ongoing Third Shinobi World War, the Iron Country had become more insular, making it difficult to gather further intelligence. The news of Hans's death had only reached him through outsiders. He deeply wished for the chance to meet this swordsman. Unbeknownst to Sanbyun, the person he sought had already entered the Iron Country. Unlike the peaceful Rice Country or the chaotic Rain Country, the Iron Country appeared orderly. Yet it exuded an inescapable atmosphere of tension, as if warriors could be called to arms at any moment. Jeriah had donned a hat to conceal his bald head before entering the village. He did not wish to attract attention. Uchiha Chikyu, meanwhile, sipped his drink, fingers brushing against the sword at his side, eager for action. The warriors of the Iron Country had solid swordsmanship, he noted upon his arrival. As he walked through the Iron Country, he noticed many gazes lingering upon him. The women were captivated by Uchiha Chikyu's handsome visage, a stark contrast to the rugged men of the Iron Country who toiled daily at the forge. The men's interest was even simpler. Uchiha Chikyu bore a sword. In the Iron Country, there was an acute sensitivity to blades, and the warriors immediately recognized that Uchiha Chikyu did not fit the local mold. He was clearly an outsider, perhaps a dandy trying to charm the local women. Before they could act, they noted the extraordinary sword Uchiha Chikyu carried, the Feihong sword. A divine weapon bestowed upon him as a reward from the system, and the blade of the sword God himself. The sight of such a magnificent sword on someone who appeared unfit to wield, it was almost tragic to the Iron Country warriors. Release that sword. Allow us to handle it. Their expressions were akin to mourning a lost soul. Jeriah sensed the increasing scrutiny upon him and rubbed his arms uncomfortably. Ugh, the hairs on my neck are standing up. But Uchiha Chikyu remained oblivious to it all. Why should their gazes concern him? Yet, indeed they did. A brash youth sprang forth, blocking Uchiha Chikyu's path. You. Yes, you. The young man, nearly Chikyu's age, pointed at him, visibly anxious. Leave your sword. I can trade you something else for it. Chapter 134. Surrender your sword. Uchiha Chikyu had yet to utter a word. Beside him, Jeriah was on the verge of erupting. You brat. Do you even realize who you're speaking to? Do you have any inkling of how ludicrous your demand is? No, he did not. He boldly stared at Uchiha Chikyu. It's evident you cannot wield a sword. Do not insult this blade. If you require other weapons, I can provide them. The young man continued to taunt Uchiha Chikyu. Uchiha Chikyu found the situation rather amusing. No, this individual is truly entertaining. Attempting to seize my weapon while begrudgingly offering some meager compensation. Does he genuinely believe I am easily swayed? Uchiha Chikyu was perplexed as to what had instilled such a misplaced confidence in him. Perhaps it was his appearance. Don't go too far. You must understand these are merely ordinary people. They are not ninjas. They can hardly withstand a blow. Jeriah noticed the expression on Uchiha Chikyu's face and immediately comprehended. Uchiha Chikyu was undoubtedly prepared to take action. The issue was that they were on the territory of the Land of Iron. They had come here for resources. Jeriah was reluctant to provoke the ire of an entire nation. He felt he was acting in the interest of this insolent youth from the Land of Iron. After all, even Hanzo of the Salamander was no match for Uchiha Chikyu. Jeriah could hardly fathom who in the Land of Iron could potentially defeat Uchiha Chikyu. Yet, the young man across from him evidently thought otherwise. You are insulting me. His face flushed with rage. He bore the look of someone whose dignity had been affronted. The onlookers began to regard Jeriah and Uchiha Chikyu with growing hostility. While the words of their compatriots may have been somewhat rude, they were not to be trifled with by outsiders. Listen to their banter. These two are undoubtedly of ninja origin. Do they truly believe they can bully the people of the Land of Iron? Xiaotai, don't hold back. Show these outsiders that we are not to be trifled with. The boy known as Xiaotai was eager to confront Uchiha Chikyu. He had initially intended to refrain from violence. However, this clearly effeminate individual, along with his companion, dared to boast in the Land of Iron. Did they truly think they could take advantage of them simply because they lacked ninjas? What a delusion. Jeriah's expression hardened. This was escalating. How would it all end? He felt quite troubled. He instinctively glanced at Uchiha Chikyu. Omnipotent Uchiha Chikyu, please, wield your miraculous prowess. Do not act rashly. Otherwise, the situation may spiral out of control. Xiaotai glared at Uchiha Chikyu, finally noticing something amiss. Can you not see? Are you blind? Xiaotai exclaimed in astonishment. His gaze towards Uchiha Chikyu became even more disdainful. He felt a surge of pity for the sword at Uchiha Chikyu's waist. What is most vital for a swordsman? Keen eyesight and quick reflexes. Goodness, this man could not see at all. The surrounding spectators gasped in shock. They now shared Xiaotai's sentiment. This sword, in the hands of such a man, was truly a waste. It was heartbreaking. They gazed at Uchiha Chikyu with eyes that seemed to wish to devour him whole. Such a magnificent sword. It should not be wielded by a fool. Unfazed by the scornful and contemptuous gazes, Uchiha Chikyu maintained his composure. You wish to claim my sword? Only if you possess the skill to catch it, he calmly stated. These individuals? He truly did not consider them a threat. Oh no. Jeriah's heart sank. It was clear he could not dissuade Uchiha Chikyu. Resigned, he decided to remain silent. Very well. He would simply observe the unfolding drama. Jeriah trusted Uchiha Chikyu. He would not indiscriminately take a life. However, beyond that, it was hard to say. Jeriah instinctively touched his own bald head. Ah, it's wrapped up. No one can tell I'm bald. His gaze then fell upon the thick locks of hair adorning the warriors of the Land of Iron. If he was not mistaken. All right. Xiaotai exuded a fearless spirit. So what if he is blind? How could he possibly catch my sword? Xiaotai held Uchiha Chikyu's swordsmanship in utter contempt. He even suspected that Uchiha Chikyu's ninjutsu was merely mediocre. Being strikingly handsome was one thing. He also reeked of alcohol. Clearly a heavy drinker. Perhaps he was the type to charm his way into drinks with his looks. Shoutai bitterly observed the girl he fancied, her gaze glued to Uchiha Chikyu. In his heart, he harbored malicious thoughts. Uchiha Chikyu drew his sword. Instantly, he captured the attention of Shoutai and the surrounding warriors. What a magnificent sword! A truly unparalleled blade. How envious! Why did such a fine sword not belong to him? Then, following the grip of the sword, his gaze fell upon Uchiha Chikyu. His heart sank further. It was one thing for it not to be his. Why was it in the hands of a blind man? And a blind man so incredibly handsome at that. He was clearly a victor in life, consuming copious amounts of lemons. Shoutai was now exceedingly excited. Just the thought of potentially acquiring that sword filled him with fervor. He wished for Uchiha Chikyu to strike swiftly. He wanted to showcase their disparity. Such was his confidence. Uchiha Chikyu's heart remained unperturbed. With a single stroke, the sword sliced through the air with unparalleled swiftness. Though there was a distance of several hundred meters between Uchiha Chikyu and Shoutai, the sword seemed to appear before Shoutai in the blink of an eye. Shoutai barely had time to prepare. He was utterly stunned. I'm doomed. The thought echoed in Shoutai's mind. The surrounding crowd felt a wave of terror. Someone save him. None of them had anticipated that a blind man could wield a sword with such speed. They scrambled, desperate to intervene. Shoutai was paralyzed with fear. Unable to move, he could only watch as the sword, following Uchiha Chikyu's trajectory, aimed directly at his eye. Oh! Just as Shoutai braced himself to become a one-eyed dragon, the sword veered off course. He felt a rush of air skim past his scalp. He watched in disbelief as the sword returned to Uchiha Chikyu's hand. Everyone was left speechless, stunned by Uchiha Chikyu's deft maneuver. So, it can be done this way. Holding the long sword with an unyielding calmness, Uchiha Chikyu inquired, "Do you still desire my sword?" Shoutai felt as though he had heard a greeting from the depths of hell. Chapter 135, The Beautiful Disaster. I don't want it anymore. At that moment, Shoutai finally realized he was still alive. But then he could no longer hold himself up. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Whoa, how terrifying. That person's sword was so fearsome. Just moments ago, Shoutai had been brimming with confidence, convinced he could withstand Uchiha Chikyu's sword. Yet, when he saw the sword approaching, his mind went blank. Even now. Recalling that moment sent shivers down his spine. After the torrent of tears had subsided, Shoutai was struck by a belated sense of shame. In front of so many people, I committed such an embarrassing act. His face flushed crimson as he shifted the blame entirely onto Uchiha Chikyu. It must be your fault. You used chakra to intimidate me. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been paralyzed by fear. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Uchiha Chikyu remained silent, while Jeriah regarded Shoutai with a curious gaze, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Shoutai was utterly perplexed. What is happening here? It was then that he noticed the eerie silence around him. Not a single soul came to his defense. How could this be? The land of iron, devoid of ninjas and ninjutsu, was known for its remarkable unity. Yet, here he was, bullied by an outsider. Surely, the crowd would rally to his aid. Confused, Shoutai turned his head, only to see every pair of eyes that met his blink rapidly and shoulders shake uncontrollably, hands pressed tightly over mouths. What was going on? Shoutai felt he might just shatter. The world had changed too swiftly. It was merely a skirmish, and now he could not comprehend this reality. The crowd remained silent. No. They mustn't laugh. Such mirth would surely harm his tender heart. Yet, the urge to laugh was overwhelming. Upon hearing that sound, the onlookers instinctively assumed it was their own laughter they could not contain, dropping their hands in astonishment, only to realize that the one guffawing was Jeriah, who had entered alongside Uchiha Chikyu. Before they could reprimand him, Jeriah burst into a fit of laughter. The cacophony of laughter enveloped Shoutai, leaving him utterly bewildered. It was Jeriah who, still chuckling, pointed at Shoutai's head. "Young lad, haven't you noticed? Doesn't your head feel particularly cool right now?" A realization struck Shoutai as he recalled the sword that had narrowly grazed his scalp. Trembling, he reached up. My hair. Wailing once more. He lamented not in fear, but in mourning for his lost locks. "Oh, it's just hair. As long as I'm unscathed, that's what matters." Shoutai tried to console himself, but the sight of the crowd's laughter only deepened his sorrow. Woo, how wicked. They're all villains. He cried. "I shall seek Lord Mitsuba. He will help me take revenge." As he ran, tears streaming down his face, even Jeriah's laughter began to fade. "A Chikyu. Have we gone a bit too far? That boy is truly crying pitifully," Jeriah observed, feeling a pang of sympathy. The onlookers nodded fervently, casting reproachful glances at Uchiha Chikyu. Why only through glances? Because they were intimidated. Uchiha Chikyu exuded an air of recklessness, and his earlier display of strength was undeniably formidable. They could not discern whether he had used ninjutsu or not, but none wished to share Shoutai's fate. Yet, Uchiha Chikyu had bullied one of their own. They could not simply let him go. To do so would brand the Land of Iron as weak in the eyes of outsiders. Let him stay. We shall wait for Lord Mitsuba. He is invincible. Surely he will teach this boy a lesson. Filled with confidence, they awaited the arrival of their champion. Uchiha Chikyu, perplexed by Jeriah's comments, thought, "Are you truly not aware? He was the one who provoked me. I merely defended myself. How is it my fault he lost? I was quite courteous, after all. No injuries, no bloodshed, just a bald head. Is that really such a dire outcome?" Jeriah fell silent. Well, it does seem rather trivial. A bald head is certainly preferable to injuries or severed limbs. However, the caveat was that he himself was not bald. Jeriah felt a wave of sorrow wash over him as he thought about his own baldness, wishing he had sustained an injury instead. Yet the crowd began to calm down. Perhaps he had a point. No wounds or blood, just an unusual appearance. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain whether Uchiha Chikyu harbored malicious intent or not. He does seem to have a valid argument. Shoutai charged at him first. Indeed, it was reckless of Shoutai to attempt to seize another's weapon. While the men rationally debated the merits of injury versus baldness, the women had completely shifted allegiance. From grandmothers to little girls, they were entranced by Uchiha Chikyu's striking appearance. Yes, you're absolutely right. No problem whatsoever. That boy was simply too fragile. As the women fawned over Uchiha Chikyu, the men felt a pang of jealousy. Casting aside their earlier imaginations, this boy is no good. He must not be allowed to leave. We must wait for Lord Mitsuba. Jeriah, witnessing the frenzy around him, could not deny feeling a twinge of envy himself. With a long sigh, he muttered, "Look what you've done. This is the chaos wrought by a beautiful disaster." Chapter 136, Whispers of the Devil. Uchiha Chikyu chuckled. Do you really need to comment on my appearance? Do these people think they can stop me? It's utterly ludicrous. Uchiha Chikyu indeed harbored a desire to confront the legendary samurai of the Land of Iron, to gauge their swordsmanship. However, this did not imply that he wished to be obstructed by so many. His freedom to go wherever he pleased was paramount. No one, save for himself, could dictate his movements. Though Uchiha Chikyu's eyes lacked luster due to his blindness, the moment he lifted his gaze, none of the warriors from the Land of Iron dared to meet his eyes. The aura he exuded was overwhelmingly powerful. They had only sensed such intensity from Lord Mifune. Yet they instinctively felt that Uchiha Chikyu's presence surpassed even that of the esteemed lord. However, none were willing to admit it. Mifune was the strongest. Step aside. Uchiha Chikyu spoke in a calm tone. It was not a threat but merely a plain statement. Yet, many felt an involuntary urge to obey his command. Indeed, to them, it resonated like an order. As they finally registered that Uchiha Chikyu was about to leave, they realized, why are we being so compliant? We must detain him. This young man has bullied our people. Once more, they positioned themselves in Uchiha Chikyu's path. Jiraiya's expression had become entirely vacant, following Uchiha Chikyu obediently, free from worry. For Uchiha Chikyu was quite aware of the situation. He merely needed to act like a mature, inept adult. Uchiha Chikyu felt no anger. Rather, he found the situation somewhat bothersome. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being uncivilized. His tone remained unperturbed. Yet to the ears of the warriors from the Land of Iron, it sounded akin to the whispers of death. Nevertheless, even so, they could not let this young man go. With expressions of heroic resolve, they stood firm before Uchiha Chikyu. You shall not pass until Lord Mifune arrives. Even if it costs us our lives, we will ensure you stay. Yes. If we perish, you shall not escape unscathed. Lord Mifune will not let you go. This group, simultaneously cowardly and audacious, uttered their defiance. Jeriah could only facepalm. When did Uchiha Chikyu become a figure of such dread? Why adopt such an expression before him? Yet, it seemed that from the very beginning, this young man was not to be underestimated. Jeriah recalled his first encounter with Uchiha Chikyu, and his expression fell. No more. I'm getting old. My vision is faltering. Uchiha Chikyu tilted his head, seemingly contemplating how to deal with these men, causing the warriors of the Land of Iron to feel a surge of apprehension. No, we are samurai, fearless. As for Uchiha Chikyu's intentions, quite simple. A ripe opportunity presented itself. Why not seize it? Uchiha Chikyu slowly drew his sword, seemingly savoring the torment of these men. The warriors opposite him trembled. terrified that Uchiha Chikyu might hurl his sword at them. They could not endure it. Not even the finest swords could withstand the shadow Uchiha Chikyu had cast upon them during his previous confrontation with the young samurai. As they braced themselves, Uchiha Chikyu made his move. No sword? They braced against his blade. At such a distance, what use was merely swinging a sword? Before they could exhale in relief, they witnessed a flurry of sword energy rushing toward them. Damn! A group of them could not react in time. As they stumbled over one another, none managed to evade Uchiha Chikyu's bald-headed onslaught. A gust of wind swept through, leaving behind several newly shorn heads. The street fell silent. Unlike the earlier laughter at the sight of a single bald head, the sudden emergence of a dozen left no room for amusement. Would they be next? This man was a demon. Only after losing their hair did they truly appreciate its value. They longed for their lost locks. The group stood petrified. Uchiha Chikyu strode past them with nonchalance, and they remained oblivious to his presence. The impact of losing their hair was too profound to fathom. They could hardly envision their current disheveled appearance. Jeriah, however, wore a mischievous grin. Excellent. Extend your grasp to the entire world. Jeriah suddenly found this notion rather appealing. It even bore a subtle resemblance to his former student Nagato. If he was to be bald, why should he be the only one? Let everyone join in. The comrades of Kenoha were insufficient. It would be splendid if Uchiha Chikyu directed his ambitions toward the 5 great nations. Uchiha Chikyu approved. Then, everyone would be equal. Jeriah reveled in the beautiful thought. Others were eager to approach and hinder Uchiha Chikyu, but upon witnessing the fate of those who had tried, they reconsidered. They truly could not impede him. This young dandy was, after all, a formidable figure. How had he swung his sword earlier? They could hardly discern. Was it due to the use of chakra? Numerous onlookers began to discuss Uchiha Chikyu's swordsmanship, for his 2 strikes were undeniably powerful. They sensed it. Uchiha Chikyu's martial prowess was entirely incongruent with his appearance. One must not underestimate his abilities based solely on his handsome visage. Surely, he had not employed chakra. If he had, the weapon would have emitted a glow. The warriors of the Land of Iron had battled those who wielded chakra-infused weapons. They were entirely different from Uchiha Chikyu. Any weapon infused with chakra would emanate a faint light. Yet, when Uchiha Chikyu wielded his longsword, there was no such glow. Perhaps he possesses other methods? We remain unaware. Then, they were immediately countered. No one wished to acknowledge this reality. Warriors hailing from the Land of Iron. Unable to best a ninja who had not utilized ninjutsu. The notion that a ninja's swordsmanship surpassed theirs was utterly disheartening. If this were true, why not accept it? At that moment, an elderly man approached slowly. Uchiha Chikyu, poised to depart, halted his movements. He turned to face the newcomer. Mifune? You arrived rather swiftly. Chapter 137. The challenge from Mitsubun. Uchiha Chihira spoke with an unmistakably brusque tone. The individuals who had just been intimidated by him suddenly altered their gazes, now filled with a mix of anger and disdain. After all, he was a warrior from Mitsubun. They believed that defeating a mere kiddie would not grant him the liberty to act recklessly in the Land of Iron. This land was not one to be trifled with by mere ninjas. Each glare directed at Uchiha Chiharu seemed to contain a desire to rend him to pieces. His arrogance was truly insufferable. Mitsubun remained silent, observing Uchiha Chiharu with utmost seriousness. Upon encountering him, Mitsubun discerned that Uchiha Chiharu was blind, unable to see anything. Yet, this was not the sole concern. Uchiha Chiharu emanated an aura of formidable might that transcended chakra and ninjutsu. It was the powerful presence characteristic of a swordsman. Even Mitsubun himself, at that age, had never possessed such an overwhelming aura. His gaze towards Uchiha Chiharu grew increasingly earnest. He was certain that Uchiha Chiharu was a master swordsman. However, at that moment, Mitsubun had yet to connect Uchiha Chiharu with the one who had slain Hanzo of the Salamander. After all, Uchiha Chiharu appeared far too youthful. Jeriah paused in surprise, realizing that there were 2 exceptional swordsmen. It was said that Hanzo had perished at the hands of a skilled swordsman, and now he had encountered a young one. Life had indeed become more intriguing. Mitsubun regarded Uchiha Chiharu with admiration, tempered with vigilance. A young swordsman of such prowess was a rare find. If only he were from the Land of Iron, it would have been splendid. Jeriah comprehended Mitsubun's thoughts. The elder was mistakenly viewing Uchiha Chiharu and the slayer of Hanzo as 2 distinct individuals. Such a lack of boldness. What if Uchiha Chiharu was, in fact, the one who had vanquished Hanzo? Jeriah shook his head in resignation. There was still an absence of audacity. Are you here to stand up for them? Uchiha Chiharu sensed the martial intent radiating from Mitsubun, distinctly different from that which he had previously encountered from ninjas. The warriors of the Land of Iron possessed no chakra flowing through their bodies. Lacking the aid of chakra, their speed and strength were solely the fruits of relentless training. Uchiha Chiharu activated his observation Haki, perceiving a unique vision. The flow of chakra could not elude the grasp of his heightened senses, often allowing him to predict movements in advance. However, these warriors were different. Without chakra or any other extraordinary powers, there was no energy to detect, even when they struck. They appeared as ordinary individuals, yet they wielded strength that rivaled some ninjas. At the peak of his power, Mitsubian could even contend with tailed beasts, a feat unimaginable to common folk. For Uchiha Chiharu, these considerations were trivial. Upon hearing Uchiha Chiharu's words and observing his nonchalant demeanor, Mitsubian realized that Uchiha Chiharu was unafraid to engage him in battle. This was a testament to Uchiha Chiharu's confidence in his own abilities. Mitsubian shook his head. There was little left to discuss between them. No matter how much he admired Uchiha Chiharu, his reckless behavior in the Land of Iron could not be overlooked. I apologize for Kitty Eye's transgressions, Mitsubian stated, glancing at Uchiha Chiharu's sword, the very source of the turmoil. It was indeed an exceptional blade. No wonder it had drawn the attention of these warriors upon his arrival in the Land of Iron. Yet, was Uchiha Chiharu's treatment of the boy not a tad excessive? Mitsubian did not need to recall Kitty Eye's balding head. He merely glanced at the growing number of bald heads nearby. Though he was not one to concern himself with appearances, even he found the sight of so many bald heads rather jarring. Did they still resemble warriors? Therefore, let us resolve this provocation through the way of the samurai. Shall we? Mitsubian proposed, suggesting a duel that would exclusively utilize swordsmanship, devoid of any ninja techniques. Jeriah furrowed his brow, while it sounded fair. If Mitsubian's opponent were not Uchiha Chiharu but another ninja, it could be deemed quite inequitable. After all, how could a normal individual function without chakra? However, upon glancing at Uchiha Chiharu, Jeriah felt no need to intervene on his behalf. Given the boy's extraordinary capabilities, it would be surprising if Mitsubian did not find himself astonished. The swordsmanship of Hanzo the Salamander paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Chiharu. Observing the elderly warrior before him, Jeriah concluded that his concerns were unfounded. Any apprehension would be in vain. Very well, Uchiha Chiharu acquiesced, not perceiving the unreasonable nature of Mitsubian's request. To compel a ninja to refrain from using ninjutsu was inherently unjust. Mitsubian understood that his demands might have been somewhat oppressive towards the younger generation, and the expression on his face faltered slightly. Yet, Uchiha Chiharu maintained his indifferent demeanor, further enhancing Mitsubian's regard for him. It appeared that the lax internal management of the Land of Iron had emboldened these warriors to demand swords from others with such audacity. Once this matter was resolved, a thorough rectification of his subordinates was in order. Mitsubian's gaze swept across the crowd, causing those present to feel a shiver run down their spines. What did Lord Mitsubian's look signify? However, they were confident that the ensuing battle would not bring harm to them. Surely, Mitsubian would teach this young man a lesson. As they observed Uchiha Chiharu and Mitsubian drawing their weapons, they swiftly retreated, clearing a spacious area for the duel. Let the deities clash. They mere mortals should not intrude. Like a well-drilled unit, they had all retreated to the outermost edges in the blink of an eye, leaving only Jeriah, who remained perplexed behind Uchiha Chiharu. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 138. Uchiha Chiharu versus Mifune. These individuals are remarkably self-aware, Jeriah silently mused. He swiftly retreated to the sidelines alongside them. Feeling the need to clarify, this was not out of fear of Mifune, nor of the Uchiha clan. Ahem. Best not to elaborate further. Too much talk could lead to embarrassment. Mifune was a warrior of exceptional swordsmanship, and Jeriah held deep respect for his perseverance and valor. Yet, given his ability to utilize ninjutsu, Jeriah was confident in his capacity to engage Mifune in battle. Observing everyone retreat, Mifune regarded the seemingly youthful Uchiha Chiharu with increasing seriousness. Although he appeared to be merely in his teens, even as a ninja, one would typically expect him to be a Chunin or a Genin within his village. Nevertheless, Mifune sensed a distinct aura of strength emanating from Uchiha Chiharu. Upon deeper reflection, Mifune realized that this impression was not solely attributable to Chiharu's swordsmanship. He undoubtedly possessed a chakra and ninjutsu that matched his skill. This was precisely why Mifune sought to compete purely in swordplay. A samurai from the Land of Iron was bound to be at a disadvantage otherwise. Mifune refrained from initiating an attack, patiently awaiting Uchiha Chiharu's move. Meanwhile, Chiharu stood there with a nonchalant expression, his face revealing a hint of evident bewilderment. Why was this individual not advancing? Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Chiharu remained blissfully unaware that he was regarded as a junior by Mifune. He held absolute confidence in his swordsmanship, unconsciously placing Mifune in the position of challenger. In Chiharu's mind, he was undoubtedly the strongest. If he lacked even this modicum of confidence, all his perseverance and faith would have been in vain. The two stood in silence for several minutes before vaguely sensing each other's thoughts. Mifune's gaze was filled with disbelief. What? This young man was audacious enough to wait for him to make the first move? Did he not realize that he was facing a master of Aikido? One of the most esteemed samurai in the Land of Iron? Mifune's name had reverberated throughout the ninja world thanks to Hans the Salamander. Even A.J. Neen would think twice before underestimating Mifune. This was the first time in many years that Mifune encountered someone as audacious as Uchiha Chiharu. Mifune opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained. Perhaps it was best to let it go, after all. Chiharu was merely a youth. He might not have even heard of Mifune's illustrious deeds. Yet, despite this reasoning, Mifune felt a twinge of discomfort. He had been renowned for years and had not encountered such a Navi individual in quite some time. Chiharu's audacity surpassed Mifune's expectations. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Mifune, Chiharu was analyzing him as well. From Chiharu's perspective, Mifune exhibited decent physicality and speed, albeit not at his peak. Mifune was preparing to teach Chiharu a lesson, intending to demonstrate that one could not simply flout authority with a few learned sword techniques. As Mifune charged toward him, Chiharu remained unperturbed, employing his unique observation abilities to analyze Mifune's movements. Mifune's draw was exceptionally refined, the most exemplary Aikido Chiharu had ever witnessed, accompanied by an overwhelming momentum. The onlookers clenched their fists in excitement, anticipating that Mifune would deliver a resounding lesson to the young man. Just as they watched Mifune's blade descend upon Chiharu, a sudden twist allowed Chiharu to vanish from Mifune's sight. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Mifune. He cheated. He used ninjutsu. The crowd cried out. Chiharu's speed was astonishing, so rapid that if it were not ninjutsu, it would be hard to believe. How could a person's speed reach such heights? Many shared this sentiment. But only Jeriah and Mifune comprehended the truth. No, Uchiha Chiharu had not employed ninjutsu. This was the pure speed of his physical prowess. This young man, when did he become so extraordinary? This was not mere talent, it was his natural speed. Without utilizing chakra or ninjutsu, Chiharu had already surpassed the limits of human perception. If he were to accelerate further, his speed could rival that of the flying thunder god technique. Jeriah's admiration for Chiharu intensified. This young man, if he continued to develop properly, could undoubtedly become a shining emblem for Kenoha. Jeriah felt a wave of relief wash over him, no matter how many beatings he endured. He had at least managed to bring Tsunade back to the village. With Tsunade present, he was certain that Uchiha Chiharu would remain safe. This was Jeriah's small selfish wish. A person powerful enough to change the village, and perhaps the world, should not be extinguished due to the selfish desires of the higher-ups. In Jeriah's imagination, he inadvertently cast Uchiha Chiharu in the role of a pitiable character. If Chiharu were to discover Jeriah's thoughts, he would surely compel Jeriah to experience what it truly meant to be wretched. This term had no relevance to him whatsoever. Unfortunately, Uchiha Chiharu was oblivious to Jeriah's musings, his entire focus directed toward Mifune. Chiharu did not initiate with his strongest techniques, as he wished to discern the genuine distinctions between himself and a true swordsman. Mifune served as an excellent reference and opponent. A standard Aikido strike in Mifune's hands unleashed its maximum potential, each move imbued with the ferocity of a tempest. Should it make contact with Uchiha Chiharu, it would undoubtedly result in grievous harm. Mifune's vast experience allowed him to accurately target Chiharu's vital points. The challenge lay in the fact that no matter how intricate the swordplay or Aikido technique, if it could not reach its opponent, it would serve no purpose. Mifune's expression grew increasingly grave. Uchiha Chiharu's strength had surpassed his expectations. Was this individual truly human? Had he really not utilized chakra? Mifune repeatedly questioned himself, ultimately answering both inquiries in the affirmative. He was undoubtedly human and had certainly not employed chakra. Mifune had faced numerous opponents, and he could accurately discern whether chakra was in play. Yet, this realization only deepened Mifune's sense of defeat. If Chiharu had resorted to ninjutsu or chakra, Mifune could have consoled himself that he had fallen victim to superior talent. However, Uchiha Chiharu relied solely on pure swordsmanship, leaving Mifune with no room for excuses. Chapter 139, Struck by doubt, Sambien was momentarily distracted, but his gaze quickly solidified with determination. No matter how formidable Uchiha Chiryu appeared, he could not afford to relax. As a warrior of the Iron Country, Sambien held his own pride and convictions. His grip steadied, and his speed intensified. At that moment, he ceased to regard Uchiha Chiryu as merely an arrogant junior. Chiryu had demonstrated his strength, a power that radiated from his very core. If Sambien did not give it his all, he would surely fall to Uchiha Chiryu's prowess. The onlookers from the Iron Country gaped in astonishment. Little Iron stood at the sidelines, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and red. How could this individual be so powerful? Little Iron had initially believed that once Sambien intervened, victory would be instantaneous, for Sambien was the strongest. Yet the unfolding scene shattered Little Iron's confidence. Recollecting his earlier words to Uchiha Chiryu, he buried his face in his hands and crouched down, overwhelmed with shame. Oh, how embarrassing! Was there a time machine available? He wished to seek one out. Yet, in the next moment, he once again touched his bald head, his expression morphing into one of indignation. He had misspoken. But he didn't deserve to be made bald. Tears of frustration welled up as he lamented Sambien's strength. No one, regardless of who they were, could possibly defeat Sambien. Little Iron dismissed his embarrassment towards Uchiha Chiryu, fervently cheering for Sambien. Only if Sambien emerged victorious would he preserve his dignity. However, the others around him expressed concern. It wasn't that they doubted Sambien's capabilities. Rather, Uchiha Chiryu appeared far too composed. Just observe. Chiryu effortlessly evaded Sambien's attacks while delivering powerful counterstrikes. The clash of blades resonated incessantly, creating a dazzling spectacle. Could Sambien truly triumph? Doubt began to creep into their minds. They pondered the origins of this young lad. How could a teenager engage in such a fierce duel with Sambien? Was it a testament to his extraordinary abilities or a reflection of their inadequacies as non-ninjas? For a fleeting moment, the warriors of the Iron Country felt their long-held beliefs begin to waver. Jeriah immediately sensed the somber atmosphere that enveloped the crowd. Uchiha Chiryu was indeed a formidable force. He wished to avoid conflict, especially in a neutral nation like the Iron Country. He urged them not to overthink it. Even in Kenoha, Uchiha Chiryu was an anomaly. There was no one who could truly compare to him. Jeriah spoke with unyielding conviction, for it was the unvarnished truth. Uchiha Chiryu's strength and youth placed him on a pedestal unreachable by others. To compare oneself to such a prodigious talent was both a daunting and painful endeavor. Is he truly an Uchiha? Are you from Kenoha? How could that be? The Uchiha are renowned for their ocular techniques. Yes, indeed. How could this fellow, who was evidently blind, be so powerful? Jeriah inadvertently revealed Uchiha Chiryu's identity. The onlookers were initially taken aback, but then erupted in excitement. Kenoha, the strongest of the 5 great villages. The Uchiha, a distinguished clan with a legacy spanning generations. Even if they were not ninjas, they had heard tales of the Uchiha's Sharingan. Strong, incredibly strong. Their gazes shifted toward Uchiha Chiryu, and silence fell over them. So, bloodlines possess such extraordinary power. Even a blind man can be this formidable. The warriors of the Iron Country began to question their very existence. Jeriah pondered how to explain this to them. Observing Uchiha Chiryu, who appeared unfazed and effortlessly composed, contrasted sharply with the increasingly labored breaths of Sambien. Jeriah felt utterly incapable of providing an explanation. This had little to do with bloodlines. It was simply that this boy was an extraordinary talent, regardless of whether the warriors of the Iron Country believed him. Sambien heard their conversation. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he regarded Uchiha Chiryu. A swordsman from Kenoha? Sambien recalled having seen news of 2 unparalleled swordsmen potentially emerging from Kenoha simultaneously. It seemed improbable. Yet could he truly accept that the one who had slain Hanzo the Salamander was the very same as the individual before him? Sambien found it increasingly difficult to believe. Uchiha Chiryu was far too young. However, feeling once again overpowered by Chiryu, Sambien suddenly felt that perhaps there was no reason not to believe. You are indeed the swordsman who defeated Hanzo the Salamander, Sambien stated confidently, devoid of any question. Uchiha Chiryu nodded in affirmation. Yes, that was me. I hadn't intended to kill him. It just happened in the heat of battle. Chiryu replied calmly, harboring a trace of regret for almost missing out on the reward from Hanzo. Thus, Uchiha Chiryu remained cautious, mindful of the stakes. Sambien was momentarily taken aback. Did that mean Hanzo could have lived? His emotions wavered between incredulity and frustration, directing a barrage of thoughts toward Uchiha Chiryu. Yet, being older, Sanbian refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead accelerating the intensity of his strikes. How vexing. Unleash your true power. The swordsmanship capable of vanquishing Hanzo the Salamander must be far more than this. In that moment, Sanbian momentarily forgot his responsibilities. Consumed by the desire to spar with Uchiha Chiryu, driven by the thrill of challenging a true warrior, even at the cost of his life. Furthermore, Sanbian believed he could prevail. Uchiha Chiryu raised an eyebrow. Your drawing cut is impressive. Consider it a reward for our duel, he mused. However, Sanbian sensed a shift in Chiryu's demeanor. An aura of oppressive intensity enveloped him, suffocating Sanbian's breath. Yet Uchiha Chiryu did not relent. Sanbian struggled to withstand the pressure. He could not afford to falter. Chapter 140. Do not provoke the strong, alas. How utterly exasperating. Uchiha Chiryu had yet to make a move, yet the spectators were on the brink of collapse. Not to mention the formidable Mizuno, who faced Uchiha Chiryu directly. Mizuno's current state was decidedly precarious. He had surmised that Uchiha Chiryu was exceptionally powerful, yet he had not anticipated the extent of his prowess. Without even drawing his blade, merely gathering energy, such an uproar ensued. Jeriah too felt the tremor in his chest. This lad has grown even stronger. The look in Jeriah's eyes was filled with a sense of responsibility. Uchiha Chiryu was simply extraordinary. How much time has passed? How could he feel that Uchiha Chiryu had grown even more formidable? Such a pace of advancement could only be described as rocket-like. For an ordinary ninja, years of training are required to become stronger through accumulated experience. Yet for Uchiha Chiryu, growing stronger was as effortless as dining or drinking. Uchiha Chiryu, indeed. That is precisely how one grows stronger. No wonder he could vanquish Hanzo the Salamander. Mizuno's legs trembled slightly. It was not fear that gripped him, even facing Hanzo. He had never felt afraid. The quaking of his legs was a primal response, a warning from his body that the man before him was overwhelmingly powerful. Flee, quickly run, or else I shall perish. Mizuno cast a disdainful glance at his own legs, feeling they were uncharacteristic of him. Nevertheless, he managed to control his trembling limbs and continued to face Uchiha Chiryu. The might of Uchiha Chiryu surpassed Mizuno's expectations. What astonished Mizuno even more was that Uchiha Chiryu had not utilized chakra at all throughout their encounter. This realization fueled Mizuno's resolve even further. Losing to a powerful ninja was not terrifying. What was truly fearsome was facing an opponent of equal standing and losing the desire to fight. Confronted with Uchiha Chiryu's overwhelming aura, Mizuno not only stood his ground, but charged forward. Jeriah, observing from the sidelines, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Good heavens! One must know when to yield. Even the younger generation could not match Uchiha Chiryu. If it comes to that, do not force it. Your life is of utmost importance. Jeriah's face bore an expression of silent pleading, yet no one paid him heed, for all attention was riveted on Uchiha Chiryu. Uchiha Chiryu wielded his sword. A flash of steel. Mizuno was the first true swordsman to engage Uchiha Chiryu. Although their styles diverged entirely, Uchiha Chiryu held a measure of admiration for Mizuno. Few could reach Mizuno's level of perseverance. As Mizuno beheld the enormous sword energy surging toward him, he did not retreat. He drew his sword. A flash. This was Mizuno's signature technique, said to be swifter than a ninja's hand seals. Thus, ninjutsu was rendered ineffective against him. However, before Uchiha Chiryu, this was hardly an advantage. For Uchiha Chiryu's speed eclipsed his own. Mizuno's flash merely allowed him to barely keep pace with Uchiha Chiryu's velocity. Their respective sword energies collided with a thunderous roar. Mizuno was sent flying. Lord Mizuno. The warriors of the Iron Country gasped in disbelief. Lord Mizuno had been struck down. Young Kodai fell to the ground in shock. Impossible. This cannot be. Lord Mizuno is the strongest. The flash. That is Lord Mizuno's ultimate technique. Even against those ninjas, Lord Mizuno could effortlessly cleave through. Yet now he had been sent flying. Kodai felt his faith crumbling. Mizuno, however, felt surprisingly well, better than he had anticipated. Though he had been thrown, several ribs broken. He faced no mortal peril. Watching his hair flutter in the air, Mizuno fell into contemplation. What peculiarities does this Uchiha possess? His sword skills are remarkable. Why does he take such delight in leaving others bald? Without needing to look, Mizuno knew he had undoubtedly lost his hair. The surrounding onlookers were likewise astonished. Do not move. Mizuno commanded them. In his view, if he could not contend with Uchiha Chiryu, these individuals would be of no use. They might even end up bald themselves. Mizuno felt the need to preserve some dignity for the Iron Country. It would not do for the entire nation to be left hairless. Where would he explain that? Several warriors hurried to assist Mizuno, eager to rush him for treatment. He waved his hand dismissively and, with their aid, approached Uchiha Chikyu. In his eyes burned a fierce determination. You are formidable, a worthy adversary. I apologize once more for this incident. Mizuno glanced at the still-dazed Kodai and shook his head. Sigh, look at other youths at 15, and then compare them to my own child. How can the disparity be so vast? Indeed, Mizuno was contrasting Kodai with Uchiha Chikyu. The more he compared, the more he felt disheartened by his own child. Provoking the strong and ultimately suffering the consequences was his rightful fate. Mizuno spoke with remarkable composure. The warriors of the Iron Country were indeed united, yet this incident was instigated by Kodai. Inferior skill leads to such outcomes. It could be deemed Kodai's own folly. Mizuno contemplated his own long hair. I am even less inclined to concern myself with that lad. He is truly a source of constant worry. While Kodai's baldness might incite laughter, Mizuno's baldness would evoke none. The gazes directed at Kodai shifted. All because of that boy. They had forgotten. Seizing the opportunity, Jeriah hurried to Uchiha Chikyu's side, silently casting a reproachful glance his way. Initially, Jeriah had come to the Iron Country for enjoyment. Yet now, thanks to Uchiha Chikyu's antics, he found himself deprived of any enjoyment. Who in the Iron Country does not recognize Uchiha Chikyu's face now? He was already handsome, and after such a spectacle, Jeriah let out a long sigh. He resolved never to accompany Uchiha Chikyu again. How utterly unfair is fate. Bestowing upon you such striking looks is one thing. Why must you also possess such immense power? Would it not be better if you were merely a pretty face? Jeriah lamented with a hint of envy. Uchiha Chikyu chuckled lightly. You shall find your own way back. Our paths do not align on the return trip. Uchiha Chikyu spoke with an impassive expression. Jeriah immediately sank to his knees. No, I was wrong. Chapter 141. Striving to be the little deaf and blind. What face do we have left? None at all. Jeriah clutched tightly onto Uchiha Chiharu's leg, pleading desperately, don't leave me behind. You didn't want to return, did you? This is the perfect opportunity. Uchiha Chiharu appeared somewhat perplexed by Jiraiya's thought process. Who was it that constantly clamored about wanting to escape? Now, a splendid chance presented itself, yet Jeriah, in tears, chose to cling to his leg. How peculiar. A flush crept onto Jiraiya's face. Nearby warriors from the land of iron regarded him with a mix of disgust and bewilderment. Ugh, this guy is utterly repulsive. Thankfully, Uchiha Chiharu was oblivious to their stares. However, he swiftly kicked Jeriah away, exclaiming, You're being utterly ridiculous. Jeriah stiffened, his expression frozen. If I truly run away, the next time you see me, it will be my end. He lamented. The thought of fleeing was terrifying. Tsunade would undoubtedly hunt him down relentlessly, and upon their reunion, she would surely pummel him into a pancake. Jeriah realized he was nowhere near ready for such a confrontation. But, are we really heading back now? We just arrived and haven't even explored. He lamented wistfully. Since you two have come to enjoy yourselves, please do so freely. The land of iron welcomes guests. Mifyun, who had not strayed far, interjected calmly. Currently, we are in a time of war. Our nation lacks normal sources of income. We rely solely on foreign exchange. We cannot afford to let money slip away. No matter the circumstances, we must not forsake our finances. Mifyun signaled to a nearby warrior, who immediately understood and nodded, ready to ensure that the visitors would receive the utmost hospitality while deftly extracting their wealth. If they could not defeat them in battle, they would surely squeeze every last coin from their purses. Uchiha Chiharu suddenly shuddered, sensing a scheme afoot. Jeriah rolled his eyes. Who dares to plot against you, kid? Are they seeking death? Given that there was no rush to leave, he exclaimed, Let us explore. Time waits for no one. With enthusiasm, Jeriah dashed out. Uchiha Chiharu weighed his purse. It was time to buy some sake. But, alas, the funds seemed insufficient. Perhaps a visit to the gambling den was in order? With the ability to sense the presence of others, Uchiha Chiharu would shine brilliantly even without Tsunade's watchful eye. Meanwhile, in Kenoha, the third Hokage observed his disciple with a peculiar gaze. Minato, I never imagined you two. His eyes widened at the sight of Minato's remarkably bald head. Has Kushina found out? The third Hokage chuckled ruefully, adding a stinging remark. Minato felt as though he could spit blood. Could he confess? He did not even dare to return home. Tsunade, beside him, was in high spirits, for Uchiha Chiharu's presence had provided her with endless amusement. Yet, she felt a twinge of disappointment as she glanced at the third Hokage, who, despite his age, still possessed a full head of hair. Why can't the third Hokage also go bald? That would surely make me laugh even harder. Tsunade. No. The third Hokage discerned the mischief in his disciple's eyes. It was evident that she was scheming about his hair. He vowed to resist her temptations. After witnessing the bald heads of two old friends and the baldness of his disciples and grandchildren, the third Hokage grew increasingly concerned about maintaining his hair. He feared becoming like them. This was a common concern among men with wives. What if they grew unattractive and faced their wives' disdain? Tsunade chuckled softly. Come now, old man. What brings us back? Surely it isn't just to stir up trouble? Or has Danzo begun to wreak havoc again? Tsunade was unreserved in her remarks. Minato, meanwhile, feigned ignorance. Feeling like a mere troubled bald man, unaware of the tensions between the third Hokage and the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Little deaf and blind. I'll start with myself. The third Hokage glanced at Minato, then back at the assertive Tsunade, falling into a contemplative silence. The matters concerning Danzo were indeed not handled well. He had failed to provide Tsunade with a satisfactory explanation. Yet, he felt powerless. Tsunade, I am of an age where I must consider whether to pass on the mantle of Hokage. Do you have any thoughts on this? The third Hokage nearly hinted at his intentions, suggesting that he would gladly hand over the position to her. The third Hokage's thoughts were clear. After discussing with Tsunade, he would arrange for a smooth transition at the opportune moment, enhancing his image in the eyes of the villagers by voluntarily stepping down and passing the role to the granddaughter of the first Hokage. There was no one less concerned about the Hokage position than he. No thoughts. Just as long as you don't impulsively pass the position to Danzo, Tsunade replied coolly. The change in Hokage? What did it have to do with her? Absolutely nothing. She appeared entirely unperturbed, as if unaware of the third Hokage's intentions. After all, what relevance did the third Hokage's plans hold for her? A mere bystander. The third Hokage was taken aback. Tsunade was not cooperating. He steadied his thoughts. There was no need to rush. Many sought the Hokage position, and he still had choices. His gaze slowly shifted to Minato, who he had prepared as a potential successor. Minato, do you have any thoughts? The third Hokage regarded him with admiration. In his eyes, both Tsunade and Minato had their merits. Tsunade's lineage was her inherent advantage, while Minato, despite his humble origins, held significant prestige among the younger generation. This was Minato's strength. Tsunade had effectively declined, leaving the third Hokage to focus on Minato. Compared to Tsunade, he preferred Minato to ascend. Why? Because Minato was less entrenched in power. Even if they wished, cough, cough. People must always plan for their futures. The third Hokage thought without shame, his gaze on Minato growing increasingly fervent. Speak up. If you express your desires, I can facilitate your ascent. Huh? What did you just say? I seem to have missed that. Minato feigned disinterest. He was truly the little deaf and blind. What had the third Hokage said? He was utterly oblivious. Just an ordinary ninja. The third Hokage nearly spat blood. This rascal. So cunning. Tsunade erupted in laughter from the sidelines. Old man, perhaps it's time to stop meddling. That position is yours. Chapter 142, The Hot Potato of the Hokage Position. Tsunade guffawed, casting a commendatory glance at Minato. Precisely. The old codger thinks he can seize this opportunity to retire? Preposterous. Tsunade was not oblivious to the third Hokage's designs, but she was determined to thwart his facile escape. He shielded Danzo, and now, anticipating further tribulations in the Hokage's seat, he seeks a graceful exit? Unacceptable. As I said, as long as you don't bequeath the position to Danzo, you can do as you please, provided you find a willing and universally accepted successor. The third Hokage sighed deeply. To find a new Hokage is no simple task. With Tsunade and Minato as candidates, he considered himself fortunate, believing he could select a suitable one from the pair. Yet, to his dismay, neither evinced any desire for the role, much to his chagrin. Tsunade, I confess I have wronged you in some matters, but my actions are for the betterment of Kenoha. My age advances, and it is time for youth to lead. The third Hokage spoke earnestly, softening Minato's heart. Then, Tsunade scoffed. Who says you have no choice? There's still Uchiha Senjuro. The name escaped Tsunade's lips with resounding force, nearly causing the third Hokage to leap from his seat. Who did you say? Uchiha Senjuro? His aged visage crumpled like a discarded orange peel. He had genuinely never considered it. Senjuro's age. Isn't he a tad too young? The third Hokage stammered, finally conjuring an excuse. Tsunade regarded him with disdain. Humph, that's hardly the paramount reason. I, too, believe Senjuro is more suited than I. Upon Tsunade's mention of Uchiha Senjuro, Minato erupted in fervent praise. He seemed to have completely forgotten the outrageous act Senjuro had committed against him, transforming into an ardent admirer. Senjuro's achievements are undeniable. The war is nearing its end. and Shinjiro undoubtedly deserves 80% of the credit. Compared to him, I am insignificant. Shinjiro is simply that remarkable. If a choice must be made, I believe Shinjiro is the optimal candidate. Age is no impediment. As Minato's voice trailed off, Tsunade applauded wildly. Indeed. Precisely. I concur wholeheartedly with Minato. Tsunade cast an ambiguous glance at the third Hokage. Well, old man, can you name a more fitting candidate than Uchiha Shinjiro? The third Hokage. The third Hokage truly could not. A headache. Initially, he deemed Shinjiro's prowess, his ability to sway the tides of war, a stroke of fortune. But now, with the war drawing to a close, the third Hokage realized the problem had surfaced. Tsunade was relaxed, seemingly unconcerned. Why should she be anxious? The problem rested entirely with the third Hokage, not with her in the slightest. Setting aside her Shinja lineage, Tsunade found Uchiha Shinjiro eminently suitable. Tsunade was also acutely aware that the third Hokage had never contemplated Uchiha Shinjiro due to his Uchiha affiliation and the powerful clan backing him. Should Shinjiro one day ascend to the Hokage position, the interests of the third Hokage and Danzo would be the first to suffer. Yet, Tsunade did not share this sentiment. Uchiha Shinjiro was ideal, possessing both merit and intellect. The sole deficiency might be his age. The more Tsunade pondered, the more feasible it seemed. Initially, she had merely intended to provoke the third Hokage, but now she was inclined to thrust Uchiha Shinjiro directly into the next Hokage's seat. A splendid notion. Tsunade's expression grew eager, which the third Hokage immediately noticed. Horror mask. JPG. No. Tsunade, calm yourself. I summoned you today to discuss matters amicably. Since neither of you currently harbor such aspirations, I shall not rush. Regardless, I must first dispel Tsunade's notions. Both of you should return home promptly. Minato, Kushina has been inquiring about you incessantly. Return home and cease your unfettered musings. Any further, and I fear I shall lose years off my life. Watching Tsunade and Minato finally depart, the third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. How did I acquire such a troublesome disciple? And Uchiha Shinjiro. The third Hokage's brow furrowed deeply. It wasn't that Uchiha Shinjiro was inadequate. Rather, he was excessively good, which troubled the third Hokage. If only he weren't an Uchiha. The third Hokage sighed, realizing he needed to contemplate this thoroughly. Both Tsunade and Minato held Uchiha Shinjiro in high regard, which was not a positive development. The third Hokage now felt less secure about both of them. Should either Tsunade or Minato become the next Hokage and maintain this attitude toward Uchiha Shinjiro, dire consequences would ensue. If all else fails, I shall continue as Hokage for the time being. It seems that is the only option. The third Hokage was aggrieved, deeply aggrieved. The old man simply wished to retire. Why was it so arduous? Tsunade and Minato, however, cared little for the third Hokage's thoughts. They were content, and that was all that mattered. He was merely clinging to outdated notions. They should disregard him. Tsunade declared imperiously to Minato. Now, we shall see who cracks first. It certainly won't be me. Minato nodded in agreement. Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, holding an extraordinary position in Kenoha. In this uncertain situation, he would heed Tsunade's counsel. Most importantly, Tsunade appeared to be on Shinjiro's side. Minato held Uchiha Shinjiro in even higher esteem, thus resolving to stand with Tsunade. Precisely. Tsunade clapped Minato heavily on the shoulder. You. Tsunade was about to express her appreciation for Minato when her words caught in her throat. Tsunade-sama, what's wrong? Minato asked, instinctively following Tsunade's gaze. He froze. Kushina. Wait. Let me explain. Chapter 143. After all, I am not a devil. Kushina was overjoyed upon hearing from Lin that Minato had returned. With great enthusiasm, she rushed to greet him, only to be stunned by his new appearance. Lin, dressed in umbu attire and wearing a mask, was equally bewildered. Minato, what happened to you? Is the pressure so intense that you've really gone bald? Under the weight of their intense stares, Minato felt as if he might ignite at any moment. I think I'll just take my leave now. You two continue your conversation. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Tsunade quickly turned and fled. Sensing it was not a suitable place to linger, Minato mentally berated her. Tsunade, you're so unreliable. I knew it. Not a single one of you three Sannin can be counted on. Orochimaru, please don't lump me in with them. Thank you. Minato, is it the pressure that's gotten to you? Lin asked in a hushed tone, genuinely shocked. She honestly felt that she should not have uttered such a name. Kushina's expression remained rigid, her eyes filled with anguish as she gazed at Minato. No, that round, bald head is simply too unsightly, even with Minato's face. Kushina found it hard to accept. "Let us talk about this at home," Minato exclaimed, burying his face in his hands, feeling utterly defeated. He had hoped Kushina wouldn't see him like this, but now that she had, what could he do? He had to hurry home and appease his wife. Feeling the disdainful gaze of Kushina, Minato realized that if he hesitated any longer, he might lose her forever. Lin silently extended her foot but then retracted it. "Never mind. I'll leave the space for my teacher and his wife. After Minato departs, I can still ask Lady Kushina about things." Unbeknownst to Minato, Lin had successfully ingratiated herself and significantly improved her relationship with Kushina. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, Inoki had personally led a team and decided to launch another surprise attack on the front lines of Kenoha. To avoid detection, he selected a lesser-known path. He pulled out a map, noting that to travel from the land of Earth to the land of Fire, they must pass through several smaller nations. The quickest route would be through the land of Grass, the land of Rain, and the land of Waterfall, all of which bordered the land of Earth and the land of Fire. However, Inoki decided against this route, reasoning that Kenoha likely had defenses along the borders of these nations. If discovered, it would trigger an alert. Thus, they could opt for the land of Rivers or the land of Iron instead. Yes, Wangtu nodded vigorously. Father is correct. But since the land of Rivers borders the land of Wind, the land of Iron might be more convenient. After glancing at the map, Wangtu noted that the overall strength of the land of Iron was not particularly formidable, making it easier to handle should any issues arise. Inoki looked at his son with satisfaction. This boy, at last, he has come to his senses. Yes, just like that. Let us avoid conflict with the land of Iron whenever possible. Inoki held the warriors he had carefully selected and set off. Scene shift. In the land of Iron, Jeriah was once again ejected from the bathhouse. Uchiha Chiharu leisurely followed behind him, but everyone else acted as if Chiharu did not exist. The news of Lord Mitsahashi's defeat had spread in a limited circle within the land of Iron. He had been defeated by a blind boy, a mere teenager, and Uchiha. The accumulation of such incredible miracles had caused their minds to short-circuit. They chose to act as if they knew nothing. For such a formidable individual, what woman could he not have? It must surely be that fellow's fault. The samurais all took out their frustrations on Jeriah, and the women were even less inclined to engage with Uchiha Chiharu, who was so handsome yet blind. Even if he could see, it hardly mattered. Jeriah felt a pang of bitterness. How disheartening. Chiharu, indifferent to Jeriah's plight, strolled leisurely, counting his observation Haki points. 801 points? Almost there. Just a bit more, and I can level up. Following Jeriah is indeed beneficial. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing this was the primary reason he brought Jeriah along. He genuinely thought Jeriah spent too much time indulging in pleasures, being intimately acquainted with every bathhouse in every country. Truly, he was the legendary perverted sage. When Jeriah returned, bruised and battered, he found Chiharu looking splendid, with a rosy glow from enjoying good food and drink. Tears streamed down Jeriah's face. Life is so unfair. How can our fates be so different? Pulling out a handkerchief from who knows where, he cast a mournful glance at Chiharu. Chiharu ignored him entirely. Jeriah finally ceased his antics. Letting out a long sigh, the atmosphere in the land of Iron was relatively calm compared to other nations. He felt a twinge of envy as he observed the peaceful ambience. When will Kenoha achieve such tranquility? Thinking too much was futile. Do I still have any money left? Upon hearing Chiharu's words, Jeriah immediately covered his wallet with caution. Money is one thing, but my life is at stake. Shall we visit the gambling house? Chiharu sighed. It seems this is the only path left. Jeriah, this time, did not refuse. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had a notorious fondness for gambling, albeit slightly better than Tsunade. The two strode confidently into the casino, drawing the attention of onlookers. Then, oh no, my wallet is empty. My precious money. Jeriah wailed, kneeling in despair. Meanwhile, the casino owner lamented, "Oh dear. You've won all my money. Please leave. We truly have no funds left." Chiharu, holding a substantial sum for purchasing alcohol, wore a satisfied smile. I am not a devil after all. With a swagger, Chiharu exited the establishment, leaving the owner in tears of joy, relieved that the calamity had finally departed and the casino could continue to operate. Chapter 144. The wisdom of Inoki. The two scale. The joys and sorrows of humanity are seldom shared. Jeriah once again profoundly realized this truth. Gazing at Uchiha Chihiro's bountiful returns, he glanced down at his own empty wallet. Alas, he felt as though his soul had ascended to the heavens. Chihiro, you must remember that I am your master. And about this money? Jeriah chuckled, his expression mischievous, trailing closely behind Uchiha Chihiro, whose eyes sparkled with delight. This was precisely the moment to make use of his apprentice. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chihiro and Jeriah were joyfully procuring supplies in the Land of Iron, while Inoki the Two-Scale had also set forth with his entourage. Passing through the Land of Waterfalls, such a diminutive nation dared not utter a word. Even upon discovering the presence of IWA Shinobi's army, they remained silent and inactive. Inoki held them in utter contempt. After smoothly traversing the Land of Waterfalls, he slightly restrained his demeanor as they entered the territory of the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron. The most remarkable aspect of this nation is that, despite lacking any shinobi, they have persevered until now. Inoki harbored both respect and admiration for the warriors of the Land of Iron. The strength of warriors simply cannot be compared to that of shinobi. In truth, they ought to have been rendered obsolete long ago. Their existence is merely a waste of land. Indeed, alas, if only the Land of Iron bordered our own Land of Earth. Otherwise, we could seize a substantial profit amidst this war. The IWA shinobi echoed Inoki's thoughts, sharing his mindset and philosophy. Inoki remained silent, his thoughts known only to himself. Quickly pass through the Land of Iron, and then we shall enter the Land of Fire. Inoki commanded his IWA shinobi. This was not the time for unrest. The paramount objective was to launch a surprise attack on the front lines of Kenoha. And then there was that Uchiha Chihiro. Inoki's eyes narrowed. This time, he must seize the opportunity to confront him. The reports he had received were far too one-sided in their portrayal. Only by witnessing it firsthand could Inoki make an accurate judgment. Indeed, the IWA shinobi complied with the orders. They prepared to traverse the Land of Iron and enter the Land of Fire. However, the number of IWA shinobi was not trivial. With so many under Inoki's command, the Land of Iron could not possibly remain oblivious. Mifune, upon receiving the reports, donned a mask of anguish. Lord Mifune, what should we do? The reporting warrior found the situation rather troublesome. After all, it was IWA shinobi. What could their intentions be in entering the Land of Fire? Surely, they weren't merely here for a New Year's greeting. Moreover, Inoki himself had arrived. They must be well prepared. They would not fear engaging the warriors of the Land of Iron. Rather, it was the Land of Iron that would hesitate, for they wished to avoid being embroiled in the complexities of global conflict at this moment. Let me ponder. Mifune felt a headache coming on. The intentions of IWA shinobi were evidently nefarious. Their predatory gaze upon Kenoha was not a new occurrence. In the past, Mifune could have turned a blind eye. After all, despite their proximity to Kenoha, their ties were tenuous. He could feign ignorance. Ultimately, whatever transpired would have no bearing on the Land of Iron. They would not involve themselves. Yet now, the situation was entirely different. Uchiha Chihiro was still in the Land of Iron. What if Uchiha Chihiro learned that they had indeed discovered the traces of IWA shinobi but chose to remain silent? What would Uchiha Chihiro do? Mifune recalled Uchiha Chihiro's swordsmanship, and he trembled. He could already envision the Land of Iron reduced to ruins. Inform those esteemed guests. Regardless of their actions, it is of no consequence to us. However, one thing is imperative. Do not let it impact the Land of Iron. Rubbing his temples, Mifune sighed deeply, feeling as though he might lose all his hair. Oh, no. He was already bald, no longer needing to worry about hair loss. However, if they acted this way, would they not become targets for IWA? The warrior whispered. Although Lord Mifune's swordsmanship is formidable, should IWA resort to a strategy of overwhelming numbers, even he may not withstand it. Mifune's expression remained stoic. They will not have the time to trouble us. He spoke calmly. As long as Uchiha Chihiro, a Kenoha shinobi, was present, their focus would undoubtedly be on him. As for who would ultimately triumph, on the surface, it was clear that IWA had the numerical advantage. Uchiha Chihiro and Jeriah seemed merely to be enjoying themselves. Only two individuals. Despite their formidable strength, they remained just two. The outlook appeared grim. Yet even if they could not prevail, they should still manage to return to Kenoha to deliver a warning, right? Mifune considered his plans. There should be no issues. But was Uchiha Chihiro truly the type to flee? Mifune instinctively recalled Uchiha Chihiro's unparalleled swordsmanship. Fearless. No matter what obstructed his path, he would cleave through it. One's swordsmanship reveals one's character. Mifune did not believe Uchiha Chihiro would genuinely flee. Did Uchiha Chihiro possess a chance to win? Mifune stroked his bald head, feeling a flicker of confidence in Uchiha Chihiro. Even if his own swordsmanship could not match Uchiha Chihiro's, Mifune remained convinced that Uchiha Chihiro would not find himself at a disadvantage. Oblivious to Uchiha Chihiro's illustrious achievements, Mifune sat there speculating. Meanwhile, Jeriah and Uchiha Chihiro had already received Mifune's timely warning. Jiraiya's expression immediately turned grave. IWA Shinobi? The third Hokage personally leading the charge? What could their intentions be? Jeriah held a certain wariness toward this third Hokage. At such a time, how could he remain so nonchalant? Jeriah glanced at Uchiha Chihiro, who was leisurely stuffing sake into scrolls. His face displayed an expression of exasperation. It was truly disheartening. I've procured all the sake in the Land of Iron. There is still money left. Shall we spend it? Uchiha Chihiro replied calmly. Jiraiya's expression immediately shifted. How much did you win from the casino? Of course we should. Chapter 145. A battle ignited by a jar of wine in the previous moment. Jeriah was earnestly condemning Uchiha Chihiro. In the next, he resolutely chose to indulge in the same folly. What principles? What surprise attacks from the rock ninja? Such matters had become inconsequential. Let him revel in the moment first. With the money given by Uchiha Chihiro in hand, Jeriah dashed out with exhilaration. Such is the simplicity of a man's joy. Uchiha Chihiro appeared unfazed. Are they merely rock ninja? Not a significant concern. The esteemed Inoki had not detected any anomalies. A triumphant smile graced his face. I knew the Land of Iron would know how to act. Even if they discovered our trail, what could they do to stop me? Inoki declared with pride. The Land of Iron would never betray Kenoha. Though adjacent to one another, they were still two distinct nations. Each would make choices that benefited themselves. And the Land of Iron was no exception. With insufficient provisions, we shall procure supplies from the Land of Iron before continuing our journey. Unbeknownst to Inoki, Uchiha Chihiro was right there in the Land of Iron, and he mistakenly believed they had already compromised with him. He resolved to conduct resupply operations in the Land of Iron. Meanwhile, Sanbian was equally perplexed. Are you certain you spoke with Uchiha Chihiro? Why has he made no move? Sanbian received an affirmative response from his subordinate, yet confusion only deepened. What was Uchiha Chihiro's strategy? Was he truly unconcerned, remaining inactive and present? Sanbian suddenly felt his age, unable to comprehend the thoughts of these youthful individuals. Meanwhile, Jeriah was on the verge of exhausting the funds in his possession. It felt as if he had scarcely spent anything, yet his money had vanished. Jeriah shook his now empty wallet, voicing his inner turmoil. It made no sense. Just as Jeriah pondered whether to return and seek out Uchiha Chihiro, an arrogant voice cut through the air. Concealing his baldness, Jeriah had wrapped himself entirely. Lacking his signature white hair, and with many having never seen him before, only having heard tales of his exploits, no one recognized Jeriah's true identity. Not even Sanbian. He assumed Jeriah was merely accompanying Uchiha Chihiro to expand his horizons. Curiously, he mused over Jeriah's peculiar attire. Even the rock ninja before him failed to recognize Jeriah, believing him to be a denizen of the Land of Iron. Citizens of the Land of Iron cannot wield ninjutsu. Thus, this rock ninja disregarded Jeriah entirely, shouting orders at him, convinced that Jeriah would not retaliate. Gather all the food. This sudden rock ninja radiated an air of superiority. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Such audacity. He cast frantic glances at Jeriah, urging him silently, My lord, is your companion not incredibly formidable? Quickly deal with this fool. Another glance. Goodness. This fellow swaggered about wearing the headband of the hidden rock village, as if afraid others might not recognize him as a ninja. Indeed, when Uchiha Chihiro and Jeriah ventured out for leisure, they never donned the Kenoha headband. Jeriah wished to maintain some semblance of dignity, while Uchiha Chihiro found the headband cumbersome. Just consider it. The moment one glimpses your headband, they immediately identify your village. Perhaps on the battlefield, but in moments of leisure, it felt bothersome. Thus, neither Uchiha Chihiro nor Jeriah wore their headbands. As the shopkeeper accepted payment, he continued to implore Jeriah with frantic gestures. Come on, don't embarrass yourself. Do you wish to humiliate that esteemed individual? Jeriah grasped the shopkeeper's intentions and felt a wave of frustration. Indeed, after Uchiha Chihiro had decisively defeated Sanbian, he was not only unscathed by the collective ire, but had garnered admiration from many. Jeriah found this utterly absurd. That esteemed individual is truly remarkable. Despite his youth, he possesses formidable swordsmanship. He must be a person of great resolve. Yes, he is a ninja. To wield such exceptional sword skills surely indicates a profound passion for the art. Inexplicably, Uchiha Chihiro had acquired a small entourage of admirers. Clearly, the shopkeeper was among them. Jeriah fell silent, envious. Though appearing nonchalant, he scrutinized the rock ninja closely. He noted that many rock ninja were also present on the streets. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It seemed these rock ninja genuinely believed the Land of Iron would not retaliate against them. Infuriating. On the other side, Uchiha Chihiro was also confronted by rock ninja seeking to purchase liquor. What? Sold out? Not a drop left? Are you jesting with me? Do you not wish to sell? Several rock ninja glared menacingly at the innkeeper. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This esteemed guest has purchased everything. The rock ninja finally took note of Uchiha Chihiro nearby, their expressions turning hostile. Although they were forbidden from drinking during missions, alcohol served as a means of disinfection. Moreover, surely they could indulge in a few sips later. Their moods soured at the realization that none remained. You, hurry and bring out all the liquor. Otherwise, do not blame us for our rudeness. The rock ninja glared menacingly at Uchiha Chihiro. The shopkeeper regarded these rock ninja with awe. Astonishing. Truly astonishing. Uchiha Chihiro belched and prepared to depart. It was too noisy. He could not enjoy his drink in peace. Uchiha Chihiro was not angered. Yet the rock ninja's faces flushed with rage. How dare this brat look down upon us? Initially, they considered letting it slide. But today he must learn a lesson. Yes, he must understand that some individuals are not to be trifled with. The rock ninja charged forward. They could not allow this brat to escape. Their honor was at stake. This was no longer merely about the liquor. Uchiha Chihiro sensed their approach, yet did not falter. With a subtle sidestep, he evaded their assault. Their faces reflected disbelief. They were unable to capture a mere civilian without ninjutsu? How could this be? Did they wish to lose face? They had to detain him. The rock ninja glared fiercely at Uchiha Chihiro. Escape? In their dreams. Chapter 146. The only way to survive. The shopkeeper regarded these individuals with a look of incredulity. Even the prominent figures were not holding it against them, yet they still sought trouble. Was this not a death wish? He shook his head, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. This time, they were not even dealing with the warriors of the Iron Country. The shopkeeper felt invigorated by the prospect of the unfolding drama. Uchiha Chihiro sensed the malevolent glee emanating from the old man nearby. He grew increasingly impatient with the group of rock shinobi blocking his path. He could scarcely be bothered to engage with them. Why were they so intent on delivering themselves into danger? Though Uchiha Chihiro's voice was not loud, the rock shinobi heard him clearly. As they observed his sigh and shake of the head, their anger surged within them. How dare he act so brazenly before us? He was merely a worthless fool who could not even utilize ninjutsu. Did he truly believe he was formidable? The rock shinobi noticed the sword sheathed at Uchiha Chihiro's waist and instinctively assumed he was a warrior from the Iron Country. As ninjas, they held the warriors from the Iron Country in utter contempt. While Miura was indeed formidable, not everyone could reach his level. Most warriors remained no match for ninjas. Thus they hardly regarded Uchiha Chihiro as a threat. Uchiha Chihiro smiled. Please, feel free to make your move. Do not concern yourself with my establishment. It is perfectly acceptable to teach these ruffians a lesson, even if it results in some damage. The shopkeeper poked his head out from behind, addressing Uchiha Chihiro loudly. Damn. Let these rock shinobi look down upon the warriors of the Iron Country. The rock shinobi began to sense something amiss. Why did the shopkeeper seem convinced that it would be they who would receive a lesson? Could it be that this man was truly formidable? Their gazes shifted, assessing Uchiha Chihiro more carefully. But wait, he was blind. One of the rock shinobi realized that Uchiha Chihiro could not see. A blind man dared to challenge us? Truly. He sought to court death. Today, we shall fulfill that wish. Another rock shinobi remained oblivious to the looming danger. What of it? He was merely a blind man. What was there to fear? Yet, the expressions of his companions shifted dramatically. Their bodies trembled slightly as the realization dawned upon them. Wait a moment. Was he the one who single-handedly annihilated our rock shinobi army also a blind man? Though they had never seen Uchiha Chihiro's face, they were well aware of the legends surrounding him and the deeds he had accomplished. The resemblance was striking. His eyes devoid of sight, the sword in his hand. The rock shinobi finally comprehended the gravity of their situation. They might be facing the legendary demon. Uchiha Chihiro was unaware of his reputation in Iwagakure, but he could sense the shift in the rock shinobi's demeanor from arrogance to fear. Could it be? The rock shinobi stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They were reluctant to accept this truth. Uchiha Chihiro, wasn't he supposed to be in Kenoha? How could he possibly be here in the Iron Country? Surely, we must have mistaken him for someone else. They refused to acknowledge the reality. If this man was indeed Uchiha Chihiro, did they have any hope of returning alive? It seems you have recognized my identity, Uchiha Chihiro remarked, unperturbed. After all, his blindness was quite apparent. Upon hearing Uchiha Chihiro's own admission, their fear intensified. It was indeed Uchiha Chihiro. They had not misjudged. Sweat dripped profusely from their foreheads. They had provoked someone they should not have. He was but one man. While they were several, what was there to fear? But even as one spoke, the resolve faltered. Fear was palpable. They were merely ordinary jonin. They had no courage to confront Uchiha Chihiro. The rock shinobi exchanged glances, each taken aback by the unexpected encounter in the Iron Country. Their minds raced. Even if they had encountered him, it was worse. Uchiha Chihiro must now know their intentions. Their expressions turned ashen. Even if Uchiha Chihiro spared their lives, the third Hokage would not let them off easily. Regardless of the choice made, it was a dead end. The shopkeeper observed the rock shinobi, who had already succumbed to despair before the fight had even begun, and felt a tinge of curiosity. So, this harbinger of death was not only formidable in the Iron Country but elsewhere as well? You were already afraid? Just moments ago, you were boasting about capturing me. Uchiha Chihiro remarked with a smile. It was not intended as mockery. He was genuinely perplexed by their sudden cowardice. The rock shinobi found themselves in disarray. To fight? They were too frightened. To flee? They lacked the courage. Yet Uchiha Chihiro continued to fan the flames. Unable to contain themselves, they resolved, so what if he is blind? I refuse to believe he is as formidable as the legends claim. We can surely deal with him. Returning home would be a certain death. With a glance exchanged among them, they seized what they perceived as their opportunity. Onward. They charged at Uchiha Chihiro from different directions, their bodies radiating with vibrant chakra, creating an air of imminent danger. The shopkeeper felt a chill of apprehension for Uchiha Chihiro. These individuals were all ninjas. Would Uchiha Chihiro be able to? Before the shopkeeper could finish his thought, Uchiha Chihiro drew his sword. With a mere, casual sweep, he felt no pressure whatsoever. The ninjas who had rushed him lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. The shopkeeper gasped in astonishment, leaning in for a closer look. Indeed, they were all foaming at the mouth. Unsurprisingly, they had all been left bald. The shopkeeper gazed at Uchiha Chihiro with awe, pondering what peculiar preferences this formidable figure possessed. All those who dared to challenge him had ended up shorn of their hair. Are they dead? The shopkeeper inquired softly. Although Uchiha Chihiro had not exuded any overwhelming presence, he had dispatched these ninjas as if they were mere insects, leaving the shopkeeper too frightened to breathe loudly. Terrifying. Chapter 147. If one offends me, I shall retaliate 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, Jeriah finally located Uchiha Chihiro. After all, Chihiro would only be found indulging in drink, not gallivanting elsewhere. A relief indeed. Jeriah was contemplating how to discuss the issue of the rock shinobi with Chihiro. The funds had run dry. It was time for action. Even if they would not confront the rock shinobi directly, they must hasten back to the front lines of Kenoha to inform Orochimaru and Tsunade, allowing them to prepare in advance and avert any opportunistic moves from the rock shinobi. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of several rock shinobi sprawled haphazardly on the ground, astonishment etched on his face. Good heavens, what have you done? Jeriah was in utter awe of Uchiha Chihiro. Just look at those bald heads. With tufts of hair scattered about, it was all too evident who was responsible. Yet, as he glanced at Chihiro, lounging nonchalantly as if it were none of his concern, Jeriah felt a lump in his throat. Surely these individuals did not provoke you first? Having spent some time with Chihiro, Jeriah was well aware of his character. Though he could be ruthless, he seldom took lives. With his newfound penchant for shaving heads, Chihiro had become even more restrained in his actions, leaving behind a multitude of bald-headed victims. Moreover, Chihiro rarely initiated conflicts, generally preferring to drink in solitude, unless provoked. And should anyone dare to provoke him, he would not hold back. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one offend me, I will retaliate 1,000-fold. Such was Uchiha Chihiro. Chihiro remained silent while the shopkeeper fervently nodded in agreement. Upon seeing the shopkeeper's reaction, Jeriah grasped what had transpired. He sent a look of sympathy to the fallen rock shinobi. They ought to feel fortunate to be alive. Shall we return now? With his head wrapped and only his eyes visible, Jeriah appeared particularly shifty in the shopkeeper's eyes. Truly, Chihiro was a benevolent soul to be seen with such a character. Unaware of the shopkeeper's thoughts, Jeriah focused on Chihiro, only to be met with a shake of the head. Not yet. They have come seeking trouble. And I cannot act as though nothing has occurred. Chihiro sneered. What did the third Hokage, Inoki, intend to do? Chihiro had little regard for him. Once he returned to the Kenoha front lines, if Inoki dared to make a move, he would be dealt with. But now, The rock shinobi had brought trouble to his doorstep. Chihiro would not be seen as an easy target. Since the rock shinobi had provoked him, he would retaliate. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. And as for those lying here, they were inconsequential. Jeriah was taken aback by Chihiro's imposing presence, but the next moment, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Excellent. I cannot precisely gauge Chihiro's strength at this point, but dealing with a third Suchikage should pose no problem, right? What do you plan to do? Should we confront them directly? Might that be a bit inappropriate? As Jeriah voiced his concerns, he enthusiastically offered various suggestions to Chihiro, leaving the shopkeeper utterly dumbfounded. Who would have thought the shifty-eyed fellow possessed such cunning? The shopkeeper realized he must inform Lord Mitsuba that in the future, why not to easily offend anyone from Kenoha? Observing Jeriah's animated chatter, the shopkeeper felt a wave of unease wash over him. Was such scheming truly necessary? Chihiro dismissed Jeriah's plans with disdain. It's merely the third Suchikage. Why overthink it? If it were someone of Uchiha Madara's caliber, I might need to be cautious. But the third Suchikage? I believe I can manage him. The shopkeeper was left utterly astonished, at a loss for words. How could he even begin to voice his incredulity? After all, Chihiro had repeatedly demonstrated his formidable prowess. Yet, this was the Suchikage, the leader of a Wagakure, not just any ordinary ninja. Yet, to Chihiro, he seemed no different than a vendor selling vegetables by the roadside. Jeriah required no preparations, while Chihiro had already procured the necessary alcohol. The two set off with minimal baggage, not even seeking any assistance. The shopkeeper trembled internally, hoping that Jeriah's earlier bravado was not mere bluster. However, he genuinely admired Chihiro's capabilities and wished him success. Compared to the rock shinobi, he sincerely hoped for Chihiro's victory. The shopkeeper had initially viewed Chihiro with disdain. But after days of covert observation, he could not deny that Chihiro had garnered the goodwill of the majority in the Land of Iron. Chihiro was indifferent to others' opinions as he hastened towards confronting the third Suchikage. Meanwhile, the Suchikage was counting the number of rock shinobi under his command. 6 individuals were still unaccounted for. As he tallied, the Suchikage sensed something was amiss. The team sent to procure supplies had yet to return, and nearly 4 hours had elapsed. Even if they had reached the borders of the Land of Iron, they should have made their way back by now. After all, the Land of Iron was not vast. Moreover, ninjas excelled in traversing distances quickly. Had they clashed with the people of the Land of Iron and been detained? The more that Suchikage pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Why did he prefer not to provoke the Land of Iron? Because they were exceptionally united. Should one person be wronged, others would swarm to their aid. As one who had witnessed the might of overwhelming numbers against the third Hokage, the Suchikage deeply understood the strength and unity, especially considering the presence of Mitsuba, whose prowess rivaled that of any ninja. Should the situation escalate, Mitsuba would undoubtedly intervene. As this thought crossed his mind, the Suchikage's expression darkened significantly. What a nuisance. Do they not realize this is not the time to stir trouble? Under the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the Suchikage, the other rock shinobi felt equally uneasy, prompting one to timidly inquire, should we return to search for them? The Suchikage shot a fierce glare at the speaker. Yes, we must go. Chapter 148. The frenzied exchange of insults. The two-sided Inoki was in utter disarray. What choice did he have? Abandon these two individuals? Who could predict the chaos that might ensue? Even if he were to eliminate these few, he must witness it with his own eyes. As he mentally cursed, Inoki sprang into action with remarkable speed. Then, Inoki's expression crumbled. You all. Jeriah glanced at Inoki from a distance, then turned to regard Uchiha Chikage beside him. Indeed. Dreadful. Truly dreadful. Jeriah silently lit a candle for the third Suchikage. The third Suchikage? Jeriah seemed to inquire, yet his tone was resolute. How could he not recognize this ancient figure? This old rascal stirred up trouble with a fervor that rivaled even Danzo and the Hokage. Who are you? The third Suchikage squinted, unable to ascertain Jeriah's true identity after a prolonged gaze. Jeriah. Without hesitation, Jeriah revealed his name. What was there to conceal? He had come expressly to challenge the third Suchikage. Not introducing himself would only leave Inoki oblivious to the identity of his adversary when the time came. The color drained from Inoki's face. Had those foolish imbeciles exposed him? His mind instantly turned to the few rock ninjas who had yet to act recklessly. It had to be because of them. Useless wretches. Inoki's heart boiled with fury. Knowing Jeriah's true identity, could he not deduce the identity of the person beside him? A blind man, no less, with a sword at his waist. This individual must undoubtedly be the legendary Uchiha Chikage. Inoki's gaze fixated on Uchiha Chikage, filled with genuine curiosity. After all, the rumors surrounding Chikage had been abundant over the past few months. Yet, Uchiha Chikage was merely a youth of around 10. In Iwagakure, he would barely qualify as a jonin, and that only if he were a prodigy. Uchiha Chikage was different. Inoki did not underestimate him due to his youth. The legion of tens of thousands he commanded against Kenoha was proof of that. Regardless of how Uchiha Chikage had achieved it, Inoki was utterly wary of him. However, despite his numerous contemplations, when faced with Uchiha Chikage, Inoki could not help but express a hint of bewilderment. This boy, who dares to drink in the face of my arrival, is truly reliable. Inoki's face was etched with disdain. Apologies. Inoki genuinely found such individuals intolerable. As the third Tsuchikage, harboring grand aspirations, he detested the self-indulgent demeanor of such a genius. Otherwise, how had the two Jinchuriki of Iwagakure gone astray? Was it not due to their incompatibility with Inoki? Jeriah was not the least surprised by his disposition. Haha. It seems this lad is destined to thrive in our Kenoha. A genius, indeed. You must understand. Though Jeriah often enjoyed mocking Uchiha Chikage, in moments like this, he could not help but extol Chikage's virtues. Envy, jealousy. You have none. You can only watch. This prodigious little rascal is destined to belong to us in Kenoha. As Uchiha Chikage sipped his drink, he listened to the banter between Jeriah and Inoki, gaining deeper insights into the third Tsuchikage. Truly, he was a man who had survived to become the 7th Hokage of Kenoha. Although the atmosphere between Inoki and Jeriah was tense, upon closer reflection, one could discern a sense of familiarity. Both men possessed ample understanding of one another, enabling their prolonged exchanges of mockery. Uchiha Chikage remained silent, merely listening. Yet, it was evident that Inoki wished to cease the conversation with Jeriah. Despite Inoki's fervent disparagement of Uchiha Chikage, he secretly longed for Iwagakure to produce a genius akin to him. Even one with such a temperament, he would begrudgingly endure it. Alas, it was merely a thought. Inoki needed to regain his composure. Looking at Uchiha Chikage only intensified his sense of disbelief. Humph, you two have quite the audacity. Even if you discover my presence, what of it? I have brought so many to confront you personally. Do you believe I cannot detain you both? Inoki's small eyes widened, gleaming with sharpness, casting an almost penetrating gaze upon them. Jeriah felt somewhat uncomfortable. This old coot was employing such tactics against him. He instinctively glanced at Uchiha Chikage beside him. Well then, the lad appeared unfazed, eating, drinking, as if Inoki's presence was non-existent. Jeriah envied Uchiha Chikage's insensitivity. Inoki's heart brimmed with exasperation. He had never encountered an opponent like Uchiha Chikage. Even the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha did not possess such a temperament, did they? Regardless of whether it was Hashirama or Madara, they were both exceedingly combative. At least, when provoked, they would respond. The only distinction was that Hashirama would laugh heartily after a fight, proclaiming everyone as friends, whereas Madara would leave you saying farewell to the world. Yet, no matter the differences, neither of them would have chosen to ignore someone like Uchiha Chikage. Reflecting on those two, Inoki's demeanor softened, losing the initial aggression. Jeriah, unaware of Inoki's thoughts, interjected, 2 individuals? He shook his head. I don't think I need to intervene at all. Chikage, you are my disciple, are you not? If there's an issue, let your master support you from behind. After accompanying Uchiha Chikage for a couple of outings, Jeriah had learned one vital lesson. Whenever Uchiha Chikage took action, there would surely be no need for him to intervene. Uchiha Chikage would sweep through the battlefield with ease. Jeriah seized the opportunity to show off in front of Inoki, relishing the feeling. Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Chikage was dismantling his bravado. Hey, master. How about you take the lead? I would like to observe your prowess. The way Uchiha Chikage referred to Jeriah sent a chill down the latter's spine. Cough, cough, cough. Why did it feel as though hearing this from Uchiha Chikage was akin to sealing his fate? Chapter 149. Inoki vs. Uchiha Chihiro. Inoki, the 2nd Tsuchikage, struggled to suppress the urge to smile at the sight of Jeriah being so thoroughly berated by his own comrades. It was genuinely unbearable. The thrill of witnessing such a spectacle was intoxicating. Let him boast. Let him flaunt his superiority. Now, the truth was laid bare. However, Inoki's apprehension towards Uchiha Chihiro deepened. Someone who dared to confront his own allies with such audacity yet remained unscathed could not be taken lightly. If it weren't for his formidable background and strength, even the legendary Sannin Jeriah would have been forced to swallow his pride. In a matter of moments, Inoki's perception of Uchiha Chihiro had shifted dramatically, his wariness escalating rapidly. It was imperative to remain vigilant. From the moment he encountered Jeriah and Uchiha Chihiro, All of Inoki's prior plans had unraveled. Yet, he could not grasp the crux of the situation. Was it merely that his people had been discovered? But why were Jeriah and Uchiha Chihiro present in the Land of Iron? They should have been stationed at the front lines of Kenoha. Was it just an unfortunate coincidence? The cunning Inoki, a veteran strategist, dismissed the notion of coincidence. Their early arrival in the Land of Iron surely indicated they were privy to his intentions. This suggested a breach within the ranks of a Wagakure. Inoki's mind was a tempest of confusion. Nevertheless, the immediate concern remained Uchiha Chihiro and Jeriah. These two were not easily dispatched. Inoki pondered his ultimate technique. Surely, it would prove formidable against this youth. As the Tsuchikage, he possessed confidence in his abilities, unlike the fourth Kazekage, who had been thrust into leadership under duress. After scrutinizing Uchiha Chihiro, Inoki resolved he could not afford to retreat in disgrace this time. The ideal outcome would be to capture both of them. Securing Uchiha Chihiro and Jeriah would deal a staggering blow to Kenoha, both in terms of power and reputation. The Wagakure would then seize the initiative. Inoki's eyes gleamed with ferocity. At that moment, Jeriah ceased his banter with Uchiha Chihiro. The old sage had grown serious. The third Tsuchikage was no longer jesting, and Jeriah felt the weight of the situation. This opponent was not just anyone. He was the Tsuchikage. Shouldn't he be afforded a modicum of respect? Uchiha Chihiro also halted his drinking. For a fleeting moment, he sensed a chilling aura emanating from Inoki. It was formidable. This piqued Uchiha Chihiro's interest, who had previously felt somewhat lethargic. Indeed, the third Tsuchikage possessed hidden prowess. The atmosphere around Uchiha Chihiro shifted palpably. Jeriah observed. Taking a step back, as both the Tsuchikage and Uchiha Chihiro seemed to radiate an intense energy, it appeared that Inoki was concealing more than Jeriah had anticipated. Had he not encountered Uchiha Chihiro today, he would remain oblivious to the depths of Inoki's secrecy. Jeriah recognized that this was a battle of Kage. He could not intervene. His only aim was to prevent the other Iwagakure shinobi from disturbing Uchiha Chihiro. Rock Fist Technique. Inoki initiated the assault. He did not underestimate Uchiha Chihiro. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to gauge his opponent's strength. A flicker of hope lingered in Inoki's mind. If he could avoid revealing his ultimate technique, it would be advantageous, his trump card. Yet, he was prepared to escalate the conflict if necessary. Uchiha Chihiro must be retained. Uchiha Chihiro remained unmoved as Inoki closed the distance. Jeriah was on the verge of leaping into action. This adversary was not just anyone. He was the Tsuchikage. Was it too much to ask for a little seriousness? Uchiha Chihiro would indeed accord the necessary respect. Although he could not see, his observation Haki had been activated. As he felt the wind from Inoki's approaching fist, he unsheathed his sword. Dodge? What was there to evade? Uchiha Chihiro met Inoki's attack head-on. The Tsuchikage was taken aback by Uchiha Chihiro's audacity. Unflinching in the face of danger, Inoki gritted his teeth, realizing that Uchiha Chihiro was not retreating. Could he truly withstand this? The next moment, Inoki sidestepped. Where was his dignity? He could not even withstand a strike from a mere genin of Kenoha. Jeriah seized the opportunity to mock him. The Iwagakure shinobi behind him bore hostile expressions, eager to charge, but restrained by Inoki's silence. The Tsuchikage's patience was wearing thin. Was preserving his dignity truly paramount? Uchiha Chihiro's longsword gleamed menacingly, sharper than the hardened fist of stone. Not dodging would be sheer folly. Inoki's speed was remarkable, and his small stature made him less conspicuous. Enhanced rock technique. Inoki's petrified fist appeared even more formidable, yet he maintained his posture, knowing this technique was effective, albeit hazardous to his own health. With a grim determination, Inoki approached Uchiha Chihiro once more, accelerating his pace. Yet Uchiha Chihiro proved even swifter. The clash of sword against stone sparked a fierce blaze. Inoki's visage contorted in disbelief. How could this be? Such speed. He had barely managed to evade one of Uchiha Chihiro's strikes when he witnessed the blade descending once more, all within a heartbeat, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. Ha! Jeriah burst into laughter. Old man, you brought this upon yourself. Chapter 150. The fallen tide of the past, the surrounding rock shinobi widened their eyes in disbelief. How could it be possible? Lord Third Tsuchikage was actually at a disadvantage. The rock shinobi were restless, yet hesitant in the face of Uchiha Chiharu's formidable presence. Wait for Lord Tsuchikage to speak. They murmured, hesitating in their advance. Jeriah stood off to the side, ready for battle. Don't ignore me, he thought, knowing that so many opponents would overwhelm him. His summoning technique was primed and ready. It was then that the rock shinobi noticed Jeriah's presence, making them even more reluctant to act rashly. for he was one of the legendary Sannin. The third Suchikage was oblivious to the situation behind him, his full attention riveted on Uchiha Chiharu. Chiharu's strength and lightning-fast reflexes exceeded the Suchikage's wildest expectations. The Suchikage's petrifying technique had no discernible effect on Chiharu, who sensed the third Suchikage's intention to retreat and denied him the opportunity. Onward, Uchiha Chiharu's sword moved with greater speed, enveloping the Suchikage in a relentless barrage, leaving him with no retreat. I didn't want to use this technique, but you have forced my hand. You should take pride in being able to push me this far. The voice of Inoki, the Suchikage, brimmed with pride. Jeriah, standing nearby, could sense that this was undoubtedly the Suchikage trump card. Concerned, Jeriah turned his gaze toward Uchiha Chiharu, only to find Chiharu's expression remained unchanged. Well, that was unnecessary worry, he thought. Why should he fret over Uchiha Chiharu? It would be better to observe the Suchikage's ultimate technique. Chiharu's prowess was beyond Jeriah's scope of doubt. The rock shinobi, filled with uncertainty, gazed at the Suchikage. Surely he had a plan. They admired him, believing he would not falter. The Suchikage brought his hands together, forming a white, ethereal cube that gradually took shape. Upon seeing this, Jeriah's heart raced violently. What is this? He thought, sensing the imminent danger. Uchiha Chiharu also perceived it. Through his keen sense, he could see the scene clearly. A silvery mist coalesced between the Suchikage's fingers, manifesting into a modest cube, seemingly small enough to fit in the palm of his hand. Yet, Chiharu could discern the vast energy compressed within. Once released, it could obliterate any assailant, reverting them to their most fundamental state. This is my Keki Itita. The Suchikage appeared confident, even taking the time to explain its significance. Keki Itita surpasses the limits of Keki Genkai. Even if you possess the Uchiha bloodline and awaken the Sharingan, you stand no chance against my dust release. Chiharu stood firm, unmoved. The Suchikage felt no fear of Chiharu escaping, for Jeriah was there to guard against such an eventuality. The surrounding rock shinobi had already encircled Jeriah, ensuring that these two would not escape. Sounds impressive, Chiharu mused with a hint of interest. Excitement surged within him. The Suchikage's dust release was indeed formidable. It had the power to annihilate Uchiha Madara's 25 would release clones in Susanoo. But Chiharu had no intention of retreating. Why would he? If one technique failed, he would simply unleash another. His robe billowed without wind, his fighting spirit ignited. The immense chakra pressure weighed heavily upon all present. Yet both the Suchikage and Chiharu remained unfazed. Chiharu, you must not fail. Jeriah gritted his teeth in concern. The Suchikage possessed Keki Itita, a fact unknown to him until now. Jeriah had only heard whispers of it, as it was even rarer than Keki Genkai. The Suchikage's skill exceeded Jeriah's expectations. If only I had known. I wouldn't have allowed Chiharu to face this old man. Chiharu was Kenoha's hope, regardless of Jeriah's internal lamentations. The clash between the Suchikage's dust release and Chiharu's sword energy erupted. Boom. The sword energy instantly disintegrated into atomic particles, dissipating into the air. Jeriah's heart raced with trepidation. This was unprecedented. In the next moment, Chiharu swung his sword again, delivering a strike that was no less potent than the last. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Uchiha Chiharu's swordsmanship accelerated, seemingly drawing from an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina and chakra. No signs of fatigue marred his brow. However, the Suchikage was not so fortunate. The execution of dust release, plain deletion, demanded immense chakra. After just a few techniques, he felt the strain of exhaustion. Though he appeared to have the upper hand, it was a fleeting advantage. He would not withstand this onslaught for long. Inoki's expression darkened, his eyes reflecting growing fear as he regarded Uchiha Chiharu. This boy. How can he sustain such a vast chakra without any repercussions? Is he truly human? He resembles a tailed beast. Not only was the Suchikage astonished, but so too was Jeriah, who had previously worried for Chiharu. Damn! Jeriah exclaimed in disbelief. He had no other thoughts. The chakra emanating from Chiharu was unmistakably that of a humanoid tailed beast, not of a mere human. Jeriah's mind went blank. He felt utterly overshadowed by Uchiha Chiharu. Here he was, one of the legendary Sannin, at what should have been the prime of his life. Utterly bested by this rising star of a generation, left without a chance to turn the tide. Chapter 151. The sole reason for defeat. This truly is overwhelmingly powerful. Jeriah found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Uchiha Chikyu. The might of Uchiha Chikyu had transcended all of Jeriah's previous understandings. This battle, which consumed both stamina and chakra, posed no challenge for Uchiha Chikyu. Rather, it was his forte. The dust release of the third Suchikage was indeed formidable. Yet he had grossly underestimated Uchiha Chikyu. With sheer offensive power, Uchiha Chikyu unleashed his attacks with unabated ferocity, while Uchiha Chikyu remained unfazed. The third Tsuchikage was on the brink of exhaustion. Dust release failed to manifest. Once again, Uchiha Chikyu's sword energy surged forth, more ferocious with each strike. The sword energy, spanning several meters, surged menacingly towards the third Tsuchikage. In an instant, the third Tsuchikage attempted to evade, but it was too late. Uchiha Chikyu's sword energy was swifter than the Tsuchikage's movements. Unable to execute his dust release, the third Tsuchikage found himself face to face with Uchiha Chikyu's sword energy. Boom. A cloud of dust obscured the view of all present. Lord Tsuchikage. The rock ninjas were eager to rush to his aid. Shadow clone technique. Jeriah couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago, how did these youngsters dare to impede me? Now they wish to flee? Dream on. Jeriah believed that his chakra, while not as extravagant as Uchiha Chikyu's, was sufficient to block their escape. The atmosphere was thick with tension, neither side willing to yield. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chikyu had paused, for he had already foreseen the outcome. Actually, you are somewhat formidable, Uchiha Chikyu remarked, a blend of mockery and sincerity in his tone. The sole reason for your impending defeat is that your opponent is me. The third Tsuchikage, lying prone on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. You arrogant little brat. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, attempted to retort but was unable. Weakened by his injuries, Uchiha Chikyu had no intention of taking Anoki's life, yet the Tsuchikage had at least 2/3 of his ribs broken, not to mention numerous other wounds. What astonished the rock ninjas most was the Tsuchikage's bald head, so glaringly bright. Anoki, still oblivious, struggled to speak through his bloodied mouth. If you do not intend to kill me, then allow me to leave. This place is no longer safe. Anoki felt utterly humiliated, compelled to escape this place of turmoil with utmost urgency. And what of Uchiha Chikyu? Who could say whether he might suddenly change his mind? Thus, he hastened his departure. Uchiha Chikyu remained silent. Jeriah appeared exceedingly reluctant. This old fool intended to ambush us. He must not be allowed to leave so easily. Did he truly believe he could attack Kenoha without consequence? What a farce. Rest assured, should you leave something behind, I shall permit your departure. Uchiha Chikyu's expression, in stark contrast to Jeriah's fury, appeared remarkably benevolent. Yet, for reasons unknown, all the rock ninjas, save for the third Tsuchikage, could not suppress a shiver of dread. Meanwhile, at the front lines of Kenoha, Orochimaru, buried in paperwork, wore a frustrated expression. Tsunade, Jeriah. As he perused the documents, he muttered the names of these two individuals, lamenting the added pressure they had caused him. Orochimaru wished he could flay them both. Suddenly, his tirade ceased. This is. Orochimaru spotted a familiar insignia on one of the documents. Danzo. He never anticipated that Danzo would suffer such a significant setback this time. Orochimaru's feelings towards Danzo were quite complex. How should he put it? Orochimaru felt that he had been betrayed by Danzo. Had it not been for Danzo, he would never have been forced to the front lines. Had he not come, he would not have encountered Uchiha Chikyu, nor faced such a tragic fate. Yet now, Danzo too was ensnared. If not for his drunken revelations with Tsunade, Danzo would not be in such dire straits. Reflecting on this, Orochimaru found himself able to view Danzo with a sense of calm. After all, they had both ensnared one another. There was no need for pretense. Their past collaboration had indeed been rather enjoyable. With that thought, Orochimaru opened the letter, only for his expression to darken immediately. That old fool Danzo. Orochimaru was furious. What did he mean by suggesting the idea of going to the land of rain? That he conspired with Uchiha Chikyu, Yakushi no Nai, and Tsunade against him? Had Danzo's age finally taken a toll on his mind? Nonsense. The actions of Korzetsu have nothing to do with me, Orochimaru thought, utterly baffled. Even as Danzo lambasted him in the letter, Orochimaru scoffed. If you speak of me so, then I shall not hold back either. Rolling his eyes, Orochimaru thought it absurd that he would be intimidated. During his time at the front lines, he had nearly transformed into a pacifistic youth. However, this did not mean he had completely lost his fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Tsunade had lost every last coin she possessed in gambling. The third Hokage gazed at the bill presented before him, nearly wishing to hurl it at Tsunade's face. What were you thinking? The third Hokage, infuriated by Tsunade's nonchalant demeanor, felt utterly speechless. How had he ended up with such a troublesome apprentice? If Kenoha were to fall into her hands, would she not squander it all? Tsunade, indifferent, replied. As long as you are aware, that's all that matters. As I said, Uchiha Chikyu is indeed quite impressive. The third Hokage, exasperated by Tsunade's opportunism, was at a loss for words. Just as he prepared to continue his admonishment, Yukushi no Nai entered. The third Hokage's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Ahem. While he could speak freely before Tsunade, the same did not apply to Yukushi no Nai. After all, she was a former subordinate of Danzo. Though she had switched allegiances, the third Hokage remained wary of her. She had played a significant role in bringing Danzo down. Her contributions could not be underestimated. I have the latest intelligence. The third Tsuchikage intends to ambush Kenoha, Yukushi no Nai stated, preempting any inquiry from the third Hokage. The third Hokage was initially taken aback, but Yukushi no Nai continued. However, Uchiha Chikyu detected the Tsuchikage's movements and has already dealt with him. The third Hokage nearly lost his breath, exclaiming, such crucial information could not have been relayed sooner. Chapter 152. The blinded Danzo. After being caught off guard by Yukushi no Noyu, the third Hokage immediately reacted. What did you just say? The third Tsuchikage? That old Kudenoki? The third Hokage possessed an in-depth understanding of Inoki, who had only grown more cunning with age. In certain respects, he was even more troublesome than Danzo. What exactly did Uchiha Chikyu do? Show me quickly. This is the only opportunity to witness Inoki's embarrassment. Far more entertaining than Danzo's antics. The third Hokage eagerly seized the intel from Yukushi no Noyu's hands. Tsunade, standing nearby, received a copy as well. The two of them immersed themselves in the documents. Suddenly, Tsunade burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Ha! That kid. Still so talented. Tears of mirth welled in her eyes. The third Hokage did not admonish her. He too wore an uncontainable smile, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Ha! Inoki and the entire squad he intended to use for a surprise attack on the Leaf Village are all bald. Not a single one escaped unscathed. Ha! The mere thought of Inoki's disheveled appearance combined with a shiny bald head sent the third Hokage's laughter echoing to the very ceiling of the Hokage's office. Yukushi no Noyu coughed discreetly, attempting to remind the third Hokage, Lord Hokage, perhaps tone it down a bit, though he too had nearly gasped for breath upon reading the news. Upon hearing Yukushi no Noyu's voice, the third Hokage finally regained his composure. Ahem, there are others present. He attempted to adopt a serious demeanor. But Tsunade was having none of it, still laughing heartily. How can Uchiha Chikyu be so talented? But merely this is insufficient. He ought to march directly into the land of Earth. We cannot allow that old fool to genuinely believe that the Leaf is easy to bully. Tsunade harbored an extreme disdain for Inoki's actions. They were merely lucky to encounter Uchiha Chikyu and Jeriah. If I had been there, I would have pummeled every last one of them into pancakes. Tsunade, enough. The third Hokage feigned seriousness as he glanced at her. At last, Tsunade quieted down, though the atmosphere in the office had significantly improved. Indeed, observing an old rival's misfortune naturally lightened the mood. If one includes the fourth Raikage, this marks the third Kage to fall at the hands of Uchiha Chikyu. Tsunade shook the intel in her hands, suddenly broaching a topic that caused the third Hokage considerable distress. Yes, the fourth Raikage and Uchiha Chikyu never had a chance to clash. Yet, the current fourth Raikage, undeniably suffered defeat at the hands of Uchiha Chikyu. Add to that the fourth Kazekage and the third Tsuchikage. Just one more, the fourth Mizukage, is needed. Outside of the Leaf, Uchiha Chikyu has bested every other ninja village. Looking at the defeated Kage, even the third Hokage hesitated to speak. Who could say what would happen if he were to face Uchiha Chikyu? The young man's reputation was nearing its zenith. Did anyone truly believe there was someone more exceptional than Uchiha Chikyu? Tsunade evidently shared this sentiment. With a teasing smile, she regarded the third Hokage. He broke into a cold sweat. This is quite troublesome. We cannot truly let Uchiha Chikyu, though. Perhaps it might not be entirely unfeasible. The third Hokage remained indecisive. Tsunade, allow me to ponder this further. This is no trivial matter. The choice of the fourth Hokage will influence the future of the village. It must be approached with utmost caution. The third Hokage solemnly declared. In truth, he felt a bitterness in his mouth. What could he do? The selection of his successor was a source of great anxiety, nearly leading to his own baldness. If only the choices were limited to Minato and Tsunade. Regardless of who ascended, the impact would be minimal. However, Uchiha Chikyu was an entirely different case. He needed to contemplate this carefully. On the other side, Danzo, stripped of his roots and most of his authority, found life increasingly unbearable. His dissatisfaction was palpable. The monkey intends to resign? Who does he plan to hand the position to? Minato or Tsunade? Alone in a dimly lit room, Danzo's voice dripped with discontent. he would surely favor Minato. After all, he is just a kid with no significant background. As an old friend of the Third Hokage, Danzo believed he could discern the Third Hokage's thoughts. Compared to Minato, Tsunade was far more difficult to handle. Despite the Senju clan's decline, Tsunade remained a Senju. As long as she bore that name, they could never truly act against her. Thus, Danzo, fully aware that he had been outmaneuvered by Tsunade, could only endure the indignation. How infuriating. I have meticulously plotted for so many years. This should have been my finest opportunity. A crazed glint flickered in Danzo's eyes. If only I had a little more time. All of this is due to Uchiha Chikyu. Danzo bitterly muttered the name. The Uchiha clan. They cannot be allowed to remain. I must devise a plan. As long as the Uchiha clan exists, they are my greatest obstacle on the path to becoming Hokage. Deprived of his intelligence sources, Danzo remained oblivious to Uchiha Chikyu's latest exploits, reduced to a mere failure lamenting his misfortune. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, silence reigned. The atmosphere was so still it hardly resembled the village of stone. Kuratsuchi dared not speak in the presence of his father, occasionally stealing glances. Just one more look. The veins on Inoki's forehead throbbed. You think I haven't noticed you peeking? Inoki bellowed at Kuratsuchi. The latter awkwardly rubbed his nose. Well, I'm just really curious. That hairstyle is simply too outrageous. Uchiha Chikyu. It was all that brat's fault. How dare that little punk mock me so? It was only when Inoki saw that all of Iwa's shinobi had been shaved bald that he finally came to a realization. His own hair. Gone. Though Inoki was not one to care much for appearances, what Uchiha Chikyu had done was far beyond the pale. Just look at those thousands of Iwa shinobi. All reduced to baldness. Stepping outside would attract everyone's gaze. Is this how it should be? Inoki was seething with anger, wishing he could give Uchiha Chikyu a good beating. But alas, he could not. The humiliation was unbearable. Chapter 153. The Third Hokage social death yet. You have survived, have you not? The voice of Huangtu grew increasingly subdued under the watchful gaze of Inoki, the second Hokage. Inoki's anger intensified. How could he have such a son? Was he born solely to exasperate him? Nevertheless, Inoki had to concede that Huangtu spoke the truth, regardless of the circumstances. They had endured silence. However, Inoki chose to reject such an inconvenient truth. He thought of his bald head and the many bald heads beneath him, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe. If one were to ponder who was the most delighted upon hearing this news, it was not the Third Hokage, but rather the fourth Kazekage Raza. It was a relief to discover he was not alone. Raza received the news, albeit belatedly, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. How wonderful! Only the heavens and Raza himself understood the depths of his struggles during this time. Despite being a dignified Kazekage, he had been bested by a mere teenager from Kenoha. Even if that teenager were a jonin of great renown, the defeat was still a significant blow to Sunagakure. As the strongest shadow, how could he fail against a mere child from another village? Who could believe he could safeguard his own village? In such an oppressive atmosphere, Raza's reputation and status plummeted. He found himself powerless to salvage his standing. Amidst this stifling environment, Raza learned that the Third Hokage had also been defeated by Uchiha Chikyu. In an instant, Raza felt a profound joy welling up within him. Is this all you are capable of? The elderly Chiyo, who also received the news, regarded Raza's expression with disdain. What a disgrace. How could such a character be their Kazekage? Why was Uchiha Chikyu not from Sunagakure? If he were, Chiyo would have gladly chosen him over Raza, even considering Chikyu's youth. Unbeknownst to Raza, Chiyo had nearly offered his position to another, with a genuine smile on his face. Raza declared, I am simply overjoyed. Let them mock me as they will. They had a precedent in me, yet they still sought their own demise. Is not the Third Hokage's failure even more ludicrous? Raza spoke with righteous indignation, openly deriding the Third Hokage. That old fool truly believed he was clever and formidable? He too had fallen to Uchiha Chikyu. Sighing, Chiyo shook her head. This Kazekage was beyond redemption, while Raza remained oblivious to the potential consequences of this situation. Chiyo's thoughts had already begun to form. After this incident, Uchiha Chikyu's reputation and prestige soared to unprecedented heights. The Third Hokage was aging and should contemplate retirement. Though Uchiha Chikyu was still somewhat young, the Third Hokage was not yet at the point of immediate dismissal. If only he could bide a few more years and pass his position to Uchiha Chikyu, Kenoha would once again reign supreme for decades to come. The mere thought was enviable. Chiyo, consumed by her thoughts, closed her eyes in despair. I hear your wife is expecting? You should return soon to be by her side. Perhaps you will have 2 children of commendable talent, who may one day succeed you. The latter part of her statement remained unspoken, oblivious to the underlying implications. Raza cheerfully returned home to accompany his wife, feeling as though the sky had brightened. When news of Uchiha Chikyu's exploits reached the front lines, all present wore expressions of indifference. They had long grown accustomed to it. Chikyu's deeds were entirely expected. Haha. Such feats could only be accomplished by Chikyu. Let youth ignite. Everyone's reactions were precisely as Orochimaru had anticipated. Yet, witnessing this scene still left him somewhat astounded. Have we truly come to believe in Uchiha Chikyu so deeply? Is this the awe inspired by overwhelming strength? Orochimaru mused to himself, for he realized that upon receiving the news, he too felt it was merely natural. Uchiha Chikyu was indeed formidable. No questions remained. Such an attitude seemed far too commonplace. It was solely due to Uchiha Chikyu's extraordinary prowess. Should the war conclude, and they continue to harbor such sentiments, what would the higher-ups in Kenoha think? A mischievous smile crept across Orochimaru's face. Given Uchiha Chikyu's strength, he dared not act against him. However, he was eager to observe the unfolding drama. After all, he had suffered plenty at Chikyu's hands. Surely, watching the spectacle would pose no harm. Orochimaru thought with ill intent, eagerly awaiting the show to commence. He returned to his studies on hair growth formula, lingering not a moment longer, fully aware that time was of the essence. He must develop the formula before returning to Kenoha. Uchiha Chikyu and Jeriah were en route back to Kenoha. You arrived with such swiftness. Why is our return so sluggish? Jeriah complained as they walked. Uchiha Chikyu sipped his drink, feigning ignorance to Jeriah's grievances. Why not hasten? The reason was that Chikyu intended to glean more insight into his observation Haki. Once they returned to the Kenoha front, both he and Jeriah would have little time to spare. Moreover, Uchiha Chikyu had his pride. Constantly peeping at the women's bathhouses of Kenoha was hardly dignified. Even if he were to see, overindulgence would be equally undesirable. It was far better to remain outside. At present, Uchiha Chikyu was merely 10 points shy of advancing his observation Haki to a higher level. Just a single instance of Jeriah's unwitting indulgence would suffice. Thus, Uchiha Chikyu chose to ignore Jeriah's complaints entirely. Left with no recourse, Jeriah could only sigh in resignation and continue onward. Speaking of which, in the Third Hokage's mind, Uchiha Chikyu must surely be the person he most desired to eliminate. Jeriah, who had earlier been downcast, suddenly felt invigorated. There was no helping it. The mere thought of the Third Hokage's disgruntled face brought a smile to Jeriah's lips. He deserved it. The Third Hokage never anticipated he would find himself in such a predicament. Despite possessing a bloodline limit, he still fell short against Uchiha Chikyu. Had the Third Hokage possessed any semblance of logic, he would never have dared provoke Uchiha Chikyu again. It was tantamount to declaring he would never trouble Kenoha again. Uchiha Chikyu was indeed remarkable. With his presence, matters became infinitely simpler. Chapter 154. The reluctant scapegoat in the Iwagakure. The atmosphere was tense. Father, shall we continue our assaults? Questioned Kairi, his inquiry encompassing not only the attacks on Sunagakure, but also on several other villages. This current shinobi world war had been instigated by Iwagakure, which had embarked on a frenzied offensive against its neighboring villages. It could be asserted that the initiative had consistently rested in the hands of Iwagakure, both prior to and during the early stages of the conflict. The face of Inoki, the Hokage, was marred by an unmistakable pallor. Do you believe I can simply cease at my whim? He retorted, his agitation evident even whilst confined to a sickbed. For the topic struck a sensitive chord. With a heavy sigh, Inoki averted his gaze from his foolish son. The power to conclude this strife lay entirely with Sunagakure now, especially with the formidable Uchiha Chiryu in their ranks. Sunagakure had secured an invulnerable position, rendering Iwagakure's initial motives for war irrelevant. All that remained was to bide their time, awaiting news from the Leaf. Despite his unwillingness to accept the current state of affairs, Inoki had no choice but to resign himself to fate. Defeated in battle and thwarted in ambush, he found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Jeriah and Uchiha Chiryu had leisurely traversed the journey back to the front lines over the span of 5 or 6 days. Tsunade, unable to remain idle in Sunagakure, was exasperated. These two. No, it must be Jeriah's fault. Uchiha Chiryu is indifferent to everything, so it must be Jeriah causing the delay. She firmly placed the blame upon Jeriah, convinced that he was indulging in his notorious voyeurism once more. Determined to locate them, Tsunade set out without the company of Shizen. Ignoring the pleas of the Third Hokage, as she hastened away, the Third Hokage retracted his outstretched hand, resigned to the fact that nothing had transpired. Taking a deep breath from his pipe, He pondered the next course of action, lamenting the lack of allies for consultation. Danzo was currently unavailable, and Chiryu was reluctant to venture out due to her baldness. Mito was similarly evasive, unwilling to draw attention to himself. Minato was preoccupied with domestic matters. Thus, the third Hokage found himself alone in his office, gazing at the crystal ball with a heavy heart, recognizing that it was time for the war to conclude peacefully. However, Tsunade's demeanor suggested she was not inclined to resolve matters easily, while Uchiha Churi presented an additional source of concern. Tsunade, however, was indifferent to the third Hokage's burdens. What does it matter to me? I shall live my life as I please. If the third Hokage sought to shield Danzo, she would liberate herself entirely from constraints. With a newfound sense of determination, Tsunade embarked on her quest to confront Jeriah. Unsurprisingly, she found the lecherous Jeriah and the ever-inebriated Uchiha Churi at the women's bathing area. "Jeriah, you scoundrel!" Tsunade charged, unleashing her fury upon him. Amidst Jiraiya's cries and Tsunade's wrath, Uchiha Churi maintained his composure, calmly sipping his drink. As a system notification echoed in his ears, observation points, 1000. Automatically upgraded to advanced observation Haki. Remaining observation points, 10. Uchiha Churi felt no stir of emotion. He had saved diligently for this moment, finally achieving an upgrade. Activating his advanced observation Haki, he experienced a new perspective, revealing the chakra of every individual in his line of sight, each displaying a unique hue. Through his acute senses, Uchiha Churi realized he could anticipate the movements of others' chakra, effectively granting him a form of foresight. He had not anticipated becoming such a seer. It appeared that any living being possessing special energy would exhibit changes in their energy prior to action, even at the mere thought of an intention. Uchiha Churi could discern these shifts, gaining insight into their motives. Not bad, he mused, feeling quite satisfied with this upgrade. While curiosity about the ultimate capabilities of his observation Haki lingered in his mind. As Tsunade and Jeriah concluded their heated exchange, Tsunade remarked, "The old man is awaiting your return to Sunagakure." She shot Jeriah a glare, still convinced that he was the source of all misfortune. Jeriah, nursing his bruised visage, lamented, "How can I explain this?" It was Uchiha Churi who returned abruptly, yet he knew that neither Tsunade nor he would accept that explanation. "Let us head back," Jeriah conceded. Sensing the gravity of the matters at hand, Uchiha Churi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I too must make a visit to the Uchiha clan." Chapter 155, Tsunade, I merely committed the errors that everyone is prone to make. Uchiha Chikyu also sensed it. The Third Shinobi World War is nearing its conclusion, leading to a time for recuperation. By this reckoning, the young prodigies of Kenoha ought to be preparing to reside in their parents' wombs, right? Jeriah and Tsunade were oblivious to Uchiha Chikyu's musings. The trio journeyed together. Tsunade and Jeriah, one a libertine and the other a gambler, were unwilling to show weakness in each other's presence. Their pace was unexpectedly swift, surpassing their own expectations. They arrived in Kenoha in merely a day and a half, leaving them somewhat dazed. "I searched for you for 3 days, and you returned in just a day and a half?" Tsunade conceded that she had succumbed to temptation and visited a casino along the way. However, she reasoned it was not entirely her fault. The allure of the casino's fade was simply too enticing. She had merely made a mistake that anyone could make. On their return, with Jeriah beside her and Uchiha Chikyu present, Tsunade was determined not to display any signs of defeat in front of Chikyu. Thus, she swallowed her frustration while Jeriah was similarly compelled to endure. Their speed significantly increased. The third Hokage certainly did not anticipate seeing Tsunade, Jeriah, and Uchiha Chikyu together so soon. The pivotal factor was Uchiha Chikyu. Yet, Chikyu inquired, "Do you have any matters to discuss? If not, I shall return home." He was not particularly interested in the discussions that the third Hokage wished to engage in. The elderly man, though well-meaning, prioritized his own interests, especially in light of Danzo's recent troubles. The third Hokage had not found much solace. Rather, he had become increasingly troubled. If Danzo were still around, the Hokage could easily shift the blame onto him. The unspoken understanding between Danzo and the third Hokage would have led Danzo to willingly take the fall. The relationship between these two aged figures was complex, capable of being both adversarial and amicable. At this moment, upon hearing Uchiha Chikyu's words, the third Hokage couldn't help but think of Danzo. If Danzo were present, even if he agreed to Chikyu's departure, he would undoubtedly mock him with remarks like, "Do you truly regard the village as insignificant? Which is more important, the Uchiha or Kenoha?" This would serve to remind Chiryu while the third Hokage could play the role of the benevolent elder, offering Chiryu a semblance of grace. The atmosphere in the office grew palpably awkward. Neither Jeriah nor Tsunade sided with the third Hokage, and it was already a blessing that they did not incite further conflict with Uchiha Chiryu. Ahem, why not listen a while longer? There's no rush to head home, right? The third Hokage finally took it upon himself to break the silence, reminiscing about his old companions. Chiryu did not decline. Since the third Hokage had spoken, he would remain for the time being and see what the Hokage was plotting. The situation was as follows. The third Hokage had begun to contemplate a ceasefire. In the past, he would have merely discussed this with Danzo, and the matter would have been settled. However, that was no longer the case. To outsiders, it appeared that the initiative for a ceasefire rested with Kenoha. Yet, the third Hokage understood that the true power to cease hostilities lay with Uchiha Chiryu. Only with Chiryu's consent could a genuine ceasefire be achieved. Tsunade and Jeriah both agreed after hearing this. Peace would undoubtedly be preferable. Who desires a life filled with violence and death? The shinobi who perished on the battlefield were still human, after all. Even shinobi fear death. Kenoha had suffered relatively few casualties this time, thanks in large part to Uchiha Chiryu. The most significant losses occurred during the incident with the Mist Village. But that was due to the overwhelming force of the rock shinobi. Thereafter, there had been no such extensive casualties. So, are those people finally prepared to behave? No longer stirring trouble? Tsunade scoffed, particularly at that old fool Inoki of the Iwagakure. He instigated the entire war, fanning the flames while hiding in the shadows to reap the benefits. A sharp glare from the third Hokage silenced her. Inoki is an old man. What about you? Choose your words carefully. Tsunade rolled her eyes, unbothered. They're all old. When you think about it, none of you are in a better position. She displayed a defiant attitude, unafraid of any backlash. The third Hokage sighed in exasperation. I suppose this matter should be decided by the Hokage, right? I am but a mere Nin. I feel it unfit to involve myself in this. Uchiha Chiryu humbly remarked. However, to the ears of the third Hokage, Jeriah, and Tsunade, this humility seemed excessive. All three exchanged glances of disbelief, marveling at Chiryu's extreme modesty. Despite his overwhelming power, he genuinely believed himself to be average. They were rendered speechless. Yet, Uchiha Chiryu insisted he truly felt that way. His current strength was acceptable, but he aspired to grow even stronger through techniques such as Busashoku and Haushoku, and by mastering a few more formidable skills. The journey toward greater strength was still long. Uchiha Chiryu saw no issue with his humility. The third Hokage sighed in resignation. As long as you feel that way, it is well. Kenoha will not proactively engage with the other villages and will send them messages to withdraw from combat. We shall negotiate for mutual benefit. On the other side, in the hidden mist village, Obito received the news of the impending end of the war. Unlike the excitement of others, he felt no joy whatsoever. What is there to be happy about? In times of chaos, we could navigate the waters. Once peace is restored, many things will become difficult. Obito, who had suffered from procrastination since his student days, still grappled with it. He had many tasks left undone, and the school year was fast approaching. Finally, he began to panic, realizing he must work overtime to complete everything in time. Chapter 156. The piteous control group observing the frazzled Obito, Kurizetsu felt a profound sense of exasperation. Is this it? It is no wonder that Uchiha Madara was so apprehensive about Obito, even in his dying moments. This young man is simply too unreliable. Kurizetsu's inner turmoil reached its peak, yet he could not allow his face to betray any emotion. He must explore every possible avenue to assist Obito. Kurizetsu was in utter agony. He truly misjudged the situation. Any other Uchiha youth would have been a better choice than Obito. At that time, neither Uchiha Madara nor Kurizetsu anticipated that Obito could survive. Kurizetsu now wished fervently for time to reverse. Let Obito remain buried beneath the boulder. Let him await his demise without any attempt at rescue. Regardless of Kurizetsu's complaints, he ultimately had to confront the stark reality. There was no time machine. He could only support the foolish Obito. The war concluded far more swiftly than anticipated. A fact Kurizetsu had to concede. This outcome was not solely Obito's fault. One could only blame Uchiha Chiharu for being so exceedingly capable. He subdued all the other villages. As for the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, he had not faced Uchiha Chiharu directly, yet there was no doubt that he was no match for him. Currently, Yagura was under Obito's control through the Sharingan. He was certainly unfit to present himself before Uchiha Chiharu. Who knew what discrepancies might be discovered? After all, Uchiha Chiharu was an Uchiha. His understanding of the Sharingan surpassed that of others. Thus, neither Korezetsu nor Obito wished to take such a risk. The fourth Mizukage was their strongest card. They could not afford to jeopardize it lightly. Then there was Nagato. The mere thought of him rendered both Obito and Korezetsu silent in unison. Despite Korezetsu's various grievances towards Obito, he still believed Obito to be far superior to the mentally unstable Nagato. That fellow. Upon mentioning Nagato, Obito's desire to complain surged dramatically. He looked at Korezetsu with a pained expression. How on earth did you and Uchiha Madara choose such an heir for the eyes? You ended up with someone like him. Obito's expression was genuinely one of despair. In his agony, he touched the short stubble that had recently sprouted on his head. Nagato had truly lost his mind. His only condition for their alliance was that Obito had to shave his head as well. Now, the entire organization was dominated by bald heads, except for Conan. No one could escape Nagato's grasp. I believe Uchiha Madara's judgment is indeed questionable. Obito's desire to criticize escalated. He cast a distrustful gaze at Korezetsu. To Obito's mind, Korezetsu was merely a fragment of Uchiha Madara. In a certain sense, their thoughts should align. An inscrutable expression emerged on Korezetsu's face. How could he articulate this? He wholeheartedly agreed with Obito's sentiments. Simultaneously, he yearned to vehemently criticize Obito. You think Uchiha Madara's judgment is flawed. Yet, aren't you and Nagato cut from the same cloth? You two are merely the first and second in command. Neither can criticize the other. However, Korezetsu refrained from voicing this, choosing instead to silently shift the topic. They needed to contemplate their next course of action. Neither the Mist Village nor the Akatsuki would be of immediate use. They could not remain idle. The plan to gather the tailed beasts should commence as swiftly as possible. Korezetsu harbored unspoken anxieties. For Uchiha Chiharu was astonishingly formidable, more so than he had previously imagined. Korezetsu even contemplated whether he should personally deal with Uchiha Chiharu. Yet, he could not bypass Obito. After all, Uchiha Chiharu represented Obito's obsession. If anything were to happen to Uchiha Chiharu, Obito would undoubtedly be incredulous. It would be best to start with the Nine Tails and Kenoha. Obito endorsed Korezetsu's plan and immediately set his sights on the Nine Tails. Did Obito know who the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was? Of course. Neither Uchiha Madara nor Korezetsu concealed this from Obito. Moreover, Obito was indifferent to Kushina Izumaki's identity. Even if Kushina was indeed the wife of Minato Namikaze, so what? Or perhaps it was precisely because Kushina was Minato's wife that Obito sought to seize the Nine Tails first. He wanted Minato to taste the anguish of losing a beloved. As a teacher, Minato had never fulfilled his responsibilities, neither regarding himself nor Rin. A heavy loathing glimmered in Obito's eyes, directed towards Uchiha Chiharu, and also towards the ineffectual Minato. The current seal was quite secure. However, since the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was already married, she would surely conceive. Schemes and plots were Korezetsu's forte. He had certainly not squandered the past few millennia. Korezetsu had maxed out his skill points in deceit through interactions with humanity. For now, he would temporarily hold off and execute other plans. He needed more manpower at his disposal. Obito could not afford to delay. He must act promptly while the war had not yet concluded. The third Hokage, having received the assurance that Uchiha Chiharu would not intervene, swiftly set about sending letters to the other four nations, expressing his goodwill and intention to end the war. Awaiting their responses would take some time. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chiharu returned to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku promptly came to greet him, with Itachi and Shisui trailing behind eagerly. Gather yourself, and then we shall discuss matters, Fugaku said gently regarding Uchiha Chiharu. Previously, many within the Uchiha clan had looked down upon Uchiha Chiharu because he was blind. It was assumed he would never possess the Sharingan, nor could he hope to surpass their strength. Yet, in a mere few months, everything had undergone a tremendous transformation. The Uchiha clan members were left in shock. Uchiha Chiharu's power was indeed so formidable? Regret surged from the depths of their hearts. How foolish it had been not to cultivate a better relationship with him. Yet now, approaching him would not be so simple. Furthermore, the Uchihas possessed proud hearts. None were willing to be the first to curry favor with Uchiha Chiharu. This provided Fugaku with an opportunity. This was not mere flattery. He had always maintained a good relationship with Uchiha Chiharu. Chapter 157. Signs of Nuclear Peace. Uchiha Chiharu leisurely prepared himself, and only then did Fugaku arrive at Chiharu's abode, his face adorned with an ever-present smile. Although Uchiha Chiharu had taken his time, it mattered little. He was willing to wait. This time, he had accomplished a monumental feat. The Third Shinobi World War concluded with remarkable swiftness, and his contributions were undeniably significant. It is worth noting that the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War had cost the life of the second Hokage. The onset of the Third War was met with widespread animosity. No one desired to lose their life on the battlefield without reason, nor wished to be ensnared in conflict due to the ambitions of others. Had it not been for Uchiha Chiharu's emergence, the duration of this war would remain uncertain. After all, the Hidden Stone village clearly harbored ill intent, having clandestinely amassed a formidable army. Even the Third Hokage was unable to withstand the cunning of Inoki for more than 2 days. The strength of Kenoha remained intact largely due to Uchiha Chiharu's presence, which also transformed the reputation of the Uchiha clan among the shinobi. After all, no one could withstand the might of Uchiha Chiharu's blade. Surely the Third Hokage must acknowledge our efforts, Fugaku thought, drawing confidence from Uchiha Chiharu's presence. Fugaku was not oblivious to the growing pressure exerted by the upper echelons of Kenoha. However, he felt powerless. The Uchiha clan was merely one family within Kenoha. Regardless of their traditions and beliefs, they ultimately had to consider the village's interests. Fugaku, who did not genuinely aspire to usurp power, still had to navigate the delicate balance between the clan and the village. It was a daunting task. The long-standing prejudice against the Uchiha clan, perpetuated since the Second Hokage's era, could not be altered overnight. Yet, Fugaku had discovered Uchiha Chiharu, and he suddenly perceived this as a remarkable opportunity. Kenoha would never relinquish such a formidable asset as Uchiha Chiharu. Let not your thoughts wander too far, Uchiha Chiharu interjected, interrupting Fugaku's reverie. He was well aware of Fugaku's musings. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that with the Third Hokage and Danzo present, many matters remained uncertain. Uchiha Chiharu chose not to elaborate further, simply stating, "What has been done before shall continue henceforth." He did not wish to burden Fugaku with added pressure, for the relationship between the clan and Kenoha was not something he could simply balance at will, that depended on the whims of the elder statesman. At this moment, Uchiha Chiharu felt a profound tranquility. His strength was gradually increasing, rendering it no easy task for Danzo or the Third Hokage to act against him. He eagerly anticipated the choices that the Third Hokage and Danzo would ultimately make. Would they still seek to annihilate the Uchiha clan? He was no longer the person he once was. He had undergone numerous upgrades and enhancements. Are you implying? Fugaku was taken aback by the concealed implications of Uchiha Chiharu's words. Could the village truly make such a merciless decision? Fugaku dared not contemplate it. Meanwhile, in the Land of Lightning, the Hokage received Kenoha's correspondence, his expression calm and unperturbed. It was only natural. This war had long been overdue for resolution. Had it not been for the meddling of the Hidden Stone village, he would not have been surprised by this outcome. In fact, when the Third Hokage passed away, he had resolved to withdraw completely from this conflict. However, the Hidden Stone village had stubbornly refused to conclude hostilities, prolonging the war. Yet, after Uchiha Chiharu defeated the Third Hokage, the latter lost all desire to cause further trouble. After all, he could not hope to contend with such a formidable opponent. Killer Bee suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "Is the war coming to an end?" He was somewhat astonished by this news. He had not anticipated Kenoha to exhibit such benevolence. Indeed, Killer Bee found Kenoha to be quite enigmatic. They possessed tremendous military strength, capable of defeating the other 4 villages and imposing reparations if they so desired. Yet, the Third Hokage consistently opted for diplomacy over aggression, demonstrating goodwill and strength toward the other villages. With benefits secured, why not acknowledge the Third Hokage's purported strength? Everyone would be content. Fugaku furrowed his brow at the Hokage's actions, which he could comprehend, though he would never choose such a path himself. To him, the tangible interests and future development of the village outweighed the importance of reputation. As for losing face, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, others would refrain from questioning their honor. Killer Bee, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Now that we coexist peacefully with Kenoha, does this mean I can visit their village?" He had forgotten his usual catchphrase in his fervor. He wished to confront Uchiha Chiharu, not for the sake of villages or national interests, but purely for the thrill of battle, a simple clash of strength and skill. The Hokage's demeanor darkened immediately. He shot a fierce glare at the daydreaming Killer Bee. "You must be dreaming. You are the host for the Eight Tails. What makes you think you can simply wander into another village without consequence? If a Jinchuriki freely leaves their own village to enter another, it signals the onset of war." Killer Bee, visibly reluctant, protested. "I could simply wait at the village gates and battle Uchiha Chiharu there. I am willing to accept any terms for this encounter with my rival." "Enough. No. Absolutely not." The Hokage's voice was resolute. "Return and reflect on your foolishness. In the land of Earth, Inoki sighed deeply, a sentiment of resignation washing over him. The outcome was as he had anticipated, yet witnessing it unfold stirred within him a sense of dissatisfaction. After years of meticulous planning, he had seized this singular opportunity. Having instigated a war, provoking another would not be a simple endeavor. Repeatedly causing turmoil would only unite others against him, a truth that Inoki understood better than anyone. Failing to emerge as the leader among the 5 great villages meant that the land of Earth had irrevocably lost its chance for the foreseeable future. Chapter 158. The Third Hokage. You initiated this war, yet in the end, you gained nothing. The two-faced Inoki truly harbors a sense of discontent. In truth, Huangtu believes they have already done enough. After all, how did the Third Hokage meet his demise? Inoki cast a fierce glare at his son. What use is it to say this now? Failing to topple Kenoha is tantamount to failure itself. Under the wrathful gaze of his father, Huangtu could only silently choose to remain silent. He might as well listen obediently. On the other side, in Sunagakure, upon receiving the news, Rasha found it difficult to articulate his feelings. It was as though he had let out a tremendous sigh of relief, yet there lingered a sense of dissatisfaction. Compared to Iwagakure, he had gained nothing from this war. He was nearly unable to secure his own position. Fortunately, the Third Hokage had come to his aid, providing him with a sympathetic push. Otherwise, he would have truly been in a dire situation. Rasha pondered, what could they possibly use to confront Kenoha? He let out a long sigh. Despite the despicable actions of Iwagakure, as a leader, who does not entertain such thoughts? Yet, there is only one Uchiha Chiharu. In Kenoha. Very well, we concede. Rasha waved his hand in resignation, though a surge of frustration brewed within him. This cannot continue. Sunagakure must become stronger. A war weapon is indispensable. His gaze fell upon the distant figure of the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, imprisoned and lost in thought. In Kenoha, the Third Hokage perused the reply and nodded in satisfaction. The sentiments from several villages were largely similar. However, the response from Kirigakure, the Third Hokage, scrutinized the letter from the Mizukage, which exuded an indifferent attitude. As if to say, do as you please, it has nothing to do with me. Although Kirigakure was not deeply involved, they had still lost a significant number of lives and captured a certain AO. The Third Hokage worried whether the Fourth Mizukage would act unethically and launch a surprise attack. Upon entering the office, Tsunade encountered the Third Hokage's conflicted expression and couldn't help but chuckle. What is there to be conflicted about? Whether it concerns the slaughter of the 7 ninja swordsmen or the capture of AO, it is all attributed to Uchiha Chiharu. He has already defeated 3 current Kage, leaving only the Mizukage. If he has the capability, let him come. Even in Chihiru's absence, Tsunade fervently emphasized his presence. If you are not satisfied, then let us battle. Tsunade understood Chihiru's temperament. He would never seek trouble without cause. However, if trouble sought him, he would not shy away. Thus, if the 4th Mizukage desired conflict, he might not be a match for Uchiha Chiharu. As the Third Hokage observed Tsunade's escalating confrontational demeanor, he could only suppress those thoughts and focus on his duties. Old man, the funds have run dry, Tsunade proclaimed, glaring at the Third Hokage, resembling a disobedient daughter intent on depleting her elderly parent's savings. The Third Hokage trembled, clutching his chest, struggling to breathe. This is also the bill for the liquor Uchiha Chiharu purchased. Remember to reimburse it. Tsunade relentlessly aimed to exhaust every last coin from the Third Hokage's treasury. She was determined to leave him with nothing. The Third Hokage resigned himself to his fate, observing the expression of despair on his face, and Tsunade's mood lifted considerably. This is how it should be. If the Third Hokage is pleased, she would not be. As the war concluded, the retreat was swift. With peace agreements signed amongst the various villages, none could raise arms against another. Aside from Kenoha, the remaining villages breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they need not face Uchiha Chiharu. He was indeed a relentless force. His killings were one matter. He had recently developed a penchant for shaving heads. The list of victims was extensive. Even those from Kenoha were not spared. Exchanging glances, they confirmed the presence of bald heads, all having been dealt with by Uchiha Chiharu. He paid no mind to their whispered discussions behind his back. Did it concern him? Not in the slightest. Recently, Uchiha Chiharu was exhilarated, delving into the study of armament Haki. Yes, after attaining a high level of observation Haki, the task to unlock armament Haki had finally commenced. Truly, a chain of events intertwined. A fantastical collaboration. However, this connection bore fruit. Having experienced the benefits of observation Haki, Uchiha Chiharu brimmed with confidence regarding armament Haki. Yet, Upon reviewing this task, he fell into silence. What on earth is this? Cross-dressing, without the use of transformation techniques or any ninjutsu, allowing at least 50 acquaintances to witness. Unlocking the basics of armament Haki. Surely, this is a scheme to induce social demise? Which is more vital, integrity or strength? I am a person of unwavering principles. Hence, I choose cross-dressing. Oh, no. Uchiha Chihiro resolutely made his choice. As long as I can grow stronger. Do not speak of cross-dressing. I could even consider changing my gender. Uchiha Chihiro. I am not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Must I don women's clothing and roam about? Uchiha Chihiro scoffed. Who is afraid of whom? I shall wear it. To gain strength. Uchiha Chihiro cheerfully set aside his principles and unearthed an entire outfit of women's clothing. All right. Everything is in place. All that remains is to step outside. Noera Rin was elated to learn that the war had finally concluded. Does that mean the Umbu missions have lessened? I shall seek out Chihiro-kun. After reporting her tasks to the Third Hokage, Noera Rin practically flew out of the office. Chihiro-kun, here I come. Though Noera Rin had remained in Kenoha. As a member of the Third Hokage's Umbu, her sources of information were swift. She was aware of all of Uchiha Chihiru's achievements. Noera Rin felt immense pride. Chihiro-kun is truly remarkable. Yet, she also felt a twinge of sadness. It is a pity she cannot always be by his side. Sob sob. How envious she was of Yuzuki Yugugo and Yuhi Kurenai. Thus, upon receiving the news of no further battles, Noera Rin eagerly sought Uchiha Chiryu. The Third Hokage was unable to intervene in time and could only watch as his three-tailed Jinchuriki dashed away like the wind from the office. Today, the Third Hokage remained as powerless as ever. Chihiro Noera Rin was well acquainted with the Uchiha compound. Before she could excitedly call out Uchiha Chihiru's name, she was rendered speechless by shock. Chapter 159, Shocking My Entire Family. You. Who are you? The trembling voice and shaking hands. Noera Rin found herself so astounded that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Although she was clad in a dress, it was unmistakably clear. This was Uchiha Chikyu. Noera Rin fell into a contemplative silence, touching her face, which had become roughened from recent missions exposed to the elements. In stark contrast, Uchiha Chikyu, despite donning women's attire, appeared utterly at ease. Tears streamed down Noera Rin's cheeks. Handsome. Such beauty grants one the liberty to act with impunity. Rin. In an instant, Uchiha Chikyu recognized Noera Rin's voice and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, splendid. We haven't even stepped outside yet, and the mission is already 1/50th complete. At this rate, I shall be rid of this attire in no more than a couple of hours. The system's absurd stipulation mandated a dress, and though Uchiha Chikyu found it ludicrous, he remained unfazed, deeming the system utterly unreasonable. Chikyu-kun, what are you doing? Noera Rin struggled to divert her gaze from Uchiha Chikyu. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. She truly felt overwhelmed. Chikyu-kun, in women's clothing, was even more beautiful than she. This was an immense blow to Noera Rin. To think she was outshone by her secret crush in a gender-bent form. What a cruel fate. Currently researching a new ninjutsu, Uchiha Chikyu asserted he spoke the truth. Wearing women's clothing enabled the acquisition of Haki, which could only be described as a new ninjutsu. Noera Rin nodded in comprehension. Oh, so that's how it is. That makes sense. Yet, what novel ninjutsu could Chikyu-kun be developing? Seduction techniques, perhaps? Noera Rin felt as though Uchiha Chikyu was bending her affections. Indeed. Even if Chikyu-kun were a girl, she still held affection for him. Noera Rin ran away in tears. She felt tainted. Uchiha Chikyu tilted his head. Was Noera Rin's reaction significant? Not in the least. What mattered most were the points he had accrued. Uchiha Chikyu stepped outside. Today in Kenoha was destined to be fraught with tumult and chaos. Cough, cough. Chikyu-kun? Uchiha Chikyu's comrades from the front lines had returned. Kakashi, Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, Asuma, and others were present. They had planned to seek out Uchiha Chikyu today, given his remarkable achievements. They were eager to hear him recount the specifics of his exploits. Yet, upon stepping outside, they were struck by a wave of beauty. Yuzuki Yuin and Yuhi Kurenai widened their eyes in astonishment. Their thoughts mirrored those of Noera Rin. Why? As women, did they find themselves overshadowed by Uchiha Chikyu? It was a disgrace to their femininity. The young men dared not utter a word. Had it been anyone else in women's attire, they would have mocked them mercilessly. Yet, facing Uchiha Chikyu, they lacked the courage, for he was simply unparalleled in beauty. Even adorned in women's clothing, he exuded an aura of gallant elegance. They instinctively touched their own sparse hair, which had yet to grow in over the past few months, and silently retreated. Perhaps it was best to merely observe. Uchiha Chikyu paid no heed to their gazes. Typically, he would have found their presence unwelcome, for they were unbearably noisy. Today, however, was different. Uchiha Chikyu nodded in satisfaction. There was strength in numbers. His task was complete, without a trace of nostalgia. He turned away, heading home to change attire while also exploring the newly acquired Haki. Behind him, the group of young ninjas exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow. They had come to find Chikyu-kun, so it mattered little if they trailed after him. Indeed, they were not merely interested in seeing Chikyu-kun in women's clothing. Fool, you've revealed our intentions. A few glared menacingly at the one who spoke aloud. Yuzuki Yuin and Yuhi Kurenai resolved to follow as well. After all, this was a rare opportunity to spend time with Chikyu-kun. They would not allow anything to deter them. Once home, Uchiha Chikyu changed back into his usual attire. The expressions of disappointment were palpable among the group. What a pity. Cough, cough. Chikyu-kun, what were you doing earlier? Kakashi, maintaining a good rapport with Uchiha Chikyu, was the first to break the silence. Kakashi held an inexplicable trust in Uchiha Chikyu, believing that every action he took was for a reason. I was researching a new ninjutsu and made some progress. Would you like to give it a try? In an instant, Uchiha Chikyu's words erased all memories of the earlier scene. What? You're still developing new ninjutsu? Don't you think you've surpassed your limits? If you continue to grow stronger, what hope is left for us? On this day, all felt the burden of coexisting in an era with a genius. What does it mean to be a prodigy who still strives for improvement while others languish like salted fish after the war? The disparity between individuals was simply too vast. However, regarding Uchiha Chikyu's subsequent statement, most chose to ignore it. What had Uchiha Chikyu said? Give it a try? How? They gazed at their own bald heads, devoid of any sign of hair growth, and felt no courage to challenge Uchiha Chikyu. Even Asuma, who had previously acted recklessly, stepped back. Yet, there were always those oblivious to the atmosphere. Haha, Chikyu-kun has developed a new technique. I want to be the first. Might Guy appeared exceedingly enthusiastic, leaping forward without a thought, oblivious to the silence surrounding him. No one else wished to spar with Uchiha Chikyu. They regarded Might Guy with the eyes of spectators observing a valiant warrior and a test subject. A silent agreement passed among a few. Let this fool test the waters first. Yes, let him see if there are any potential issues. They would observe, but would not engage. The name Uchiha Chikyu loomed over them like that of a formidable demon king. Uchiha Chikyu, unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes, stood up directly. He would spar with Might Guy, showcasing the power of Haki. Chapter 160, Mental Collapse. I am prepared. As Qianlu Jun grows stronger, so do I. The person I am now is no longer the same as before. Might Guy appears invigorated. His smile, combined with his bald head, is quite a sight to behold. Even after months of camaraderie, the boys have grown accustomed to one another's baldness. Yet at this moment, the sensation still lingers, nauseating. Such a glaring sight. If we are to fight, let us do it swiftly. Might Guy, cease your prattle. Qianlu Jun, do not hold back against this fellow. Strike him until he cries out. Asuma and Nara Shikamaru stoke the flames from the sidelines. They all stand in support of Uchiha Qianlu. Let us teach this guy a lesson. He should realize that Uchiha Qianlu is invincible. Indeed, the young ninjas of Kenoha share a unified belief. Uchiha Qianlu cannot be defeated. His accomplishments and achievements are undeniable. No amount of envy or jealousy can alter this truth. Accepting reality is their sole recourse. Once they accept it, the notion of battling Uchiha Qianlu dissipates. Such a formidable Uchiha Qianlu is far beyond their capability. Uchiha Qianlu chuckles, finding amusement in the antics of this group, provided they do not direct their silliness towards him. Let us proceed. Uchiha Qianlu refrains from hastily drawing his sword, for he fears that once unsheathed, the battle would conclude too quickly. He merely intends to test his Haki. The 8 gates open. Might Guy's aura transforms dramatically. All onlookers widen their eyes in astonishment. What technique is this? They have never witnessed such a display before. This is a ninjutsu taught by my father. It represents the pinnacle achievable by taijutsu practitioners. Might Guy's presence has undergone a significant shift. His gaze towards Uchiha Qianlu brimming with combat fervor. I wish to spar with you. Even if I cannot win, it matters not. I merely wish to prove myself. Asuma strokes his chin, intrigued. He appears quite formidable. I wonder how difficult this might be. Observing Might Guy's transformation, Asuma feels a surge of excitement. He indeed looks incredibly strong. Even if he cannot triumph over Uchiha Qianlu, merely enduring a few exchanges beneath Uchiha Qianlu's prowess would be commendable. Uchiha Qianlu can contend with even the strongest of opponents. Only Kakashi displays a hint of skepticism, as he seems to recall Uchiha Qianlu employing this technique before. Uchiha Qianlu finds the situation rather entertaining. Might Guy has opened the 8 gates. He genuinely wishes to engage in combat. In all of Kenoha, Might Guy's taijutsu is unparalleled. Unlike Might Dai and the yet-to-be-born Lee, he is capable of utilizing ninjutsu. However, he prefers taijutsu above all. Let him experience the might of Might Guy's 8 gates. Might Guy launches himself at Uchiha Qianlu with reckless abandon. He must land a hit on Uchiha Qianlu. Even if he cannot defeat him, at the very least, he desires to leave a mark. This is the goal Might Guy has set for himself. It appears simple, yet is exceedingly challenging. To leave a mark on Uchiha Qianlu, this is a feat many have failed to achieve. Yet Might Guy is oblivious to such thoughts. He is not particularly clever. He charges forward. Moonlight Gale and Ebisu widen their eyes, their fists clenched tightly. Is it truly possible? Might Guy's speed transcends their imagination. Each step shatters the ground beneath him. How astonishing. Yuzuki Yukari and Yuhi Kurenai gawk in disbelief. Might Guy does not usually exhibit such prowess. This must be the effect of his new ninjutsu. It surpasses everyone's expectations. Uchiha Qianlu faster still. He perceives the wind generated by Might Guy's punches. For Uchiha Qianlu, this poses no challenge. In terms of physical prowess and chakra volume, he far exceeds Might Guy. Among his peers, Might Guy is indeed an elite. Yet compared to Uchiha Qianlu, he is rendered insignificant. Might Guy does not relent. Gritting his teeth, he opens the first gate. This is the limit of his current capabilities. The initial lotus. Might Guy's speed accelerates further. Asuma watches, unwilling to blink. No. Qianlu's speed surpasses his. In the midst of battle, Might Guy remains unaware. Yet those observing can clearly see it. Uchiha Qianlu's speed outstrips that of Might Guy. Then, unexpectedly, Uchiha Qianlu halts. What is Qianlu Jun doing? Might Guy appears truly formidable. If he is struck, he will undoubtedly be injured. Yuzuki Yukari and Yuhi Kurenai are on the edge of their seats. No, Qianlu Jun must not be harmed. Might Guy is unable to ponder why Uchiha Qianlu has stopped. He only perceives this as an opportunity. Charge. He bolts forward. Boom. Might Guy unleashes the initial lotus without hesitation or evasion. Strike down. Then proceed to the next step. A regular individual would surely falter under such an attack. They could only submit to Might Guy's onslaught. But Uchiha Qianlu does not yield. He remains utterly still. It is as if Might Guy's assault does not exist. This astonishes not only Might Guy, who is aware of the initial lotus's power, but also the surrounding young ninjas. No. Is this damage immunity? How absurd. A string of question marks materializes above Asuma's head, all directed at Uchiha Qianlu. It appears as though a dark aura envelopes Uchiha Qianlu. Consequently, Might Guy's every attack fails to inflict any harm. Uchiha Qianlu clenches his fist. Black energy manifests upon his knuckles. With a single punch, Might Guy is sent flying. Even the 8 gates are rendered bewildered. What on earth is this? Silence descends upon the crowd. They are all stunned by Uchiha Qianlu's unorthodox approach. I once believed you were formidable. I thought this was your zenith. Now you suddenly reveal to us. No, we were all mistaken. You can become even more exceptional. In an instant, the mental state of everyone shatters. What is there to fight? There is nothing left to contest. Chapter 161. The Third Hokage. Uchiha Chihiro Syndrome. Might Guy had truly lost his wits. He had become utterly foolish. In a frenzied display of reckless energy. He thought to himself, even if he fought blindly, surely there would be some results in the end. But upon reflection, it was all in vain. Every effort proved fruitless. Just then, his opponent casually reached out, applying minimal force, and he was instantly defeated. Anyone in his position would be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Might Guy's character was generally commendable. Aside from occasionally exhibiting peculiar behavior, he had no significant flaws. Yet today, he was so incensed that he found himself at a loss for words. Lying flat on the ground, he stared vacantly at the sky. Ah, how splendidly blue the sky was today. His mind seemed to have lost its bearings. Asuma, observing from the side, feigned disapproval by shaking his head. What was there to gaze at on such a gloomy day? Might Guy clearly appeared as if he had been thoroughly toyed with. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chihiro, dissatisfied, shook his hand. I hardly exerted any force. I haven't even truly tested my armed Haki. Why did Might Guy's 8 gates close? This is utterly disappointing. A profound sense of disappointment washed over Uchiha Chihiro's face. He then turned towards the onlookers, and in that instant, Asuma and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Though they knew Uchiha Chihiro could see nothing, the weight of his gaze instilled a primal fear within them. None wished to be the next might guy. They pushed each other, unwilling to step forward. In that moment, the bonds of brotherhood seemed to shatter. Once comrades in arms ready to fight for one another, now they resolutely refused to face the prospect of being struck by Uchiha Chihiro. Uchiha Chihiro noticed their mutual reluctance. None were willing to engage. He could only shake his head. Forget it. I'll just go have a drink. As Uchiha Chihiro departed, all actions came to a standstill. Indeed, Chihiro had become increasingly formidable. Merely standing there exuded an oppressive aura. Yes, it was as if they dared not even breathe. One by one, they expressed their sentiments. It was no exaggeration. Just his presence made them unconsciously lighten their breaths, fearful of inadvertently provoking Uchiha Chihiro. No one could fathom why this was. It was simply instinctual. Speaking of which, given Chihiro's numerous contributions, surely the village would reward him? Inazuka Girin shifted the topic. Let us refrain from further discussing how impressive Uchiha Chihiro is. Continuing down that path would only deepen our sorrow. Compared to Uchiha Chihiro, they felt utterly weak. Surely there will be a reward, right? Kakashi replied uncertainly. Speaking of which, it has been a while since they returned to the village, and they had heard nothing. The group turned their gazes towards Asuma, the one who might possess the knowledge. Asuma suddenly found himself the center of attention, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. While Asuma scratched his head, I haven't heard any news from the old man. Everything seems rather ordinary. The atmosphere became awkward. Could it be? Is the third Hokage truly so stingy? Not even a hint of acknowledgement or reward. Meanwhile, the third Hokage clutched his empty treasury, weeping profusely. How absurd. Their expressions turned peculiar. Even Asuma awkwardly touched his nose. I'll ask the old man when I return. If not for Girin's mention, he wouldn't have even thought of this matter. Right. This cannot be overlooked. Uchiha Chihiro is the principal reason for the swift conclusion of this war. The third Hokage concluded his day's work, having finally escaped from the childish antics of Jeriah and Tsunade. Just as he settled in at home, he was met with the sight of his son seated obediently. Instantly, a sense of foreboding washed over the third Hokage. Why is he back so early today? He adopted a serious expression, repeatedly assuring himself, do not fear. You are the father. This is your son. Discipline him if he misbehaves. There is nothing to be afraid of. But as soon as Asuma spoke, the third Hokage's composure crumbled. What plans do you have for rewarding Chihiro, father? Surely it won't be nothing at all. Today, Girin and the others were inquiring about it. The Leaf Village can't truly be so miserly, can it? Asuma's small eyes brimmed with large questions. The third Hokage felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Yet again, it was Uchiha Chihiro. Whenever anything related to him arose, the third Hokage knew it would not bode well. Every matter connected to Chihiro became a source of headache. Noticing the third Hokage's prolonged silence, Asuma's previously languid expression morphed into genuine terror. No way. Is this truly your intention, old man? Asuma's eyes widened in shock. Cough, of course not. The third Hokage replied weakly. How could he respond to his rebellious son? Observing Asuma's expression, still somewhat unsatisfied yet reluctantly accepting, the third Hokage felt a pang of distress. Wait, was his son gnashing his teeth at Uchiha Chihiro during the Chunin exams? How could it be that such a short time later, he had transformed into a devoted admirer of Uchiha Chihiro? The third Hokage mused that he was growing old, unable to comprehend the thoughts of the younger generation. Watching Asuma's departing figure, his headache intensified. Was Uchiha Chihiro truly held in such high esteem among the new generation? The third Hokage murmured to himself. Reflecting on Uchiha Chihiro's remarkable achievements, he felt it was not entirely unacceptable. Yet, he still felt a tinge of discomfort. The situation surrounding Uchiha Chihiro had already proven challenging to navigate. Now, witnessing the younger generation rallying around him, even his own rebellious son was no exception. Asuma was on the verge of developing Uchiha Chihiro syndrome. What was to be done? The third Hokage recalled Danzo, who had come to seek him out but whom he had not seen. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about that old troublemaker. While Danzo brought about countless complications, he also resolved many of the third Hokage's predicaments. Now, without Danzo, any issues that arose would fall squarely on the third Hokage's shoulders. He truly did not desire this. Having painstakingly built his reputation, he pondered what steps to take next. The third Hokage fell into deep contemplation. A solution must be devised. Uchiha Chiharu could not continue to thrive unchecked. Chapter 162. The 12 Young Talents of Kenoha prior to matters concerning the Third Hokage. The relationship between Tsunade and the medicinal expert, Yukushina Noyu, had already begun to flourish. What catalyzed this bond, you may wonder? It was none other than Uchiha Chikyu. I have received whispers of information, albeit not yet confirmed. When confronted by Tsunade, Yukushina Noyu exhibited no discomfort, nor did she alter her demeanor due to Tsunade's stature. Tsunade, in turn, accepted their equality and interaction with grace. They were, after all, collaborators. Moreover, Yukushina Noyu's intelligence network surpassed Tsunade's expectations, facilitating the acquisition of information with remarkable ease. The very fact that such intelligence was presented before me signifies its worth, Tsunade acknowledged with a slight nod. Yukushina Noyu, no longer concealing her thoughts, revealed that Uchiha Chikyu's accomplishments were indeed monumental. The village may not wish to acknowledge this, Tsunade noted, her brow furrowing. Yukushina Noyu spoke with courtesy. But Tsunade was astute enough to grasp the implications of their reluctance to acknowledge. It was evident that they sought to tarnish Uchiha Chikyu's reputation, ideally to eliminate him altogether. Should that prove unfeasible, they aimed to erase all credit for his valor in the recent conflict. How cunning their schemes were. Tsunade clasped her hands, a cold smile gracing her lips. If they wished to proceed with such plans, they would first require her consent. The principal architect of this endeavor was yet to be determined. Yukushina Noyu's expression hardened. Danzo. I find myself intrigued, despite Danzo's influence being nearly dismantled. How could he still muster resources? Uchiha Chikyu indeed. Danzo's target was Uchiha Chikyu. Within Kenoha, anyone with a modicum of sense recognized that Uchiha Chikyu was not easily subdued. His accolades were not mere embellishments. Danzo undoubtedly harbored further complications. Regrettably, we failed to uncover them last time. Tsunade expressed her dissatisfaction. Was it not all due to the Third Hokage's interference? Were it not for his intervention, Tsunade was certain she would not have let Danzo evade consequences so easily. Could it be that the old man is involved once more? Tsunade mused instinctively, locking eyes with Yukushina Noyu. It is indeed difficult to ascertain. Minato's arrival as Kakashi exited his abode. He was greeted by the sight of Minato, sporting a bald head and an uncharacteristically silly grin. Fortunately, Minato's charm compensated for his appearance. Otherwise, Kakashi would have felt compelled to close his solitary eye. Yet, the foolish grin on Minato's face marred his image. Appearing rather unsightly, a gleaming bald head accompanied by a set of dazzling white teeth. It evoked memories of a certain individual clad in a tight green suit. Haha. Kakashi. I have come specifically to invite you for dinner at my home. And also for Chikyu-kun. I was just about to seek him out. Minato's silly smile remained unwavering. Upon uttering Uchiha Chikyu's name, he radiated a brightness unlike his previous sorrowful demeanor. Kakashi was perplexed. Have you encountered some joyous occasion? Or are you perhaps on the verge of becoming Hokage? Even if he were to attain such a title, Kakashi doubted Minato would exhibit such exuberance. No, none of that. Minato waved his hands dismissively. Hokage? That's too much of a hassle. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Minato's blatant disdain for the Hokage position. Many longed for the title yet were denied the opportunity. Danzo, you little brat, speaking ill of me behind my back. Please refrain from inciting further animosity. Yet Minato remained oblivious to Kakashi's signals. Kushina is pregnant, he declared. Hokage or not, it bears no significance to me. With a grand gesture, Minato dismissed all concerns. Indeed, after much effort, Minato had finally succeeded in pacifying his wife, only to discover she had been pregnant for over a month. The news nearly sent him into a swoon of joy. He was to become a father. Minato's excitement was infectious, and a smile graced Kakashi's face. Congratulations, sensei, he offered. With the war concluded and Kushina expecting, Minato's elation was entirely justified. When you have the time, please keep Kushina company. I shall seek out Chikyu-kun and... Minato waved his hand. Kakashi understood the unspoken words, Yuhiko-rin. After all, the knowledge of the Three Tails and its Jinchuriki residing in Kenoha must remain a closely guarded secret. Uchiha Chikyu did not decline Minato's invitation. As a colleague, he found himself curious. Were the 12 young talents of Kenoha finally preparing for their arrival? With the war concluded, were they each finding their places within their parents' wombs? Chikyu stroked his chin, deciding to accept Minato's invitation. Minato was elated. Chikyu had not refused. Such a delightful turn of events. Minato was well aware of Uchiha Chikyu's disposition. Regardless of his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Chikyu genuinely remained unaffected by most matters. Minato had feared being outright rejected upon arriving. Upon reaching Minato's home, Uchiha Chikyu experienced a twinge of regret. The reason? The cacophony. Even Minato appeared taken aback. "Where on earth did all of you come from?" Minato exclaimed, staring at Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and Nara Shikamaru among others, his expression transforming into one of sheer disbelief. Such a multitude. This exceeded all expectations. Minato-sensei. While not a formal student of Minato, the others felt comfortable addressing him as such. Minato found it difficult to chastise them, recognizing they were merely children. He then turned his gaze toward Jeriah, who blended seamlessly among the crowd. "Might I inquire why you are among this gathering?" Jeriah, who had just been indulging in food and drink, suddenly felt as if black lilies were blooming behind Minato. With a start, he straightened himself. "I came to offer my congratulations to you both. I even prepared a gift." Jeriah rummaged through his belongings and, just before Minato's expression could darken, he produced a book. Chapter 163, The Enhanced Willpower Transmission, The Dead Fish Eyes of Minato. "Huh, Jeriah-sensei, are you certain this is a gift for us?" Minato seethed with frustration. The recklessness of this teacher was utterly intolerable. "Just throw it away. What is this book? Why are there two people entangled on the cover? Are they fighting?" Might Guy approached with his usual exuberance, staring at the cover that should have been censored, and bluntly inquired. The younger companions of Might Guy turned to glance at the scene, and in an instant, a wave of crimson apples appeared. "What on earth? Let me take another look. Just one more peek." In that fleeting moment, everyone gasped, experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. Though merely teenagers, they were not entirely oblivious to the ways of the world. However, such a direct and provocative image was indeed a first for them. A group of spirited youths stood there, momentarily stunned. Minato grew even angrier. A perverse sage like Jeriah should be discarded as refuse. He absolutely could not allow such material to corrupt the eyes of his wife and child. Noticing Minato's genuine anger, Jeriah realized he had indeed presented the wrong book. "Haha, it was not intentional. Just wait a moment. I truly have prepared a gift. This was my recent research material. It's even a first edition. The sales have been phenomenal." Amidst the lingering gazes of the crowd, Jeriah hastily tucked the first edition of Paradise of Affection back into his arms, mentally lamenting that his student lacked appreciation. "This is art." The boys exchanged glances. "Huh? It's actually published?" They resolved to check it out on their way back from the bookstore. Jeriah pulled out another book. Minato's expression remained dark. He swore, if Jeriah presented another unreliable, should have been destroyed publication, he would unceremoniously toss him out. As he lowered his gaze, Minato's expression of fury gradually softened, even revealing a hint of astonishment. The Strong-Willed Ninja Chronicles. This title was strikingly simple. It hardly resembled Jeriah's usual style. "Is this truly a book written by you, sensei?" Minato's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Uchiha Chihiro also felt a tinge of curiosity towards the book. After all, it was this very book that inspired the name Naruto. "Of course it's my book." Jeriah chuckled heartily. "I initially intended to write a tale of an underdog becoming a hero." As Jeriah appeared somewhat credible, Minato decided to forgive his earlier antics. The young ninjas gathered around, intrigued. "But as I wrote, I suddenly thought of Uchiha Chihiro, and thus, the story morphed into one featuring an invincible protagonist." Jeriah stroked his chin. "I'm still uncertain about the sales. Let us see how it goes. Besides, there is still Paradise of Affection." "Yes, I've been working on both. I didn't mean to write Paradise of Affection, but while compiling material, I discovered an abundance of sources. I thought, why not write it? It didn't seem like a significant issue." Thus, Jeriah's decision to gift the book came to fruition. Read more. Who knows, perhaps your child might turn out to be as extraordinary as that little rascal Uchiha Chihiro. Minato felt somewhat enchanted. "Yes, I accepted this book solely because it was a gift from Jeriah-sensei. It has nothing to do with wanting a child as formidable as Uchiha Chihiro." Uchiha Chihiro. In a dimly lit office, Danzo and the Third Hokage exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. "I've always said that the Uchiha clan must be eradicated. Do you now regret your decision?" Danzo wore a mocking expression. "You aspire to be a good person, yet the Uchiha clan is a significant threat." His voice dripped with venom. "If you had allowed Uchiha Chihiro to join Root sooner, I would have already subdued him. Annihilating the Uchiha clan would be a trivial matter." The Third Hokage rubbed his forehead, fatigue evident in his tone. "Danzo, I did not come here to wallow in regret. Instead of bickering with me, perhaps you should consider what to do next. The absence of power and status is quite uncomfortable. I assent it." The Third Hokage was quite adept at countering Danzo's barbs. While the young ones might falter, He easily held his ground against Danzo. In an instant, Danzo, struck at a sensitive spot, nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. It would be wise for those outside to witness the true nature of the third Hokage. Otherwise, they would continue to believe this old man was a benevolent soul. In truth, his heart was darker than anyone else's. After a frenzied internal lament, Danzo composed his expression, pondering the severity of the situation. Had it truly escalated to this extent? Was even the third Hokage, this ever-kind figure, forced to concede to him? Danzo found it hard to believe. The third Hokage shrugged. I had initially planned to retire. Yet neither Minato nor Tsunade is willing to take on the role of Hokage. The third Hokage had never been so openly rejected. Danzo had schemed in the shadows for countless years for the position of Hokage. The third Hokage could hardly fathom that anyone would willingly turn it down. This realization deeply wounded his pride. However, upon witnessing Danzo's envious and furious gaze, the third Hokage inexplicably felt his spirits lift. Indeed, it was necessary to have a Danzo around. Observing Danzo's expressions could brighten his mood. Yet those two young ones seemed to grow overly close to Uchiha Chiharu. Danzo sneered, self-righteously analyzing the situation. He believed no one could refuse the title of Hokage. Not even Tsunade. Although Minato lacked a prominent background, he was nominally Uchiha Chihiru's teacher and held admiration for him. If Minato were to become Hokage, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly rise. Tsunade was not one to be easily controlled and had her own connections. If Danzo had his way, neither of them was suitable. He considered himself the most qualified for the position of Hokage. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fool, had never considered him even once. Danzo's inner turmoil grew. As he dreamt of becoming Hokage, old monkey, you truly are my dear comrade. Even in these circumstances, you expect me to serve you? Bah. Chapter 164. The grand departure of the sea position. The third Hokage coughed twice, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Danzo, we are both advancing in years. It is time to pass the torch to the younger generation. Handing over the position to Danzo? That would be absurd. He might as well continue as Hokage himself. The contrast between Danzo and Minato is stark. One is a peer, while the other is a junior disciple. Anyone with a sound mind would know whom to choose. If Danzo were to become Hokage, would he still have the opportunity to wield power? Absolutely not. Thus, the third Hokage would never consider Danzo, unless he had truly lost his senses. Though he entertained such thoughts, he could not voice them outright. The third Hokage had mastered the art of rhetoric. Danzo remained coldly amused. I can assist you, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Yet, Danzo's ambition to become Hokage had not waned. The third Hokage was not particularly worried about this. Compared to Danzo, the more pressing matter was Uchiha Chikyu. As long as he gained the villagers' recognition at this. Danzo scoffed heavily. Nonsense. Otherwise, why have I remained silent for so long? After their discussion, Danzo and the third Hokage were secretly preparing their next moves. Meanwhile, Yakushi no Nayu and Tsunade had already devised a comprehensive plan. To undermine Uchiha Chikyu's accomplishments, they needed to approach it from another angle, much like the situation with White Fang. Tsunade let out a long sigh. Did she not know about White Fang's story? Absolutely. She was acutely aware of it. Was it wrong to abandon a mission to protect one's comrades? That was a complex question. The legacy of White Fang was indeed tragic. Yakushi no Nayu understood the convoluted tale of White Fang even more deeply and felt indignant on behalf of Kenoha Shigeru. In terms of character, White Fang had done nothing wrong. Nothing is more important than the lives of comrades. Yet from the perspective of a ninja who must obey orders, White Fang's decision to abandon the mission had caused adverse repercussions. Nonsense! Tsunade exclaimed vehemently. The third Hokage is simply too old to make the right decisions. If they wish to target Uchiha Chikyu, we shall unearth this matter and then leverage the power of the common folk against them. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Chikyu, Yakushi no Nayu and Tsunade had spontaneously learned how to wield public opinion to their advantage. The two women joined forces with the intent of orchestrating a grand departure for the third Hokage and Danzo. At the Minato household, the atmosphere was pleasant. However, the influx of visitors meant that Noera Rin could not attend. This left Izumaki Kushina feeling somewhat regretful. She had always admired the young girl who shared her burden as a Jinchuriki. Yet, with Rin's absence, there was little Kushina could do. There would be more opportunities in the future. Simultaneously, Kushina was intrigued by Uchiha Chikyu. She had heard his name mentioned numerous times by both Minato and Rin. Kushina had met Uchiha Chikyu once before, but did not retain a particularly vivid impression. This time, she yearned to discover what charm Uchiha Chikyu possessed that could elicit such admiration from both Minato and Rin. even to the extent that Minato bore no grudge against Chikyu for shaving his head. This heightened her curiosity to its zenith. "Chikyu-kun, may I address you as such?" Kushina inquired, seated not far from Uchiha Chikyu, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Chikyu nodded calmly, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Meanwhile, Minato busied himself in the kitchen. His wife was pregnant. How could he allow her to cook? He peeked out to check. "Oh, are you chatting with Chikyu-kun?" "That's fine." Minato felt reassured. Kushina spotted Chikyu's bald head and bright eyes, unable to suppress a chuckle, then coughed lightly. "Ahem, Chikyu-kun's taste is quite unique." Kushina had already noticed the room filled with bald heads. Had she not become accustomed to Minato's baldness during this time, her eyes would have certainly ached. Especially after seeing Uchiha Chikyu, the feeling intensified. On one side was a gleaming bald forehead, and on the other, a strikingly handsome figure. Any rational person would know whom to gaze upon. Even though Kushina was married, she found it difficult to divert her eyes. The internal struggle between her mind and her gaze was palpable. Minato is the most handsome. Look at him. No, he is bald. I want to see Uchiha Chikyu. During sparring, Uchiha Chikyu had demonstrated the art of speaking untruths with his eyes wide open, showcasing this ability to its utmost potential. The irony was that Kushina believed him. For Uchiha Chikyu possessed an inherently deceptive charm. Indeed, it makes sense, Kushina mused. I've heard that Chikyu-kun's sword skills are incredibly formidable. If one cannot control their strength during a spar, they might inadvertently cause harm. It may be wiser to focus on his hair from the start to avoid casualties. Poor Uchiha Chikyu's opponents, each one reduced to a bald pate. Facing the imaginative musings of Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Chikyu shamelessly nodded in agreement. Yes, exactly. You have made a valid point. Kushina and Uchiha Chikyu engaged in delightful conversation. Due to Kushina's pregnancy, Chikyu abstained from drinking. Although he spoke little, Kushina felt he was genuinely a good person. When Minato emerged from the kitchen with the meal prepared, he was met with the sight of his wife joyfully conversing with Uchiha Chikyu. What just transpired? I merely went to prepare a meal. Yet it feels as though I have been absent for years. Observing Kushina's beaming smile and Chikyu's impassive expression, Minato's confusion deepened. Is Uchiha Chikyu truly this eloquent? If so, he would not have dissuaded so many girls. Countless young women in Kenoha admired Uchiha Chikyu. Minato hastily approached, eager to discern the topic of their conversation, only to be met with Kushina's disdain. You reek of cooking oil. Don't come near. Go wash up. Kushina glanced at her husband, then back at Uchiha Chikyu. All right. I concede. My eyes speak the truth. Uchiha Chikyu is indeed more handsome. Surely, our baby feels the same way. I must take a few more glances. If it's a son, I hope he inherits Chikyu's good looks. Chapter 165. Tsunade's calculations. Unbeknownst to Minato, Kushina had already been captivated by the charm of Uchiha Chihiro. They had even reached a peculiar mental synchronization with Minato's thoughts. Minato, my child must grow to be as strong as Chihiro-kun. Kushina, if it's our son, he must be as handsome as Chihiro-kun. Uchiha Chihiro, why don't you just say you both regard me as your esteemed son? Meanwhile, Tsunade and Yakushi Nanoyo had set their plans into motion. Their roles were distinctly defined. Tsunade handled the overt actions, while Yakushi Nanoyo operated from the shadows. Tsunade pondered why she was exerting so much effort for a mere Uchiha brat. Exhausted, she found herself questioning her choices. Had she not abandoned Kenoha and left the village? Why had she now become an unparalleled workhorse? What had transpired in the interim? Reflecting on recent events, Tsunade found it all utterly astonishing. Both her hemophobia and the loss of loved ones had long been buried in her mind, even without the dulcet numbness of alcohol and gambling. She marveled at the improbability of it all. Returning was rather pleasant, Tsunade murmured to herself. That Uchiha Chihiro, though I find him insufferable, suddenly sitting upright. A surge of anger filled her at the mere thought of Uchiha Chihiro. She couldn't even rest properly. How much effort had she invested for this boy? The troubling part was that Uchiha Chihiro remained blissfully unaware. Tsunade felt as though she had suffered a great injustice. If her great-grandfather were to learn of this, he would surely be aghast. Senjitobarama, nonsense. You are besmirching my reputation. Yet, there was no denying Uchiha Chihiro's prowess, coupled with his unwavering integrity. Tsunade smirked. She could scarcely believe her own words. Uchiha Chihiro's strength was beyond question, as evidenced by his remarkable performance on the battlefield. His brilliance could not be obscured by anyone. Even Danzo and the Third Hokage would only resort to underhanded tactics. Regardless, Uchiha Chihiro was a member of Kenoha. As long as there existed even a smidgen of loyalty in his heart towards Kenoha, no one would dare to provoke them. When Senja Hashirama was alive, did other villages not behave with utmost decorum? Though Hashirama had a gentle temperament, it did not imply he was incapable of taking decisive action. If Uchiha Chihiro were to ascend to the position of Hokage, Kenoha would undoubtedly grow stronger. This was Tsunade's true aspiration. Previously, when Uchiha Chihiro was mentioned in the Third Hokage's office, Minato had thought it was a jest. Minato's refusal to become Hokage stemmed from his genuine disinterest. Wasn't it far more delightful to return home to his wife and children? As for the position of Hokage, with Uchiha Chihiro in the fold, even a dog could sit in that seat without concern for Konoha's safety. Minato held unshakable faith in Uchiha Chihiro's abilities. Yet, Tsunade genuinely desired for Uchiha Chihiro to become Hokage. She had tested the Third Hokage's stance repeatedly alongside Minato. However, it became evident that the Third Hokage's views diverged from her own. Uchiha Chihiro was still somewhat young. Tsunade nodded, realizing that her desire to see him become Hokage immediately seemed rather impractical. After all, Uchiha Chihiro appeared to be merely a child. Perhaps they should wait another 2 years? The Third Hokage's health seemed robust enough. He could remain in office for a while longer without issue. As a devoted disciple of the Third Hokage, Tsunade effortlessly canceled the retirement plans that had been set in motion. Want to retire? Keep dreaming. Remain in this position. As long as Uchiha Chihiro could become Hokage, the discord between the Uchiha and Kenoha would cease to exist, and Kenoha would transform into a bastion of peace and strength. Ambition gleamed in Tsunade's eyes. Since she had resolved to stay in Kenoha, she would mold it into the image she envisioned. She would also become one of Uchiha Chihiro's staunch supporters. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Danzo, the Third Hokage sat alone in a dimly lit office. Danzo caressed his bandaged right eye. The Sharingan the Uchiha clan, they must be utterly annihilated. If executed properly, he could leverage this opportunity to reclaim his former position, perhaps even ascend even further. However, this endeavor required a solid foundation. And Uchiha Chihiro, I shall not spare a single one of them. In Danzo's mind, Uchiha Chihiro was even more detestable than the entire Uchiha clan. Had it not been for Uchiha Chihiro, he would not have descended to this wretched state. Lost in delusion, Danzo subconsciously overlooked the fact that his current condition was a consequence of his own actions. Uchiha Chihiro sneezed. Kushina looked at him with concern. Chihiro-kun, are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital? Minato gazed at Kushina with a heavy heart. Dear, look at me. Though I acknowledge that Chihiro-kun is indeed striking, I am your beloved husband. Yet, Kushina remained oblivious to Minato's silent plea, her worry for Uchiha Chihiro unwavering. Uchiha Chihiro waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. Someone is just speaking ill of me behind my back. Uchiha Chihiro felt somewhat uncertain. Was it Danzo's devious scheming, or the Third Hokage's impatience? Upon reflection, both seemed plausible. If it came to that, should he deal with them both? Uchiha Chihiro faced Danzo and the Third Hokage with unwavering confidence. To speak frankly, even if the two joined forces, they would not pose a threat to him. Uchiha Chihiro dismissed them entirely from his mind. However, upon sneezing today, he suddenly recognized an issue. Ah, yes. There were two old men lurking behind him, poised to cause trouble. He had to remain vigilant against them. The thought alone was bothersome. Perhaps he should eliminate them first? Minato and Kushina observed Uchiha Chihiro's impassive expression, utterly unaware of the sinister thoughts swirling in his mind. Minato continued to smile as he patted Uchiha Chihiro on the shoulder. Chihiro-kun, feel free to visit us more often. By the way, when my and Kushina's child grows up, you could even be his mentor. Minato's mind was racing with calculations. Indeed, Uchiha Chihiro was at the perfect age. How splendid. Chapter 166. The great literary master Jeriah. Minato's thoughts were quite splendid. By the time his child emerged from the ninja academy as a teenager, Uchiha Chikyu would also be capable of guiding students. The mere thought of his offspring being mentored by Uchiha Chikyu filled Minato with immense delight. Perhaps his child could even learn a few techniques from Uchiha Chikyu. The prospect made Minato's heart swell with joy, and Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was wonderful. After a delightful meal together, everyone departed. After all, with Kushina's pregnancy, a tranquil environment was essential. Their presence was rather overwhelming. A brief visit was acceptable, but lingering too long would only be an inconvenience. Once everyone had left, Minato began to tidy up the remnants of their gathering. Meanwhile, Kushina sat alone, feeling somewhat bored. Her gaze fell upon a book on the table. Oh, what is this? Instantly, her curiosity was piqued. Jeriah was Minato's teacher. despite Kushina's awareness of Jiraiya's unreliable nature. She held a significant respect for him. She decided to delve into the book. A minute passed, then 10, then an hour. Finally, Minato was astonished to realize that his wife had fallen silent. Turning around, he found her utterly engrossed in the book. Kushina, is that a book written by teacher Jeriah, Ninja Perseverance? Is it captivating? Minato accepted Jiraiya's gift. Yet he couldn't help but question Jiraiya's aesthetic sense and the quality of his writing. Could Jeriah truly produce a legitimate book? The gaudy cover of Pleasure Paradise still lingered in Minato's memory. It was rather appealing. Kushina was so absorbed in her reading that she hardly lifted her head. Seeing her enthralled demeanor ignited Minato's curiosity. Could the book truly be that enchanting? He leaned closer, and then quite delightful. Minato and Kushina had both unwittingly fallen into Jiraiya's trap. The protagonist, named Naruto, was essentially a doppelganger of Chiryu. What a striking figure. After finishing the book, Minato couldn't restrain himself, exclaiming, "If only our son could be as remarkable and handsome as this." The couple exchanged glances. "Let us name him Naruto," they declared in unison, only to feel a bit bashful afterward. "Ahem, it's not certain that it will be a son," Kushina said, feeling shy. However, if it were a son, she hoped he would embody the same charm, brightness, and strength as the protagonist. Although he may not surpass Chiryu, reaching the level of the book's hero would suffice. Thus, even before Naruto's birth, his parents had already envisioned his future name and aspirations. Meanwhile, Jeriah was taken aback to discover that Ninja Perseverance had surpassed the sales of Pleasure Paradise. Staring at the publisher's message, he was left bewildered. What is this? What kind of taste is this? To be fair, Jeriah preferred Ninja Perseverance as it encapsulated many of his thoughts in the world he envisioned. Originally, after encountering Uchiha Chiryu, Jeriah felt he could no longer continue the story. How could the original protagonist possibly compete against such a formidable foe? Then, the clever Jeriah devised a brilliant solution. He would simply make Uchiha Chiryu the protagonist. However, a new dilemma arose. Uchiha Chiryu was far too powerful. If he adhered strictly to Chikyu's template, Jeriah would be unable to convey what he truly desired in Ninja Perseverance. Ultimately, Jeriah reluctantly diminished Chikyu's prowess, giving rise to a modified version of Naruto. Completing Ninja Perseverance left Jeriah with mixed emotions. It felt as though he had a protagonist, yet also not one of his own. The essence of Uchiha Chiryu was too prominent. Feeling frustrated, Jeriah then penned another Pleasure Paradise. Emotionally, he yearned for people to embrace Ninja Perseverance, as it contained his ideals and hopes. Logically, he assumed that normal individuals would prefer Pleasure Paradise. After all, who wouldn't want to be the heroic figure in a post-war world? The desire to be that extraordinary hero, free from the fear of death, resonated deeply with the war-weary populace. The publisher relayed Jeriah's response. "I do not quite comprehend the thoughts of you ordinary folks." As long as the outcome was favorable, he was content. Soon after, Jeriah began to feel exhilarated. It was a tremendous success. He could continue this path, earning a bit of money while fulfilling his aspirations, truly a win-win situation. Jeriah embarked on a path of no return. Not really, meanwhile. Tsunade was flabbergasted to witness Yukushi no Nayu fervently promoting Jeriah's book. Why are you assisting Jeriah in boosting his sales? Why distribute this book to so many people? Tsunade was perplexed by Yukushi no Nayu's actions. What kind of spell had Jeriah cast on his collaborator? The entire atmosphere seemed off-kilter. Meeting Tsunade's astonished gaze, Yukushi no Nayu chuckled. Isn't it simply a fortunate discovery? She hadn't anticipated such a coincidence. Tsunade, momentarily baffled by Yukushi no Nayu's reasoning, instinctively began to peruse the book. Jeriah could never produce anything serious suddenly. Tsunade burst into laughter. This is Uchiha Chiryu, isn't it? Jeriah is truly brilliant. It's rather clever, yet oddly captivating. Most importantly, the thought that this was the Uchiha Chiryu they knew filled her with an inexplicable allure. Yukushi no Nayu continued, "This book, I believe, will indeed enhance Uchiha Chikyu's reputation and renown. We didn't compel Jeriah to write this. Besides, most people are unaware of the author's true identity. We merely need to emphasize the narrative crafted by Jeriah. It's the best way to celebrate Uchiha Chikyu's achievements." Tsunade found herself persuaded by Yukushi no Nayu's argument. "Indeed, absolutely. The timing, location, and people are all in our favor. We can certainly outmaneuver those two scheming old foxes," Yukushi no Nayu declared with fervor. Thus, in pursuit of their goals, Jeriah continued his efforts to become a great literary master. Chapter 167. The situation gradually escapes control. These days can be described as the most surreal period in Jeriah's life. The novel he aspired to write has become an immense success. Though it requires significant modifications, the ability to convey his innermost thoughts and ideals fills him with immense joy. Indeed, following Uchiha Chikage has proven fruitful. You, my dear boy, epitomize the model of a life well lived. Jeriah couldn't help but pat Uchiha Chikage on the shoulder, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Uchiha Chikage, however, was utterly bewildered. What strange notion has this perverted sage entertained now? Uchiha Chikage remained oblivious to the covert maneuvers being executed by Tsunade and Yukushi no Nai. Why should Uchiha Chikage be informed? This matter does not necessitate his involvement. It is best left to the adults. Both Tsunade and Yukushi no Nai held this belief. Despite Uchiha Chikage's formidable prowess, he is still but a child in terms of age. Such dark affairs ought to be entrusted to them, the adults. Thus, Uchiha Chikage would eventually confront a Kenoha cleansed of its impurities, to shine brightly for Kenoha. A hint perhaps that sentiment is a touch extreme. I would prefer Uchiha Chikage to assume the role of the next Hokage. Addressing her other collaborator, Tsunade spoke candidly. During this time, she has come to recognize Yukushi no Nai's remarkable tactics. The extent of the intelligence and public relations warfare played far surpassed her expectations. Is it possible that Danzo possesses such talents within his grasp? How infuriating. The more she acknowledges Yukushi no Nai's capabilities, the deeper her disdain for Danzo grows. Kenoha belongs to everyone. Its talents should be shared among all, rather than being hoarded by Danzo for his selfish aims. And if anyone dares to dissent, he would eliminate them without a second thought. This is nothing short of a reckless hindrance to Kenoha's progress. Even if her granduncle and great-uncle were to learn of Danzo's actions, they would undoubtedly feel compelled to administer a thorough beating to that old scoundrel. With this thought, Tsunade became increasingly indifferent to her current endeavors. She was not instigating discord. Rather, she was striving for Kenoha's betterment. She aimed to eradicate the decaying elements to enable the great tree of Kenoha to flourish robustly. Yukushi no Nai observed Tsunade with a peculiar gaze. You have undoubtedly made a resolute decision. After all, should Uchiha Chikage ascend to the position of Hokage, the Uchiha clan's status within Kenoha will undoubtedly soar in the forthcoming decades. The enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans cannot be easily reconciled. As one of the last remaining youths of the Senju clan, Tsunade's willingness to make this decision must have taken considerable resolve. Upon hearing Yukushi no Nai's words, Tsunade's expression momentarily stiffened. Ultimately, she shrugged nonchalantly and replied, If we are to speak frankly, Kenoha has long owed the Uchiha clan a Hokage position. Moreover, considering Uchiha Chikage's character, even if he were to become Hokage, he would not excessively favor the Uchiha clan. I can clearly see that. Reflecting on Uchiha Chikage's physical shortcomings, who was born blind, she realized he would never awaken the Sharingan, unlike other Uchiha. The pride of the Uchiha clan lies in their bloodline limit, the Sharingan. How could the entire Uchiha clan remain unopposed to Uchiha Chikage? Long-term neglect and unfair treatment would inevitably cool the ardor of even the most passionate hearts. As for those few Uchiha clan members who treated Uchiha Chikage kindly, would he repay them 100-fold? Tsunade felt little concern regarding this matter. After Tsunade and Yukushi no Nai had thoroughly discussed their plans, their pace of action surpassed the imagination of the Third Hokage and Danzo. Harnessing the momentum of the will of the ninja, they brought the image of Uchiha Chikage into every household. Not only did ninjas take notice, but even ordinary citizens learned of this exceptional ninja through the book. He was handsome, powerful, unconcerned with trifles, and possessed a righteous and sunny disposition. He stood bravely in the face of war. Villains? They were non-existent. Regardless of who they were insignificant before him. The impending success of Jeriah's future paradise of affection indicated that he still possessed a modicum of talent. Jeriah depicted the character inspired by Uchiha Chikage with breathtaking intensity, evoking a sense of identification in readers. Every person who encountered the book envisioned how wonderful it would be to possess such strength. Even if one lacked such power, it would be comforting to have someone so formidable protecting them. The book's popularity soared, reaching neighboring countries far and wide. The land of earth, wind, water, and lightning all took note. The leaders of these nations, Inoki, Raza, and were left utterly baffled. What in the world is this? This character is supposedly Uchiha Chikage? Which words, justice, sunshine, passion, could possibly apply to him? He is, without a doubt, an unrepentant tyrant. Disgusting. How shameful. Aside from the fourth Mizukage, who found it difficult to comprehend the book, the other Kage bore expressions of utter embarrassment upon reading its contents. How disgraceful. They not only suffered defeat, but had their humiliating experiences recorded. Is this the conduct of a civilized society? Who is the author of this book? I must capture him and teach him that not everything can be written frivolously. Ugh. This pen name resembles that of Jeriah, one of the legendary Sannin. We cannot provoke him. This must surely be Kenoha's scheme. I shall deliver this book to the Third Hokage and demand an explanation. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade and Yakushi no Nai had joined forces for a purpose. The Third Hokage, perplexed, received a joint condemnation from several other villages 6 months after the ceasefire. The Third Hokage was left with a myriad of questions. What is all this? The Will of the Ninja? That title sounds somewhat familiar. Isn't this the new book written by that rascal Jeriah? The Third Hokage was aware of Jeriah's recent activities. However, compared to the Will of the Ninja, he found himself more fond of the style of Paradise of Affection, as it seemed more suitable for passing the time. Upon opening the Will of the Ninja for the first time, the Third Hokage became engrossed and was left utterly astonished. Chapter 168. The era named Uchiha Chihiro, Finale. Naruto? Was this not clearly Uchiha Chihiro? That rascal Jeriah had the audacity to include Uchiha Chihiro in his book, casting him as the protagonist? This was utterly absurd. The Third Hokage could scarcely contain his desire to summon Tsunade immediately. How could the Third Hokage so swiftly identify the true culprit without casting suspicion upon Uchiha Chihiro? It was because he understood that Chihiro was not the sort of individual to engage in such underhanded tactics. The Uchiha clan would never resort to such means. Moreover, had the Uchiha truly committed any misdeeds, he and Danzo would undoubtedly have uncovered them, given their extensive knowledge of the Uchiha clan. After eliminating all plausible suspects, the only remaining candidate was Tsunade. To orchestrate such a grand scheme was no simple feat. The Third Hokage was both furious and helpless. Why would a Senju assist in elevating the Uchiha status? Was it not preferable for the Uchiha clan to remain subdued? Before he could formulate a plan to address the situation, Danzo discovered the matter. Danzo was even more incensed than the Third Hokage. Veins pulsated on his forehead. It must be a Uchiha conspiracy. This could not continue unchecked. A decisive course of action regarding the Uchiha clan was imperative. Danzo's piercing gaze bore down on the Third Hokage, compelling him to act. If Uchiha Chihiro's renown continued to escalate, the position of Hokage would undoubtedly fall to him. Yet, could they truly accept another Uchiha as Hokage? Absolutely not. The jealousy that consumed Danzo would not permit a young Uchiha to ascend to such heights. If that were to happen, he would lose all opportunity. Danzo incessantly manipulated the Third Hokage, his words resonating with the Hokage's deeply rooted sentiments. The Uchiha clan's rising status would inevitably lead to the village's downfall. This statement struck a chord within the Third Hokage. Indeed, the position of Hokage could be entrusted to anyone, but it must never fall into Uchiha hands. He had not forgotten his mentor's disdain for the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama, I truly thank you. This was a matter I had committed to, although Uchiha Chihiro was not easily dealt with. Devising a means to eliminate him quietly could still be accomplished. Ultimately, placing the blame squarely on Uchiha Chihiro would render the situation a flawless resolution. Excuses would be simple to fabricate. For instance, one could claim Uchiha Chihiro harbored resentment against the Uchiha clan due to their past negligence, leading him to slay everyone. Thus, Uchiha Chihiro's prior reputation would be nearly obliterated. As for the possibility of retaliation, the Third Hokage harbored thoughts on that matter. However, before the Third Hokage and Danzo could execute their plans, the news reached Uchiha Chihiro through the channels of the medic, Yamado. Uchiha Chihiro found himself laughing in rage. He could hardly be bothered to take action against them, yet these two old fools dared to conspire behind his back. He would ensure they understood that plotting against him would come at a cost. Uchiha Chihiro scoffed coldly. Sensing little Itachi tirelessly practicing shuriken techniques in the courtyard with his observation Haki, Chihiro felt a mix of tenderness and fury. He recalled the path that Uchiha Itachi would inevitably traverse in the rightful future, and his heart ached for his Navi little brother. Why did he choose to heed the folly of the Third Hokage? Since they wished to act against the Uchiha clan, perhaps he should take the initiative. With his current strength, Uchiha Chihiro regarded both the Third Hokage and Danzo as inconsequential, as well as the entirety of Kenoha's upper echelon. Kenoha? What was it worth? Without consulting with anyone, Uchiha Chihiro unsheathed his sword and appeared above Kenoha. A tremendous aura surged forth like a torrential downpour. Even the Third Hokage and Danzo within the Hokage Tower felt the suffocating waves of chakra. They initially believed an enemy was attacking, but upon stepping outside, they were astonished to discover it was Uchiha Chihiro. The third Hokage immediately surmised that Chihiro had uncovered their scheme. A look of helplessness crossed his face. Before he could attempt to placate Uchiha Chihiro, they heard the words of the Uchiha prodigy. Third Hokage, over the years, the Uchiha clan has contributed both achievements and sacrifices to Kenoha. Yet, for your selfish desires, you intend to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Since you lack compassion, do not expect me to show mercy. With that, Uchiha Chihiro struck down with ferocity. He showed no mercy, targeting the third Hokage and Danzo directly. The third Hokage dodged swiftly, but Danzo was not so fortunate. Utilizing his lone Sharingan, he activated the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique and survived. Everyone was taken aback, only to discover Danzo's Sharingan. Even the third Hokage stood dumbfounded. Where had that Sharingan come from? There was but one possibility. It had been obtained from their former comrade, Uchiha Kagami. Danzo's plot was laid bare for all to see. Consequently, Danzo's aspirations to become Hokage were extinguished by Uchiha Chihiro. In a fit of despair, Danzo howled in frustration. Yet even with the Sharingan, he was no match for Uchiha Chihiro. Without it, he was utterly powerless, easily dispatched by Chihiro. The entire village of Kenoha lay in ruins. The third Hokage gazed upon the lifeless body of Danzo, an expression of resigned bitterness on his face. What could he possibly do? Uchiha Chihiro had long surpassed their control. There remained but one path to resolution. Chihiro-kun, the matter concerning Danzo was my oversight. I too was misled by him. I have grown old and should retire. I shall pass the mantle of Hokage to you. I trust that under your leadership, Kenoha will flourish. If I witness such a day, I shall not regret relinquishing this position. This was the third Hokage's final attempt to save himself. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise today. This marked the beginning of Kenoha's prosperous future for the next several decades, ushering in an era named Uchiha Chihiro.